Traversing the Marvel Universe, Wu Chen acquires the most formidable role-playing system, wherein the closer he resembles the original characters, the greater his power becomes. Fourth Hokage, Pain of the Six Paths, Uchiha Obito, Sage of the Six Paths. Hydra, which village is Konoha? It harbors such terrifying power. Shield, compared to the Akatsuki, Hydra is merely a local snake. Thanos, the Sage of the Six Paths. He calls himself a sage. I am eager to witness your true strength. As the characters that Wu Chen embodies emerge one after another, the inhabitants of this world suddenly realize that this is the truth of their existence. Chapter 1. The Supreme Role-Playing System of All Realms. Wu Chen opens his eyes, feeling a sharp pain at the back of his head. He raises his hand to cradle his aching head as he sits up, immediately noticing the peculiar circumstances surrounding him. Gazing upward, he observes a bustling street lined with towering skyscrapers under the night sky glancing down. He realizes he is seated on the pavement. Where am I? Wasn't I working late at the office? Startled, Wu Chen springs to his feet. He distinctly remembers that a project was nearing its deadline, yet the final checks were incomplete, prompting his team to work tirelessly through the night. Had he dozed off while working, only to awaken in this unfamiliar place? Could it be that he is dreaming? A thunderous roar erupts nearby, akin to a monstrous creature gone mad. Then comes a furious shout, Hulk. The tremendous bellow sends vibrations through the air, causing the wound at the back of his head to throb painfully, a stark reminder that this is all too real. A wave of unfamiliar memories floods Wu Chen's mind. He glances at the bloodstained stone beside him and suddenly comprehends. This is New York, and he is the owner of a Chinese restaurant in the Manhattan district. His name remains Wu Chen, his appearance still handsome, yet the world around him is not as he once knew it. In his memories, he recalls Stark Industries headquarters, where Tony Stark flamboyantly declared at a press conference, I am Iron Man. This is the Marvel Universe. Based on his recollection of Tony Stark's appearance, it is indeed the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Instantly, a sigh of relief escapes him, or perhaps not. Compared to the Marvel comic universe, the cinematic realm is undeniably a few tiers weaker in terms of powers. Nonetheless, even this diminished strength is beyond the capabilities of an ordinary individual to withstand. Now that Iron Man has made his entrance, how far can the Hulk, Thor, Hydra, and even Thanos be behind? Wu Chen feels unfortunate he is reluctant to gamble on the 50-50 chance of the snap, convinced he would merely turn to dust. But as an ordinary person, what can he possibly do? He recalls the circumstances that led him to lie on the ground. Having stepped out to buy something, he was suddenly struck by a loud crash as a stone flew through the air, hitting him squarely at the back of his head. What terrible luck I have. Not far away, a wall has been violently shattered, and another stone hurtles toward Wu Chen. He swiftly dodges while angrily glaring at the source of the stone. But in the next moment, he freezes, then turns and flees. Emerging from the breach in the wall is a grotesque green giant towering over 3 meters. This is the very being responsible for Wu Chen's pain. Wu Chen recognizes its identity, the abomination, Emil Blonsky, the leader of the team assembled by General Ross to capture the Hulk. In his quest for greater power, he injected himself with the blood of Dr. Bruce Banner, transforming into this hideous yet immensely powerful creature. At this moment, Blonsky is in the throes of his transformation. Though he has gained formidable strength, he has lost all sanity, rampaging and destroying everything in sight while seeking to battle the Hulk. His powerful physique compels Blonsky into a frenzy of destruction. He overturns vehicles one after another, hurling them with force, crashing them into pedestrians and cars alike. Ah, help me. The cries of innocent bystanders ring out, and when the police arrive, they open fire on the abomination, but their efforts prove futile. A vehicle hurtles toward them, and several officers are unable to evade it, meeting their demise. Wu Chen watches in horror, feeling a profound sense of despair swell within him. In a bid to lure the Hulk, the abomination mercilessly wreaks havoc. Disregarding all else, he is nothing short of a demon. Mommy, I want my mommy. Suddenly, the desperate wail of a little girl pierces the air behind him, causing Wu Chen to halt his flight and turn around. He sees a blonde-haired girl of about 5 or 6 years old, crouched on the ground, with a bloody blonde woman lying in front of her, and just a few meters away stands the menacing abomination, brandishing a car. Wu Chen's eyes redden. He wants to save this girl. But the distance is too great. Moreover, the abomination has already spotted the blonde girl and is advancing toward her. As he witnesses the impending tragedy, a cold, emotionless voice resonates within his mind. Ding! Detection indicates that the host possesses an overwhelming desire. The supreme role-playing system of all realms has been activated. Host, Wu Chen. Current role, none. Current role progress, 0. Characters owned, none. Role extraction attempts, 1. The sudden voice sharpens Wu Chen's focus, and as a brilliant light bursts forth from his dark eyes, a golden finger materializes. Without any intention of analyzing this newfound power or engaging with the system, Wu Chen internally exclaims, "Extract a role." The immediate priority is to save the blonde girl. Wu Chen, unable to act on his own, must rely on the power of the golden finger. Judging by the system's name, he surmises that it allows him to embody any character from the myriad realms. They could be great heroes or mere weaklings. However, regardless of who it may be, they must surely possess strength that eclipses that of an ordinary Wu Chen. Indeed, the ethereal voice in his mind resounds once more. Please extract from the role pool. Current options include Naruto, DC, Dragon Ball. Would you like to extract immediately? Extract. Extraction successful. Role pool locked, Naruto. System detection confirms this is the initial extraction, granting the buff wish fulfillment. Ding. Extracting role. As the system's words fade, a cascade of figures flashes rapidly through Wu Chen's mind. Finally, the imagery settles on a figure clad in a red and white ceremonial robe adorned with flames, sporting a Konoha headband. With spiky blonde hair and striking blue eyes, the handsome and gentle visage emanates warmth. Beneath the ceremonial robe lies a tactical outfit worn exclusively by the elite shinobi of Konoha. Emblazoned on the back are 5 glaring characters. Fourth Hokage. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, the golden flash of Konoha. Wu Chen is overwhelmed with excitement. The blonde girl is saved. When one thinks of Minato Namikaze, the first impression is undoubtedly speed. With the flying thunder god technique, the world is vast. There is nowhere he cannot go. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the role of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, from the Naruto universe. Would you like to begin the roleplay? Note, the host can assume the appearance of any character they embody. Wu Chen initially harbored concerns about needing to adorn himself in the guise of the legendary Minato Namikaze, contemplating the necessity of dyeing his raven locks to golden hues before embarking on this transformation. To his astonishment, he discovered that he could simply metamorphose into the character without such preparations. Without a moment's hesitation, he promptly commanded the system, "Commence transformation." Chapter 2. Behold my spiraling sphere. In the blink of an eye, Wu Chen vanished, replaced by a striking young man in his early 20s, adorned in a flowing white ceremonial cloak, wielding a trident-shaped kunai, his golden hair gleaming in the light. At that very moment, the system interface in his mind underwent a transformation. Host, Wu Chen. Current role, fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Current role progress, 15. Character acquired, fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Role transformation attempts, 0. Wait, has my role progress already reached 15? Could it be due to my shared attributes with miniature striking appearances and a penchant for championing the weak? After a fleeting moment of contemplation, Wu Chen cast aside such musings. The immediate priority was to rescue the golden-haired girl. Reaching into his ninja tool pouch at his waist, he retrieved a second trident kunai. With a swift motion, he hurled the kunai to a distant, secure location, its speed so rapid that the naked eye could scarcely perceive it. This was an effect only the genuine Minato Namikaze could achieve. Then, bending slightly, Wu Chen propelled another kunai towards the spot where the golden-haired girl was situated. This time, with all his strength, he threw it even faster than the first. The kunai struck the ground beside the girl, causing her to pause in her tears. She wiped her eyes and reached out to touch the kunai. The characters tied to the kunai resembled little tadpoles in her innocent eyes. The golden-haired girl had an affection for such adorable creatures. In that instant, she seemed to forget her dire predicament. Behind her, a monstrous entity lifted a vehicle, preparing to bring it crashing down upon her. Should this blow land, the girl would surely meet a tragic fate. Her fragile, undeveloped body could not withstand such force, and the impact would reduce her to a gruesome pulp. Had the monster acted a moment sooner, perhaps the girl could have escaped with less anguish. Gazing upon the petite figure of the golden-haired girl, the malevolence in the creature's eyes gleamed with bloodthirsty excitement, a frenzied state where he lost all reason yet remained acutely aware of his surroundings. This thrill of wanton destruction intoxicated him, especially as he prepared to annihilate the lovely girl before him. Such a notion brought him to a near ecstasy. In the distance, General Ross observed the rampaging monster from his helicopter. Bruce Banner was aboard as well, having been captured alongside his girlfriend Betty. Due to the administered suppressants, Dr. Banner was unable to transform into the Hulk, rendered powerless to resist. Yet, upon witnessing the unfolding tragedy, he implored General Ross, "Ordinary people cannot contend with the monster. Allow me to intervene." "No," Betty cried, rushing to embrace Banner. "You are no longer the Hulk, you cannot throw yourself into danger." Nevertheless, Dr. Banner shook his head, sensing that the suppressants merely held the Hulk at bay. Should he find himself in peril, the Hulk would undoubtedly resurface. Meeting Dr. Banner's resolute gaze, Betty wept, yet ultimately acquiesced with a nod. After placing a tender kiss on Betty's lips, Dr. Banner leapt from the helicopter under General Ross's watchful eye. He crashed into the ground, creating a crater, yet the Hulk did not emerge immediately. "Bruce," Betty shouted, but General Ross suddenly commanded, "Quick, fly over there. What is happening with that man?" Upon hearing this, Betty looked up. "Roar!" The monster bellowed as it prepared to smash the vehicle down, prompting the golden-haired girl to finally notice her surroundings. Her mouth fell agape in terror, but in the next moment, her vision was obscured. Suddenly, a golden-haired young man appeared beside her. Before her stood a handsome visage, even more striking than her father's. Moreover, his presence radiated warmth, akin to that of a small son. This man offered her a gentle smile, grasping the trident kunai she had just touched. "This is a dangerous object, little one, you mustn't play with it." The monster's strike missed, leaving it seething with rage. "Hulk!" The golden-haired girl blinked in disbelief as the warm man enveloped her in his arms, swiftly transporting her to safety. "Big brother, can you fly?" Wu Chun smiled warmly. "This isn't flying, it's a space-time ninjutsu." Having said this, he gently set the golden-haired girl down, advising her, "Run far away, the farther the better." Turning back, he retrieved several kunai from his pouch, hurling them toward the positions of those who could not escape in time. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, 4 or 5 individuals appeared before the golden-haired girl. There were blonde-haired, blue-eyed women, black-haired, dark-eyed Asians, and individuals of African descent. Once the innocent bystanders were evacuated from the monster's vicinity, Wu Chun narrowed his eyes, his pent-up frustration morphing into fury. Preying upon the weak, indulging in madness. He proclaimed loudly, "I care not for your motives, your actions disgust me. I shall vanquish you." With that, he launched several kunai at the monster while simultaneously vanishing from sight. The creature could not decipher Wu Chun's words, only perceiving the provocation that fueled its rage further. Yet when faced with the incoming kunai, it did not even entertain the thought of dodging. Surely, any weapon capable of neutralizing bullets could not harm it. Such was its misguided confidence. Indeed, the kunai did not pierce the monster's skin. However, as the kunai struck the air, they were suddenly grasped by the very Minato Namikaze who had appeared. Alongside him, he wielded a swirling blue sphere of energy. Rasengan. In the face of a creature that was invincible to ordinary humans, it was now sent flying by Minato's Rasengan, crashing into a building and causing it to collapse. One must admit, before a true champion, the monster was but a mere plaything. "My heavens! That man actually sent the monster flying," General Ross exclaimed, while those rescued by Wu Chun stood aghast. "This must be what it means to be a superhero. Everyone, remain calm, we have a hero akin to Iron Man to save us." Voices rang out in excitement as more onlookers witnessed the scene, halting in their tracks to observe. It must be said, it is not uncommon for foreigners to be sparse in such situations. The debris from the collapsed building stirred up dust, quickly enveloping the area and concealing the monster's form entirely. Wu Chun cast a glance at the gathered crowd. Choosing not to engage, he had no desire to concern himself with those who sought death. At this moment, he narrowed his eyes, coldly surveying the direction of the monster. While others assumed the danger had passed, only Wu Chun understood that the monster was far from defeated. Chapter 3. Vanquishing the Abomination. If the Abomination could be effortlessly dispatched with a single spiraling sphere, it would have been inconceivable for it to engage in a prolonged battle with the Hulk. As anticipated, with a thunderous roar, the Abomination surged forth from the swirling dust, pounding the ground as it charged at Wu Chun. It sought to crush this audacious individual who dared to confront the mighty Blonsky. Such an affront was utterly unforgivable. Remarkably, despite its grievous injuries from the recent spiraling sphere, the Abomination appeared to regain a semblance of rationality. As it barreled toward Wu Chun, it employed strategy, lifting vehicles to hurl at him, Yet Wu Chun deftly evaded each assault. However, amidst this chaos, a colossal fist lunged toward his face. Seizing the opportunity, the abomination advanced. Yet, Wu Chun remained unperturbed. In a fleeting moment, just before the abomination's fist made contact, he vanished from sight, reappearing at a distance near a tri-pronged kunai. With a resounding thud, the abomination struck the ground once more, its fury intensifying. Insect, do not evade. Wu Chun furrowed his brow, sensing the necessity to conclude this confrontation. Although he could continue the battle, the destruction wrought upon this neighborhood would be irrevocable. Thus, he closed his eyes, preparing to enter Sage Mode. Indeed, the fourth Hokage had mastered Sage Mode, mirroring Naruto's perfect rendition flawlessly. Seeing Wu Chen's eyes shut, the abomination perceived this as an affront, igniting its rage as it charged forward. Good heavens! Why is he standing still? That monster is coming. Move quickly. The onlookers watched in desperation, yet none dared to intervene. The abomination's recent brutality had instilled terror in their hearts. At that moment, a tremendous crash resonated. Hulk! With a thunderous impact, the ground was breached, and the Hulk emerged. Upon his arrival, he witnessed the abomination barreling toward innocent bystanders and immediately charged to intercept. With a resounding clash, the two titans collided mid-air. Their formidable forms, each towering at 2 to 3 meters and weighing over 500 kilograms, careening off course and rolling aside. Observing this, Wu Chun prepared to initiate the Flying Thunder God technique. He would not remain idle while the abomination attacked, although movement was restricted in Sage Mode. Activating the technique was permissible. However, doing so would disrupt his progress, necessitating a restart to enter Sage Mode once more. With the Hulk's timely intervention aiding him, Wu Chun opted to remain still. Yet, despite this assistance, the titanic clash between the two monsters unleashed even greater devastation. A palpable sense of pressure enveloped the surroundings, as buildings crumbled like a line of dominoes. The concrete walls, as fragile as paper, succumbed to the chaos. The Hulk and the abomination roared, locked in their ferocious struggle. They vented their inner fury and brutality, wielding everything around them with the intent to annihilate their opponent. Each impact shattered the ground, transforming streetlights and fire hydrants into makeshift weapons as they relentlessly battered one another. Soon, their surroundings lay in ruins. Witnessing such a devastating scene, some onlookers became even more exhilarated, shouting, "Finish him off! Big green guy, take down that ugly beast!" However, a greater number sensed the peril and hastily fled the scene. The father of the blonde girl arrived, a middle-aged man clad in police uniform. He scooped up his daughter and carried his unconscious wife into the police car. "Daddy, that big brother saved me," the blonde girl exclaimed from the vehicle, pointing at Wu Chun, who remained in his serene state. The middle-aged man glanced at him but chose to disregard it as he drove away. Bang! The Hulk, fueled by anger yet lacking a true adversary, was sent flying by the loathsome streetlight. Coincidentally, he hurtled toward the very position where Wu Chun stood. Wu Chun opened his eyes, his handsome visage adorned with streaks of orange eyeshadow, his pupils transformed into horizontal slits reminiscent of frogs. In a flash, he vanished from sight, allowing the Hulk to crash to the ground. In the next instant, Wu Chun appeared above the loathsome creature, raising his right hand, which coalesced into a spiral sphere larger than a human, the great spiral sphere of sage art. Boom! The loathsome adversary barely had time to react before being struck upon the head by the colossal sphere, collapsing to the ground as it bore the full brunt of the sage art's power. Instantly, blood erupted forth. The loathsome creature's body was shattered, half of it reduced to rubble by the force of the great spiral sphere. Sensing the increasingly faint aura of his foe, Wu Chun retracted his hand. Even a loathsome creature could not withstand such a technique. After all, it was capable of injuring beings of the Six Paths caliber. General Ross in the helicopter widened his eyes in disbelief, bellowing, "What is that glowing sphere, and what about the enormous one? Is it some new energy weapon? How can that man teleport? Quickly, find out who he is." Initially, General Ross believed the blonde youth's ability to send the loathsome creature flying was his limit. He was utterly astonished that he could actually kill it. Betty, too, was overwhelmed with joy. With the loathsome creature defeated by this handsome blonde, Bruce would no longer have to battle it. He was safe. Betty wept tears of joy. Meanwhile, The crowd of onlookers gasped in amazement. Possessing immense power and striking good looks, he saved lives in peril. It was hard for anyone, man or woman, to not feel admiration for him. Golden Flash, we love you. Golden Flash, go. Bring that big green guy down. Inspired by Wu Chen's remarkable traits, the spectators spontaneously dubbed him the Golden Flash, a moniker once held by the illustrious Minato Namikaze of the Leaf Village. However, the big green guy, Wu Chen, furrowed his brow. Feeling the pressure of the wind behind him, instinctively, he leaped upwards to evade the attack from behind. The Hulk was furious. After battling the abomination for several minutes, he had come to regard the creature as his true adversary, unwilling to allow anyone to interfere. This was the primal instinct of a mighty beast during a hunt. Any intrusion upon its prey would be met with deadly enmity. Although Hulk had not reached that level, the abomination had perished, and he had not had his fill of battle or released his pent-up fury. So his gaze shifted to the one who had slain the abomination. Whoever could bring down the abomination must surely provide him with the opportunity to unleash his rage. Hulk rose from the ground, fists clenched, charging towards Wu Chen. He threw a punch, but Wu Chen dodged it, revealing a glimmer of cold determination in his eyes. Initially, Hulk had aided him, so Wu Chen had no intention of retaliating. However, the audacity of this brute to attack him unprovoked warranted a demonstration of the might of the Golden Flash. Whoosh! A three-pronged kunai shot towards Hulk like a bullet, and then a flash of gold illuminated the air as Wu Chen appeared behind Hulk, condensing a Rasengan in his hand. Chapter 4. Domination over Hulk. Boom. Hulk was sent crashing into the wall, yet his exterior bore no sign of injury, akin to the counterfeit abomination being torn apart. After all, Wu Chen's earlier Rasengan had left the abomination bloodied and bruised. Yet, when it struck Hulk, it felt as if he had merely received a gentle massage. The sheer kinetic energy was all that propelled Hulk into the air. However, the encounter was far from over. The Flying Thunder God technique was activated. Wu Chen vanished from his original position. When he reappeared, he was behind Hulk. At the moment, he had unleashed the Rasengan upon Hulk. He had already left a Flying Thunder God mark at the nape of Hulk's neck. The mark of the Flying Thunder God, created by the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, bore a peculiar design. While Wave Wind Minato's mark consisted of 4 simple characters. Wu Chen's palm coalesced into another Rasengan, and he launched it with great force. Hulk was sent flying again, this time sustaining some damage. His skin broke, oozing green blood as his entire form was propelled in another direction. Seizing the momentum, Wu Chen leapt against the wall, his feet adhering to it with chakra, and he steadied himself as he gazed at Hulk. In the next moment, he employed the same tactic once more, disappearing and reappearing behind Hulk, unleashing another Rasengan. Boom, boom, boom. Hulk was battered like a neglected punching bag, repeatedly hurled through the air by the golden flashes of the Rasengan, unable to descend. This cycle continued dozens of times, leaving Hulk bloodied and weakened. He roared in fury while remaining helplessly on the receiving end of the assault. Such was the ingenious utility of the Flying Thunder God mark. This was a technique Wu Chen had only just begun to grasp. During his earlier skirmish with the abomination, he had not fully adapted to the power of Wave Wind Minato. Thus, the combat technique employed at that time involved utilizing kunai bound with the Sword of Patience to execute the Flying Thunder God technique. Clearly, leaving a Flying Thunder God mark on the target was a far simpler, more convenient, and practical approach. Ultimately, Hulk fell onto the road, drenched in blood. Meanwhile, Wu Chen concentrated the last remnants of his Senjutsu chakra and once again unleashed the Sage Art. Super massive Rasengan. Whoosh! Wu Chen appeared above Hulk, wielding a Rasengan larger than himself, and hurled it directly towards Hulk. No! Betty's emotions soared and plummeted. She felt relief at the thought of the abomination's demise. But her worries mounted when Hulk attacked Wu Chen. As Hulk was being thoroughly dominated by Wu Chen, her heart ached. Witnessing Wu Chen prepare to unleash the same technique that had defeated the abomination, she could no longer contain herself. Stop. Don't kill Bruce. However, Wu Chen remained unfazed, his hand descending with unyielding force. Crash! As the brilliance faded, Hulk stood motionless, resembling a lifeless being. Yet, Wu Chen was aware that Hulk was not dead. He could never perish. As the Green Giant of the Marvel Universe, a parasitic entity entrusted to the mortal realm by a certain powerful being, Hulk would never simply vanish. This understanding was precisely why Wu Chen did not relent. Gradually, Hulk began to shrink, ultimately transforming into the likeness of Bruce Banner. Hulk had been forcefully reverted back to his original form by Wu Chen. Only two individuals could achieve such a feat: Tony Stark clad in anti-Hulk armor, and Thanos. Wu Chen slowly withdrew his hand, surveying the devastation around him, a flicker of pity in his eyes. At that moment, General Ross's troops surrounded the area, dispersing the civilians. And then General Ross appeared not far away, addressing Wu Chen. "Thank you very much for defeating Hulk and the Abomination. I believe we should have some common ground." Yet, Wu Chen merely cast a cold glance in his direction, entirely dismissive, his demeanor frigid. Wu Chen understood that the root of all this chaos lay with General Ross. It was he who had deceived Dr. Banner, leading him to unknowingly contribute to the military's research on super soldier serum, which eventually resulted in the unfortunate transformation into the Hulk. After witnessing the Hulk's formidable power, General Ross ordered his capture, seeking to replicate the Hulk's marvel. Thus ensued a series of unfortunate events and the emergence of the Abomination. It could be said that General Ross was the very source of all evil in the Hulk saga. Faced with such a person, Wu Chen's restraint in not immediately delivering a fatal blow was a testament to his forbearance, let alone offering him any semblance of respect. Furthermore, he understood the reason behind General Ross's currently amiable demeanor. He merely sought the bodies of Banner and the Abomination. "Do you want them? I shall deny you." Wu Chen resolved to take with him the bodies of the Abomination and Banner, leaving nothing for General Ross. At this moment, a group of agents clad in black arrived late, led by a bald man with a single eye patch. "General, we shall take over from here. Please withdraw your troops." "Who are you? Do you dare to seize our military achievements?" General Ross glared at the bald man, then turned to Wu Chen with an invitation. "This esteemed individual, I believe the military would greatly benefit from your presence. Your prowess is akin to that of an innate killing machine. Come with me." Wu Chen was taken aback that General Ross had set his sights on him. His eyes glinted with coldness, and in an instant he vanished. The next moment, he reappeared beside General Ross, where a trident shuriken was embedded. With a swift strike to Ross's neck, he left behind the sword of compassion, rendering him unconscious, and then employed the same technique to incapacitate every armed soldier. Wu Chen did not take their lives. He merely rendered them unconscious. Yet, during this process, not a single soldier dared to fire their weapons, fearing friendly fire. In Nick Fury's perspective, he only saw a flash of golden light before General Ross and his troops fell to the ground. Sensing the urgency of the situation, he immediately raised his weapon at Wu Chen. "Do not be alarmed. I have merely put them to sleep," Wu Chen explained, raising his hands in a gesture of peace. Before lifting Dr. Banner and preparing to leave, he did not retrieve the trident shuriken from the ground, trusting that S.H.I.E.L.D. would take care of it. When the time came, he could visit the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters directly. "Wait, sir." Nick Fury, having discerned Wu Chen's intentions, called out, "Thank you immensely for averting this disaster. May I inquire your name? And where do you hail from?" Wu Chen recognized that Nick Fury could be considered a good person, so he softened his tone and answered, "I am the fourth Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village, Namikaze Minato." With that, he leaped over the high wall with Dr. Banner and quickly formed a hand seal for fire release. As Namikaze Minato possessed a chakra affinity for fire, he was adept at fire techniques. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. A fireball, 3 to 4 meters in diameter, erupted from Namikaze Minato's mouth, striking the Abomination directly. Boom! The area where the Abomination stood exploded, engulfed in flames. Chapter 5. Renowned fame: the Hidden Leaf Village? The fourth Hokage? Were these? Why have I lived this long without ever hearing of them? Nick Fury found himself in deep confusion, pondering the nature of the Hidden Leaf Village and how such a formidable individual could exist. Fury had already learned about Hulk's capabilities on the way, considering him an even more powerful candidate for his Avengers than Iron Man. Yet now, such a formidable Hulk, along with the equally powerful Abomination, had been defeated by this Namikaze Minato, who had even slain the Abomination. Nick Fury could hardly contain his astonishment. But what astonished him even more was that this Namikaze Minato not only possessed incredible speed, but could also conjure flames. A colossal fireball radiated an intense heat, and the shockwave from the explosion forced the agents to stumble back a few steps. Witnessing this scene, Wu Chun hoisted Banner onto his shoulder and leapt away from the sight. The abhorrent corpses blazed fiercely. "Put out the fire. Hurry, extinguish the flames." But it was already too late. By the time the fire extinguisher spewed forth its white foam, the bodies had already been charred beyond recognition. This could not serve as a basis for research. Looking up, Wu Chun and Banner had vanished without a trace, and for the first time, Nick Fury felt a sense of defeat. Yet he quickly regained his composure, rousing General Ross and the others to address the subsequent matters. Click, click. A few individuals nearby were capturing photographs, and Nick Fury realized it was too late to intervene. In this era of global connectivity and information proliferation, everything here was destined to remain unconfidential. That evening, a video was uploaded to YouTube, showcasing the entire confrontation between the Abomination, Hulk, and Wu Chun, instantly soaring to the top of trending. The words left by Wu Chun as he departed were not deliberately concealed, thus elevating the names of the Hidden Leaf Village and the Hokage to newfound prominence. Countless netizens speculated about the whereabouts of the Hidden Leaf Village and the identity of the Hokage. However, Wu Chun's self-proclamation as the fourth Hokage pointed them in a particular direction. It seemed only Japan would use such a term. Could it be that the Hidden Leaf Village was located in Japan? Was this a Japanese organization? As for the Hokage, it appeared to be akin to the leader of the Hidden Leaf Village. If every individual in the Hidden Leaf Village possessed such strength, the world would have surely been dominated by them long ago. This interpretation was adopted by the authorities, prompting the SHIELD and the United Nations to pressure Japan overnight, demanding the location of the Hidden Leaf Village. Naturally, Japan found itself in a predicament. How could they possibly know where the Hidden Leaf Village was? If not for the video on YouTube, they would have been entirely unaware of the existence of the Hidden Leaf Village and the Hokage. The characters in the Marvel Universe were not privy to Naruto. They could not have known, as the creation period of Marvel Comics predates Naruto by a significant margin. Unbeknownst to them, other factions were skeptical. Faced with such skepticism, the Japanese officials displayed a sense of bravado, openly stating that if the others were willing to search, they would cooperate fully. A village of that size surely could not be elusive, right? If it truly could not be found, that would indicate it was not located in Japan. Subsequently, of course, it could not be found. However, these were matters for another time, of which Wu Chun remained oblivious. At this moment, the Dr. Banner he had carried on his shoulder began to awaken. The Hulk truly was resilient. After sustaining such damage, he was now rousing from unconsciousness. Once Banner regained his senses, Wu Chun set him down. He still maintained the form of Minato Namikaze, seemingly capable of remaining in this guise as long as he chose not to revert. "You defeated the Hulk." Bruce Banner's expression was complex, although phrased as a question. His tone conveyed a profound certainty. Banner and the Hulk do not share a common memory. However, during his transformation into the Hulk, Banner experiences fleeting visions akin to fragments of a dream. Among these visions are scenes of Abomination's demise and the Hulk being vanquished by Thor's relentless assault. Wu Chun nodded, recognizing that this was not something to be concealed. "Well, since you have recovered, I shall take my leave." Is Banner considered a good person? Absolutely. This is precisely why Wu Chun maintained a cordial demeanor. Yet, Banner halted Wu Chun's departure, earnestly pleading, "Konoha's fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, right? May I accompany you?" Wu Chun furrowed his brow, questioning, "Why? You possess the capability to defeat the Hulk and can restrain him. I require your assistance. I do not wish to harm others in the aftermath of my rage." Bruce Banner's words were sincere, evidently reflecting his true thoughts. Wu Chun fell silent, contemplating the pros and cons. Meanwhile, his consciousness delved into the system space. Previously preoccupied with saving lives in combat, he had not the time to explore his newfound abilities. Now, he could reflect while gaining insight into his system. Host, Wu Chun, current role, fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, current progress, 25, character owned, fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, role extraction attempts, 0. If his memories serve him correctly, his prior progress had been 15% at that time. He pondered whether this percentage was attributed to the many similarities he shared with Minato Namikaze. Was it because he had just slain Abomination and simultaneously defeated the Hulk, bringing down the root cause of this chaos, General Ross? Had he fulfilled the lingering desires of his predecessor? Without Wu Chen's timely arrival, his predecessor would have likely succumbed to the abomination's rampage, given that no one would have come to his aid, a certainty of demise. At this juncture, the system's ethereal voice resonated once more. This system is the ultimate role-playing system, capable of extracting any character from myriad realms, allowing the host to transform and embody them. The more convincingly the host embodies the character, the higher the progress. Consequently, the host gains greater power. When the embodiment reaches its zenith, the host's strength may even surpass that of the character itself. Progress, progress. How enlightening. Wu Chen's eyes sparkled with realization. What defines a ninja? Accepting missions, completing them, and receiving rewards. That is the essence of ninjas in the world of Naruto. From the formidable Uchiha Madara to the spirited Naruto Uzumaki, each has traversed the path of accepting and fulfilling tasks. This is an indispensable aspect of all ninjas. Wu Chen's recent victory over Abomination was tantamount to accomplishing the task assigned to him by his predecessor. The reward encompasses everything from his predecessor. Marking the moment, he transcended from merely being Wu Chen of the Marvel Universe to truly becoming Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage of Konoha. To embody him, is there anything more direct and straightforward than accepting a task and successfully completing it each time? At this moment, Wu Chen comprehended how to portray Minato Namikaze. It was not merely about executing tasks in accordance with Minato's character traits, but also about enhancing the progress of his portrayal through these assignments. Contemplating this, Wu Chen formulated an idea regarding Dr. Banner's request. Chapter 6, the second task, 14. Are you suggesting that I request you anew in the form of a task? Bruce Banner, having lived for so long, found this peculiar request quite unprecedented. However, as he was in need of Wu Chen's assistance, he complied with Wu Chen's instructions. Subsequently, Wu Chen nodded, confirming that the task involved preventing his transformation or stopping him from causing harm to others once he transformed. This was a long-term assignment, with each transformation regarded as a completed task. Indeed, that is correct. Banner nodded in agreement. Wu Chen mirrored his gesture, then shifted the conversation towards the matter of task remuneration. Banner appeared taken aback, seemingly unprepared for this aspect. Wu Chen expressed his dissatisfaction, saying, "Surely, you do not think I am engaged in charity. No. What kind of remuneration do you desire?" Banner hastily shook his head. "How about this? Your service to me shall suffice as compensation for the task," Wu Chen proposed. "Each time I prevent you, you will assist me with one task. How does that sound? Assist you with one task?" Banner hesitated, harboring concerns that this Minato might demand he continue his nefarious research. After all, Bruce Banner's value lay not only in being the Hulk, but also in his scientific prowess. Wu Chen discerned Banner's apprehension and clarified, "I will not ask you to engage in anything that violates your principles. You can rest assured of that." Instantly, Banner exhaled with relief and nodded, affirming, "That's acceptable. We have a deal." Seeing this, Wu Chen smiled and continued, "However, I will not accompany you. I will appear only when you require assistance. Rest assured, I have left a mark on you. As long as you remain on Earth, I can instantly arrive at your side. Now I must take my leave." With that, Wu Chen employed his teleportation technique and departed, leaving Banner alone on the rooftop, wanting to speak but hesitating. "Hey, at least help me down from the building." After distancing himself from Banner, Wu Chen shed his persona, reappearing in his handsome form. He set off towards home. Although he had sustained no injuries in battle, he felt a significant weight upon his heart. Now, Wu Chen needed to take a moment to decompress and soothe his spirit. Nothing could be more comforting than a restful slumber in his own abode. However, on his way home, he suddenly pondered how he might portray characters other than Minato Namikaze. Communicating this query to the system, he heard its response echo in his mind. Once the portrayal progress of each character reaches 50, the host will be granted an opportunity to draw for a new character. 50%, you say? It appears to be quite attainable, especially since I initially possess a 15% completion rate, fulfilling the aspirations of my predecessor and subsequently enhancing it by an additional 10%. Perhaps, with a few more tasks, I could smoothly elevate my progress to 50%. Wu Chen felt that this endeavor was not particularly arduous. As he made his way home, disregarding the watchful gazes of several individuals, he opened the restaurant's door and deftly secured the locks. This caution stemmed from the environment surrounding his establishment. The street where Wu Chen's restaurant was situated was adjacent to Hell's Kitchen, a notorious district within the heart of Manhattan, known to be an infamous den of iniquity in the underworld. This area was aptly named Hell's Kitchen, and for those unwilling to tempt fate, it was wise to maintain a safe distance from such a wretched place. Older New Yorkers were generally familiar with this admonition, understanding that the place referred to was indeed Hell's Kitchen. Many formidable individuals had emerged from this locale, the most renowned being the underground kingpin, Gene. Moreover, Hell's Kitchen had long been a lawless zone, largely ignored by North American authorities for various reasons, which significantly contributed to its reputation as a haven for crime. The proximity of Hell's Kitchen to his restaurant had ingrained in Wu Chan the habit of securing the doors when the establishment was closed. He preferred to conceal his unique attributes, opting for discretion over unnecessary complications. Upon returning to his bedroom and lying on the bed, Wu Chan was suddenly struck by a thought. During the previous draw for character representation, he had encountered options from the worlds of Naruto and Dragon Ball. Having drawn from a Naruto pool meant that the characters he would embody would be formidable figures from that universe. Upon inquiring with the system, he received a confirmation, causing him to furrow his brow. Although the high-level powers within the Naruto realm were indeed formidable, they paled in comparison to those in the Marvel Universe. Just the presence of Thanos alone would be beyond the capabilities of even the most ordinary shinobi. Even a sage of 6 paths would likely struggle. Furthermore, there was no guarantee that he could draw the sage of 6 paths. However, should he venture into the Dragon Ball universe, matters would be considerably simpler. There were numerous powerful beings capable of rivaling Marvel, and Dragon Ball was particularly impressive. For instance, the universe tyrant Frieza would easily overpower Thanos. Thus, Wu Chan inquired with a sense of anticipation. System, can the character representation pool be altered or expanded? Chapter 7, Banner's Shock, 24. The character representation pool will automatically expand once the strongest combat power reaches a completion rate of 100. The system's response plunged Wu Chan into deep contemplation. Therefore, I must first draw the Sage of 6 Paths, or the complete form of Kagaya Otsutsuki, before I can access characters beyond those for Naruto. Undoubtedly, these two figures represent the pinnacle of power in the Naruto universe. Even with the powers bestowed upon them by the Sage of 6 Paths, Sasuke and Naruto, who are known as the 6 Paths, still find themselves slightly inferior to these two formidable beings. The entire narrative of the Naruto universe is intricately woven from the affairs of the Otsutsuki clan. Wu Chan's understanding of this situation was as clear as daylight. However, what could such awareness accomplish? Would it aid him in summoning the Sage of 6 Paths, or Kagaya Otsutsuki? Wu Chan was soon engulfed in frustration. Yet, this discontent did not linger in his mind for long. At present, he was merely embodying the first character, striving to elevate his portrayal of the mightiest figures in the Naruto realm to a staggering 100%, a goal that felt exceedingly distant. Even if he were to wallow in despair over this, it would serve no purpose. Furthermore, the paramount task was to elevate his portrayal progress of Minato Namikaze to 50%, thereby unlocking opportunities to assume new characters. With this clarity, Wu Chan dismissed his errant thoughts and allowed himself to drift into slumber. The following morning, Wu Chan awoke. As he surveyed the surroundings, both familiar and foreign, the reality of last night's events struck him. He had indeed traversed into the Marvel Universe, embodying the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, vanquishing the Abomination and overpowering the Hulk. This meant that the arc of the Invincible Hulk had concluded. Next in line were the narratives of Iron Man 2 and Thor. Wu Chan began to ponder how he could leverage these monumental events to enhance his character portrayal progression. He contemplated numerous possibilities, yet realized that relying solely on Minato would be insufficient. Thus, the objective he had set the previous night was undeniably correct. He needed to expedite the advancement of Minato's portrayal to acquire new character opportunities. Thus, beginning today, he would seek out tasks. First, Wu Chan conducted an inventory of his possessions. This was an unavoidable necessity. Even Minato required sustenance, let alone an ordinary individual like Wu Chan. Upon completion, he discovered that he possessed approximately $50,000 to $60,000. Such a sum would suffice for his basic needs for quite some time. With financial concerns temporarily alleviated, it was time for decisive action. The restaurant was devoid of patrons, with neither servers nor chefs, roles previously fulfilled by the former occupant alone. Without family or friends, he felt like a specter wandering through New York. However, This solitude was advantageous for Wu Chen, as it spared him from the burdens of social obligations. After preparing and enjoying his own breakfast, he ventured to a secluded corner, once again assuming the guise of Minato Namikaze. With a flourish, the dashing and gentle Fourth Hokage materialized, and he activated the Flying Thunder God technique. In the next instant, he stood beside Bruce Banner. The reason for this was straightforward. He needed to share his contact information with Bruce Banner. The Flying Thunder God mark exists, yet communication between the two remains impossible. A means of contact is essential. Last night, Wu Chen was negligent. Thus today, he must remedy his oversight. As soon as he materialized beside Bruce Banner, Wu Chen furrowed his brow, for he had appeared at the rooftop from which he had departed the previous night, while Dr. Banner lay on the ground, covered by a few flimsy sheets of paper. How dismal! Wu Chen clicked his tongue and unceremoniously roused the slumbering Banner. In truth, Banner had already awakened upon Wu Chen's arrival, a testament to the vigilance cultivated through years of evasion. He feigned sleep to ascertain Wu Chen's intentions. With his slumber disrupted, Banner could no longer pretend. Rubbing his bleary eyes, he greeted Wu Chen with a quip. "Hey, buddy, you should have taken me somewhere else last night. The rooftop door is locked." Wu Chen felt a twinge of embarrassment. Couldn't he have simply broken in? Why linger here all night? "I couldn't. That might provoke the Hulk," Banner replied, rising and adjusting his glasses. "So, what brings you here today?" Wu Chen recalled his purpose and handed his phone number to Banner, along with some cash, guiding him down from the rooftop. This descent was not via the staircase, but rather by utilizing chakra to adhere to the wall, defying gravity as he carried Banner down. "Oh my gosh!" Upon regaining his footing on solid ground, Dr. Banner exclaimed in astonishment. "What was that? How could you walk on the wall like that?" Wu Chen cast a sidelong glance at him, uttering the word chakra before vanishing from Banner's sight. He had his own plans to execute, leaving no time to linger with Banner. This left Banner slightly disappointed, yet his curiosity about chakra remained undiminished. "Chakra? What is that?" Chapter 8. The Young Spider-Man, 34. Exiting the alley, Wu Chen strolled through the streets of Hell's Kitchen, embodying the demeanor of the Fourth Hokage. Moving with a calm and unhurried gait, he sought to encounter a random task. A random task, as defined, involves waiting for someone to seek assistance before accepting their request. He could hardly approach a stranger and declare, "I will help you with your affairs. Now, compensate me." Such an approach would be too lowly and overtly contrived. Thus, after a night of contemplation, Wu Chen devised a strategy for acquiring random tasks. As long as he found himself in a sufficiently chaotic environment, assistance would inevitably come knocking. However, it must be said, when it comes to task acquisition, nothing compares to the mission hall in Konoha. There, one can select any kind of task they desire. Without the Konoha mission hall, obtaining tasks is truly inconvenient. "Hey, you in the bizarre attire." Yet before he could secure a random task, trouble found him instead, as a bald man blocked his path. A towering Caucasian man, standing at 2 meters tall, with a robust physique and a face laden with excess flesh, exuded an aura of menace. "Do you have business here?" he inquired, blocking Wu Chen's path, who remained affable in demeanor. Wu Chen had ventured out with the intent of courting trouble, seeking tasks, accepting assignments, and ultimately fulfilling them, which could only be deemed self-inflicted turmoil. Naturally, if he were to undertake this without any monetary gain, it would be utterly foolish. Thus, he had mentally prepared himself for the likelihood of being confronted by strangers. With kind words, Wu Chen attempted to defuse the situation, yet the man misconstrued his demeanor as an invitation for intimidation. He seized Wu Chen by the collar, growling, "Are you wandering around here looking for me?" Perplexed, Wu Chen glanced at the bald man's hand gripping his attire and replied, "Could you kindly release me before we continue this conversation?" Laughter erupted from onlookers, who eagerly anticipated the unfolding drama. "I bet 5 seconds." One shouted, "5 seconds? You overestimate this pretty boy. I wager he'll beg for mercy before it even begins." "I bet 3 seconds." The crowd's amusement was palpable, rather than intervening. They reveled in the spectacle, revealing their shared depravity. Hearing Wu Chen's words, the bald man grinned menacingly. "Ah, so you truly are looking for me. And it seems you've come bearing gifts, yes?" The realization struck Wu Chen. "Robbery? No. How could you call it robbery?" The man retorted, his breath wafting over Wu Chen, causing him to grimace. "Didn't I just mention? You're here to offer me money. Let me think. You should be delivering me $1,000, right?" He raised his other hand, brandishing a fist the size of a cooking pot before Wu Chen's eyes. I do not wish to hear a denial. Otherwise, I might become irate, and my fist could inadvertently find its way to your face. Wu Chen, instead of answering, surveyed the crowd. So it appears you're all scum, he declared. The bald man erupted in fury. What did you just say? He lifted his fist, ready to strike. At that moment, a young boy's voice pierced the air. Stop bullying him. I will call the police. The bald man halted, turning to face the child. Wu Chen too withdrew his hand, which had been poised for action. The boy, no older than 10, with tousled brown hair, clutched a phone and summoned his courage to shout, "Let him go." Laughter erupted from the crowd, including the bald man, who approached the child and bent down, mockingly saying, "Little one, do you truly believe the New York police would respond to a call in this area?" The boy, clearly frightened, stammered. But the police just said they would be here soon. That was a ruse. They only arrive after the chaos has subsided to clean up the mess. The crowd roared with laughter, their cruel camaraderie evident. Suddenly, the surrounding crowd erupted into laughter, their mirth echoing through the air. Witnessing this, the 11-year-old Peter Parker turned pale, fully aware of the dire consequences that awaited him. Offending such ruffians could lead to a brutal beating and a theft of his belongings. This was the best-case scenario. If the situation escalated, he dared not contemplate the horrors that might befall him. He had merely ventured out to purchase something fortuitously located within this neighborhood, but never anticipated encountering such an ordeal. Possessing a strong sense of justice from a young age, he could not stand idly by. Yet, he was not foolish. Instead of rushing into danger, he opted to call the police. To his dismay, however, the officers dismissed his plea for assistance. What was he to do now? Observing the distressed boy, Wu Chen felt compelled to intervene. This brave and kind-hearted child was putting himself at risk to help him, and Wu Chen found himself quite fond of him. Naturally, he felt the need to protect him. Thus, Wu Chen lifted his hand and grasped the wrist of the bald thug John, who had a hold of his collar, beginning to apply pressure gradually. With a sharp crack, the sound of breaking bone resonated, causing the thug's grip to falter and allowing Wu Chen to regain his freedom. Immediately, John began to wail, "Ah, my hand. My wrist is broken." "Ah." Wu Chen maintained his hold, tightly gripping John's right hand, ensuring that everyone, including Peter Parker, witnessed the scene clearly. The expressions of the onlookers shifted dramatically. John would never willingly participate in an act with someone as striking as Wu Chen, indicating that his hand had indeed been shattered. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. Who was this golden-haired youth, capable of crushing bones with his bare hands? Such strength was formidable. Quietly, some spectators began to disperse. To survive in the harsh environment of Hell's Kitchen, one must possess not only the requisite strength, but also the discernment to know whom to provoke and whom to avoid. Provoking the wrong individual could lead to a swift and unceremonious demise. Clearly, anyone capable of breaking bones by mere grip was not to be trifled with, regardless of who this golden-haired figure might be. A segment of the crowd chose to leave, feeling the matter did not concern them. Others departed out of concern that this golden-haired youth might seek retribution against those who had mocked him moments earlier. Such a possibility was not unfounded. The thugs of Hell's Kitchen often judged others by their own standards and arrived at such conclusions. Yet, a larger number of individuals opted to remain drawn by the spectacle. Their reasoning was simple. No matter how strong this golden-haired lad was, could he truly take on a multitude of foes alone? Ignoring the reactions of the crowd, Wu Chen glanced at young Peter before continuing to exert pressure on John's wrist. With a definitive snap, it finally broke completely. The severed hand hung limply at the wrist, devoid of any wounds, yet swollen to an alarming degree, a testament to the formidable prowess of Portraying the. To crush a human bone without breaking the skin is not merely a matter of brute strength. It necessitates a certain finesse. The technique employed by Wu Chen was gleaned from the memories of Portraying the, specifically observed during the interrogation of prisoners in Konoha. It now appeared that this skill was not solely applicable to interrogation. It proved equally effective in intimidating ordinary individuals. Bald John writhed in agony on the ground, clutching his hand, while young Peter recoiled in fear, retreating several steps. Wu Chen approached, gently pressing down on his head, and spoke softly, "Child, do not be afraid. Could you tell me your name?" Since he was seeking someone to trigger a task, it seemed prudent to choose an individual who was somewhat agreeable. This child before him was indeed quite pleasant, and though he lacked the means to reward Wu Chen with a task, he was preferable to assisting those nefarious individuals. Thus, Wu Chen resolved to have this child as his employer to assign him a task. I am Peter Parker. Despite his trepidation at the unfolding scene, young Peter managed to utter his name. This older brother, however, did not appear to be entirely benevolent. Wu Chen raised an eyebrow slightly, scrutinizing Peter's features, confirming that this was indeed the future Spider-Man. It was rather unexpected that a mere chance encounter could lead to the discovery of a superhero, albeit a future one. Nevertheless, young Spider-Man was undeniably endearing, and Wu Chen did not waver in his intention to establish a task. Noticing Peter Parker's expression, Wu Chen surmised his thoughts and explained, "Young Peter, how do you believe one should deal with villains?" To 10-year-old Peter Parker, villains were merely those who bullied others. Drawing from his own experiences, he responded that one should persuade them to cease their bullying. But what if persuasion fails? Wu Chen gestured toward the writhing bald John on the ground, stating, "There are some individuals whom you cannot persuade with words. What will you do then?" Young Peter fell into deep contemplation, and after a moment, he replied, "I would run away, far enough that he wouldn't find me. While evasion may be disgraceful, it can be effective. Most individuals harbor this mindset when confronted with malefactors, and there is nothing inherently wrong with it." However, Wu Chen countered, "Avoidance does not resolve the problem. You may be able to run, but what about others? If you flee and your friends are subsequently bullied by villains, what will you do then?" This posed a perplexing dilemma, and the young Spider-Man continued to ponder earnestly. "I wish to return and drive away the villains, but I may not possess the ability to do so." "Assuming you had such capability?" Wu Chen pressed. "Then I would definitely return to drive away the villains," Peter Parker declared resolutely. "Excellent. Splendid." Wu Chen gently ruffled the young Spider-Man's hair. "In dealing with villains, if you wish not to kill them, you must instill fear within them, ensuring they dare not commit further misdeeds. The tolerance levels of different villains vary significantly. Take this bald man, for instance. He embodies the archetype of a cowardly bully. Even if he receives a verbal reprimand today, he will undoubtedly continue to torment others in the future. Therefore, I opted to confiscate his tools for wrongdoing, ensuring he would never again be able to prey upon the innocent." Chapter 10, The Little Spider's Commission, 14. Little Peter, do you comprehend? Wu Chen gazed at Peter Parker with a glimmer of anticipation. To be candid, the sensation of imparting wisdom is truly exhilarating, and Wu Chen found himself rather enamored with it. Particularly when the individual being educated is destined for greatness, it fills him with a profound sense of satisfaction. Naturally, should the education prove successful, his elation would ascend to an even greater height. Thus, under Wu Chen's expectant gaze, the young Spider-Man, Peter Parker, cautiously ventured, "Big brother, while your actions may prevent him from bullying others in the future, it jeopardizes his own livelihood. With one hand gone, he might struggle to find work and could potentially starve." His compassion was truly remarkable. Wu Chen couldn't help but marvel at this. Even in his youth, the little spider possessed a quality inherent to genuine superheroes: kindness, or perhaps one might say, empathy. However, there are times when such benevolence and compassion go unrewarded. At that very moment, the bald man, John, writhing on the ground, was incensed by Spider-Man's words of pity. His fury eclipsed even the pain in his right hand. Struggling to rise, he half-kneeled on the ground, his unscathed left hand retrieving a handgun from his pocket, aiming it directly at Peter Parker. "Die, you little brat. How dare you speak to me like that?" Bang! John fired his weapon, revealing himself as a true villain, not merely a petty thug. For while street criminals harbor fears and concerns, these nefarious individuals operate without restraint. They fear nothing, regard nothing, and pursue their desires unimpeded. The bullet sliced through the air at an almost supersonic speed, hurtling toward Peter Parker, who, devoid of Spider-Man's abilities, had no hope of evading it. In a heartbeat, Wu Chen slightly diverted his gaze, and with a surge of chakra, he lunged to tackle young Peter to the ground. Such was the extraordinary reflexes of Namikaze Minato, unmatched by any other. The bullet zipped past Wu Chen's body, narrowly missing both him and Peter, striking a bystander in the rear. Damn it, bald guy. You actually shot me." The unfortunate soul crumpled to the ground, having been hit in the calf. In response, he drew his own handgun, firing at John S. position. Instantly, chaos erupted, Others unrelated to the skirmish adeptly sought refuge behind cover. The street was reduced to a battleground, with only John, the wounded man, Wu Chun, and the young spider remaining. Such was the daily reality of Hell's Kitchen. The shops along the street promptly shut their doors and windows, patiently awaiting the conclusion of the gunfire, so they could resume their business. Witnessing this scene, Wu Chun retrieved a three-pronged kunai from his ninja pouch and hurled it towards a distant building. With a soft thud, the kunai embedded itself in the rooftop, while Wu Chun and the young Spider-Man vanished from the street in a flash of golden light. "Where did they go?" exclaimed Ba Jun in astonishment. But the man who had been shot continued to fire indiscriminately, leaving him little time to ponder the situation as he returned fire. On the rooftop, Wu Chun crouched beside Peter Parker, his hand resting on the young Spider-Man's head. "Do you still believe you would starve without one of his hands?" Peter, his small face a picture of confusion, clenched his teeth and shook his head upon hearing Wu Chun's question. "Therefore, remember the method I shared with you. It is indeed quite effective," Wu Chun affirmed, reinforcing his belief. But the young Spider-Man gazed downwards in a daze, and after a long pause, he spoke. "Big brother, you are so strong. Can you stop them? Do you want me to intervene?" Wu Chun's eyes brightened at the thought, sensing the young Spider-Man's astuteness. "Indeed, their actions are wrong," the young Peter declared. "Of course, but I must inquire. Are you commissioning me for a task?" Wu Chun responded with a touch of formality. "Commissioning a task?" The young Spider-Man pondered for a moment before nodding. "I entrust you to stop them." "Excellent. And what shall be the reward for this task?" This question momentarily perplexed the young Spider-Man, who then rummaged through his pocket and produced a lollipop, extending it towards Wu Chun. "Would this suffice?" "It's all I have at the moment." "Certainly, it is more than adequate." Wu Chun accepted the lollipop with a radiant and gentle smile. "Just stay here and do not move. Watch me perform." With a swift motion, Wu Chun vanished from the rooftop, reappearing beside Bald John. He had just left a flying thunder god mark at Bald John's right hand. Without any unnecessary words, he lifted his foot and delivered a powerful kick that sent the gun flying from Bald John's grasp. He then threw a kunai towards the direction of the wounded man, and with another flash of golden light, Wu Chun materialized beside him, lifting his foot once more. Instantly, the gunfire ceased on the street. Turning to young Peter with a smile, Wu Chun unwrapped the lollipop and placed it in his mouth, while his consciousness delved into the system space within his mind. Host: Wu Chun, current character, 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze, current progress, 28, character owned, 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze, character extraction attempts, 0 Chapter 11, arrival of the Black Widow, 24, the role-playing progress had increased from 25% to 28%, marking a 3% gain. Indeed, completing tasks for the client yields rewards, and this process can enhance role-playing progress. Although it was only a 3% increase, it confirmed that his approach was not misguided. Wu Chun felt an overwhelming sense of joy, believing that the strawberry-flavored lollipop in his mouth had become even sweeter. He then looked up at the astonished face of young Peter and resolved to impress the future Spider-Man. Having tasted success, he naturally yearned for more. Wu Chun desired to receive tasks from Peter Parker, which necessitated demonstrating his prowess to the young hero. After all, if Peter himself did not believe in Wu Chun's formidable abilities, how could he entrust him with missions aimed at advancing his character's progress? However, it was evident that the difficulty level of the tasks directly influenced the ultimate progress awarded. Previously, Wu Chun had completed a significant challenge, earning a 10% advancement, while fulfilling a task for the young Spider-Man yielded only 3%. The disparity was stark. One required battling powerful foes like the Abomination and the Hulk, while the other involved confronting mere mortals. The difference in task difficulty resulted in a significant variance in progress. If this were indeed the case, should he pursue more challenging assignments in the future? Wu Chun pondered this as his hands remained active. He retrieved several kunai from his ninja tool pouch and flung them toward the positions of the onlookers, aiming to establish his authority and demonstrate his strength to the young Spider-Man. After all, these individuals were not virtuous. They dared to gawk at his display, and he felt a sense of moral obligation to teach them a lesson. In life, one seeks to live without regrets. One may deceive others, but one cannot deceive oneself. Therefore, as long as he followed his heart and found joy, that was sufficient. Of course, if he could assist others in the process and grow stronger himself, it would be all the more splendid. With a swift series of flying thunder god techniques, Wu Chun appeared beside the gawking crowd. swiftly subduing them with powerful punches and kicks before casting them into the street. The thuds echoed as these scoundrels finally grasped the feelings of the weak, which they had once callously disregarded, leaving them momentarily speechless. Young Peter, witnessing Wu Chen's remarkable strength, was left agape in astonishment. At that moment, someone from a nearby shop suddenly recalled Wu Chen's identity. "Isn't that the superhero from the top video on YouTube?" they exclaimed. "No way." Upon hearing this, others quickly pulled out their phones to verify. "Oh my goodness, it really is the fourth Hokage of Konoha, Minato Namikaze." They gasped. How could such a powerful superhero be in Hell's Kitchen? Is he here to clean up this place? Wu Chen's eyes lit up. If cleaning Hell's Kitchen was indeed a mission, the difficulty would undoubtedly be substantial. He cast a grateful glance at the person who had spoken and began to contemplate the feasibility of this endeavor. Meanwhile, those on the ground, including the bald John, hastily took out their phones to check the unfolding situation. Then, they witnessed Wu Chen embodying the image of the legendary Minato Namikaze, vanquishing the abomination and delivering a crushing blow to the Hulk. Such power, such technique, was it not overwhelmingly formidable? They exchanged glances, each reflecting a shared sense of regret. Why had they not utilized their phones more? Had they known the true strength of this Minato Namikaze, would they have acted so foolishly? Moreover, with such prowess, why did Minato choose to go incognito? Why not reveal his identity and command adoration? Instead, he chose to conceal himself, playing the role of a humble figure while lurking in the shadows. This is 2020, after all, despite their complaints. Those who had come to understand Wu Chen's deeds and identity pressed themselves to the ground, too fearful to even rise. The bald John was no exception. Though his wrist had been brutally crushed by Wu Chen, he seethed internally with curses against him, yet dared not express a hint of it. The fear of death proved more persuasive than any words of caution. At that moment, a sleek sports car pulled up outside Hell's Kitchen, and a female agent clad in a tight black suit emerged. She possessed an exquisite visage, with curves that exuded an alluring charm. Her brown waves swayed enticingly as she walked, radiating an air of seduction. She was Natasha Romanoff, the Black Widow, an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., and a future Avenger of the Avengers. As she strode forward, she adjusted her earpiece, declaring, "I have received all the intel. I will exercise caution in my interactions with him. However, are we truly not allowing other agents to accompany me?" Natasha could not help but suggest. Yet, the voice on the other end, a one-eyed bald man, dismissed her proposal, stating, "Natasha, when faced with such a formidable opponent, numbers are of no consequence." Chapter 12. The decision is yours, 34. After a moment of serious contemplation, Wu Chen's mind was made up. Hell's Kitchen was a festering wound attached to New York, one that had proved resistant to eradication for years. This was due to a multitude of reasons: gangs, government, and the populace, among others. However, the singular most significant reason was the presence of a dominant gang within Hell's Kitchen, the Fisk Syndicate. Wilson Grant Fisk, better known as Kingpin, stood at an imposing height of 6 feet 7 inches and weighed over 400 pounds. He was the most powerful crime lord in New York and indeed all of America, possessing a mind as sharp as a razor and an intellect that far surpassed the average person. While he outwardly resembled a corpulent figure, beneath that exterior lay pure muscle. According to his personal physician, over 90% of Fisk's mass was muscle, granting him astonishing strength capable of punching through walls. And he was also a world-class martial artist. Undoubtedly, Kingpin was a formidable titan, with reach and influence that were unparalleled, as evidenced by his near ascendance to the mayoralty of New York City. Possessing such power, one could have sought redemption. However, Jean Bing harbored no intentions of cleansing his reputation. He remained steadfast in his role as the sovereign of the underworld. Naturally, he would protect his territory. As long as he existed, Hell's Kitchen could never be eradicated. Yet if one were to eliminate or subdue Jean Bing, the task of clearing Hell's Kitchen would become significantly simpler. It appears that with sufficient strength, the eradication of Hell's Kitchen is indeed feasible, provided the circumstances and timing align favorably. Undoubtedly, Wu Chen possesses this capability. After all, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, is regarded as one of the strongest even within the realm of shinobi. Thus, Wu Chen, capable of embodying Minato, inherently possesses the potential to cleanse Hell's Kitchen. The dilemma lies in determining who would serve as the client for this mission. The recent task assigned to Spider-Man was a mere trifle for Wu-Chun, akin to a lollipop in value. However, the endeavor of purging Hell's Kitchen involves considerable complexities. A similar situation cannot be permitted to arise again. Should Wu-Chun labor diligently to clear Hell's Kitchen, only to find no progress in his assumed role, he would undoubtedly be incensed. Moreover, the intricacies surrounding the cleansing of Hell's Kitchen may be premature for young Spider-Man. If he were a 16 or 17-year-old, Wu-Chun would have no hesitation in guiding him to post the mission, and they would clear Hell's Kitchen together. Yet now, Peter Parker is merely a child of tender years. Exposing him to such matters could potentially place him in peril. Although Wu-Chun would ensure his safety, it still feels inappropriate. Such a course of action is beyond Wu-Chun's ethical bounds. Thus, it becomes imperative to seek an alternative client, preferably someone of substantial means, whose demise would elicit no moral qualms. With this resolution in mind, Wu-Chun resolved to escort Spider-Man away from Hell's Kitchen. He returned to the rooftop, lifted Spider-Man effortlessly, and inquired, "All right, Peter Parker, where is your home? I shall return you there. This place is not meant for you." After Peter disclosed his address, he attempted to voice something further, but Wu-Chun preempted him, preparing to utilize his body flicker technique to depart. Just then, from a distance, Wu-Chun spotted a woman clad in black entering Hell's Kitchen. He recognized her instantly, Black Widow. Pausing momentarily, Wu-Chun's mind raced. The appearance of Black Widow signified that S.H.I.E.L.D. wished to engage with him. This could provide the very substantial client he sought, capable of assuming responsibility for the cleansing of Hell's Kitchen and offering commensurate mission rewards. This entirely meets Wu-Chun's criteria. Furthermore, given that S.H.I.E.L.D. operates under the guise of a legitimate agency while covertly functioning as the Serpent Society, Wu-Chun would not hesitate to demand his due recompense. The decision is made. Wu-Chun left a three-pronged kunai at the spot, then activated the body flicker technique to depart from the rooftop. Natasha felt the weight of someone's gaze upon her and instinctively glanced back, yet saw nothing. She raised her hand to adjust her earpiece and said, "I have a feeling the target may no longer be in Hell's Kitchen, Director. Could we please access the surrounding surveillance?" While Natasha sought traces of Wu-Chun, he had already arrived in Queens, cradling young Peter Parker, whose residence was located here. Upon locating the precise address, Wu-Chun promptly set the young spider down, preparing to leave. His actions resembled those of a man fleeing from a plague, an act of sheer necessity. The reason was simple. Even the young spider was quite the chatterbox. Once assured that Wu-Chun posed no harm, young Peter's mouth opened like a machine gun firing off questions. "Big brother, what is your name?" "Minato Namikaze." "Big brother, are you that superhero from YouTube? I remember you defeated the big green monster and the Hulk." "Indeed, that is correct." At first, Wu-Chun managed to respond to each inquiry adequately. "Are their skins tough? How can they withstand bullets? What is that blue energy sphere you use to defeat them? Is that magic? And how can you teleport? How can you run so fast like this? Generally sturdy, I suppose." "Those are not magic. They are ninja techniques." "I am a ninja." "Ninja technique? A ninja?" "Big brother, I want to become a ninja. Do you think I can?" "Also, I play games where there are ninjas, but they aren't very impressive." "Big brother, why are you so amazing?" "Big brother, doesn't being a ninja require patience? Why do you make those hand gestures when launching fireballs?" However, as young Peter continued, Wu-Chun's desire to respond waned. In the span of mere minutes, he managed to pose dozens of questions, each laden with words. Wu-Chun, who considered himself not averse to children, and certainly not to the young spider, now found himself on the brink of exasperation. "I can surpass all the ninjas you know, because I possess chakra." After answering the last question, Wu-Chun activated the Flying Thunder God technique and vanished from the scene, leaving the young spider exhilarated in his wake. Ninjas are truly incredible. Upon Wu-Chun's return, his silhouette, accompanied by a golden radiance, appeared on the rooftop, clearly visible to Black Widow, who happened to glance up from a distance. This was, of course, intentional on Wu-Chun's part. He wished for Black Widow to notice him. This would ensure that events unfolded as he desired. Otherwise, embodying the space-manipulating ninja, Minato Namikaze, he could evade detection at will. Upon the Black Widow's discovery of him, Wu-Chun noticed her probing gaze and promptly utilized his technique of instantaneous movement to appear beside Natasha. "Greetings, madam. It seems you're in search of me. Do you require my assistance?" Though they were initially separated by several meters, he closed the distance in an instant. Even though Natasha was aware of this ability from her intelligence reports, she could not suppress her surprise. Was that instantaneous movement you just performed? Instantaneous movement? Wu Chen paused, acknowledging that while it could be considered such, it was more accurately termed the body flicker technique. The body flicker technique? So, when you restrained Hulk and Abomination last night, did you also employ this technique? Natasha, sensing that Wu Chen was amenable to conversation, feigned casualness while subtly probing for information and fostering rapport. That was not the case. Wu Chen replied, shaking his head. He recognized Natasha's intentions, but chose not to expose her motives. Revealing a modicum of information could serve as a demonstration of his own capabilities. If it is not the body flicker technique, then what is it? Natasha inquired, tilting her face slightly. Her makeup adhered to an East Asian aesthetic, as S.H.I.E.L.D. speculated that Wu Chen might hail from that region. Despite his blonde hair and blue eyes, his facial features did not conform to Western standards, suggesting a likelihood of mixed heritage. At that moment, the Black Widow appeared delicate and endearing, which could yield unexpected advantages when interacting with East Asian males. However, Wu Chen was acutely aware of her true nature and felt no inclination towards her. Nevertheless, he did not harbor animosity, recognizing that she was a skilled operative, and her body served as her weapon. Choosing to remain steadfast in his strategy, he solemnly replied, "It is the space-time ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God technique. This is a technique developed by the second Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village. I merely stand on the shoulders of giants." Also, is space-time ninjutsu? Natasha pondered. Through the miniature transmitter on her person, S.H.I.L.D.'s think tank seized upon and extracted critical keywords. Space-time ninjutsu, Hidden Leaf Village, second Hokage. From these key phrases, much could be inferred. Space-time ninjutsu? Wu Chen's extraordinary ability was a form of ninjutsu related to space, and it was clear that he was not the sole practitioner. The Hidden Leaf Village. It seemed futile to continue their search. They were unlikely to locate the Hidden Leaf Village. An organization possessing such extraordinary abilities would surely conceal its headquarters or base, as suggested by the word hidden in its name. Without the appropriate means, discovering it would be impossible. Wu Chen was the fourth Hokage, and the Hidden Leaf Village had a second Hokage as well. This implied that there were at least 4 individuals as formidable as Wu Chen within the village. The first, second, third, and fourth Hokage. Upon receiving the analysis from the think tank, S.H.I.L.D., Director Nick Fury, with his distinctive eye patch and bald head, immediately commanded Natasha, inquire about the history of the Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village. Furthermore, one might inquire whether their extraordinary abilities could enable others to learn. Most importantly, it is essential to ascertain the purpose behind the fourth Hokage's visit to New York from the Hidden Leaf Village. Chapter 14. A shift in perspective in the presence of someone as formidable as Minato Namikaze, the S.H.I.L.D. organization, despite their unwavering faith in Natasha's capabilities, would not dare to place their complete trust solely in her. Remote control was a given, and Natasha understood and concurred with this notion. Thus, upon hearing Nick Fury's directives, Natasha paused momentarily and inquired, "Mr. Namikaze, may I address you as such?" Wu Chen smiled gently, indicating that the form of address was inconsequential. "That will suffice." Natasha exhaled lightly, feeling somewhat relieved. "If it is convenient, might you share if your village's second Hokage has recently devised any new jutsu? I find myself rather curious about this." This question felt somewhat contrived, clearly a disingenuous inquiry. Wu Chen immediately discerned the underlying implications. By specifically mentioning the second Hokage in the recent time frame, she sought to ascertain whether the second Hokage was still alive, thereby gauging the strength of the Hidden Leaf Village. A smile crept across his lips as his gaze shifted slightly to the spot where the defeated adversaries had lain, only to find it empty, with all having escaped while he was preoccupied with escorting young Peter. Wu Chen remained unperturbed. He had left a flying thunder god mark on the bald John, ensuring that wherever that individual fled, Wu Chen could locate him instantly, should he so desire. For now, he decided to allow that fellow a moment of respite, saving a surprise for later. Returning his gaze to Natasha, Wu Chen maintained a tranquil demeanor, feigning ignorance of her intentions, and replied, "As for recent developments, there have been none. the second Hokage has retired and spends his days merely cultivating chakra. Is that so? Natasha nodded. The think tank at S.H.I.E.L.D. erupted with excitement upon hearing this response. There was an 80% likelihood that the second Hokage was still alive, implying that the third Hokage must also be alive, while the status of the first remained uncertain. This suggested that the Hidden Leaf Village harbored at least 3 formidable individuals akin to Minato Namikaze. Is this the sole matter of your concern? Does no one care about chakra? Fury commanded, please allow Agent Romanoff to inquire about what chakra is. After the directive was issued, Natasha hesitated momentarily, but chose to act candidly, introducing herself to Wu Chun. I apologize for neglecting to introduce myself earlier. My name is Natasha Romanoff, and I am a level 7 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. In the Marvel Cinematic Universe, this is level 7. In the comics, it is level 10. This narrative aligns with the cinematic universe. I have been dispatched to engage with you, Mr. Minato Namikaze. Although you have thwarted the rampages of Abomination and Hulk in the streets of New York, as guardians of this world, S.H.I.E.L.D. cannot place complete trust in you. We must at least understand your intentions. In the village of Konoha, the Hokage, one of its most formidable warriors, has been dispatched to New York for an unspecified purpose. Is S.H.I.E.L.D. truly the protector of Earth? This self-proclaimed title, though somewhat justified, arises from their genuine contributions to global peace. As a senior agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., Natasha possesses her own discernment. Throughout their conversation, she acutely realizes that to earn the respect of a powerhouse like Minato Namikaze, one must reciprocate with equal, if not greater, respect. The analysis provided by the think tank is not incorrect. However, genuine dialogue requires a foundation of equal strength and status. Clearly, in terms of high-end combat capabilities, S.H.I.E.L.D. does not match the Hidden Leaf Village. In this context of unequal power, achieving peaceful coexistence and equitable communication necessitates first establishing the positions of both parties. These positions represent their respective objectives. Natasha has articulated S.H.I.E.L.D.'s intent in sending her to engage, and now it is up to the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, to respond. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s approach varies when dealing with a formidable organization compared to a powerful lone individual. If Minato were merely an individual, S.H.I.E.L.D. would not treat the situation with such gravity. While they would still maintain courtesy, the dynamics of a sincere engagement would not involve a multitude guiding from behind. Evidently, Wu Chen's initial bravado regarding the Hidden Leaf Village has become one of his crucial supports. The next step is to determine whether Wu Chen intends to dismantle the lie or augment it. A mere fabrication cannot remain concealed indefinitely. Revelation is inevitable. Thus, a decision must be made. Upon hearing these words, Wu Chen felt a stirring within, prompting him to reflect silently on the potential gains and losses. Soon, he reached a resolution to enrich the deception, transforming the lie into a semblance of truth. Consequently, the task of clearing Hell's Kitchen would need to be postponed. If the sole ambition were to eliminate a significant target, it would indeed be possible to deceive S.H.I.E.L.D. into compliance, especially to placate the formidable Minato. However, such an approach would yield only a fleeting advantage. Once one has eliminated a foe, the latter, not being foolish, would not allow for a second opportunity. If Wu Chen can only embody Minato, then a single successful maneuver might suffice, but that would be of little consequence. After all, this is merely a matter of perfect impersonation. Future opportunities will abound. Yet, Wu Chen is capable of embodying more than just Minato Namikaze. He has countless Hokage and other powerful figures from various realms awaiting his portrayal. With such versatility, he is entirely capable and deserving of single-handedly representing the strength of the entire Hidden Leaf Village. Moreover, the mere strength of Konoha is insufficient. The world of Naruto is replete with captivating antagonists, and were he to embody them, Wu Chen would not hesitate. In the realm of Naruto, which villainous organization stands out as the most renowned? Without a moment's thought, one name springs to mind, the Akatsuki. Throughout the entire narrative of Naruto, The Akatsuki weaves its presence, and many fans of the series find themselves more enamored with the villains of the Akatsuki than with the protagonists, Naruto and Sasuke. Wu-Chun, too, harbors a fondness for the Akatsuki. If he could resurrect them within the Marvel Universe, he would undoubtedly seize the opportunity. These aspirations fuel his ambitions. Thus, a singular, swift approach will not suffice. A steady and gradual method is the undeniable truth. But how to ensure a gradual approach? Wu-Chun contemplated the need to bolster the trust that the inhabitants of the Marvel Universe have in the character he portrays. Once that trust is established, a continuous stream of commissioned tasks will surely follow. This is the essence of a steady flow. To cultivate trust, it appears that Konoha's goodwill towards this world serves as a commendable strategy. Although Konoha in Naruto is not entirely virtuous, to Wu-Chun, his version of Konoha embodies the true essence of righteousness. However, upon deeper reflection, he realized that merely extending goodwill from Konoha is insufficient. To be precise, it is far too slow. With the storyline of the Hulk already unfolding, only 5 or 6 years remain until the snap occurs. While goodwill might suffice within this time frame, Wu-Chun's ambitions extend beyond merely convincing the people of Marvel Earth to trust Konoha. He desires to grow sufficiently powerful during this period, necessitating an acceleration of his plans. So, how might he hasten this process? After much contemplation, Wu-Chun arrived at a conclusion. Crises must arise. To expedite the trust-building process, a crisis must be introduced. When the inhabitants of the Marvel Universe find themselves in peril, and Wu-Chun, as a character from Konoha, comes forth to rescue them, trust will surely be established. Fortunately, crises already abound in the Marvel Universe, and creating one is not particularly challenging. Furthermore, if necessary, he could unleash his portrayal of an Akatsuki villain to instigate chaos. Serendipitously, the opportunity to cleanse Hell's Kitchen presents itself as an ideal moment for such disruption. However, for the time being, he is limited to portraying Minato Namikaze and cannot assume other roles, thus delaying the endeavor in Hell's Kitchen. He silently prays for his next character to be a villain. The more Wu-Chun contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. This strategy is akin to striking oneself with the left hand while profiting from the right, a win-win scenario. As for the concern of causing collateral damage, Wu-Chun reassured himself that since he would be striking himself, he could certainly regulate the intensity of his actions, leaving no cause for alarm. With these thoughts in mind, Wu-Chun finally attained enlightenment. He completely abandoned the notion of seeking out the affluent dog owners to entrust with the task of cleaning up Hell's Kitchen, a plan he had only recently devised. Instead, he resolved to begin deceiving S-H-I-E-L-D from this moment onward. Not merely S-H-I-E-L-D, but the entirety of the Marvel Universe. Raising his gaze to Natasha, Wu-Chun prepared himself, intending to weave an elaborate tale. Agent Romanoff, is it? I just linked through a mental ninjutsu to inquire about the status of your S-H-I-E-L-D. According to our intelligence system, your circumstances appear rather grim. However, it can be considered somewhat credible. Moreover, you're the first official organization willing to engage with us in goodwill. So, allow me to disclose the purpose of my visit to New York. Wu-Chun's words left Natasha, the think tank within S-H-I-E-L-D, and even Nick Fury somewhat taken aback. They had just witnessed Wu-Chun bow his head, his expression unchanged, and assumed he was deep in thought. Little did they know it was a form of long-distance communication through mental ninjutsu. Had Wu-Chun not spoken, they would never have conceived such a possibility. As for whether Wu-Chun was lying, the members of S-H-I-E-L-D deemed it impossible. The strong possess both dignity and grace. The think tank of S-H-I-E-L-D regarded Minato Namikaze as the most powerful ninja in history, with a strength level at least 2 tiers above all current superheroes. A being of such formidable power as Minato would hardly stoop to deceit. Furthermore, he had no need to lie. Though we inhabit a modern society, those with overwhelming strength can transcend all legal boundaries. As long as one does not seek to annihilate or dominate the world, the true powerhouses, superheroes, can kill a few ordinary individuals without governmental repercussions. The Hulk serves as a prime example. Chapter 16, Myths and Legends, 34. Dr. Banner gradually accepted the Hulk eventually becoming a vital asset to the Avengers. Throughout this journey, he transformed into the Hulk numerous times, often losing his rationality. Particularly in the early days, Dr. Banner's transformations resulted in the deaths of many innocent lives. Yet, did this hinder his acceptance into the Avengers? Not in the slightest. Then there is Iron Man. When Tony Stark first created the Mark II, he learned that terrorists in the Middle East were using weapons he had designed to harm civilians. In response, he directly flew to the region and eliminated those terrorists. However, according to law, did Tony Stark have the right to commit such acts of killing? Even if the terrorists deserve their fate, legally, it should not have been Tony Stark who enacted vigilante justice upon them. But what became of Tony Stark in the end? He rose to become the revered Iron Man, basking in glory and renown. Thus, possessing such inherent privileges, the members of the SHIELD think tank believe that Minato Namikaze has no need to fabricate lies. Consequently, the credibility of his words is inherently high. Nevertheless, it seems that the current situation of SHIELD is rather bleak. What could this imply? Nick Fury began to ponder. Clearly, chaosically is thriving and superheroes have emerged across the earth, making it an opportune moment for SHIELD to showcase its prowess. Why then? Would the intelligence system of the Hidden Leaf Village conclude that SHIELD is in dire straits? Fury found himself unable to comprehend this. Yet his intuition hinted that there might be truth to it, and that this situation is of paramount importance for both him and SHIELD. It is only natural for Nick Fury, as the director of SHIELD, to contemplate more deeply than others. However, the others remained oblivious to such musings, their attention fully captivated by Wu Chun, eager to hear what he would say next. After all, the presence of such a formidable individual in New York is indeed a matter worthy of concern. Fury collected his thoughts and turned to listen intently. Let me share a tale with you. Long, long ago, there stood a colossal divine tree in the world. One day, the divine tree bore fruit, and the guardian of the tree consumed the fruit, becoming the sole deity and the embodiment of the divine tree, known as the goddess of the moon. Although the goddess of the moon ascended to divinity, she harbored a deep affection for mortals and bore 2 children with an emperor. Yet, due to her divine nature, the goddess grew increasingly detached from human emotions, ultimately transforming into a cruel and malevolent deity. During this time, her 2 children had matured and acquired powers rivaling those of their mother. To protect the people and the world, they waged war against the goddess of the moon, ultimately sealing her upon the moon. The eldest son, due to his remarkable achievements, was revered by future generations as the Sage of 6 Paths. However, the tale does not end here, for the divine tree erupted in chaos. In the process of sealing the goddess of the moon, the divine tree transformed into a terrifying behemoth with 10 tails, seeking to protect and save the goddess. This creature was immensely powerful, and only the Sage of 6 Paths could subdue it. To avert disaster from the formidable 10 tails, the sage divided its power into 9 parts, creating 9-tailed beasts to weaken their strength and nurture them to aid humanity. Alas, contrary to expectations, human desires proved insatiable, and the tailed beasts suffered betrayal time and again. Gradually, they began to harbor animosity towards humanity, becoming fierce and savage. In a desperate bid, the Sage of 6 Paths sealed the 9-tailed beasts across the world before his demise, in hopes of bringing about peace. Having recounted so much, Wu Chen paused, allowing Natasha and the members of SHIELD a moment to digest the tale. Time was of the essence, and the situation was dire. Wu Chen, unable to conjure a new mythos, resorted to adapting the historical narratives of the world of Naruto, imparting this knowledge to the denizens of the Marvel Universe. His motive for revealing such information was clear: to fortify the framework of their reality, thereby instilling confidence in SHIELD regarding the revelations he was about to share. Noticing a flicker of clarity returning to Natasha's shocked visage, Wu Chun continued. Originally, the 9 seals were intact. However, recently, the seal in New York has shown signs of loosening. The Sage of 6 Paths possesses a strength that far surpasses us mere mortals. Even after millennia, his seals should remain unbroken. Thus, we suspect that someone has covertly tampered with the seals, seeking to unleash the tailed beast back into our world. Consequently, my village dispatched me, their most capable operative, to investigate this matter. Now, you and the S.H.I.E.L.D. behind you should comprehend the true purpose of my arrival in New York. Wu-chan fixed his gaze upon Natasha's eyes, seemingly locking her in a stare. Yet his vision appeared to transcend her, reaching the one-eyed, bald Nick Fury of S.H.I.L.D. as Nick Fury scrutinized Wu Chen's earnest expression. A grave demeanor settled over him. Chapter 17. Deception and further deception. This was a tale of myth. Upon hearing Wu Chen's narrative, Nick Fury's initial reaction was precisely that. It was a myth known solely to their kind, the shinobi. After the S.H.I.E.L.D. think tank had scoured the globe for matching mythological accounts without finding any, Fury arrived at this conclusion. However, the designation goddess of the moon? That nomenclature seemed distinctly Japanese. It appeared that vigilance regarding Japan must not wane. Yet, as Wu Chun, embodying the exterior of Minato Namikaze, continued his serious exposition, Nick Fury's internal perspective began to shift. The Sage of Six Paths sealed the goddess of the moon upon the lunar surface? How could that be? The 10 tails? A colossal beast with 10 tails? It sounded utterly implausible. If the Sage of Six Paths divided the 10 tails into 9-tailed beasts, did that imply he was akin to a creator deity, capable of conjuring life from nothingness? Yet, how could a god succumb to death? Thus, Fury pondered, weighing each detail carefully. When Wu Chan finally unveiled Minato's purpose for coming to New York, Fury's eyelids involuntarily twitched. One could neither wholly trust nor entirely dismiss his claims. This was the conclusion Fury reached. According to Minato's assertions, the 10 tails, once unified from the 9-tailed beasts, possessed the power to annihilate the world. Should this be true, and if he were to remain indifferent, skeptical, and thus allow nefarious individuals to exploit the situation to release the 9-tailed beasts, ultimately merging them into the cataclysmic 10 tails, would he not become an accomplice to the world's obliteration? The label of accomplice was not the crux of the matter. The potential for the world to descend into chaos was what truly concerned Nick Fury. After much contemplation, he communicated through his earpiece to Natasha. Natasha handed him the communicator. It is evident that they are aware of the remote control orchestrated behind Natasha's back. Continuing such manipulation would signify a blatant disregard for their agency. Although the esteemed Minato Namikaze appears to possess a tranquil demeanor, one can never be certain of his true nature. Nick Fury prefers not to gamble. He opts for a somewhat more cumbersome approach to nip the crisis in the bud. Are you the director of S.H.I.E.L.D.? The mildly soothing tone of Fury's voice offered him a modicum of reassurance. Such a gentle soul should be unlikely to instigate turmoil, one would think. Moreover, this amiable disposition could potentially pave the way for collaboration with S.H.I.L.D. The mere thought of this possibility caused Nick Fury's pupils to involuntarily dilate, and his breath quickened slightly. However, this momentary lapse was swiftly concealed by the seasoned Fury, unnoticed even by Agent Maria Hill standing beside him. Yet Wu Chun, with his acute senses as a ninja, was keenly aware of it. A slight smile graced Wu Chen's lips. Chaos was precisely what he desired. This indicated that his earlier narrative had not been in vain. Mr. Namikaze, I wish to confirm, do tailed beasts truly exist in this world? Perhaps due to Wu Chen's displayed good humor, Nick Fury felt emboldened and directly posed one of the crucial inquiries. Indeed, tailed beasts exist. Our village's first Hokage once battled the formidable Nine Tails and subdued it. Wu Chun spoke with a tone of reverence. The Nine Tails? Isn't that a figure from Eastern mythology? Nick Fury furrowed his brow, having just consulted mythological texts. Moreover, when did your first Hokage engage in combat with a tailed beast? Why are we completely unaware of this? And did you not say that the Sage of Six Paths seal remains robust even after many years? Why then did the Nine Tails emerge to battle your first Hokage? Wu Chun had anticipated these queries and answered each in turn. They are not the same entity. Please do not conflate them. While both are foxes with 9 tails, the tailed beast, 9 tails, is colossal and cannot assume human form. Do not confuse the two. As for when the first Hokage battled the tailed beast, that was 5 years ago, coinciding with a significant natural disaster, such as a severe earthquake. As for why you are unaware, that is simply because we concealed it. If the world were privy to such knowledge, even if most would dismiss it as myth, there would always be those who could not resist experimentation. What if some unfortunate soul inadvertently discovered the location of the tailed beast seal and successfully released it? Such consequences are not ones anyone wishes to bear. Sometimes, the more one knows, the greater the peril. Regarding the release of the Nine Tails, this pertains to a traitor within the Leaf Village. Further details are confidential. The original Hokage vanquished the traitor and subsequently subdued the Nine-Tails fox, thereafter resealing it in New York, adhering to the sealing techniques of the Sage of Six Paths. This, in essence, encapsulates the situation. Do you have any further inquiries? Wu Chen paused momentarily, harboring a flicker of anticipation for Nick Fury's response. Chapter 18. Wu Chen revealed his sharp teeth. 14. All the information he could disclose had been shared. The next course of action rested on how S.H.I.L.D. would respond. Nevertheless, regardless of their reaction, Wu Chen remained untroubled. His spatial abilities were formidable, allowing him to come and go as he pleased. This was the source of his confidence. Even if his true identity were inadvertently exposed, neither S.H.I.L.D. nor Hydra could pose a threat to him. The disparity between confidence and lack thereof was palpable. Through the miniature camera on Black Widow, S.H.I.L.D's think tank had been analyzing the individual known as Minato Namikaze from the outset. This was a technological method to ascertain a person's trustworthiness or detect deceit. While effective against ordinary individuals, its efficacy diminished significantly against someone endowed with chakra, like Namikaze. However, it could not be entirely dismissed, as it did provide S.H.I.L.D. personnel with a modicum of reassurance. Director Fury, based on our analysis, it is presumed that Minato Namikaze is not lying. Nick Fury's dark visage turned towards the speaker, his expression grave. Let us not be hasty in our conclusions. Continue the assessment. He remained resolute in his stance, though inwardly he began to lean towards believing Wu Chen's assertions. That unshakable demeanor was not easily feigned. After pondering for approximately a minute, Nick Fury finally resumed communication. Mr. Wave Wind, I would like to confirm the beast resealed by the first Hokage in New York is indeed the Nine-Tails Fox, the most powerful among the nine-tailed beasts? Indeed, Wu Chen replied without hesitation. Then, Mr. Wave Wind, you must be aware of the size and capabilities of the Nine-Tails Fox? Nick Fury inquired further. Yes, I am aware. Before Nick Fury could respond, Wu Chen preemptively continued. The Nine-Tails Fox stands approximately 40 to 50 meters tall, with a length exceeding 100 meters, including its tail. It radiates heat, possesses an almost limitless chakra reserve, and is capable of unleashing perilous jutsu, such as the tailed beast bomb. Such a size. Nick Fury's expression darkened. By the way, Mr. Wave Wind, what exactly is chakra? Chakra is a unique power possessed by us ninjas. You may perceive it as a form of special energy. Wu Chen elucidated. In simple terms, the Nine-Tails does not tire, for its energy is nearly inexhaustible. Nick Fury's countenance darkened further. Then, what is the precise location of the seal? Times Square in the heart of Manhattan. Without hesitation, Wu Chen articulated the location. Times Square in New York, being the very epicenter of the city, was chosen by Wu Chen to augment his leverage. The colossal behemoths towering dozens or even hundreds of meters in that vicinity would wield an influence akin to detonating a massive 4-megaton bomb, perhaps even surpassing it. Under such circumstances, it was utterly impossible for S.H.I.L.D. to manage the situation alone. Thus, it was time for Wu Chen to make his entrance. S.H.I.L.D. requested assistance, and he agreed to accept remuneration, all the while gaining the opportunity to play a pivotal role. How delightful. As anticipated, subsequent developments unfolded precisely as Wu Chen had envisioned. Nick Fury solemnly inquired, Mr. Wave Wind, do you stand a chance against the Nine-Tails? With a tone imbued with resolve, Wu Chen replied, while I may not rival the original master, I should be able to contend with the Nine-Tails. With a slight sacrifice, sealing it is also quite feasible. Given that, may I request your assistance? If the Nine-Tails truly breaks free from its seal, could you seal it again? Nick Fury finally voiced his request. Wu Chen naturally nodded. That is precisely why I am here. Splendid. The Hidden Leaf Village truly lives up to its reputation as a guardian of world peace. Nick Fury remarked, his expression remaining stoic despite the flattery. Yet before he could finish, Wu Chun interjected, "Now, let us discuss the remuneration for this series of tasks." Series of tasks? Remuneration? Nick Fury thought uneasily, sensing that SHIELD's budget might be in jeopardy. Although I am here for this purpose, one must understand that the ninja profession can be likened to mercenaries. We undertake missions with every operation. Wu Chun revealed his sharp teeth, stating, to save a city, even I must invest both effort and resources. Under these circumstances, requesting an appropriate amount of compensation should not be excessive. Indeed, it is not unreasonable, Nick Fury acknowledged. Seizing the crux of the matter. What exactly do you mean by series of tasks? To uncover the mastermind, prevent the Nine Tails from breaking free, and subsequently seal it if it does escape. These three intertwined objectives constitute this series of tasks, Wu Chun elucidated. Now, does SHIELD wish to offer remuneration and commission me to accomplish this series of tasks? Chapter 19, Exclusive Intelligence Agent 24, SHIELD was most certainly willing. Lacking the capacity to independently avert a potential crisis, seeking external assistance was entirely reasonable. What other course of action could they take? Could they merely stand by as the crisis unfolded? The organization, which prides itself as the protector of the world, could not afford such an action. After deliberation, the agreed-upon task remuneration was $10 million, with SHIELD pledging full support for Wu Chun to complete the mission. Now, financial concerns were no longer an issue. Utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique to return to his bedroom, Wu Chun gazed at the substantial box of cash in his hands. Unable to suppress a smile, he meticulously checked both the box and the money, ensuring there were no trackers or other distasteful devices. The SHIELD agency, demonstrating its sincerity, promptly disbursed the remuneration. With their assistance, advancing the role of Minato Namikaze would soon become a trivial matter. Securing the funds within a safe, Wu Chun activated the Flying Thunder God technique once more, reappearing at the location of Black Widow Natasha. She was situated in a speeding sports car, and Wu Chun materialized directly in the passenger seat, where Trident Kanai awaited. Considering the distinction between genders, he refrained from leaving the Flying Thunder God mark of the Sword of Patience on Natasha, opting instead to present her with the Trident Kanai, adorned with the mark. Upon noticing Wu Chen's arrival, Natasha's lips twitched. The sudden presence of another in her beloved vehicle elicited a complex emotional response, especially as she found herself unable to dismiss him. Despite having anticipated such occurrences in the future, Natasha could not relinquish the Trident Kanai, as it was a directive from Nick Fury, the director of SHIELD. From this moment forth, Natasha Romanoff, a level 7 agent of SHIELD, would serve as a dedicated intelligence liaison, with her exclusive charge being Minato Namikaze. This appointment signified that any future request from Minato could be conveyed to SHIELD through Black Widow, effectively making her a human relay. Due to the nature of the command, regardless of her personal sentiments, Natasha had no choice but to comply with the orders set before her. This exemplified the drawbacks of being part of an organization. In truth, Natasha's role extended beyond that of a mere human relay. She was also a key player in SHIELD's strategy of employing seduction and allure. It is reasonable to surmise that should any romantic sparks fly between Minato and Natasha, SHIELD would be more than pleased to witness such developments, for nothing binds a person more effectively than matters of the heart. Unbeknownst to Wu Chun, SHIELD's intentions in this regard would likely elicit a dismissive scoff from him. While the Black Widow was certainly a striking beauty, her tumultuous private life was a deterrent for someone like Wu Chun, who harbored certain standards. Moreover, his primary focus lay in enhancing his performance and strengthening his abilities. Matters of romance could take a back seat. Of course, should an opportunity for a fleeting encounter or a casual liaison arise, Wu Chun would not be averse. However, it would have to be under his own guise, not that of Minato Namikaze. Engaging in relations while assuming Minato's appearance would blur the lines of identity, raising the question of whether it was Wu Chun or Minato who had truly engaged with the woman in question. Such complexities were best avoided, particularly for someone with a touch of psychological fastidiousness. The engine of the sports car roared to life, and with Wu Chun seated dutifully in the passenger seat, Natasha inquired, "Mr. Namikaze, what are your intentions now? I have been instructed to accompany you throughout this mission. Should you have any requests, please feel free to communicate them." Wu Chun raised an eyebrow, inquiring if any demand would suffice. He deliberately displayed a rather suggestive gaze, which made Natasha feel uncomfortable. After a prolonged silence, she finally replied in the affirmative. This declaration drained her of all confidence. She was acutely aware of her role. "Well then, I find myself in need of funds lately. Does SHIELD have any rewarding tasks that you can entrust to me?" Wu Chun seemingly made this remark without intention. Instantly, Natasha was taken aback. Given the earlier display of prowess by Minato Namikaze, she was not surprised when he proposed an intimate encounter in a vehicle, and she had even prepared herself for such a sacrifice. However, the peculiar request that followed caught her off guard. He was actively seeking to accept a mission. Were ninjas truly such task-driven enthusiasts? Could they not endure a day without a mission? Natasha transmitted this bizarre request through her communicator to SHIELD. Nick Fury and the others exchanged bewildered glances, equally perplexed by Wu Chen's actions. Under Fury's directive, Natasha inquired, "Mr. Namikaze, did we not just pay you $10 million? How could you still be in need of money?" Wu Chan sighed in resignation, explaining, "The $10 million has already been returned to my village. That was allocated to community funds. The earnings I acquire thereafter are my own. Despite possessing formidable power, we ninjas of Konoha are law-abiding citizens." This statement left Natasha, Nick Fury, and the others in a state of disbelief. Engaging in street fights, such as battling the Hulk, committing homicide in public, like slaying the Abomination, assaulting law enforcement, taking down General Ross and his entourage, and instigating brawls, one individual decimating a group of thugs in Hell's Kitchen. If this was his version of being a law-abiding citizen, then surely all who adhere to the law in this world were exemplary citizens. Nevertheless, despite the banter, they had serious matters to address. After deliberation among SHIELD's think tank, Wu Chen's request was granted. A free and powerful ally offering assistance was an opportunity not to be squandered. In light of Minato's demonstrated capabilities, the task rewards were trivial, especially since a substantial sum had already been disbursed. However, concerns lingered among the strategists at SHIELD. The seal at Times Square was vulnerable to being breached by nefarious forces, potentially unleashing the immensely powerful Ninetales. The one person capable of averting such calamity was not seeking leads or striving to enhance their strength, but rather focusing on personal financial gain. "Young man, is there something amiss with your priorities?" This apprehension was delicately conveyed to Wu Chun by Natasha. "Is this truly your concern?" Wu Chun scoffed. "Do you think that at my level, gaining strength is a trivial endeavor? Since becoming stronger is such a formidable challenge, why bother with training? It is far more sensible to earn a living. Furthermore, those who seek to disrupt the seal conceal themselves profoundly. If they do not reveal themselves voluntarily, they remain virtually undetectable. In such a scenario, one can only trace the faintest of clues while acting discreetly, ensuring that their awareness is not aroused. Thus, on the surface, I appear to assist your SHIELD operations, while in reality, I conduct my own investigation clandestinely. I assumed you would grasp this notion, which is why I refrained from mentioning it. However, I did not anticipate the immediate embarrassment that ensued among the think tank members of SHIELD. With only a select few seasoned veterans remaining unperturbed, the embarrassed individuals silently grumbled. While the logic holds true, how can we possibly fathom your specific circumstances? Yet, to support a family? Has Minato Namikaze settled down? Ultimately, Natasha acquired an additional role, serving as the dedicated task mistress for Minato Namikaze. Her primary responsibilities included selecting and locating missions, verifying their completion, and dispersing rewards. As for the implementation of seduction tactics, it transitioned from being a strict requirement to a matter contingent upon circumstance. Clearly, even a minuscule chance of provoking Minato Namikaze was undesirable for SHIELD. In the subsequent week, Wu-chan adeptly advanced Minato Namikaze's progress in the role to 50%. He accomplished this by treating the tasks assigned by S-H-I-E-L-D with the same regularity as a daily commute. Each morning at 8 o'clock, he appeared punctually beside Natasha, departing promptly at 6 in the evening to return to his residence. Of course, he informed Natasha that he was somewhat particular about his sleeping arrangements, thus preferring to rest at his home in the Hidden Leaf Village. With the Flying Thunder God technique at his disposal, he could assert anything, and S-H-I-L-D personnel had no choice but to accept it. After all, how could they possibly refute him? During his time with Natasha, Wu-chan also showcased his acting skills, feigning diligence in task completion while secretly gathering intelligence, although he was genuinely committed to fulfilling his duties. This intricate layering of deception significantly enhanced Wu-chan's performance abilities. Throughout this endeavor, he garnered 12% of the role progress. By completing 10 moderately challenging missions for S-H-I-E-L-D, he earned a reward of $100,000, alongside an additional 10% in role advancement. The remaining 2% enlightened Wu-chan to the disparity in role progression between renowned individuals in the superhero realm and ordinary citizens. Tasks commissioned by ordinary individuals contributed far less to role advancement compared to those initiated by famed figures in the Marvel Universe. Notably, this distinction is not based on celebrity status, but rather on the extraordinary heroes and villains. For instance, when Wu-chan assisted an ordinary person in confronting a bully, the reward amounted to a mere newspaper, yielding only a paltry 0.1% in role advancement. As a contrast to the Black Widow, Wu-chan assisted her in teaching a certain villain a lesson, receiving a sumptuous dinner as his reward. Remarkably, this endeavor granted him a progress rate of 1.9% in his role-playing. This signifies an astounding disparity of 19-fold. Thus, the 10 missions assigned by S-H-I-E-L-D only yielded a mere 10%, for those individuals were neither superheroes nor supervillains, but rather obscure agents or spies. Consequently, Wu-chan resolved to pursue tasks commissioned by superheroes or supervillains in the future. With this decision, coupled with the previous 28%, he had now achieved 40% in role-playing progress. The remaining 10% was also accumulated within the week, thanks to Dr. Bruce Banner. During this week, Wu-chan remained vigilant, monitoring the assistance requests sent by Dr. Banner on his phone. The task of helping Dr. Banner suppress and thwart the Hulk was not forgotten. Over the course of 7 days, he successfully prevented the Hulk from rampaging on 2 occasions. The first instance occurred the following day, when Banner sought refuge in Philadelphia, intending to evade trouble. However, his attempts at restraint were perceived as weakness by the local thugs. The outcome was predictable. A confrontation ensued, leading Banner to lose control and transform into the Hulk, delivering a beating to the thugs. Fortunately, prior to his transformation, he had dialed Wu-chan's number. Upon realizing Banner was in distress, Wu-chan activated the Flying Thunder God technique and rushed to the scene. Without hesitation, he delivered a thorough thrashing to the Hulk, subduing him. This encounter awarded him 6% in role-playing progress. The second occurrence transpired on the 4th day, when Dr. Banner returned to New York. With the presence of Minato Namikaze, it seemed more sensible for him to remain in a familiar environment rather than flee. Subsequently, Dr. Banner clandestinely visited his girlfriend Betty, only to discover her engaged in light-hearted conversation with another man. Consumed by anger, he could not suppress his fury and transformed once more. This time, Wu-chan arrived just in time. However, before he could intervene, the Hulk had already retreated of his own accord. This left both Dr. Banner and Wu-chan exchanging perplexed glances. Wu-chan was quite anxious, fearing that such an episode would not contribute to his role-playing progress, especially since there had been no combat, and the entire episode was fleeting. Surprisingly, he was still awarded 4% in progress. After all, it was the image of Wu-chan's Minato Namikaze that had frightened the Hulk into retreat. Without his presence, the Hulk would have undoubtedly rampaged. Thus, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, successfully achieved 50% role-playing progress. After bidding farewell to Natasha, Wu-chan finished work early and returned to his room, shedding his role and reverting to his true self. In his mind, an ethereal voice resonated. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, has reached a progress level of 50 in his role, granting him one opportunity to select a character ability. Wu Chen hastily immersed his consciousness into his mind, revealing his current system panel. Host, Wu Chen, current character, Fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, current role progress, 50, character owned, Fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, character ability selection opportunities, 1 ability selection, Fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, 1. A sigh of relief escaped him. He had finally attained a progress level of 50. Over the past week, he had diligently completed the tasks assigned by leaving no room for complacency. At last, his efforts bore fruit. Moreover, an additional display box had appeared on the system panel. The system elucidated the character ability selection. The character possesses extraordinary powers. Upon reaching 50% role progress, the host may select one ability from the character. Each subsequent increase of 10% in role progress, following the 50% mark, rewards the host with an additional opportunity to select a character ability. This revelation astonished Wu Chen. This meant that upon progressing beyond 50%, he could also become as formidable as Minato Namikaze. Such news was indeed uplifting. While the strength of the character would alleviate his concerns, enhancing his personal power would provide him with even greater assurance. However, after the initial joy, Wu Chen realized the potential challenge ahead. If he was not mistaken, the difficulty of increasing role progress beyond 50% would likely escalate. The system did not provide an answer to this query, leaving Wu Chen to verify it later. For now, the paramount task was to select Minato's ability and subsequently draw a new character. Thus, Wu Chen silently intoned, select Minato Namikaze's ability. The abilities of the Fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze are as follows. Chakra, Space Ninjutsu, Rasengan Series, Perfect Sage Mode, Uzumaki Clan Sealing Techniques. Please make your selection, host. Notably, as it pertained to Minato during the Fourth Hokage era, the absence of the Nine-Tails Chakra mode puzzled Wu Chen. He distinctly remembered that during the Fourth Great Ninja War, the reincarnated Minato could utilize the Nine-Tails Chakra mode, which was sealed within him. Currently, however, Wu Chen sensed that Minato bore none of the tailed beast's power. Nevertheless, the absence was inconsequential. Clearly, the magnificent Nine-Tails Chakra mode was what Wu Chen desired most. It was versatile, capable of both offense and defense, with astonishing mobility. Who wouldn't he wish for such prowess? As he momentarily collected his thoughts, Wu Chen began to make his selections with earnest consideration. After a brief interval, he furrowed his brow in contemplation. To his dismay, he realized that he was truly left with only one viable option: chakra. The reasoning was quite simple. The remaining 4 choices, regardless of which one he selected, would undoubtedly require chakra to function effectively. Without chakra, even spatial ninjutsu would be rendered useless. After all, the energy that powers ninjutsu is chakra, a unique energy intrinsic to the world of Naruto. Individuals from other realms are utterly incapable of extracting chakra. Frustrated, Wu Chen felt compelled to choose chakra. Selection successful. Beginning to infuse chakra, the ethereal voice of the system resonated, and Wu Chen felt a warm current emerge within him. It was soothing, not at all jarring, and even rather pleasant. This warm flow began to swirl around his lower abdomen, gradually extending and amplifying until his entire being was suffused with chakra. What a quantity! Wu Chen was astounded to discover that it matched the amount of chakra possessed by Minato Namikaze. Given that Wu Chen had portrayed Minato, he held the most authoritative insight on this matter. As the Hokage, Minato's chakra was undoubtedly abundant, surpassing that of an ordinary jonin. It seemed he had not been misled. He had initially feared he would only be able to extract chakra. With his worries transformed into exhilaration, Wu Chen's spirits soared. However, he then noticed a detail he had previously overlooked. Since he could sense Minato's chakra, could he not directly utilize the ninjutsu known by Minato Namikaze? This hypothesis ignited in Wu Chen's mind and began to intensify. Possessing the entirety of Minato's memories, Wu Chen should theoretically be capable of employing all of Minato's ninjutsu. At the very least, he was undoubtedly well-versed in the theoretical knowledge and understood how to release ninjutsu. If that were the case, would he not be able to master all the other abilities categorized by the system under Minato through practice? Thus, he immediately attempted to execute techniques such as the body flicker technique, shadow clone technique, Rasengan, Sage Mode, and Flying Thunder God technique, among others. Ultimately, he discovered that he could successfully utilize the body flicker technique and shadow clone technique, but the others eluded him. Upon reflection, Wu Chen deduced two primary reasons for this. First, insufficient chakra control. Second, a lack of innate talent for sage techniques and the Flying Thunder God technique. The Rasengan, being a ninjutsu without seals, demanded significant chakra control, and both the body flicker and shadow clone techniques similarly required adept control of chakra. In truth, all ninjutsu necessitate a degree of chakra control. While Wu Chen possessed some talent in this area, it was not sufficiently high. However, this was of little concern, as chakra control can be enhanced through training, and he was well acquainted with the methods of training. He would inevitably be able to execute the Rasengan and other ninjutsu in due time. Therefore, this ability need not be selected. Yet, the sage techniques and the Flying Thunder God technique remain beyond his reach. Both of these arts demand innate talent. Without such gifts, one cannot succeed, and there exists no alternative. Consequently, when selecting abilities, it is imperative to prioritize celestial arts and space ninjutsu. With that, the selection of abilities has come to a fruitful conclusion, and Wu Chen has reaped substantial rewards. Not only has he acquired chakra, but he has also discovered a means to enhance his true form. After taking a moment to compose his excited emotions, Wu Chen silently intoned, "Extract a new character." System detection indicates that the host's wish fulfillment has expired. Subsequent extractions will proceed normally. Special reminder, this system is activated by the host's intense fixation. The host may, during character extraction, silently envision the desired range of characters, thereby increasing the probability of obtaining a corresponding character. Wu Chen was genuinely taken aback. The normal character extraction surprisingly came with such an operation. Although the disappearance of wish fulfillment was disappointing, this normal extraction was, in essence, a diluted version of it. Had it not been for the system's reminder, Wu Chen might have squandered this opportunity recklessly. He promptly expressed his gratitude to the system and began the extraction, all the while mentally envisioning the Akatsuki organization. Presently, Wu Chen was in dire need of a villainous character to aid him in executing his plan. Strength alone was not sufficient. It was essential that the character be a villain. Beep. Character extraction in progress. As the system spoke, a series of figures flashed rapidly through Wu Chen's mind. Ultimately, the vision settled upon a shadowy figure clad in a black cloak, with dark robes, a spiky black hairstyle, and a single yellow and black striped eye mask adorning his face. Beep. Congratulations to the host for successfully extracting the character, the mysterious masked man from the Naruto world, Uchiha Obito, also known as the mastermind behind Akatsuki. The mysterious masked man, Uchiha Obito, who refers to himself as Uchiha Madara. It was indeed he. Wu Chen was somewhat astonished. He pondered his plan and recalled the exploits of Uchiha Obito, exclaiming, "It seems fate intends for me to stage a tumultuous Nine-Tails incident in New York." However, this timing was fortuitous. With Uchiha Obito's arrival, there would be no need for Minato Namikaze to feign a contest. To be fair, among the Akatsuki, aside from Pain, the only individual capable of contending with Minato Namikaze was Uchiha Obito. After all, the disparity in spatial abilities was vast. Minato and Obito serve as striking examples of this truth. Chapter 23. The Might of Spatial Abilities. Why did Minato Namikaze earn such a formidable reputation during the Third Great Ninja War? The reason was simple. He mastered the space ninjutsu known as Flying Thunder God, created by the second Hokage. The speed of spatial movement surpasses that of any other form of travel, propelling Minato to the status of the swiftest ninja in existence. Any enemy he sought to strike could not escape, and even when besieged, he could effortlessly retreat. Other elite ninjas, even the Kage, are utterly incapable of defeating opponents of equal rank within a mere minute. In contrast, Minato Namikaze can leverage the convenience of the Flying Thunder God technique to swiftly eliminate adversaries of the same caliber. He can dispatch one or two with remarkable ease, and on occasions where the situation permits, Minato has single-handedly vanquished dozens of enemy elite ninjas in a single battle. Such formidable achievements prompted rival villages to issue directives stating that any mission encountering the golden flash of Konoha should be abandoned without fear of repercussions. This privilege is truly unparalleled. Perhaps the legendary First Hokage and Uchiha Madara enjoyed similar treatment in their time. But this marks the first occurrence of such a decree since their demise. It can be asserted that without the Flying Thunder God technique, Minato possesses strength only within the elite ninja to quasi-Kage tier, but upon mastering the space-time ninjutsu, his power ascended to that of a formidable Kage. With further training and the development of even more potent jutsu, achieving the status of a Super Kage will be well within reach. Before the balance of power in the world of Naruto collapsed, the only Super Kage was Nagato, wielding the 6 paths of pain. One could speculate that had the fourth Hokage not perished during the Nine Tails incident, he would undoubtedly have evolved into a Super Kage. This notion is substantiated by his performance in the Fourth Great Ninja War, where the reincarnated Minato, in harmony with half of the Nine Tails within him, achieved the Nine Tails Chakra mode, already showcasing Super Kage-level prowess at that time. Undoubtedly, the pivotal moment in Minato's life was the acquisition of the Flying Thunder God technique. Mastering space-time ninjutsu allowed him to attain subsequent glories, ultimately displacing the legendary Sannin Orochimaru from the position of Hokage. While there may have been some underhanded dealings, it was primarily Minato's prowess that secured his place. His achievements starkly illustrate the vast disparity in capability between those versed in space-time ninjutsu and those who are not. The same applies to Uchiha Obito, whose spatial abilities stem from his Manjiki Sharingan. His left eye, gifted to Kakashi Hatake, harbors the potent space-time ninjutsu Kimi, while his right eye retains his own Manjiki Sharingan, also containing the Kamui space. The abilities of Kamui space are extensive, allowing for spatial movement akin to the Flying Thunder God technique, as well as the capacity to draw oneself into the Kamui space, thus achieving a phasing effect. The principle behind Kamui spatial movement is relatively straightforward. It involves opening an exit and entrance to the Kamui space at different locations, using Kamui space as a transit point to facilitate spatial movement. However, despite its capacity for spatial transfer, Kamui's method possesses certain drawbacks. The first being that the steps for spatial movement are cumbersome, lacking the convenience and swiftness of the Flying Thunder God technique. The second limitation is that the range of movement must fall within Obito's chakra sensing radius, making it impossible to achieve the same universal reach as the Flying Thunder God. This is the realm of Kemi, where spatial mobility is inferior to the Flying Thunder God technique, which is also the reason why Obito seldom engages in battle using this method. Nevertheless, the Kamui space possesses certain advantages that surpass the Flying Thunder God, particularly in its application of intangibility. This ability is nothing short of divine, as it renders one immune to all forms of attack. When one's body enters the Kamui space, accessible only to Obito, it naturally becomes impervious to harm from any external assault. With this remarkable skill, Obito was able to infiltrate the unprotected areas of Konoha during the Nine Tails rampage, effortlessly abducting the heavily guarded Kushina Uzumaki in young Naruto, which subsequently led to the chaos of the Nine Tails attack. Furthermore, even when he was defeated one-on-one by Minato Namikaze due to a disparity in strength, he could still escape with ease. During the Five Kage Summit, he displayed utter disdain for the Five Kage, boldly declaring his intentions to rescue Sasuke, with none able to thwart him. It is worth noting that during that time, the concept of Sage of Six Paths was yet to emerge, and the Five Kage were regarded as the strongest in the world. Yet, they were utterly toyed with by Obito, left with no recourse. This exemplifies the formidable nature of the intangibility derived from the Kamui space. It can be argued that had Obito's Manjiki Sharingan awakened a different ocular technique, such as Tsukuyomi or Amaterasu, he would have never achieved the same level of success. In the context of the Nine Tails attack, he would have certainly fallen to Minato's blade. This is beyond dispute. Hence, one can assert that spatial abilities are incredibly potent. The existence or absence of such abilities represents a fundamental disparity. Thus, at this moment, Wu-chan could not help but exclaim that Minato need not feign defeat, for he is acutely aware of this truth. In Chapter 24, the ingenious applications of the Shadow Clone technique are explored. Even among the members of the Akatsuki, not even Nagato Uzumaki, who wields the Rinnegan, could be assured of victory against Minato. Nagato's strength is indisputable, as his abilities are comprehensive, capable of both offense and defense. while also mastering techniques that guarantee a lethal strike. In terms of raw power, Minato may struggle against Nagato, yet Nagato would find it nearly impossible to defeat him, as he could hardly lay a finger on Minato. Only those who possess spatial abilities can contend with one another, akin to how only magic can counteract magic. At this juncture, Wu Chen suddenly pondered a question. With two characters to portray, could he possibly embody both simultaneously? According to Wu Chen's plan, a confrontation between Minato and Obito was inevitable. Even if it meant pitting left hand against right, the audience must witness the spectacle. This is akin to a puppet show, where the system has provided Wu Chen with puppet gloves. Now it is his turn to extend his hands and perform. The stage has been set. With one puppet glove solo performance complete, it is now time to utilize both hands in concert with two puppet gloves, orchestrating a dramatic interplay. Otherwise, the audience of S.H.I.L.V. might question the image of Minato Namikaze that Wu Chen has painstakingly established. Therefore, at this juncture, two hands are required. But does Wu Chen possess two hands? This hand does not refer to the literal appendage, but rather to Wu Chen's ability to simultaneously portray two characters. If he is unable to perform both roles concurrently, will he resort to illusion? Wu Chen could not help but ponder this. Obito Uchiha's mastery of Jinjutsu is formidable. He has previously controlled powerful figures such as the fourth Mizukage Yagura, the Sannin, and Konin through illusionary techniques. Thus, applying a collective Jinjutsu on the ordinary personnel of S.H.I.L.D. should not be an insurmountable task. However, the grand spectacle Wu Chen envisions will undoubtedly involve a multitude of people. Should he invoke Obito's abilities to cast an illusion over the entire city? Setting aside whether Obito could accomplish such a feat in this age of information, illusions may affect humans but are ineffective against machines. Even if Wu Chen were to embody Obito, deceiving machines would be impossible. Should anomalies in New York be discovered by individuals from other cities, they would certainly send personnel to investigate, rendering the illusion ineffective. Therefore, it is imperative that both entities manifest simultaneously. Furthermore, the Nine Tails must be authentic, not merely an illusion. This truly presents a conundrum. Wu Chen raised his hand to his head, a frown etched across his face. Suddenly, he recalled his recent experience with the shadow clone technique, and his eyes brightened with inspiration. The shadow clone technique creates tangible duplicates. Could he not use his original self to perform this technique and then proceed with the portrayals? Upon this realization, Wu Chen swiftly formed the necessary hand seals to execute the shadow clone technique. Bang! A plume of white smoke enveloped the room, revealing an identical Wu Chen standing beside him. The hairstyle, voice, visage, and physique were all indistinguishable. This is indeed the essence of the shadow clone technique. How intriguing! Earlier, Wu Chen had experimented with this technique, but in his haste to assume a new character, he had not taken the time to appreciate it. After successfully creating a tangible clone, he immediately dispelled the technique. Now, as he took a moment to reflect, Wu Chen felt as if he had gained a twin brother. Due to his current chakra control capabilities, Wu Chen can only produce one shadow clone. As his chakra control improves, he will be able to create many clones, potentially mastering the multiple shadow clone technique like Naruto. Minato Namikaze, too, possesses this jutsu. After all, the multiple shadow clone technique is merely an advanced version of the shadow clone technique, not particularly difficult to master, though it does come with certain side effects. Minato, having less chakra than his son and possessing alternative offensive techniques, does not frequently utilize it. Wu Chen exhaled deeply, his next concern resting on whether this shadow clone can adequately assume the character. He glanced at the clone, which nodded in acknowledgement of its purpose, and silently intoned, "System, assume the role of Minato Namikaze." Whoosh! For the first time, Wu Chen witnessed the entire process of embodying the persona of Minato Namikaze. Accompanied by a gentle glow, his doppelganger's surface began to shift, as if rippling waves were subtly dancing upon it. This transformation lasted no longer than a fleeting second, after which Minato, adorned in a white robe with red flame edges, materialized before Wu Chen. Is this truly possible? This is simply magnificent. Excitedly, Wu Chen approached Minato, raising his hand to pinch the latter's arm. Discovering that the sensation mirrored his own experience of portraying Minato perfectly. At that moment, Minato suddenly spoke. "Stop pinching. You've portrayed me before." "Huh?" Wu Chen, momentarily taken aback, realized that this was indeed a reflection of himself. He then patted Minato's shoulder and said, "Brother, for now, you shall take on the role of Minato." "Oh," Minato nodded, then smirked. "Don't call me brother. I am you." That title feels rather odd. Chapter 25, A New Method of Embodiment, 44, indeed, is somewhat peculiar. I shall simply call you Minato, seeing as you are portraying him at present. As Wu-Chun, he could comprehend the sentiment expressed by his doppelganger. "That works," Minato agreed. "By the way, why not try embodying Obito Uchiha? I am curious to see which version of Obito you will portray. Is that even necessary? It's a masked man. Clearly, it's Obito during the Nine Tails attack, manipulating the Akatsuki and controlling the fourth Mizukage, Yagura." Wu-Chun scoffed at Minato's suggestion, but quickly reined in his thoughts. "This is me. I'm criticizing myself. I must have an issue. Let us not dwell on trivialities. Just transform and see," Minato urged, clearly understanding Wu-Chun's current discomfort. It felt rather strange to seek assistance for oneself. Regaining his composure, Wu-Chun silently commanded, "System, embody the masked man." With a swish, after a breath, Wu-Chun vanished, leaving in his place a figure clad in black robes with raven hair, standing at a height of approximately 1.75 meters. The mysterious masked man wore a single-eyed mask featuring a pale yellow base embellished with black stripes. Wu-Chun gazed through his right eye, feeling slightly disoriented. Yet he could sense the presence of an eye in his left socket as well. Raising his hand, he removed the mask and beheld Obito's familiar visage in the mirror. His left eye bore a 3-tomo Sharingan, evidently transplanted from another Uchiha. Why reveal only one eye when both are functional? Wu-Chun couldn't help but voice his thoughts. At that moment, Minato approached, gazing thoughtfully at Wu-Chun's Obito-like appearance. "Despite the scars on your face, I find it quite handsome, right? I think it's rather dashing as well." Wu-Chun examined himself, yet he mused that while he appeared handsome, he must not allow Obito's extreme ideologies to influence him. Such extremes are unrealistic. If you wish to avoid being tainted by his ideology, how do you plan to embody Obito? Minato inquired. After a few moments of contemplation, Wu-Chun resolved, "Let us see. I suppose I will draw upon Obito's experiences and aspirations. That should make the portrayal easier. Should I express my delight?" Minato Namikaze couldn't help but scoff, noting that just moments ago he had advised against being swayed by Obito's ideology, yet here he was, indulging in it himself. "Ahem, am I truly in a position to critique you like this?" Wu-Chun glared at Minato and then proclaimed, "Gather the 9-tailed beast to implement the Eye of the Moon plan and create a world where Rin exists. As long as we adhere to these principles, Obito can effortlessly take on this role." At this point, Wu-Chun suddenly paused. Perhaps the portrayal of characters in the world of Hokage transcended mere missions. Recreating the essence of those characters could indeed be a pathway. But what of Minato's perspective? Minato gazed at Wu-Chun, pondering his true objective. Wu-Chun shook his head, realizing that Minato could not yet abide by this principle, for his goal was to protect Konoha. However, at present, Konoha was devoid of even a single hair. Thus it would be prudent for him to undertake missions and earn rewards, thereby progressing in his portrayal. In other words, Obito's actions would serve as a fitting experiment for your hypothesis, wouldn't they? Minato remarked. Wu-Chun nodded affirmatively, precisely. Henceforth, I shall adhere to Obito's guidelines. If my portrayal progresses during this endeavor, it will affirm the validity of my theory. Very well, I shall return to Natasha to complete our mission. You must act swiftly. Minato nodded and then activated the Flying Thunder God technique, departing from Wu-Chun's room. Although he had left work early, Wu-Chun had actually accepted another task, merely informing Natasha of his circumstances to forego it. Now that Minato was back, he could continue with that task to enhance his portrayal. Alas, could this not mean that a shadow clone could acquire portrayal progress while the original slacks off? A spark of realization ignited in Wu-Chun's mind, but he quickly remembered the implications of the shadow clone technique. All experiences endured by the clone would revert to the original once dispelled. Injuries, memories, experiences, and fatigue would all return. With this in mind, Wu-Chun understood that his desire to be idle was futile, for the benefits would come, but so would the drawbacks. Never mind, for now, I shall have the clone and the original act in unison. Dismissing his inclination to be lazy, Wu-Chun delved into his consciousness, examining the system panel to assess his compatibility with Obito. Host, Wu Chen, current character, mysterious masked man. Uchiha Obito, current portrayal progress. 10th character zoned. Fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze, 50. Mysterious masked man Uchiha Obito, 10. Character portrayal extraction attempts, 0. Selected character abilities. Fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze, 0. Shop pending activation. Please click to activate. Indeed, Minato's initial portrayal progress was significantly higher. Wu Chen anticipated this 10% portrayal progress with Obito, for he did not entirely align with Obito's philosophy. However, what was this additional shop feature? Chapter 26, Prepared, 14. Out of curiosity, Wu Chen raised his hand and clicked on the Store tab, prompting an introductory text to appear. Upon detection, the host currently embodies 2 characters, thus unlocking the new feature. The Store. Items are available for purchase in the store, with each type sold only once per week. Selling opportunities refresh automatically each week, although manual refresh is also possible. The store is currently open. Please wait. Is this encouraging me to acquire more characters? Wu Chen pondered thoughtfully. After a few minutes, the store successfully opened. Upon clicking, a panel appeared before him, visible solely to himself. At the top of the panel, the word store was inscribed, followed by 4 items available for purchase. The offerings included a red card, a wooden chest, a blue card, and an image of a hammer. Beneath each item, there was a refresh button. Before he could examine what these 4 items entailed, Wu Chen's attention was captivated by a number displayed in the bottom right corner of the store page. It read, current amount of money held, 10,150,000. 10,150,000. This figure seemed remarkably familiar. Wu Chen contemplated carefully and suddenly realized that this was indeed the amount of money he currently possessed. The task reward of 10 million provided in advance by S.H.I.E.L.D., combined with the 100,000 he earned from his own missions and the entirety of his original character savings, totaled to $10,150,000. Tentatively, he reached out and touched the refresh button beneath the items, prompting a notification to appear. This item has not yet been purchased. Would you like to refresh manually? Note: automatic refresh occurs at midnight every Sunday. Manual refresh costs money. With each instance costing 100,000, Wu Chen immediately clicked no, confirming his understanding of the nature of this store system. This was undoubtedly a pay-to-win system. Is this system crafted by Tencent, having burrowed into the realm of money? He muttered in frustration, yet his hands remained honest. As Wu Chen clicked on each of the 4 items, obtaining corresponding information. Red wish card. Input a wish, and the store will assess its value. Monetary payment will fulfill the wish. Random multiverse chest. Requires 100,000 to open, granting a random item. Blue summoning card. Redemption costs 1 million. Can only be used while in character state, allowing the summoning of a closely related character. Weapon forging and repair. Input weapon design and effect. The system will forge the weapon. Also allows for the insertion of a weapon to repair damage at a monetary cost. Thus were the introductions of the 4 items within store. It must be said, each one proved immensely useful, yet simultaneously, each was quite costly. Wu Chen harbored a foreboding feeling that the hard-earned money he had gathered might slip away. After some contemplation, he clicked on the wish card, inputting the desire. Return me to my world, restoring everything to how it once was. Better to be a peaceful dog than a person in chaotic times. Life in the Marvel Universe is indeed vibrant and colorful, and Wu Chen finds great satisfaction in embodying his favorite characters from anime. However, if given the chance to return to the peaceful and serene world of his previous life, to his homeland, he would undoubtedly seize the opportunity without hesitation. A sigh escapes Wu Chen's lips, despite having anticipated this moment. The reality of the situation still leaves him feeling somewhat dejected. Nonetheless, he possesses the commendable ability to swiftly adjust his emotions. Since returning is not an option, he resolves to strive for survival in this world. I must grow stronger enough to protect myself. Furthermore, wealth is merely a secondary concern. As long as I have enough to spend, that suffices. Money can be earned again, but the pursuit of strength cannot be postponed. Though he feels a tinge of sorrow for his finances, Wu Chen, having gained clarity, once more clicks on the wish card and types in the words to summon the tailed beast, the nine-tails fox. Previously, he had contemplated whether to embody Uchiha Obito and use illusion techniques to simulate the nine tails. Now it appears that with this wish card in hand, Most obstacles can be effortlessly overcome. First use of the wish card triggers a discount. The current discount rate is 10. To summon the tailed beast, Nine Tails Kurama. To the Marvel Universe, a cost of 10 million yuan after discount is required. Wu Chen's expression is complex. I must sacrifice as much as I have earned. Moreover, this is after the discount. Without it, would it not require $100 million? Nevertheless, it is a relief that it can be realized. Wu Chen promptly clicks to redeem, and his available amount instantly changes to 150,000 yuan. In the state of Uchiha Bido, he now holds a lightweight card in his hand. The front of the card showcases the imposing image of Nine Tails Kurama, while the back contains the card's description. Usage: crush the card. Effect: permanently summon Nine Tails Kurama to the Marvel Universe. Times 11. With this, the final cast for his planned grand finale is complete. Namikaze Minato. Uchiha Bido, Nine Tails Kurama. The audience will consist of the citizens of New York, SHIELD, the American government, and indeed, governments from around the globe. The prologue is about to unfold. Chapter 27. The Fury of Kingpin. 24. As the sun sets, its remnants of light filter through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the top office in Fist Tower, illuminating a figure seated in a specially designed luxurious office chair, reminiscent of a mountain of flesh. Bathed in the faint golden glow reflected by his skin, this figure's imposing visage comes into view, without needing to express anger. The mere sight of his face could bring tears to many a child. Balding, clad in a white suit, he stands over 2 meters tall and weighs more than 200 kilograms. Yet, he does not appear to be the archetype of a flabby giant. Beneath the tailored white suit lies a vast reservoir of astonishing muscle, coiled like dragons across his frame, harboring unparalleled strength. He is Wilson Grant Fisk, the emperor of the New York underworld and indeed the entire North America mafia. The Fist Tower serves as his stronghold, strategically located at the edge of Hell's Kitchen, bordering Brooklyn. Even Fisk himself harbors reservations about residing entirely within the chaotic confines of Hell's Kitchen. At this moment, he sits there head bowed, gazing intently at the footage playing on his computer screen. The video depicts a young man with golden hair fiercely assaulting a group of thugs. The youth, with his flowing golden locks and clad in a billowing white ceremonial robe, wields an unusual weapon known as a shuriken. Though the thugs are far from a match for the golden-haired youth, they brazenly shout, "You little brat. We are under the command of the great Fisk. Don't get too cocky." However, the young man pays them no heed, his expression unchanging. Without uttering a word, he transforms into a flash of golden light, swiftly incapacitating the thugs, leaving them battered and unconscious on the ground. Undoubtedly, this is the portrayal of Boruto Uzumaki by Wu Chen. The footage was recorded 2 days prior, during which Wu Chen was diligently working to enhance his performance as Boruto, having accepted a mission from SHIELD. After completing the task and parting ways with Natasha, he encountered the thugs. Wu Chen made no provocations or gestures. He merely intended to walk past them to purchase an ice cream cone. Unexpectedly, the thugs, displeased by his presence as Boruto, blocked his path and taunted him. Consequently, Wu Chen wasted no time and retaliated, even as they invoked Fisk's name, showing no intention of relenting. After all, Wu Chen had initially aimed to cleanse Hell's Kitchen, and Fisk and his influence were included in that scope. It's akin to fearing that a little chick you raise might invoke the name of a rooster. Yet, those unaware of the situation held a different perspective. In the office at the top of Fist Tower, several individuals were present, yet none dared to disturb Fisk at that moment. The prolonged silence did not offer tranquility. Instead, it enveloped the room like a deepening darkness, suffocating the sunlight and all present. I wonder if my prolonged seclusion in the shadows has caused people to forget the significance of the name Fisk. After what felt like an eternity, Fisk's formidable figure finally broke the silence with a low, rumbling voice. "No, your name has always echoed in the darkness. All have bowed beneath your shadow," a man clad in a black bodysuit hastily replied. "Then why do such individuals exist, daring to disregard and challenge my reputation?" Fisk's tone turned menacing. Although the video of Boruto's confrontation with the Hulk had already been uploaded to YouTube, many have been suppressed under SHIELD's intervention. Upon learning of the situation, Wu Chen held the SHIELD accountable for a time. However, after their explanation, He chose not to dwell further on the matter. The reason was simple. The compensation offered by S.H.E.L.D. was exceedingly generous. A trivial issue, which hardly impacted Wu Chun, resulted in a direct apology accompanied by a check for 500,000. Such lavishness was indeed remarkable. Nevertheless, this check could only be utilized after being converted into cash, thus failing to be recognized by the system's marketplace. DS actions were not motivated by a desire to see Bo Feng Shui Min gain fame, but rather by a belief that maintaining a low profile would prove more effective in wielding Bo Feng Shui Min as a secret weapon. Furthermore, they enlisted a special effects company to assert that the circulated footage was merely the product of cinematic effects, generating anticipation for the forthcoming blockbuster, Ninja vs. Giant, slated for release next year. Consequently, many unsuspecting individuals accepted this explanation, particularly since the official narrative had come forward to corroborate it. Jean Bing and his associates were similarly swayed, for although he was on the cusp of becoming mayor, Jean Bing had yet to access the true secrets of the matter. As Jean Bing rose, his imposing figure cast a substantial shadow, his physique towering and muscular beneath a pristine white suit, exuding an aura of darkness and destruction. The individual who had just conversed with him immediately stood, declaring, "Though I'm unsure how that fellow manages to dart about, I believe he is merely an inconsequential pawn." "No, Lester. That individual possesses some level of capability," Jean Bing countered, shaking his head. His deep voice resonated calmly as he addressed the one clad in a black bodysuit. "Known as Target Eye. However, it is only that. Even the most insignificant of beings must be met with obliteration if they dare to reveal their claws against us. They must comprehend unequivocally what actions are permissible and what are not. This world requires order, and Jean Bing embodies that order." His words were audacious, clearly indicating that even with the suspicion of Bo Feng Shui Min possessing unique abilities, Jean Bing held him in disdain. This mindset was entirely reasonable, as Jean Bing himself represented the pinnacle of power achievable by an ordinary individual, not to mention that he commanded several subordinates with extraordinary abilities. Among them stood the likes of Target Eye, Dr. Octopus, Green Goblin, and Scorpion in the office at that moment. Target Eye, Lester, was a professional assassin and killer, endowed with an innate talent for throwing, capable of hurling any object with astonishing precision toward its target. In addition to his accurate throwing skills, Target Eye was also a skilled martial artist and a sharpshooter with conventional or cold weapons. He possessed superior physicality, agility, endurance, speed, and reflexes, making him remarkably well-rounded. As for Green Goblin and Dr. Octopus, they were well-known compatriots, requiring no further introduction. The Scorpion King, Mike Gaggon, is a mercenary clad in an exoskeleton armor reminiscent of Scorpion, exuding an aura of formidable power. However, this armor alters one's temperament, rendering its wearer as ferocious and bloodthirsty as the creature itself. Yet, this notoriously ill-tempered group presently finds themselves merely observing the exchange between Kingpin and Bullseye. Are they law-abiding individuals? No, they're simply capitulating to Kingpin's overwhelming might, a testament to his formidable nature. As for why Bullseye, Lester, can converse with Kingpin so freely, it is due to his status as one of Kingpin's earliest associates, hence enjoying certain privileges. Having said that, Kingpin grasped his specially crafted cane and stepped toward the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing silently down upon the encroaching night over New York City. He relished the sensation, as if the entire city lay within his grasp. Of course, this presupposes the absence of meddlesome vigilantes. In this dark realm, before the emergence of Daredevil, Punisher, and Spider-Man, the primary opposition to Kingpin consisted of these lesser-known heroes who, while valiant, were not as renowned as the Avengers. After all, one faction strives to save the world, while the other combats the underworld. Daredevil finds himself in a rather precarious position. Perhaps now, they might even consider enlisting the Golden Flash. Bullseye. Locate that individual and recruit him. Should he agree to join, all previous grievances shall be absolved. And if he declines? Bullseye inquired. Kingpin turned, a shadow passing over his gaze as he caressed his cane, then spoke in a slow, deep, yet audacious tone. "Do I need to teach you this, Lester? Only death can atone for the insolence of the ignorant towards a sovereign." "Indeed," Bullseye promptly replied, readying to act when a burst of laughter echoed throughout the office. Ah. The astonished group exchanged glances, realizing none of them nor Kingpin were laughing, and the laughter resonating in the room was distinctly youthful and audacious. Who would dare exhibit such disrespect in the presence of Kingpin, the emperor of this dark domain? Following the sound, they turned towards a corner of the room, where a man donned in a black robe and a yellow background mask with black stripes had appeared, nonchalantly leaning against the wall, clutching his stomach in raucous laughter. Although obscured by the mask, it was evident to all present that he was the source of the mirth. Who is this jester? Are you courting death? Bullseye, ever loyal, swiftly produced a dart, poised to strike, but Kingpin interjected. Lester, hold on. Stepping forward, Kingpin demanded, Who are you? What brings you here? Why do you laugh without cause? If an explanation is not forthcoming, your insolence will incur consequences. The masked man faced Jean Bing directly, while the other individuals in the office remained oblivious to his silent arrival. Only Jean Bing discerned the manner of the masked man's emergence. A swirling distortion enveloped the space, and when it dissipated, the masked figure was seated quietly in the corner, observing their conversation. Hearing is deceiving, but seeing is believing. Such an unprecedented and flamboyant entrance compelled even Jean Bing to refrain from openly exhibiting hostility. Although he did not perceive the masked man as superior to himself or his subordinates, it was unbecoming of a sovereign to create an enemy without just cause. Yet, the masked man disregarded them, continuing to chuckle as if he had heard an irresistibly amusing joke. Chapter 29. Fools strive to survive. 44. Lester, the sharpshooter, could no longer contain himself, even if it were not for the sake of allegiance. He was inherently a reckless individual who could not tolerate others behaving so brazenly in his presence, except for Jean Bing. With a swift motion, Lester unleashed his dart with all his might, aiming directly at the masked man's face. Simultaneously, the armored Green Goblin, the tentacled Dr. Octopus with 4 mechanical arms, and the Scorpion King, whose lower half was replaced by mechanical appendages and whose right hand bore a massive claw, lunged towards the masked man in unison. Birds of a feather flocked together. These three, who managed to coexist with Jean Bing and Lester, were equally arrogant and domineering. Moreover, in a display of loyalty to Jean Bing, they attacked with all their strength. This time, Jean Bing did not intervene. As the emperor of the underworld in New York and indeed across the nation, he was not devoid of temperament. He had spoken to the masked man with courtesy, yet this inexplicable figure dared to behave so insolently. Therefore, let Lester and the others teach this individual a lesson. Whether the masked man would meet his demise was not a concern for Jean Bing. After all, one must bear responsibility for their actions. Having provoked such anger, the masked man must also face the corresponding consequences. Whether he could endure this onslaught depended solely on his own capabilities. Those lacking strength did not deserve to stand before Jean Bing. Calmly, Jean Bing watched as his 4 formidable subordinates charged at the masked man, who showed no intention of evading. Was he blind? No. It was not a matter of being unable to see the attacks, but rather dismissing them entirely. Did they not even qualify to inflict harm upon him? With this thought, the 4 intensified their assaults, seemingly exerting every ounce of their strength. The Scorpion King, the Green Goblin, and Dr. Octopus pressed forward, while Lester gritted his teeth and drew a second dart, launching it swiftly. At that moment, the masked man finally spoke. He silenced his laughter, lifting a hand to gently caress his mask, exclaiming how ignorant they were. Whoosh! Bang, bang, bang! The building trembled, the fire alarm ringing out. As smoke filled the top-floor office, Jean Bing furrowed his brow and pressed a button beside his desk. Whoosh! The windows opened, and the smoke was swiftly dispersed, revealing the scene to all present. The 4 formidable villains, true to their reputation, had collectively struck the walls of Jean Bing's specially designed office, creating fissures that exposed the steel plating within. Yet, Jean Bing showed no signs of elation. The situation was far too peculiar. The attacks from the 4 supervillains had all inexplicably passed through the masked man's body, crashing directly into the wall behind him. Was this projection technology? Jean Bing's eyes gleamed. If he could master such a technique, his safety would be significantly enhanced. However, before he could ponder further, he saw the masked man rise. He passed through the bodies of the 4 villains and turned back to begin forming seals with grandiose gestures. What is happening? The 4 supervillains were equally perplexed. Having heard Jean Bing's words, They understood this was indeed projection technology, and they could not land a blow. Thus, despite sensing danger, they made no attempt to evade. Observing this, the masked man's lips, obscured by his mask, curled into a slight smile. "Fools strive to survive," he declared. "Fire release. Great fireball technique." Boom! The fireball shot forth with incredible speed, leaving them no time to evade. They could only raise their hands to shield their faces. In an instant, the glass of the top-floor office shattered as the massive fireball engulfed the four villains, propelling them out of the window. Bang! The fireball, measuring 4 to 5 meters in diameter, exploded with a resounding roar, resembling a splendid firework display. The four supervillains were left dazed and plummeting downward. However, midair, they regained their senses. Though the fireball's might was considerable, it had not reached lethal levels. The masked man had held back. These four scoundrels could perish, but not yet. They still had some utility. As for casting them down, it was, of course, to test their abilities. Weaklings who are also scoundrels do not deserve to live. Bang, bang, bang. Dr. Octopus's mechanical arms embedded themselves in the wall, slowing his descent and ensuring his survival before hitting the ground. The Green Goblin summoned his flying glider. Hovering in midair, Scorpion utilized his metallic tail to cling to the wall, much like Dr. Octopus. Only Bullseye fell straight down, in the face of life-threatening peril. Bullseye drew a chain-linked dart and shot it directly at Dr. Octopus. With deft precision, the dart ensnared Dr. Octopus's mechanical arm, allowing Bullseye to escape. They all survived, but the expressions of the four villains were grim. Their adversary had effortlessly defeated all four with a single move, nearly leading to their demise. While the element of surprise played a role, their failure to anticipate the ambush was undeniably their own shortcoming. Suddenly, the four of them began to feel a surge of anxiety. After this debacle, would Kingpin still choose to rely on them? Chapter 30, Illusion 14. Undoubtedly, Kingpin was ruthless and unyielding. The weak would be crushed underfoot, while those who were strong enough to submit would be embraced. And those who resisted would meet the same fate as the weak. Having been vanquished by the mysterious masked man with a single fireball, it was evident that the four of them could no longer be considered strong. What were they to do? They could not afford to be abandoned by Kingpin. This was not a matter of loyalty. Rather, they were acutely aware of the terrifying consequences that awaited them should they be cast aside by him. They had been fortunate enough to witness such fates, and merely seeing them had sent shivers down their spines. Such an experience was akin to a living death. They had no desire to endure it. Thus, the four formidable villains exchanged glances, each discerning a resolute determination in the other's eyes. They would eliminate the masked man and reclaim their rightful positions. With that, they summoned all their strength to ascend. The Green Goblin, capable of flight, was the first to reach the top. Upon witnessing the scene within, he was struck dumb, nearly plummeting from his glider. The Scorpion King and Dr. Octopus followed closely behind, their reactions mirroring that of the Green Goblin, both rendered unsteady by fear. Lastly, Bullseye arrived, retracting his chains and brandishing 6 shurikens, prepared to demonstrate his prowess to the masked man. Clatter! The shurikens slipped from Bullseye's grasp, his eyes widening in disbelief. He beheld his immensely powerful boss, Kingpin, the sovereign of the dark underworld in New York and a near-mayoral candidate, now rendered immobile beneath the masked man's foot. Not merely subdued, but with the foot on his face, Kingpin, not only a figure of unparalleled authority, also possessed formidable combat prowess. Each of these four villains had faced Kingpin in battle, only to be soundly defeated. Otherwise, given their natures, how could they have ever been so compliant? Yet now, the mightiest of them all, Kingpin, had been bested. His cane lay abandoned nearby, and his pristine white suit bore no signs of struggle. It was clear that Kingpin had been incapacitated with a single blow. What on earth had transpired? In truth, Kingpin was equally eager to uncover the events that had unfolded. Upon witnessing his four subordinates being sent flying by a fireball, he realized his earlier assumption had been erroneous. This was not a projection technique, but rather some ability capable of evading attacks. He immediately raised his cane, seizing the opportunity while the masked man had his back turned, and struck down fiercely. A sneak attack was not dishonorable. Succumbing to the enemy was what truly brought shame. However, to his astonishment, not even a ripple was created as Kingpin's cane passed through the masked man's body, crashing directly to the ground. Thud! The impact fractured the ground beneath, creating fissures that were larger than those produced by the four villains. This clearly indicated that Kingpin's strength surpassed that of the four adversaries. However, this proved to be of little consequence. When the masked man slowly turned around, revealing a right eye that glowed a menacing red from within his single-eyed mask, Jean Bing's defeat was already sealed. Within those crimson orbs, a peculiar triangular dart spun languidly. Jean Bing found himself drawn to it, as if his very soul were being ensnared. When he regained his senses, he discovered that he was under the heel of the masked man. What struck him with greater terror was the unsettling realization that he felt no inclination to resist. This is my master. I must pledge my loyalty to him. This mantra echoed incessantly within Jean Bing's mind, gradually soothing his restless spirit. Although he was oblivious to the masked man's name, appearance, or intentions at that moment, Jean Bing felt an undeniable connection, recognizing him as his master, the figure to whom he would devote his life in loyalty. At that instant, Wu Chen, impersonating Obito, was utterly astonished. He had contemplated the immense power of illusion in the real world, but he never anticipated it to be so formidable. Even someone as formidable as Jean Bing, a legendary figure whose willpower could rival that of Captain America, or perhaps surpass that of the majority of the Avengers, was rendered utterly defenseless under the spell of illusion. Gazing up at Jean Bing, who was poised to ambush him, Wu Chen pondered whether he could exert control over Jean Bing, akin to how Obito manipulated the fourth Hokage. Yagura. The thought crystallized into action, and he succeeded effortlessly. Wu Chen commanded him to kneel, and Jean Bing complied without hesitation. Wu Chen placed his foot upon Jean Bing's head, and still, there was no sign of resistance. Even if it was not the divine technique of the Ketsurygon, merely the illusion infused by the kaleidoscope Sharingan sufficed to achieve this effect. Indeed, the bloodline of the Tsutsuki was formidable. Originally, Wu Chen had intended to enter and subdue Jean Bing through sheer force. After overpowering him, he planned to enlist Jean Bing's assistance in various endeavors, such as showcasing the formidable reputation of the Akatsuki organization, an essential step in his overarching strategy. Furthermore, he envisioned having Jean Bing assist him in amassing wealth. For once the marketplace was established, financial resources would become paramount for Wu Chen. All of these were necessities that Jean Bing was capable of fulfilling. Yet now, it appeared that brute force was unnecessary. A mere illusion was sufficient to accomplish his aims. With this realization, an audacious thought emerged in Wu Chen's mind. Could he potentially take control of Hydra? Chapter 31. Jean Bing's Strategy 24. Strangely, this wild notion took root in Wu Chen's consciousness. He shook his head lightly, but the idea not only persisted but also firmly entrenched itself within his heart. Even Jean Bing, whose combat prowess had reached the limits of ordinary humans, was no match for the illusion cast by the kaleidoscope Sharingan. What of Hydra's operatives? Surely, they too would fall victim to the illusion. Contemplating this, the idea no longer seemed insane, but rather entirely feasible. Controlling the Hydra seems rather appealing. The only consideration is, while assuming the guise of Uchiha Obito, how many individuals can I ensnare in that captivating illusion? This requires testing, so I shall postpone it for now and experiment later. Nonetheless, I must admit, illusions in the Marvel Universe are truly remarkable. The only ability that rivals it is the Mind Stone-encrusted scepter, capable of manipulating hearts and minds. Thus, I promptly resolved that, apart from controlling those I wish to dominate, I shall refrain from indiscriminately revealing illusions. This is not merely to avoid becoming the proverbial thorn in everyone's side, but because perhaps in some critical moment, illusions could serve as a trump card. Though my mind was awash with myriad thoughts, in reality, only a second or two had elapsed. Turning my gaze, I beheld the astonished expressions of the four villains as they crawled back outside. After a moment's contemplation, I lifted my foot and released the head of Kingpin. Rise. Kingpin is indeed quite useful, and I am not one who finds pleasure in mocking or humiliating others, so I was willing to extend him some semblance of dignity, albeit one that had already fallen to the ground and been trampled upon. Upon hearing my command, Kingpin immediately stood up and cautiously stepped beside the masked figure I was portraying, adopting a stance akin to that of servant. This motion was deliberate and imbued with a sense of respect. Kingpin had often observed similar gestures from his subordinates, signifying their reverence towards him. Mimicking this, He executed the act with surprising ease. Consequently, Hawkeye was even more astonished. It was already astonishing enough that Kingpin had been subdued with a single blow. Now, it was evident he had not merely been defeated, but had willingly submitted. What on earth was happening here? Hawkeye's confusion was not his alone. It was a shared bewilderment among the four villains. Then, this conundrum found resolution. Kingpin, bowing deeply, leaned toward the masked man, and upon receiving a nod, stepped forward with a solemn expression, proclaiming, "This is my master. All that transpired was merely a test of my strength, so there is no need for concern." Master? The four villains were nearly rendered speechless. They had heard this title before, but it had always been in reference to Kingpin. Now, he was addressing a masked man as his master. Observing the expressions of these four individuals, I realized that my earlier display had not succeeded in instilling submission. Their faces revealed astonishment, shock, fear, and disbelief, but none bore the same submissive demeanor as Kingpin. Disobedient subordinates are simply unacceptable. Thus, I decided to dispense with further dialogue and directly prepare to subdue these four villains. I had no intention of using illusions to control them. After all, I was still unaware of how many individuals I could manipulate with my illusions. If the number were limited, it would be a waste to employ such power on these insignificant foes. As for Jean Bing, employing illusions on him is not unwarranted. His role is quite significant. However, before Wu Chun could make a move, Jean Bing discerned his intent and preemptively knelt before him on one knee. "Master, there is no need for you to personally deal with these disobedient chicks. I have failed to train them adequately, so allow me to rectify my shortcomings." Wu Chun gazed at Jean Bing with a hint of surprise, recalling the descriptions he had once encountered about him. Not only did Jean Bing possess combat abilities at the pinnacle of human potential, but his intellect was also remarkably sharp, far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. Upon closer inspection, this was indeed the case. With a subordinate assisting him, Wu Chun welcomed the respite and took a step back, granting space for Jean Bing and the four antagonists. Jean Bing's fierce eyes widened, his aggressive gaze sweeping over the targets, instilling a tremor in their beings. Clearly, their fear of him had become an instinctive reaction. "Lester, come here," Jean Bing intoned slowly, his deep voice seemingly suppressing something within. The target paused momentarily, instinctively stepping forward. Slap! Jean Bing seized the target's head, pinning it to the ground, rendering it immobile. The target writhed desperately, attempting to escape Jean Bing's grip, but to no avail. Jean Bing crouched down, his voice and gaze still brimming with ferocity. "You attacked the master twice, so receive 2 punches from me, and I shall forgive you." The target froze, his expression turning vacant. The others witnessed this scene, their fear intensifying. Jean Bing had genuinely recognized this masked figure as his master. Simultaneously, they realized that the Jean Bing before them remained the terrifying Jean Bing they had always known. Chapter 32, Chakra Seed 34. Despite the bizarre occurrence of Jean Bing acknowledging his master, his aura of fearlessness showed no signs of waning. Setting aside the enigmatic masked figure, they found themselves unable to resist Jean Bing alone. The target was a prime example. Despite possessing considerable strength, he was easily subdued by Jean Bing's strike. Instantaneously, the Green Goblin, Scorpion King, and Dr. Octopus began to stir, approaching Jean Bing and slowly bowing their heads. Unable to fight back, with no hope of escape, and refusing to acknowledge their mistakes, did they wish for death? The villain's survival depended on their keen awareness. "Do not rush. Once I finish with Lester, it will be your turn," Jean Bing stated nonchalantly. This declaration caused the 3 antagonists to stiffen, their gazes converging on the target. Now pinned beneath Jean Bing, an embodiment of lost aspirations. The truth was simple. Jean Bing's strength was beyond the comprehension of ordinary beings, while the target possessed commendable physical attributes. Akin to that of an athlete, he remained an ordinary person. With such a disparity, receiving 2 punches from Jean Bing was tantamount to necessitating a funeral service for the target. In comparison, the 3 of them, adorned with mechanical parts, appeared to possess a greater hope for survival. The target, fully aware of this, resembled a despondent fish devoid of dreams. Observing this, Wu Chun immediately recognized it as a prime opportunity to subdue these antagonists, and thus he proposed, "Jean Bing, let us not engage here. We shall find another locale." Jean Bing promptly turned, replying, "Yes, master." The training room on the ground floor offers ample space. However, the masked man shook his head, dismissing the need for such inconvenience. As he spoke, a swirling vortex emerged from his right eye, gradually expanding to engulf everyone within the office. In an instant, the once bustling office on the top floor of the skyscraper was rendered desolate. Inside the realm of divine might, a platform stood as the only structure amidst the ethereal void, where the masked man quietly observed the gathered antagonists. The 5 individuals were taken aback, having been transported from one location to another in such a surreal manner. The surroundings were nebulous, devoid of substance, and the entire space was cast in shades of gray, save for the solitary platform that rose within. "This is my realm of divine might," the masked man declared. "Here, regardless of how fiercely you battle, the outside world remains untouched." Wu Chun, suddenly intrigued, suggested, "Jin Bing, do not hold back. Let them each endure a few of your strikes. Instead, let us engage in a fair contest of 4 against 1. I wish to witness the extent of your strength." "You will be done," Jin Bing replied, his demeanor shifting as he bowed to Wu Chun before turning to face the 3 standing and 1 prostrate on the ground. "It is your honor. Come forth." For against 1, Green Devil and the others exchanged glances, while the target hastily rose to his feet. Should this be the case, their chances of victory appeared considerably high. If they combined their efforts, it was possible they could indeed defeat Jin Bing and earn the favor of this formidable master. The 4 antagonists were not foolish. They all grasped this potential. Their swift shift in allegiance, devoid of scruples, was not surprising, for antagonists are rarely bound by principles. Wu Chen's ability to transport them to this alternate space had effectively quelled any lingering doubts, fostering a sense of submission towards him. While the antagonists were cunning, they also exhibited a certain simplicity. As long as one possessed sufficient strength, there was no fear of betrayal. Conversely, should one's power fail to garner their respect, the possibility of treachery loomed ever present. In this instance, Wu Chen's prowess far surpassed Jin Bing's, prompting the 4 antagonists to contemplate abandoning Jin Bing and aligning themselves with the masked man. Thus, under Wu Chen's watchful gaze, the 4 versus 1 battle commenced. With no supernatural abilities involved, the combatants relied solely on physical attacks, resulting in limited destructive force, yet the spectacle was captivating. Wu Chun watched with rapt attention. Ultimately, the outcome of the battle unfolded as Wu Chun had anticipated. Jin Bing emerged victorious. After all, Jin Bing had previously endured a thorough beating from the 4 individuals. Even if they united to attack him now, he could still discern their weaknesses and exploit them. Moreover, these 4 antagonists were accustomed to fighting individually, resulting in their collaboration being utterly inept. They failed to achieve the synergy of 1 + 1 + 1 + 1 equating to 4, at best reaching a mere 3.5. Their mutual hindrance only amplified Jin Bing's advantage. Ultimately, the 4 villains lay on the ground, bruised and battered, while Jin Bing had only sustained minor injuries, with a few drops of blood seeping from certain areas and his clothing slightly torn. Otherwise, he remained largely unscathed. Quite commendable. Wu Chen approached Jin Bing and gently patted him on the shoulder. Jin Bing instinctively bent down to allow Wu Chun better access for the path. Truth be told, had Jin Bing genuinely submitted to Wu Chun, the latter might have considered bestowing upon him chakra seeds. Chakra seeds are substances that enable the human body to generate chakra. After all, with Wu Chen's wish card, he could procure such items if he was willing to spend the necessary resources. However, it was precisely because Jin Bing was currently under control that he submitted so sincerely. Suddenly struck by an idea, Wu Chen contemplated briefly. Yet, this was not the moment for such musings. Thus, he teleported himself and the 4 individuals out of the Kimyui space. Upon returning to the office, the 4 battered villains immediately forced themselves to their feet, enduring their pain, and bowed their heads respectfully to Wu Chun. Wu Chun lightly nodded, then instructed Jin Bing, "Let them tend to their wounds. Once they are bandaged, they may return." Jin Bing promptly complied with Wu Chen's directive. However, just as he prepared to address his own injuries, Wu Chen stopped him. With a snap of his fingers, Wu Chun dispelled Jin Bing's illusion. "Jin Bing, I shall say this only once. Listen carefully to what I have to say. Otherwise, you will forever lose your sense of self and the opportunity to become more powerful." Jin Bing, who had been ready to rebel, froze in place. Having regained his senses, he was reluctant to refer to Wu Chen as his master. For even the emperor of the underworld possessed his own dignity. Yet, an unsettling premonition washed over him. If he were to resist now, he might forfeit something of immense importance to him. This sense of loss and gain compelled Jinbing to unclench his fists. Observing this, Wu Chen's lips curled slightly beneath his mask, and he continued, "Do you understand why I possess such strength and can perform those extraordinary feats?" Jinbing remained silent, resembling a closed book. Wu Chen, seeing no need to rush, channeled chakra into his feet and ascended the office wall, ultimately standing on the ceiling, facing Jinbing directly. "It is because I wield a power known as chakra." "Chakra?" Jinbing finally spoke, curiosity piqued. "What is that?" Wu Chen did not respond directly. Instead, he approached the computer and pointed at the video displayed on the screen, saying, "Allow me to elucidate the reason behind my earlier amusement. This man, even I cannot guarantee victory over him, and yet you dare to label him as a mere insignificant pawn. Should I not find this amusing?" Jinbing remained silent, his gaze fixed on the image of Minato Namikaze on the screen, disbelief evident in his eyes. Wu Chen offered no further explanation, but instead opened another video, one showcasing his initial confrontation with the Abomination and Hulk. "Do you truly believe this is merely cinematic special effects?" Jinbing instinctively retorted. Wu Chen shook his head, asserting, "This exemplifies Minato Namikaze's prowess. He wields the same chakra as I do. The abilities he employs, be it the instantaneous teleportation of the Flying Thunder God technique or the spiraling sphere radiating blue energy, are all forms of ninjutsu. Ninjutsu requires chakra as its driving force. Crucially, when an individual possesses chakra, they become capable of learning ninjutsu, ultimately transforming into a formidable power. Jinbing, in my eyes, you are inconsequential, and the reason is simple. You are but an ordinary person. In our world of ninjas, even a moderately skilled genin could easily overpower you. Now, I extend to you an opportunity. I shall bestow upon you chakra and instruct you in some ninjutsu. Will you submit to my authority?" This offer presented Jinbing with a chance to possess his own intellect and enhance his strength. Such a proposition was not initially part of Wu Chen's plan, but rather a spontaneous decision. However, should Jinbing sincerely choose to submit, it would indeed enhance the Akatsuki with a capable outer member. Wu Chen believed that no matter what, Jinbing could not rise to prominence. Hence, granting him some power was of little consequence. After all, to win someone over, a mere stick is insufficient. One must also offer sweet rewards. With that, Wu Chen nonchalantly seated himself in Jinbing's chair, rummaging through his drawers as he awaited his response. Jinbing did not hinder Wu Chen's actions. Instead, he lowered his head, contemplating the situation with earnest seriousness. Yet, the path before him was singular, to yield to the masked man before him. Should he refuse, he would lose his self-awareness and be compelled to submit. Conversely, by submitting, he would retain his consciousness and gain a means to grow stronger, the only cost being his freedom, becoming a subordinate of this enigmatic figure. How long had it been since he had been someone's subordinate? Back then, Jinbing had just joined a gang, still under the command of a leader. Through his bold and combative nature, coupled with formidable strength and keen intellect, he had gradually ascended to his current status. Now, however, Jinbing found himself at an impasse, unable to discern a method to continue his growth. To be precise, he could no longer identify a means to become stronger without altering his very essence. If he were willing to transform himself, Jinbing would have long since become a grotesque figure. Minutes later, he knelt on one knee, slowly bowing his head. "Master, I hope you can bestow upon me strength." Chapter 34. The Cage Bird 14. To be frank, Jinbing's current submission is certainly not the sincere kind that is induced by illusionary control. Rather, it is the capitulation of the weak to the strong. One could argue that the kind of complete surrender akin to being manipulated by an illusion, save for those rigorously trained as death warriors from a young age, is nearly impossible to achieve with others. Therefore, Wu Chen remained vigilant. Observing the bowed Jinbing before him, he spoke coolly, "Lift your head, do not resist." As Jinbing raised his gaze, he saw the masked figure before him forming intricate hand seals. With a resounding clap, Wu Chen struck Jinbing's head, unleashing chakra, enveloping him in a shroud of black inscriptions. The inscriptions were convoluted and indecipherable, and Jinbing, despite exhausting all his knowledge, could not recognize a single one. Wu Chen paid no heed to Jin Bing's actions, focusing intently on his incantation, until ultimately, all the inscriptions converged upon Jin Bing's forehead, where a peculiar pattern materialized. This technique is known as the caged bird. Under normal circumstances, it poses no issue and can even assist in enhancing chakra during training. However, once triggered, it will render one's existence a living torment. This safeguard is also the mark I bestow upon you. So, Jin Bing, you know what to do from here on out, do you not? After being resurrected by the elderly Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Bito acquired a wealth of knowledge, including sealing techniques. Otherwise, he would not have been able to perform the beast sealing technique known as the illusionary Dragon 9 seals. Thus, Obito's proficiency in sealing techniques is quite commendable. Among the sealing texts imparted to him by Madara was the account of the caged bird. The caged bird is a formidable and tyrannical means employed by the Hyuga clan's main family to control the branch family. After witnessing it years ago, Obito had taken the time to learn it, though he never found the opportunity to utilize it. Now, Wu Chen found the perfect moment to apply it. However, the caged bird he employed diverged from the original version. The original caged bird targeted the eyes, protecting the Byakugan from theft by outsiders. In contrast, the version Wu Chen utilized was modified on-site, aimed at the brain. Using Jin Bing as a test subject, he unexpectedly achieved success. Should anyone attempt to interfere with Jin Bing's brain, it would automatically incinerate itself. Alternatively, Wu Chen could activate the caged bird to inflict pain, incinerating Jin Bing's brain, which is another application. The reason for this complicated approach, rather than simply continuing to control Jin Bing with illusions, is Wu Chen's concern regarding the limitations of controlling multiple individuals simultaneously with illusions. Hence, if he must employ illusions, he would rather use them on those who are utterly unyielding. For individuals like Jin Bing, who may be amenable to submission, he opted to utilize the caged bird for control. Indeed, after listening to Wu Chen's explanation, Jin Bing's submission deepened significantly. Master, your will is my command. I shall strive valiantly for you. Acutely aware of the mark on his forehead, Jin Bing dared not entertain any dissenting thoughts. Simultaneously, he felt a twinge of reflection, ultimately yielding to the individual before him. However, this masked figure possessed considerable strength, which was not entirely unacceptable. Excellent. Wu Chen nodded with a smile. There is no need to address me as master. Simply refer to me as sir. From this day forward, you shall be an outer member of the Akatsuki organization. Akatsuki? Jin Bing pondered in confusion. Before dawn lies darkness. In the moment when the ink black reaches its zenith, the dawn breaks. We, the Akatsuki, aspire to herald the dawn of the world, bringing peace and light to this realm. Wu Chen earnestly articulated the principles of the Akatsuki, a philosophy he genuinely endorsed. Yet, following Yahiko's demise and Nagato's manipulation by Obito, the Akatsuki had metamorphosed into a nefarious entity within the Naruto universe. Now, with the re-establishment of the Akatsuki, Wu Chen intended to repurpose this ideology. Upon hearing this concept, Jin Bing's gaze momentarily drifted. Had he not once harbored similar ideals? Yet, life's burdens had driven him to join the underworld for survival. In hindsight, the organization to which he pledged allegiance did not seem to be an overtly malevolent one. No, merely based on Sir's modus operandi and methods. It was evident that the Akatsuki was no legitimate organization. What legitimate entity would resort to direct control upon mere disagreement? Subsequently, Wu Chen's actions substantiated this notion. He instructed Jin Bing to retrieve cash from the safe. Jin Bing internally grumbled, but complied nonetheless. Soon, stacks of dollars adorned the office desk, amounting to no less than 5 or 6 million. This money now belongs to me, Wu Chen remarked, casting a glance at Jin Bing, who nodded in immediate agreement. Consequently, Wu Chen's consciousness delved into the system space. Witnessing the progress of his portrayal of Uchiha Bito, which had increased by 2%. Though modest, this indicated that Wu Chen's approach was not flawed. The portrayal of a ninja encompassed not only undertaking missions, but also achieving the objectives of those roles. Satisfied, Wu Chen opened the system store. Noticing the figure in the bottom right corner, $6 million. Jin Bing certainly had considerable wealth. Wu Chen mused briefly before collecting all the banknotes into the Kamui space, which could also function as a storage area, a notion that had just occurred to him. Ignoring Jin Bin's peculiar gaze, Wu Chun activated the red wish card, employing the manual refresh feature. In a flash, 100,000 in cash vanished, and the red wish card was available for use once more. Wu Chun input the command to generate chakra seeds capable of birthing chakra. The discount has expired, and the wish card has been successfully utilized. The chakra seed, which enables individuals devoid of chakra to acquire it, costs a staggering $1 million. $1 million for a single chakra seed? Quite exorbitant. Nevertheless, Wu Chun gritted his teeth and redeemed it, as it was not his own money. Remaining balance, 505 million. Suddenly, a blue orb, the size of a thumbnail, materialized in Wu Chen's hand. Upon touching the orb, its usage instructions appeared before his eyes. Usage method, simply swallow it. At that moment, a knock echoed at the office door. It was the voices of the 4 antagonists who had just gone to tend to their wounds. We're back. Wu Chun raised an eyebrow, glancing at Jin Bin. He thought this was an opportune moment to set an example and invited the 4 antagonists in. Come in. With a click, the Green Demon, Target Eye, and others entered in succession, and they immediately spotted the blue orb in Wu Chen's hand. What is this? Target Eye, having been thoroughly impressed by Wu Chun, was the first to inquire. Do not address me so. Call me Master. Wu Chun corrected their form of address before continuing. This is a seed of power, granting the consumer abilities akin to mine. Abilities akin to yours. Target Eye, Green Demon, and the others exchanged glances, their minds racing with the recollection of Wu Chen's recent exploits, a wave of exhilaration washing over them. Master, whom do you intend to bestow this seed upon? Target Eye inquired eagerly, envisioning how the spatial abilities could enhance his throwing techniques, undoubtedly rendering him far more formidable. The others, too, wore expressions of envy, clearly yearning for powers akin to those of the masked man. However, they mistakenly assumed that the power Wu Chun referred to was the ability to manipulate space. Wu Chun, aware of their misconception, chuckled softly and said, "Of course, it is for my loyal Wilson." With that, Wu Chun gestured for Jin Bin to open his mouth, and he tossed the blue orb inside. As soon as the orb entered his body, Jin Bin felt a wave of warmth envelop him, reminiscent of his mother's embrace during childhood. Subsequently, a peculiar energy manifested within him. Master, is this chakra? Jin Bin exclaimed, a blue aura forming around his hands, indicating that he had successfully channeled chakra into his palms. Wu Chun was somewhat taken aback. Jin Bin's control over chakra was impressive, allowing him to manipulate it immediately after acquisition. Jin Bin ascended to the ceiling. At the command, Jin Bin's agile eyes scanned the surroundings, and he redirected the chakra from his hands to his feet. Then, under the watchful gaze of Target Eye, Green Demon, and the others, the robust Jin Bin began to walk up the wall, defying gravity at a right angle. Upon reaching the ceiling, as he placed his feet upon it, the chakra abruptly dissipated. With a thud, Jin Bin gasped for breath, twisting his body mid-air before ultimately kneeling gracefully upon the ground, avoiding any embarrassment. Upon witnessing this, Wu Chun remarked, "Your chakra has only recently come into existence, and its quantity is quite limited. You must engage in extensive training to cultivate it further. I possess a method for refining chakra, as well as the foundational ninja techniques. Take these and practice." The fundamental ninja techniques consist of 3, the body replacement technique, the transformation technique, and the shadow clone technique. However, Wu Chun only imparted 2 techniques, the body replacement and the shadow clone techniques. The rationale behind this is simple. The transformation technique is overly complex, allowing one to assume the appearance of another, akin to a diminished version of Mystique's formidable power. How troublesome is Mystique, you might wonder? Although the Marvel Cinematic Universe lacks mutants, Wu Chun has viewed films from the mutant universe. In those narratives, Mystique effortlessly manipulates a formidable cadre of mutants, relying on her unparalleled ability to disguise herself. While the transformation technique does not rival Mystique's prowess, it can still allow one to take on another's form. In a world predominantly inhabited by ordinary individuals, the capacity to transform is immensely advantageous. Such power, Wu Chun preferred to keep for himself. With that said, Wu Chun created a new document on Jin Bin's computer and inscribed the aforementioned techniques within. Oh, and remember, this is not to be disclosed. Furthermore, procure me 10 million in cash. Upon hearing this, Jinbin promptly nodded and immediately picked up the phone to make arrangements. He exhibited no reluctance, for he had just experienced the formidable nature of chakra firsthand. Setting aside the ninja techniques, the mere existence of chakra was already astonishing. His leaping abilities had significantly enhanced, his running speed had similarly increased, and even his strength had grown considerably. The most crucial aspect was that possessing chakra rendered the terrain irrelevant. He could scale walls and hang from ceilings like a spider. The only shortcoming was his inability to fly. The method for refining chakra and the two foundational ninja techniques that the adult had just mentioned were of utmost importance. While chakra was indeed remarkable, it was insufficient in its current state. It needed to be augmented. Moreover, if the mere essence of chakra was so extraordinary, what were the ninja techniques that utilized it? Jinbin considered the 10 million as a payment for the chakra refining method and the two techniques, an investment of great value. Indeed, which brought him immense joy. With elation, Jinbin willingly handed over the money. While the others finally understood that they had misinterpreted Wu Chen's words about bestowing him with power. It was not a matter of spatial abilities, but rather a power known as chakra. Yet even chakra was a force capable of transcending the ordinary. The four antagonists exchanged glances, each perceiving a shared yearning in the other's eyes. Target, I was pushed forward as their representative, stepping forward and bowing his head. Sir, might you also grant us the seeds of chakra? Though they were formidable villains, they possessed only physical strength and mechanical prowess. This method of advancement is not inherently flawed. Rather, it differs from the approach of generating energy within the body based on progressive energy enhancement. Each method possesses its own advantages and disadvantages, and it is not accurate to claim that the method of energy evolution is invincible, capable of overwhelming all and adaptable to anyone. Take, for instance, the genius mechanic Tony Stark. Would his endeavor to cultivate chakra truly be appropriate? Mastering chakra is not a task that yields results through sporadic efforts. It demands relentless diligence and unwavering commitment to bear fruit. If Iron Man Tony Stark were genuinely to pursue chakra cultivation, would that not hinder the evolution of his Mark Series armors? In such a scenario, could Iron Man still stand shoulder to shoulder with deities in his mortal form? Thus, chakra is not suited for a mechanical prodigy like Stark. Conversely, individuals like Hawkeye and Green Goblin are far more compatible with chakra. They recognize that they have reached the limits of their original domains, akin to the physical combat prowess of Captain America, which is why they are so exhilarated to discover a new means to enhance their strength. However, does suitability imply entitlement? Wu Chun cast a glance at the four antagonists, having internally sentenced them to a metaphorical death. This death sentence does not imply their demise, but rather that the seeds of chakra would remain forever out of their reach, at least for now. Some things, easily obtained, lose their significance, much like the carrot dangled before a donkey. If the donkey could effortlessly reach it, would it continue to toil? At this moment, Wu Chen intended to dangle the chakra seeds like a carrot before these four donkeys. However, before that, they must behave accordingly. To receive the chakra seeds is a privilege. If they demand it, the nature of the exchange shifts entirely. Boom! The exposed kaleidoscopic Sharingan in his right eye began to rotate slowly, emanating an overwhelming aura directed straight at the four villains. Are you demanding something from me? Thud! Hawkeye was the first to buckle under the pressure, collapsing to the ground. My lord, that was not my intention. They compelled me. The Green Goblin and the others, having been betrayed by Hawkeye, cursed under their breath before promptly kneeling as well. My lord, I too had no such intent. It was the Scorpion King and Dr. Octopus's idea. Dr. Octopus immediately protested. My lord, I never considered such a thing. Whether or not you grant the seed of power, or to whom it is given, is a privilege for the recipient. And we, as your subordinates, should humbly accept it. Therefore, these ideas were solely the Scorpion King's. Scorpion King, meow meow meow. My lord, this is unjust. The mechanical eight-legged apparatus of the Scorpion King immediately slumped, and even though dark thoughts lingered in his mind, his instinct for survival firmly suppressed them, showing no sign of relent. Observing the spinelessness of the four, Wu Chen couldn't help but blink. Although he originally intended to subdue them, he did not anticipate their immediate submission, especially in such a cowardly manner. Having witnessed the attainment of his objective, Wu Chen lost any desire to assert his authority further. Consider yourselves fortunate this time. There shall be no next occasion. As for the chakra seed, it could be bestowed upon them, contingent upon their conduct. The 4 members of the Green Demon Gang erupted in joyful exuberance, initially fearing they had failed, only to discover a glimmer of hope. Was it not merely a matter of servitude? Who could not play the role of a lackey? Moreover, it was quite unexpected that Jin Bing, with his prominent brows and expressive eyes, had anticipated this turn of events, leading him to readily acknowledge Wu Chen as his master. How cunning! Observing their delight, Wu Chen's expression hardened, and he admonished, "Should you not express your gratitude to the master?" The 4 villains quickly snapped to attention, offering their thanks. Wu Chen waved his hand dismissively, feigning indifference. With their allegiance established, it was time for them to fulfill their duties. Chapter 37. Within the Lair, 44. The purpose of Wu Chen's expedition was to subjugate the New York underworld, leveraging its intelligence network to uncover the location of the sealing site. Yet, this was not his ultimate aim. Rather, he sought to dominate the underworld and orchestrate the entire scenario. He intended to inform the outside world, specifically SHIELD, and various national governments, of a hidden force lurking in the shadows, coveting the tailed beasts described by the Sage of the Winds. He aimed to convince the world that tailed beasts were a tangible reality, inherently invincible against ordinary humans. Once they accepted this notion, Wu Chen would find it considerably easier to advance the progress of any character from the Naruto universe he chose to embody. Though the initial steps seemed laborious, they were merely groundwork for future endeavors. The true climax would emerge from this careful preparation. Understanding this, Wu Chen remained patient, taking his time with Jin Bing. Having only arrived less than half an hour prior, ample time remained. He was not in haste to depart. Rather, he was finalizing the preparations for the prologue. This involved instructing Jin Bing and his associates to seek the sealing location of the Nine-Tails Fox. According to Wu Chen's design, the Akatsuki's masked man was unaware of the precise sealing site of the Nine Tails. They merely knew it was somewhere in New York, without any specifics. Thus, he sought the aid of the underworld's emperor, Jin Bing, to harness the locals' influence in locating the Nine-Tails seal. After assigning this task to Jin Bing and his companions, Wu Chen elaborated slightly on the power of the tailed beasts. Instantly, astonishment crossed their faces. As the master had elucidated, these tailed beasts were akin to reusable, sentient nuclear warheads, and one such beast was sealed right here in New York. The Akatsuki's interest in the tailed beasts was not without strategy. It is well known that human sorrows and joys are not universally understood. Some may laugh heartily, while others merely perceive it as noise. Such simple contradictions can ultimately evolve into conflicts between nations. Desire and greed are indeed the pivotal forces that instigate the outbreak of wars. Take, for instance, the United States invasion of Iraq. The justification cited was a rather absurd pretext of combating terrorism. But was it truly about counterterrorism? Iraq, located in the Middle East, is endowed with abundant oil resources, and the United States, being a significant consumer of oil, seized the opportunity post 9/11 to enter Iraqi territory under the guise of fighting terrorism. Thus, there arises a need for a regulator to oversee this entire scenario. The regulator wields formidable weapons, capable of obliterating a nation in an instant. This fear of annihilation compels all parties to sit at the negotiation table in a bid for peaceful resolution. The regulator is our Akatsuki organization, and the weapon is the tailed beasts. The unification of the 9 tailed beasts culminates in the invincible 10 tails, which, when manipulated, holds the very lifeblood of the world and can usher in genuine peace. Indeed, our Akatsuki organization undertakes all these actions for the sake of world peace. The current suffering is merely a precursor to tranquility. The darkness before dawn will pass with patience, and a brighter future will be crafted by the Akatsuki. It must be said that Wu Chen, playing the role of Uchiha Bito, possesses considerable oratorical potential. Even in straightforward discourse, his words ignite passion among Jin Bing and others. If given a choice, who would willingly assume the role of a villain? It is merely the relentless pressures of this merciless society that compel such actions. Now, we who have joined the Akatsuki are no longer rogues. We are engaged in righteous endeavors. Witnessing this scene, Wu Chen smiled with satisfaction. He then took the 10 million sent by Jin Bing utilizing the transfer capabilities of the Kimui space to depart from the Jinbing building and return to his residence. Wu Chun had hesitated to leave early, not solely to assign tasks to Jinbing and others and instill organizational ideals, but also because he had yet to collect his 10 million. Having secured the funds and returned to a safe haven, Wu Chun turned his gaze towards the marketplace, a smile gracing his lips. Meanwhile, after the masked man departed, Jinbing gradually resumed his seat in the specially designed chair. Target Eye, observing Jinbing's new appearance, noted the peculiar dark markings on his forehead and inquired, Jinbing, what has happened to you? How did you acquire such markings in the blink of an eye? Upon hearing this, Jinbing furrowed his brow. Yet before he could respond, the Green Goblin chimed in mischievously, Jinbing, why not perform that trick for everyone again? The Scorpion King nodded in agreement. Yes, showcase your chakra once more. We haven't seen enough. Only Dr. Octopus remained silent, recalling how Jinbing had effortlessly taken on 4 opponents, quietly observing the impending folly of Target Eye and his companions. As expected, Jinbing's fierce gaze widened, and his massive frame slowly rose, a deep growl escaping his throat. What gives you the audacity to speak to me in such a manner? Have you forgotten the pain you just endured? This reminder from Jinbing prompted Target Eye to shudder and take 2 steps back, exclaiming, it has nothing to do with me. It was their idea. The Green Goblin and Scorpion King exchanged glances, yet they did not retreat. Instead, they directed their malevolent gazes towards Jinbing. Chapter 38, Thoughts 14. Among the 4 villains, aside from Target Eye, the other 3 were afflicted with mental instability. Dr. Octopus, influenced by his mechanical arms, was perpetually consumed with the desire to create a miniature sun. The Green Goblin had awakened the malevolent persona within him, a lunatic driven solely by a thirst for destruction. The Scorpion King was the most formidable. His very being had been shaped by the mechanical enhancements that pushed him towards a scorpion-like existence. However, at this moment, Dr. Octopus maintained a semblance of clarity, suppressing his impulses and refraining from acting on his dark desires towards Jinbing. In contrast, the Green Goblin and Scorpion King were not so restrained. Before the imposing figure of the masked man, they could hold back, but now, before Jinbing, they felt no compulsion to suppress their urges. Compared to that great individual, Jinbing was insignificant. Moreover, had not Jinbing just overexerted himself using a power known as chakra, crashing down from the ceiling, gasping for breath? This version of Jinbing might very well be putting on a brave front. Perhaps they had a chance to overthrow him, becoming the masked man's favored subordinates and gaining the power of chakra. Driven by such enticing prospects, they dared to defy authority, especially after being beaten by Jinbing. Under normal circumstances, they would never have dared such audacity. Ultimately, it was their deranged thinking that led them to misjudge the situation, believing that Jinbing was not as formidable as their combined strength. But reality would soon teach them who truly commanded the power of Jinbing. With chakra enveloping his fist, Jinbing's colossal punch, akin to a cauldron, sent the Scorpion King crashing to the ground, blood streaming from his nose, rendering him unconscious. Witnessing this, the Green Goblin was reminded of the fear he had just experienced at Jinbing's hands, but it was already too late. Jinbing swung his massive fist, glowing with a brilliant blue aura, striking the Green Goblin's armored chest. A sharp crack echoed, not from Jinbing's fist, but from the Green Goblin's metallic armor. The Green Goblin was sent hurtling backward, crashing into the wall, his armor shattered, revealing the vulnerable form beneath. Jinbing strode forward, towering over the Green Goblin, a cold smirk playing on his lips, yet he refrained from delivering the final blow. He showed the same rare mercy towards the Scorpion King. This leniency was not born of kindness, but rather from a recollection of the masked man's words, the realization that these 4 still held value. Not wishing to tarnish his reputation in the masked man's eyes due to these 2 worthless beings, Jinbing chose to show mercy this once. You have heard the Master's orders, Jinbing stated coldly, fixing his gaze on the 4 villains, Green Goblin and Dr. Octopus. Utilize your influence to search the East and West districts. Target Eye and Scorpion, each take a team from me and search the South and North districts. Do you understand? Under the influence of Jinbing, the 4 individuals became more compliant. Suddenly, Target Eye pondered, we have scoured all 4 districts of New York. What will you do? However, Upon glancing at the fallen Scorpion King and Green Goblin, he wisely chose to remain silent. Had Jinbin been privy to Target Eye's thoughts at that moment, he would undoubtedly have slapped him to the ground and disdainfully remarked, "As a subordinate, it is only natural to alleviate the leader's burdens, while the leader attends to his own affairs." The so-called own affairs pertain to the cultivation of chakra. Jinbin had resolved to delegate the search for the item sought by Masked Man to the four villains while he focused on enhancing his own power. Nevertheless, this did not imply that Jinbin would neglect Wu Chen's orders. He was not so short-sighted. He understood that his future strength relied on the Masked Man. Thus, he would exert every effort to fulfill the tasks assigned by him. Consequently, Jinbin would dispatch his trusted confidants to seek out the location of the Nine-Tailed Seal, ensuring the completion of the Masked Man's directives. Moreover, he would mobilize all members of his gang, embarking on a full-scale operation. It could be said that aside from Jinbin himself, not personally participating in the search, he had already exerted himself to the utmost. Observing his subordinates springing into action, Jinbin called for someone to come and clean the floor before descending to the underground training room. The chakra refining techniques, along with the shadow clone and substitution techniques provided by Wu Chen, were firmly etched in Jinbin's memory, while the original files on the computer were completely erased, leaving no trace behind. Retaining this knowledge in his mind was the safest course of action. Sitting cross-legged, Jinbin began to refine chakra according to the instructions of the chakra refining method. He had a premonition that once he mastered this technique, his strength would experience a significant enhancement. This improvement would far surpass the initial emergence of chakra from state of absence. Meanwhile, Wu Chen was also quite occupied. After returning home, he promptly prepared to utilize the various functions of the marketplace. His marketplace balance now displayed 15.05 million, a sum sufficient for Wu Chen to explore all functionalities available within the marketplace. Chapter 39, Uchiha Fan 24. The marketplace offered 4 types of goods, including the previously utilized red wish cards. In addition to the wish cards, the marketplace featured random treasure chests from all realms, blue summoning cards, and options for weapon forging and repair. In terms of value assessment, the wish card was the most formidable, even though there were limits to the wishes one could make. This did not diminish its potency. However, having already used the wish card twice, Wu Chen prioritized its use for later. The red wish card was the most powerful, followed by the next 3, which were of equal strength. The random treasure chests from all realms relied purely on luck. With good fortune, one could unearth a divine artifact, rendering them invincible. Conversely, poor luck could result in merely uncovering a few worthless scraps of paper. The expenditure is not substantial, merely 100,000 each time, prompting Wu Chen to prioritize its use above the wish card. The blue summoning card appears exceedingly potent at first glance. However, it remains uncertain whether the summoned entities are temporary or permanent. This will only be revealed through experimentation. Wu Chen has placed it ahead of the myriad treasure chest in his priorities. As for the weapon forging and repair option, it is remarkably advantageous, leading Wu Chen to elevate its priority to the highest level. He intends to address this matter before attending to others. Although in the later stages of the Naruto world, the most formidable weapon is the Sage's Orb, Wu Chen is far from reaching that level. Therefore, the 7 legendary swords of the Mist Village, the Uchiha Fan, various ninja tools left behind by the Sage of 6 Paths, and an array of chakra weapons are all worthy of Wu Chen's forging endeavors. For instance, he can craft a suitable weapon for Obito. Minato Namikaze does not require one. He possesses numerous kunai and always retrieves them after use, hence he lacks for weapons. However, Obito's situation is different. At this stage, his evasive abilities are nearly invincible, yet his offensive capabilities are rather lacking. He is limited to some fire release techniques, shuriken techniques, and hand-to-hand combat, with little else at his disposal. In truth, Obito is also capable of wood release techniques, having transplanted the flesh and blood of the first Hokage, enabling him to utilize various wood release jutsu. The power of wood release techniques is considerable, with remarkably outstanding effects. Nonetheless, Wu Chen's progress in embodying Uchiha Obito is still insufficient, making it challenging to successfully deploy wood release. This conclusion was drawn from his experiences with Minato Namikaze. Until the embodiment progress reaches 50%, Wu Chen, while portraying Minato, can only employ the Flying Thunder God technique, Sage techniques, the Rasengan series, and some wind release techniques. Upon reaching the 50% mark, although untested, Wu-chan senses that he will be able to utilize more of Minato's techniques. For instance, the Flying Thunder God Guided Thunder, the second stage of Flying Thunder God, and the Rasengan Flash Dance. This applies to Minato, and naturally, to Uchiha Obito as well. Thus, before he can adeptly wield wood release, enhancing Obito's offensive capacity becomes essential. The optimal way to achieve this is by crafting him a formidable weapon. Unlike Minato, who carries kunai, Obito possesses only a few shuriken, lacking even a single kunai. After much contemplation, Wu-chan resolves to forge the Uchiha fan for Obito. The Uchiha fan is a sacred artifact passed down through generations of the Uchiha clan, reputedly crafted from a part of the divine tree, rivaling the ninja tools once wielded by the Sage of Six Paths. Its unique ability allows it to absorb energy and impact, converting them into a wind-based counterattack, known as the Uchiha counter or Uchiha rebound. The fan of the wind attribute, when combined with the fire attribute wielded by Obito, naturally creates a synergistic effect that exceeds the sum of its parts. Thus, the Uchiha fan stands as the most suitable weapon for Obito. Furthermore, during the tumultuous period of the Nine Tails Uprising, Obito demonstrated remarkable proficiency with chains as weaponry. In his confrontation with Minato Namikaze, he executed a series of impressive maneuvers using chains. Although the ultimate outcome saw Minato triumphing over him, it underscored the potential of chains to enhance Obito's combat prowess. Consequently, Wu-chan resolved to forge not only the Uchiha fan, but also a robust chain measuring 3 to 4 meters in length. By selecting the weapon forging and repair option, he inputted the design and capabilities of the Uchiha fan, followed by the length, design, and capabilities of the chain. Shortly thereafter, a price materialized before him. Uchiha fan and sturdy chain. The forging of this weapon set requires an expenditure of 5 million yuan. Wu-chan exclaimed, "What? Just a fan and a chain? And it cost this much?" The million he had just acquired seemed to vanish in an instant. Though the price was steep, he recognized that the system's offerings often surpassed expectations. In dire need of weaponry, and with substantial funds at his disposal, he ultimately decided to grit his teeth and make the exchange. Forging in progress. Reminder, forging requires a certain amount of time. Estimated completion in half an hour. It is advisable for the host to rest and have a meal in the meantime. Gazing at his remaining funds of 55 million yuan, Wu-chan felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Over 10 million had evaporated, and who could possibly find appetite in such a situation? Chapter 40. Lin Yin, 34. He must wait until the fan is complete before he can feel at ease. However, prior to that, he might as well try his luck with the random treasure chest and the blue summoning card. $455,000 should suffice, right? Initially, Wu-chan was confident, believing that his more than 15 million yuan would be ample to utilize all 4 items in the store. Yet, the mere purchase of a fan and a chain had consumed over 10 million, leaving him feeling that his remaining 55 million yuan was, perhaps, not so plentiful after all. Thus, his confidence wavered. This exemplifies the pitfalls of financial scarcity. Without sufficient funds, one's confidence inevitably diminishes. Nevertheless, being alone in this endeavor, Wu-chan pressed forward without hesitation and clicked on the random treasure chest. Would you like to spend 100,000 yuan to open the random treasure chest? Naturally, Wu-chan clicked yes. 100,000 yuan, current balance. 45 million yuan. Then, the sound of a key unlocking a chest echoed in his ears. Crack! The chest opened, and a notification from the system appeared. Congratulations! You have received 100 sheets of chakra test paper. You truly just gave me a pile of paper. I merely mentioned it in passing. Staring at the sizable stack of test paper in his hands, Wu-chan felt tears welling up, and he hastily clicked on the wish card, inputting chakra test paper. The system provided a prompt. The chakra test paper can assess the holder's chakra attributes. To exchange for one, a fee of 10,000 yuan is required. This means that acquiring 100 chakra test papers would cost a mere 10,000 yuan. How outrageous! The price is inflated tenfold. This wretched treasure chest has ruined my youth, squandered my finances, tarnished my spirit, and shattered my resolve. I shall never purchase it again. In a fit of anger, Wu Chun tossed the chakra test paper into the drawer beside him and then clicked on the blue summoning card. Do you wish to spend 1 million yuan to exchange for a summoning card? System detection indicates that the character you currently embody is the enigmatic masked man, Obito Uchiha, a shadowy figure of the Akatsuki. The only two individuals with whom you share a close relationship are Rin Noera and Kakashi Hatake. Consequently, the summoning card will randomly select one of the two to summon into this world for a duration of 20 minutes. Extending this time will require additional funds. How could it be that only Kakashi and Rin are considered close to Obito? What about characters like Black Zetsu? Upon reading this explanation, Wu Chen's immediate reaction was one of sympathy for Obito, whose existence is marked by the tragic reality of having only two significant relationships, one deceased and the other, by Obito's own choices, an adversary. Beyond these, he has no one with whom he shares genuine closeness. The system is rarely at fault. If Black Zetsu and Akatsuki's members are omitted, it suggests that they never truly valued Obito, merely leveraging him for their own purposes. Alas, Obito's fate is indeed dismal. Yet, despite this sorrow, Wu Chun merely thought to himself, "Don't cry, Obito. Mama will hold you," and felt no further obligation to intervene. But should he procure a summoning card for Obito? Whether it be Rin Noera or Kakashi Hatake, both are formidable choices. Kakashi Hatake, a master technician of a leaf, possesses an extensive arsenal of techniques, reportedly encompassing thousands of jutsu. Moreover, he wields one of Obito's Sharingan, making him quite powerful. His only notable shortcoming is a severe lack of chakra. Thus, spending 1 million yuan to have Kakashi appear for 20 minutes seems a wise investment. After all, an additional combatant can often tip the scales of victory. As for Rin Noera, her strength should not be underestimated. Simply by virtue of being the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails, her capabilities are commendable, although she lacks the ability to control the beast. Wu Chun perceives Rin's significance not in her status as a Jinchuriki, but in her intrinsic value to Obito. Throughout his life, Obito's ultimate aspiration has been to create a world in which Rin exists. Now that Rin is here, will Obito's wishes be fulfilled? If he finds peace and contentment, will his progress towards embodying this character reach a perfect completion? Wu Chun deemed it essential to test this hypothesis. After all, it is merely 1 million yuan, a price he can afford. Therefore, Wu Chun decided to exchange for the summoning card, removing the mask from his face. Wu Chun gazed at the blue card in his hand, suddenly stirred with excitement. He tossed it onto the floor, and a burst of azure light erupted, filling the entire room. In the next moment, a figure emerged from the blue glow, stepping before Wu Chun, who was portraying Obito. Unable to contain himself, he reached out. "Obito, is that really you?" As the blue light faded, Wu Chun discerned the identity of the person before him. None other than Obito's long-lost love, Rin Noera. With her short brown hair and large, deep brown eyes, adorned with a headband from the hidden leaf. She wore a light pink dress with safety shorts and dark red knee-high socks, her wrists adorned with red bracelets. Her most distinctive features were the two purple markings on her face. She appeared to be around 13 or 14 years old, her visage charming and undeniably adorable. Yet, she was merely a child. "Obito, how could you be so cruel?" "Oh, but Obito was of the same age back then?" "Well, that changes everything." Chapter 41. Helping Obito fulfill his dream. 44. The young girl reached out to touch the cheek of Wu Chun, who was embodying Obito, her expression tinged with concern. "Does it still hurt?" Wu Chun instinctively replied, "Not anymore." Sighing, he thought to himself, "But I am not truly." Suddenly, he felt the weight of an ethical dilemma. He was merely playing the role of Obito, not the real Obito, yet Rin clearly regarded him as if he were the genuine article. Wasn't this simply Wu Chun using Obito's likeness to embody him? Though a part of him found this strangely gratifying, he recognized that it was wrong and wished to confess. However, before he could voice his thoughts, Rin shook her head, interrupting him. "I know this is another world. I've already passed away, but none of that matters. As long as Obito is still Obito, I'm overjoyed to see you again." With that, she stepped forward and gently embraced Wu Chun. Caught off guard, Wu Chun was at a loss. He wanted to push her away, yet his body seemed unwilling to comply. It wasn't that he was drawn to Rin, but rather that the Obito he portrayed appeared reluctant to break free from her embrace. Silently, he reassured himself, "Obito, it's not that I desire you. It is Rin's initiative and your own actions at play, not mine." While relishing the embrace, Wu Chun did not forget the purpose of summoning Rin. He delved into the system space to check on the progress of his portrayal of Obito. Wow, a direct increase of 10%. Although it hadn't soared to the 100% Wu Chun had fantasized about, a 10% boost in the portrayal progress was an immense advantage. After all, money may be easily acquired, but advancing portrayal progress is a formidable challenge. Wu Chun suddenly pondered whether engaging in a romantic relationship with Rin while embodying Obito would further enhance his portrayal progress. Yet, he quickly extinguished that thought. No, this was sufficient. If he continued down this path, he would struggle to reconcile his feelings. A few minutes later, Rin stepped away from Wu Chun's embrace, her cheeks flushed. Seemingly shy, if it were the original Obito, in this situation, he might not have been able to utter a single sound, feeling utterly embarrassed. However, Wu Chun is not Obito. He harbors no particular feelings for Lin Yuen. Thus, he straightforwardly inquired, Lin, you just mentioned that you are aware this is not the ninja world, and you know you have already passed away? What is the meaning of this? Lin Yuen puffed up her cheeks, looking exceedingly adorable. Don't call me Yuen. If you speak to me so formally, Obito, I shall be quite upset. As for your question, I am uncertain about the specifics. However, I suddenly acquired some information in my mind, including my circumstances, the world I inhabit, and my mission. Is that so? Wu Chun nodded. So you are aware this is the Marvel Universe, and that you have perished. What then is your mission? Upon hearing Wu Chun's inquiry, Lin's little face flushed again. My mission is to heed your every command, Obito. Whatever you ask of me, I shall comply. Wu Chun. Gazing at Lin's enticingly blushing countenance, one might jest that in 10 months, she could bear a charming little child. After all, with such words coupled with Lin's appearance, even Wu Chun, who is not particularly inclined towards younger girls, found her endearing. Nevertheless, it must be said that the summoning card is quite considerate. It informs the summoned individual of various circumstances and ensures their absolute obedience to one's commands. A remarkably advantageous endeavor indeed. In the subsequent 10 minutes, Wu Chun conversed with Lin for a while, enhancing the progress of his portrayal of Obito by an additional 3%. He then watched as Lin transformed into a blue light, ultimately reverting to a blue card. The reason chatting with Lin augmented the portrayal progress was that Wu Chun was holding her hand during their conversation. He sought to test his previous hypothesis that a romantic connection with Lin might elevate the portrayal progress. To his surprise, it indeed proved effective. What a pity, though. The emotional barrier remains. Wu Chun clicked his tongue, yet his thoughts were, if enhancing Obito's portrayal progress becomes exceedingly challenging, then perhaps this desperate measure is warranted. Obito, do not blame me. I am merely helping you realize your dreams. Holding Lin's card tightly, the information materialized before him. Summoning card. Lin Yuen effect upon use. Summon Lin Yuen for a duration of 20 minutes. Usage count 01. Rechargeable. Each use costs 900,000 yuan. Oh, you even receive a discount of 100,000 yuan. Wu Chun smirked, placing Lin's card into a drawer alongside the chakra testing paper. He harbored no concerns about these items being discovered by others, for in the hands of anyone else, they were merely ordinary paper and cards, only manifesting their true potential in Wu Chen's possession. At that moment, the option for weapon forging and repair was completed. Upon clicking it, Wu Chun suddenly felt a weight in his hand, as a metal gourd fan, taller than a person, and a chain as thick as his thumb materialized before him. With a smile gracing his face, Wu Chun finally felt at ease. Chapter 42. The Drawbacks of Shadow Clones 14. The Uchiha fan possesses a design that is both minimalist and unadorned. Its entirety is cloaked in white, with the outer rim coated in black lacquer, crafted from an unidentified metal, presenting a flattened, almost planar gourd shape. A single handle runs through the center of the fan, while the lower gourd features 2 pairs of red magatama on both sides. Arranged in sets of 3, they evoke the appearance of the 3 magatama Sharingan. Additionally, the long handle is wrapped in spirals of white bandages. This is the Uchiha fan worth over 10 million. At the end of the handle, a lengthy chain is attached, with a small iron hammer dangling at its terminus, which could also serve as a means of attack. Weighing it in his hand, Wu Chun found the heft satisfactory. After all, this was not merely a fan, but an asset worth millions. With his new weapon in hand, Wu Chun felt secure enough to indulge in a meal. Disengaging from his disguise, he reverted to his true form and descended to prepare a simple dinner. After his meal, He resumed the guise of Uchiha Obito and entered the Kamui space. He was eager to test the might of his new weapon. Within the Kamui space, all actions remained concealed from the outside world, allowing him the freedom to experiment. Upon entering, Wu Chun immediately formed hand seals to create a shadow clone. Thus, two enigmatic masked figures stood opposite each other. The clone understood its mission and promptly began to weave seals. Fire style, fireball jutsu. A fireball, 3 to 4 meters in diameter, hurtled toward Wu Chun. Without hesitation, he raised a fan to block the fireball. Then before his eyes, the massive fireball began to diminish in size. It shrank further and further until it vanished completely, absorbed by the fan. Strangely, Wu Chun felt the fan in his hands brimming with power, prompting him to softly utter, Uchiha rebound. Boom! In the next moment, a violent wind erupted from the surface of the fan, surging forth to assault the masked clone. Despite the clone's attempt to resist by unleashing chakra, it was ultimately swept into the air, vanishing with a resounding thud in the Kamui space. The power was indeed formidable. At this moment, Uchiha Obito's strength had reached that of a Kage. Yet even so, his clone could not withstand the hurricane generated by the Uchiha fan absorbing the fireball. This scenario clearly demonstrated that the investment of over 10 million was not in vain. Wu Chun had anticipated this level of power. For the reincarnated Uchiha Madara had once wielded the Uchiha fan to deflect Naruto's tailed beast bomb in chakra mode, converting it into a hurricane that rebounded and struck down Naruto. The Uchiha fan's ability to rebound even miniature-tailed beast bombs is a testament to its prowess, rendering the mere fireball jutsu insignificant in comparison. In the realm of Naruto, the art of fire release ninjutsu is often referred to as the technique of benevolence, primarily because it is said that no one has ever perished from its use. This, of course, is a playful irony, as in reality, fire release is a formidable technique characterized by both power and extensive range. Seizing the rare opportunity, Wu Chun continued to practice diligently within the Kamui space. He explored various fire release techniques that Obito had mastered, and in conjunction with a fan, he crafted a synergistic wind-fire technique of extraordinary might. A standard great fireball technique, when augmented by the Uchiha fan, expanded from a mere 3 to 4 meters to an impressive 10. Truly, the Uchiha fan is a divine artifact of fire release. It is precisely due to these remarkable attributes that it has been revered as a family heirloom within the Uchiha clan, ultimately passing down to Uchiha Madara. Wu Chun's investment in enhancing Obito's offensive capabilities had already borne fruit. He even discovered new methods to increase his role-playing progress, resulting in a bountiful harvest of knowledge. Glancing at the time, noting that it was still early before nightfall, Wu Chun returned to his chamber, deactivated his role-playing mode, and reverted to his true form to commence training in chakra control. Only by mastering chakra control could he aspire to learn and wield more ninjutsu. Moreover, regardless of that ambition, enhancing his chakra control remained essential. The greater his control, the more shadow clones he could create. The number of shadow clones directly determines the quantity of characters he can embody simultaneously. Presently, with only 2 characters to portray, 1 shadow clone sufficed. But what if he desired to assume more roles in the future? Thus, it was imperative that he could generate a greater number of shadow clones. As for the fatigue that accompanied the dispelling of shadow clones, Wu Chun felt assured that with the wish card in hand, he would encounter no issues. He practiced climbing walls and traversing ceilings within his room, experiencing repeated failures, yet each setback led to incremental progress. He continued this regimen until the return of Minato Namikaze. A flash of golden light heralded the arrival of Minato, clad in a white ceremonial robe with flowing golden hair. "Oh, you're back," Wu Chun instinctively greeted, only to witness Minato deactivate his role-playing mode, transforming into a shadow clone of Wu Chun. Then, with a resounding poof, the shadow clone autonomously dispelled the technique. In that moment, Wu Chun's mind was flooded with new memories, and he felt a wave of fatigue wash over his body. This is the advantage of shadow clones. They share memories and experiences, yet this also presents a drawback, as it intensifies one's exhaustion. Chapter 43, Anti-Fatigue Potion, 24. Upon witnessing this, Wu Chun remained unfazed. He did not immediately begin to organize his memories. Instead, he accessed the shop to manually refresh the usage count of his wish card. 100,000 yuan. Once the wish card was ready for use, he inputted the request for a potion that could instantaneously alleviate fatigue without any side effects. Anti-fatigue pill. Upon consumption, it instantly relieves all fatigue accumulated throughout the day with no side effects. Redemption requires 1,000,000 yuan. Wuchun. Confidently, he expressed his bewilderment with a question mark. This is rather exorbitant. No, I must seek an alternative. A fatigue-relieving elixir devoid of any side effects. The anti-fatigue potion, upon consumption, gradually alleviates the exhaustion of the day within the subsequent hours. It is advisable to use it prior to sleep, and it boasts no adverse effects. However, its exchange requires a staggering $1 million, and it may be consumed up to 10 times. This other option is slightly less costly, yet still demands a hefty sum of $100,000 per use. It is utterly wasteful. Undeterred, Wuchun attempted to explore other fatigue-relieving potions, only to find that the initial two were indeed the best. The alternatives may have been cheaper, yet they were fraught with numerous side effects. For instance, some would induce immediate slumber, while others would ignite an insatiable desire. In summary, none were satisfactory. After much contemplation, Wuchun resolved to purchase the anti-fatigue elixir. Upon exchanging the $1 million, a small blue vial materialized in the palm of Wu Chen's hand. The vial was exquisite, crystal clear with numerous facets, shimmering under the light, truly a sight to behold. Simultaneously, an instruction manual appeared before him upon his touch of the anti-fatigue potion. Precautions. It must be consumed in one swift gulp. Otherwise, there is a chance the potion may become ineffective. After consumption, it will automatically restore after 12 hours. Is that why the vial is so diminutive? Wuchun unscrewed the cap and drank it all in one go. The potion was sweet and refreshing, flowing smoothly down his throat. Almost immediately, he felt a wave of coolness enveloping him, invigorating both body and spirit. After sealing the vial and placing it in the drawer, he glanced at the time, took a shower, then turned off the lights and lay down in bed, preparing to rest while organizing the memories of his alter ego. Today, the activities of Naruto Uzumaki were rather unremarkable. As usual, he completed missions alongside Black Widow, earning a reward and progressing in his role. This mission yielded a reward of $50,000, which increased Wu Chun's balance from $2,350,000 to $2,400,000. However, the progression in his portrayal of Naruto only yielded a score of 0. 1. This confirmed Wu Chun's earlier suspicion that after reaching 50%, the difficulty of acquiring role progression significantly escalated. Nonetheless, there was no need for haste. Wu Chun understood that embodying a ninja involved more than merely accepting and completing tasks. One could also align with the character's trajectory and objectives. Obito was a prime example. With all matters resolved, it was time for slumber. Perhaps due to the consumption of the anti-fatigue potion, Wu Chun enjoyed an exceptionally deep and sweet sleep, awakening only at the break of dawn. In the following 2 to 3 days, everything unfolded as Wu Chun had anticipated. Under the orders of villains, such as Jean, peculiar individuals began to appear on the streets of New York. Some were petty thugs, while others donned black suits. The reason they are deemed peculiar individuals is that they frequently pause in their wandering, occasionally glancing around the streets as if in search of something elusive. This unusual behavior promptly attracted the attention of the New York authorities, who dispatched police officers to detain several young delinquents for questioning. One officer, with a cold stare, interrogated a young man before him, demanding to know why he was loitering on the streets. Why? For no reason at all. Am I not permitted to wander freely? The young man displayed no fear, as he shared the same skin color as the officer. Had he been a person of color, he might have divulged everything out of fear. It is not that individuals of color are inherently timid, but due to the alarming frequency with which white officers unjustly harm them, recently highlighted by news of a police officer choking an unarmed black man without provocation. Consequently, it is common for individuals of color to exhibit extreme compliance for their own safety. The delinquents remained silent, leaving the New York police with no option but to issue a verbal reprimand before releasing them. However, this peculiar situation persisted and expanded, ultimately engaging the entire populace of New York, as if they had collectively embarked on a treasure hunt. This development prompted concern from the SHIELD and higher echelons of the American government. If this were merely the actions of a few delinquents, it would be insignificant, just another instance of societal eccentricity, albeit particularly pronounced this year. Yet the entire city of New York seemed to be in pursuit of something, which was indeed remarkable. It was evident that there was an unseen force at play, likely the very power alluded to by the enigmatic figure, Naruto Uzumaki. Perhaps even the tailed beast he mentioned truly existed. At this juncture, Nick Fury began to reluctantly entertain the notion that Naruto's claims might hold some truth. After considerable contemplation, he decided to deploy agents to investigate the matter. Chapter 44. Selling burgers at stall. At this moment, Naruto Uzumaki was seated in a CAF conversing with Natasha. He was referred to as Naruto because it was Wu Chun's shadow clone in disguise. Wu Chun had previously established a convention that all clones portraying characters would be addressed by the names of those characters. Meanwhile, Wu Chun's original self was enhancing his chakra control while operating a burger stall in front of Stark Tower. The rationale behind this endeavor was straightforward. Wu Chun had recently succumbed to temptation and opened several random treasure chests from various realms, resulting in the acquisition of several culinary items. These included a cooking apparatus that elevated the deliciousness of food, a mobile food cart that enhanced the visual and aromatic appeal of the dishes, and, most importantly, the exclusive recipe for SpongeBob SquarePants' delectable Krabby Patty. The cooking apparatus appeared to be an ordinary gas stove, while the mobile food cart was a sleek, all-metal pushcart, designed for cleanliness and efficiency, capable of housing the stove, storing ingredients, and preparing meals. As for the SpongeBob exclusive Krabby Patty recipe, it was particularly unique. As long as one carries the secret recipe and adheres to its instructions for preparing the ingredients, one can create a delectable crab roe burger that everyone will rave about. These 3 items cost Wu Chun a total of $500,000. After all, the 3 unboxings required 2 manual refreshes. To have spent such a sum only to receive this was disheartening. But had it not been for Wu Chun's culinary skills, these items would have been utterly useless. Thus, he promptly ceased his endeavors and used the remaining funds to refresh his wish card, acquiring several items that could only be utilized in specific circumstances. At this juncture, Wu Chun was left with $50,000 in cash and a check for $500,000. Confronted with a financial crisis, Wu Chun recalled that Iron Man, Tony Stark, had a penchant for cheeseburgers, and an idea struck him. He decided to set up a stall in front of Stark Tower. This venture was not solely for profit, but also served as a foundation for future plans. After all, Tony Stark was not someone one could approach casually. But a vendor selling hamburgers had ample opportunity to encounter him. However, it was essential to clarify that Wu Chun was not entirely motivated by profit. Thus, he established a rule. He would only sell crab roe burgers, limited to 100 per day, with each customer allowed to purchase a maximum of 2, priced at $50 each. The first 10 customers each day could make minor requests of the proprietor, such as asking for extra pickles in their crab roe burger. Wu Chun was confident and harbored no fears regarding whether his prices were too steep, for the allure of the delectable crab roe burger was irresistible. Indeed, the situation unfolded precisely as Wu Chun had anticipated. On the first day of his stall, after a customer exclaimed in delight, all 100 exquisite crab roe burgers were sold out by midday. The final burger was fortuitously purchased by Tony Stark, who had stepped out to prepare for lunch, and he instructed his bodyguard Happy to buy it. Upon seeing the unassuming crab roe burger, Tony furrowed his brow, having heard from Happy about the various rules set by the seller. Most notably, the vendor had audaciously refused to accommodate the reasonable request to add cheese to his burger. How outrageous! I must see for myself just how delicious this highly praised crab roe burger truly is. With a skeptical expression, Tony took a bite. Instantly, he was rendered speechless, left only with the act of chewing. Before long, Tony finished the scrumptious crab roe burger and shouted to Happy, "Happy, hurry and buy me 3 more. I want 2 for myself and 1 for Pepper. This is unbelievably delicious." However, Happy, in disbelief, replied, "That was the last one. The vendor is already packed up and is ready to go home. Moreover, his rule is that each person is limited to 2. Tony turned to see a Chinese man tidying up his cart, surrounded by a group of patrons who were visibly regretful for not having purchased the delicious crab roe burgers. Only 100 sold per day, and each person limited to 2? This person is leaving money on the table. Tony began to grumble. Let me go talk to him. Thus, Tony approached Wu Chun and casually remarked, "The burgers taste quite good." Wu Chun glanced up at him, nodded slightly, and resumed organizing the food cart. This left Tony feeling somewhat embarrassed. Yet pressed for time, he chose not to dwell on it and instead said, "Hey buddy, if you're interested, I could hire you as my personal burger chef with a monthly salary of 100,000. A monthly salary of 100,000 is indeed substantial. It is noteworthy that Wu Chen, selling his delectable crab roe burgers, earns around 5,000 daily, with a cost of materials amounting to 500, yielding a profit of 4,500. Over the course of a month, that totals to 135,000. What? 130,000. Wu Chen promptly declined Tony's offer. After all, with just a half-day's work, he could accumulate 130,000 a month. Why would he endure the whims of Tony Stark to become his personal burger chef? Tony furrowed his brow, calculating that Wu Chen's burger stand was indeed earning more than the salary he had proposed, and immediately raised his offer to 1,000,000. For Tony, money was of little consequence. What mattered was whether he could find satisfaction. Chapter 45. The Sealed Land, 44. Although Wu Chen rejected the 100,000 salary, the offer of 1,000,000 took him aback. Nevertheless, he still declined, for his intentions behind operating the stall were not solely for profit, but to lay the groundwork for future plans. Acknowledging this internally, he maintained a serious demeanor outwardly. With a grave expression, Wu Chen respectfully declined, stating, "Thank you for your kind offer, Mr. Stark. However, my passion for culinary arts is driven by the desire to share delicious food with as many people as possible, not for the benefit of a single individual. Therefore, I must respectfully decline your generous offer." As soon as Wu Chen finished speaking, the surrounding patrons erupted in cheers. After all, if Wu Chen accepted, they would be deprived of his exquisite crab roe burgers. Observing this, Tony's initial irritation softened. Here was a true aficionado of gastronomy. Moreover, the culinary delight he cherished was none other than burgers, just like himself. Instantly, Tony's fondness for him grew. The following day, driven by his craving for the scrumptious crab roe burgers, Tony, disregarding his status, queued with happy to purchase 4 cheese-laden crab roe burgers. On the third day, today, after completing his purchase, Tony could no longer endure the daily commotion of lining up and the sensation of being a spectacle. He approached Wu Chen. "Hey buddy, how about we strike a deal?" With a look of confusion on Wu Chen's face, Tony articulated his proposal. He would upgrade Wu Chen's food cart to a specialized mobile food truck equipped with various high-tech devices, a project worth several $1 million, crafted by Tony Stark himself, utilizing premium materials and advanced technology. In return, Wu Chen would simply need to reserve 4 cheese-laden crab roe burgers for Tony each day. Wu Chen agreed. A couple of days ago, among the culinary trio he showcased, the food cart was the most lackluster, for it was merely a sturdy yet ordinary cart, excelling only in aesthetics and functionality. Now, it could not only enhance Tony Stark's favor, but also upgrade his own cart, leaving Wu Chen with no reason to decline. Indeed, should he refuse, Tony Stark might begin to harbor suspicions against him. On one hand, Wu Chen had achieved a significant milestone in advancing his relationship with Tony Stark, while on the other, his counterpart, Minato Namikaze, was equally resolute, striving to guide S.H.L.D. in such a manner that they would include him in their investigations. With a serious expression, Minato Namikaze addressed Black Widow Natasha, stating, "It is now confirmed that the shadowy force has reached New York and commenced its operations. They have undoubtedly allied with the local gangs, which explains the extensive search efforts." Upon hearing Minato's words, Natasha appeared perplexed. "Then why did you prevent us from secretly assigning personnel to protect Times Square? Moreover, where exactly is the seal you mentioned? Why we found no trace of it?" Minato glanced at Natasha, sensing her skepticism. "Are you truly unaware, or merely pretending? If you were to assign personnel to protect Times Square, the gangs across New York would certainly deduce that the seal lies within that very location. Hence, I advocated for a covert arrangement." Natasha's cheeks flushed slightly. If it were a secret arrangement, they should not discover it, right? Minato scoffed disdainfully. "A secret arrangement? Does genuine secrecy even exist in this world? Moreover, your SHIELD has its own internal issues, yet you speak of confidentiality." In recent days, as Wu Chen portrayed Minato, he had subtly suggested to SHIELD but there were internal troubles. His intention was to provoke Hydra, enticing them out so that Obito could seize control of their entire network. Yet, inexplicably, no contact from Hydra had materialized, despite the expectation that they would approach him, whether to coerce or eliminate him. Consequently, Minato decided to directly address this matter today, hoping to provoke S-H-I-E-L-D-S Hydra infiltrators. If my provocation is effective, perhaps the entirety of S-H-I-E-L-D, barring a few individuals, might converge upon us. After all, S-H-I-E-L-D has become a veritable den of snakes. Minato's insinuations momentarily stunned Natasha. Yet she quickly regained her composure. But where is the location of the seal? Why can't we find it? Can you inform us? In response to her inquiry, Minato looked at Natasha, nodding as he replied, "The seal can only be activated with chakra, which you lack. Hence, it is impossible for you to locate it. As for its location, the answer is quite simple. The entirety of Times Square is the seal. To be precise, Times Square is built upon the seal." Natasha gazed at Minato in astonishment. Bluffing Shuemin curled his lips, expressing skepticism about the notion that such a vast entity as the Nine Tails could be contained within a mere minor seal. Have you all considered this? In Chapter 46, the Special Agent Investigation Team, 14, Natasha did not fully embrace Bluffing Shuemin's assertions. However, she utilized a sound transmission device to relay his words back to S-H-I-E-L-D, instantly igniting a flurry of discussions within the agency. Then, Nick Fury identified a gap in their understanding and instructed Natasha to pose a question to Bluffing Shuemin. Without hesitation, Natasha approached Bluffing Shuemin and inquired, "Mr. Bluffing, you mentioned that only through chakra can the seal be revealed, yet it stands to reason that the majority of the New York gangsters may lack chakra. How then do they locate the seal?" Chakra, a concept that seems to dwell solely in the realms of fantasy literature, had piqued S-H-I-E-L-D-S interest in the past. They had earnestly approached Bluffing Shuemin to inquire whether this power could be harnessed by them. Upon hearing their request, Bluffing Shuemin shook his head resolutely in refusal, stating that chakra is not accessible to everyone. Even within the Leaf Village, many have failed to master it. Furthermore, he added, "We cannot fully trust you at this juncture, so do not entertain thoughts of chakra." Bluffing Shuemin's steadfast denial left S-H-I-E-L-D at an impasse. Unwilling to incite his ire, they chose to relent. At that moment, confronted with S-H-I-L-D-S inquiry, Bluffing Shuemin was taken aback, clearly unprepared for such a question. After a contemplative pause, his expression turned grave as he replied, "I am uncertain about that. Perhaps they possess some unique means. Thus, it is imperative that I be included in your investigation. I am convinced that the clandestine force lurking in the shadows consists of powerful individuals wielding chakra. If they are indeed embedded within the gang, any ordinary person would merely be delivering themselves to their demise. Moreover, it appears they may have developed new chakra techniques, which warrants thorough exploration by us in the Leaf Village." However, the above musings were merely a fade crafted by Bluffing Shuemin, for he was acutely aware of how the New York gangsters had been locating the seal. This knowledge stemmed from the device personally entrusted to Jean by Wu Chun, a small white crystal roughly the size of a thumb. This crystal possessed a singular function. Upon entering a predetermined zone established by Wu Chun, it would change to red. Currently, Wu Chun had designated only one location, the central public seating area of Times Square in New York. Once a gangster placed the crystal upon that seat, it would glow red, thus alerting the lurking forces in New York to the whereabouts of the Nine-Tailed Seal. As for the origin of the detection crystal, the answer was straightforward. It was crafted by Wu Chun using a wish card. He had also utilized a wish card to create an elaborate, dazzling formation capable of encompassing the entirety of Times Square, albeit without any special utility. This was merely a seal formation he devised to align with the identity of the Nine Tails. The sealing array, solely composed of light effects, cost Wu Chun a staggering $500,000, with an additional $200,000 spent on manual refreshes. Thus, he was left with a mere $1,100,000. He acquired 110 detection crystals at $11,000 each, distributing them to the leaders of the gang with the assistance of Jinbing. With this arrangement, the onset of the Nine Tails chaos might commence sooner than anticipated. Wu Chen eagerly awaited this unfolding event, for it would undoubtedly enhance the performance progress of both Minato Namikaze and Obito Uchiha. This was beyond dispute. Minato Namikaze had articulated this with unwavering resolve, making it difficult for SHOD personnel to decline. After all, he had invoked the esteemed name of Konoha, whose true strength remained uncertain, all while justifying his request as being in the best interest of SHLD agents. Any refusal might provoke his ire. The humble Agent Shield wished to avoid such an outcome. This could also be considered a mission. It is essentially a task entrusted to me by your esteemed SHIELD, and as for the remuneration, you may decide accordingly. Minato Namikaze reminded, as he sought to further augment his performance progress through this endeavor. Understood. Although the compensation was to be determined at their discretion, SHIELD nonetheless offered a reward of $500,000 to be disbursed upon completion of the task. Consequently, Minato Namikaze's objectives were successfully achieved. However, this necessitated a slight alteration in the agents designated for investigation. Originally, Nick Fury intended to assign 2 agents skilled in stealth to infiltrate the gang territories. Yet, with Minato Namikaze's spatial abilities at play, the necessity for highly stealthy agents diminished. After all, Minato could instantaneously arrive at the destination, whereas agents would need to traverse on foot. Therefore, the agents accompanying Minato Namikaze would need to be those capable of soothing him and keeping a watchful eye on him. In this regard, who could be more suitable than Natasha, who had spent several days in his company? Thus, Black Widow Natasha was selected. Nick Fury meticulously noted this on the mission sheet. After a brief contemplation, he added another name, Phil Coulson. Merely having Natasha was insufficient. Nick Fury resolved to send his trusted confidant, Agent Coulson, as well. Coulson was an agent of SHIELD at level 8, surpassing even Black Widow Natasha Romanoff in rank. Agent Coulson epitomized the ideal American agent, possessing exceptional organizational skills and operational efficiency, as well as proficiency in firearms and combat. Most crucially, he was mentored by Nick Fury himself, making him an agent of absolute trustworthiness. This was a significant reason behind the decision to include Coulson in the team alongside Natasha and Minato Namikaze. With the selections confirmed, Nick Fury promptly informed both Natasha and Agent Coulson. Upon receiving the details of the mission, Coulson readily accepted and drove to the location where Natasha and Minato Namikaze were situated, eager to rendezvous with them. Natasha informed Minato about the SHIELD dispatch list, and only after he nodded did she respond to SHIELD. A few minutes later, the 3 of them convened. Phil Coulson wore a gentle smile as he addressed Minato, expressing heartfelt gratitude for his role in saving numerous civilians during the recent Hulk incident. Minato reciprocated with a smile, deeming it unnecessary for Coulson to thank him for what he considered his duty. Phil Coulson, being a quintessential good person, garnered a favorable impression from Wu Chen, leading to a naturally amicable demeanor at that moment. Observing Minato's disposition, Agent Coulson felt a sense of relief. The target, indeed as the intelligence suggested, was amiable and approachable, provided one refrained from provoking his ire or crossing his boundaries. Coulson had encountered individuals of great strength before, such as Iron Man. To be frank, Tony Stark's temperament was rather unpleasant at first. Had it not been for his extensive training as an agent, Coulson might have felt inclined to confront Stark physically. Fortunately, since becoming Iron Man, Tony's character has gradually evolved, displaying a growing sense of responsibility and a more congenial attitude towards others. It was rumored that today he even upgraded a young man's food truck free of charge, showcasing his transformation. With a mutual understanding that they could amicably interact, the atmosphere among the 3 became considerably relaxed. Seated at the same table, Agent Coulson glanced at Natasha, who gestured towards Minato, prompting Coulson to inquire, "Mr. Minato, when shall we proceed? Do you have a plan?" Minato paused for a moment, contemplating whether his main body had concluded its business for the day. Glancing at the time, he noted it was only 11 o'clock, feeling it was premature to rush, and replied, "There's no need for haste. Let us first discuss our strategy, and then have lunch. After all, there's an old adage that says, sharpening the axe does not delay the work of chopping wood." Coulson and Natasha exchanged glances, both nodding in agreement. Indeed, it was prudent to deliberate first. However, they were not accustomed to strategizing, as they were typically accustomed to following orders and responding to commands, only adapting in exceptional circumstances, which were rather infrequent. At this moment, they were adhering to Nick Fury's directive to comply with Minato as long as it did not violate their principles. Thus their agreement felt novel, yet refreshing. I propose we infiltrate discreetly and capture a low-ranking member for interrogation, Coulson suggested reasonably. My suggestion is quite similar to Agent Coulson's, Natasha added. However, I believe we should refrain from alarming anyone upon infiltration and observe quietly first. Investigating the unusual activities of the gang was not particularly challenging. The mere existence of potential chakra wielders from enigmatic organizations is the reason why S.H.L.D. is inclined to entrust this mission proposed by Minato Namikaze. The task is not overly challenging, thus facilitating its execution considerably. Minato expressed his agreement with the suggestions made by Coulson and Natasha. Yet he raised an objection regarding one particular aspect. The infiltration step could be omitted. Under their puzzled gazes, Minato elaborated. I have left a flying thunder god mark in Hell's Kitchen. We can simply teleport there without the need for stealth. By the way, isn't this something you both should already know? Why must I point it out? Feeling a bit awkward. Natasha and Coulson refrained from admitting that their tension in his presence had led to this oversight. Fortunately, Minato did not pursue the matter further and continued on, alleviating the discomfort. Let us settle on this then. I will lead you both in shortly. Upon arrival at the gang's hideout, we will first observe discreetly before seizing an opportunity to interrogate a low-ranking member. This plan is truly brilliant, Natasha exclaimed, her enthusiasm unmistakable, even though the idea had originally stemmed from her and Coulson. Noticing Natasha's gesture towards him, Coulson quickly chimed in. The success rate of this approach is exceptionally high, Mr. Namikaze is indeed worthy of being the fourth Hokage of Konoha. Minato chuckled heartily, appearing to relish the praise. Chapter 48. Divided Actions, 34, subsequently. The trio did not stray far, engaging in light conversation at a CF while casually snacking until the clock struck midnight. Minato mused that by now, his original body should be ready to act. He then informed the agents, I will step into the restroom. Upon my return, we shall set off. Naturally, Coulson and Natasha had no objections, watching as Minato transformed into a flash of golden light and vanished from their sight. Coulson furrowed his brow, questioning the necessity of such theatrics for a restroom visit. Natasha shrugged, suggesting perhaps he has an affinity for toilets. I recall he behaved similarly before. In truth, Minato was not visiting a restroom. He was returning home to check on his original body. Upon his arrival, he saw his original self pushing a cart into the dining room, arranging items upon it. Recognizing this, Minato immediately dispelled his transformation, reverting to his shadow clone, Wu Chun, and subsequently dispersing the clone. Wu Chun hesitated momentarily, but quickly regained his composure. Minato had not exhausted himself significantly today, and Wu Chun was more than capable of enduring this minor fatigue without the need for fatigue relief potions. After clarifying Minato's memories, Wu Chun made a resolution. Shadow Clone Technique. With a series of puffs, 2 shadow clones materialized beside Wu Chun. This was the result of his diligent training over the past few days. His chakra control had improved, allowing for a greater number of clones to be produced. However, for this particular endeavor, only Wu Chun and 1 shadow clone were necessary. He intended for the remaining clone to continue its training. The demand for chakra control is an insatiable one. Subsequently, Wu Chun assumes the guise of Minato Namikaze, while a shadow clone takes on the role of Obito Uchiha. The 2 characters exchange a knowing glance, understanding the unfolding events. One transforms into a flash of gold and vanishes from the room, while the other is drawn away by a vortex. Only a shadow clone of Wu Chun remains. Upon touching his nose, muses about the unfairness of the situation. Despite their similarities, why must he endure the monotony of training while they bask in glory? The clone possesses no autonomy. Upon returning to the CAF, Wu Chun finds their table surrounded. Minato Namikaze has left no trace, oblivious to the gazes of onlookers. Consequently, the crowd has recognized his identity. Golden Flash, I love you. Golden Flash, I want to bear your children. Faced with this fervent adulation, Wu Chen furrows his brow. Natasha, witnessing the scene, promptly seizes Wu Chen's hand and urges, "We should leave immediately." Coulson, standing nearby, nods in agreement, fearful that Wu Chen might lash out at the innocent bystanders. Although Wu Chen is unlikely to do so, the uncertainty is too great for S.H.I.L.D. to take a chance. Seeing the two agents' concern, Wu Chen helplessly replies, "Do you perceive me as someone who would indiscriminately harm the innocent? Forget it. I shan't argue with you." He grasps Natasha's hand and places his other hand on Coulson's shoulder, activating the Flying Thunder God technique. With a swift motion, the table encircled by fervent fans is left with only a few scattered bills dancing in the wind. Meanwhile, Obito Uchiha emerges from the spatial vortex, directly appearing in Jinbin's office. Jinbin is diligently training his chakra, having devoted the past few days to honing his shadow clone and substitution techniques, while allocating the remainder of his time to chakra cultivation, sleeping only 3 to 4 hours each night. His dedication is commendable. Upon noticing Obito's arrival, Jinbin ceases his training, rises, and respectfully bows before him, exclaiming, "My lord." This statement is laden with reverence, indicating a transformation from forced submission to genuine loyalty. The reason for this shift is straightforward. The more Jinbin trains his chakra, the more he senses his own burgeoning strength. However, rather than succumbing to arrogance and betraying the masked man, he gains a profound understanding of the gap between them. He reflects on how much stronger he has become in just a few days of training, questioning how much more powerful his master must be, given his extensive experience. Such contemplation only deepens Jinbin's awe for the masked man. At this moment, in his eyes, the chakra within the masked man must be hundreds of times more formidable than his own. Just based on this fact alone, he knew he had to be cautious. Moreover, the mark on his forehead constantly reminded him that his life was firmly held in another's hands. Obito nodded gently and then spoke to Jinbin, saying, "I came to check on the progress." This progress, of course, pertained to the search for the location of the Nine-Tailed Seal in New York. Upon hearing Obito's inquiry, Jinbin felt a sinking sensation in his heart and quickly lowered his head, saying, "I am deeply sorry, my lord." Not a single response has been detected from the probing crystal. Observing Jinbin's trepidation, Obito shook his head lightly, reassuring him, "Do not worry, Jinbin. I shall not hold this against you this time. After all, New York was indeed vast, and it was only natural that it would take some time." The masked man slowly spoke again. Jinbin let out a sigh of relief, but before he could say anything further, Obito continued, "I will grant you 3 more days. After 3 days, I expect to know the exact location of the seal. Do you understand?" Although spoken in a calm manner, Jinbin felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down on him, forcing him to maintain his composure to avoid kneeling. "Understood, my lord." With this response, the pressure dissipated instantaneously. The masked man casually seated himself in Jinbin's chair and inquired, "Since we have time, do you have any issues in your training? Feel free to share, and I shall assist you in resolving them." Jinbin exhaled deeply and began to recount the challenges he had encountered. Obito provided answers to each of his queries. Meanwhile, the clone Wu Chen, hidden beneath the mask, wore an odd expression. Based on the questions Jinbin had just posed, had his chakra level truly reached that of a CH-Nin? It had only been a little over 2 days. Could it be that Jinbin possessed a natural talent for chakra, having painstakingly cultivated a tool that would never betray him? Wu Chen naturally hoped for this tool to grow ever stronger. Thus, he beckoned Jinbin closer, instructing him to extend his hand. Observing the large hand before him, Obito placed his own atop it, sensing Jinbin's chakra. Indeed, it is at the CH-Nin level. Furthermore, it was not merely at the threshold of CH-Nin, but rather at the level of a seasoned CH-Nin. He felt a surge of joy. Evidently, Jinbin was naturally endowed with a significant amount of chakra, which was splendid news. After withdrawing his hand, Obito retrieved a piece of chakra testing paper from the Kimui space and handed it to Jinbin. Jinbin held the paper in his hands and began to channel chakra into it. This use of a chakra testing paper had been Wu Chen's decision the previous night. After all, the paper was merely lying idle, so it was better to put to use. By the way, when he made this decision, he had also tested his own chakra attributes, which turned out to be lightning and fire. It appeared that those were the only 2. Wu Chen felt a twinge of embarrassment, thinking he had tarnished the reputation of a transcendent traveler. Observe the traversers from other realms. Their chakra attributes are typically all-encompassing: wind, fire, lightning, water, earth, yin, and yang, 7 in total. Alas, how embarrassing. Although Jin Bing harbored a modicum of curiosity regarding the purpose of the chakra test paper, he dutifully complied with the directives of his superior. He extended his hand, accepted the test paper, and proceeded to channel his chakra into it. Consequently, under the watchful gaze of Obito, the chakra test paper in Jin Bing's grasp gradually became damp, ultimately soaking through entirely. What? Jin Bing felt an overwhelming sense of astonishment. This phenomenon exceeded the bounds of his comprehension. Observing this, Obito's interest was piqued, and he elucidated, "This is chakra test paper, crafted from trees highly sensitive to chakra. Its singular function is to ascertain chakra attributes. Chakra possesses 5 elemental types: wind, fire, lightning, water, and earth. The test paper reacts differently upon contact with these elemental chakras. Wind will cause it to tear, fire will ignite it, lightning will crinkle it, water will moisten it, and earth will erode it into dust. It is evident that your chakra attribute is water. As for the utility of chakra attributes, they inherently possess the capacity for both restraint and enhancement. Mastery of the corresponding elemental chakra allows for the cultivation and release of related ninjutsu with unparalleled efficacy. Conversely, lacking the appropriate attribute renders such efforts futile. That is the essence of it." With a twinkle of mirth in his eyes, Obito then inquired, "So, Jin Bing, I have a plethora of water-based ninjutsu at my disposal. Would you desire any?" The reason for having Jin Bing undergo this chakra attribute test, coupled with such detailed exposition, was not born of altruism. Indeed, Obito's intention was to engage in a transaction. An equitable exchange would be a more fitting term. Jin Bing would provide the currency, and in return, Obito would grant him power. This aligned with Wu Chun's principles of conduct. Unjustly seizing without reciprocity was not his inclination. Previously, acquiring substantial sums from Jin Bing was similarly a matter of equivalent exchange. Over 15 million in exchange for chakra strength and foundational cultivation techniques, which was immensely valuable to Jin Bing. At this moment, having grasped Wu Chen's intentions, Jin Bing eagerly nodded in agreement, fearing that Obito might retract his offer. Wealth was a commodity easily attained for Jin Bing, yet power was a coveted aspiration. The prospect of purchasing strength with money was an opportunity he wholeheartedly embraced. "Very well," Obito began, but before he could finish, a resounding commotion echoed from the lower levels of the building. He swiftly redirected his focus, signaling to Jin Bing, "Let us defer this discussion for now and address the unforeseen circumstances." Taking a deep breath, Jin Bing nodded to the masked man and turned to descend the stairs. Each of his steps resonated with authority, instilling fear in the employees within the corridor, prompting them to scatter in dismay. Simultaneously, they observed the imposing Jin Bing and thought, "The esteemed Jin Bing is enraged. Those who have incurred his wrath are surely doomed." Chapter 50. The Encounter 14, as Wu Chun, embodying the persona of Minato Namikaze, arrived at the designated location of the Flying Thunder God technique in Hell's Kitchen with Natasha and Coulson. They found the area utterly deserted. Initially, both Coulson and Natasha had prepared themselves for a confrontation, anticipating that their sudden spatial relocation might lead to an encounter, especially since Hell's Kitchen was known as a haven for gang activity. However, to their surprise, nothing transpired. While the two agents sensed an anomaly in the stillness, Wu Chun considered it the norm, as the local thugs were preoccupied with the search for the Nine-Tailed Seal and would naturally avoid lingering in Hell's Kitchen. During their quest for the Nine-Tailed Seal, the thugs had undoubtedly made Hell's Kitchen their first stop. They meticulously scanned every inch of the area with their detection crystals, confirming the absence of the seal before moving on to other locations. Thus, the once lawless Hell's Kitchen was unexpectedly tranquil at that moment, facilitating their investigation. Under Wu Chen's watchful eye, Natasha and Coulson exemplified their adeptness as agents, selecting several establishments suspected of being gang hideouts. Without forcing open any locks, they gained entry and began their inquiries. Yet, despite the smoothness of their investigation, their progress was nearly non-existent. They uncovered nothing of significance. This pattern persisted across 3 or 4 establishments, leading to furrowed brows from both Coulson and Natasha. Observing their frustration, Wu Chun could not resist offering a suggestion. If I were a clandestine force, I would undoubtedly seek out New York's most formidable gang, rather than these inconsequential factions. Pray tell, esteemed agents, which gang holds that title? Upon hearing Wu Chen's insight, Natasha and Coulson suddenly realized, the Kingpin's organization. Let's pay a visit to the Kingpin's territory, Wu Chen decisively proclaimed. His initial reluctance to offer this guidance was a strategic delay intended to buy time for Obito. However, he was mindful not to prolong it excessively, for such a delay could hinder his own advancement in the role. Thus, they promptly made their way to the front of Fisk Tower. As they observed the bustling activity within the tower, Coulson and Natasha exchanged glances, pondering their approach to the investigation. Just as they deliberated, Wu Chun boldly declared, "Let's storm the place. These are nefarious gangsters. There is no need for compassion." Coulson was about to voice his objections when Nick Fury's voice crackled through his earpiece, urging him to proceed. "It's merely a gang, Coulson." While the Kingpin wields considerable influence, he is still but a man beneath the true powers at play. With that, Natasha and Coulson unleashed their full might, eschewing firearms as they incapacitated all who obstructed their path, clearing the way for Wu Chun. Wu Chun stood firmly between the two, occasionally shielding them from the bullets that whizzed around. As the crowd thickened, Natasha clenched her teeth and shouted to Coulson and Wu Chun, "You two move behind me. I will clear the area." With that, Natasha stepped forward, retrieving a grenade-like device from her bodysuit's waist, pulled the pin, and hurled it into the fray. Boom! The grenade detonated, yet it did not explode. It was evidently a flashbang. Natasha seemed to be equipped with some sort of shielding device, remaining unaffected, while Coulson and Wu Chun, positioned behind her, also experienced only a mild impact. However, captivated by Natasha's graceful figure, Wu Chun couldn't help but glance away. After all, he was a young man in his 20s, still brimming with energy. "All right, the area is secured," Natasha declared nonchalantly as she and Coulson incapacitated each individual with swift strikes, rendering them unconscious. Just as Coulson and Wu Chun were about to respond, the elevator nearby slowly opened. A figure loomed, towering at 2 meters tall, resembling a mountain of flesh. Jean Bing. The two agents instantly recognized him, their expressions shifting as they understood that Jean Bing, the Underworld Emperor, wielded not only power but also formidable strength that was not to be underestimated. 3 agents? Jean Bing's gaze swept over Coulson and Natasha, discerning their identities. But when he laid eyes on Wu Chun impersonating Minato Namikaze, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow in surprise. Wasn't this the individual whose prowess was said to rival that of the esteemed master? Initially intent on eliminating the intruders outright, Jean Bing now hesitated. Observing this, Wu Chun raised a hand dismissively. "This is your battle, ordinary people. I shall refrain from intervening. You 3 carry on. I will observe from elsewhere." Before Wu Chun could finish his sentence, a vortex appeared behind Jean Bing, and a masked figure slowly emerged, standing behind him. Upon sensing the arrival of the masked man, Jean Bing appeared as if he had seen his savior, visibly relieved, and promptly bowed. "Master." The masked man waved a hand dismissively, yet his gaze fixated solely on Wu Chen's portrayal of Minato Namikaze. "You Leaf Village ninjas are truly tenacious, like pesky fleas." As Jean Bing bowed and scraped before the masked man, Coulson and Natasha were left astonished, realizing that the intelligence they had gathered on Jean Bing was nothing but a facade. Underworld Emperor? Defiant? Cold-hearted? A remorseless killer? His face was almost blooming with a smile. Could this truly be the Jean Bing they had come to know? However, after their initial shock, Coulson and Natasha quickly deduced the reason behind Jean Bing's demeanor. Could it be that this masked man was the chakra-wielding force behind the clandestine operations that Minato had mentioned? Exchanging glances, they discerned similar thoughts in each other's eyes. Consequently, they simultaneously activated their personal communication devices, transmitting the unfolding events back to S.H.I.E.L.D. Just before the skirmish began, they had turned them off, worried about damaging the equipment. Wu Chun observed the actions of the two individuals but chose to disregard them. At that moment, he was fully immersed in his role as the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, concentrating entirely on the masked man before him. Natasha had never seen Minato like this. In previous missions, he had effortlessly completed tasks, which led to a perpetually languid demeanor. Although he appeared to be diligently engaged in his duties, Natasha, who had spent ample time in his company, sensed that he had never truly exerted himself. However, at this moment, Minato finally adopted a serious demeanor, as if he had encountered an equal adversary. The masked man continued to provoke, tauntingly declaring that wherever they went, they would follow like needy infants clamoring for milk. Wu Chen's eyes narrowed, and a dangerous expression crossed his face. He had not anticipated that there were indeed forces working in the shadows. I am Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage of Konohagakure. Who are you? Upon hearing this, the masked man's eyes narrowed in response. Want to know who I am? Defeat me first. With that, he launched 2 shurikens directly at Wu Chen. The shurikens flew at remarkable speed, their trajectory narrowly missing the necks of Coulson and Natasha, ultimately aimed at Minato. Swiftly reacting, Wu Chen executed a body flicker technique, positioning himself before the 2 agents. With a deft motion, he twirled his kunai and deflected the 2 shurikens with a resounding thud. The deflected shurikens retained their momentum, embedding themselves deep into the wall. Coulson and Natasha felt a wave of relief. Had Minato not intervened, they would have likely perished from those lethal projectiles. At that moment, the masked man stepped forward and began to form hand seals rapidly. Observing his technique, Minato's expression shifted, and without explanation, he grasped Natasha and Coulson by the shoulders, activating the Flying Thunder God technique. Simultaneously, a massive fireball materialized before the masked man, filling the corridor and hurtling towards the position where Minato and his companions had just stood. The explosion erupted with a thunderous roar, engulfing the area in flames and leaving a gaping hole in the wall. Jean watched in astonishment, realizing that when their master had dealt with the Green Goblin and others, he must have held back. Otherwise, given the ferocity of this fire, the villains would undoubtedly have met their demise on the spot. Master, your flames are truly formidable, Jean exclaimed in admiration, but the masked man offered no reply. Instead, he seized Jean by his clothing, and a vortex appeared, pulling him and Jean inside. On the streets of Hell's Kitchen, at the location where Minato and the others had first arrived, the 3 reappeared. Wu Chen released Coulson and Natasha, allowing them to lean against the wall and catch their breath. The difficulty in mastering spatial ninjutsu lies not only in the need for innate spatial talent, but also in the adaptability of the body to such techniques. Ordinary individuals, upon experiencing 2 or 3 consecutive spatial displacements, find their bodies utterly incapable of coping. Most would succumb to nausea, while a select few with stronger constitutions might merely feel faint and breathless. Clearly, both Coulson and Natasha possess commendable resilience. Why do we need to hide just now? Coulson inquired, still trying to catch his breath. However, before Wu Chen could respond, a fiery explosion erupted from the corridor at the base of the Fisk building in the distance. The deafening roar and the raging flames made it evident to Coulson that they had once again been saved by an external force. Thank you. Natasha expressed her gratitude earnestly. Yet Wu Chen waved his hand dismissively, asserting, it is not yet over. We have engaged in battle, and our chakras have become intertwined. Escape within a short time frame is unattainable. This was, of course, a fabrication on Wu Chen's part. While the existence of chakra marks is indeed real, Obito had not utilized them moments ago, rendering any notion of an imminent battle unnecessary. His intent in stating such was to provide S-H-I-E-L-D with a vivid demonstration of the might of the Hidden Leaf Village and the Akatsuki organization. One could argue that, in the Marvel Universe, with the exception of a few formidable antagonists, no one, be they hero or villain, could rival the likes of Minato Namikaze and Obito Uchiha. The capabilities of ninjas are simply too enigmatic. However, without adversaries, how could one convey the true prowess of ninjas to others? Thus, confrontations among ninjas were essential. Chapter 52, Suppression 34. While Wu Chen planned to orchestrate a display of powerful ninja combat that day, he had no intention of inciting the chaos of the Nine Tails just yet. This was primarily because S-H-I-E-L-D had yet to grasp the true strength of ninjas. They had not even begun to evacuate the citizens of New York. How could this be acceptable? Although Wu Chen could control the force of his actions with precision, summoning the Nine Tails was a different matter altogether, as it represented the complete embodiment of the beast. A moment's carelessness could lead to the devastation of New York, which was a scenario Wu Chen feared might inadvertently harm innocent civilians. This was not merely a matter of benevolence. It was his principle to avoid entangling innocents in his affairs, marking his moral boundary. If one were to lose their principles, they could become more terrifying than any villain. Naturally, the innocents Wu Chen wished to protect did not include those of ill repute, such as thugs or villains. Hence, the formidable ninja clash that day needed to be grandiose, ensuring that S.H.I.E.L.D. would fully comprehend the destructive potential of ninjas. This would consequently prompt the evacuation of New York citizens, allowing Wu Chen to proceed with his plan for the Nine Tails Chaos, amassing wealth and advancing his agenda without concern. Upon hearing Wu Chen's words, Coulson, Natasha, and even the analytical think tank within S.H.L.D., including Nick Fury, were momentarily taken aback. Before they could articulate their thoughts, Wu Chen continued, "However, this aligns perfectly with my intentions. To flee without a fight is not my style. Besides, I am the fourth Hokage of the Hidden Leaf." Wu Chen's words brimmed with profound confidence, a conviction that could only stem from formidable strength. Upon hearing this, Nick Fury immediately commanded, "Deploy drones to Hell's Kitchen for reconnaissance. Ensure clear imagery is captured." With a hum, 3 drones soared from the Triskelion headquarters, hastily making their way toward Hell's Kitchen. Indeed, as Wu Chen had predicted, a spatial vortex emerged with a masked man pursuing Jinbing. Observing the relentless chase, Coulson swiftly addressed Wu Chen, "Mr. Beaufong, do you have the assurance to defeat that masked individual?" Wu Chen replied, "I am 70% confident." "Very well. Natasha and I will hold Jinbing at bay. You need not concern yourself with us." Coulson, possessing keen insight, recognized the extraordinary nature of the battle. He understood that as mere agents, he and Natasha had no place in this confrontation. Rather than distract Beaufong by requiring protection, it was more prudent for them to engage another formidable opponent, preventing interference in Beaufong's duel. The masked man, too, harbored similar intentions. Glancing at Jinbing, he gestured toward Coulson and Natasha, declaring, "Jinbing, let me witness the fruits of your training. Shall I be pleased? I may grant you a suitable ninjutsu as a gift." Elated, Jinbing's combat spirit surged as he fixed his fierce gaze upon the 2 agents. Instantly, the battlefield seemed to divide. On one side stood the 2 agents confronting the imposing Jinbing, while on the other, Beaufong and the masked man regarded each other from afar. At that moment, the shield drones arrived just in time, accompanied by the whirring of propellers. It was as though the battle horn had sounded, and the 2 arenas erupted into conflict. Natasha and Coulson finally drew their firearms, assessing that, given Jinbing's massive stature, he likely possessed immense strength and formidable defense, albeit with sluggish speed. In such a scenario, failing to wield lethal weaponry could render them incapable of even breaching his defenses, let alone subduing him. Observing the 2 agents wielding guns, a sinister smile crept across Jinbing's face. While firearms could indeed inflict harm upon him, the catch was that they had to hit him first. With the acquisition of chakra, Jinbing's speed had significantly increased. He was no longer the slow-moving behemoth of the past. Although he could not outrun bullets, he could certainly outpace the agent's ability to pivot their weapons. As long as he evaded the line of fire, he would remain unscathed. Yet, despite his overwhelming superiority over the 2 agents, Jinbing had no intention of swiftly concluding the battle. His cautious nature compelled him to first gauge the agent's abilities, waiting until he had fully assessed their strengths before taking action. Furthermore, Jinbing was eager to observe the clash between the masked man and Beaufong. The combat that employed chakra and ninjutsu was the true essence of battle. Thus, he multitasked with remarkable finesse, simultaneously toying with 2 agents while guarding against any sudden attempts to subdue him, all the while discreetly observing the battle unfolding nearby. In comparison to him, Natasha and Coulson found themselves under considerable strain. They had never anticipated that a figure as substantial as Jinbing could move with such swiftness. Witnessing the radiant blue aura emanating from his feet and hands, they grasped a horrifying truth. Jinbing had mastered chakra. Furthermore, the enhancement chakra provided was astonishingly potent. Despite the chaotic skirmish involving Minato Namikaze, Natasha and Coulson remained entirely focused. For a mere moment of inattention could result in Jinbing sending them flying with a single strike. Chapter 53. Do such decayed families even deserve? Wu Chun paid some attention to the battle involving Jin Bin and his companions, yet his primary focus lay on the masked man. Even knowing that the figure before him was, in essence, his own self, Wu Chun felt a surge of adrenaline. A continuous one-sided domination was hardly engaging. A contest of equals was the epitome of thrilling combat. Moreover, he yearned to ascertain just how far he could push the limits of the character he was portraying. At that moment, a balanced confrontation was upon him. With adrenaline surging, Wu Chun hurled a trident shuriken toward the masked man. The masked individual raised his head slightly, producing a slender chain and nonchalantly swinging it a couple of times, exuding an air of indifference as though he held Minato Namikaze in contempt. As the trident shuriken approached, the masked man neither dodged nor evaded, calmly observing the specialized projectile hurtling towards him. This scene elicited frowns from the agents at SHIELD. The think tank engaged in fervent discussion, lamenting the masked man's audacity. How could he dare face Minato Namikaze in such a manner? Surely he was doomed. I beg to differ. He exudes confidence and must possess some formidable abilities. Only Nick Fury remained fixated on the screen, seemingly intent on uncovering the visage concealed beneath the masked man's facade. In a flash, Wu Chun traversed the space between them, seizing the airborne trident shuriken and thrusting it forcefully toward the masked man's neck. Indeed, Minato Namikaze proved to be exceptionally formidable. One member of the think tank, watching the live broadcast, reiterated his stance. However, the situation did not unfold as anticipated. The masked man was not decapitated, and the crisis lingered. Astonishingly, the trident shuriken, along with Minato Namikaze's hand, passed through the masked man's neck as if he were non-existent. What on earth is happening? Nick Fury could no longer maintain his composure. He shouted to the think tank, urging them to analyze the situation swiftly. Chaos erupted within SHIELD. At this moment, the masked man sprang into action. Leaning forward, he grasped the ends of the chain and slipped through Minato Namikaze's form, sprinting further into the distance. The chains soared high into the air, forming a perfect arc. Gazing at the oncoming chains, the character portrayed by Wu Chun, Namikaze Minato, appeared oblivious to the impending danger, failing to evade their grasp, and thus became ensnared. Perhaps there was simply no time to escape. In an instant, the tides of battle shifted. With one hand gripping the chains, the masked man began to weave his signs: fire release, dragon fire technique. A resounding whoosh. Under the watchful eyes of SHIELD, flames erupted from the end of the chains, surging towards Namikaze Minato. Despite the absence of any flammable material upon the chains, the flames raged fiercely, rising to heights of 3 or 4 meters. Just as the inferno seemed poised to engulf Minato, a loud thud echoed, and he transformed into a chair, breaking free from the chain's clutches and appearing by the roadside. A substitution technique. Boom! The wooden chair was struck directly by the flames, instantly morphing into a blazing fireball. This bewildered the strategist at SHIELD, who struggled to comprehend how the masked man had executed such a feat. Wu Chun's portrayal of Namikaze Minato feigned confusion, his expression grave, eyes deep in contemplation. After a brief moment, he swiftly formed hand signs. Wind release, great breakthrough. A powerful gust erupted from Wu Chun's lips, hurtling towards the masked figure who was gathering the chains. The great breakthrough was not merely a gale. It was infused with razor-sharp wind blades, capable of inflicting harm upon foes. However, due to its insufficient power, this technique was often employed for clearing spaces and testing the waters. At this moment, it served as Wu Chun's means of gauging the masked man's strength. As anticipated, the masked man did not evade, braving the tempest head-on. Yet, contrary to expectation, the chains in his grasp remained utterly still, unaffected by the storm. Even the fabric of his clothing was undisturbed. Witnessing this, Wu Chun's Namikaze Minato began to ponder deeply. Meanwhile, the SHIELD strategists were driven to the brink of madness. What sort of ability was this? Clearly capable of offensive maneuvers, yet impervious to attack. What invincible technique was this? Stay calm. It cannot be absolute invincibility. Analyze carefully. In the midst of the chaos, the masked man slowly spoke after Wu Chun ceased the winds. Is this the Hokage of Konoha? Hardly impressive. If this is your only level of skill, I have no time to continue this farce. With that, the masked man retracted his chains and raised his hand, retrieving the Uchiha fan from the vortex. At that moment, the crimson Sharingan in his eyes gleamed, prompting Minato to exclaim, "The Sharingan! You are the Uchiha clan?" Huh, that decayed clan has the audacity to claim such a title? The masked man scoffed. Enough with the idle chatter. Hokage of Konoha, prepare yourself. He raised the fan high and unleashed his technique. Fire release, explosive wind dance. Chapter 54. The Ninja Who Creates Catastrophes. 14. As the masked man finished speaking, a robust serpent of fire abruptly materialized before him, spiraling towards Wu Chen with ferocious intent. The very fabric of space warped, further accelerating the serpent's speed. Moreover, as the fire serpent extended, its size rapidly swelled, soon achieving a diameter of 2 to 3 meters. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The masked man abruptly waved his high-held Uchiha fan, introducing an enigmatic wind that mingled with the fire serpent, causing it to swell once more. In no time, a fire serpent, measuring several dozen meters in diameter and resembling a colossal python from the earthly realm, was birthed, instantly filling the streets of Hell's Kitchen. Observing this scene, Wu Chen did not entertain thoughts of resistance. He promptly executed the Flying Thunder God technique, appearing beside Natasha, delivering a powerful kick that sent the golden figure flying, while simultaneously seizing hold of Coulson to activate the technique once more. In a flash, they materialized several kilometers away, in a neighborhood not far from Wu Chen's residence. On a rooftop, the three of them gazed with varied expressions at the inferno that had wholly consumed Hell's Kitchen. Wu Chen had not anticipated that the advanced ninjutsu, fire release, explosive wind dance, combined with Obito's Kimui and the Uchiha fan, could yield such a result. Hell's Kitchen sprawled across several square kilometers, and now, a significant portion was shrouded in flames. Although there were instances in the Naruto storyline where Obito, alongside Uchiha Madara, unleashed a fire technique that required the entire ninja alliance to counter with water techniques, Wu Chen had never envisioned that the current Obito could achieve such a feat clearly. The Uchiha fan played a pivotal role in this explosive manifestation. Nevertheless, the effect was spectacular. Surely, the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. would now grasp the devastating power of a ninja. The primary objective had been accomplished. Natasha and Coulson stared in astonishment at the cataclysmic scene before them, utterly unable to fathom that a ninja could wield such power, creating flames that scorched entire city blocks. Trembling, Natasha retrieved her phone, preparing to dial the fire department. But Coulson halted her, asserting that until the arsonist was subdued, the flames would surely reignite. Meanwhile, S.H.I.E.L.D. was enveloped in a profound silence, so palpable that one could hear a pin drop. After a prolonged pause, a member of the think tank finally voiced a quaking suggestion. Is this even real? How could a human accomplish such a feat? Director, I recommend we expedite the evacuation of New York citizens. At the very least, there should be no civilians near Times Square. At last, someone articulated the proposal Wu Chen had been hoping to hear. Nick Fury, stroking his chin, contemplated the implications. Director, is there really any need for deliberation? The final battleground will undoubtedly be in Times Square, and the odds of ordinary people surviving such a non-human confrontation are zero. As the member of the think tank spoke, he gestured towards the large screen, urging, look at the neighborhood in Hell's Kitchen. Even though the masked man has ceased his arson, a catastrophic fire has still erupted. If we do not act swiftly to extinguish it, it could escalate into a conflagration that engulfs all of New York. Do you not comprehend this? Upon hearing this, Nick Fury's expression soured. I will lobby the government, he declared. He then addressed his earpiece, saying, Agent Coulson, pass your earpiece to Minato Namikaze. On the rooftop, Coulson removed his earpiece and handed it to Wu Chen, who raised an eyebrow as he accepted it. Mr. Namikaze, do you accept the commission? Yes. Then, in my personal capacity, I commission you to defeat the masked man with utmost urgency, with a reward of $1 million. Nick Fury gritted his teeth, adding, moreover, for the task of preventing or sealing the Nine Tails, S.H.I.E.L.D. will enhance the reward from $10 million to $20 million. The additional 10 million will be disbursed upon task completion. Agreed. Wu Chen replied decisively, having no reason to decline. He had intended to accept Nick Fury's commission, especially after witnessing the devastation wrought by the masked man in today's battle. It was time to bring this to a conclusion. The increase in the reward for the Ninetales mission was an unexpected boon. Returning the earpiece to Coulson, Wu Chen patted his shoulder and said to both of them, "You two stay here and keep watch. Leave the rest to me." Coulson nodded obediently, fully aware of his limitations in the current situation. Conversely, Natasha appeared somewhat conflicted, her expression tinged with concern. Mr. Namikaze. However, Wu Chen did not afford her the opportunity to elaborate, activating the Flying Thunder God technique and transforming into a golden flash. Departing in an instant, Natasha puffed her cheeks in frustration. Back in the streets of Hell's Kitchen, Wu Chen surveyed the surroundings, which resembled a molten purgatory, and could not help but exclaim, "This has gone a tad too far." Noticing that SHIELDS drones were still operational, he did not linger and immediately launched an assault on the masked man not far off. Chapter 55, Weakness 24, once again employing the three-pronged kunai as his opening move. Wu Chen fired a kunai at the masked man. In an instant, he transformed into a beam of golden light, seizing the swiftly approaching kunai and engaging in combat. Clang! Clang! The kunai clashed against the Uchiha fan, producing a bright, metallic sound. Under the watchful eyes of SHIELD personnel, Wu Chen, embodying Minato Namikaze, was locked in an intense melee with the masked man, as if either could fall victim to a weapon strike at any moment, leading to severe injury or death. Flames raged around them, occasionally igniting bursts of fire that added a striking visual flair to the battle. At that moment, they gained a deeper understanding of the profession of a ninja. Ninjas possess not only the devastating power of their formidable jutsu, but also exhibit physical prowess and hand-to-hand combat skills that are beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Even if these two warriors refrained from utilizing any ninjutsu, they would likely overwhelm the finest agents of SHIELD in combat with ease. Yet, as they engaged in this stalemate of physical confrontation, the agents of SHIELD suddenly focused intently, urgently calling for Agents Coulson and Natasha. Agent Romanoff. Agent Coulson, immediately assist Namikaze Minato. Now, their haste stemmed from the realization that Jean had stealthily maneuvered to the rear of the combatants. He raised a boulder high, poised to crush Minato. At that moment, Wu Chen, portraying Minato, was aware of this danger, but was unable to divert his attention from the masked man who had him ensnared. To do so would expose him to vulnerability and certain defeat. SHIELD recognized this peril and promptly summoned Coulson and Natasha. Thus, the two agents sprang into action. Coulson, skilled in marksmanship, swiftly seized the handgun Natasha had provided, brandishing dual firearms aimed at Jean, and without hesitation, he opened fire. The shots rang out. Jean utilized the massive stone in his grasp to deflect the bullets, thereby forfeiting the opportunity to strike Wu Chen. Meanwhile, the agile Natasha, renowned for her close-quarters combat abilities, descended the stairs and darted onto the battlefield. Instantaneously, Jin's intention to aid the masked man in vanquishing Minato was thwarted. Although Coulson and Natasha may not match the chakra-trained Jin in strength, they could at least manage to restrain him. Noticing the movements of the two agents, Wu Chen flashed a smile at Coulson and Natasha before creating distance between himself and the masked man. "I have comprehended everything," Wu Chen declared confidently. "I know your weakness." The masked man, however, displayed a skeptical expression, suggesting that the Hokage of Konoha was not only audacious, but also prone to boast. "Next, I shall defeat you." Wu Chen seemed unfazed by the masked man's taunts, tightening his grip on the trident kunai as he charged forward. "If you can then come," the masked man retorted defiantly, gripping one end of a chain in one hand while wielding a fan connected to it in the other, preparing for confrontation. All of these developments, along with Minato's bold declarations, were clearly observed by the agents of SHIELD. The sound transmission devices and drones were intact, allowing the think tank to engage in fervent discussion. "Do you believe Minato can defeat this masked man?" one queried. "It seems unlikely. The abilities of this masked adversary are exceedingly troublesome. He can evade harm indefinitely if he so desires. While Minato is indeed formidable, how could he strike the ethereal masked man? Ethereal? Precisely. That is the name I have bestowed upon the masked man's ability. With but a thought, he can render himself immune to any attack. What else could it be but ethereal? The term blurring is indeed quite fitting. I believe that Minato Namikaze merely sought to provoke the masked man. He lacked a means to truly defeat him. Just wait and see. Minato is not one to make grandiose claims without foundation. If he asserts he can prevail, he certainly possesses a strategy. Within SHIELD, there are also admirers of Minato, as his actions resonate positively with the agency. The supporters of Minato and those who believe he is merely attempting to intimidate the masked man found themselves at an impasse in the SHIELD conference room. Amid their heated debate, however, the situation displayed on a large screen shifted. This change did not concern Minato or the masked man, but rather unfolded on the side of Jinbing. Natasha, possessing exceptional combat skills, was engaging Jinbing in a balanced fight, aided by Coulson's long-range shooting. Subsequently, she utilized her agent equipment. With a swift stomp, a spike measuring 5 to 6 centimeters emerged from the tip of her shoe. The spike glimmered with the sheen of droplets, indicating it was far from a mere weapon. Natasha had coated the spike with a narcotic agent that, upon entering the bloodstream, could incapacitate an adversary within seconds. Consequently, after deploying the spike, Natasha's combat style evolved. She intended to sacrifice a minor cost to pierce Jinbing's skin with the spike, thereby paralyzing him and securing victory. Jinbing, seemingly oblivious to her intentions, unwittingly took the bait she laid out, a deliberate opening at her side. He struck with a powerful punch. Crack! The sound of a clean break resonated as Jinbing's fist likely shattered 3 or 4 of Natasha's ribs. Enduring the pain, Natasha swiftly kicked, aiming to drive the spike into Jinbing, delivering a fatal blow. Yet at that moment, Jinbing wore a peculiar smile. Substitution technique. Boom! Jinbing's massive form vanished, replaced by a wooden dummy. This was a decoy he had prepared in advance, knowing that the substitution technique worked best when swapping with a wooden figure. As such, Natasha's spike embedded itself into the dummy, rendering her unable to extract it. Seizing the opportunity, Jinbing advanced, raising his fist to deliver a crushing blow to Natasha's head. If he connected, it would surely result in her instantaneous demise. However, she found herself with no escape. The dummy severely hampered her mobility. Coulson hurriedly attempted to provide gunfire support, but Jinbing shielded himself with the car door he had torn off during the earlier scuffle. As Natasha beheld the approaching figure of Jinbing, she sensed the ominous presence of death. On the brink of her demise, her thoughts inexplicably drifted to the steadfast presence of Minato Namikaze, with whom she had spent countless days. You must vanquish the masked man and save New York, she fervently implored within her heart, as if uttering her final words. In a fleeting moment of brilliance, Wu Chan materialized behind Natasha, enveloping her delicate form in his embrace. In an instant, they transformed into a flash of light and vanished, evading Jinbing's assault. Although Wu Chun disapproved of Natasha's seductive tactics, he could not bear the thought of her being slain by Jinbing. He signaled to the combatant known as the Masked Man, who immediately comprehended his intent and retreated under Wu Chen's assault, granting him the opportunity to employ the Flying Thunder God technique to rescue Natasha. In a blink, Wu Chan appeared on the rooftop alongside Coulson, cradling Natasha in his arms. You just gave up the fight so easily? This is not the Natasha I know, he intended to remark, but was met with an inexplicable gaze from her that left him feeling somewhat guilty, prompting him to hand Natasha over to Coulson. Rest assured, I will handle everything myself. From a distance, Natasha observed Minato returning to the battlefield, enduring the pain in her waist while her eyes flickered with determination. Coulson glanced at her, his lips parting as if to speak, yet ultimately, he remained silent. As Minato re-entered the fray, the masked man addressed Jinbing, stating, Jinbing, I am quite pleased with your progress. Therefore, step aside. Watch as I personally defeat this Hokage. Yes, my lord. Jinbing promptly retreated to the periphery of the battlefield. Frankly, after witnessing Minato's elusive prowess, Jinbing harbored no desire to engage him in combat. Although he could not attain the level of invulnerability that his master possessed, where only he could strike while being impervious to counterattacks, he was fully aware that he was ill-equipped to contend with Minato. Thus, he gladly complied with the masked man's command to withdraw, knowing that his master would be satisfied, and the water release techniques were certain to follow. The battlefield once again returned to a one-on-one scenario. Observing this, Wu Chen smiled, remarking, "I must admit, you possess quite the warrior spirit. Oomph. I merely believe that dealing with you requires no assistance. Otherwise, it would be a disgrace to me." The masked man did not accept Wu Chen's praise, instead keeping a vigilant eye on him, preparing for his attack. At that moment, Wu Chen made his move. This time, he did not first launch his kunai. Instead, he surged forth directly towards the masked man. With a swift motion, he casually tossed the kunai, seemingly indifferent to its lethality, merely probing the waters. The masked man had no intention of evading. He simply transformed, allowing the kunai to pass through his corporeal form. At this juncture, the distance between Wu Chen, embodying Minato, and the masked man had greatly diminished. The masked man extended his hand, seemingly intent on seizing Wu Chen's clothing. As Wu Chen witnessed this scene, a smile crept upon his lips. He did not immediately unleash his ninjutsu. Instead, he meticulously timed his move. At the very moment the masked man touched his attire, he activated the flying thunder god technique. In an instant, Wu Chen materialized above the masked figure, one hand gripping the kunai that had just pierced through the man's body, while the other brandished a spiraling sphere radiating a brilliant blue light. With a fluid motion, he struck the masked man's back with a Rasengan before he could react. Boom! This is the second stage of the Flying Thunder God. Wu Chen's voice echoed across the battlefield as the Rasengan erupted in a dazzling display. The masked man was forcefully driven into the ground, fully absorbing the impact of the attack. This marked the first time he had been struck by an external assault. Victory was achieved. The supporters of Minato Namikaze within S.H.O.D. were even more exhilarated than Minato himself. "I told you Minato could defeat the masked man. What do you say now?" The supporters fervently chastised the skeptics, who could only accept their fate in silence. Unable to counter the triumph, Nick Fury, for the first time, allowed a smile to surface, though it was quickly followed by a grimace at the thought of the $1 million wager. Natasha, supported by Coulson, observed the events unfold from a distance, her smile reflecting her belief in his capabilities. "I knew you could do it." Meanwhile, Jean Bing's eyes widened in disbelief. A being of such immense power had been bested. How could this be possible? With a swift motion, Wu Chen left a flying thunder god mark on the masked man. As the smoke cleared, the masked figure leaped back several paces. Relieved, Jean Bing exhaled, reassured that the man was still capable of movement. Facing Minato, the masked man's voice was tinged with pain. "I never anticipated you would see through my ruse. Very well, let us cease hostilities for now." Yet, before he could finish his sentence, Wu Chen flashed forward, appearing right before him. Boom! With a powerful kick, Wu Chen sent the masked man flying. Jean Bing quickly positioned himself to catch the masked figure midair. Upon being caught, the masked man remained silent, channeling chakra to erase the flying thunder god mark from his back. With the mark dispelled, he showed no inclination to continue the confrontation, instead retreating into a vortex with Jean Bing. Finally, they have departed. The S.H.I.E.L.D. operatives erupted in cheers. After witnessing the masked man's formidable and enigmatic nature, they had never expected Minato to eliminate him entirely in one fell swoop. Merely driving him away was already a considerable achievement. Subsequently, S.H.I.E.L.D. sprang into action, promptly dispatching nearby fire crews to extinguish the flames in Hell's Kitchen. In Hell's Kitchen, Wu Chen gazed at the departing masked man and Jean, his expression somewhat bewildered, as if he had not anticipated such a swift and decisive exit. With a flash of light, Wu Chen returned to Coulson and Natasha's side, exclaiming, "Allow me to escort you to the nearest hospital." He placed his hand on Coulson's shoulder, ready to lead them away. However, Natasha proactively freed herself from Coulson's support, bravely enduring her pain as she leaned towards Bo Feng Shuimin. Wu Chen found it difficult to abandon her, for she was gravely injured. Reluctantly, he wrapped his arm around Natasha and guided both her and Coulson away from the still-burning Hell's Kitchen. Upon reaching the hospital entrance, Wu Chen disregarded Natasha's pitiful gaze and activated the Flying Thunder God technique to depart. Back at home, he reverted to his true form, resting his hand against the window as he gazed at the inferno-consuming Hell's Kitchen in the distance, murmuring softly, Does this count as an indirect cleansing of Hell's Kitchen? Bang! The clone of Wu Chun, diligently honing his chakra control, felt a surge of annoyance upon witnessing his original self's pretentious display. Not only do you prevent me from going out, but you also return just to show off in front of me? Are you even human? Frustrated, he decided to dispel the shadow clone, allowing the memories, experiences, and fatigue to return to Wu Chen's original self. Sensing the emotions of the clone, Wu Chen couldn't help but smile and shake his head. At that moment, a vortex suddenly emerged in his home. From within it stepped the masked man, the very individual who had set the entirety of Hell's Kitchen ablaze. Without uttering a word, the masked man dispelled his disguise, revealing Wu Chen's shadow clone in a state of severe injury, bloodied and battered. This revelation informed Wu Chen that any injury sustained while in character would transfer to his original self upon dispelling the clone. Fortunately, his original persona had not been the one to endure the blows, but rather the one delivering them. The clone's injuries were inconsequential. Dispelling it meant that Wu Chen would only experience the pain without suffering actual harm. Thus, Wu Chen resolved that in future encounters where he played opposing roles, his original self would always assume the advantageous position, leaving the injuries and hardships to the shadow clone. Bang! Finally, the shadow clone could bear no more and dispelled itself. Concurrently, Wu Chen felt a sharp pain in his back and received a flood of memories. Without hesitation, he retrieved an anti-fatigue potion, drank it in one gulp, and lay down to alleviate his discomfort while organizing the clone's memories and reflecting on the benefits that the conflagration of Hell's Kitchen had bestowed upon him. Nevertheless, it must be said, enduring the full brunt of a spiraling sphere's damage was indeed excruciating. Chapter 58, Harvest 15. Before commencing this battle, Wu Chen pondered how to orchestrate the entrance of the masked man and subsequently facilitate his retreat. The entrance was straightforward. A mere chance encounter would suffice. As for the retreat, Wu Chen recalled the method employed by the Fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, during the Kyuubi incident. The Flying Thunder God technique, second phase. This dazzling and formidable technique, in truth, does not require a significantly higher level of skill compared to the standard Flying Thunder God technique. It merely necessitates precise timing and exceptional reflexes. After reaching 50% progress in his impersonation of Minato, Wu Chen felt confident in his ability to successfully execute the second phase of the Flying Thunder God technique. Thus, he resolved to utilize this technique as the climactic conclusion to the masked man's temporary exit. This approach would not only rationally defeat the masked man, but also elevate the prestige of both the masked man and Minato. Such a powerful adversary could not be vanquished so easily. Otherwise, all that Wu Chen had meticulously constructed would be rendered futile. Therefore, it was not the masked man's weakness that led to his defeat at the hands of Minato, but rather the exceptional combat intellect of Minato that enabled him to triumph over the masked man. The distinction between these two narratives is profound. At this moment, having successfully reenacted the scene of Minato defeating the masked man with the second phase of the Flying Thunder God technique according to the script, one could surmise that the members of S.H.I.E.L.D. would now harbor greater confidence in the Hidden Leaf Village. Furthermore, as long as they were not foolish, their vigilance towards the masked man would remain unwavering. Reflecting on the memories within his mind, Wu Chen became aware of the events following the masked man's departure with Jinbin. Driven by a desire for wealth, the masked man, guided by Jinbin, utilized spatial transfer to arrive at Jinbin's vault. He directly collected 20 million in cash, in exchange for which he bestowed upon Jinbin 5 water release techniques. Water release, water barrier technique, water release, water prison technique, water release, water clone technique, water release, water dragon bullet technique, and water release, great waterfall technique. Each of these 5 techniques was valued at an average of 4 million. Yet Jinbin was more than willing to pay. After all, this was a monopoly. He would pay any price for the masked man's teachings. However, the masked man did not simply accept this substantial sum without obligation. He would guide Jinbin in the mastery of these 5 techniques, ensuring he comprehended their intricacies. Moreover, these 5 techniques were not arbitrarily selected. They encompassed defense, control, utility, damage, and lethality, an all-encompassing arsenal that would significantly enhance Jinbin's combat prowess. As for how the masked man possessed such an extensive repertoire of water release techniques, the answer was simple. during his control over the Fourth Hokage. Obito Uchiha had access to various sealed texts within the Mist Village and was able to peruse them at will, consequently memorizing numerous water release techniques. Not only did he acquire general water release techniques, but he also gained intimate knowledge of the various secret techniques of the Mist Village. Thus, he had the potential to continue profiting handsomely from Jinbin, establishing a stable economic source for himself. After receiving the payment, the masked man parted ways with Jinbin. As for what would become of Jinbin after this incident, the masked man felt no concern. A figure like Jinbin, even with undeniable evidence against him, would find it exceedingly difficult to be imprisoned, given his extensive network of connections. Once separated from Jinbin, the masked man returned home. At this moment, Wu Chen was immensely pleased. Despite the excruciating pain in his back, he had garnered substantial rewards. He immersed his consciousness into the system space and beheld his system panel. Host: Wu Chen, current role. Unassigned, current progress. None, characters owned. Fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze, 55. Mysterious masked man Obito Uchiha, 35. Character role extraction attempts, 0. Selected character abilities. Fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze, 0. As anticipated, Minato Namikaze had rescued Hell's Kitchen, saved the agents, and indirectly salvaged New York City, fulfilling the mission entrusted by S.H.L.D., and thereby significantly advancing his role progress. It is noteworthy that the difficulty of increasing role progress beyond 50% escalates dramatically. Yet, he had just experienced a near 5% surge in progress. As for Obito Uchiha, there was no need for elaboration. His progress leaped from 25% to 35%, a remarkable 10% increase. Indeed, minor skirmishes pale in comparison to a major event. It appears that orchestrating significant occurrences based on the goals of the characters is the most expedient method to accelerate role progress. Wu Chen reflected profoundly. This essentially meant he was instigating events. However, instigating events was exhilarating. Manipulating everyone as if they were mere pawns while simultaneously growing stronger was an extraordinary feeling. In his excitement, Wu Chen felt the pain in his back dissipate. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, he opened them all and checked his balance. 20,050, 000 yuan. The reward for this mission from S.H.I.L.D. was 500,000, alongside an additional 1,000,000 from Nick Fury's private assignment, which Wu Chen had yet to claim. Thus his balance did not reflect these amounts. Nevertheless, what could be accomplished with 20,050,000 yuan? As Wu Chen surveyed the various options in the mall, he found himself becoming excited once more. Chapter 59, New Summon Characters, 25. Then, Wu Chen fell asleep. The combination of fatigue, resistance medication, and his injuries proved too compelling, and he succumbed to sleep. When he awakened the next day, refreshed and invigorated, he resumed the unfinished task from the previous night. Opening the system mall, Wu Chen began to contemplate his level of need for the 4 items available. Weapons? He had no shortage. Minato Namikaze was already well equipped, and with Obito possessing the Uchiha fan, he was more than sufficient. Thus, weapon forging and repair was eliminated from consideration. Summoning characters? That was certainly an option worth pursuing. However, it cannot be a summoned character of Uchiha Obito, for his summoning has already been determined to be Noera Rin. The system has informed Wu Chen that a character can only summon one individual with whom they share a close relationship. Once summoned, unless the summoning card is damaged, it cannot be resummoned. Thus, he can only summon friends and family of Namikaze Minato. Fortunately, Minato has several acquaintances: his wife, Uzumaki Kushina, his son, Uzumaki Naruto, his disciple, Hatake Kakashi, and his mentor, Jiraiya, all of whom are viable options. Among these 4, aside from Naruto, who may be in a childhood state and thus of limited utility, the other 3 possess considerable value. At least, they are far more formidable than Noera Rin. This strength is measured in terms of raw power. Noera Rin is merely an average CH Nin. Hypothetically, if Naruto were not in his juvenile form, even his early iterations would surpass Rin's combat capabilities. Although Rin possesses some medical ninjutsu, her proficiency is rather average, and on that day, when Wu Chen engaged in conversation with Rin while assuming Obito's appearance, he discerned that Rin did not harbor the 3 tails within her. Thus, it becomes apparent that among the characters that can currently be summoned, No-Era Rin is the weakest. However, weakness is inconsequential if one proves to be of use. The sole purpose of summoning Rin would be to engage in conversation with Obito, alleviating his loneliness and providing him guidance. As long as this occurs, Obito's progress in his role will advance, which is a significant gain. Therefore, Wu Chen's intention to summon No-Era Rin stems not from her strength, but from her significance to Obito. In this respect, Rin is indeed formidable. After all, everyone else in Obito's life is either dispensable or can be exploited as targets for elimination, while Obito's summoning character is already established. Let us not forget that Namake's Minato has 4 potential summoning options. Although there are choices available, Wu Chen did not dwell on this matter for long. Since the summoning is random and cannot be selected, any character could potentially appear. Thus, he decided to allocate $110,000 as a summoning fund. Next, there is the random treasure chest of the multiverse. This is also a possibility. It is important to note that Wu Chen's current connection with Tony Stark emerged from the culinary items he procured from the random treasure chest. Otherwise, how could he possibly interact with the illustrious Iron Man and establish a relatively amicable relationship? His desire to engage with Tony Stark is, of course, motivated by Wu Chen's wish to accept commissions from him to further his progress in his role. Wu Chen is well aware that tasks obtained from superheroes yield significantly more progress than those from ordinary individuals. As for how to leverage this relationship later, it is quite simple. Wu Chen merely needs to act as an intermediary and provide a brief introduction. For instance, Wu Chen remarked to Tony that he fortuitously encountered someone capable of treating Tony's injuries. Hence, out of concern for a friend, he recommended that Tony give it a try. Although Tony Stark is known for his sharp tongue and acerbic wit, he is generally quite generous towards friends he values. Wu Chen, still a bit short of his goal, needed to persist in his efforts. Perhaps, in the near future, the young Chinese man selling hamburgers, Wu Chen, would become a true friend of Iron Man. By then, the plot of Iron Man 2 would unfold, with Tony deeply afflicted, ordinary medical interventions proving futile, yet Wu Chen would arrive bearing a lifeline. This move would not only advance his role-playing progress, but also earn him Tony's goodwill, a guaranteed profit. As for whether the individual Wu Chen recommended possessed the ability to heal Tony, while conventional medical methods may fail to alleviate Tony's symptoms, medical ninjutsu or other-world medical supplies ought to be effective. Many adversaries within Konoha or other organizations are well-versed in medical ninjutsu. Even if it proves difficult to summon a character adept in medical ninjutsu, one could utilize a wish card or the random treasure chest from another realm to procure healing items, entirely capable of curing Tony Stark. Thus, it will be prudent to draw from the random treasure chest. As for the wish card, its capacity to fulfill desires within a limited scope is invaluable, and Wu Chen would certainly not dismiss it. After considerable contemplation, Wu Chen resolved to summon friends of Minato Namake's before addressing other matters. Consequently, he spent 100,000 to refresh the summoning card and chose to exchange it for a summon of Minato Namake's. 1,000,000 yuan with a swift motion. A blue card devoid of any markings appeared in Wu Chen's hand. Chapter 60. Kushina Uzumaki, 35. He cast the card onto the ground before him, and the blue light erupted forth. In the next moment, a figure emerged from the azure glow and immediately leaped into Wu Chen's portrayal of Minato's embrace. Minato! The voice exuded the unique charm and innocence of a lovesick girl. Yet, upon closer inspection, it bore a robust quality, as though the speaker were a strong-willed woman. With wine-red, silky long hair framing her delicate features, her ebony eyes sparkled with affection and reliance towards Minato. A hairpin adorned her left hairstyle, and a wrist guard encircled her left wrist. Standing approximately 1.65 meters, she was clothed in a white dress complemented by a gray apron, which concealed her graceful figure, though her supple curves inevitably betrayed the truth. This was Kushina Uzumaki, mother of Naruto Uzumaki, the protagonist of Naruto and wife of Minato Namake's. Minato and Kushina had endured numerous experiences together, ultimately falling in love and tying the knot. Observing Kushina's current demeanor, it seemed she had recently entered into marriage with Minato. However, a glance from Wu Chen revealed a hint of awkwardness in Kushina's posture at that moment. Gently extending his hand, he pushed Uzumaki Kushina away from his embrace. Before Wu Chen could utter a word, he noticed the exquisite features of Kushina's face were suffused with a sense of grievance, tears seemingly on the verge of spilling. Minato, do you no longer harbor feelings for me? The issue is not whether I like you, but rather that I am not Minato at all. Wu Chen silently lamented. Yet his actions belied his thoughts, as he simply wished to observe her earnestness. With that, he once again enveloped Kushina in his arms. It must be said that being embraced by Uzumaki Kushina is indeed a comforting experience, soft, fragrant, warm, and fervent. If only the weight of guilt were absent. Sweet nothings assuaged Kushina's discontent, and she nestled against Wu Chen, chattering incessantly. From her words, Wu Chen discerned that her circumstances mirrored those of Noera Rin. Both were aware of their current state, their surroundings, and the necessity of heeding the summons of those who could bring them forth. This revelation brought Wu Chen a modicum of relief. As he delved into the system space, Wu Chen observed the progress of his role as Namake's Minato. If memory served him correctly, it had been at 55% just last night. Thus, could Kushina play a role akin to that of Rin to Obito? However, Kushina's contributions extended beyond mere flirtation with Minato. She was an undeniable force of combat prowess. To be frank, Kushina's strength was formidable. Exiting the system space, Wu Chen channeled chakra into Kushina's body and discovered the absence of the nine tails within her, aligning with Rin's situation. Yet, unlike Rin, even without a tailed beast, Kushina remained exceptionally powerful. She was, after all, a Nin-level warrior, adept in the unique sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, her combat capabilities exceedingly robust. Her might was evidenced during the Nine Tails rampage, when she was mortally wounded, yet managed to use her sealing technique, the adamantine sealing chains, to effortlessly subdue the fully manifested Nine Tails. Speaking of sealing techniques, an idea suddenly sparked in Wu Chen's mind. During the Nine Tails rampage in New York, what if Kushina could seal the beast within his portrayal of Namake's Minato? If Minato became the host for the Nine Tails, would that not enhance his role progress? The possibility loomed large. Initially, Wu Chen intended to seal the Nine Tails within New York City post-rampage, as his role as Minato had yet to reach full completion, rendering him incapable of mastering Minato's sealing techniques. However, with the arrival of Uzumaki Kushina, a master of sealing arts, Wu Chen could indeed transform his portrayal of Minato into the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. As for why Kushina, the original Jinchuriki, should not reclaim her role, the answer was simple. For every 20 minutes she existed, a cost of $1 million was incurred. Summoning her occasionally was feasible, but having her present at all times was untenable. Breathing ordinary air is a mundane experience for oneself, while for Kushina, it is akin to inhaling the fragrance of wealth. After conversing with Kushina for a while longer, Wu Chen observed her transform into a radiant blue light, which then materialized into a card that landed in his grasp. It was somewhat regrettable, Wu Chen mused, as the progress of his role as Minato Namake's had increased by another percentage point, leaving him just a fraction shy of reaching 60%. Achieving this milestone would allow him to select another ability related to Minato. Nevertheless, he felt assured that he would attain that 60% today. With unwavering confidence, he believed that by fulfilling the missions assigned by SHIELD, even if it meant working overtime, he could surely augment his progress by that elusive 1%. Once he reverted to his original form, Wu Chen prepared himself a hearty breakfast. After dining, he employed the shadow clone technique to create 2 clones, assigning them to embody Minato Namake's and Obito Uchiha respectively. It was now time to attend to pressing matters. Chapter 61. The reactions of New Yorkers. The pressing matters Wu Chen referred to encompassed 3 tasks: collecting funds from SHIELD, completing his transaction with Jean Bing, and further cultivating Tony Stark's favor. Given the absence of combat and the lack of pressing concerns, Wu Chen opted to have his 2 clones assume the roles of Minato and Obito. Minato would head to SHIELD to collect money and engage in a flurry of tasks to elevate his role progress to 60%, while Obito would visit Jean Bing to instruct him in the mastery of 5 water release jutsu. As for Wu Chen himself, he would focus on enhancing Iron Man's favorability, while also indulging in the joys of street vending and observing the aftermath of the previous night's events and their impact on the citizens of New York. With the tasks delineated, the 3 incarnations of Wu Chen set forth. Minato and Obito utilized their respective means to vanish from the room, while Wu-chan leisurely assembled a handcart and made his way outside. Strolling along the street, as he was not far from Hell's Kitchen, he feigned surprise and gazed intently at the still smoldering neighborhood, inquiring of a passerby what transpired in Hell's Kitchen. The individual, a black man, looked astonished and replied, "You don't know? There was quite a commotion last night." Wu-chan shook his head. "I turned in early last night, and my home has excellent soundproofing. Could you enlighten me, good sir, on what exactly occurred?" Perhaps flattered by Wu-chan's compliment, the man promptly retrieved his phone and shared a video with him. The footage, captured from a distance, depicted the masked man unleashing fire techniques, setting ablaze the entirety of Hell's Kitchen, alongside the latter part of his battle with Minato. Upon watching, Wu-chan's expression shifted to disbelief. Is this some sort of cinematic special effect? How could a human possibly achieve such feats? The man, noticing Wu-chan's skepticism, immediately grew incensed. He reached out and grasped Wu-chan's shoulder, raising his hand to point at the smoke billowing from Hell's Kitchen, exclaiming, "My friend, how do you explain this scene? Those firefighters are still sifting through the embers. Moreover, do you see the exact location of the flames in this video? It precisely matches the spot currently enveloped in smoke. I assure you, this is no cinematic illusion. I witnessed it with my own eyes. That nefarious figure in the black cloak and mask is no match for our Golden Flash. Indeed, he was ultimately vanquished by Golden Flash." As he played the video for Wu-chan, the man emphasized the authenticity of his words, unable to contain his excitement, shouting, "Golden Flash is incredible. Minato Namikaze is invincible. By the way, have you seen the debut video of Golden Flash? Allow me to show you." Wu-chan watched the entire footage with a smile, eventually nodding in agreement, acknowledging the truth in the man's claims. At this moment, the man felt a sense of satisfaction. Upon seeing Wu-chan preparing to push a cart to set up a stall, he eagerly offered his assistance, driving his pickup truck to transport the cart to a spot not far in front of Stark Tower. Observing the man waving goodbye as he drove away, Wu-chan felt a surge of happiness. He had unexpectedly encountered a fan. This individual, named Mike, was a staunch supporter of Minato Namikaze. The reason for his admiration stemmed from Wu-chan's first portrayal of Minato, during which he had rescued Mike from the clutches of an adversary. Unable to repay the debt of gratitude, Mike began to promote and maintain a recognition of Minato's character. The previous night, the sounds of their battle had awakened Mike, who promptly emerged to assess the situation and fortuitously captured the video footage. Today, he planned to use these recordings to spread the word and garner more admiration for the superhero, Golden Flash. Wu-chan, unable to harbor any dislike for those who appreciated him, felt a sense of warmth. However, just having this one supporter did not accurately reflect the sentiment of New Yorkers regarding the events of the previous night. Therefore, while selling delectable crab burgers at a stall, Wu-chan inquired of each customer 2 questions. "Are you aware of what transpired in Hell's Kitchen last night? Who do you believe is in the right?" The majority of responses indicated a lack of clarity, with customers only knowing that a fire had occurred. It was evident that official forces had intervened. A minority who were informed responded, "The masked man is malevolent. We are grateful to Golden Flash for preventing him from continuing his wickedness." It seemed that Wu-chan's efforts had indeed made some impact. Reflecting on this, he felt content and resumed his burger sales. Unbeknownst to him, however, his repeated inquiries about the event in Hell's Kitchen were relayed to Tony Stark by Happy, who had come for a delicious crab burger. As a superhero, Iron Man Tony Stark naturally kept a watchful eye on the happenings within his city. The sudden emergence of Golden Flash a couple of days prior had coincided with Tony attending to other matters, preventing him from engaging with the situation in a timely manner. However, the Golden Flash from last night, along with the masked man, created such a commotion that Tony could no longer afford to disregard it. Who exactly were these individuals? And what were they doing in New York? This perplexity lingered in Tony's mind. Chapter 62. Tony's Vigilance, 55. With these questions weighing on him, Tony commenced an investigation through his extensive information network. Even an ordinary citizen like Mike, the Watergate enthusiast, managed to capture such a clear depiction of the battle. Thus, for someone like Tony, who possessed profound technological expertise, uncovering the events of last night, as well as prior occurrences, was a straightforward endeavor. After meticulously reviewing and analyzing the footage, Tony arrived at a conclusion similar to that of the informed public. The Golden Flash was a hero, an extraordinary individual worthy of camaraderie. This was evident from his defeat of the reckless abomination and his triumph over the rampaging Hulk. Moreover, considering the events of last night, had he not vanquished the masked man in black, the aftermath could have been far worse. As for the newly emerged black-masked figure, he was undoubtedly a villain in every sense of the word. Acting with utter impunity, he had unleashed his formidable powers, incinerating several city blocks. Regardless of his motives, such actions incensed Tony greatly. Due to the government's concealment, Tony remained unaware of the existence of chakra and ninjutsu. He merely assumed that the masked man and Minato Namikaze wielded superhuman abilities. Having become a superhero, Tony believed it was his duty to shoulder the responsibilities that came with such a title. Last night, after engaging in some rather exhausting activities with Pepper, he had slept soundly and remained oblivious to the significant events occurring in Hell's Kitchen. However, he resolved that this must not happen again. Tony silently vowed to create a device capable of monitoring not just New York, but the entire world. Perhaps he could launch a few personal satellites into the sky, utilizing satellite imagery to track various occurrences. This way, he could instantly detect any incidents and promptly address them. Perhaps he could even enlist the Golden Flash to join him. Given his remarkable speed, together, they could form a superhero team, combating injustices and protecting the vulnerable. A thrilling prospect indeed. Nonetheless, before pursuing that idea, he needed to thoroughly investigate and deal with the black-masked man. Ignoring such a dangerous individual could potentially endanger Pepper. After all, Star Tower was not particularly distant from Hell's Kitchen. In truth, Tony was not entirely altruistic. He had only recently embraced his identity as Iron Man. At this juncture, although his mindset had begun to shift, those closest to him remained infinitely more significant than anyone else. If Pepper and an unfamiliar stranger were to simultaneously find themselves in mortal peril, Tony would unhesitatingly choose to save Pepper over the stranger, with whom he shares little connection. At this juncture, Tony's foremost desire is to safeguard those closest to him. Driven by the urge to protect Pepper, he begins to contemplate the notion of crafting an Iron Man suit for her. However, he sets this thought aside for the moment, intending to revisit it later when time permits. The pressing concern is how to locate the dangerous individual. The man in the black mask appears to possess spatial abilities akin to those of Minato Namikaze, making him elusive. Furthermore, with his true identity concealed, it is nearly impossible to find him unless he chooses to reveal himself. Thus, the only recourse is to seek him through others. A spark of inspiration ignites in Tony's mind as he thinks of Kingpin. He has heard tales of Kingpin, a formidable figure both in the underworld and the legitimate realm. Based on the footage from last night, it seems Kingpin has a profound connection to the masked man, whether through collaboration or subservience. This suggests that approaching Kingpin could be the most viable route to uncover the masked man's whereabouts. However, even someone as powerful as Tony finds dealing with Kingpin a formidable challenge. Pressing his forehead with his hand, Tony realizes that this matter requires careful deliberation. Speaking of which, where's my delectable crab cake burger? Feeling somewhat vexed, Tony yearns for sustenance. At that moment, Happy finally returns, carrying 4 delicious crab cake burgers, each adorned with cheese. Tony eagerly snatches one and takes a hearty bite. No matter how many times he indulges, the crab cake burger remains deserving of its title of deliciousness. Then, noticing Happy's hesitant demeanor, he gestures for him to partake, assuring him that there is enough for both. Yet, Happy shakes his head, stating his indifference toward hamburgers. What troubles you? Speak up and let me share in your joy. Happy, pouting slightly, chooses not to dwell on his boss's whimsical sense of humor, but instead informs Tony of Wu Chen's recent actions. Tony immediately discerns something unusual. Even if one is concerned about the events of the previous night, there is no need to inquire so incessantly. He exchanges a knowing glance with Happy, and they both recognize a shared understanding. There is something amiss with this vendor. Chapter 63. Imagination 14. To be fair, Tony holds a favorable impression of the Chinese youth selling burgers, Wu Chen. Otherwise, he would not have engaged in trade with him to upgrade his food truck. By the way, the new food truck is complete. Tony's efficiency in mechanical endeavors is always remarkable. Originally, he intended for Happy to deliver the food truck to Wu Chen this afternoon. However, he has since changed his mind. He intends to personally deliver the burger to Wu Chen and then subtly probe into the background of this young man. If there truly exists a connection to the masked man, then this burger enthusiast may serve as a conduit to uncover the masked figure. Contemplating this, Tony's expression turned grave, imbued with an aura of menace. Thus, seated in his office on the top floor of Stark Tower, equipped with high-tech apparatus, Tony remotely observed the industrious Wu Chen below. After a brief moment, he appeared contemplative. It seemed that there was no affiliation with the masked man in black. Could this be linked to the side of Minato Namikaze? In his interactions with customers, although devoid of smiles, Wu Chen exhibited a sincere demeanor, posing questions with candor and maintaining steady eye contact, devoid of any hint of evasion. Whether one harbors secrets can often be discerned from subtle behavioral cues. Most crucially, Tony noticed Wu Chen handing a delectable crab burger to a customer, and the palpable sense of fulfillment that radiated from him as the customer eagerly grasped the burger. This sense of achievement was familiar to Tony, a manifestation that arises only when one has created something truly satisfying. Clearly, this young man is a genuine aficionado of burgers. How could such an individual be a villain? Since he is not a nefarious character and is not being coerced, any peculiarities in his behavior likely pertain to the side of good. The previous night's battle in Hell's Kitchen, was it not the side of Minato Namikaze that represented the virtuous? Having concluded his reflections, Tony felt a sense of thoroughness and lowered his guard against Wu Chen. At that moment, with a crisp sound, the office door swung open. The only person in the world who would enter Tony's room unannounced without eliciting his ire is none other than his personal assistant, the future president of Stark Industries, Pepper Potts. Holding a folder, Pepper Potts entered. "Tony, have you attended to those documents? Several departments are awaiting your input." Then, her gaze fell upon the scene of Tony closely monitoring the young burger vendor, Wu Chen. "Oh my goodness. Tony, what on earth are you doing?" Pepper exclaimed, suddenly feeling an inexplicable sense of being betrayed, unable to restrain her outburst. "I never knew you had an interest in men." Following closely behind Pepper, Happy froze upon hearing her words, instinctively covering his backside. "I do not," Tony stammered, realizing the implication of Pepper's remark. He quickly clarified, "Pepper, this individual might be involved in something, so I am merely assessing his credibility." Simultaneously, he expressed his discontent towards Happy. "Happy, you should understand what I mean." Frightened, Happy retreated. "I don't know. I know nothing." "You fool. I meant that one might be connected to Minato Namikaze." "What are you thinking?" Tony retorted. "Even if I were to seek a man, it would not be you." Initially, Tony was reluctant to involve Pepper in such matters. Yet now he found himself compelled to lay all cards on the table, as the truth could not be obscured any longer. It was only then that Happy realized he had misinterpreted the situation. However, a lingering feeling of offense crept into Happy's thoughts. With Happy as a witness, Tony finally validated his claims, simultaneously safeguarding his own sexual orientation. "You won't encounter any issues by interacting with him, will you?" Pepper inquired anxiously, clutching at Tony's shirt. If there is any potential danger, perhaps it would be best for Happy to make contact. Happy responded with a perplexed expression. Tony raised an eyebrow at Happy with a sense of pride, then shook his head reassuringly. "Worry not. Everything is fine. Even if he poses a threat, he could never harm me. I will accompany Happy, who will bear my Iron Man suit." "But your Iron Man suit is so large and heavy. Happy might not have the strength to manage it." Pepper expressed her curiosity. A triumphant smile spread across Tony's face as he revealed, "I have developed a new series of Mark suits that resemble a suitcase. They are lightweight and transform into the Iron Man suit when needed, making them incredibly convenient." With Pepper reassured, Tony set about his work. By the time he finished, Wu Chen had successfully sold 100 hamburgers. Observing this, Tony immediately instructed Happy to go ahead and stabilize Wu Chen while he made his way to the underground garage to retrieve the food cart. At that moment, Wu Chen was tidying up, having enjoyed another successful day selling his delicious crab burgers. He felt a profound sense of accomplishment. Truth be told, if the world were at peace and devoid of danger, running a hamburger stand could indeed be a delightful way of life, profitable and imbued with purpose. Witnessing the satisfied smiles of those who relished his burgers filled Wu Chen with a sense of significance in his work. Chapter 64, Anti-Terror Food Cart, 24. The process of tidying the push cart was straightforward. Wu Chen completed it with ease. Once organized, he planned to purchase some ingredients on the way home to prepare himself a lunch. Wu Chen possessed culinary skills, of course. However, the essence of the day was not merely about what he would eat for lunch, but rather the tasks awaiting him upon his return. before setting up his stall. He had intended to both sell hamburgers and open random treasure chests from various realms. After all, the chests were visible only on his system panel and remained unseen by others. With ample funds still at his disposal, it would be prudent to convert them into something useful. With this thought, he was determined, yet he had not anticipated that during his bustling day of selling hamburgers, he would have no opportunity to access the system panel and open the chests. The sheer volume of eager customers left him with no free moments, and he was engrossed in work for the entirety of the morning. Despite the busyness, it was fulfilling, and he derived great satisfaction from his efforts. Now that he had finished selling hamburgers, he was eager to return home and finally attend to the tasks he had previously intended to accomplish. Hence, he resolved to enjoy his meal and then promptly open the treasure chests. This is akin to spending money on in-game purchases, opening treasure chests, testing one's luck, and then striking it rich, becoming invincible in the Marvel Universe, and thereafter no longer needing to exert oneself. With this thought, Wu Chen felt a surge of excitement, his movements growing somewhat hasty. However, just as he was about to push his cart away, a pair of hands seized hold of it. "Hey Wu, are you done selling for the day?" Happy, with an expressionless demeanor, greeted Wu Chen with his customary words. "Oh, Happy, what brings you here?" Wu Chen, undeterred by Happy's somewhat intimidating appearance, responded nonchalantly. His confidence stemmed not only from his own strength but also from his understanding of Happy's true nature. Beneath that fierce exterior, Happy was simply a lovable oaf, a term of endearment rather than a pejorative. Indeed, Happy was just that kind of person. Over the past few days, he had become quite familiar with Wu Chen, coming daily to collect hamburgers. Coupled with Wu Chen's memories from his previous life, he was acutely aware of Happy's disposition. Noticing Wu Chen's casual demeanor, Happy felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. "I am, after all, a bodyguard whose livelihood depends on my looks? Oh no, I mean my presence. Could you at least show a modicum of respect for my professional image?" Yet, he maintained the facade of a stoic bodyguard, as he self-identified. "Wu, are you in a hurry to leave?" Happy had zeroed in on the crux of the matter, having observed Wu Chen's anxious demeanor. Wu Chen scratched his head, acknowledging the truth. "Indeed, I'm hungry, planning to return home for a meal, then take a nap, enjoy some afternoon tea, and later watch television before bed." "You rascal," Happy exclaimed through gritted teeth, for such a lifestyle was what he had always yearned for. Nevertheless, Wu Chen's explanation was reasonable enough that Happy did not press further. He briefly clarified his reason for stopping Wu Chen. "My boss has fulfilled your agreement. He is en route with the food cart." Upon hearing this, Wu Chen's eyes lit up, and he no longer felt the urgency to head home. So that it, although selling hamburgers was a side venture, it brought him joy, and he was naturally inclined to excel at it. After waiting with Happy for a few minutes, Wu Chen soon heard the sound of an engine approaching. Turning around, he saw Tony driving a small delivery truck coming toward them. The truck, gleaming in silver, looked exquisite, with a large model of a delicious crab burger mounted on its roof, signifying its true identity as a hamburger cart. How cool! As soon as Tony stepped out, he noticed Wu Chen gazing at the cart with sparkling eyes. No man could resist the allure of a vehicle, regardless of its nature, be it a delivery truck. The owner would cherish and take pride in it. Seeing this, Tony immediately broke into a smile. "What do you think? Is my design not commendable?" He then proceeded to introduce Wu Chen to the cart's features: automated driving, one-click transformation, referring to the rear compartment that could open on both sides to become a mobile kitchen, WeChat navigation, and anti-terrorism devices, among others. "Wait, anti-terrorism devices?" Wu Chen gazed at Tony with a look of astonishment, while Tony, his expression serious, elucidated, "This country does not prohibit firearms. Thus, it is imperative that you possess the means to safeguard yourself. Should you find yourself in peril, you may seek refuge in your vehicle and press this button. The hamburger atop the car will transform into an automated machine gun, and the vehicle's system will assess any threats posed to you or the car, subsequently executing appropriate measures." Wu Chen, though somewhat dismayed, could not contest the necessity of such precautions. After all, in a nation rife with gun freedoms and rampant racial discrimination, individuals of color indeed require robust protection. For this reason, he expressed his gratitude to Tony, despite his own capabilities for self-defense. Observing Wu Chen's elation, Tony glanced at Happy, who nodded and retrieved a red and gold briefcase he carried. "Wu, I have a question I wish to pose to you." Tony's unwavering gaze and earnest demeanor momentarily startled the jubilant Wu-chan, prompting him to return the seriousness of Tony's expression. Chapter 65, Master and Apprentice 34. Tony's demeanor led Wu-chan to realize that his visit today was not merely to deliver food truck. It was only logical. Tony Stark, the illustrious superhero Iron Man, a billionaire of colossal wealth and the head of Stark Industries, could hardly have come merely to present a food truck, accompanied by a thoughtful explanation. Clearly, there was a matter at hand. Wu-chan had been so consumed by his delight over the new food truck that he had overlooked this crucial point. Now that he was aware of it, he naturally adopted a more composed mindset. Reluctant to forfeit the relationship with Tony, Wu-chan resolved not to react with anger due to Tony's demeanor. Moreover, he felt assured that Tony would not harm him, for Tony was ultimately a superhero. Indeed, the most pivotal factor was Wu-chan's firm belief in his own resilience. After all, even without donning a persona, Wu-chan was formidable. The days spent honing his skills had not been in vain. With confidence bolstering him, Wu-chan was better equipped to confront the situation. Thus, he responded appropriately, "Mr. Stark, what question do you have?" Seeing Wu-chan remain composed under his imposing presence, Tony's conviction strengthened. Wu-chan's demeanor indicated he bore no hidden agendas and had no ties to the masked man. For after all, the name Iron Man resonated profoundly with the ordinary citizens, and even those who were not his admirers would feel some trepidation in his presence. When one is nervous, many vulnerabilities are revealed, and Tony could discern them with ease. A reaction like Wu-chan's could only arise from a heart that was unburdened by guilt. With this thought in mind, Tony softened his tone slightly. "What I wish to inquire is whether you have any connection to Minato Namikaze." Why do you ask?" Wu-chan replied, astonished. The question indeed caught him off guard. Why would Tony inquire about this? Could it be that he had discovered Minato was the character Wu-chan portrayed? Wu-chan could not help but ponder whether he should eliminate Tony to prevent this secret from leaking. Noticing that Wu-chan did not deny the inquiry, but instead asked for clarification, Tony breathed a sigh of relief. He gestured for Happy to set down the briefcase and explained, "I heard from Happy that you've been inquiring about the events of Hell's Kitchen last night. It piqued my curiosity, so I decided to test you, but I never expected you to actually be connected to Minato Namikaze." It dawned on Wu-chan that his connection had been inadvertently revealed. He faltered, his palm curling into a claw as he prepared to gather chakra for a Rasengan. His control over chakra had improved, having already experimented with a shadow clone while selling burgers yesterday. Thus, he could effectively utilize the Rasengan. At this distance, without wearing the Iron Man suit, a single Rasengan would be sufficient to eliminate Tony. Wu-chan had resolved to tearfully take Tony's life to safeguard his secret. However, Tony boldly approached and draped an arm over Wu-chan's shoulder, casually stating, "You know, Wu, as a wealthy individual and a superhero, I sometimes yearn to connect with my peers. Therefore, could you kindly inquire with Minato Namikaze if he would be willing to meet with me? I have some questions for him. And rest assured, I won't have you deliver this message for nothing. I will keep your secret safe." And Happy hasn't heard a thing. Tony turned to Happy for confirmation, to which Happy reluctantly nodded. Upon hearing this, Wu-chan's tense demeanor relaxed. Tony had approached him with good intentions. He did not realize that Minato Namikaze was Wu-chan in disguise, but merely assumed there was some connection between them. With the greatest secret still intact, the need for a fatal silence dissipated. Wu-chan felt slightly embarrassed for having overthought the situation. However, Tony's actions aligned perfectly with Wu-chan's intentions. He had originally planned to foster a good relationship with Tony before introducing him to Minato or others, thereby collecting his rewards for his performances. Now, with Tony presenting the opportunity directly, Wu-chan had no reason to decline. He nodded and said, "I can convey your message. But whether Master Namikaze will come is uncertain." "Master?" Tony exclaimed, surprised. "Wu, Minato Namikaze is your teacher?" Master is simply a more profound term for teacher, denoting a deeper level of connection. Teacher and student, master and apprentice. Wu-chan cleverly crafted this relationship with Minato. He possessed chakra and could perform ninjutsu, and as long as his abilities remained undisclosed, there was no cause for concern. Yet, now that Tony was aware of his connection to Minato, it was better to clarify their relationship than to leave him to speculate. Wu-chan's mastery of chakra and ninjutsu was not for show. He merely sought to enhance his self-preservation skills. Others, including Tony, were unaware of this. Initially, Tony had even assumed he was in cahoots with a masked man. Let us not even mention others. They might very well believe that Wuchun is a part of a clandestine force. Therefore, for his own safety, Wuchun must provide an explanation regarding the source of his abilities. What could be more advantageous than claiming that my talents stem from the teachings of the illustrious Minato Namikaze? This way, he can openly seek protection from Minato while executing a dual strategy. The benefits are manifold. Wuchun nodded. Indeed, Master Minato is my mentor. By the way, Mr. Stark, are you not curious why a mere burger vendor like myself has any connection to a superhero such as Master Minato? Tony widened his eyes, expressing his curiosity, yet acknowledging that it was a matter of privacy. Even though he voiced such sentiments, his expression revealed his eagerness. Wuchun smirked. The goal he had previously thought would take time to achieve, becoming friends with Tony Stark, had been effortlessly realized. Truly, one may tend to flowers and see them wilt, yet inadvertently sow willows that flourish. The reason for my connection with Master Minato is quite simple. Wuchun began to elaborate. Tony, since you refer to us as friends, may I call you that? No problem at all. I'm eager to hear your story. Tony waved his hand dismissively. Wuchun continued, Tony, you are aware of the recent havoc wreaked by the abomination on the streets of New York, correct? I am. I was present during those events, and Master Minato saved me. Wuchun recounted, his eyes shimmering with nostalgia. As he recounted his rescue, Master Minato discovered my innate talent for chakra manipulation. After defeating the abomination and the Hulk, he sought me out. What is chakra? Tony inquired. Please hold your questions until I finish. Wuchun shot Tony a glare before continuing. I was taken aback at the time, but due to the favor owed to my savior, I accepted him as my master. Although we are of the same age, Master Minato is incredibly skilled and meticulous. Even when I struggled, he remained patient and never lost his temper. Thus, over the days under his tutelage, I mastered chakra and learned several ninjutsu techniques, acquiring the ability to defend myself. Therefore, Tony, the anti-terrorism machine gun you designed for my food truck is actually unnecessary. Tony disregarded Wuchun's jest and posed two questions. What is chakra? What is ninjutsu? Wuchun replied, chakra is the extraordinary power possessed by ninjas, including Master Minato. You may liken it to a sorcerer's magical energy. Ninjutsu, on the other hand, refers to the extraordinary techniques that utilize chakra, analogous to the spells cast by a magician. So it's not superpowers. Tony murmured, yet he remained unconvinced. Woo, can you provide proof? I wish to see what chakra and ninjutsu truly are. Wuchun nodded, of course. However, this place is rather inconvenient. He turned to survey his surroundings, noticing that several onlookers were already raising their phones, ready to capture the moment. I do not wish to sacrifice my tranquil life simply because I possess extraordinary powers. If you have a secluded location, I could demonstrate a bit. In order to convince Tony, Wuchun was willing to take a risk, understanding his concerns. Tony acknowledged that not everyone was as willing as he was to reveal their identity while being a superhero. Happy, keep an eye on the food cart, and hand me the briefcase. Wu, follow me. Subsequently, Wuchun followed Tony into Stark Tower, taking the elevator down to the underground parking lot. All the vehicles here belong to my family, so there won't be any outsiders. You can showcase your abilities here. Upon entering, Tony's lavish remarks almost caused Wuchun to suffer a heart attack. Looking around, there were at least dozens of luxury cars. Even though Wuchun was not particularly interested in brands, he could certainly appreciate the exorbitance of these vehicles. He pinched the bridge of his nose, thinking, give me a target. I can't just use ninjutsu on thin air, can I? I can first demonstrate the application of chakra. With that, Wuchun infused his feet with chakra and walked up the wall, ultimately hanging upside down from the high ceiling of the parking lot. Tony was astonished. Whoa, come down first. I need to check your shoes. After inspecting them, Tony was even more amazed. Is there really chakra? And can it be used like this? Whoa, quickly see if I have the talent to cultivate chakra. Wuchun waved his hand dismissively. Let me show you ninjutsu first. Do you have target? Tony pointed at the wall, saying, that wall looks quite sturdy. Wuchun shrugged and formed a Rasengan, then forcefully struck the wall. The smooth surface of the wall was transformed into a massive hemispherical crater, which actually appeared somewhat aesthetic. Is this ninjutsu? Tony was even more astonished. This power is even stronger than my particle cannon. Woo, check if I have any talent. Relenting to Tony's insistence, Wuchun examined him. channeling his chakra into Tony's body. After a moment, Wu Chen shook his head. I'm sorry, Tony, but you do not possess the talent to cultivate chakra. This was to be expected. In fact, without a chakra seed, no one in the Marvel Universe could cultivate chakra. Since chakra is a product of the God Tree, one must possess the Otsutsuki bloodline to harness it. At the very least, one must hail from the Naruto world. Otherwise, one would need to rely on external chakra seeds to master it, as Gold did. Hearing Wu Chan's explanation, Tony felt a slight disappointment. As Wu Chen was investigating his abilities, his mind began to conjure fantasies of integrating chakra into the design of a new iron suit, envisioning a significant upgrade for himself. Even if he did not employ it in that manner, simply utilizing it to perform ninjutsu like Wu would be quite remarkable. After all, extraordinary power is something that everyone yearns for. If presented with the choice in childhood to become a superhero or a highly intelligent scientist, the majority would undoubtedly opt to become a superhero. Despite his disappointment, Tony bore no ill will towards Wu Chen. He understood that envy towards talent was utterly futile. This realization was something Tony had gleaned from countless individuals who were envious of his own abilities. Although he could not possess the mystical force known as chakra, this did not hinder his desire to explore it. Under Tony's guidance, Wu Chen began to manifest chakra, applying it in various ways. For instance, enhancing his jumping ability, increasing his strength, and even slightly improving his vision. Such manifestations only deepened Tony's curiosity about chakra, making it increasingly difficult for him to contain his fascination. Wu, could you allow me to experience chakra? Tony inquired, his eyes brimming with eagerness. Wu Chen was somewhat taken aback by this gaze, yet, considering the necessity of gaining Tony's trust, he eventually nodded in agreement. Consequently, Tony extended his palm, and Wu Chen concentrated chakra into his hand before placing it atop Tony's. Is this chakra? It feels rather warm, Tony pondered intently. Just then, the elevator in the underground garage opened abruptly, and Pepperpot stepped out, exclaiming, Tony. Happy said you didn't leave. There's an important document here. Oh my God. Pepper gasped in horror, her mouth agape. Tony, you actually went that far with a man. You're not to touch me again. Upon hearing Pepper's terrified outburst, Wu Chen froze, finally noticing the rather intimate position he shared with Tony. He hurriedly withdrew his hand and stepped back a few paces, eyeing Tony warily. Tony, exasperated, replied Wu, we were merely investigating the chakra within you, were we not? Why are you reacting like this? After expressing his frustration towards Wu Chen, he quickly approached Pepper to clarify what had transpired. After some time, Wu Chen demonstrated a chakra-based technique, the Rasengan, before Pepper, which eventually led her to reluctantly accept Tony's explanation. By the way, Ms. Potts, I hope you won't disclose this to anyone. I desire a peaceful and stable life. Wu Chen emphasized, glancing at Tony. Tony shook his head, disagreeing with Wu Chen's perspective. Wu, I believe forming a superhero team would be most fitting. If you desire, I can craft a custom iron suit for you. Wu Chen's eyes widened. He had to admit, for a fleeting moment, he felt a stirring of excitement. However, considering that such actions could easily expose his true secrets, he resolutely shook his head in refusal. Observing this, Tony understood that insisting would be futile and merely nodded, assuring, I will keep your secret. Yet, he added, if I ever find myself in need of your assistance, I hope you will lend a hand. Tony was reluctant to let go of Wu Chen, recognizing his potential as a formidable ally. I will compensate you handsomely, a reward that will undoubtedly satisfy you. Before grasping Wu Chen's true capabilities, Tony had his reservations. Now that he realized Wu Chen was a minor superhero adept in magic, albeit unable to fly, he was eager to recruit him. With Tony's entreaty, Wu Chen found it difficult to decline and acquiesced. In Wu Chen's humble philosophy, a volunteer hero? No. Assistance for profit? Yes. If money is involved, I would certainly be willing to assist. After all, we are friends, aren't we? Bidding farewell to Tony, Wu Chen departed Stark Tower, leaving behind Tony's parting words to remember to contact Minato Namikaze. Happy was still guarding the food cart, and Wu Chen asked for his help in lifting the cart onto the moving vehicle before driving away. From the office, Tony, having been retrieved by Pepper, gazed solemnly at the departing food cart through the window. Noticing his expression, Pepper approached him, asking, Tony, you can't possibly still be thinking about Wu, can you? Tony was speechless. How could that be? Before he finished speaking, he turned to embrace Pepper's slender waist and leaned down to kiss her, thereby demonstrating his true orientation. Chapter 68, The Legendary Blade of Destiny, 24. After a considerable time, the exchange of bodily fluids concluded. Nestled in Tony's embrace, Pepper's cheeks flushed as she curiously inquired, "Why are you so concerned about Wu? Is it merely because he possesses that kind of power?" Tony shook his head. "Pepper, you don't understand. This energy, known as chakra, has the potential to reshape the world. However, this power is no longer exclusive to the virtuous. It is also wielded by the wicked. My interest lies not in Wu himself, but in the chakra and its bearers." Upon returning home, Wu Chen prepared a simple lunch for himself. After dining, he secured the doors and windows, ready to open his treasure chest. He set aside 3,600,000 as a summoning fund, sufficient for 4 summonings. As both the cards of Linyawara and Kushina Uzumaki required 900,000 for each charge, 4 times 9 is 36. This left him with a remaining balance of 15 million, ample for his needs. Thus, Wu Chen proceeded with 10 consecutive draws. The refresh cost of 1 million and the opening fee of another million resulted in a swift disappearance of 2 million. In their stead, 10 items appeared before Wu Chen. For secret recipes, 3 cards, 2 stacks of currency, and a sword. After a brief examination of these 10 items, Wu Chen immediately felt that this expenditure of 2 million was indeed a lucrative investment. The 4 secret recipes are all culinary delights. One features fish-flavored shredded pork, another sweet and sour tenderloin. The third is vinegar-stirred shredded potatoes, and the last mapo tofu. Their effects are comparable to the delectable crab roe burger recipe. As long as one carries these recipes and follows their instructions, one can create dishes that will elicit praise from anyone who tastes them. However, providing the recipes for these 4 dishes feels akin to reopening my family's ancestral Chinese restaurant, which Wu Chen finds unfeasible. He simply does not have the time for such endeavors. Selling hamburgers each morning suffices, as he must devote the rest of his time to cultivation. The 3 cards, however, are exceptional. Wu Chen feels fortunate to possess them. One is a 10-fold amplification card, and the other 2 are duplication cards. The function of the 10-fold amplification card is straightforward. When used, it amplifies the next skill executed by 10-fold. This enhancement is limited to skills, meaning it cannot apply to ordinary attacks like punches, but rather to ninjutsu. Nonetheless, Wu Chen is not foolish enough to waste such a precious card on a mere punch, which would only yield the effect of 10 punches. Instead, he intends to employ it during the release of a critical ninjutsu. As for the duplication cards, their utility is equally simple yet remarkably practical. A duplication card can record a single skill, and upon using the card, that skill can be unleashed in its entirety without any cost. This is truly a hidden ace. For instance, if Wu Chen uses a duplication card to replicate the Tailed Beast Bomb, he can instantly generate 2 additional Tailed Beast Bombs during combat, and they can be cast instantaneously without consuming his chakra. This significantly enhances his combat prowess. However, he cannot frivolously duplicate just any ninjutsu. It must be a formidable one, or else it would be a waste of the card. Regarding the 2 stacks of cash, they consist of ordinary U.S. dollars, 1 stack totaling $10,000, which is a disappointing loss. Yet, the final item, a sword, is what makes Wu Chen feel he has struck gold. This sword, named the Destiny Blade, is a piece of equipment from a mobile game he played in his previous life, known for its life-saving properties. Its appearance is that of a somewhat flashy silver longsword, approximately 1 meter in length, adorned with winding decorations at the grip and several blue gemstones embedded along the blade, making it quite striking. However, mere aesthetics would not suffice for Wu Chen to deem it a worthy acquisition. The sword's attributes are paramount. Destiny Blade, unyielding material, exceptionally sharp, capable of harnessing various energies. Special effect, Dark Veil. Upon receiving fatal damage, enter a temporary invulnerability state and increase movement speed by 30 for 1 second. Cooldown, 7 days. The value of the ability to withstand a single fatal blow is immeasurable. If Wu Chen's clone were to be injured, it would be of no consequence. The clone cannot perish, but should his true self die, the clone would vanish instantly. Thus, Wu Chen resolves that in times of danger, he will send forth his clones to confront peril. Yet, even that is not entirely secure, for danger often seeks one out rather than the other way around. Hence, this 7-day life-saving capability is precisely what Wu Chen requires. Not only that, but Wu Chen also estimated the value of this sword. Forging the renowned sword Simin requires an expenditure of 10 million yuan. Shall we proceed with the forging? This was the prompt that appeared when Wu Chen attempted to create the famed sword Simin using the forging feature in the marketplace. 2 million exchange for 10 million, along with 3 powerful cards and 4 recipe cards, was undoubtedly a lucrative deal. It seemed he could frequently open treasure chests in the future. Wu Chen felt as though he had serendipitously crossed into Europe, brimming with good fortune at that moment. Thus, he collected these items and spent an additional 2 million to engage in a tenfold draw. With a snap, 10 stacks of money appeared, each stack amounting to $10,000. Wu Chen, skeptical, continued with another tenfold draw, and 2 million vanished once more. Another snap, and again 10 stacks of money surfaced, each worth $10,000. Unyielding, Wu Chen gritted his teeth and pressed on. In Chapter 69, Mastering the Flying Thunder God, 34. Ultimately, after spending 15 million yuan, only 1 million remained. Yet he obtained the initial 8 useful items, along with 62 stacks of $10,000 in cash. Remaining balance, 62 million yuan. Wu Chen let out a long sigh, lamenting the gambler's mentality that could lead to one's downfall. No matter the outcome, even if he were to leap from the window, he vowed never to open another treasure chest again. The first round of 10 draws had yielded immense profit, but in the end, it felt like a significant loss. It seemed impossible to have lost. The famed sword Simin alone was worth 10 million. Those 3 cards must be valued at least 5 million. With this realization, Wu Chen promptly used a wish card to input the acceptance of the 2 types of cards. A smile crept across his face. The price for the tenfold amplification card was 10 million yuan, and for the duplication card, it was 5 million yuan. It appears I have not incurred a loss at all. Rather, I have profited by 15 million. Yet, why do I feel such deep regret? That evening, Minato Namikaze and Obito Uchiha returned. Wu Chen instructed them to disengage from their disguises and then dispelled the shadow clones. After sorting through the memories of the shadow clones, Wu Chen wore a peculiar expression. Obito's memories were unremarkable. He had merely guided Jin in practicing ninjutsu, while Jin treated Obito as if he were his own father, providing Obito with a day of indulgence, except for the female model Jin summoned, whom Obito had declined. In contrast to Obito's memories, there was a significant issue within Minato's recollections concerning Natasha Romanoff, the Black Widow. Why was she so overly enthusiastic, and why did her gaze seem off? Furthermore, why was she so close to me, even leaning against me? After pondering for a good 15 minutes, Wu Chen, a solitary soul, finally grasped the situation. Natasha Romanoff was trying to seduce him. First, she would entice him, then capture evidence of his inability to resist, using it as leverage. This was a classic case of a honey trap. Wu Chen was instantly infuriated. He had never associated Natasha's interest with Minato Namikaze. Indeed, Wu Chen had always excelled at comprehension tasks. After much contemplation, Wu Chen ultimately resolved not to take any action against Natasha, considering she was affiliated with S-H-I-E-L-D, and moreover a woman. This suggested a myriad of complications. Since complications were to be avoided, he decided to have S-H-I-L-D assign a different agent for communication. Having made up his mind, Wu Chen proceeded to access the system panel. Host: Wu Chen, current character, none, current progress, none, available characters, Fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze, 60, Mysterious Masked Man Obito Uchiha, 35, character extraction attempts, 0, selected character ability, Fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze, 1. Today, Minato's primary mission was to accumulate 1% of the role-playing progress. With that objective achieved, he could now select Minato's abilities. This time, Wu Chen did not hesitate and directly chose the spatial ninjutsu talent. He was already aware of how to execute the Flying Thunder God technique, but had previously lacked the innate talent to perform it. Now, however, he could successfully utilize the technique. After attempting it, Wu Chen left his Flying Thunder God seal on the wall and then leaped out the window. In the next moment, he found himself at the position marked by his seal. Indeed, it was a success. Wu Chen was elated. With this, he possessed at least 1/3 of Minato's power. His chakra was akin to that of Minato, and he had also mastered the key jutsu, the Rasengan. Most importantly, he could now perform the Flying Thunder God technique, becoming the Black Flash. In comparison to Minato, Wu-chan lacked a variety of ninjutsu, sage techniques, and sealing arts. Speaking of the Rasengan, it is a non-attribute jutsu. When infused with wind chakra, it transforms into the wind release Rasengan Shuriken. What would happen if he infused it with other elemental chakra? Wu-chen's chakra affinities, like that of Sasuke, were fire and lightning. What would a Rasengan infused with fire chakra look like? And what about lightning chakra? However, developing new jutsu was quite challenging. Wu-chan resolved that once he accumulated sufficient resources, he would utilize the wish cards to develop the corresponding ninjutsu. For now, he would focus on diligently practicing fire release ninjutsu. Fire release techniques were not only present in Minato's memories, but were also abundant in Obito Uchiha's recollections. Wu-chan could simply learn and utilize them without concern for a lack of ninjutsu. As for why he chose not to practice lightning release, it was simply because the characters he embodied lacked any profound mastery of it. Although Minato possessed lightning chakra, he excelled in spatial ninjutsu and wind release, having only a superficial understanding of both lightning and fire attributes. This superficial knowledge paled in comparison to Obito's extensive memories of fire release. In making his choice, Wu-chan had no need for further deliberation. The absence of substantial lightning release memories in his characters left him with no means to learn it. He would have to wait until he embodied a character with a command of lightning release before he could pursue that path. Thus, the days passed in serene tranquility for 2 days. Wu-chan mastered several fire release techniques, and the agent replacing the communication liaison for the Namikaze clan became Coulson. Meanwhile, the masked man had reached the deadline for Jean Bing to locate the seal. Chapter 70. The seal has been found, with a time limit of 3 days. Jean Bing led a fulfilling life. His chakra levels rose rapidly. In just 3 days, he ascended from the rank of a chunin to that of an elite jonin. This indicates that Jean Bing possesses the potential to become a tailless beast akin to the likes of Kisame Hoshigaki. Moreover, as Jean Bing increased his chakra capacity, he simultaneously mastered 5 water release techniques, truly acquiring the combat prowess of a ninja. It can be said that the current Jean Bing could effortlessly defeat 100 of his former self in a single encounter, despite the significant enhancement in his abilities. At this moment, Jean Bing resembled a wayward child, half kneeling on the floor, his entire body trembling incessantly. For by now, neither he nor his subordinates had located the seal of the Nine Tails. After all, New York is vast, and even with 1,000 thugs in Jean Bing's gang, it is implausible to thoroughly scour the entire city in a mere few days. Moreover, it is paramount to note that Jean Bing had not personally participated in the search for the Nine-Tailed Seal. He had been entirely focused on enhancing his own strength. Striving for self-improvement is commendable, and the masked man had not reproached him for it. Should they subsequently succeed in finding the seal, all would be well, and Jean Bing would face no repercussions. However, failure to locate it would render him culpable for not diligently executing the task assigned by the masked man, a charge that would stand irrefutable. In such circumstances, according to the methods of Jean Bing's underworld, the punishment would entail the severing of limbs and submerging him in the New York harbor. Thus, before the masked man could utter a word, Jean Bing knelt first, seeking a chance for his life. The masked man observed Jean Bing with keen interest and inquired, "Jean Bing, lift your head. What are you doing?" "My lord, I am guilty," Jean Bing replied solemnly. "I should not have focused on my own affairs at the expense of your vital matters." Regardless of the situation, when trouble arises, the fault invariably lies with the subordinate. A subordinate who can profoundly understand this and willingly accept blame is the most favored by their superiors. Jean Bing was embodying this principle at that moment. Others might have thought that Jean Bing's good attitude in admitting his mistake would earn him forgiveness. But would the masked man act similarly? Observing Jean Bing still kneeling, the masked man continued, "Jean Bing, you recognize your error. How do you believe you should punish yourself?" While seemingly presenting the option of punishment to Jean Bing, he was, in fact, prompting him to express his stance. Jean Bing discerned this implication and raised his gaze to the masked man, declaring, "My lord, I shall remove one of my arms." Good. Your attitude is acceptable." The masked man nodded, stepping forward to pat Jean Bing's shoulder. Having mastered the art of ninjutsu, Jean Bing was acutely aware of the significance of hand seals. His willingness to sacrifice an arm was evidently motivated by the instinct for survival, akin to a lizard shedding its tail. Just as Jean Bing delightedly presumed that he would merely lose an arm and not his life, the masked man remarked, "Your arm remains intact, as its loss would diminish your combat capability. For the time being, you still possess some utility, hence I shall alter the method of your punishment." Before Jean Bing could inquire further, a wave of excruciating pain surged through his mind. The agony was unbearable. He was tempted to claw his own brain out in hopes of alleviating the torment. This suffering persisted for a full minute before it gradually subsided, leaving Jean Bing drenched in sweat, resembling a half-dead fish sprawled on the ground, gasping in relief. Such was the function of the caged bird. As the pain faded, Jean Bing, mustering his weary body, hastily turned over to kneel on the ground, expressing his gratitude for being spared. The masked man retracted the hand seal that had activated the caged bird, cautioning him not to be too hasty in his thanks. Had he not located the place of the nine-tailed seal, the masked man left unspoken words lingering in the air, but Jean Bing understood their implication. Thus, he immediately dragged his fatigued body, preparing to join the search party personally. Jean Bing was frightened. His mind felt as though it were being pricked by countless needles. That sensation was one he never wished to endure again. Observing Jean Bing's unsteady yet urgent departure, Wu Chun revealed a faint smile. The activation of the caged bird was not a mere whim of Wu Chen's. It had been meticulously planned. Although the caged bird was etched upon Jean Bing's forehead, it had never been triggered before. Who knew if Jean Bing would truly believe it? Now, it seemed likely that Jean Bing would become increasingly compliant in the future. As for the possibility of failing to find the seal's location, Wu Chun had anticipated that outcome. Therefore, the shadow clones over there should also be set into motion. In Times Square, the bustling heart of Manhattan, renowned as the crossroads of the world, a scruffy young thug with brown hair approached, clutching a white crystal, his face etched with fatigue. A flash of crimson in his Sharingan flickered in his eyes before he made his way directly to the public bench at the center of Times Square. Upon sitting on the bench, the red hue in his eyes faded, replaced by an expression of utter weariness. When would this relentless existence come to an end? The young thug exclaimed, noticing the crystal in his hand emanate a blinding red light. Chapter 71. Iron Man is not home. 14. In a quest to uncover the true location of the seal. Wu Chun had never anticipated assistance from the gang of ruffians and petty thugs associated with Jean Bing. To him, their sole purpose was to inform others that an unseen force was searching for the place to seal the Nine Tails. This objective had now been achieved, and with his own preparations complete, the grand performance could officially commence. Thus, Wu Chun, while embodying Obito, employed the shadow clone technique to create a duplicate. Initially, he intended to incapacitate a certain ruffian and have the clone assume the latter's appearance, subsequently leading to the accidental discovery of the sealing location. However, upon further reflection, he perceived the potential risk of being discovered later, prompting a change of strategy to utilize Jinjutsu, guiding the ruffian to rest on a bench in the heart of Times Square. As this was a guidance rather than a control, even if the ruffian sensed something amiss afterward, he would be unable to articulate why. Of course, it was far more probable that the ruffian remained completely oblivious to any irregularity. Indeed, events unfolded as Wu Chun anticipated. The ruffian, following the script, settled onto the public seat and beheld a white crystal emanating a red glow. The masked man, embodying the shadow clone, observed the excited ruffian making a phone call, autonomously dispelling the shadow clone technique. Seated in the office of Jean Bing, Wu Chun suddenly paused, receiving the memories of the shadow clone. A smile graced his lips. The fuse had been successfully ignited. His gaze then shifted to the window, pondering the progress of his original self. At this moment, the masked man was, in fact, a shadow clone of Wu Chun himself. This situation illustrates the remarkable interplay between the shadow clone technique and the embodiment system. Previously, Wu Chun had discovered that his shadow clones, while performing his characters, would not dissipate even when harmed, unless voluntarily dismissed or ordered to dissipate by Wu Chun's original self. This was an ability unattainable by others utilizing the shadow clone technique. Furthermore, logically, Wu Chun's shadow clone should not have been able to employ the shadow clone technique again. Yet while portraying Obito, it was still capable of doing so. achieving an infinite nesting of clones. These two aspects exemplify the extraordinary reactions arising from the fusion of the shadow clone technique and the embodiment system, a feat unattainable by others. Chen interpreted this as a hidden benefit of the system. He had no intention of delving into the underlying principles, believing practicality to be sufficient. The shadow clone Chen, embodying Obito, had already located the ceiling site, while the original was accompanied by Minato Namikaze, arriving at the entrance of Stark Tower. This was to fulfill a promise made to Tony 2 days prior, wherein Tony wished to engage in a meaningful dialogue with Minato. The delay of 2 days was not due to Chen's desire to keep Tony waiting, but rather a simple oversight. He had forgotten about the matter. After returning home that day, Chen had been preoccupied with unpacking and training, and for the subsequent 2 days, he focused intently on enhancing his strength, ultimately neglecting to relay the message to Tony. It was only this morning, upon waking, that Chen felt an inkling of having forgotten something, and while preparing ingredients for hamburgers, he recalled his previous commitment to Tony. Consequently, he promptly created 2 shadow clones, one embodying Uchiha Obito and the other portraying Minato Namikaze. As Obito prepared to head to Konoha, I took the opportunity to drive the food cart, carrying Minato Namikaze towards Stark Tower. This was not only to fulfill a promise, but also to observe Iron Man's movements. The impending chaos of the Nine Tails incident loomed, and I wished to invite renowned heroes to grace the stage. Among the superheroes, none were more illustrious than Tony Stark. Thus, I sought to gauge Tony's interest, ideally persuading Minato to invite him to confront the forthcoming turmoil together. Discreetly parking the food cart, Minato and I made our way to Stark Tower, careful to avoid the attention of passersby. My recent dedication to training had kept me from selling food, resulting in a throng of hungry patrons loitering at my usual spot, their furrowed brows and palpable disappointment evident as they yearned for my delectable crab burgers. Given the situation, I dared not reveal myself. Upon entering the building and approaching the front desk, the staff members' eyes lit up. "Are you Mr. Wu and Mr. Namikaze?" After our confirmation, she continued, "Mr. Stark asked me to deliver this to you." She produced a small black disc, handing it to me. "Additionally, Mr. Stark took a private flight to Europe at 8 this morning and 1 return until tomorrow afternoon or the day after." "Oh, I see," I replied, somewhat disheartened. The unpredictability of life struck me. I had hoped to enlist Tony's support, only to learn he was out of reach. However, this development had its advantages. The stage would now be solely occupied by my allies, allowing for greater creative freedom. Chapter 72, Premonition 24, Taking the Disc. Minato and I utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to return to the food cart. The cart was quite spacious, and I noticed a button on the disc. Upon pressing it, Tony's holographic image materialized. "Hey, Wu, and perhaps Mr. Namikaze is there too. If you're seeing this, it means I'm currently en route to Europe on my private jet." Tony's hologram rambled on, essentially conveying 2 key points. First, he would be unavailable for a chat until his return. Second, he provided his contact information for late-night conversations, should one feel lonely. Who would call this flamboyant character for a late-night chat? I mused silently, before gesturing for Minato to seek out Coulson. As for myself, it was time to resume my burger sales. A purveyor of hamburgers who suddenly ceased selling would certainly raise suspicions. Watching Minato depart, I activated the food cart, gradually steering it back to my usual location. Upon opening the cart, I was instantly engulfed by a ravenous crowd of patrons, their hunger palpable. "Boss, I want 2 delicious crab burgers." On the other side, Minato Namikaze utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to arrive at the rendezvous point with Coulson. As soon as he appeared, Coulson remarked, "Mr. Namikaze, perhaps it would be best to return Natasha." "What? She requested to be switched back?" Minato replied, somewhat perplexed and irritated. "The Black Widow aimed to ensnare me. Surely I can not only endure, but also evade such a situation." Thus, the contact agent transformed into Coulson. "Yet now, you wish to pursue me with malicious intent. This is quite excessive." Observing the expression on Minato's face, Coulson hesitated, ultimately refraining from revealing that Natasha harbored feelings for him and wished to be in his company, contrary to Minato's assumptions. In matters of the heart, Coulson believed outsiders should refrain from interference. Perhaps Minato was aware of Natasha's affections, hence his rejection in such a manner. "No, never mind." Coulson promptly redirected the conversation. "Mr. Namikaze, here is today's task list. Please peruse it and select what you wish to undertake. He presented a tablet, laying it before Minato. After 2 days of collaboration, Coulson had learned how to interact with the Hokage of the Leaf Village. In previous instances, Minato would have readily embraced and been pleased with Coulson's initiative, reaching out to take the tablet and selecting tasks sufficient for a day's work. However, today Minato solemnly pressed down on the tablet that Coulson offered, and with a furrowed brow, he stated, "Coulson, I have a foreboding that something significant may transpire today." Coulson was momentarily taken aback before shaking his head. "Mr. Namikaze, I presumed that someone of your formidable stature would not place faith in such premonitions." Yet, as he spoke, he realized that this so-called premonition, the ability to foresee the future, was precisely what constituted extraordinary power. Moreover, Minato before him possessed such abilities. Recognizing this, Coulson's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. "Mr. Namikaze, is your premonition accurate?" Minato nodded. "The last time I experienced such a premonition, a dreadful event occurred in our village." "What sort of dreadful event, if I may inquire?" Coulson asked with curiosity. Minato shook his head. "I regret, but that is classified information and cannot be disclosed to those uninvolved." Before Coulson could respond, Minato continued. "The significant event, I sense, may pertain to the sealing of the Nine Tails. You are likely aware of the happenings at Times Square? Indeed, we have installed ultra-high-definition surveillance equipment there. Then let us hasten to review." Urged by Minato, Coulson contacted Nick Fury to report the situation. Upon hearing the details, Nick took the matter seriously, promptly accessing the footage from Times Square for that day. He then witnessed a small-time thug clutching a white crystal, seated on a public bench at the center of Times Square, as the white crystal transformed into a red image in his grasp. "Pass it on to Coulson." After reviewing it with him, Minato Namikaze immediately declared, "They have already discerned the location of the sealing site. Hurry, at the very least, clear out everyone from Times Square." "Mr. Namikaze, even so, one cannot be certain," Coulson wished to argue. He was reluctant to envision the scene of the Nine-Tails beast manifesting in Times Square. Minato Namikaze interrupted him, admonishing him not to harbor any false hopes, and insisted, "Let me speak with your director." He took Coulson's earpiece and relayed the information to Nick Fury, then continued, "If I am not mistaken, that crystal should be a chakra, or which, once modified, becomes exceedingly sensitive to the corresponding nature of chakra. The ruffian wielding it is likely affiliated with the organization of the Masked Man, having altered the crystal to be sensitive to the sealing nature of chakra." Chapter 73. Clearing the Area, 34. Therefore, Director Fury, please act swiftly. I will head over to Times Square to assess the situation. Once the battle commences, I will have no time to consider others. "Mr. Namikaze, have you not already defeated that Masked Man?" Nick Fury's voice came through. "Is it possible to subdue him before he unseals the barrier this time? That would resolve the issue." Minato Namikaze shook his head. "It is virtually impossible to defeat him again. The last time he was careless, unaware that I had discovered his weakness. This time, he will undoubtedly be on guard and may not even engage me in combat. Moreover, the prerequisite to confront him is locating him. Unfortunately, I cannot find him, thus I intend to lie in wait at Times Square. Can you locate him?" This question stumped Nick Fury. How could S.H.I.E.L.D. possibly find the Masked Man? Had they the means, they would have acted long ago and not remained passive while the Masked Man wreaked havoc. Whoosh! Minato Namikaze transformed into a golden flash and vanished, leaving Coulson staring wide-eyed at the earpiece in his hand. "Coulson, you must follow, adapt as necessary, and assist Minato Namikaze in defeating the Masked Man if an opportunity arises." Understood. Coulson immediately drove off in pursuit. Upon hearing Coulson's response, Nick Fury nodded, yet the gravity on his face did not dissipate in the slightest. Reflecting on Minato Namikaze's words, his expression revealed a struggle. After a brief moment, Nick Fury finally resolved himself and instructed the operator, "Connect me to the mayor." At that moment, Jean Bing felt as though he had plummeted from heaven to hell, only to ascend back to heaven again. The enhancement of his strength was akin to paradise, while enduring the torment of a caged bird was hellish. Yet a subordinate had located the sealing site, which was once more heavenly. His emotions soared and plummeted like a roller coaster. It was the first time in his life he had experienced such volatile feelings. How long until we reach Times Square? Even with Jean Bing's composure, he could not suppress his impatience. The driver, focused on the road, promptly replied, "My lord. We shall arrive in no more than 3 minutes." "Very well." Jinbin nodded, his expression tightening as he closed his eyes to gather his thoughts. 3 minutes swiftly elapsed. An especially modified, elongated Lincoln came to a halt at the fringes of Times Square. Jinbin was the first to alight from the vehicle. With a resounding thud, his formidable physique caused the ground to tremble beneath him, though he possessed the mastery of chakra, enabling him to traverse silently. He chose not to exercise such control at this moment. The small-time thug, who first discovered the sealed location, immediately bowed upon seeing Jinbin approach, exclaiming, "Lord Jinbin, it is right here." He gestured toward a public bench behind him, stating, "I have tested numerous locations, but only this bench allowed the crystal you released to turn red." "Well done," Jinbin praised, placing a hand on the thug's shoulder. Typically, he would not even spare a glance at individuals of this ilk. "Now, go to the gang's treasury and claim your reward of $100,000. The thug was ecstatic, expressing, "Thank you, Lord Jinbin." "Hold on a moment." Jinbin interjected, "Tell me how you found this place." He remained vigilant, recalling the formidable figure of Minato Namikaze who had defeated him. "Lord Jinbin," the thug replied, "I was tasked with searching this area. After scouring for half the night, I was quite exhausted, so I sought a place to rest. I happened upon this bench and sat down, and then the crystal turned red." Gazing into the thug's eyes, Jinbin discerned that he was not being deceived. However, he did not permit the man to leave just yet. Instead, he produced a crystal from his pocket. Placing it on the bench, he watched as it transformed from white to red, pulsating with a crimson glow. Satisfied, Jinbin nodded. "All right, you may go claim your reward now." The thug, visibly relieved, hurriedly departed. Jinbin then retrieved his phone and dialed number. Once the call connected, he spoke with utmost respect. "My lord, I have located it. Right here in the central district of Times Square." "Excellent. Remain there. I will join you shortly." The voice of the masked man on the other end brimmed with enthusiasm. "By the way, if you wish for your subordinates to remain alive, instruct them to withdraw from that area. What is to come is not something ordinary individuals can interfere with." "I understand." Jinbin promptly commanded the retreat of all others, leaving himself as the sole occupant of Times Square. At that moment, he noticed numerous government personnel beginning to disperse pedestrians and merchants, as if intending to clear the entire area. With growing apprehension, Jinbin heightened his vigilance and prepared for the unfolding events. Just then, Coulson finally arrived. As he parked his vehicle, he observed the throngs of people fleeing, leaving only Jinbin's imposing figure within the square. Casting his gaze around, Coulson searched for the presence of Minato Namikaze. In the next instant, Minato appeared beside Coulson, reproaching him. "Coulson, what are you doing here? The matters that follow are beyond your capacity to involve yourself in." Chapter 74. Target Jinbin, 44. Before Coulson could utter a word, Minato Namikaze continued, "Moreover, are you not complicating matters for me? I had no intention of coming out. I was waiting for the masked man to appear first. Now that you are here, he is surely aware of my presence." Coulson opened his mouth, momentarily suppressing his original response, and his expression turned apologetic. "I am truly sorry, Mr. Namikaze. I only wish to assist you." "Ah, never mind," Minato Namikaze sighed, shaking his head. "You are no match for Jinbin. To be frank, none of the agents from your S.H.I.E.L.D. stand a chance against him. That fellow has master chakra. Therefore, I shall bring someone to assist you. But you must first assure me that your organization will not intrude upon his life afterward. Although he possesses powers akin to mine, he merely desires a peaceful and stable existence. Do you understand?" Upon hearing this, Coulson quickly grasped the new Leaf Village ninja was emerging, and promptly reported the matter to Nick Fury. Without a moment's hesitation, Nick Fury agreed. With assistance on the way, even if it could lead to future complications, it was imperative to accede to the conditions to maintain stability. Seeing Coulson nod, Minato Namikaze thoughtfully remarked, "Now that you have agreed, it is best that you follow through. Otherwise, I shall seek justice on his behalf. After all, he is my disciple." With that, Minato transformed into a flash of golden light and vanished from the spot, leaving Coulson to face Jinbin from a distance. "Disciple?" Coulson heard Nick Fury's astonished exclamation through his earpiece. Minato Namikaze was barely in his 20s. His disciple must be at most a mere teenager. What could such a child possibly accomplish? Was this not merely adding to the chaos? Jinbin felt a surge of anxiety upon seeing Minato's sudden appearance, his body trembling involuntarily. He had not forgotten the scene from 3 nights prior, when Minato had effortlessly sent him flying with a single kick. It had been a complete rout. Even now, despite his enhanced strength, he held no hope of victory against Minato. Where's the adult? Why hasn't he arrived yet? Jinbin's heart raced with impatience. However, upon witnessing Minato's disappearance, he breathed a sigh of relief. Yet he did not let his guard down. Instead, he remained vigilant, scrutinizing Coulson. Was this agent from S.H.D. attempting to meddle as well? Meanwhile, Wu Chen's hamburger stand was thriving, with a staggering number of patrons amassed over the past 2 days. His food truck was encircled by eager customers, and the crowd showed no signs of dispersing. Just then, Minato appeared inside the hamburger truck, disregarding the astonished gazes of the surrounding diners, and directly addressed Wu Chun. Wu Chun, I require your assistance. Wu Chun was taken aback for a moment, then promptly nodded. All right. He smiled apologetically at the customers before locking the food truck. In the next instant, Minato grasped Wu Chen's shoulder, and together they vanished from the truck. How cool! To everyone's astonishment, the master of the Crab Roe Burger is, in fact, a superhero, collaborating with the esteemed Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village, Minato Namikaze. Oh, please don't leave. Before saving the world, could you kindly prepare my Crab Roe Burger? Wu Chun had already resolved to join the battlefield. The reasoning was quite straightforward. Iron Man had become aware of his situation, and it was inevitable that he would join the Avengers in the future, which would undoubtedly expose Wu Chun's capabilities. Rather than face potential exposure later, it was preferable to seize the initiative and showcase his strength, articulating his demands while ensuring he remained undisturbed by others. This approach was not only more convenient, but also aligned with Wu Chun's preferred modus operandi. Although he wished to maintain a low profile, such discretion could lead to the risk of attracting the attention of those eager to challenge him. Wu Chun was unwilling to endure such unpleasantness, so he opted to let others recognize his prowess, dissuading them from provoking him. Regarding the potential dangers of this decision, Wu Chun asserted that he could handle himself. Any peril would befall others, not him. Moreover, after extensive training without a true battle, he yearned for the opportunity to genuinely test his combat abilities, seeking a clearer understanding of his own strength. To engage in authentic combat, he required an opponent who would not hold back. Thus, Wu Chun set his sights on Jinbin, a ninja endowed with the chakra of AJ Nin, formidable physical skills, and proficiency in certain water-based jutsu. Judging solely by raw power, Wu Chun was confident in his ability to dominate Jinbin, alleviating concerns of an unexpected defeat at his hands. However, the true measure of their combat prowess could only be determined through battle. Accompanied by Minato Namikaze, Wu Chun arrived at Times Square, where he noticed Minato nodding at Coulson before vanishing into thin air. Greetings, I am Wu Chun, he acknowledged Coulson, ignoring the peculiar look directed at him, and focused his gaze on the distant Jinbin. You remain here to provide support. I shall confront this behemoth first. Wu Chun instructed Coulson, then brandished his renowned blade, simmying, and swiftly approached Jinbin using the technique of the Flying Thunder God. Chapter 75, Hammer of Fate, 14. Such audacious behavior caused Coulson to furrow his brow. Although Wu Chun appeared mature, he lacked the steadfastness of Minato. Rushing headlong into battle against an adversary of uncertain strength, without first gauging the situation, seemed exceedingly reckless. Coulson deemed Wu Chun's actions impulsive, unaware of his true capabilities. Had he known that Wu Chun possessed the same mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique as Minato, his perspective would undoubtedly have shifted. It can be asserted that individuals who command space-time jutsu, such as the Flying Thunder God technique or Kamui, inherently hold the upper hand against any opponent. They can strike at will and retreat at leisure, maintaining complete control over the engagement. This was precisely why Wu Chun felt emboldened to confront Jinbin directly. As he sprinted forward, Wu Chun swiftly reached into his ninja tool pouch and retrieved 2 trident shurikens, hurling them towards Jinbin. Over the past few days, Wu Chun had succumbed to temptation once again, opening several random treasure chests for various realms. Fortunately, this time he did not incur any losses as he had previously. Among his acquisitions was an exceptionally practical item, a ninja tool pouch. It could be affixed to any part of his attire, and its interior space was far greater than its exterior suggested, truly deserving the title of a spatial tool. to further augment his combat prowess. Wu Chen utilized the weapon forging and repair function to craft 10 trident shurikens and a sword sheath, frequently embodying the persona of the legendary Minato Namikaze. He found the trident shurikens much more intuitive and effective than ordinary shurikens. As for the sword sheath, it was designed to accompany the renowned blade, exclaiming. Though exclaiming was immensely powerful and practical, its lack of a sheath made it cumbersome to carry. With the addition of the sheath, Wu Chen could now bear it with ease, using it as his personal weapon. The ninja tool pouch, shurikens, and sword sheath had fully depleted Wu Chen's resources, leaving him with no funds. However, he regarded money as inconsequential, knowing he could easily earn more whenever he pleased. Selling a few jutsu or shurikens would suffice. At that moment, Jin Bing stood ready, unaware that he had unwittingly financed the weaponry that would empower the young man before him, ultimately leading to his own downfall. Had he known, he might have fainted from indignation. Thanks to the nourishment of chakra and diligent training over the past few days, Wu Chen's strength had transcended that of an ordinary human. Thus, as he launched the 2 trident shurikens, they streaked through the air like silver lightning, swiftly approaching Jin Bing. Jin Bing made no attempt to evade. Instead, he infused his fist with water chakra and struck one of the shurikens. Evading would reveal a flaw, and against a ninja of such speed, even the slightest vulnerability could spell defeat. By enveloping his fist with water chakra, he ensured it was resilient enough to withstand sharp projectiles. This was precisely why Jin Bing dared to collide with the shuriken. First, he would deflect the shuriken, then teach this young man a lesson with his iron fist. Such a pathetic opponent, missing even one of the trident shurikens, dared to confront him, clearly underestimating Jin Bing. Did he think he was Minato Namikaze? Charging in so recklessly, Jin Bing was prepared to demonstrate the truth that there are always greater forces beyond one's own. However, despite having rehearsed this scenario in his mind, the events did not unfold as Jin Bing had anticipated. He failed to notice that the 2 trident shurikens were entwined with the flying thunder god seal, Wu. Before his fist struck the trident kunai, a flash of black light darted through the air. The young man with raven hair, who had been a considerable distance away from Jin Bing, suddenly found himself standing before him. Grasping a trident kunai in one hand and a peculiar long sword in the other, he aimed a lethal slash at Jin Bing's neck. Wu Chen intended to behead him. In this critical moment, Jin Bing had no time for hesitation. He enveloped his left arm with chakra, slightly shifted his posture, and raised his arm to withstand the blade. With a swift motion, a chunk of flesh flew into the air, and Jin Bing's left arm was severely injured, blood gushing forth. At that moment, Wu Chen activated the Flying Thunder God technique again, reappearing beside the trident kunai. Before Jin Bing could react, Wu Chen delivered a powerful kick, sending him flying. In this initial encounter, Wu Chen emerged victorious. This outcome was, in fact, to be expected. Wu Chen possessed all of Jin Bing's information, while Jin Bing knew nothing about him. Coupled with Wu Chen's own formidable strength, it was entirely feasible for him to dominate Jin Bing, especially given the latter's underestimation. Wu Chen understood the circumstances, but others remained oblivious. Phil Coulson stared in astonishment as he witnessed Wu Chen effortlessly send Jin Bing flying, involuntarily recalling the day he and Natasha had been mercilessly defeated by Jin Bing. Once the shock subsided, Coulson promptly activated his earpiece to report the situation. Consequently, the SHILD headquarters was thrown into a state of disbelief. The ally summoned by Minato Namikaze was a Chinese individual named Wu Chen, who had effortlessly defeated Jin Bing and was suspected of possessing the Flying Thunder God technique of Minato Namikaze. Nick Fury felt as though he had been dealt a resounding slap to the face. Just as he had doubted the abilities of this newcomer, Wu Chen had swiftly taken down 2 of SHIELD's finest agents, who had been unable to subdue Jin Bing. As for Wu Chen wielding Minato Namikaze's ninjutsu, Nick Fury found no surprise in that. After all, they shared a master-disciple relationship. Wu Chen, Nick Fury murmured, suddenly struck by inspiration. It was possible that he was not from Konoha. He needed to investigate quickly. Was there a Chinese individual named Wu Chen in New York City? Recruiting someone from Konoha would be exceedingly difficult for SHIELD, but if you're not from there? Nick Fury began to contemplate the potential for SHIELD to harness chakra. Additionally, had the surveillance drones arrived? He urged for the footage to be transmitted immediately. Within moments, Wu Chen's background information appeared before Nick Fury. Upon reviewing it, he surmised how Wu Chen had become Minato Namikaze's disciple. The ability to cultivate chakra was indeed real. Nick Fury had initially believed that Minato Namikaze's mention of talent was merely an excuse to avoid teaching others the methods of chakra cultivation. However, Wu Chen's emergence shattered that assumption. Wu Chen was originally an exceedingly ordinary individual, orphaned and devoid of friends or family, leading a rather tragic existence. The sole aspect that distinguished him was a secret recipe for delectable crab roe buns, which had garnered fervent acclaim from New York's food enthusiasts. In such circumstances, it seemed inexplicable that Minato Namikaze would impart the art of chakra cultivation to him, as it offered no apparent benefit and even risked the exposure of such techniques. Yet, Minato did precisely that, and remarkably, Wu Chen mastered chakra and honed his skills proficiently. This leaves us with but one explanation. The notion that chakra cultivation requires innate talent holds true, and Wu Chen possesses the requisite aptitude, indeed, with remarkable potential. Otherwise, one could not fathom how he managed to effortlessly defeat Jin Bing and master the Flying Thunder God technique, exclusive to Minato Namikaze. Contemplating this, Nick Fury's resolve to recruit Wu Chen into the Avengers he was assembling grew ever stronger. At that moment, a drone arrived at Times Square, transmitting high-definition footage back to them. Consequently, everyone in the conference room turned their attention to the large screen displaying the live feed. Nick Fury was no exception. His gaze was fixed intently on Wu Chen, seemingly eager to discern his next move. Wu Chen's forthcoming action was, in essence, straightforward. He intended to continue the battle against Jin Bing. Jin Bing had not yet lost his fighting spirit. Wu Chen's recent double strike had merely inflicted a minor injury, insufficient to incapacitate him. However, Wu Chen refrained from pursuing the attack. Jin Bing had been knocked into the nearby thicket, dense with foliage, where recklessly advancing could lead to an ambush. Wu Chen retained a modicum of battle awareness. At that moment, Jin Bing's voice reached Wu Chen's ears. Water style, great waterfall technique. Momentarily taken aback, Wu Chen promptly activated the Flying Thunder God technique, reappearing beside Coulson. Without waiting for an explanation, he seized Coulson and leaped onto the rooftops of the adjacent buildings. Standing atop the several-meter-high structure, Coulson was about to inquire about the situation when he witnessed the thicket where Jin Bing was located suddenly erupting with a tremendous splash of water. The cascading water coalesced in midair, ultimately forming a massive water sphere with a diameter of several dozen meters, hurtling toward the spot where Wu Chen had previously stood. Boom! Everything in its path was obliterated by the colossal water sphere, which collided with a two-story inn, demolishing it and releasing its power as it transformed back into flowing water. Nevertheless, Times Square was engulfed in flooding, with the water level on the streets exceeding a meter. Observing this scene, Wu Chen cautioned Coulson, "Stay here and do not wander off. I will descend to confront him." Just as Coulson was about to object, he realized that his presence might only complicate matters for Wu Chen. Moreover, the scale of this battle was far beyond his capacity to intervene. Furthermore, is it true that chakra and ninjutsu are indeed so formidable? The masked man unleashed a single technique that engulfed the entire Hell's Kitchen district in flames, while Jin Bing submerged Times Square with another jutsu. What has become of this world? Many within S.H.I.L.D. share the same sentiment as Coulson. Nick Fury could hardly fathom the extent of Jin Bing's newfound strength. Just a short while ago, he was merely a fighter relying on his physical prowess. As for the others, their thoughts remain unknown. Wu Chen leaped from the balcony of a small building, landing gracefully upon the water surface. At that moment, Jin Bing emerged, his arms securely bandaged. Like Wu Chen, he too stood upon the water. However, he exhibited no desire for conversation and instead commenced forming hand seals. Chapter 77. The Entrance of the Masked Man, 34. Observing Jin Bing's intricate hand seals, Wu Chen began to form his own. The clash of ninjutsu is a unique romance exclusive to ninjas, and Wu Chen was eager to partake in it. Judging from Jin Bing's elaborate sealing method, Wu Chen deduced it must be the water release, water dragon bullet technique. After all, Jin Bing only possessed 5 water release jutsu, and excluding the grand waterfall technique, Merely 3 functional jutsu and 1 offensive jutsu remained. With such an array of seals, it was evident that he was invoking the offensive water dragon bullet technique. Thus, after some contemplation, Wu Chun resolved to counter with a fire release, great fireball technique. In the next instant, both completed their seals and unleashed their techniques simultaneously. A colossal fireball erupted from Wu Chen's mouth, measuring 3 to 4 meters in diameter, qualifying as a commendable great fireball technique. Indeed, Jin Bing conjured a water dragon, coiling several meters high, charging towards Wu Chun. Unyielding, Wu Chun augmented the chakra supply, causing the fireball to swell another meter or 2, then propelled the great fireball towards the water dragon. Boom! The fireball was pierced by the concentrated water dragon bullet, nearly extinguished. The home field advantage, coupled with elemental superiority, placed Wu Chun at a reasonable disadvantage, as his mastery of fire release was still in its infancy. The collision of water and fire generated a copious amount of steam, which continued to rise as the ninjutsu conflict escalated. In light of this spectacle, Wu Chun eschewed further ninjutsu confrontation. He utilized the body replacement technique to evade the water dragon's lock-on range and prepared to engage Jin Bing in close combat with a trio of shuriken. Observing this, Jin Bing did not foolishly maintain the water dragon's form. He severed the chakra supply to the water dragon and warily eyed the thickening mist. At this moment, Jin Bing had heightened his awareness and vigilance towards Wu Chun to its utmost. Though this young man could not rival the likes of Minato Namikaze, he was equally troublesome. Capable of employing space ninjutsu, wielding fire techniques, and showcasing formidable physical prowess, Jin Bing counted his blessings that Wu Chun did not possess the Rasengan. Otherwise, the battle would become exceedingly challenging. Jin Bing thought to himself as he heard the sound of blades slicing through the air, immediately tilting his head to evade. The scene of the battle, where a piece of flesh was severed, remains vividly etched in memory. However, in the next moment, Wu Chun appeared suspended in midair, wielding the Rasengan and launching it directly at Jin Bing. This exemplifies the convenience of the Rasengan. It requires no hand seals, and with sufficient mastery, it can be unleashed swiftly, catching adversaries off guard while boasting remarkable power. At that moment, a gust of wind swept through, dispersing the dense fog, and HIELDS drones finally captured the 2 combatants in action once more. Observing Wu Chun soaring in the air, one hand gripping the Rasengan and poised to deliver the decisive blow, Nick Fury finally exhaled in relief. Just moments ago, witnessing Wu Chen's fireball being shattered by Jin Bing had nearly provoked a curse from him. It was not merely that Wu Chun held significant importance to SHIELD, but rather that he was a disciple of the legendary Minato Namikaze. Should Wu Chun perish while aiding SHIELD, Minato would undoubtedly seek retribution against the agency. Consequently, Nick Fury had cautioned Coulson to ensure Wu Chen's safety, despite Coulson's inability to do so. Now, witnessing Wu Chun on the brink of victory, Nick Fury couldn't help but relax his tense demeanor. Yet in the next instant, he beheld Jin Bing, struck by Wu Chen's Rasengan, transform into a puddle of water. This unexpected turn of events astonished Wu Chun, causing the kunai in his hand to clatter to the ground. Suddenly, another Jin Bing emerged from the water, grinning malevolently as he extended his palm, invoking the water release, water prison technique. Wu Chun had no time to react, becoming ensnared within a water sphere large enough for 2. As he struggled against the water, Jin Bing displayed a smile of triumph, proclaiming, "You are still too young." Sensing Wu Chen's bewildered expression, Jin Bing felt assured of victory and elaborated, "This is the water clone technique. Did you truly believe that after witnessing your space ninjutsu, I would foolishly allow you to approach me?" Nick Fury clenched his fists and immediately instructed Coulson through his earpiece, "Coulson, fire at Jin Bing." Bang! Yet, it was not Coulson's gunfire that erupted, but rather Wu Chun within the water sphere. The Wu Chun, previously trapped inside, had now transformed into a cloud of smoke. Jin Bing was momentarily stunned, realizing the peril too late. At the location where Wu Chen's kunai had fallen, a new Wu Chun emerged instantaneously, gripping the Rasengan and pressing it directly against Jin Bing. The impact was overwhelming. Jin Bing, unable to evade, was struck head-on by the Rasengan and sent flying backward. "Uncle, you can use the clone technique," Do you think I cannot? Wu Chen smirked, recalling how he had already employed the technique when he leaped from the building. While he quipped, Wu Chen remained vigilant. He approached the unconscious Jin Bing, brandishing his renowned blade, the Destiny, and prodded Jin Bing's arm. There was no response. Satisfied with this, he raised his blade high, preparing to deliver the final blow to Jin Bing. At this moment, a vortex materialized in the void, and a hand wielding a metallic gourd fan forcefully propelled Wu Chen away. Chapter 78, The Unsealing of the Nine Tails, 44. Young man, I still have some use for Jin Bing. I cannot allow you to be killed. Wu Chen was struck and sent flying over 10 meters. Yet he managed to regain his balance, standing atop the water surface. The masked man emerged slowly from the vortex, his movements unhurried. Yet they sent a tremor through the atmosphere. He stood on the water, coldly gazing at Wu Chen, and even the personnel at S.H.I.L.D. headquarters could sense the overwhelming pressure he exerted. Wu Chen, needless to say, instinctively took 2 steps back, gritting his teeth as he steeled himself to reclaim his ground. A flicker of surprise crossed the masked man's eyes, and then his tone shifted. It seems you are worth my effort. With that, the masked man absorbed Jin Bing into the divine space, gripping the Uchiha fan in one hand and a chain in the other, leisurely advancing toward Wu Chen. Wu Chen clenched his teeth, gathering a Rasengan, and charged at the masked man. Nick Fury felt a sense of dread. Did Wu Chen not comprehend the masked man's situation? Had Minato Namikaze not informed him? Moreover, what was Minato? Why had he not yet appeared? As anticipated, the Rasengan proved ineffective, passing directly through the masked man's body. Along with Wu Chen, with a swift motion, the masked man seized Wu Chen's wrist, raising the fan high, poised to strike his forehead. Suddenly, a golden flash enveloped Wu Chen as Minato Namikaze materialized in mid-air, blocking the fan with a kunai while simultaneously grasping the masked man's wrist. Got you. In the distance, Coulson was momentarily stunned, suddenly realizing the reason for Minato's delayed arrival. At this moment, the members of S.H.I.L.D.'s think tank were struck with epiphany. Marveling at the director, Minato Namikaze is truly exceptional. Utilizing the battle between Wu Chen and Jin Bing as bait, Minato, fully aware of his disciple's capabilities, had remained hidden, waiting for Jin Bing's defeat before the masked man appeared. The instant the masked man revealed himself, Minato was there, ready to seize him. Director, the seal may not be compromised. Nick Fury exclaimed with relief, for he had already persuaded the mayor to clear Times Square of all civilians. It was preferable to avoid conflict altogether. After all, public facilities were costly to construct. But could Wu Chen comply with his wishes? Seized by Minato, the masked man remained unfazed. He pointed at Wu Chen, addressing Minato. Look at what your disciple has on his back. Upon hearing this, Minato turned to inspect, only to discover it was an explosive tag. Seizing the opportunity, the masked man quickly formed hand signs to ignite the explosive tag. The tag blazed rapidly, poised to detonate. Minato had no choice but to release the masked man and hastily remove the explosive tag from Wu Chen's back, tossing it far away. Boom! As the explosive talisman detonated, the masked man entered a state of phasing. How despicable to resort to such underhanded tactics. The think tank of S.H.I.L.D. condemned vehemently. Alas, this is precisely why villains often surpass superheroes. They act without restraint. Nevertheless, did you observe that talisman? A mere piece of paper capable of exploding like a grenade. Astonishing. Does this not imply that both the Hidden Leaf Village and the organization to which the masked man belongs possess the capability to fabricate such talismans? However, the chaotic scene within S.H.I.L.D. could not influence the events transpiring in Times Square. At this moment, neither the individuals within Times Square nor those at S.H.I.L.D. were aware that everything occurring in Times Square was being meticulously recorded by cameras atop distant buildings and broadcast live on New York television. The television station, situated adjacent to Times Square, had astutely sensed the emergence of a significant news story when ordered to evacuate. The executives, remaining vigilant, commanded the installation of high-definition cameras, thereby connecting to the news for a live broadcast. Consequently, the events in Times Square were now being streamed live across the nation. Top. The masked man strode towards the center of Times Square, his form passing directly through Wu Chun and Minato Namikaze. Wu Chun and Minato exchanged glances and shook their heads. Neither could reach the masked man. With a swift motion, Wu Chun activated the Flying Thunder God technique, transporting himself and Minato to Agent Coulson's side, and then activated the technique once more. Coulson, upon finding himself at the entrance of Stark Tower, was immediately filled with confusion. "Mr. Wu, Mr. Minato, should we not intervene with the masked man?" In response to Coulson's inquiry, Minato shook his head, clarifying that it was not a matter of choice, but rather one of inability to intervene. The moment they had nearly captured him had been their best opportunity, yet he had escaped through deceit. Wu Chun, hearing this, quickly apologized. "Master Minato, I'm sorry, I've held us back." Minato shook his head in response. "It is not your fault. Your ability to defeat Jean is commendable. I simply failed to consider all angles." Coulson interrupted their exchange. "Then what shall we do now?" Before Minato could respond, a towering crimson beam erupted from Times Square. Chapter 79. The Fearless Ones 14, the New York television station's discreet maneuver dramatically skyrocketed the ratings of their news broadcast, immediately overshadowing other shows airing concurrently. During their evacuation, they left a message in the news studio stating, "We have been ordered to evacuate, and not just us. Everyone in Times Square is subject to the same directive. We are unaware of what may transpire next, but in the interest of the citizens' right to know, and as representatives of societal responsibility, we have decided to set up cameras to capture everything happening in Times Square. Note, we do not know when the cameras may be turned off, nor do we know if we will capture anything significant. We merely wish to fulfill our duties as journalists." Behold, these noble words have captivated countless spectators eager to uncover the happenings at Times Square. Indeed, who is unaware of the sordid demeanor of journalists? In pursuit of a story, they often engage in actions that would cause embarrassment to the average person, such as the gamble of the New York television station. Yet, they were exceedingly fortunate, for they emerged victorious. Not only did they capture the entirety of the extraordinary battle between Wu Chun and Jean Bing, but they also recorded precious footage of the emergence of the nine-tailed behemoth. The masked man strode purposefully towards the center of Times Square, where a public bench had just been obliterated by Jean Bing's waterfall technique. He raised his arms high and forcefully pressed them down to the ground. In an instant, a luminous circular formation composed of incantations materialized at the center of his hands. This formation was vast, enveloping hundreds of square meters of Times Square. It was merely a trifling display concocted by Wu Chun, intended to accentuate the might of the Nine Tails. In truth, the real power lay within the nine-tailed card nestled in the palm of the masked man. As chakra surged around him, he shouted, "Sealing technique, release." With a resounding crack, the immense luminous formation shattered like fragile glass, disintegrating into countless particles of light that floated into the air before vanishing completely. Witnessing this scene, the members of S.H.I.E.L.D. wore solemn expressions, and Nick Fury speculated with a frown. It appears that the last escape of the Nine Tails was not a mere coincidence. The clandestine organization may possess the means to unravel the sage of Six Paths Seal. "Director, your insight is commendable. I believe you are correct," one agent exclaimed, while another added humorously, "Director, you are unparalleled. I would gladly bear your offspring." Amidst this, one might ponder the true nature of the Nine Tails. With the imminent threat of the Nine Tails' liberation, some members of the think tank continued to engage in lighthearted conversation. This exemplifies the notion of remaining detached from matters that do not directly concern oneself. Though they feigned urgency and concern, their true intention was to witness the unfolding spectacle. However, their perplexity was soon resolved. As the seal dissipated, a towering crimson beam of light erupted from Times Square, encompassing a diameter of several hundred meters. Then, a thunderous roar resonated through the sky. Roar! Upon hearing this primal cry, Minato Namikaze's expression tightened. He glanced at Wu Chun, who nodded in affirmation, and then addressed Coulson. "Coulson, contact S.H.I.L.D. immediately and arrange for pedestrians to vacate the area. The impending battle may prove exceedingly perilous. Wu Chun and I may be unable to save anyone." This precaution was warranted, as the soaring crimson beam and the monstrous roar seemed to entice thrill-seekers, who, undeterred by danger, eagerly planned to venture closer. To be fair, there's a reason why foreigners can be so reckless. Observing this, Coulson nodded in agreement, urging Mr. Namikaze, "Mr. Wu, please exercise utmost caution." Without delving into the character of Minato Namikaze, it is evident that he is a paragon of virtue. As for Wu Chun, although Coulson has not spent an extensive amount of time with him, he possesses an astute ability to discern character. Wu Chun is certainly not a malevolent individual. Such a person is deserving of Coulson's genuine concern. As Coulson departed, a smile graced Wu Chun's lips. Next, they must subdue the Ninetales and ultimately vanquish the masked man. Minato nodded in agreement, acknowledging the urgency of action. With a swift motion, the two vanished from sight. As Wu Chun and Minato orchestrated Coulson's tasks, the Ninetales made its grand entrance into the world. Beneath a crimson beam of light, its colossal head emerged first, adorned with fiery fur and fierce eyes that unmistakably conveyed its ferocity. Following this, its enormous claws and vast physique materialized, culminating in the appearance of the behemoth. The Ninetales fox, towering over 100 meters in New York's Times Square. This monstrous creature rivaled the height of most buildings, instilling a sense of dread in all who beheld it, merely standing there. The first thrill-seeker to approach the beast froze in place upon witnessing its grandeur. Moments later, panic set in, and he turned to flee, overwhelmed with fear. Soon, more thrill-seekers arrived, reacting in precisely the same manner as the first. However, the sheer number of fleeing individuals created a cacophony that captured the newly manifested Ninetales' attention. Though capable of speech and thought, the Ninetales harbored no desire to engage with these insignificant creatures. Initially, it approached humanity with goodwill, but alas, human fear and greed for its power led to its suffering. From that moment on, the Ninetales' benevolence towards humans faded. Subsequently, within the ninja realm, it was forcibly subdued by a member of the Uchiha clan, enduring a period of humiliation. Even now, in this alternate world, the Ninetales' hatred for humanity persists. It could easily proclaim its disdain for humans, exclaiming, "I loathe them." In light of this, how dare these insignificant beings disturb me? Observing the fleeing pedestrians in the distance, the Ninetales narrowed its eyes and began to gather its chakra into a tailed beast ball. With its mouth slightly agape, a multitude of dark red chakra coalesced around it, gradually converging into its maw. Eventually, a sphere of black-red chakra, several meters in diameter, materialized before its mouth. The Ninetales then lowered its head and forcefully expelled the massive chakra ball. The projectile hurtled swiftly, reaching the crowd in an instant. If it were to strike, it would not only obliterate the individuals, but also incinerate the surrounding structures. Just then, a kunai with a trident flew through the air, and in a flash of golden light, Minato Namikaze appeared before the chakra ball. Gripping the kunai tightly, he shouted, "Flying Thunder God Missile." The trident kunai unleashed a colossal formation that enveloped the entire tailed beast orb. Subsequently, the orb was compressed and collapsed, ultimately absorbed into the trident kunai. In the next moment, a tailed beast orb, several meters in diameter, materialized in the desolate outskirts of New York City, only to erupt with a thunderous explosion. The immense shockwave captivated the attention of all, resembling a detonation of a bomb of unparalleled magnitude, with the explosion's radius extending several hundred meters, plunging S, H, I, L, D, and others observing the battle into a profound silence. Zhu Liang and Nick Fury swiftly donned their headsets, commanding, "Evacuate everyone from the vicinity of Times Square immediately." Now, meanwhile, not to mention the full mobilization of S, H, I, L, D, Wu Chun found himself equally occupied. He was furiously extracting individuals from the brink of self-destruction. To be candid, these thrill-seeking foreigners, courting death, were not individuals Wu Chun desired to save. Yet, adhering to the principle of humanity and recognizing his and Minato Namikaze's roles as superheroes, he chose to intervene. However, his methods were rather brusque. Seizing a person, he swiftly utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to relocate them, disregarding their discomfort, simply discarding them afterwards. Furthermore, Wu Chun took note of their appearances, determining to rescue them only this once. Should they dare to tempt fate again, he would opt to remain a mere observer. Even pushing them towards their doom would not be out of the question. While Wu Chun was preoccupied, Minato Namikaze and the Masked Man were not idle either. After the Nine-Tails launched the tailed beast orb, the Masked Man leaped onto the Nine-Tails' head. After locking eyes with the beast, the kaleidoscope in his gaze began to whirl, plunging the recently liberated consciousness of the Nine-Tails into a profound abyss. In a flash, the Nine-Tails' eyes transitioned from crimson slits to the Sharingan. Instantly, the Nine-Tails fell silent, as if it were always the steed of the Masked Man, submissively allowing him to tread upon its head. Now was the moment for the world to witness the might of the tailed beasts. As the Masked Man's words faded, the previously tranquil Nine-Tails sprang into action. It charged towards a series of buildings, effortlessly demolishing them with a mere flick of its tail, while simultaneously conjuring another tailed beast orb. This time, instead of a singular large sphere, multiple smaller tailed beast orbs materialized. The larger orb would be intercepted and relocated by Minato to the outskirts of New York. But the multitude of smaller orbs was beyond his capacity to halt. Wu-chan remained resolute, believing that a grand upheaval in New York was imperative. This was not solely an outlet for his fury, but also a strategic maneuver. How could the world recognize the power of the tailed beasts without witnessing it firsthand? If they remained oblivious to the significance of Konoha and the Akatsuki, any chaos Wu-chan orchestrated would yield minimal advancement in his objectives. Conversely, if they place great importance on the matter, then as Wu-chan orchestrates his machinations, the progress of his character portrayal will significantly accelerate. At this very moment, whether considering the portrayal of Minato Namikaze or Obito Uchiha, their respective progression is visibly advancing at a remarkable pace. Wu-chan estimates that by the time he concludes the Nine-Tails turmoil, both will have elevated their portrayal to a new zenith. With a flurry of enormous tailed beast balls, resembling celestial blossoms scattered by divine hands, they radiated outward from the Nine-Tails' epicenter. The explosive force was akin to that unleashed by bombers carrying immense payloads. As the structures surrounding Times Square were obliterated in an instant, reduced to mere ruins. Chapter 81, Betrayal 34, Manipulating the Nine-Tails. The Masked Man wreaked havoc on everything surrounding Times Square. At this juncture, a drone operated by S.H.E.L.D. gradually approached the masked figure, emitting Nick Fury's voice. Masked Man, what on earth do you intend to accomplish? The Masked Man paused momentarily before continuing to command the Nine-Tails to launch miniature tailed beast balls, coldly regarding the drone as a mere control device daring to engage him in dialogue. Fire release. Great fireball technique. With a resounding explosion, a torrent of flames manifested in the air, surging toward the S.H.I.E.L.D. drone. At that moment, a trident-shaped kunai suddenly flew through the air as Minato Namikaze appeared, seizing the drone and pulling it aside, narrowly averting its destruction. Is this thing alive? Minato queried with curiosity, poking the drone inquisitively. Thank you immensely, Mr. Namikaze. Nick Fury swiftly diverted the conversation, grateful yet cautious not to reveal that the object he had just saved was of little value. Simultaneously, he requested Minato's assistance in conversing with the Masked Man. This isn't assistance. I intended to interrogate him anyway. Casting the drone aside, Minato fixed his gaze upon the Masked Man and inquired earnestly, let us start with introductions. I am Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage of Konohagakure. Who are you? The Masked Man, with a complex expression, scrutinized Minato before finally responding. Akatsuki Obito. Akatsuki? Minato expressed mild surprise. I believe I have heard of that organization. However, Obito, why do you engage in such actions? Why instigate war? Upon hearing Minato's inquiry, the Masked Man erupted into laughter. What is so amusing? Minato inquired, playing along. I find this nation laughable. The Masked Man ceased his laughter, yet his words retained a tone of amusement. Does a nation that instigates war for trivial reasons have the audacity to question our Akatsuki's motives for pursuing a noble cause? Noble cause? What cause? Minato did not refute the Masked Man's remarks, but instead probed into the objectives of the Akatsuki organization. After all, the Masked Man's assertion held a semblance of truth regarding the United States. The members of S.H.I.E.L.D. lowered their heads upon hearing the Masked Man's declaration. Though S.H.I.E.L.D. is a global organization, its headquarters in the United States, particularly in New York, means that its members are predominantly American. The actions of the United States are evident to any reasonable observer, revealing a clear distinction between right and wrong. Noticing that Minato Namikaze did not defend his country, the masked man appeared somewhat pleased. Our organization, Akatsuki, has but one singular aim: world peace. World peace. Minato was taken aback, gesturing toward the devastation surrounding them, and indignantly exclaimed, "Is this the peace you have brought?" The atmosphere within S.H.I.E.L.D. was rife with fury. World peace? It seems more akin to global annihilation. This organization is undoubtedly a terrorist faction. Moreover, it likely serves as a gathering place for supercriminals. The man known as Afe did not even claim to be the leader, clearly indicating that the true leader of Akatsuki remains hidden. Observing Minato's anger, the masked man shook his head, asserting that this is the necessary path to peace, as humanity is inherently incapable of mutual understanding. Nonsense. If humanity cannot understand one another, then how do families and nations exist? Before Minato could elaborate, the drones began to unleash their firepower. This time, the masked man refrained from retaliating, aware that even if he acted, he would be stopped. He responded, "If humanity were capable of understanding each other, why then do wars still erupt between nations?" Witnessing this exchange, the masked man began to articulate the philosophy of Akatsuki. In conclusion, he proclaimed, "Since humanity cannot understand one another, perhaps inflicting pain to foster understanding and thus achieve peace is one method. Although this path may not be widely accepted, it is undoubtedly superior to the inaction exhibited by those who do nothing." To be frank, the masked man was undeniably impressive, with an alluring exterior and audacious actions. He resonated deeply in a country like America, where coolness is revered. In the midst of a nationwide broadcast, he calmly articulated the tenets of his organization, and he was indeed living by those principles. In the eyes of American youth, he epitomized coolness. Instantly, numerous teenagers resolved to seek ways to join Akatsuki, with some even directly contacting the government to inquire about membership. At that moment, even the slow-witted American government could sense something amiss. Upon investigation, they discovered that the New York television station, which receives substantial annual funding from the government, was undermining them. Consequently, they swiftly decided to cut the power in Times Square, plunging the broadcast and cameras into darkness. However, this action incited public outrage, causing the complaint lines of the New York government to be inundated. Yet ultimately, the New York government withstood the pressure and did not restore the broadcast. The mere complaints could hardly outweigh the impact of the Ninetales incident. Previously unaware of the live broadcast, I am now informed and shall not remain indifferent. The overwhelming influx of complaints to the New York government does not sway the few individuals at Times Square. Wolfgang Watergate, realizing he cannot persuade the masked man, chooses silence, drawing forth several tridents and preparing for battle. Observing this, the masked man commands the Ninetales to continue its destruction while he confronts Wolfgang Watergate directly. The Ninetales, unrestrained, continues to demolish buildings with its massive form while simultaneously gathering tailed beast bombs to unleash in rapid succession. Witnessing this scene, a flicker of struggle crosses Wolfgang Watergate's face as he shouts to Wu Chun, "Wu Chun, fetch your mother from Konoha." Having just completed his previous tasks, Wu Chun gazes at Wolfgang Watergate in astonishment. "Master Watergate, are you certain? Hurry." Without hesitation, Wu Chun nods and activates the Flying Thunder God technique, departing the scene. He is, of course, intent on finding a place to utilize Kushina's card to summon Uzumaki Kushina. The dialogue between Wolfgang Watergate and Wu Chun does not go unnoticed by S.H.L. Nick Fury and others are somewhat taken aback, never expecting Wolfgang Watergate, so young, to step into the grave of love. It is indeed unexpected. However, is Wolfgang Watergate's wife truly formidable enough to contend with the Ninetales? If the others at S.H.I.E.L.D. were filled with surprise, tinged with confusion, Black Widow Natasha Romanoff felt a blend of astonishment and disappointment. To genuinely fall for someone for the first time, only to discover that they are already married. The thought of pursuing a married man is simply beyond her. That won't do. I refuse to believe it. I must at least see this mother figure before conceding. Natasha then watches the screen, where Wu Chun returns, accompanied by a red-haired woman, utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique. Her appearance, comparable to her own, exudes a remarkable aura, presenting a different style. Yet, the thought of her prowess darkens Natasha's mood. As anticipated, under the scrutiny of the red-haired woman unleashes her chakra, and from behind her, slender golden chains extend, ensnaring the once mighty Ninetales and pinning it to the ground. This process unfolds within mere seconds, the Ninetales being effortlessly subdued by this red-haired woman. I have no chance, Natasha reflects. She had anticipated the red-haired woman's strength, but never imagined it to be so formidable. The Ninetales, which even bluffing Watergate struggled to manage, was effortlessly dominated in an instant. SHIELD is similarly astonished. They promptly establish a classified file for Uzumaki Kushina, ranking her power on par with bluffing Watergate himself. Upon witnessing the Ninetales being subdued in an instant, the masked man's breath catches, clearly contemplating retreat. Truly, the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan are immensely powerful. Bluffing Watergate, consider this a victory for you. But our Akatsuki will not relent. The tailed beasts will indeed return to retrieve what belongs to them. So for now, let us temporarily entrust them to you. The masked man intended to depart, yet Minato Namikaze had no intention of allowing him to escape. However, the phenomenon of intangibility appeared nearly insurmountable. Unless it were Kakashi, possessing another Sharingan with the Kamui ability, the masked man held all the cards. Suddenly, a spatial vortex materialized, and the masked man vanished. Witnessing this, the members of S.H.I.E.L.D. finally breathed a sigh of relief, and Nick Fury relaxed as well. Although the Ninetales had broken free from its seal, it was effortlessly subdued by Minato's wife. Despite Times Square resembling a desolate wasteland, the casualty count was relatively low, which could be deemed a favorable outcome. Seemingly recalling something, Nick Fury communicated with Minato through a drone. Mr. Namikaze, shall we proceed to reseal the Ninetales now? Would you like assistance from S.H.I.E.L.D.? Upon returning to the ground and glancing at Wu Chun, Minato replied, "No need for assistance. We merely require that others do not interfere. As for the Ninetales, it must indeed be resealed. However, I plan to employ a different method of sealing." A different sealing method? Nick Fury inquired with curiosity. Isn't it customary to seal it in Times Square? Minato shook his head, explaining that such a method posed too great a risk. The masked man, possessed the means to unseal it at will. Therefore, I intend to seal the Ninetales within a human body. Seal it within a human body? Nick Fury was taken aback. The Ninetales is enormous. How could it be sealed? Moreover, is it truly feasible for a human to accomplish this? Certainly, Minato asserted with unwavering conviction, leaving no room for negotiation. My wife, Kushina Uzumaki, is a master of sealing techniques. She is arguably the strongest in the world at this craft. With her assistance, creating a host for the Ninetales will be a trivial task. A host? Nick Fury seized upon this pivotal point. Chapter 83. Divided into 2:14, a host, or Jinchuriki, is an individual within whom a tailed beast is sealed. Jinchuriki typically harness the power of the tailed beast and utilize its chakra as a unique form of attack. In the world of Naruto, each major ninja village has its own Jinchuriki. However, most Jinchuriki risk being consumed by the tailed beast's consciousness, losing control, and ultimately transforming entirely into the beast. To draw a rough analogy, a Jinchuriki is akin to a somewhat unstable, mobile nuclear bomb, one that can detonate repeatedly. From this perspective, Jinchuriki appear to embody only danger without any benefit. Yet, when a Jinchuriki and a tailed beast come to understand and acknowledge one another, they can perfectly master the tailed beast's chakra, becoming a flawless Jinchuriki. A perfect Jinchuriki does not possess the inherent risks of ordinary Jinchuriki. They become close companions with their tailed beast, which willingly controls its power and lends it to the Jinchuriki for use. Moreover, the perfect Jinchuriki possesses immunity to the majority of illusionary control techniques, as it is impossible for such illusions to simultaneously dominate both the Jinchuriki and the tailed beast. Thus, as long as one remains conscious, they can disrupt the illusion, allowing the other to awaken as well. This phenomenon can be likened to a dual soul in a single entity, working in unison. Furthermore, the perfect Jinchuriki can achieve complete tailed beast transformation, effectively allowing the tailed beast to manifest anew, while the Jinchuriki's own will remain intact, untainted by the beast's influence. This creates a being capable of communication, endowed with independent thought, akin to a nuclear bomb. Wu-chan did not conceal this intelligence, urging Minato Namikaze to relay it to S.H.I.L.D. His intention was to split the Nine Tails into two parts, sealing one within Minato and the other within himself. Such an action could not be hidden from others. Any attempt at concealment would only sow distrust within S.H.I.E.L.D. Though their utility may be limited, Nick Fury still holds some significance. Wu-chan preferred to maintain this fragile alliance, albeit S.H.I.E.L.D. harbored doubts regarding the feasibility of his plan. Are you certain this is achievable? Minato nodded affirmatively. Nick Fury continued, if it is possible to seal a tailed beast within a human, why has this not been done before? Had it been so, Wu-N-T, we have several formidable fighters at our disposal now. The Masked Man and the Akatsuki would find it far more challenging to break such seals. Minato cast a glance at the drone, a subtle disdain flickering in his eyes. If even you harbor concerns about the safety of a Jinchuriki, what would the average person, aware of their existence, think? Do you truly believe that achieving a perfect Jinchuriki is within everyone's grasp? For an ordinary individual, even if they were to seal a tailed beast within another, it is exceedingly unlikely that the latter could become a perfect Jinchuriki. In such a scenario, would you not feel apprehensive with a potential explosive device beside you? Nick Fury paused, suddenly realizing the possible predicaments such a Jinchuriki might face. Such individuals would undoubtedly be marginalized, for the common perception is that Jinchuriki are monsters. Should their emotions spiral out of control, they could transform into tailed beasts, plunging everything around them into chaos. Now it all made sense to Nick Fury, yet he still had questions. If you, Minato Namikaze, are capable of becoming a perfect Jinchuriki, why then split the Nine Tails and seal one part within your disciple? If, hypothetically speaking, Wu-chan fails to become a perfect Jinchuriki, would that not jeopardize him? Hearing this, Minato shook his head, his gaze resting on Wu-chan, filled with unwavering trust. If we consider Wu-chan and myself, his potential to become a perfect Jinchuriki surpasses mine. I vouch for this with my title as the Fourth Hokage. With such a declaration from Minato, S.H.I.E.L.D. had no choice but to place their faith in him. As for the reasoning behind splitting the Nine Tails into two parts for separate sealing, it was rather simple. The chakra of the Nine Tails is overwhelmingly potent. If one does not separate them, it is exceedingly challenging for an individual to endure. Is the Nine Tails truly formidable? The surveillance drones of S.H.I.E.L.D. shifted their gaze to the formidable Kyuubi, tightly bound by the adamantine chains of Kushina Uzumaki, utterly immobilized. Even with its immense ferocity, it was rendered incapable of unleashing its wrath, presenting a rather pitiful sight. Surprisingly, this version of the Nine Tails held a certain charm. Observing this scene, S.H.I.E.L.D. found the words of Minato Namikaze lacking in conviction. If the Nine Tails were genuinely powerful, would it be possible for your wife to subdue it so effortlessly? There was yet another inquiry. Nick Fury spoke again. With such a colossal Nine Tails, how do you intend to split it in two? Are you suggesting using a knife to cleave it asunder? Minato Namikaze was momentarily at a loss for words. This was the final question. No more inquiries were permitted. The tailed beasts are not entirely corporeal beings. They are manifestations born from chakra. They possess both physical form and exist as chakra energy entities, provided that one possesses sufficient mastery of sealing techniques. It is entirely feasible to divide them into two parts. As Minato spoke, Kushina Uzumaki initiated the sealing technique. In the blink of an eye, two colossal Nine Tails were bound to the ground. Chapter 84, Sealing 24. One Nine Tails was divided into two. One was slightly darker, representing the yin attribute, while the other, a tad brighter, embodied the yang attribute. Both newly formed Nine Tails were somewhat smaller than the original, yet they remained two colossal beasts. In the world of Naruto, the Nine Tails residing within the protagonist, Naruto Uzumaki, is of the yang attribute, thus exhibiting a somewhat volatile and proud temperament, as evidenced by Naruto's tumultuous journey. Conversely, the Nine Tails within Minato Namikaze is of the yin attribute, exhibiting a gentler disposition. Since the yang Nine Tails was extracted, upon the Nine Tails entering Naruto's body. Their synergy was immediately apparent, subsequently aiding him in vanquishing the seemingly invincible Sasuke. Witnessing that everything was under Minato's control, S.H.I.L.D. ceased their inquiries, merely observing while preventing onlookers from intruding. Simultaneously, Nick Fury cast a glance at Wu Chun, his resolve to recruit him into the Avengers solidifying. Should Wu Chun join the Avengers and become the perfect Jinchuriki, he could undoubtedly emerge as a principal force within the team, far surpassing even Captain America in prowess. At this juncture, Captain America had already been unearthed from his icy slumber by S.H.I.L.D. And it would not be long before this legendary figure once again graced the world with his presence. With S.H.I.L.D. no longer interjecting, Minato and Wu Chun commenced preparations for the sealing. The decision to split the Nine Tails and seal them within both Wu Chun and Minato was the result of Wu Chun's careful deliberation. The previous incident involving Obito had already demonstrated that embodying a character's narrative could indeed enhance one's progress in the role. Wu Chun happened to possess the Nine Tails, and the first character he intended to portray was none other than Minato Namikaze. He contemplated sealing the Nine Tails within Minato's body, pondering whether this could enhance Minato's power while simultaneously advancing his portrayal progress. In pursuit of authenticity, it seemed most fitting to utilize the Yin half of the Nine Tails, thus leaving the Yang half available. Consequently, Wu Chun conceived the idea of augmenting his own strength. Having already acquired Minato's chakra and spatial ninjutsu talent, he essentially possessed Minato's physique. If Minato could become the perfect Jinchuriki, then surely he could as well. Moreover, even if he struggled to earn the understanding and trust of the irritable and proud Yang half of the Nine Tails, there was always the wish card. As long as he made a wish to enhance his favorability, designating the Yang Nine Tails as his target, mutual understanding could be effortlessly achieved, couldn't it? With this thought in mind, he resolved to grant himself a half of the Nine Tails. Since he could not exchange for the Nine Tails chakra mode for Minato, he decided to bestow it upon himself. Thus, events unfolded to this day. Locking eyes with Minato, Wu Chun unzipped his jacket and lifted his shirt. The seal needed to be inscribed directly onto the flesh, unobstructed by clothing, although clothing would not necessarily impede the process. The forces of the Nine Tails and the seal would ultimately tear through and damage it. Wu Chun had a fondness for this garment. Minato shared the sentiment, revealing his abdomen as well. Due to their training in chakra, both Wu Chun and Minato boasted impressive 8-pack abs, presenting a striking physique. Natasha, observing from the S.H.I.L.D. headquarters, couldn't help but lick her lips. Although she knew her chances were slim, she could not suppress her inner thoughts and impulses, desires for food, beauty and passion. This phrase, originating from the Mencius, Gauzy, was a point raised by Gauzy in his debate with Mencius, signifying that the enjoyment of food and the pursuit of beautiful things are innate human tendencies. Even as an exceptional agent, Natasha possessed the natural inclination to seek out what she desired, making her reaction entirely normal. However, while normalcy is one thing, blatant displays can be somewhat inappropriate. Nick Fury contemplated advising Natasha to refrain from intruding upon Minato's life. Yet, upon reflection, he deemed that Natasha was not one to act impulsively, and thus decided against it. Kushina Uzumaki had not anticipated that someone would covet her husband. At this moment, she was forming seals to perform the four-symbol seal, the most suitable technique for sealing tailed beasts. In the Naruto series, the four-symbol seal was used to seal the Nine Tails within Naruto. Utilizing the four-symbol seal, the dark aspect Nine Tails was first confined within the body of Minato Namikaze, followed by the light aspect Nine Tails being sealed within Wu Chun. Kushina Uzumaki, renowned for her mastery in sealing techniques, executed the operation with remarkable finesse. With a resounding roar, both Nine Tails were swiftly encapsulated, their cries silenced by the combined force of the adamantine sealing and the four-symbol seal. Upon the completion of the sealing, Kushina felt a hint of fatigue wash over her. Observing this, Wu Chun and his companions promptly took their leave. Chapter 85, The Alliance 34. Wait. Nick Fury interjected hastily. Is it really over? Indeed, it is settled, Minato replied, glancing at the drone, confirming the sealing had been successfully achieved. Could the chaos of a Ninetales truly have concluded so effortlessly? Nick Fury found it hard to fathom. This conflict had appeared insurmountable for him and the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Yet it was resolved with such ease by Minato and his team. Was it a testament to their weakness, or rather, to the overwhelming strength of their opponents? Perhaps both assumptions held merit. Or Mr. Namake's and Mr. Wu's subsequent plans. Such formidable allies, even if they could not join S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury would not disregard their prowess. Moreover, Minato had previously established a commendable rapport with S.H.I.E.L.D., which could be nurtured further, or even advanced to new heights. As for Wu Chen, he represented the primary target for alliance. Understanding Wu Chen's intentions was vital for strategic engagement. Otherwise, angering him could breed animosity towards S.H.I.E.L.D., a scenario best avoided. Nick Fury's reputation necessitated that Minato accord him due respect. After a brief pause, he declared, "My stance remains unchanged. However, I must reduce the frequency of missions to enhance my strength and aspire to become a perfect Jinchuriki. After all, the masked man, Obito, has fled, and he is backed by the entire Akatsuki organization. Although Obito has not explicitly stated it, it is evident that the Akatsuki seeks the tailed beasts. Their ultimate intentions remain obscure, yet fortifying one's power is undoubtedly wise." Nick Fury nodded in understanding, urging Minato to diligently pursue his strength. "By the way, regarding the remaining balance, will you collect it tomorrow or shortly?" "Shortly. I will first escort Kushina back," Minato replied. With that, he nodded at Wu Chen and, embracing Kushina, activated the Flying Thunder God technique to depart. Witnessing this, Nick Fury promptly prepared the cache and alerted Coulson to retrieve it. Subsequently, the drone descended before Wu Chen, inquiring, "Mr. Wu, what are your next intentions?" "Why do you ask?" Wu Chen responded, puzzled. "For someone of your immense capabilities, the government requires documentation to ensure public assurance," Nick Fury explained. Wu Chen was certainly aware of this and felt no resistance. He directly expressed his intention to continue selling hamburgers while diligently honing his skills to become a perfect Jinchuriki, living up to Master Minato's expectations. "Have you ever considered becoming a superhero and joining a superhero organization? We at S.H.I.E.L.D. have established a superhero group called the Avengers, and Iron Man is a member." Nick Fury was already aware of the camaraderie between Iron Man and Wu Chen, hence he invoked Tony's name. As expected, Wu Chen displayed a moment of hesitation. "Tony is part of that Avengers organization. However, I am not particularly interested in being a superhero. I prefer to sell hamburgers. We offer a rather generous salary." Nick Fury was cognizant of Wu Chen's previously modest living conditions. Wu Chen, however, disdainfully shrugged, stating, "I make a decent profit selling hamburgers. It suffices for my needs." Nick Fury wanted to say more, but Wu Chen waved his hand and remarked, "I am merely a humble hamburger vendor and an amateur superhero out of interest. If there are matters you cannot handle, feel free to entrust them to me, and I shall assist. As for joining S.H.I.E.L.D. or the Avengers, I am not particularly interested." Nick Fury's eyes brightened as he quickly replied, "Mr. Wu, I believe you may have misunderstood. The Avengers is not an organization that mandates collective action. Generally, Avengers focus on their respective duties unless significant events, like today, necessitate a united front against malevolent forces. If that is the case, then I shall consider it." Wu Chen did not immediately decline, stating, "I will return to selling hamburgers for now and will discuss further with you at S.H.I.E.L.D. later. You are welcome to come." Nick Fury felt elated by this non-rejection, indicating a high likelihood of acceptance. The next step was to leave a favorable impression and persuade Wu Chen to join. Thus, with a commanding shout, Nick Fury set the entire S.H.I.E.L.D. into motion, ensuring everyone appeared presentable. Even the janitor, who had just cleaned the building that morning, re-emerged to tidy up once more. Alexander Pierce, the former director of S.H.I.E.L.D., approached Nick Fury after learning of the entire situation and inquired, "Fury, is this really necessary?" As a Hydra mole, Alexander hoped Wu Chen would dismiss his H.I.L.D., making it easier for Hydra to recruit him. However, Nick Fury nodded earnestly. "Alexander, you still do not comprehend the significance of chakra and ninjutsu. That is a power capable of reshaping the world. Chapter 86. The Hamburger Seller 44. Having agreed to discuss further later, Wu Chun left a flying thunder god mark on the drone before departing Times Square. Returning to his hamburger cart, he resumed selling hamburgers. Observing the reopening of the cart, the onlookers, due to the distance from Times Square, were not significantly affected, but they exhibited an unusually warm enthusiasm while purchasing hamburgers. Boss, how is it that you can breathe fire and move so swiftly? Is that a superpower? You are incredibly handsome. I would gladly bear your children. What happened to the nine-tailed fox in the end? Was the masked villain defeated? My crab roe burger still isn't ready. Wu Chun, exasperated, shouted, everyone. Silence while purchasing hamburgers. Speak a word, and you forfeit your right to buy. Instantly, the area around the burger cart fell silent. The crowd's enthusiasm was merely for gossip. However, the thought of missing out on a delicious crab roe burger due to idle chatter was a significant loss. As for anyone daring to engage in forced sales, these diners had all witnessed the live broadcast on New York TV. Meanwhile, the queue behind the burger cart remained orderly, and Wu Chun sold burger after burger, his mood gradually improving. At that moment, a customer who had finished their crab roe burger turned and asked, "Boss, could you perform that fire-breathing trick again? You've just forfeited your share for tomorrow." Wu Chun bellowed, "No, I was wrong. Please forgive me." Despite becoming a superhero who saved New York, the patron's attitude towards him remained largely unchanged. He was still the benevolent provider of their daily crab roe burgers. Each day, he sold only 100, allowing a maximum of 2 per person. The price was steep, and once sold out, he would leave. This sales approach exuded an air of buy if you wish, or don't bother. After leaving Times Square, Bluffing Mizuki's experiences became quite mundane. He first sought a place to converse with Kushina, and after 20 minutes, he collected the card that would revert her back. Then, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique, reappearing beside Coulson. At that moment, Coulson was at S.H.L.D. headquarters collecting funds, and Bluffing Mizuki's sudden appearance startled the surrounding agents, many of whom drew their firearms, aiming at him. "Don't shoot! Don't shoot! This is the Hokage of Konoha, Bluffing Mizuki, who just saved New York." Coulson quickly intervened, preventing the agents from firing. While their bullets likely wouldn't harm Bluffing Mizuki, he could easily defeat them in an instant. If provoked, the entirety of S.H.I.L.D. could find itself in dire straits. With Coulson's testimony, the agents recognized Bluffing Mizuki and awkwardly apologized, holstering their weapons. At that moment, Nick Fury approached, breaking the awkward atmosphere. "What are you all doing standing around? Aren't you supposed to be working?" The agents glanced at Bluffing Mizuki and, seeing no signs of anger, hastily departed. It was then that Bluffing Mizuki noticed that this S.H.I.L.D. seemed tidier and more aesthetically pleasing than its portrayal in films. Furthermore, several individuals were actively cleaning. Was it a day of spring cleaning at S.H.I.L.D.? He felt puzzled but maintained a composed facade. Taking the money box handed to him by Coulson, Minato Namikaze nodded, preparing to depart. He had no intention of counting the money. S.H.I.L.D. was meticulous in this regard, ensuring that the stated amount was exact, neither more nor less. Moreover, they would not dare to shortchange themselves. At that moment, Nick Fury suddenly spoke up, inquiring whether Mr. Namikaze would not be continuing his mission today, as there was still ample time. Minato shook his head, indicating that he had more pressing matters to attend to, suggesting they could discuss missions another day. "Very well, I shall not intrude upon your business," Nick Fury replied, gesturing for Minato to carry on. Understanding the implication, Minato nodded and prepared to leave. "By the way, my apprentice Wu Chun, though not a formal member of the village hidden in the leaves, can be considered half a leaf ninja. I do not wish for any unfortunate events to befall him. If you understand," Minato remarked before activating the Flying Thunder God technique. Nick Fury promptly nodded and took the opportunity to ask, "Then Mr. Namikaze, you would not oppose Mr. Wu joining other organizations, I presume?" "Of course not, as long as it is not a criminal organization, and he is willing," Minato replied before departing. He returned home, secured the money in his safe, and then dispelled his transformation, releasing the Shadow Clone technique. Nick Fury, elated, believed that if Minato was not opposed, it would be easier to persuade Wu Chen to join. At noon, after selling all the hamburgers, Wu Chen returned the food cart, and utilized the flying thunder god technique to arrive at Hydra. Upon seeing the agency, he was momentarily taken aback. Clean, orderly, and hygienic, it resembled a model workplace. It was several times cleaner than the SHIELD he had seen through Minato's perspective. What had happened to SHIELD? Wu Chun pondered briefly, but when he saw Nick Fury approaching with a forced smile, he began to understand. Mr. Wu, have you finished your work? After Wu Chun emphasized that the money he earned from selling hamburgers was sufficient, Nick Fury took a moment to inquire about Wu Chen's job. After learning the details, he decided to pass by Star Tower on his way to work tomorrow to buy a couple of hamburgers for a taste. Wu Chen nodded, and Nick Fury eagerly asked, "So, Mr. Wu, have you given any thought to my proposal? Joining the Avengers. Let us go ahead and join." Wu Chen did not let Nick Fury's efforts go to waste and articulated words that filled Nick with joy. This decision was made after careful consideration during Wu Chen's day of selling hamburgers. Although he had the village hidden in the leaves as a support, its existence felt somewhat ethereal. Simply put, in everyday life, the name of the Leaf Village did not carry the same weight as SHIELD. After all, SHIELD was the native official extraordinary organization of the Marvel world, having operated for many years, thus possessing significant influence. Indeed, the Hydra possesses a greater magnitude of power, for its existence predates that of SHIELD by a considerable margin. However, due to its notorious reputation and its incessant ambition to dominate the world, it has inevitably been branded as a nefarious organization. Joining SHIELD presents more than mere advantages. It affords Wu Chun the opportunity to cultivate closer relationships with various superheroes. This proximity enables him to introduce them to his alter ego, thereby enhancing his role-playing progress through their esteemed company. Of course, affiliation with SHIELD is not without its drawbacks. Wu Chun is likely to find himself embroiled in the agency's myriad troubles in the future. Yet, he perceives this as not entirely unfavorable. After all, having ventured into the Marvel Universe, he feels compelled to engage in its legendary events rather than remain a mere bystander. Thus, he concludes that as long as the benefits outweigh the potential downsides, there is no reason to refrain from joining SHIELD. However, he felt it prudent to issue a caveat. Let it be known that I shall not frequent your establishment, as I have my own work and training to attend to. Nick Fury readily acquiesced, having come to understand that chakra and ninjutsu are not superpowers but formidable abilities attainable through rigorous training. He harbored a glimmer of hope. Mr. Wu, might you share your methods of chakra training with us at SHIELD? We would be willing to compensate you. Wu Chun shook his head in resignation. You will have to consult Master Minato for that. I am not authorized to decide. Although slightly disheartened, Nick Fury nodded in acknowledgement. By the way, I heard from Tony that he serves as an advisor to SHIELD. Could I not assume a similar role? Wu Chun continued to articulate his requests, adding, and for any assistance I provide, I trust you will offer me compensation as well. These requests, though not of great consequence, were readily accepted by Nick Fury. Thus, all parties were pleased. After receiving SHIELD issued mobile phone and a few pertinent documents, Wu Chun glanced at the time and announced his intention to depart. It is getting late. I must return for dinner. Should you need to reach me, do not hesitate. How about I treat you to a meal? Nick Fury offered courteously. Absolutely. I have yet to dine in an upscale restaurant in New York. Wu Chun eagerly accepted, seemingly oblivious to Fury's mere politeness. With a resigned expression, Nick Fury escorted Wu Chun to New York's finest Western cuisine restaurant, where they enjoyed a lavish meal. After bidding farewell to Wu Chun, Nick Fury returned to normalcy. He proceeded to establish Wu Chun's profile within SHIELD, noting in the final evaluation that his demeanor was rather unremarkable, resistant to external influences, yet possessing a clear moral compass, thereby posing little likelihood of malevolence. His affiliation with the Avengers was confirmed, placing him on the trusted list. Evaluator, Nick Fury. It became evident that the entire preceding interaction had been an act orchestrated by Nick Fury, aimed at assessing Wu Chun's true character. Fury understood, well, that merely deducing a person's nature from documentation was insufficient. Direct observation and engagement were imperative for reaching a definitive conclusion. Now, everything is settled. After Nick Fury's evaluation, Wu Chen is deemed trustworthy. Unbeknownst to him, at this moment, he has returned home and is preparing for a midday nap. However, even if he were aware of this, it would not concern him, for his true allegiance does not lie with S-H-I-L-D, but rather with the role-playing system above it. His affiliation with S-H-I-L-D is merely a strategic maneuver, taking advantage of the shelter it provides. Having secured the doors and windows, Wu Chen reclines on his bed, ready to indulge in slumber. He should be organizing the gains from the recent Ninetales incident. Yet he finds himself overwhelmingly fatigued. The exhaustion of Minato Namikaze has returned to him, compounded by his own physical strain from battle and the rigors of work, leaving him utterly spent. At that moment, a distorted vortex manifests in the room, and upon sitting up to investigate, Wu Chen discovers that the masked man has returned. Chapter 88. Gains 24. Without uttering a word, the masked man promptly disengages from his role-playing mode and dispels the shadow clone technique. Instantly, Wu Chen perceives the memories and fatigue of the masked man and swiftly rises to procure a fatigue-reducing potion, consuming it in one gulp before succumbing to sleep once more. As for organizing the post-battle outcomes and gains, he resolves to address that after his rest. He awakens to the sound of his stomach growling, realizing that night has fallen. Carrying the secret recipes of the dishes with him, Wu Chen prepares an exquisite feast for himself, which he savors as dinner. Afterwards, he sits in his room, squinting his eyes as he sips tea. On the surface, it appears he is merely enjoying a post-meal beverage to aid digestion, but in reality, his consciousness has delved into the system space. Observing the changes in his personal panel, Wu Chen suddenly comprehends the profound truth. Undertaking grand endeavors truly cultivates strength. Host: Wu Chen, current role, none. Role progress, none. Characters owned, Fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze 70. Mysterious Masked Man Obito Uchiha 49. Role extraction attempts 0. Selected character ability, Fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze 1. During the tumultuous Ninetales incident today, the actual confrontation between Minato Namikaze and Obito Uchiha lasted scarcely a few minutes, perhaps even less than 10. Nevertheless, their role progress has significantly increased, one by 10% and the other by 14%. Minato, having surpassed 50%, garners only a 10% increase, while Obito experiences a remarkable surge of 14%, just 1% shy of reaching 50. Upon realizing this, Wu Chen, without a moment's hesitation, employs the shadow clone technique, instructing the clone to assume the role of Obito Uchiha, while simultaneously utilizing a summoning card to call forth Rin Noera. He sends the two to another room to converse hand in hand, while he continues to consolidate the spoils of battle in his own room. Obito cannot, unlike Minato, accept tasks to enhance his role progress, as no one has commissioned him. Thus, the only recourse left is to have him engage in a romantic relationship with Rin to augment that crucial 1% of role progress. The progress of Toby's portrayal has reached 50%, a significant milestone that warrants a slight deviation from Wu Chen's usual conduct. Achieving this milestone allows Wu Chen to gain an opportunity to draw a character, which holds considerable potential. This morning, as the masked man departed, he issued a stern warning. Should the Akatsuki organization remain inactive, the prestige they had only just begun to establish could swiftly dissipate. For others, prestige may seem trivial, yet for the Akatsuki, it is essential for seamless execution of their roles. Therefore, action is imperative for the Akatsuki to further Wu Chen's plans. However, this presents a challenge, as their manpower is insufficient. Aside from Minato Namikaze, Wu Chen serves as an unofficial member of Konoha Corps, and his prowess has been demonstrated today. Though he may not rival top-tier powers like the Masked Man or Minato, the formidable strength of Jin Ping, possessing at least CH Nin to J Nin capabilities, poses no issue. As for the Akatsuki, apart from the Masked Man, they only have Jin Ping as a filler. Clearly, the Akatsuki cannot rely solely on the Masked Man. Hence, the opportunity to draw new characters is crucial, and these characters must be members of the Akatsuki. With this in mind, Wu Chen's shadow clone, after awakening Jin Ping, once again offered him a chance to grow stronger. If Jin Ping becomes sufficiently powerful, the Akatsuki's available personnel will increase by 1. After all, Jin Ping cannot betray them. and empowering him is beneficial. Moreover, this moment presents a lucrative opportunity. Delving into his memories, Wu Chun recalled the situation at hand. Jin Ping, wrapped in bandages, managed to rise with the aid of medical personnel, kneeling before the masked man. "My lord, I have disappointed you. I am no match for that individual." The masked man glanced at Jin Ping, shaking his head. "No, he has mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. It is only natural that you cannot contend with him." Upon hearing the masked man's comforting words, rather than feeling relieved, Jin Ping became even more frustrated. He despised his own lack of strength and lamented still being at the level of a mere fish. Thus, he looked up at the masked man and declared, "My lord, I wish to grow stronger." The corner of the masked man's mouth subtly lifted beneath his mask. "Very well, I shall grant you that opportunity. However, gaining strength requires investment." Without hesitation, Jin Ping led the masked man to his private treasury. After tallying his wealth, Jin Ping possessed a total of $220 million. Without a moment's doubt, he transferred the entirety of his fortune to the masked man. This act was both a pledge of loyalty and a testament to Jin Ping's determination to become stronger. Consequently, Wu Chen transcribed all of Kisame Hoshigaki's ninjutsu. He also utilized the weapon forging and repair feature of the marketplace to forge one of the 7 ninja swords, the Samahata, and exchanged a wish card for a seed that enhances water affinity. Chapter 89. The Second Kisame, 34. The Samahata is an immensely powerful weapon, significantly enhancing one's combat prowess, while the water affinity enhancement seed resembles a droplet of viscous water. Upon consumption, this seed amplifies an individual's water affinity, making it particularly suitable for Kinbi, whose chakra nature is solely water. The total expenditure for both items amounted to 10 million, with the water affinity enhancement seed costing 5 million and the Samahata also 5 million. Observing Kinbi's skin transform to a water blue hue from consuming the seed, he handed over the Samahata, and Wu Chun felt that Kinbi bore a striking resemblance to the original Kisame. Although slightly smaller in stature, Kinbi's face exhibited shark-like gills, and he had begun to grow hair. In this form, Kinbi would be a true embodiment of Kisame. Indeed, Wu Chun aimed to sculpt Kinbi into the second Kisame. To be fair, the original Kisame possessed formidable strength. He had once faced the perfect Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails, Killer Bee, and triumphed through the fusion of Samahata and his massive water prison technique. While Killer Bee's underestimation played a role, the outcome undeniably favored Kisame. Had it not been for the timely arrival of the Fourth Hokage, Killer Bee would have been captured by Kisame. The immense chakra reserves, shark-like water-style techniques, and the Samahata are all integral components of Kisame's power. Kinbi's chakra is still on the rise, and having consumed the water affinity enhancement seed, mastering shark-style water jutsu should pose no challenge for him, especially with the Samahata now in his possession. Furthermore, Kinbi possesses an advantage over Kisame. His physical attributes are superior. Given this, once he fully matures, his strength will undoubtedly surpass that of Kisame. At that point, Kinbi will be worthy of being a formal member of the Akatsuki. Wu Chen eagerly anticipates the arrival of that day. Thus, before leaving, the masked man advised Kinbi, "Hurry and strive to grow stronger. I shall return in due time. And when your strength meets my approval, I will propose your formal induction into the Akatsuki to the leader." "The leader?" Kinbi was taken aback. "Sir, with your immense power, are you not the leader of the Akatsuki?" The masked man shook his head. "That man possesses the legendary eyes of the Sage of Six Paths." "The Sage of Six Paths?" Kinbi questioned, puzzled. Yet the masked man offered no further explanation and departed. As he watched the vortex slowly fade, Kinbi clenched his fists, feeling the seemingly sentient Samahata. He could not help but declare his resolve. "Sir, you shall witness. I will master everything you have bestowed upon me, grow strong enough, and officially join the Akatsuki." This encapsulates the events that transpired after the masked man, Obito Uchiha, left Times Square, providing insight into his delayed return. Although he returned late, Wu Chun was immensely pleased. With 210 million in funds, Wu Chun could embark on numerous ventures. For instance, he could pursue the acquisition of another tailed beast. Of course, it wasn't limited to merely tailed beasts. He could also master the Nine Tails chakra mode and acquire an additional chakra affinity. After his daytime battle with Jin, Wu Chun realized that while his combat techniques were decent, he lacked a definitive finishing move. A finishing move, in this context, refers to a jutsu akin to the wind release, Rasengan Shuriken. First and foremost, fire release jutsu were ruled out. Fire release lacked a finishing move. Its sole formidable technique remained the Amaterasu from the Mangekyou Sharingan. Beyond that, there was nothing else. As for lightning release, it certainly possessed lethal techniques, such as the Hell Stab series of jutsu utilized by the successive Raikage, Sasuke's lightning release, Kirin, Kakashi's Raikiri, and the Sage Art, lightning release from Six Paths Obito. All of these were exceptionally powerful, yet Wu Chun found himself unable to acquire a single one. Or rather, they were not worth the effort. With a wish card at his disposal, he aspired to obtain the cultivation methods for these jutsu, which was indeed feasible. However, possessing the methods did not guarantee successful mastery. Which of these jutsu did not require rigorous practice and immense talent to master? Even if Wu Chun devoted himself to learning ninjutsu, he needed to focus on a powerful and promising technique. Consequently, Wu Chun shifted his focus for acquiring a finishing move towards the protagonist of Naruto, Uzumaki Naruto. The wind release finishing move, the wind release, Rasengan Shuriken, was frequently employed by Naruto. Having watched the entire Naruto storyline, Wu Chun understood the limitless potential of the wind release, Rasengan Shuriken. Furthermore, he was aware of how to cultivate it, making this wind-based finishing move perfectly aligned with his desires. Thus, he directly utilized a wish card to obtain a top-tier seed for wind release affinity. Click. 10 million. Yet, Wu Chun felt it was a worthy investment. After consuming the seed, which resembled a transparent ball of wind, he felt no immediate difference. Perhaps its true effects would manifest when he began to learn and master the wind release, Rasengan Shuriken. Thus, Wu Chun was left with 210 million in funds, 200 million brought back by the masked man, and 10 million as a subsequent reward from S.H.I.E.L.D. At this moment, Wu Chun suddenly noticed an anomaly on the system panel that he had previously overlooked. There was a question mark next to the progress of his role as the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Chapter 90. Ninetales Minato, 44. Out of curiosity, Wu Chun clicked on the question mark. Subsequently, a system prompt appeared. The role of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, meets the conditions for advancement. Role progress has reached over 50%, and the character's strength-enhancing item is obtained. Would you like to advance? Special reminder, during the advancement of role-playing characters, one cannot engage in role-play. However, upon completion of the advancement, an additional opportunity for character extraction will be rewarded. What? The advancement of role-playing characters rewards extraction opportunities? Wu Chun was taken aback. When it comes to the most valuable asset within the system, undoubtedly, is the chances for character extraction, as his system is the most formidable role-playing system across the myriad realms. The more characters he embodies, the greater his operational latitude and overall strength. Thus, when the advancement of role-playing characters promised a reward of extraction chances, Wu Chun did not hesitate and promptly clicked yes. As for the temporary inability to embody Minato Namikaze, that was a trivial matter. Wu Chun picked up his phone and dialed Nick Fury. Hello, Director Fury? This is Wu Chun. I have news for you. Master Minato has mastered the essence of Jinchuriki training and will not be coming to New York for a while. He intends to focus on his cultivation. How long? At least a month, I would presume. What about your communication with Konoha? Master Minato instructed you to communicate directly with me, and I will relay the information to Konoha. Click. With the call concluded, Wu Chun felt a smile spread across his face as he glanced at the system's notification. Fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze. Advancing to Fourth Great Ninja War Minato Namikaze. QB Chakra Mode. Time remaining for advancement. 29 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. A month of waiting in exchange for the ability to utilize QB Chakra Mode with Minato Namikaze, accompanied by an additional character extraction opportunity. What an extraordinary bargain. Furthermore, if Wu Chun were to wait a month until Minato's advancement was complete, he could seize the chance to exchange for the QB Chakra Mode directly. However, after some contemplation, Wu Chun decided against it. He already had a notion for this opportunity to exchange Minato's abilities. He would opt for the perfect Sage Mode. To be fair, the utility of Sage Arts is immense. Wu Chun must master it. Moreover, the enhancement provided by the perfect Sage Mode is substantial, perfectly complementing his desire to learn the wind release, Rasengan Shuriken. After all, the standard wind release, Rasengan cannot be thrown, whereas the Sage Art variant can be hurled like a shuriken. Thus, he utilized this opportunity and exchanged it for the perfect Sage mode. After the exchange, Wu Chun felt little change. He surmised that the true impact would be felt during the practice of Sage mode. At this point, all the gains from the QB incident lay before Wu Chun, a veritable bounty indeed. Subsequently, he employed a wish card, spending $100 million to exchange for Shikaku, the One Tail. This was a decision Wu Chun had just made. The Akatsuki organization cannot act recklessly. Their actions are driven by the pursuit of tailed beasts, necessitating the presence of a tailed beast for every operation. As the time draws near, merely a month until Thor is cast down to the mortal realm, Wu Chun contemplates intertwining the capture of tailed beasts with the arrival of Thor. After all, acquiring progress from a superhero is significantly more efficient than undertaking ordinary missions. Wu Chun recalls that Thor descended upon a desolate Gobi desert, where the most suitable tailed beast would undoubtedly be the one-tail Shikaku. However, he remembers that when he exchanged for the nine tails, it cost him $10 million, albeit with a 90% discount. Without that discount, the price would have been $100 million. Now, the one-tail Shikaku, which is weaker than the nine tails, also commands a price of $100 million. This leads Wu Chun to speculate whether the other 8-tailed beasts, aside from the 10 tails, are also valued at $100 million. Indeed, this proves to be the case. He utilizes his wish card to input the other tailed beasts and discovers that each can indeed be exchanged for $100 million. In the past, when he lacked funds, $100 million seemed an astronomical sum. Now, with casually $200 million at his disposal, Wu Chun suddenly perceives that $100 million is no longer a significant amount. After securing the car for the one-tail Shikaku, Wu Chun gazes out the window. Deep in thought, his goal for the coming month is to diligently train, mastering Sage Mode and the Wind Release, Raisin Shuriken. Of course, during this process, he will also sell delicious crab yellow burgers. At this moment, Obito arrives, holding hands with Rin Noera, and approaches Wu Chun. Then, one of them reverts to a card, while the other disengages from the Masquerade Mode and the Shadow Clone technique. Upon glancing at the system panel, Wu Chun notices that Obito's progress has exceeded 50%. Mysterious masked man Uchiha Obito, 51. However, this time, in 20 minutes, only 2 points of progress have been made. Has Rin Noera reached her limit? As he contemplates the 51% progress, a bold idea suddenly strikes Wu Chun's mind. Chapter 91. The Advancement of Uchiha Obito, 14. If Minato Namikaze can advance to master the Nine Tails Chakra Mode with half of the Nine Tails, could Uchiha Obito achieve a similar advancement? After careful consideration, Wu Chun concludes that it is indeed possible. If Minato can do it, there is no reason that Uchiha Obito cannot, as both are characters of impersonation. For a character to advance, 2 conditions must be met. The impersonation progress must reach 50% or more, and the character must acquire an item that enhances their strength. The first condition has already been fulfilled by Obito. As for the second, what would be the item that enhances Obito's strength? Reflecting on the Naruto storyline, Wu Chun recalls 3 items: Kakashi's Manjiki Sharingan, the Rinnegan, and the 10 Tails. These 3 are present within the narrative. After a moment of contemplation, Wu Chun decides to exclude the 10 Tails from consideration first. The reason is simple. 10 Tails is beyond Wu Chun's capabilities to summon. Previously, while exploring the value of other tailed beasts, Wu Chun attempted to use a wish card to conjure 10 Tails. After all, if he could become the Jinchuriki of 10 Tails, he would be soaring to new heights. However, the wish card indicated that 10 Tails could not be exchanged. Clearly, 10 Tails could only be manifested by Wu Chun himself exchanging for the 9-tailed beasts, subsequently creating the Outer Path Golem to bring 10 Tails into existence. Moreover, the Outer Path Golem could only be achieved once Wu Chun was capable of embodying pain of the 6 paths. Therefore, facilitating Obito's ascension to 10 Tails Jinchuriki was simply unrealistic. As for the Rinnegan, that too posed a significant challenge. The Sharingan in Naruto is undeniably captivating. In his leisure, Wu Chun had previously explored the cost of acquiring a pair of eternal Manjiki Sharingan using the wish card. If the Manjiki were not eternal, it would be troublesome, with the risk of blindness, which Wu Chun naturally wished to avoid. Thus, only the eternal Manjiki Sharingan was worthy of consideration. To his dismay, The wish card revealed a staggering requirement of $50 million. This immediately extinguished Wu Chen's aspirations, as he did not possess such wealth at that moment. If the eternal Meijiki Sharingan was valued at $50 million, then the Rinnegan would certainly be priced at no less than $100 million. Acting on impulse, Wu Chen tested the wish card and confirmed that indeed, $100 million was necessary. In truth, he could exchange for it, as he currently had $110 million. Even after acquiring the Rinnegan, he would still retain $10 million. However, this $10 million could not guarantee Wu Chen's transformation into the perfect Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, nor secure mastery over the Nine Tails chakra mode. Consequently, he could not allocate all his funds towards the Rinnegan, especially since he would need money for subsequent training, making it impractical to invest everything into the Rinnegan. Thus, the only option remaining was to pursue Kakashi Hitaki's Kimui Meijiki Sharingan. This powerful pair of Meijiki Sharingan was formidable when fully realized, although it was Kakashi who wielded it, not Obito. Setting aside the advantages of completing the pair, the Kimui Meijiki Sharingan also possessed offensive capabilities. Most importantly, when both Meijiki Sharingan coexisted, the Susanoo ocular technique would be unlocked. The prospect of a colossal blue Susanoo alone provided ample justification for selecting the Kimui Meijiki Sharingan. After all, who could resist the allure of piloting a Gundam with the power of Meijiki Sharingan? Resolute in his decision to complete Obito's dual Kimui Meijiki Sharingan, Wu Chen proceeded to use the wish card to input the exchange for a single Kimui Meijiki Sharingan. Single Kimui Meijiki Sharingan, evolved from the Sharingan gifted by Uchiha Obito to Kakashi Hitaki, requires an expenditure of $10 million. A pair of eternal eyes necessitates $50 million, while a regular pair of Meijiki Sharingan costs $20 million. Thus, a single one could indeed be acquired for $10 million. $10 million is a modest price. Wu Chen promptly exchanged his tokens, and in his hand appeared a test tube containing a kaleidoscopic Sharingan, shaped like a peculiar triangular shuriken. He solemnly secured it and immediately utilized another wish card to exchange for a pair of kaleidoscopic Sharingan, originating from Uchiha Obito. A pair of kaleidoscopic Sharingan, sharing the same origin as Uchiha Obito, requires an expenditure of $20 million. Without hesitation, Wu Chen performed the exchange once more and again. A test tube manifested in his grasp, this time containing two peculiar triangular shuriken-shaped kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Upon closer inspection, this pair exhibited subtle differences from Obito's, indicating they were not identical. The rationale behind acquiring another pair of kaleidoscopic Sharingan from Obito's lineage was straightforward. Wu Chen aimed not only to complete Obito's dual Kimui Sharingan, but also to elevate it to the eternal kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Obito's audacious use of his Sharingan's powers stemmed from the fact that half of his cells were composed of Hashirama cells. This remarkable combination allowed Obito to wield his abilities with the same freedom as one possessing an eternal eye. However, it was still not the true eternal eye. Thus, Wu Chen contemplated that since he possessed a wish card, why not concurrently upgrade Obito's Sharingan to the eternal variant? Chapter 92, The Second Hokage. Senju Tobarama, 24. Regardless of how strong Obito became, he remained a character under Wu Chen's control, eliminating any possibility of betrayal. Strengthening Obito effectively augmented Wu Chen's overall power, making such an endeavor appealing. Moreover, once Obito possessed the eternal kaleidoscopic Sharingan, coupled with his existing Hashirama cells, he would have a significant chance of awakening his own Rinnegan. This would save a fortune of $100 million. Consequently, Wu Chen acquired 3 kaleidoscopic Sharingan, leaving him with a remaining sum of $80 million. He placed the 3 Sharingan into a drawer, but refrained from immediately embodying Obito for his advancement. The reason was simple. He lacked the capability to do so. While in the Naruto universe, Sharingan could be utilized by anyone as if plugging into a socket, this was not the case in the Marvel realm, where no one had been seen exchanging eyes. Thus, exercising caution, Wu Chen resolved to first use his character summoning opportunity to draw a formidable medical ninja, subsequently embodying this medical ninja to assist Obito's progression. Of course, summoning a powerful medical ninja was not a waste. After all, Tony Stark also required a potent healer, making this a dual benefit. As for a powerful medical ninja, a character immediately sprang to Wu Chen's mind, Tsunade. The fifth Hokage of Konoha and the granddaughter of the first Hokage. Not only was she unparalleled in medical ninjutsu, but her combat prowess also stood at the pinnacle of shinobi strength. However, the dilemma lies in the fact that Tsunade is female, while Chen is male. If he were to portray Tsunade, it would amount to cross-dressing, which is absolutely unacceptable. Chen immediately shook his head, dismissing that option, and began to contemplate other formidable medical ninjas. According to Chen's requirements, the character must possess medical ninjutsu abilities as well as substantial strength. After much deliberation, having ruled out Tsunade, only Kabuto remained. Kabuto, being a proficient assistant to Orochimaru, undoubtedly possesses exceptional medical ninjutsu skills. Moreover, in terms of strength, Kabuto is truly remarkable. After mastering Sage Mode of the Dragon Cave, he enhanced the Edo Tensei technique, joining forces with Obito to instigate the Fourth Great Ninja War. This exemplifies Kabuto's prowess. If he were weak, how could Obito possibly ally with him? However, the unsettling appearance of Kabuto in Sage Mode, which appeared neither human nor ghostly, made Chen slightly apprehensive. Now faced with two options, one requiring cross-dressing and the other presenting an unsightly figure, Chen found it difficult to make a decision. Yet, ultimately, even if he were to choose, it would be futile, as the character drawn during the selection process could be anyone. It could be Tsunade Kabuto in Sage Mode, or someone entirely different. Overthinking was of no use. Chen promptly activated the character selection opportunity granted by the system when the progress of embodying Obito reached 50%. Additionally, he fervently wished for a powerful medical ninja. Beep, character selection in progress. As the system's words echoed in his mind, a series of figures flashed rapidly before Chen's eyes. Eventually, the image settled on a man with silver hair and red eyes, adorned with an iron forehead protector featuring a face design, 3 red markings on his cheeks, clad in a black form-fitting combat outfit, complemented by blue layered armor and a white feathered collar connected to his back. Chen was left astonished. Beep. Congratulations, host, you have drawn the character. Second Hokage of Konohagakure, Senju Tobirama. A rush of elation and confusion surged within Chen. He was thrilled by the immense power of Senju Tobirama, who not only developed numerous forbidden techniques, but also wielded water release ninjutsu akin to that of a water deity. Yet, he was puzzled as to why such a formidable medical ninja would be Senju Tobirama. Wasn't he renowned for his mastery of forbidden techniques and unparalleled water release? Reflecting on the narrative of Naruto, Chen suddenly realized that while he had been contemplating powerful medical ninjas, he had overlooked the founder of medical ninjutsu, the first Hokage of Konoha, the god of shinobi, Senju Hashirama. Perhaps many are unaware of why Konoha's medical ninjutsu is so potent. The reason is simple. Medical ninjutsu was developed by Senju Hashirama based on his own unique constitution, leading to the creation of a comprehensive system of ninjutsu. After his demise, Tsunade inherited and greatly advanced the art of medical ninjutsu, which is why the medical techniques of the Leaf Village are so formidable. Among the powerful medical ninjas, one cannot overlook Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama. Senju Tobirama possesses an exceptionally high aptitude for ninjutsu. Otherwise, he would not have been able to develop so many techniques, including forbidden ones. Naturally, he would seek to learn the highly practical medical ninjutsu created by his elder brother, Senju Hashirama. This is not mere conjecture. Those who doubt can easily find relevant information through a search on medical ninjutsu. Thus, it is evident that Senju Tobirama is indeed a master of medical ninjutsu. Reflecting on this, Chen suddenly felt a pang of regret. Had he known, he would have invoked Senju Hashirama's name earlier. Chapter 93. The Eternal Eye of the Dual God Powers. Obito, 34. When Chen selected his character, he did not merely consider the character's strength. That was only a secondary criterion. The primary consideration was whether the character suited his current needs. Hence, he refrained from recklessly choosing a character like Otsutsuki Kagaya or the Sage of Six Paths. However, at this moment, he required medical ninjutsu, and Senju Hashirama is the very founder of this art. The crux of the matter lies in Senju Hashirama's unparalleled power. It could be said that no one could contend with him, not even his brother, Senju Tobirama. To put it bluntly, Senju Hashirama could easily dominate his brother with a mere flick of his wrist. The god of the ninja world is not to be trifled with. Thus, Wu Chen regretted not invoking Senju Hashirama prior to his selection. Nevertheless, upon further reflection, perhaps it was fortuitous that he did not draw Hashirama, but rather Tobirama. While Tobirama is indeed powerful, Wu Chen surmised that he would likely not be a match for Minato Namikaze in his Nine-Tails chakra mode, though he remains a formidable figure at the Super Shadow level. In this scenario, the Leaf Village would gain an additional Super Shadow level powerhouse. But the Akatsuki organization would still possess means to counteract him. As long as he later acquires Pain of the Six Paths, he would be well prepared. However, if the Leaf Village were to gain Senju Hashirama, it would spell disaster for the Akatsuki. To be frank, even Pain of the Six Paths would undoubtedly be overpowered by Senju Hashirama. How then could Wu Chen proceed with his plans? How could he continue his performance? If it were to unfold in such a manner, would it not devolve into a farce? Although Wu Chen was already adept at playing both sides, a complete charade would be far too easy to expose. Thus, he felt relieved that he did not draw Senju Hashirama, but instead summoned Senju Tobirama. Drawing a powerful figure skilled in medical ninjutsu would enable him to execute his plan for advancing Obito's eternal eye of the dual god powers. Consequently, Wu Chen immediately created a shadow clone. His main body would embody Senju Tobirama, while the shadow clone would take on the guise of Uchiha Obito. In the next moment, the iconic second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, and the masked man, Uchiha Obito, stood in the room. As he began to portray Senju Tobirama, Wu Chen felt an overwhelming surge of physical strength coursing through him. At that moment, Wu Chen suddenly realized that his previous judgment, deeming Senju Tobirama inferior to the Nine-Tails chakra mode of Minato Namikaze, was erroneous. Setting aside other considerations, the physical prowess alone surpassed that of Minato. However, the Nine-Tails chakra mode does enhance physical strength as well, thus a true assessment of their strengths could only be made through combat. Wu Chen speculated that the powers of Minato and Tobirama were likely on par with one another. After sensing Tobirama's strength, Wu Chen turned his gaze to the masked man. Without needing any prompt from Wu Chen, the masked man reclined on the bed, for he was a shadow clone of Wu Chen, effectively the most knowledgeable being regarding Wu Chen's capabilities. Once Obito was settled, Wu Chen, embodying Senju Tobirama, retrieved the previously exchanged Manjiki Sharingan of Kamui. With his left hand illuminating a chakra scalpel, he first removed Obito's mask with his right hand, then lifted his left eyelid. The chakra scalpel glided across, and with a gentle tug, Obito's left eye was extracted. After taking out the Kamui Manjiki Sharingan, he replaced it with the ordinary three-tomo Sharingan that had been removed, inserting the Kamui into Obito's eye socket. Finally, Wu Chen manifested a luminous green chakra with both hands, pressing it onto the left eye, connecting the optic nerve and muscles. Dual Kamui Obito was complete. Yet this was not the end. Next, Wu Chen produced the two other Manjiki Sharingan of the same lineage as Obito's and directly placed them into Obito's eye socket, filling it to the brim. Although this appeared somewhat cruel, it was an unavoidable step in the evolution of the Manjiki Sharingan into the eternal Manjiki Sharingan. After wrapping Obito's head in gauze, which now looked somewhat peculiar around the eyes, the shadow clone of Wu Chen disengaged from the impersonation mode and autonomously dispelled itself. At this juncture, Wu Chen turned his attention back to the system panel and noticed a question mark appearing next to Obito's impersonation progress. Musta ius masktman. Uchiha Obito, 51. Upon clicking the question mark, a text prompt emerged, nearly identical to the one associated with Minato Namikaze. The impersonation character, Mysterious Masked Man, Uchiha Obito, meets the conditions for character advancement. Would you like to proceed with the advancement? Special reminder. During the character advancement, impersonation cannot be conducted. However, upon completion, an additional opportunity for character impersonation will be rewarded. This time, Wu Chen did not hesitate and clicked yes. Subsequently, a text prompt appeared. Mysterious Masked Man, Uchiha Obito, Dual Kamui Manjiki Sharingan, Eternal Eye, is advancing with 29 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds remaining for completion. Perfect. Wu Chen felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Now, he merely needed to wait for the advancements of Minato Namikaze and Uchiha Obito to be completed before embarking on a new phase of action. With that, Wu Chen disengaged from the impersonation of Senju Tobirama and turned to his training. Chapter 94. A month later, while not excessively long, is also not insignificantly brief. In this span, Gene successfully mastered all the ninjutsu bestowed upon him by the masked man, fostering a profound bond with the formidable, sword-wielding shark. During this time, Wu Chen attained a remarkable sage mode and perfected the wind release, Rasengan Shuriken. Furthermore, the world became acutely aware of the Akatsuki and the Hidden Leaf Village, along with the enigmatic masked man, Minato Namikaze, and the Nine Tails. Throughout this month, the renown of ninjas proliferated, ultimately echoing in every corner of this realm. Consequently, Wu Chen encountered several overtures from various factions, including the insidious Hydra. Yet upon Wu Chen declaring himself an advisor to S.H.I.E.L.D., these factions ceased their pursuits. In such matters, S.H.I.E.L.D. proved to be of some utility. Hydra, upon learning of Wu Chen's affiliation with S.H.I.E.L.D., similarly withdrew their advances. After all, Wu Chen was not lacking in strength and was backed by the formidable Hidden Leaf Village. Any forceful recruitment could inadvertently provoke powerful adversaries for Hydra. Moreover, Hydra speculated that since S.H.I.E.L.D. belonged to them, Wu Chen, as a member of S.H.I.E.L.D., could be considered one of their own. However, they were unaware that Wu Chen's role as an advisor was more akin to a consultant, akin to Tony Stark, rather than an active participant. He had established prior agreements with S.H.I.E.L.D. that he would not engage in significant matters unless he chose to do so of his own volition. While Wu Chen and his companions felt that the month had been long and fulfilling, Tony Stark perceived it as somewhat insufficient. Upon returning from a business trip to Europe, he was met with the shocking sight of Times Square in ruins. As someone who regarded New York as his domain, Tony immediately initiated an investigation. His inquiries led him to S.H.I.E.L.D., and leveraging his position as an advisor, he hacked into their database to uncover the truth. Indeed, nefarious individuals had seized control of Chakra. With a sigh of resignation, Tony abandoned S.H.I.E.L.D. and commenced his own search for the Akatsuki. However, for an organization that was nearly non-existent, no amount of high technology could unveil their whereabouts, leading Tony to experience profound frustration. Had it not been for his conversations with Wu Chen, who provided comfort and solace, he might have succumbed to despair. It is worth noting that Tony's inclination towards self-destructive thoughts stemmed not only from his inability to locate the Akatsuki in the Hidden Leaf Village, but also from prolonged exposure to the miniature arc reactor, resulting in a palladium overdose. In simpler terms, Tony was suffering from palladium poisoning. Should he continue utilizing his Iron Man suit, it could very well lead to his demise due to this toxicity. However, how could Tony possibly relinquish his Iron Man suit? It is his most remarkable invention and the very foundation of his identity as a superhero. Without a solution, Tony would ultimately succumb to palladium poisoning. Fortunately, a remedy exists, such as developing a new element to replace palladium as the energy source for his miniature reactor. Yet, the creation of a new element is an arduous endeavor. Alternatively, a surgical procedure could be performed to extract the shrapnel from Tony's body, thereby eliminating his need for close proximity to the palladium within the reactor. The dilemma, however, lies in the high risks associated with such surgery, which could very well lead to his demise on the operating table. Tony cannot entrust his fate to others. Thus he dismissed the surgical proposal. Without the development of a new element and unwilling to undergo surgery, Tony's palladium poisoning condition worsens with each passing day, and his deadline looms ever closer. This is the true reason Tony feels that a month is insufficient time. Additionally, Stark Industries is set to hold an expo, and a month is indeed a tight time frame for preparation. Fortunately, Tony has delegated these mundane tasks to his girlfriend, the acting CEO of Stark Industries, Pepper Potts, allowing him to take a moment to chat with Wu Chen amidst his busy schedule. It is evening, and Tony, clad in his Iron Man suit, flies directly to Wu Chen's doorstep. Knock, knock, knock. When Wu Chen opens the door, he is greeted by the flamboyant sight of Iron Man, causing him to furrow his brow and attempt to close the door to dismiss the visitor. However, Tony prevents him, exclaiming, "Hey Wu, don't be so heartless." After stopping him, Iron Man forcefully squeezes through the door, and the suit automatically retracts, revealing Tony in casual attire. "Wu, are you cooking dinner?" Until you interrupted, Chen replies. All right, my apologies. Hurry back to the kitchen before the food burns, Tony urges, sending Chen back to his culinary endeavors. For the past month, whenever Tony felt troubled, he would visit Chen, not only to chat but also to enjoy a meal. Although Chen prepared only 4 dishes, their flavors surpassed all the cuisine Tony had ever tasted. Thus, he frequently sought out the company of his friend. Chen outwardly feigned disdain, yet inwardly he welcomed the visits, for throughout his time in the Marvel Universe, Tony was his sole companion. Chapter 95, Tony's Promise 14, of course. Chen's indulgence of Tony, engaging him in conversation and preparing meals, stemmed not solely from their friendship. It also served as an opportunity to introduce the 1,000 Hands of Pain to Tony, aiming to alleviate his palladium poisoning symptoms and, in turn, advance his own progress in the role. The existence of the 1,000 Hands of Pain had been acknowledged by SHAELD over the course of the month. The reason was straightforward. Chen employed shadow clones to embody the 1,000 Hands of Pain and, under the guidance of his original self, interacted with SHIELD, taking on the task of the original Minato Namikaze to gain progress in his role. The initial progression of the character Senju Tobarama stood at a mere 10. After a month of diligently completing tasks, this progression has now ascended to 20. To be candid, achieving only 10% in a month's time is rather sluggish. Reflecting on the conclusion of the Nine Tails Chaos, Obito had surged forth with a remarkable 14% increase in his progression. Upon juxtaposing the two, Chen was immediately resolved to embark on significant endeavors. However, such grand undertakings must await the completion of the advancements of Uchiha Obito and Minato Namikaze. Chen has positioned himself and Konoha as the virtuous. Hence, it is imperative that the malevolent instigate the turmoil, allowing them to subsequently restore peace. This sequence is far more appropriate. The antagonists, of course, are none other than the Akatsuki organization. Presently, as the villains remain unprepared, substantial actions cannot yet commence. Nevertheless, today marks the final countdown for the advancement of the two characters. Glancing at the timer, Minato Namikaze reads 0 days, 1 hour, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. While Uchiha Obito shows 0 days, 2 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. In just a few hours, they can officially set the wheels of grand plans into motion. For now, however, the priority is to secure the progression from Tony. After swiftly preparing dinner, Chen called upon Tony for assistance with serving the dishes, and the two engaged in pleasant conversation over their meal. Once dinner had concluded, Chen thoughtfully packed a portion of the food he had prepared into a container to give to Tony. This has become a customary practice, for Tony always takes a serving for Pepper upon his departure, a testament to his affection. Upon receiving the container, Tony smacked his lips and waved goodbye to Chen, preparing to leave. In the past, Chen would typically watch Tony depart at this hour. However, this time he called out to him, "Tony, I may have a solution for your ailment." As a confidant, Chen was well aware of Tony's condition. Yet, when Tony had confided in him, he had veiled certain aspects, such as stating he was suffering from heavy metal poisoning due to undisclosed reasons. Hearing Chen's words, Tony paused, turning to look at him, his eyes flickering with a glimmer of hope. Could Konoha truly hold the answer? Tony was already cognizant of Chen's apprenticeship under Minato Namikaze and his connection to the enigmatic village of Konoha. Chen nodded affirmatively and explained, "There are numerous systems of chakra-based ninjutsu, and one such system is known as medical ninjutsu." Medical ninjutsu? Tony hesitated. I'm not keen on undergoing surgery. Chen shook his head reassuringly. Rest assured, medical ninjutsu differs from modern medicine. To put it plainly, those proficient in medical ninjutsu can cure your ailment with ease. Upon hearing this, Tony was instantly filled with joy, as he knew Chen would not deceive him regarding such matters. He eagerly inquired, "Who possesses this medical ninjutsu you speak of? Could be you?" With that, Tony joyfully approached Chen, playfully patting him on the shoulder. "Who would have thought? You're not only an excellent cook, but also skilled in medical ninjutsu." "Impressive, Chen immediately pulled Tony's hand away from his shoulder with a look of disdain. "It's not me. I'm busy cultivating. I have no time to learn medical ninjutsu. It's someone you should know who has been quite active lately." "Someone I know?" Tony pondered. "Someone related to Konoha, a ninja." He quickly deduced, "Is it the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama?" Correct. Wu Chan clapped his hands. The founder of medical ninjutsu is our first Hokage, Lord Senju Hashirama, and Lord Tobarama is his younger brother. Thus, he also possesses considerable medical ninjutsu skills. He happens to be available today, so I invited him to assist with your treatment. By the way, remember to be a bit formal. Treat this as a request, as that may increase the likelihood of Lord Tobarama agreeing. Is that so? Tony murmured, then looked at Wu Chan. Why are you helping me so much? Wu Chan waved his hand dismissively. Are we friends? Though you have a sharp tongue and love to mooch, I can't just stand by and watch you die. If I have the ability to help, I naturally will. Touched, Tony replied. Wu Chan raised his hand to refuse, laughingly scolding, go away. I have no interest in men. Unfazed by Wu Chen's strength, Tony felt a surge of relief, knowing he had hope. Wu, just wait. I promise to surprise you later. Wu Chen shook his head. I just hope it's not a scare. I have a feeling your surprise won't be a true surprise. Chapter 96, Treatment 24. Before speaking with Tony, Wu Chen had already arranged for a shadow clone to impersonate Senju Tobarama while washing dishes in the kitchen. Now that he and Tony had clarified matters, Senju Tobarama appeared beside Wu Chan with a swift use of the Flying Thunder God technique at Wu Chen's behest. Seeing Senju Tobarama, Wu Chan immediately bowed his head in greeting. Lord Tobarama, thank you so much for coming. There's no need for such formalities. Senju Tobarama waved his hand grandly. Despite his stern demeanor, he possessed an unexpectedly generous personality, which was characteristic of him. You are the fourth disciple, and can also be considered my junior. This small matter is nothing. After saying this, he turned to Tony, appraising him with his crimson eyes. Tony was taken aback. He hadn't expected Senju Tobarama to arrive so quickly. Lord Senju, can you treat my palladium poisoning? Senju Tobarama, maintaining his stoic expression, nodded. If all goes well, curing you should not be difficult. That's wonderful. With his life at stake, Tony's embarrassment naturally faded. Then, Lord Senju, would you like to examine me first? You could check the specifics. This request was quite reasonable, and Senju Tobarama naturally obliged. Thus, Tony reclined on the sofa, while Senju Tobarama squatted beside him, his palm emanating a glowing green light as he gently pressed it against Tony's chest. After a moment, he withdrew his hand. Wu Chan, anxious, inquired, Lord Tobarama, can you cure him? Upon hearing this, Tony anxiously turned his gaze towards Senju Tobarama. Under their watchful eyes, Tobarama nodded affirmatively, indicating that he could indeed heal him. Tony was instantly elated, but before he could utter a word, he heard Tobarama say, there are fragments of shrapnel lodged within your body. The device upon your chest should be capable of retaining those fragments, preventing them from reaching your heart. However, due to the direct contact between your body and this device, certain substances have inevitably permeated your system, resulting in your metal poisoning. Tony's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not anticipated that his secrets would be so easily revealed by Tobarama's mere touch. Do not panic, Tobarama continued, his expression impassive. I have come specifically to treat you, and I shall resolve your issues. Wu Chan nodded in agreement, asserting, Lord Tobarama has a commendable character. Tony, trust him. After glancing at Wu Chan and then back at Tobarama, Tony ultimately nodded, proclaiming, Wu, I place my faith in you. Therefore, Mr. Tobarama, I entrust you with the task of healing all my injuries, and for this, I am willing to offer a reward of $5 million. Tony recalled Wu Chan's earlier words about entrusting a task, aware that Tobarama was likely to accept. As for the $5 million, it was a small price for him to pay for his health. He would gladly part with even more if it meant restoring his well-being. $5 million? Tobarama expressed mild surprise, but did not engage in bargaining. After all, he had no personal ties to Tony, and receiving payment for tasks was entirely reasonable. He nodded in acceptance. Very well, I accept your commission. However, I require cash. Not a problem. Tony nodded eagerly. When shall we commence treatment? Where will it take place? Now, right here. With that, Tobarama raised his hand to remove the miniature reactor from Tony's chest. Whoa, hold on. Let me handle that myself. Tony interjected hurriedly, preventing Tobarama's rough approach. Mr. Tobarama, don't you think we should switch to a sterile environment? I have a sterile room in my laboratory. Tobarama cast a sidelong glance at Tony and slightly shook his head. There's no need for that. Medical ninjutsu does not require such conditions. With that, a vibrant green light surged from his hand, and he pressed his palm against the gaping wound in Tony's chest. Tony felt a warm current flow into his chest, and the area where the shrapnel resided began to heat up. Instinctively, he glanced down to see Tobirama lifting his hand, revealing a shard of shrapnel enveloped in a glowing green chakra. Is that it? You've extracted it just like that? Tony was astounded. The fragment that had troubled him for so long was effortlessly retrieved by Tobirama. Medical ninjutsu was truly remarkable. Even someone as proud as Tony could not help but acknowledge this fact. Subsequently, the process was repeated. A total of 14 shards were extracted. After removing the shrapnel, Tobirama did not cease his treatment, but continued to employ his healing techniques. With a swift motion, a mass of dark substance was extracted from Tony's chest, coalescing into a fist-sized orb. This was the palladium that resided within him. Once the palladium was fully removed, Senju Tobirama violently detached the iron casing of the reactor from Tony's chest and activated his jutsu once more. Moments later, Tony gazed in astonishment at his unblemished torso, tears streaming down his face involuntarily. Observing this scene, Tobirama remarked, "Please give the money directly to Wu-chan, so he may pass it to me. I have matters to attend to and must take my leave." Chapter 97. The Uncooperative Nine-Tails, 34. Since being reluctantly thrust into the role of Iron Man, the foreign object lodged in Tony's chest had tormented him incessantly. Beyond the occasional sharp pain, bathing had become an excruciating ordeal. Furthermore, the very reactor that had saved his life had begun to pose a threat to it as well. Tony felt overwhelmed by his plight. Yet now, the palladium that could have led to his demise was entirely eradicated, and the shards that threatened to pierce his heart were also removed, restoring his chest to its former state. Feeling somewhat weak but immensely relieved, Tony turned to express his gratitude to Tobirama, only to find him absent. Wu-chan interjected. "Lord Tobirama has left. He had other matters to attend to." Recalling Tobirama's words, Tony nodded and approached Wu-chan, embracing him warmly. "Thank you so much. I will send the money shortly. Also, do look forward to the surprise I have prepared for you." He added, "By the way, I've taken these shards with me. I plan to craft a necklace for Pepper. After all, these pieces were once so close to my heart, just like her." With fervor, Tony donned his Iron Man suit and departed with the shard in hand. Wu-chan, meanwhile, watched Tony's retreating figure with a scowl. "He can leave, but why must he rub his happiness in my face? Having a girlfriend is such a big deal. How infuriating." A moment later, Happy approached, handing Wu-chan a box before departing. Upon returning home and opening the box, Wu-chan found it contained $5 million in cash. This brought his remaining funds to $75 million. Originally, it should have been $85 million, but $10 million had been allocated to assist in his training with the wind release, Rasengan, and Sage Mode. After securing the money, Wu-chan checked his progress with the Senju Tobirama roll, which had increased by an impressive 8%. Truly splendid. Iron Man was indeed a child of the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Saving his life had yielded such a reward. He then glanced at the countdown for the two roles he was assuming. One was 1.5 hours, while the other was 2.5 hours. Having just spent half an hour on dinner and Tony's treatment, the time remained ample. Unable to settle into training, Wu-chan contemplated reaching out to the Nine-Tails once more to deliver a final ultimatum. For the past month, Wu-chan has not only been diligently practicing the wind release, spiraling shuriken and Sage Mode, but he has also earnestly endeavored to communicate with the Nine-Tails, hoping to befriend it and ultimately become a perfect Jinchuri. He had no intention of resorting to deceit from the onset. His heart was genuinely set on forming a friendship with the Nine-Tails. However, the Nine-Tails proved to be exceedingly uncooperative. Each time Wu-chan confronted the beast, he was overwhelmed by its formidable chakra, causing his consciousness to be forcibly expelled from the ceiling space. After enduring this numerous times, Wu-chan eventually ceased attempting to enter the ceiling space and instead focused on honing his wind release techniques and Sage Mode. The Nine-Tails' disdain for Wu-chan stems from its initial experience in the Marvel Universe, where it first encountered the Sharingan, followed by the relentless beatings administered by Minato and Kushina. Wu-chan, an observer on the periphery during these encounters, even harbored desires for its power. Most critically, possessing the ability to perceive the morality of others. The Nine-Tails discerned that both Minato and the Masked Man were, in essence, Wu-chan himself. This is not merely conjecture. The Nine-Tails' ability to sense the goodness or malice in hearts is evident from Naruto's capacity to identify Obito while in the Nine-Tails chakra mode. Wu Chen's greatest secret was inadvertently uncovered by a tailed beast. Consequently, the Nine-Tails resolutely refused to accept Wu Chen. Given the opportunity, Wu Chen could afford to be patient, allowing the Nine-Tails to gradually realize that he, too, was a benevolent soul. However, at present, Wu Chen's priorities dictated that he urgently enhance his own strength. Thus, he lacked the time to linger with the Nine-Tails any longer. Should the Nine-Tails continue to resist communication, he would have no choice but to resort to underhanded methods. Lying on his bed with eyes closed, Wu Chen's consciousness slowly descended into the ceiling space. Tick-tock. It was an immense expanse filled with stagnant water, reminiscent of Naruto's ceiling space. As he stepped into the water, Wu Chen traversed the darkness, each step deliberate. Suddenly, a brilliant light illuminated before him, revealing a colossal iron door. The door towered endlessly, with no discernible edges, as if it partitioned the ceiling space into two realms. One side represented Wu Chen's psyche, while the other, beyond the iron door, housed a massive, orange-furred fox with 9 tails, the Nine-Tails itself. At that moment, the fox appeared to be in a state of feigned slumber. Without hesitation, Wu Chen called out, "Hey, Kurama." The Nine-Tails stirred, casting a disdainful glance at Wu Chen, its eyes filled with contempt. It then slightly rose, unleashing a torrent of crimson chakra that surged forth from the iron door, crashing violently against Wu Chen. In that instant, the Nine-Tails finally spoke, "Get lost." With a jolt, Wu Chen's eyes flew open, revealing the ceiling of his room. Rising from his bed, he narrowed his eyes, resolutely determined. Chapter 98. The Affection Pill, 44. This is the item that Wu Chen meticulously selected to exchange using his wish card, the Affection Pill. Its usage method is simple, just swallow it. The effect is that the consumer's fondness for the one who administered it gradually increases, ultimately leading to an unwavering affection. Without any side effects, it can be incorporated into one's consciousness space, and its efficacy is permanent. To acquire one, an investment of 50 million yuan is required. After careful consideration, Wu Chen determined that this was the only item within his range that met his needs. Other items designed to enhance affection either had time limits, yielded subpar results, or were exceedingly expensive yet effective. With a choice made, Wu Chen promptly proceeded with the exchange. Having spent 50 million yuan, Wu Chen found himself left with 25 million. Following the transaction, a small blue pill appeared in his hand, resembling an ordinary mint candy. At first glance, there was nothing remarkable about its appearance. However, the absence of side effects that could impair the mental faculties of sentient beings rendered it extraordinarily powerful. This effect surpassed even that of the most formidable techniques in the Naruto universe, such as the Sharingan's Kodo Amatsukami, which distorts the target's perception. The Affection Pill, on the other hand, does not alter one's understanding or cognition in any way. In the realm of fantastical literature, the Affection Pill is regarded as a rule-level item. Once consumed, one becomes irrevocably bound to the provider. This is why it carries such a high price, akin to that of the Eternal Sharingan. Holding the pill, Wu Chen reflected on the Nine-Tails' demeanor towards him and refrained from directly entering the ceiling space. After all, even with the pill in hand, he would be unable to administer it to the Nine-Tails alone. It was imperative to have a powerful ally accompany him to restrain the Nine-Tails and forcibly deliver the medication. Consequently, Wu Chen employed the shadow clone technique, assigning his clone to impersonate Senju Tobirama. In truth, Obito would have been more suited for the current situation, as even without his unique Jinjutsu, the power of the Mangeki Sharingan would allow him to exert control over the Nine-Tails. This would ensure the creature would obediently open its mouth to take the pill. However, Obito was still in the process of advancing, and so was Minato Namikaze, leaving Wu Chen with no choice but to rely on the second Hokage once more. Without Wu Chen needing to speak, Senju Tobirama understood his intent and placed a reassuring hand on Wu Chen's shoulder. As Wu Chen's consciousness descended into the ceiling space, he found himself before the iron bars that contained the Nine-Tails. Upon glancing back, he saw that Senju Tobirama was indeed by his side. Their entrance stirred the Nine-Tails, who lifted its head and, upon recognizing Tobirama as Wu Chen, became even more incensed. "Get lost!" The Nine-Tails' roar resonated, unleashing a torrent of crimson chakra that surged toward Wu Chen and Tobirama. Yet this time, the duo stood firm, unshaken by the onslaught. The reason was simple. Senju Tobarama possessed an indomitable will. Although Wu Chen's combat prowess has reached an impressive level, at least approaching that of a quasi-shadow, the brevity of time in which he acquired this power has led to a dissonance between his spirit and will. This discrepancy is why he has been repeatedly overthrown by the Ninetales and cast out from the sealing space. In stark contrast stands Senju Tobarama, a formidable survivor from the Warring States era, whose resolve is unwavering. Even though the current incarnation of Senju Tobarama is portrayed by Wu Chen, the portrayal system has flawlessly recreated the essence of the true Senju Tobarama. Thus, he remains impervious to the Ninetales' influence. Consequently, Wu Chen stands resolutely in place. The Ninetales, taken aback, initially presumed that Wu Chen employed some underhanded tactics to embody multiple roles. However, it was indeed astonished to witness Wu Chen genuinely manifesting Senju Tobarama. Having frequently been subjected to the might of Senju Hashirama, the Ninetales is well aware of Tobarama's strength, which is sufficient to subdue it. Thus, it refrains from further attempts to expel Wu Chen, instead turning its head away from the two. Truly, it seems to be a proud fox. Wu Chen reflects on this before allowing Senju Tobarama to step into the sealing gate. The Ninetales recoils in surprise, casting a fierce gaze at Tobarama, yet proves futile. Without a moment's hesitation, battle ensues. Behind the sealing gate, Senju Tobarama engages the Ninetales in fierce combat. Observing this, Wu Chen, devoid of any sense of ethics, immediately joins the fray, teaming up with Tobarama to besiege the Ninetales. Were the Ninetales at full strength, Senju Tobarama might not stand a chance. However, with the Ninetales currently diminished to only half its power, and with Wu Chen's intervention, the tide swiftly turns against it. Crack! After a few minutes, Senju Tobarama pins the Ninetales' neck to the ground, while Wu Chen retrieves a small pill, forcibly prying open the Ninetales' jaws and tossing it inside. You little brat! What have you made me consume? The Ninetales bellows in impotent fury. Wu Chen shrugs, merely stating it is a small device to facilitate a proper conversation. With that, he and Senju Tobarama release the Ninetales and step back outside the imposing iron gate of the seal. You may leave now. Your role here is complete. Wu Chen instructs Tobarama. In response, Tobarama nods in acknowledgement under the astonished gaze of the Ninetales and exits the sealing space. Chapter 99. The Strategy in Progress 14. The Ninetales' psychological state regarding Wu Chen's ability to embody multiple roles undergoes a continuous transformation. Initially, the Ninetales believed that Wu Chen had resorted to underhanded methods to achieve such a feat. However, upon witnessing Senju Tobarama's formidable strength, its convictions began to waver. When Tobarama pressed its head to the ground, a familiar sensation dawned upon the Ninetales, revealing the undeniable truth. This was indeed the genuine Senju Tobarama. Yet now, this human merely waves his hand, and Tobarama obediently departs. It is as if he can summon him at will and dismiss him just as easily. At this moment, the Ninetales' perception of Wu Chen shifts dramatically. From the very beginning, the once despicable and inept humanity evolved into beings of considerable strength and cunning. Wu Chen, keenly observant, noticed the change in the demeanor of the Ninetales. He was acutely aware of the reasons behind this transformation. After all, the effects of the favorability potion were not to be taken lightly. With some time remaining before Obito and Minato, the characters he was portraying completed their advancement. Wu Chen settled cross-legged, intending to engage in conversation with the Ninetales to hasten the assimilation of the favorability potion. Upon seeing Wu Chen sit down, the Ninetales hesitated momentarily before following suit. Greetings, Ninetales, my name is Wu Chen. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Wu Chen greeted with calmness and sincerity. Strangely, the Ninetales found Wu Chen somewhat agreeable. Indeed, apart from the Sage of Six Paths, he was the first to treat the Ninetales with such respect since its inception. The Ninetales began to ponder whether it had been too hasty in its judgments. Perhaps Wu Chen's actions, even the aggression he displayed, stemmed from deeper motives. No. The fact remained that he had struck it. What possible justification could there be? With this thought, the Ninetales bared its teeth and glared at Wu Chen, then turned its head away in a display of pride. Unperturbed, Wu Chen continued to speak. He recounted his origins, sharing, Ninetales, my circumstances mirror your own. I too have traversed from another realm. In that world, unbeknownst to the outwardly indifferent yet secretly attentive Ninetales, Wu Chun elaborated on his past life, his journey through dimensions, and the system he was bound to. Typically, the secrets of a traveler and the intricacies of their system are sacrosanct, not to be divulged lightly. Yet, in this moment, Wu Chun chose to confide in the Ninetales. The rationale was simple. Despite the Ninetales' current defiance and hostility, as its favorability towards Wu Chun increased, it would soften, akin to a docile kitten. In such circumstances, even if the Ninetales learned of Wu Chun's secrets, it would safeguard them. Furthermore, Wu Chun genuinely needed a confidant to unburden his psychological strain. Assuming so many roles and managing myriad affairs had taken a toll on him. As an ordinary person, the weight of such pressures was immense. If allowed to accumulate, this psychological burden could jeopardize his mental well-being, potentially leading to the unfortunate label of madness or insanity. Wu Chun was resolute in not wanting to succumb to such a fate. Thus, he sought ways to alleviate his stress. Finding someone to confide in was, at this moment, the most effective solution. It appeared that Wu Chun had indeed found the perfect listener in the Ninetales. After all, the Ninetales could only reside within Wu Chun's body, unable to converse with anyone else. Moreover, once the Ninetales' favorability towards Wu Chun peaked, it would regard him as its closest companion. The Ninetales, in its essence, would never harm Wu Chun. It is an entity that Wu Chun can place his complete trust in. When that moment arrives, Wu Chun shall no longer be alone. As Wu Chun spoke incessantly, the Ninetales shifted from its haughty demeanor to gaze directly at him. Such an honest human was an unprecedented sight for the Ninetales. At that moment, it suddenly felt a sense of being trusted. Is that why you summoned me at that place? Only to strike me? Wu Chun nodded in response. I sincerely apologize, Ninetales. I had no choice. After all, only you deserve such treatment. The other tail beasts are somewhat inferior. Upon hearing this, the Ninetales instantly brightened, though it still endeavored to maintain a serious expression. But why did you divide me into two? I recall being split in half. Although I can feel the other part of me still exists, I have no idea where it is. Upon hearing this inquiry, Wu Chun recognized it as the sole psychological barrier currently hindering the Ninetales. Once this was resolved, it would transform into his docile little companion. Thus, Wu Chun earnestly declared, in my future plans, the Ten Tails will undoubtedly manifest. You are aware, Ninetales, that the Ten Tails can only come into existence through the fusion of you nine along with the Outer Path S-Golem. However, I refuse to let you simply vanish. To put it plainly, among the 9 great-tailed beasts, my favorite is undoubtedly you, Ninetales. This was no mere flattery. Wu Chun was particularly fond of the Ninetales chakra mode, which essentially equated to a fondness for the Ninetales themselves. Thus, I divided you into two. The long-lived Ninetales was far from foolish. On the contrary, it was quite astute. Possessing a keen sense of morality, it could discern that every word Wu Chun spoke was the unvarnished truth, devoid of any lies. It had already grasped the situation regarding Wu Chun's endeavors for survival within the Marvel Universe. Therefore, the emergence of the Ten Tails and its Jinchuriki were entirely within the Ninetales' expectations. However, it had not anticipated that Wu Chun's motivation for splitting it was rooted in a desire to prevent its disappearance, born out of affection. Instantly, an inexplicable feeling surged within the Ninetales, akin to the fondness a feline master feels for their caretaker, residing in the ceiling space, which was essentially Wu Chun's consciousness. Their relationship mirrored that of a caretaker and a beloved pet. Thus, the thought crossed the Ninetales' mind that perhaps fostering a good rapport with this earnest individual might not be such a bad idea. Noticing the softening of the Ninetales' expression, Wu Chun realized that the effects of his efforts had taken hold. He resolved to intensify his approach and win over the Ninetales entirely. Rising to stand before the Grand Ceiling Gate, Wu Chun addressed the Ninetales. Ninetales, can I trust you? The Ninetales paused momentarily, seemingly grasping Wu Chun's intent. It could not help but interject, you must think carefully about the consequences of releasing me. Can I trust you? Wu Chun reiterated the question. The Ninetales fixed its gaze upon Wu Chun, feeling an inexplicable fondness for him, even as its exterior bore a terrifying visage, exuding an aura of menace. Do you truly believe I am worthy of your trust? It exclaimed, roaring towards the heavens, seemingly venting its inner fury. After this display, it furtively glanced at Wu Chun, only to hastily avert its gaze upon realizing he was observing it. A subtle smile graced Wu Chen's lips. He remained silent, opting instead to respond through action. He reached forth and unsealed the heavy iron door. With a groan, the door slowly creaked open, eventually vanishing from sight. In its wake, an endless torrent of crimson chakra surged forth from behind the Nine Tails, rushing toward Wu Chen. Witnessing the spectacle, Wu Chen made no move to obstruct it. Instead, he spread his arms wide, as though to embrace the Nine Tails. In the external world, seated cross-legged, a translucent red cloak of tailed beast chakra enveloped Wu Chen. Chakra formed fox-like ears atop his head, while three tails swayed gently behind him, as the crimson waves of chakra enveloped him within the sealed space. The number of chakra tails behind him began to multiply. 4, 5, 6, 9. Yet, despite the emergence of 9 chakra tails, Wu Chen remained unscathed, gradually transforming into the likeness of the Nine Tails. He maintained the form of the tailed beast chakra cloak, showing no signs of distress. The sealing space was now aptly termed the mental realm. In this realm, the Nine Tails lunged towards Wu Chen, raising its sharp, elongated claws as if to strike him down. However, Wu Chen looked upon the Nine Tails with unwavering trust, showing no inclination to evade. Time seemed to be suspended, as the colossal beast poised to obliterate the frail human. In the final moment, the Nine Tails' claws halted a mere centimeter from Wu Chen's forehead, not advancing any further. Witnessing this, Wu Chen could not help but smile genuinely, a look of profound relief washing over him. He stepped forward, grasping the Nine Tails' claw and scaling it, ultimately perching himself upon the beast's immense head. "Hey, you little brat. I never permitted you to sit on my head." The Nine Tails growled, though it did not shake its head. Instead, it gradually lowered itself, allowing Wu Chen to sit more comfortably. Such was its prideful nature. Wu Chen understood the unspoken message, reaching out to pat the fur atop the Nine Tails' head. "Gibi, I have a name. Please refrain from calling me little brat. I am an adult now." "Humph," the Nine Tails retorted dismissively. "Before us tailed beasts, every human is but a little brat. However, since you have so earnestly requested it, I shall reluctantly comply." "Well, Wu Chen, that name sounds peculiar. What is strange about it? That is a quintessentially Huaxia name. After all, I am Huaxia." As Wu Chen leaned upon the head of the Nine Tails, engaging in conversation, the crimson cloak of tailed beast chakra enveloping his form gradually receded, ultimately vanishing entirely. Moments later, Wu Chen opened his eyes. With a mere thought, a layer of golden chakra manifested around him, as if he were entirely composed of radiant gold. The Nine Tails chakra mode, in its nascent stage, was achieved. This stage mirrored that of Naruto Uzumaki immediately following his tug-of-war with the Nine Tails. Through diligent practice and the Nine Tails' earnest cooperation, he could ascend to the advanced stage of the Nine Tails chakra mode, akin to the form exhibited by Minato Namikaze during the Fourth Great Ninja War. To put simply, it resembled the figure adorned with a cloak on the cover of this book. In comparison to its advanced form, the initial stage was not merely distinguished by the addition of a cloak. It also signified the level of recognition and willingness of the Nine Tails, Kurama, to bestow chakra upon its Jinchuriki. The potency of a Nine Tails chakra mode was profoundly influenced by the volume of tailed beast chakra available. Initially, Naruto possessed only the portion of chakra he had wrested from Kurama, who was reluctant to continuously provide him with chakra. This limitation confined Naruto's strength to an ordinary shadow level, and it was not sustainable. However, once Kurama fully trusted Naruto and willingly supplied him with chakra, Naruto transitioned into the advanced form of the Nine Tails chakra mode. At that juncture, he soared beyond the 5 Kage, attaining formidable power that was sustained, as Kurama generously provided him with tailed beast chakra. At present, Wu Chen found himself in the initial stage. Yet, unlike Naruto's circumstance, Wu Chen's initial stage was not due to any reluctance. Rather, it was simply a consequence of his nascent ability to utilize the Nine Tails chakra mode, which he had not yet mastered. Once he attained proficiency, he could seamlessly transition into the advanced form of the Nine Tails chakra mode. It is noteworthy that the Nine Tails chakra mode encompasses not only the initial and advanced stages, but also an ultimate form. The so-called ultimate form builds upon the advanced stage, utilizing Nine Tails chakra to manifest a colossal form entirely composed of chakra in the shape of the Nine Tails. In this state, the Jinchuriki commands all-tailed beast chakra, wielding the full power of a complete tailed beast capable of employing ninjutsu and sage techniques, thereby exponentially enhancing combat prowess. However, mastering the ultimate form requires practice, and Wu Chun had yet to conquer the advanced stage, rendering thoughts of the ultimate form premature. Gazing at his resplendent golden hands, Wu Chun approached the mirror to admire his handsome visage. Indeed, he appeared even more dashing, cloaked in shimmering gold. He would undoubtedly be the most radiant figure on the battlefield when combat commenced. To speak candidly, the Sage of the Six Paths displayed remarkable favoritism towards the Nine Tails when distributing tailed beast chakra. It is undeniable that the Nine Tails chakra mode is unparalleled by any other tailed beast. Among all the Jinchuriki, only the Nine Tails Jinchuriki possesses the ability to utilize the Nine Tails chakra mode. The other tailed beast Jinchuriki, even the formidable Eight Tails, lack a similar transformation. Furthermore, the Nine Tails boasts the largest chakra reserves and is the most powerful among all tailed beasts. Thus, when Wu Chun devised a plan to harness the power of the tailed beasts, his thoughts immediately gravitated towards the Nine Tails, eschewing the others. At times, Wu Chun even mused whether the Sage of Six Paths, upon dividing the Ten Tails chakra, had perhaps made an error in judgment. It is conceivable that the sage considered the 10 tails too perilous to be left unchecked. Hence he resolved to divide it into 9 entities. From the 1 tail to the 9 tails, a total of 9 beasts emerged. However, how should they be apportioned? An idea struck. 1 portion for the 1 tail, 1 for the 9 tails, 1 for the 2 tails, 1 for the 9 tails, 1 for the 3 tails, 1 for the 9 tails, 1 for the 8 tails, 1 for the 9 tails, and then a separate portion for the 9 tails. Wait, why are there still so many left? Never mind. Let us not divide further. Just give 1 portion each to the 1 tail and the 8 tails, and let the remainder go to the 9 tails. Although this may seem disrespectful to the Sage of Six Paths, perhaps the reality is indeed as such. Otherwise, it would be inexplicable how the 9 tails could single-handedly overpower the remaining 8-tailed beasts. After venting his frustrations about the sage, Wu Chun dispelled the 9 tails chakra mode and reclined on his bed, allowing his consciousness to re-enter the mental space to engage in conversation with Kurama, fostering their bond. Given the lack of a suitable venue, even if he wished to test the prowess of the 9 tails chakra mode, it was unfeasible. Moreover, the most pressing matter at hand was to await the ascension of Minato Namikaze and Obito Uchiha. Ancillary tasks could be addressed in the meantime, but he must not allow them to distract him. While Wu Chun conversed with the 9 tails, waiting for the 2 characters to complete their ascension, an anomaly concerning Tony Stark caught the attention of S.H.I.E.L.D. Although Iron Man Tony Stark had joined S.H.I.E.L.D. as a consultant, his tendency to heed directives yet disregard proclamations had long been a source of consternation for the agency. Understanding Tony's temperament, S.H.I.E.L.D. opted to adopt a hands-off approach, wary of provoking him. Nevertheless, vigilance was essential, and assistance must be rendered when necessary. Thus S.H.I.E.L.D. remained acutely aware of Tony's situation. They were also cognizant of the remedy for palladium poisoning. The discovery of a new element to replace palladium's function within the reactor would alleviate Tony's affliction. Some progress had been made, as S.H.I.E.L.D. found direction in the notes of Howard Stark, Tony's father, regarding the creation of a new element. Unfortunately, within S.H.I.E.L.D., there was no one capable of synthesizing this new element, so they could only seek an opportunity to inform Tony, allowing him to pursue the discovery himself. Additionally, S.H.I.E.L.D. had identified a symptomatic treatment, lithium dioxide injections, for Tony's palladium poisoning. Chapter 102. Completion of the Watergate Advancement, 44. The lithium dioxide injection can effectively alleviate the symptoms of palladium poisoning. However, it merely offers temporary relief rather than a permanent cure, and symptoms are likely to recur. Consequently, S.H.I.L.D. refrained from administering it to Tony immediately. Yet today, the Black Widow Natasha, who had just infiltrated Stark Industries, reported that the arc reactor in Tony's chest was missing. The absence of the reactor, while Tony remained intact, suggested that all of his injuries had been miraculously healed. Setting aside the mystery of how Tony extracted the shrapnel from his body and mended the gaping wound in his chest, the mere fact that Tony's dilemma had been resolved left S.H.I.E.L.D. unprepared. Originally, S.H.I.E.L.D. had intended to approach Tony with the lithium dioxide injection, along with Howard S. notes and relics, during a moment of utter despair, hoping to save his life indirectly and cultivate a sense of gratitude towards the agency. Given Tony's obstinate nature, he was unlikely to be swayed by mere incentives. Thus, the most effective means to gain his compliance would be to ensnare him with the bonds of emotion. This was indeed the approach taken by S.H.I.E.L.D. in the film Iron Man 2. However, Wu Chen's portrayal of Madara Uchiha had thrown S.H.I.E.L.D.'s meticulous plans into disarray. This unexpected turn of events quickly caught the attention of Nick Fury. After careful consideration, Nick Fury resolved to personally bring Howard Stark's notes and relics to Tony. While it may not be a timely act of charity, if they could not even manage to enhance the situation, perhaps S.H.I.E.L.D. should simply disband. What use is an ineffective organization if not to celebrate the new year? Nevertheless, Nick Fury's endeavor was not entirely without merit. Discovering a new element to upgrade the miniaturized arc reactor and facilitating a reconciliation between Tony and his father would indeed provide significant support to Tony. In truth, Tony harbored deep feelings for his father Howard, and it was the lack of paternal affection during his formative years that had shaped him into the flamboyant playboy he once was. Thus, Nick Fury's actions could be seen less as mere charity and more as a benevolent gesture that would ultimately leave a favorable impression of S.H.I.E.L.D. on Tony. With this in mind, Nick Fury hurriedly approached Tony, exclaiming, "Stark, while organizing some things recently, I stumbled upon your father's notes and relics. This may aid you in upgrading your reactor." Only after delivering this lengthy proclamation did Nick Fury notice that Tony and his assistant, Pepper Potts, were entwined in an embrace, seemingly on the verge of a kiss. Accidentally interrupting their intimate moment, Nick Fury almost found himself ejected from Tony's abode. Fortunately, he brandished the notes in his hand, preserving his position to enjoy a cup of tea in Tony's home. "Howard S. notes?" Tony inquired, curiously taking the documents and relics without suspicion, and began to examine them intently. After a brief moment of contemplation, Tony furrowed his brow and began to rummage through the relics in his suitcase. After searching for a while, he looked up to find Nick Fury gazing at him with curiosity, prompting him to respond with irritation. "The tea has been consumed. Are you not leaving?" "Oh, I was pondering why your reactor is absent from your chest," Nick Fury replied candidly, clearly intrigued by the situation. That. A formidable individual was introduced to me by a friend, and he was the one who cured me," Tony explained. "Your friend, this formidable individual? Who are they?" Nick Fury pressed for more details, but Tony dismissed him rather abruptly. "Ponder it yourself. I shan't betray my friends so easily." After bidding Nick Fury farewell, Tony extracted a videotape from the suitcase and began to play it. Meanwhile, Nick Fury, preparing to return, pondered over who Tony was referring to. A friend of Tony's who knows remarkable individuals surely could not be Colonel Rhodes. Who could it be? Suddenly, Nick Fury recalled Tony's recent frequent visits to Wu Chen. A cascade of thoughts flooded his mind. Wu Chen lacked healing abilities, and so did the likes of the Sage of the Six Paths. Could it be that Konoha had dispatched another extraordinary figure? It seemed he would need to pay a visit to Wu Chen, the S.H.I.E.L.D. consultant, at the earliest opportunity. At that moment, Wu Chen was filled with elation. Fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze. Fourth Great Ninja War Minato Namikaze. Nine-Tails Chakra Mode. Advancement in progress. Remaining time for advancement: 0 days, 0 hours, 0 minutes, 0 seconds. Advancement complete. Congratulations to the host for successfully advancing the character Minato Namikaze to Fourth Great Ninja War Minato Namikaze. Nine-Tails Chakra Mode. Character advancement progress has been inherited, as is, the host gains one opportunity for character extraction. The advancement had finally been completed. The system had indeed not deceived him. It granted him an extraction opportunity. A new member of the Akatsuki organization. Here I come. Chapter 103. Akatsuki's Azure Dragon Datara. 14. Wu Chen did not immediately engage in the Nine-Tails Chakra mode of Minato Namikaze. Instead, He prepared to conduct a character extraction first. He had devised numerous strategies to further enhance his character progression over the past month. In truth, he had meticulously planned for an extended period ahead, awaiting the positioning of various influential characters. The foremost events on his agenda were the Thor incident and the Iron Man 2 incident. According to Wu Chun's plan, he required members of the Akatsuki to participate in these events. The American government had classified the Akatsuki as a superpowered terrorist organization. If that were the case, should not the Akatsuki stir up some trouble to live up to this designation? Minato Namikaze had completed his advancement. There was no rush. Wu Chun could experience it at any time. At present, it is prudent to first extract the characters from the Akatsuki organization before discussing other matters. The events surrounding Thor and Iron Man 2 transpired almost simultaneously, yet their locations were significantly distant from one another. Even if Obito were to traverse between the two sites, it would be exceedingly challenging to attend to both concurrently. Therefore, the participation of only one Akatsuki member is insufficient. At least 3 or 4 are required. With Obito as one, and utilizing the 2 opportunities for character extraction granted through Minato's advancement, one member from Akatsuki can be summoned with each chance. This would yield a total of 3 members, which would barely suffice for the task at hand. In Wu Chen's strategy, Obito is designated to handle the Thor incident, while the other 2 Akatsuki members are tasked with addressing the narrative of Iron Man 2. After all, once Obito evolves into the dual Kamui Eternal Mangeki Sharingan, his power would significantly amplify, enabling him to manage one location independently without issue. This approach does not merely involve participating in the events, but rather deploying tail beasts into both scenarios, forcefully intervening to capture the tail beasts. This would undoubtedly enhance the progress of the Akatsuki members' roles, for their mission is to capture tail beasts. At that moment, the adversary confronting Obito would naturally be the Nine Tails, Minato. Obito's abilities render him a formidable opponent against ordinary individuals. Although Hashirama Senju possesses immense strength, his lack of knowledge regarding Obito's capabilities could lead to a potential defeat. In contrast, Minato, who has previously triumphed over Obito, has since greatly augmented his own strength. Thus, this confrontation between Minato and Obito would be decidedly more fitting. As for the scenario involving Thor, Wu Chun has devised a corresponding plan for New York. The Akatsuki members, through their intelligence channels, become aware that Wu Chun, the host of the Nine Tails, is rather nonchalantly lingering in a certain area of the city, showing no intent to conceal himself. Consequently, they interpret Wu Chun's presence as a provocation and resolve to launch a surprise assault with 2 members, aiming to capture the Nine Tails directly. Coincidentally, their assault coincides with the unfolding of the Iron Man 2 event. Essentially, this encapsulates Wu Chun's thoughts. Now, all that remains is for the 2 Akatsuki members to take their positions. As Wu Chun murmurs to himself, he simultaneously initiates the extraction process. Ding! Character extraction in progress. As the system's announcement resonates, a series of images swiftly flash through Wu Chen's mind. Ultimately, the vision settles upon a striking young man clad in a black robe adorned with red clouds, sporting a golden single ponytail, a unique device over his left eye, and mouths on both hands, each protruding a tongue. It is he. Wu Chun is taken aback. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have drawn the character Deidara, the explosive artist of the Akatsuki from the Naruto world. To Wu Chun's astonishment, he has managed to summon Deidara. Memories of Deidara's abilities flood Wu Chun's mind. He recalls that Deidara can utilize clay to create explosive puppets, which possess both remarkable functionality and astonishing destructive power. Especially that technique, the Four Garuda, can create countless minuscule bombs invisible to the naked eye, penetrating the enemy's body and causing them to disintegrate into dust upon detonation, which is extraordinarily terrifying. However, despite Deidara's formidable abilities, he finds himself countered by lightning techniques and illusions. Throughout his life, Deidara has faced defeat twice, once against Uchiha Itachi's Genjutsu, and once against Sasuke's Genjutsu and lightning techniques, which can be considered quite a significant counter. Fortunately, in the Marvel Universe, only Obito possesses the capability to wield illusions. Others, even Loki's, are ineffective against Deidara. In certain circumstances, Deidara even proves to be more potent than pain. Of course, saying this, if he could draw pain, Wu Chen would still prefer pain. Having successfully drawn a member of the Akatsuki organization, Wu Chen felt somewhat reassured. Now, he only needed to wait for another hour for Obito's advancement to conclude, allowing him to continue drawing characters from the Akatsuki. Since he had some spare time, he decided to engage in further conversation with the Ninetales to strengthen their bond. Thus, Wu Chen suppressed his inner excitement, delving into his mental space. Finding a comfortable spot beside the Ninetales, and began speaking with it. An hour swiftly passed. The mysterious masked man, Uchiha Obito, is advancing to the dual Mangeki Sharingan Uchiha Obito, Eternal Eye. Remaining time for advancement: 0 days, 0 hours, 00 minutes, 0 seconds. Advancement complete. Congratulations to the host for successfully advancing the character of the mysterious masked man, Uchiha Obito, to dual Mangeki Sharingan Uchiha Obito, Eternal Eye. Character advancement progress has been fully inherited. The host has gained one opportunity to draw a character. Chapter 104. Pain's 6 Paths, 24. After receiving the opportunity to draw a character, Wu Chen did not delay. He began to chant Akatsuki in his mind and initiated his second character draw of the day. Ding! Character draw in progress. As the system's voice faded, a series of figures rapidly flashed through Wu Chen's mind. Ultimately, the images settled upon 6 individuals clad in black cloaks adorned with red clouds. With orange hair and embedded with black spikes, their eyes resembling bullseyes in hues of gray and purple, standing together. Behind them was another figure seated upon a peculiar apparatus, with black iron rods protruding from his back, sporting gray-purple circle eyes, maroon hair, and a gaunt physique. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing the character, Nagato. The 6 Paths of Pain from the Akatsuki organization in the Naruto world. It truly is pain. Wu Chen jumped up in excitement. He felt an urge to rush out and buy a lottery ticket, as perhaps he might win a fortune. His luck was astonishing, having directly obtained what he desired. Could it be that I am the child of the system? The system is incapable of reproduction. Please maintain decorum, host. Wu Chen ceased his fanciful thoughts, yet the smile upon his face remained uncontainable. Hello. Have you encountered some delightful fortune? You are my vessel of power, yet you seem so impatient. How curious. The voice of the Ninetales resonated within Wu Chen's mind, able to share his sight, but incapable of perceiving all of the system's intricacies. Ninetales, do you recall the acting system I mentioned? I have drawn a character possessing the Rinnegan. Wu Chen recalled a saying that sharing one's joy multiplies it. Thus he relayed his stroke of luck to the Ninetales. What? The Rinnegan? Isn't that the Eye of the Sage of 6 Paths? The surprise echoed after the Ninetales' exclamation, and Wu Chen indeed felt a surge of happiness. What are your plans next? The Ninetales inquired, resting within Wu Chen's mental space. Well, regarding the next steps upon hearing the Ninetales' words, Wu Chen's excitement slightly waned. He suddenly realized that his plans required some modifications. After all, there were 7 figures associated with Nagato, the pain of the Akatsuki. Though only 6 could engage in battle, that was not to be underestimated. Thus, Wu Chen addressed the Ninetales. Ninetales, aren't you bored in this mental space? I shall present you with a grand spectacle soon. What kind of spectacle? You shall find out in due course. With that, Wu Chen turned his thoughts inward. The overarching direction of his plans remained unchanged, yet the finer details warranted adjustment. However, before making any changes, he needed to comprehend how Nagato's pain was summoned. Would embodying Nagato directly yield the 6 pains? Or must Wu Chen gather 6 individuals to create them himself? Understanding this was quite straightforward. He would simply embody Nagato. Thus, Wu Chen immediately took on the form of Nagato. In the next moment, a peculiar device materialized within the room, and the emaciated figure of Nagato was ensnared within it. Wu Chen couldn't suppress a cry of pain. Upon embodying Nagato, he felt waves of agony coursing through his entire being. Some pain stemmed from the iron rods piercing his back, while others were remnants of Nagato's own suffering. Despite the torment, Wu Chen grasped the method of embodying the 6 pains. He first relinquished the guise of Nagato, returning to his original form, and then activated the shadow clone technique, creating 6 clones. He instructed 1 clone to embody Nagato while he, along with the remaining 5, touched the clone to transform into Nagato. In an instant, the 6 pains materialized. The method of embodying the six pains through Nagato was unlike any before. It was divided into primary and secondary roles. The primary role was the essence of Nagato himself, while the secondary role encompassed the six pains. Wu-chan could directly embody the primary role, but embodying the secondary role required first taking on the primary role, followed by a touch to facilitate the transformation. Thus, it truly is the extraction of a persona. Sending forth six incarnations, the embodiment of Wu-chan as the deity of the heavens, glanced at himself and then at the pain figures standing beside him. He promptly resolved that one individual, Nagato, could manage the situation in New York, while Deidara should accompany Obito to the Land of Lightning. This arrangement aligns perfectly with the Akatsuki's tradition of dual operations, with Itachi and Deidara forming a fitting partnership. Meanwhile, in Konoha, it is still just Minato engaging with Obito, while Hashirama must remain in New York with Wu-chen's primary form. Consequently, the balance of good and evil on both sides is already ascertainable. When the opportunity arises to extract personas once more, it is imperative to incorporate some formidable figures from the Hidden Leaf Village, lest the equilibrium of good and evil be disrupted. Speaking of powerful beings, Wu-chan recalled that he had yet to experiment with Minato, Obito, Deidara, and the six paths of pain. Thus, he, embodying the deity of the heavens, promptly disengaged from his persona and produced three shadow clones, each taking on the roles of the Nine Tails Minato, Obito with his eternal Mangeki Sharingan, and Deidara. Chapter 105. The Spiraling Flashing Flying Wheel Dance Roar 4 Styles, 34. Understanding the intentions of his original form, Minato immediately activated the Nine Tails Chakra mode upon his emergence. With a flourish, his entire being was enveloped in a radiant golden light, the brilliant chakra transforming his cloak into a resplendent golden hue. Simultaneously, a formidable aura emanated from Minato, expanding outward. Noticing this, Minato furrowed his brow, slightly suppressing his power, and as he retracted the Nine Tails Chakra mode, the oppressive presence dissipated. Obito was similarly transformed, adorned in his new attire of a black cloak with red clouds. Yet his mask was neither the previous pale yellow with black stripes nor the single-eyed vortex mask worn by Itachi, but rather the white mask from the Fourth Great Ninja War, featuring the three-tomo Sharingan. This mask, which showcased both eyes and covered his entire head, left only the back of his skull exposed. After all, the Sharingan is not akin to the Byakugan. The mask could obstruct vision, thus impeding the full demonstration of one's abilities. At that moment, the kaleidoscopic pattern in Obito's eyes began to rotate gently, revealing not only the original hook blades, but also three additional smaller hooks. Clearly, this was the manifestation of an eternal Mangeki Sharingan, formed from the fusion of two pairs of the same origin. Wu-chan, locking eyes with this eternal Mangeki, felt an overwhelming pressure akin to a surging tide. Moreover, those eyes possessed a captivating allure, compelling one to gaze into them. Should Obito employ Jinjutsu at this moment, the success rate would be unequivocally absolute. Deidara's appearance was reminiscent of his extraction, with golden hair tied in a ponytail, strikingly handsome, albeit with unsettling mouths on his hands. Observing that the three shadow clones had perfectly embodied their respective figures, Wu-chan resumed his role as the deity of the heavens. In an instant, the room, already modest in size, became even more cramped as 10 formidable figures gathered. Namikaze Minato, Uchiha Obito, Deidara, and the six paths of pain alongside Nagato. The confined space was palpable. However, Obito swiftly unleashed his ability, summoning a vortex that engulfed them all. The purpose was to test the enhanced prowess of Minato, Obito, and the newly summoned Deidara and the six paths of pain, necessitating a suitable training ground. Naturally, the sacred space of Kamui served as that arena. This space had previously been utilized by Wu-chan in a similar manner, and it remained unchanged. Yet, upon entering the Kamui dimension, Wu-chan, embodying the role of pain, discerned that the space appeared altered. Originally consisting of islands floating in the void, the islands had now merged into a cohesive whole. Was this transformation a consequence of the convergence of Sharingan, now evolved into the eternal Mangeki Sharingan? Wu-chan glanced at Obito, who nodded in affirmation. Given this, the group dispersed slightly to avoid hindering one another. Thus, aside from Nagato, The remaining 9 individuals spread out, commencing their ninjutsu bombardment experiments. Minato activated the Nine-Tails chakra mode and, under its influence, unleashed his ultimate technique, the Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance. He first scattered his kunai like petals in a breeze, then employed the Shadow Clone technique, directing his clones to dart between the kunai, launching attacks. The original Minato concentrated the Rasengan, ultimately coordinating with his clones to strike the airborne adversary with a combined Rasengan assault. The merit of this maneuver lay in its swiftness and formidable power. The enemy often found themselves bewildered and swiftly dispatched before they could react. However, it demanded an exceptionally high reaction speed. Only in a Nine-Tails chakra mode could Minato attain such reflexes. In his ordinary state, he would struggle to execute this technique. It could be said that in this mode, Minato's response rate reached the zenith of human capability. Remarkably, his physique also kept pace with his heightened reflexes. In contrast, Obito's approach was considerably more straightforward. His other abilities had not undergone significant changes. The sole enhancement was the completion of his Mangekyou Sharingan, now upgraded to the Eternal variant. Therefore, Obito began by testing a long-range Kimui attack, which directly distorted space. How potent is space? In Ivengus Infinitiva, one of Thanos' formidable subordinates had his hand severed by a portal conjured by Doctor Strange, illustrating its might. Suddenly, a vortex appeared in the distance, tearing through the boundaries of the Kamui dimension. After completing the experiment with the Kimui, Obito's gaze sharpened, and he activated the Susanoo. A striking azure, skeletal form materialized, enveloping him within its embrace, gradually solidifying into a formidable warrior clad in armor. At this juncture, there was a temporary halt in his progress. Obito had only just awakened the double Mangekyou Sharingan Susanoo and was still somewhat inexperienced. It was anticipated that in due time, he would unleash the full form of Susanoo, towering at 100 meters. In the realm of combat, if Minato's Nine-Tails chakra mode represented light effects, then Obito's Kimui and Susanoo epitomized special effects, while Deidara's contribution could be summarized solely as explosions. Among those present, Deidara's actions were the most thunderous. Small spider-like clay puppets erupted with a resounding bang. Clay figurines resembling birds exploded with a thunderous pop. Odd four-winged avians detonated with a forceful blast. Enormous flying creatures, comparable to small passenger planes, expelled flocks of birds and spiders, followed by a cacophony of explosions. For Deidara, every ninjutsu he employed must culminate in an explosion. Otherwise, it was deemed worthless. After all, art is an explosion. While Deidara's ruckus ensued, the 6 members of the Akatsuki's pain had little to experiment with. The Hell Path summoned and controlled the King of Hell, capable of resurrecting the other 5 paths, serving as one of the core elements of the 6 paths of pain. The human path possessed the ability to extract souls. By grasping the enemy's head, it could forcibly read their memories before seizing their spirit. The beast's path could summon powerful and massive creatures, as well as bring the other 5 paths into play. The Hungry Ghost path utilized seals to form shields that absorbed enemy ninjutsu and energy attacks, assuming the defensive role among the 6. The Azura path wielded immense strength, capable of invoking special summoning techniques to summon weapons, primarily tasked with offense among the 6 paths of pain. Additionally, there was the Deva path, embodied by Nagato's late friend Yahiko, for it was Yahiko's corpse that formed the basis of the Deva path. It was Yahiko's demise that awakened Nagato to the realization that peace could not be achieved through mere idealism. True understanding and lasting peace could only be attained through the shared experience of suffering. The Deva path stood as the absolute core of the 6 paths of pain. Its abilities seemingly simple, yet devastatingly effective, capable of generating both gravitational and repulsive forces. However, this seemingly straightforward power had led countless heroes to their demise. Entire villages, including Konoha, had been obliterated by its might. The technique employed to destroy the small city of Konoha was straightforward. The Deva Path's signature move, Shinra Tensei. This technique generated repulsion, casting aside all forms of assault, be they energy-based or physical, with merciless force. When chakra accumulates sufficiently, the Deva Path can soar into the sky and, by concentrating all its chakra, unleash the almighty push, thus creating a colossal spherical repulsion that compresses everything around it to the ground, ultimately forming an immense spherical crater. Observing the various abilities exhibited by the Pain bodies, Wu-chan suddenly pondered whether he should also emulate the original Pain. What was the purpose of his mischief? If not to gain progress in his roleplay, if he were to embody the Deva path and unleash a grand almighty push upon the city housing the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, aiming to force the Jinchuriki out, would that not yield an abundance of roleplay progress? After some contemplation, Wu-chan felt this was quite plausible. However, New York City was vast, and even the almighty push might only cover a district, failing to envelop the entire city. A spark of inspiration struck Wu-chan as he recalled the unused tenfold amplification card. Combining the almighty push with the tenfold amplification card could potentially allow him to devastate a quarter of New York, if not the whole city. The mere thought of executing a jutsu that would annihilate a significant portion of New York filled him with exhilaration. Yet, he soon confronted a moral dilemma. What would become of the innocent citizens of New York? One must have principles. He could not justify the loss of hundreds of thousands of lives. Should he abandon the plan? Wu-chan shook his head. After a moment of serious reflection, he reached a resolution. He must unleash an extraordinary almighty push, albeit with certain considerations. With his mind made up, Wu-chan returned to his bedroom, dismissed all his shadow clones from their roleplay modes, and dissolved them. As he absorbed 9 portions of memories and fatigue, he simultaneously consumed a fatigue-reducing potion. Lying on his bed, experiencing the memories of Minato Namikaze, Wu-chan discovered the method to enter the advanced stage of the Nine-Tails chakra mode. The following morning, after an early breakfast, Wu-chan dispatched 5 shadow clones. Each clone assumed the identities of Minato Namikaze, Obito Uchiha, Nagato Uzumaki, the Deva Path, and Tobirama Senju. Meanwhile, Wu-chan himself set out with a food cart to sell hamburgers. Minato and Tobirama proceeded to S-H-I-E-L-D, while Obito drew Nagato into the Kamui space, taking the Deva path along to seek out Jin. Having reached an ideal level of power capable of utilizing the advanced stage of the Nine-Tails chakra mode, Wu-chan was now ready to embark on his grand endeavor. Chapter 107, Nick Fury's Frustration, 14. Before the Triskelion building of S-H-L, a golden flash and a stream of water appeared simultaneously, heralding the dazzling entrance of Minato Namikaze and Tobirama Senju. Both of them left their flying thunder god marks at the entrance of S-H-I-E-L-D, allowing for direct spatial movement. In fact, they also possessed their marks within the confines of S-H-I-E-L-D, but considering the organization's official stature, they chose to show a degree of respect by refraining from teleporting directly inside. At that moment, Coulson emerged from the building. Having just finalized the task list and ready to rendezvous with Senju Tobirama, he was greeted by the sight before him. Instantly, his eyes lit up as he jogged towards them. Mr. Wavewind, have you completed your training? Mr. Senju, would you like to review today's task list first? As he spoke, he was about to activate his earpiece to report Wavewind's return to Nick Fury. Observing this, Wavewind gently placed his hand over Coulson's and softly urged, "Let's not converse here. We shall go directly to Director Fury's office." With a shared glance between him and Senju Tobirama, they activated the Flying Thunder God technique and vanished from the entrance. While uninvited intrusions were frowned upon, the presence of S-H-I-E-L-D personnel rendered the situation quite different. In his office, Nick Fury was perusing Wu-chan's dossier. Having learned of the formidable ninja's arrival in New York, he pondered what pretext could lead him to approach Wu-chan. While he could utilize the return of Tony's father's relics and notes as an excuse for Tony, he found himself at a loss for Wu-chan. Thus, he decided to delve into Wu-chan's information, seeking inspiration. However, before he could even read for a few minutes, a noise at his desk prompted him to look up, revealing Wavewind and the other two. Fury was momentarily taken aback, realizing, when did these individuals leave their marks in my office? Does this mean I have been living in an environment where Senju, Tobirama, and Wavewind could strike at any moment? A wave of apprehension washed over him, leading him to resolve that the cleaning crew should thoroughly sanitize the office, ensuring every wall was spotless. Yet, he maintained a facade of calmness. Coulson? Although Fury did not voice his inquiries explicitly, Coulson immediately understood and conveyed the recent developments. "Ah, I see. Do the 2 Hokages have business with me?" The humble director? Fury's tone was a blend of self-deprecation and inquiry. Observing Wave Wind and Senju Tobirama standing side by side, one in his 20s, the other around 30, Fury couldn't help but marvel at the progressive nature of Konoha's policies. Why? Because the Hokages were so youthful, and the minimal age gap suggested that the position was neither hereditary nor lifetime, but rather elected, much like the presidency in the United States, changing every 3 to 4 years. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain the minimal age difference between Minato Namikaze and Tobirama Senju, both of whom are quite youthful. At this moment, Wu-chan remains unaware of Nick Fury's conjecture. Had he known, he would undoubtedly have praised Fury, expressing gratitude for providing him with a convenient excuse. Upon hearing Fury's inquiry, Minato glanced at Coulson, and Fury immediately grasped his intent, stating, "Coulson is trustworthy. Feel free to speak candidly." Thus, Minato directly conveyed, according to our sensory ninjutsu detection, another tail B seal has been disturbed. Fury, incensed, felt the urge to curse. Did you not assert that the seals left by the Sage of Six Paths were unassailable? Why then was the 9-tail seal in New York effortlessly broken by the masked man? And why are other tail B seals also loosening? Suppressing his frustration, Fury inhaled deeply and posed a series of questions. Is the sensory ninjutsu detection accurate? Which tailed beast has been disturbed? Where is it sealed? Could this be another ploy by the Akatsuki organization? Minato answered each query in turn. It is indeed accurate. The disturbance in the 9-tail seal was detected by that sensory ninjutsu, which was specifically developed to sense tailed beast chakra. The tailed beast whose seal has been loosened is Shikaku, the one tail. It is a massive raccoon adorned with sealing patterns, adept in both wind and magnet release sealing techniques. However, do not underestimate its prowess simply because it is the one tail. In fact, its combat ability ranks just below that of the 9 tails and 8 tails. It is sealed beneath the dunes near a quaint town called Charming Paradise in New Mexico. As for whether this is the work of the Akatsuki, we cannot speak without investigation. However, I personally suspect it is highly likely to be their doing. Chapter 108. Requesting a commission. 24. It is now evident that the Akatsuki's target is indeed the 9-tailed beasts. Minato continued. Although we are still unclear about the Akatsuki's intentions regarding the tailed beasts, they have never concealed their objectives. Minato, your assessment is somewhat flawed. Tobirama Senju suddenly interjected, startling Minato. What do you mean, Lord Tobirama? Clearly it pertains to them. Tobirama stated gravely. So far, only the masked man has been observed. No other members of the Akatsuki have made an appearance. It's possible that the Akatsuki only consists of this masked man, and the existence of others is merely an illusion he conjures. Minato was taken aback, and Fury cast a perplexed glance at Tobirama. Recognizing the futility of further debate with Tobirama, Minato turned to Nick Fury and inquired, "Do you have any further questions?" Fury promptly shifted his gaze back and responded, "Indeed. I wish to know the purpose behind your visit to inform me, as well as your plans moving forward. Due to the existence of the 9 tails, Nick Fury has witnessed the tumult of the 9 tails incident firsthand, leading him to firmly believe in the existence of tailed beasts. After all, once a tailed beast breaks free, such a colossal creature could hardly be fabricated. If it were merely an illusion, then they would deserve to be deceived. Thus, at this moment, Nick Fury harbors no doubts regarding the words of Minato Namikaze. However, he is quite curious about the reason why Minato and Tobirama Senju have come to inform them of this matter, as well as what plans Konoha intends to pursue next. Could it be that the one tail, Shikaku, is sealed beneath a sand dune near the town of Human Paradise in New Mexico? That location sounds oddly familiar. Just as he pondered this, Nick Fury noticed Coulson gesturing to him, and suddenly remembered that this was indeed the very site mentioned in the intelligence Coulson had just brought regarding the hammer that had fallen from the sky. With the one tail sealed there and a hammer having recently descended from the heavens, what connection could there be between these two occurrences? Lost in thought, Nick Fury found his questions directly addressed by Minato Namikaze. The reason for notifying you? Is it not self-evident? After all, the seal of the tailed beast lies within your territory. Even though we possess the authority to suppress, seal, and retrieve the tailed beast, we should at the very least inform you. Minato cast a curious glance at Nick Fury before continuing. As for our intentions, to be precise, it is my intention. Lord Tobirama has other responsibilities and will not be accompanying me. What I wish is for you, S.H. to commission me for a task, akin to what we did during the Nine Tails incident. This not only serves to generate funds for Konoha, but also aids you in your endeavors. Upon hearing this proposition, Nick Fury clenched his teeth in frustration, realizing that his suspicions had indeed been confirmed. Noticing the peculiar expression on Nick Fury's face, Minato inquired, "What? Does your S.H.I.E.L.D. refuse to commission me to attempt to prevent the One Tail from breaking its seal or to reseal it after it escapes?" Certainly not. Nick Fury thought for merely a second before making a decisive choice. "We S.H.I.E.L.D. wish to commission you, Minato Namikaze, to prevent the One Tail from breaking free, or to reseal it once it has escaped. The reward is 10 million. So, Minato, are you willing to accept this commission?" "I would be more than willing," Minato replied. Compared to a modest sum of money, maintaining a good relationship with Konoha is far more valuable. In fact, if it were another organization, they would likely be eager to send money to Konoha. After all, organizations like Konoha, which stand for justice, would ensure that their funds would not be turned against them, and might even be willing to assist in resolving a series of complex issues, just as they do with S.H.I.E.L.D. Yet, Nick Fury couldn't help but think that this would render their finances a bit tight. It appears he would need to seek additional funding soon. The budget of S.H.I.E.L.D. is collectively financed by the United Nations. Thus, the funding and such matters are indeed dispensed by the United Nations. After glancing at Minato Namikaze and then at Hashirama Senju, Nick Fury suddenly inquired, "Mr. Senju, could you perhaps divulge a bit about your mission? Please do not misconstrue my curiosity as an invasion of Konoha's privacy. Rather, having witnessed the formidable power of the Nine Tails, I find it intriguing that Mr. Namikaze ventures alone. I am genuinely curious as to why you cannot accompany him." Once Nick Fury comprehended the intentions and forthcoming actions of Minato Namikaze, his interest shifted to Hashirama Senju. Throughout the past month, Hashirama had assisted S.H.I.E.L.D. in overcoming numerous challenging tasks, and they had come to recognize his extraordinary talent in water release, a skill of unparalleled potency. However, his true capabilities remained shrouded in mystery, as he had yet to reveal his full strength. He had resolved those tasks with minimal effort. Chapter 109, The God of Ninjas? 34. Nevertheless, despite never having witnessed Hashirama's genuine prowess, it seemed improbable that someone who attained the title of Hokage would be weaker than Minato Namikaze had been a month prior. Nick Fury pondered. Wait, a month ago, Minato Namikaze. Minato had secluded himself for a month to become the perfect Jinchuriki, dedicating himself to intense training. Now that he has emerged, could it be that he has indeed become the perfect Jinchuriki, significantly augmenting his strength? Considering this, Nick Fury cast a probing gaze towards Minato Namikaze. Before Minato could grasp Fury's implication, Hashirama's response confirmed Nick's surmise. Minato had reconciled with the Nine Tails, becoming the perfect Jinchuriki and elevating his power to a level beyond that of a Kage, thus capable of subduing the One Tail and those causing disturbances without external assistance. Minato, why not demonstrate your abilities to Director Fury, to put his mind at ease? Upon hearing Hashirama's suggestion, Minato reluctantly nodded, stepping back to activate the Nine Tails chakra mode. A powerful gust erupted, emanating from the golden Minato, spreading outward and sending the papers on Nick Fury's desk flying. Without even engaging in combat, such an aura was already overwhelming. One could only imagine the spectacle should he unleash his full might. Nick Fury stood in astonishment, and Coulson mirrored his disbelief. Subsequently, Minato deactivated the Nine Tails chakra mode and nodded towards the two men, affirming, "As Lord Senju has stated, I can indeed manage the situation with the One Tail on my own." Then Hashirama continued, "As for myself, Director Fury, you seem quite intrigued by my abilities?" The pressure emanating from Hashirama's gaze caused Nick Fury to feel a twinge of apprehension. "My raw strength is akin to that of Minato now, but the true measure of combat capability can only be discerned through battle." Retracting his gaze, Hashirama focused on Minato. "Minato, shall we engage in a spar?" Observing the resolute demeanor of Senju Tobarama, Minato Namikaze felt a throbbing headache. No, Lord Tobarama, you are far superior to me. Thus, there is no need for combat. I concede." Tobarama scoffed, finding the situation rather dull. He shot a glare at Minato before turning his attention back to Nick Fury, continuing to address his inquiries. As for my mission, it is not classified. I can share this with you. I am here to protect someone, which is why I remain in New York. Tobarama's revelation prompted Nick Fury to silently resolve to elevate Tobarama's file to a higher security classification. Minato felt similarly. A month ago, Minato had already demonstrated considerable strength, and now Fury had witnessed Minato's new abilities. Just how formidable had Minato become? Moreover, what was the true extent of Tobarama's prowess? Superior to the Hokage, was this the term used by shinobi to gauge strength, akin to that of a grand sorcerer? Minato had previously mentioned being a shadow-level powerhouse. Yet, to protect a particular individual, the image of Wu Chun abruptly surfaced in Fury's mind. Was the person in question Wu Chun, Minato's disciple? Tobarama nodded, elaborating, the masked man from the Akatsuki possesses considerable power. Since they have targeted the tailed beasts, they would certainly not overlook the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Wu Chun. Although Wu Chun is exceptionally talented and has achieved perfect Jinchuriki status alongside Minato, he has only recently embarked on his path as a shinobi and lacks extensive experience. If he were to confront the masked man, the odds are heavily against him. Therefore, during Minato's seclusion, I came to New York both to maintain our connections and to safeguard that young man. However, he is exceedingly stubborn. If he were to accompany me back to Konoha, all would be well. Instead, he insists on remaining here, claiming New York is his home and that he will not leave. It is worth noting that my elder brother, Senju Hashirama, the first Hokage and god of shinobi, is stationed in Konoha. The Akatsuki would not dare to invade. Fortunately, Wu Chun possesses some strength, which allows him to hone his will and gain experience amidst any potential calamities. Otherwise, had he been slightly weaker, I would have had to forcibly bring him back to Konoha. After hearing Tobarama's explanation, Nick Fury could not help but widen his eyes in astonishment. If Wu Chun had also attained perfect Jinchuriki status, did that mean he was on par with Minato, a powerhouse of the highest caliber? However, considering the matter of experience, Wu Chun's strength might fall slightly short of that level, placing him at shadow-level status, equivalent to Minato's strength from a month prior, which was still quite formidable. It seemed that he would need to adopt a more favorable attitude towards Wu Chun moving forward. Nick Fury silently resolved this in his heart. Then, he realized that he had seemingly overlooked a critical piece of information. Pausing for a moment, Nick Fury reflected on what Senju Tobarama had just stated. His elder brother, Senju Hashirama, the first Hokage of Konohagakure and the god of shinobi. Chapter 110. The Astute Kimpin, 44. Mr. Senju, did you just say that the mighty Senju Hashirama, the god of shinobi, presides over Konoha? Nick Fury incisively inquired. What does god of shinobi imply? Is your brother a deity? Upon hearing Nick Fury's words, Senju Tobarama rolled his eyes, remarking, in this world, where can one find a truly omnipotent deity? The so-called gods are merely another breed of formidable beings. My brother is arguably the most powerful ninja, hence his title as the god of shinobi. The most powerful ninja? Nick Fury struggled to fathom, for he could scarcely comprehend the might of both the Nine-Tails Minato and Senju Tobarama. Sensing Nick Fury's limited imagination, Senju Tobarama elucidated, simply put, someone like me could be easily bested by a single hand of my brother. Well, Minato is similar. This made things considerably clearer. Nick Fury began to grasp the immense power of Senju Hashirama, yet disbelief lingered within him. Had he not witnessed the prowess of Minato and Tobarama with his own eyes, he would never have believed that humanity could reach such extraordinary heights. Consequently, until he witnessed Senju Hashirama in person, Nick Fury remained skeptical of his strength. Nonetheless, this did not hinder Nick Fury from continuing his conversation with Senju Tobarama and Minato. Mr. Minato, when do you intend to depart for New Mexico? We should set off shortly. Though the situation is not dire, I need to first inspect the sealing condition of the one tail, Minato pondered before responding. Could you take Coulson along? He is conveniently near the one tail seal, investigating an incident involving a hammer that fell from the sky. Nick Fury contemplated for a moment and candidly stated, it would also allow Coulson to document your combat prowess, which would reassure many. He understood that concealing the strength of someone like Minato was of no benefit, hence his forthrightness. Document? With a camera? Minato inquired, intrigued. Yes. Coulson will carry a miniature camera to record the entire mission. Nick Fury replied truthfully. That's fine. I have no aversion to being filmed, Minato shrugged. However, due to the considerable distance and the absence of a flying thunder god mark in New Mexico, we must drive there first. Turning to Coulson, he asked Coulson, how are your driving skills? I am quite confident behind the wheel. Coulson smiled slightly. And we have no issues. Shall we set off? Minato nodded. Absolutely. Thus, Minato hitched a ride with Coulson, while Senju Tobirama resumed his tasks. Although tasked with protecting Wu Chun, the shadow clone of Senju Tobirama, Wu Chun felt it prudent to continue advancing his performance progress in portraying Tobirama, given the absence of any anomalies. Once the office was emptied, Nick Fury sighed in relief. Leaning back in his chair, a rare display of exhaustion crossing his features. Faced with such formidable individuals, he was not as unflappable and composed as he appeared. Rather, he was tense and wholly focused, every moment draining his energy and strength. At this juncture, Nick Fury was utterly fatigued. Fortunately, this state was fleeting, and he soon regained his composure. He dared not let anyone glimpse his earlier demeanor, for he had not forgotten the words of Wave Wind Watergate, who had once remarked on the precarious situation within S.H.I.E.L.D. Upon conducting a discreet investigation, Fury had indeed uncovered some clues. However, lacking definitive evidence, it would be unwise to act rashly and alert the enemy. Unbeknownst to him, apart from a select few, the rest of S.H.I.L.D. were all Hydra infiltrators. In essence, Nick Fury was the very serpent that risked disturbing the grass. Meanwhile, when Obito appeared before Jean Bing with Tendo, Jean Bing was taken aback. After a month of training, his chakra had escalated to that of an ordinary shadow-level ninja. He had successfully mastered the Shark series water release techniques and developed a strong rapport with his sword, Dao Dao Jiao, in addition to honing his swordsmanship. Jean Bing had thus transformed into a true shadow-level powerhouse. In all honesty, compared to Wu Chun, Jean Bing was the genuine ninja prodigy. Had he been born in the world of Naruto, he would undoubtedly rank among the pinnacle of ninja strength. The enhancement of his physical prowess not only elevated his combat capabilities, but also sharpened his perceptive abilities. Upon recognizing Obito and sensing the familiar chill emanating from him, Jean Bing gradually knelt, addressing him as master. The corner of Obito's mouth curled slightly beneath his mask. He too could sense Jean Bing's current strength. However, this was not the moment for such matters. The masked man took a half-step back, allowing Tendo to take the forefront. Gesturing to Jean Bing, this is our Akatsuki leader. The Zero Burial of Akatsuki, Pain of the Six Paths. Chapter 111. The Southern Duel of Akatsuki, 14 leader. Jean Bing, who had just lifted his head, displayed a clear expression of shock. He instinctively turned to Tendo, captivated by the gray-purple Rinnegan. In truth, Jean Bing's heart was as steadfast as a rock. Had it not been for Obito's manipulation, he would never have submitted to him. Yet, at this moment, even the resolute Jean Bing found his gaze fixated on the Rinnegan, as if entranced, with his very soul seemingly drawn into its depths. Tendo's eyes narrowed slightly, a potent aura of pressure emanating from his gaze, causing Jean Bing's eyes to sting painfully. He hastily lowered his head, daring not to look further. Obito observed this interaction keenly. He had no intention of intervening. Rather, he welcomed it. It was insufficient for Jean Bing to merely submit to Obito. He must also yield to the entirety of the Akatsuki organization. Ultimately, every member of the Akatsuki organization is portrayed by Wu Chun. They are all part of the same faction. Therefore, Pain's display of authority over Jean Bing, compelling him to adopt a more compliant demeanor, is precisely what Obito wishes to witness. Observing Jean Bing bowing to Pain, Obito concluded that it was sufficient and remarked, "Indeed, you must recall my previous words. This time, I shall assess your capabilities, after which the leader will determine whether you are to be granted the status of a formal member. By the way, my codename is Jade Maiden of the Akatsuki." During Obito's alias Azakai, the ring he wore belonged to Scorpion posthumously, and Scorpion's ring was indeed that of the Jade Maiden. Jade Maiden? Despite harboring doubts about this moniker, Jean Bing dared not voice his thoughts. It is a grave mistake for subordinates to speak ill of their superiors. Such actions are most likely to incite their ire. For an ordinary person, such behavior might result in mere job loss, but for Jean Bing, it could jeopardize his very existence. After all, the Akatsuki is no benign organization. Jean Bing, Pain suddenly interjected. Jinbin promptly responded, yes. What is the status of your intelligence network in New York? Upon hearing this query, Jinbin felt a surge of joy within. He replied, regarding some of the more clandestine matters in New York, I may be unaware, but I can certainly uncover most information for you. You may regard me as a local power broker in New York. This was no exaggeration. Jinbin was indeed a formidable figure in the underworld of New York and throughout America. Although many petty criminals were apprehended during the recent Nine Tails incident, following Jinbin's demonstration of formidable strength, an increasing number chose to pledge their allegiance to him. Those gangs that resisted his influence were met with subtle coercion, nudging them toward submission. Consequently, despite numerous members of Jinbin's gang being incarcerated, his power only burgeoned. This scenario may appear anomalous, yet within a nation that venerates freedom and coolness like America, it is quite commonplace. Here, individual prowess elevates Jinbin's image as both impressive and liberated. Thus, in the eyes of many, he exudes personal charisma, making their choice to ally with him entirely reasonable. Excellent. Pain acknowledged, his gaze remaining impassive. Jinbin, assist me in locating an individual named Chen. I require his whereabouts and recent intelligence. Additionally, provide me with a detailed account of this nation, as well as its historical actions. Jinbin immediately nodded and stood. Leader, is the Chen you mentioned the disciple of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze? Indeed. Pain glanced at Jinbin, who was slightly taller than him. Jinbin promptly inclined his posture, appearing somewhat shorter than Pain. Jinbin's perceptiveness left even Pain without a fault to find, and he continued, Chen is the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, which is our target in the Akatsuki. Therefore, there is no need for search, leader. He has previously defeated me. Thus, I have gathered intelligence on him and dispatched individuals to monitor his movements. I can present his information directly to you. As he spoke, Jinbin promptly returned to his desk, utilizing the printer to produce a stack of papers inscribed with intelligence regarding Chen. With reverence, he presented the documents to Tiandao. Continuing, please review this first. I shall arrange for the American information you require shortly. Very well. You two, please take a seat. I shall step out briefly and return momentarily. Jinbin hurriedly exited, his demeanor brimming with urgency. 2 minutes later, he re-entered with another stack of papers. Chief, all the information is here. Tiandao accepted the documents and glanced at Obito, who immediately understood, addressing Jinbin, do not resist. Jinbin was taken aback, but quickly straightened his posture. Suddenly, a massive vortex manifested within the office, drawing Obito, Tiandao, and Jinbin into its depths. After several minutes, the trio emerged once more. Obito appeared unscathed, while Jinbin was drenched and bore numerous injuries. Yet, his gaze towards Obito was now imbued with deeper reverence. At that moment, Tiandao, holding the documents, regarded Jinbin and declared, Jinbin, your prowess has earned my acknowledgement. I bestow upon you the codename Nandu of Akatsuki. Here is your ring and uniform. Additionally, you must master this ninjutsu. Tiandao produced the pre-prepared ring and an oversized black robe adorned with red clouds, along with a scroll of ninjutsu, handing them to Jinbin. Chapter 112. The Scourge of Jinbin, 24. Jinbin received the ring, uniform, and scroll with utmost respect and joy, adorning his pinky finger with the ring inscribed with the character for South. It was the only finger on which he could wear it, as the others were too thick. He then donned the oversized black robe, wrapping the samahata with layers of bandages before securing on his back. Instantly, a formidable version of the bald Kisame emerged within the office, Jin Kisame. Thus, Jinbin officially joined the Akatsuki organization, taking the place of Kisame. He was indeed worthy of this position. In the realm of Kamui, after rigorous testing, both Obito and Tiandao had recognized Jinbin's strength. To assess Jinbin's true capabilities, Obito opted not to engage in conventional combat. He forewent intangibility and chose to confront Jinbin directly through ninjutsu exchanges and close-quarters combat. During their clash of ninjutsu, Obito refrained from utilizing the Uchiha fan, resulting in his fire release being extinguished by Jinbin's water release, Great Exploding Water Collide. Perhaps aware of Obito's formidable nature, Jinbin exerted his utmost effort from the outset. He initiated the battle by employing the Great Exploding Water Collide to alter the terrain, creating a colossal, elliptical water prison that measured over 100 meters in both length and width, and approximately 50 to 60 meters in height, swiftly enveloping Obito within its confines. But that was not the end. Jinbing immediately merged with the Samahata, transforming into a half-sharkman form. In this mode, he could generate gills akin to a shark, allowing him to maneuver freely beneath the water's surface. However, the individual forcibly confined within the immense water prison, Obito, found himself on the brink of drowning. Despite possessing such a geographical advantage, Jinbing did not recklessly charge in for close combat, but instead employed a series of shark-themed ninjutsu. Water Release, Water Shark Bomb Technique. Water Release, Great Shark Bomb Technique. Water Release, Rain of 4 Sharks. Water Release, 5-Meal Shark. Water Release, 1,000-Meal Shark. As these techniques were unleashed, Jinbing's chakra was significantly depleted. The result was a swarm of sharks, entirely composed of water, filling the vast water prison. Leading the charge were 2 colossal sharks, one large and one small, followed by 4 swift sharks and an endless number of medium-sized sharks, all surging toward Obito's position under Jinbing's command. Had it been anyone else, they would likely have succumbed by now. After all, drowning combined with the assault of sharks would spell death for all but the most extraordinary beings. Nevertheless, this was what Obito had anticipated before the battle began, determined to fight with the resolve to kill, lest he himself fall victim, even if merely testing his strength. Obito imparted an overwhelming pressure upon Jinbing. Yet, within the confines of the immense water prison, Obito exhibited no signs of drowning. Rather, he remained vibrant and full of life. Although he did not need to utilize intangibility in combat, merely rendering his mouth and nose intangible was not against the rules. With his mouth and nose situated outside of the Kamui space, he was naturally immune to the water's suffocating grasp, thereby avoiding drowning. In response to Jinbing's barrage of ninjutsu, a subtle smirk graced the corners of Obito's mouth hidden beneath his mask as he activated the Susanoo, a technique requiring the dual Manjiki Sharingan. In an instant, a luminescent blue skeletal figure materialized around Obito, effortlessly deflecting all shark attacks. The defensive prowess of Susanoo was not something that could be easily breached by mere ninjutsu. Jinbing's shark-based techniques, therefore, were insufficient to penetrate Obito's Susanoo. Consequently, as all the sharks vanished due to chakra exhaustion, Obito's skeletal form transformed into that of a half-bodied warrior. Beyond that, there was no further alteration, not to mention sustaining any injuries. Jinbing was left in a state of despair. He had employed all his tactics, yet he could not inflict even the slightest harm upon the masked man. This was a significant blow to Jinbing's morale. After a month of diligent training, he had achieved this outcome. It would be difficult for anyone else to accept such a result. Observing Jinbing's condition, Obito wasted no time and directly swung the fist of his Susanoo towards Jinbing. He had no intention of offering words of persuasion or comfort. His purpose was to awaken Jinbing. A person who still had time for sentimentality was merely lacking in the fervor of their survival instinct. In such a situation, a good beating would suffice. Under the iron fist of Susanoo, Jinbing initially managed to maneuver with the advantage of the terrain. After all, he was in his half-shark form, far more agile in the water than Obito, who was encased in Susanoo. However, when Obito unleashed the Susanoo to fire the Kamui Shuriken, all the water from the colossal water prison was transferred elsewhere, causing Jinbing's advantageous position to vanish in an instant. Subsequently, he was soundly beaten by Obito, who was wielding the Susanoo. After the thrashing, Jinbing emerged from his pretentious state, realizing that his weakness stemmed from his lack of effort. He had only recently begun to engage with chakra and ninjutsu, but he resolved to train diligently, believing that one day he could stand alongside the masked man and behold the same vistas. Witnessing Jinbing's shift in mindset, Obito remarked, "Not bad, I acknowledge your strength." Chapter 113, The Lantern Body Technique, 34. Hearing Obito's words, Pain nodded in agreement. Jinbing was overcome with joy, having previously thought he had disappointed Obito and Pain, thus forfeiting his chance to join the Akatsuki. To his astonishment, he found himself earning the recognition of both Obito and Pain. The Akatsuki, what a powerful and enigmatic organization. Was it truly possible for him to join? Jinbing could hardly believe it. In response, Obito explained, "Jinbing, your strength has already reached that of a shadow-level ninja. It is merely due to your inexperience and lack of familiarity in combat against other ninjas, combined with my overwhelming power, that you found yourself at a disadvantage. Nevertheless, you are indeed capable, and thus, I acknowledge you. However, if you seek to grow stronger, such as acquiring more formidable jutsu, I have avenues to assist you. With that, Obito winked at Jean Ping. Understanding the implication, Jean Ping immediately replied, "Sir, I have been working diligently to earn money this month. Please follow me." Excellent. At that moment, Obito's voice carried a note of cheer, resembling a vampire that feasts without laboring, resting upon the backs of the working class. Now, having donned the black and red cloud-patterned robe and ring, Jean Ping, portraying Obito and Pain's shadow clone, felt a wave of emotion. Jean Ping represented a participant whom Wu Chun had watched grow stronger, evoking in Wu Chun a sense of nurturing. Regrettably, this nurturing was not of a young girl, but rather of a robust man. Once his reflections concluded, Obito briefly explained the jutsu contained within the scroll, intending for Jean Ping to master it immediately before destroying the scroll. The jutsu recorded in the scroll entrusted to Jean Ping by Pain was the lantern body technique, which played a crucial role within the Akatsuki in the world of Naruto. Akatsuki members would sit and release thought waves transformed from chakra, while Pain, acting as the command tower, received these waves, amplifying them to project illusions in specific locations. This illusion differed from ordinary images. Through Pain's mediation, a variety of techniques could be activated. The illusions produced by this jutsu possessed all the abilities of the original, marking it as a bloodline limit technique of the Rinnegan. In the world of Naruto, the early gatherings of the Akatsuki organization were orchestrated through a particular jutsu that conjured illusions. This technique not only greatly facilitated communication among members, transcending the barriers of distance, but most importantly, it ensured the security and confidentiality of their assemblies. Everything was an illusion. Even if the location of a meeting was discovered, the enemy would find themselves grasping at shadows. Such a powerful and utilitarian ninjutsu naturally had to exemplify its secrecy. During the process of teaching the technique to Jean, Obito remained engrossed in reviewing files from the United States. After a considerable time, Jean finally mastered the body flicker technique, at which point Obito incinerated the scroll containing the jutsu. At that moment, Devapath set aside the documents in his hands and took a few steps towards the floor-to-ceiling window of Jin's office, gazing down at the morning skyline of New York. "This nation is exceedingly arrogant," he mused. Upon hearing this remark, both Obito and Jean approached, genuinely echoing the sentiment. Indeed, it was so. Obito and Devapath shared a common ideology, naturally leading them to express similar reflections. Although Jean had been raised in America, at that moment he stood firmly in the perspective of the Akatsuki, acutely aware of the nation's hubris. Perhaps it was due to this nation being the most formidable victor of World War II, elevating it to the status of the world's most powerful country, that it adopted such an arrogant stance towards everything. Setting aside distant history, one could observe the ongoing so-called war on terror in Iraq. But was it truly a campaign against terror? Iraq, situated in the Middle East, is rich in oil resources, and oil stands as one of the most vital energies on Earth today. Devapath did not turn away, but spoke softly about America's actions. Obito nodded, asserting, "It seems they waged this so-called war on terror for the sake of Iraq's oil resources. If they truly wish to assist Iraq, why not support its government with weapons and manpower, allowing them to stand up against terror themselves? By directly intervening in their affairs, the United States emerges as the greatest terrorist." Devapath instantly agreed, reflecting inwardly, "Indeed, my insights into these matters are astute. Moreover, this nation, which prides itself on being the most free in the world, is rife with racial discrimination and various forms of prejudice." Jean quickly nodded in agreement, stating, "Although I am part of the underworld, I was appalled by the news of those police officers choking a black man to death in the street." Yet in truth, Jin's outrage was superficial. To him, apart from the members of Akatsuki, everyone else was merely a pawn, and their demise held little weight. His current display of emotion was merely to serve as a foil to Pain, the leader of the Akatsuki. "You are quite right," Devapath remarked, casting a glance at Jean, which made Jean feel an added pressure, prompting him to slightly bow. Chapter 114. Let New York, let this nation, feel the pain. However, This time, Jin's subtle gestures did not attract the attention of either Obito or Devapath. At this moment, Obito was gazing at the Devapath, while the Devapath remained fixated on the view outside the window. Observing this, Jin felt an urge to assert himself. The leader had just endorsed his words, clearly wishing for him to elaborate further. Thus, he continued in alignment with the sentiments of the Devapath and Obito. It is well known that the United States, despite being a civilized society, is rife with issues reminiscent of primitive clans. At times, I ponder, what has become of this nation? What has transpired in this world? Why is it thus? In that moment, Jin appeared as a valiant warrior, seemingly enveloped in a radiant white light. Yet, the true thoughts dwelling in his heart were known solely to himself. Nevertheless, this provided the Devapath with a cue. Jin, I have discerned the answer to your inquiries. Huh? Jin was momentarily taken aback. He had merely been engaging in casual banter, yet it felt as though the leader of the Akatsuki, Pain, had taken him seriously. For they cannot comprehend one another. The Devapath's voice rose slightly. Upon hearing this, Jin exhaled in relief, as he had feared that, spurred by his words, the leader might seek to obliterate the world. The Devapath continued. History awakens us to the truth that humanity is an inherently foolish species, incapable of mutual understanding. Do you grasp the essence of history? It is the growth beneath the truth, an understanding of the past, a premonition of the future. This is what we term history. Events invariably occur unexpectedly, while justifications are fabricated later. So, how can humanity evolve to ultimately achieve mutual understanding? The answer is singular, through suffering. Upon hearing this pronouncement from the Devapath, Jin suddenly sensed an ominous foreboding, yet he found himself unable to speak. For the Devapath continued to narrate increasingly grave matters in a monotonous tone. Only through experiencing suffering can the ignorant and naive child mature into adulthood. Racial prejudice arises from a lack of mutual comprehension, and wars between nations stem from the same deficiency. Those who remain oblivious to suffering will never grasp the essence of peace. I have transcended the mortal realm through the infinite existence of suffering, evolving from a mere human into a deity. Stunned into silence, Jin contemplated. Could it be that the leader of the Akatsuki is afflicted with delusions of grandeur? How else could one utter such words? To claim divinity? Jin's skepticism was entirely reasonable. After all, he merely speculated about the leader's formidable prowess. Yet he had never witnessed it firsthand. At that moment, had he not feared for his own life, he might have begun to question whether the Devapath was indeed suffering from delusions. I aim to impose a cessation of hostilities amidst this tumultuous world. This is the divine mission. Seemingly oblivious to Jin's expression, the Devapath continued to expound upon his philosophy. In the midst of conflicts between nations, how can one swiftly put an end to such warfare? As long as there exists a group of just and peace-loving individuals wielding the capability to annihilate a great nation in an instant, the prospect of countless lives extinguished in mere moments evokes a profound sense of dread in anyone. Humanity, nations, and the entire world would come to know suffering. Such fear would engender restraint, ushering in an era devoid of war. One could assert that this world is gradually evolving towards stability and tranquility. Suffering can catalyze growth. Much like my own past, to foster this world's development and advanced thought, divine guidance is imperative. This world remains but a child. To nurture its maturity, it must first comprehend the essence of pain. Thus, we require the tailed beasts to amalgamate the 9 into the 10 tails capable of apocalyptic destruction, harnessing this power to bestow genuine peace upon the world. This is the very purpose for which I established the Akatsuki. Madman, this individual is an unequivocal lunatic. After hearing the revelations from Nagato, only this single word echoed in Jin's mind. Were he merely an ordinary madman, he would at most be confined to a psychiatric facility. However, should such a lunatic possess an almost unparalleled strength, the world would inevitably transform due to his influence. Jin sensed an imminent change on the horizon. Those who harbor racial prejudices may grow through suffering to comprehend the plight of the oppressed. Those who wage war may come to understand the true essence of peace through their own pain. Initially, I intended to capture the 9-tailed Jinchuriki and depart from New York. Yet Nagato continued, asserting the necessity for New York for this arrogant nation to truly experience suffering. I believe that only then will this country temper its hubris and yearn for authentic peace. Chapter 115. Obito's Counsel. 14. If time could be reversed. Jean would certainly refrain from uttering those impassioned words meant to rally against a common foe. Who could have anticipated that the leader of the Akatsuki would possess such a temperament? To forge immensely powerful weapons in the name of peace. To foster mutual understanding through the experience of pain? Truly, you're a little genius. While there is a semblance of logic in this perspective, Jean, being a mentally sound adult, would not allow himself to be indoctrinated by such ideals. Yet now, due to his own words, the leader Pain has proclaimed the intention to bring suffering to New York to make this nation feel pain. Jean does not perceive the leader's words as mere bravado. As the head of the Akatsuki, Pain genuinely possesses the potential to enact devastation upon New York. Even more frightening is the possibility that Pain truly has the strength to do so. Jean has long harbored a deep-seated hatred for New York. That much is indisputable, for here he has lost the most significant people in his life. Nevertheless, despite his animosity, Jean has not fled New York. This is not only because he does not wish to be seen as a coward, but also because he is reluctant to abandon the place that has nurtured him. After all, New York is Jin's home, the very place where he has spent his formative years, imbued with childhood memories, albeit not all of them pleasant. However, if New York were to be annihilated directly, Jean would be reluctant, for such an act would also lead to his own destruction. After all, he is an integral part of New York. Contemplating this, Jean summoned his courage and addressed Tiandao, saying, "Chief, how do you intend to make New York suffer? I do not seek to pry into your plans. I merely believe that if the danger escalates, the gang members should retreat from that area, as they still possess some utility and should not be entirely discarded as refuse." Upon hearing this, Tiandao cast a cold glance at Jean, which filled him with trepidation. Fortunately, Tiandao did not take any action but rather replied calmly, "You will know in due time. As for the area, instruct all your gang members to withdraw from New York." Jin's heart quivered. He dared not utter another word and quickly nodded in agreement. Regret was futile. Having become a member of Akatsuki and bearing the mark of the caged bird upon his forehead, Jean found himself unable to retreat. He now had but one path: to steadfastly follow the course laid out by the Akatsuki until the end. "Chief, the strength of Minato Namikaze and Tobarama Senju is formidable. I fear they may hinder your efforts in capturing the Nine Tails," Obito suddenly interjected. Tiandao did not turn to face him, but gazed out the window, stating, "Under the footsteps of the divine, mere mortals cannot impede progress." Upon hearing Obito's words, Jean expressed his surprise. "My lord, are you not accompanying the chief?" Obito shook his head. "I am merely escorting you, my lord. Shortly, another companion will arrive. At that time, I shall depart with him to capture the other-tailed beasts." "Other tailed beasts?" Jean inquired. "Indeed, among the nine-tailed beasts, Shikaku ranks third in strength." "My lord, do you require my assistance?" Jean promptly asked. At that moment, Jean had come to a realization. Since he could not prevent the chief's actions, it would be better to leave and not dwell on it. However, Obito shook his head. "The enemies the chief must confront remain uncertain. I can manage Shikaku alone. Bringing another companion is merely a precaution, but I cannot take two. Jean, you shall remain to assist the chief in clearing any obstacles." "Understood," Jean replied with a grimace. Just then, a massive shadow swept past outside Jin's office. He quickly turned to look and beheld a peculiar, enormous white dragon hovering outside the floor-to-ceiling window. Perched upon this white dragon was a figure clad in a black robe adorned with red clouds. This was Deidara, who had split his shadow to play the role at the appointed time. At this moment, Deidara waved at the window, and Obito raised his hand in response. However, instead of leaving immediately, Obito said to Tiandao, "Chief, while your strength is formidable, it is prudent to exercise caution. Once I arrive at my destination, I will subtly divulge some information. This may likely draw either Minato or Tobarama away. At that point, you may act." The Deva Path offered no response, merely gesturing for Toby to depart. Observing this, Toby ceased his persuasion and summoned a vortex, traversing through it to land upon the back of a dragon. With a whoosh, Deidara and Toby departed on the dragon. In the office of Jinbing, only the Deva Path and Jinbing remained. Jinbing felt a sense of discomfort. The oppressive atmosphere weighed heavily upon him. Thus, He ventured, "Leader, what shall we do?" At this moment, concern gripped Jean Bing's heart. What if the leader, unwilling to heed counsel, insisted on taking action immediately? With no means to abandon ship, he could only hope to navigate it further. He silently prayed that the captain of this vessel would not be obstinate and self-willed. Upon hearing his words, the Devapath cast another glance at Jean Bing. The latter trembled slightly, then instinctively stepped back, bowing his head. The third time, this gaze instilled a sense of pressure within Jean Bing. It was indeed the third instance. Although there is a saying that matters should not be repeated more than thrice, such wisdom bore no relevance in the presence of the Devapath. The identical, indifferent gaze, projected through those Rinnegan eyes, seemed to possess an extraordinary enchantment. For ordinary beings, the Rinnegan represented a transcendence of life itself, and the imposing aura emanating from such superior existence would cause the very souls of common folk to quiver. Thus, no matter how many times he encountered it, Jean Bing would feel a tremor in his heart, bowing his head in silence. Jean Bing's reaction pleased the Devapath, and the shadow clone Wu Chun silently nodded in approval. It seemed the persona of the Akatsuki leader I had established resonated successfully with Jean Bing. Gradually withdrawing his gaze, the Devapath spoke, "I comprehend your meaning. I am not a stubborn individual. I shall certainly consider valuable suggestions." Upon uttering these words, Jean Bing exhaled in relief. Fei was indeed correct. Though mortals could not obstruct the divine, they could certainly delay its advance. Jean Bing, from this moment, investigate whether Senju, Tobarama, and Namikaze Minato are within New York, and once your inquiries conclude, ensure your people vacate the city. Hearing this directive from the Devapath, Jean Bing felt a complete sense of ease and responded emphatically, "Yes, leader." Subsequently, as Jean Bing watched, the Devapath opened the floor-to-ceiling window and took flight, soaring directly out of it. Witnessing this spectacle, Jean Bing was astonished, murmuring involuntarily, "Perhaps the leader truly is a god." Defying all apparatus, he soared through the sky, conquering the force of Earth's gravity. Such feats, in ancient times, would have undoubtedly marked one as a deity. In that moment, Jean Bing began to believe that the leader could indeed bring suffering to New York and the American Empire. After this moment of reflection, Jean Bing swiftly dispatched orders. Meanwhile, outside Stark Tower, Wu Chun was fervently selling delectable crab burgers. At this moment, although he had only been selling for just over an hour, the delectable crab roe buns were nearly sold out. Despite their steep price, they were utterly delicious, and they were being sold by a superhero himself. Countless admirers flocked to purchase the crab roe buns. Had Wu Chun chosen to abandon his daily limited supply in favor of opening a shop, he would have amassed a fortune long ago. Yet, Wu Chun found such endeavors tedious. He wished to focus on his cultivation and ponder how to portray the myriad characters he embodied, leaving him no time to establish a shop for profit. As for money, wasn't his relationship with Jean Bing and S.H.I.E.L.D. sufficient? As he handed the last 4 scrumptious crab roe buns to the hurriedly approaching Happy, Wu Chun began to pack up his cart, preparing to return home. At that moment, 4 distinct memories surged into Wu Chun's mind, belonging to Obito, Deidara, Pain, and Nagato. Shortly after departing from Jean Bing's location, the 4 members of Akatsuki had disengaged from their disguises and shadow clones. This method of retreat rendered them impervious to any attempts by the keen-eyed to encircle them, let alone locate the Akatsuki's hideout. Question: how can one prevent enemies from discovering your lair? Answer: if there is no lair, then the enemies cannot find it, can they? Such a perspective is indeed astute and uniquely insightful. Obito and Deidara were certainly not foolish enough to ride a dragon to New Mexico. Since Minato and Coulson had already set off, it would be prudent to let Minato transport the 2 of them there directly. To outsiders, Minato and the Akatsuki were sworn enemies, yet they understood that they were all on the same side, united as one family. With this camaraderie, there was no sense of division amongst them. After issuing several commands to Jean Bing, Pain had no further reason to remain and thus departed. Once he left, he found himself with nothing to do, leading him to also disengage from his disguise and shadow clone. As for Nagato, his memories were the simplest, for he had spent the entire time in a secluded corner of the Kamui space, enduring pain while drawing circles, with nothing else transpiring. Even during the test with Jean Bing, he remained unscathed. The Kamui space was vast, and after the completion of the dual Kamui Sharingan, it continued to expand, showing no signs of halting. Perhaps, in the future, this space could evolve into a separate realm or dimension. Having organized the four memories, a smile graced Wu Chen's lips, for events were unfolding precisely as he envisioned. In Wu Chen's grand design, the climax character must certainly make an appearance last. Therefore, events on the One Tail front would precede those in New York involving the Nine Tails. Wu Chen excelled at utilizing shadow clones, and he allowed himself a moment of self-congratulation. I am truly remarkable, just as I expected. Wu Chen is magnificent. Hail to me. Such unabashed self-praise flowed from him in rapid succession. At this moment, Happy rushed over once more. Wu, have you finished selling the hamburgers? Wu Chen nodded. Tony is looking for you. Chapter 117. The deception that lured the dog to its demise. 34. Tony is seeking me? Observing the sincerity in Happy's expression, Wu Chen could not help but ponder. He had every reason to be cautious. Just as his meticulously devised plans for two significant acquisitions were poised to unfold, Tony suddenly had matters to discuss? What could possibly be so urgent? To be frank, Wu Chen found it rather unusual that Tony sought him out at this juncture. Only yesterday, Senseless had extracted the shrapnel from Tony's body, alleviated his palladium poisoning, and even mended the gaping wound on his chest. With such recovery, why wasn't he Tony reveling in the company of Pepper? Why come to me? Could it be that he has uncovered the secret of my masquerade system? Wu Chen's heart momentarily faltered, recalling the incident when Tony had delivered his food card, and he had mistakenly believed Tony was privy to his secrets, even contemplating silencing him. Tony, his only true friend, should not be judged so hastily. After a period of reflection, Wu Chen resolved to accompany Happy and discern what Tony required, before determining his own course of action. Furthermore, prior to executing the plan that would bring suffering to New York, he must persuade Tony and the others to depart. With this thought in mind, Wu Chen addressed Happy. Very well, let me park the food cart. Once the cart was secured, Wu Chen and Happy stepped into Stark Tower. Ascending in the elevator, they arrived at the office door on the top floor, where Happy pushed open the frosted glass door, announcing, "Wu's here." Before Wu Chen could fully enter, he overheard the sound of an argument within. As Happy stepped aside, Wu Chen entered to find Tony savoring a delectable crab burger, while Pepper appeared to be ruffling her hair in distress. "Hey, look at this exemplary couple. What seems to be the trouble?" Wu Chen jested. Upon hearing this, Tony immediately winked at Wu Chen, his free hand discreetly giving a thumbs up. Meanwhile, Pepper, flustered by Wu Chen's comment about them being a model couple, blushed and protested. "No, we are not a couple. Look at this. What has Tony done to vex this lovely lady? Perhaps I am a more suitable companion for you. You might want to consider it." Wu Chen jested as he approached Pepper. Tony's eyes widened in disbelief. "Wu, how would you say that?" Pepper, with a self-satisfied glance at Tony, seemed to convey, "See, I'm not without admirers. You had better treat me well, or I might just walk away." Noticing Tony's expression darkening, Wu Chen ceased his playful banter and, with a serious demeanor, inquired, "All right, no more jesting. Tony, what is it that you need to discuss with me?" Seeing that Wu Chen had restrained himself, Tony felt a slight sense of relief. To be frank, the young, handsome, and capable Wu Chen, who also excelled in culinary skills, made Tony doubt his own competitiveness. However, in matters of the heart, the comparison of abilities holds little weight. It ultimately depends on who Pepper admires. And who does Pepper favor? It was hardly a mystery. Tony glanced at Pepper, only to receive an exasperated roll of her eyes, while Wu Chen, looking at her, was met with a warm smile. This left Tony feeling increasingly unsettled. Nonetheless, he understood that Pepper's exasperation was reserved solely for him, while she greeted everyone else with a smile. Regaining his composure, Tony hastily finished his burger and turned to Wu Chen, saying, "Wu, during my treatment, you were watching closely. Do you think I was in any real danger throughout the process?" With that, he began to wink frantically at Wu Chen, attempting to signal a covert understanding. Wu Chen, however, wore a perplexed expression. Was this all? Had Tony summoned him merely to flaunt his affection in front of him? At that moment, Wu Chen could surmise what had transpired in the office earlier. It was likely that Tony had confessed to Pepper, or that she had discovered Tony's situation, leading her to worry for his safety and express her anger towards him for not disclosing everything, especially regarding his unorthodox treatment. After inquiring with Pepper, Wu Chen confirmed his suspicions. Instantly, his demeanor soured. To Tony and Pepper, this might have required an explanation, Yet to outsiders, they merely appeared to be showcasing their affection. So, is this the new trend of luring single souls into the fray? Despite his complex feelings, Wu Chun complied with Tony's display. For it was not merely an act, but also a truth. The modern medical approach to treating Tony's condition could indeed be perilous and intricate, whereas the medical ninjutsu posed no danger and was considerably straightforward. Seeing Wu Chun's cooperation, Tony sighed in relief. Pepper, see, I assured you I would only proceed under completely safe conditions. Before Pepper could respond, Wu Chun interrupted Tony, stating, Tony, if there are no further matters, I shall take my leave. Chapter 118. A Name Gone Awry, 44. Wu Chun was not a person of leisure. He possessed little free time. Even after wrapping up so early, he would not squander his time idly upon returning home. Instead, he would continue to practice wind release ninjutsu and enhance his bond with Kurama. The proficiency in wind release techniques was something he could never have too much of. Moreover, the fact that the Nine-Tails chakra mode remained at its first stage was not aligned with Wu Chun's aspirations. He needed to reach at least the second stage. Akin to Minato Namikaze, Wu Chun had many tasks ahead of him and certainly could not afford to linger on matters concerning Tony. Upon hearing Wu Chun's words, Tony gestured for Pepper to pause, then addressed Wu Chun, saying, Wu, the reason I called you here today is to discuss something of great significance. What could be so important? Wu Chun felt a surge of tension rising within him. Do not be anxious. It is quite simple for you, Tony reassured him, noticing his unease. What is your favorite color? Answer promptly, without hesitation. Gold. Wu Chun instinctively replied, then curiously inquired, Why do you ask? Are you planning to buy me clothes? Tony smirked mysteriously, haha, something like that. You will know soon enough. By the way, Wu, your taste is remarkably similar to mine. It is truly exquisite. Tony, in his habitual self-praise, continued. As Tony played his games, Wu Chun had no intention of probing further. All right. Is there anything else? Indeed. In a few days, Morocco will host a Formula One racing event. Would you like to attend? Tony invited. This would serve as a celebratory trip for my rebirth. Tony, true to his affluent nature, celebrated by traveling abroad. However, Wu Chun was puzzled. Rebirth? I understand one rebirth. You resolve your health issues, which to you signifies a new beginning. But what about the other? One rebirth pertains to my health, Tony confirmed, as Wu Chun had anticipated. After a brief pause, he elaborated, the other rebirth is that I discovered a new element, revitalizing the energy source of my Iron Man suit. My suit and I are one. With its new energy, it has been rejuvenated, thus it is akin to my own rebirth. Is that the matter at hand? Wu Chun blinked. Precisely. Will you join us? I cannot. I have obligations. I must not let my patrons down. I'm committed to selling burgers every day. Wu Chun firmly declined, simultaneously feeling relieved. Thankfully, he had not acted rashly. Tony was indeed not the person he had initially presumed. This friendship was preserved. Really not going? Tony attempted to extend the invitation further, but Wu Chun resolutely refused. Such a celebration should be shared with one's most cherished companions, perhaps accompanied by a bodyguard, but involving others would only lead to discomfort. Very well, seeing Wu Chun's resolve, Tony did not press further. You must attend the Stark Industries Expo tomorrow. Here, this is your ticket. Wait, it starts tomorrow? Wu Chun exclaimed, astonished. Didn't you mention yesterday that time was insufficient? Moreover, when will you be heading to Morocco? Tony waved his hand dismissively. I realized just yesterday that sometimes imperfection is the most desirable outcome. As for the expo, my presence is only required at the opening and closing. There is no need for me to remain throughout. I see. In that case, I will be there. Wu Chun nodded in agreement, feeling there was no need to decline this invitation. Watching Wu Chun take the ticket, Tony once more asked, Are you truly not coming with us to Morocco? Perhaps by that time, I could invite you to join me. Wu Chun shrugged, declaring no way. My Flying Thunder God technique is swifter than anything else. After boasting and relishing the expression of frustration on Tony's face, Wu Chun contentedly departed from Star Tower. Driving his food cart back home, he began to diligently engage in his training regimen. Meanwhile, after nearly a morning's drive, Coulson and Minato Namikaze finally arrived in New Mexico, reaching the quaint little town known as Paradise on Earth. To be frank, upon witnessing this town firsthand, Minato felt that the name Paradise on Earth was utterly misapplied. The town resembled a remote outpost on a desolate wasteland, with only a handful of residents, merely a few dozen households, and a single street of shops. However, the foot traffic was surprisingly considerable. This was quite normal, for wherever one may be, there is no shortage of onlookers. The event of the hammer falling from the sky had drawn residents from several dozen kilometers around, all eager to see if the hammer could truly not be lifted. After parking the vehicle, Coulson procured lunch for himself and Minato, and during their meal, he contacted the SHIELD agent station in the area. Due to the hammer incident, SHIELD agents had already taken control of the situation, establishing a presence as a sort of local authority. Minato sought the assistance of SHIELD agents to find the sealed one-tailed Shikaku, which they could certainly help him with. After lunch, Minato seized the opportunity to excuse himself for a restroom break, discreetly leaving a flying thunder god mark outside the restaurant, then dispelling his transformation and shadow clone techniques. Back in New York, at Wu Chen's home, he sensed Minato's memories while enjoying his homemade meal, and proceeded to create shadow clones. This time, he opted for only 3, one assuming the guise of Minato, another of Obito Uchiha, and the last as Deidara, given that this endeavor could span 1 or 2 days. Creating too many clones might result in an awkward situation where the clones of the Hokage and Akatsuki members would dissipate mid-conflict due to chakra depletion. Limiting himself to 3 alleviated that concern. Having assigned the 3 clones their respective roles, Wu Chen watched as they departed, quickly finishing his meal before resuming his training. In a flash of golden light, 3 figures suddenly materialized outside the only Chinese restaurant in the small town of Paradise on Earth, clearly Minato, Obito, and Deidara. Upon their appearance, Obito activated his ability, pulling himself and Deidara into a vortex, vanishing from sight to prevent anyone from witnessing the unusual harmony between their opposing factions. Meanwhile, Minato executed his body flicker technique, slipping into the restroom. Once he pretended to finish, he casually exited the restroom, where Coulson awaited him at the door. Upon witnessing the delayed emergence of Minato Namikaze, Coulson hesitated briefly before stating, "Mr. Namikaze, should you require assistance, we can arrange for the finest prostate specialists." Minato's expression darkened, prompting Coulson to wisely refrain from further comment. Given their time spent together, Minato was accustomed to engaging in such harmless banter with Coulson. Subsequently, Coulson drove Minato to the location of the meteorite crater. Throughout this process, Coulson never entertained the notion that Minato had returned and then come back again. Ultimately, it stemmed from habitual way of thinking. Coulson was accustomed to interacting with ordinary individuals or those possessing extraordinary abilities, yet still within the realm of normal human comprehension. However, individuals like Minato, who wielded chakra and were considered peak warriors, defied the logic applicable to mere mortals. Remaining confined to conventional human reasoning, Coulson naturally failed to perceive Minato's subtle maneuvers. In fact, any ordinary individual from the Marvel Universe would similarly overlook Minato's peculiarities. Only those with a keen sense of observation, like fellow ninjas, might discern the anomaly. Arriving at the crater, they encountered a vast hemispherical pit, approximately 50 to 60 meters in diameter, with the debris at its center, gradually ascending in concentric circles. At that moment, numerous agents clad in black suits and tactical combat attire busied themselves within the crater, seemingly establishing a rudimentary camp centered around the fallen object. The camp was nearing completion when the sound of Coulson's vehicle attracted the attention of the agents inside, prompting a few to approach for questioning. However, upon recognizing Coulson and Minato, they immediately ceased their inquiries. Although Coulson was a novice instructor in the Marvel fanfiction realm, his agent rank was impressive, standing at level 8, surpassing both Black Widow and Hawkeye, as well as all agents present in the camp. At that juncture, a bald agent clutching a dossier hastened over, presenting the document to Coulson as he exited the vehicle, stating, "Sir, I have received orders. This operation is under your full command." Observing this exchange, Minato pondered thoughtfully. In the original Marvel Thor narrative, Coulson served as the chief officer responsible for handling the Thor incident. However, in recent days, Coulson had been directly accountable to Minato and Tobarama Senju, thus rendering him unavailable for the Thor affair. Yet now, with Coulson's return, Nick Fury had issued orders for all agents here to heed Coulson's directives. Indeed, Minato's conjectures were confirmed by Coulson's subsequent explanations. After the explanation, Coulson inquired of Minato Namikaze, Mr. Namikaze, what characteristics define the ceiling location of the One Tail? Surely there are desolate sand dunes in the vicinity? The most barren and expansive dunes should conceal the One Tail's ceiling site beneath the ground. Minato, based on the tendencies of the One Tail, speculated. However, do you not need to first address the affairs of the base? Coulson gently shook his head, stating, the director's orders prioritize Mr. Namikaze's matters above all else. Therefore, I kindly ask Mr. Namikaze to wait here for a moment. Feel free to wander and explore. Having said this, he instructed his agents to search for the suspected location of the One-Tail Seal. Minato clicked his tongue, reflecting, Nick Fury truly has a remarkable strategy. Chapter 120. Hawkeye's Aspirations. 24. At this moment, a formidable criminal organization known as Akatsuki emerged on Earth. Among its ranks, one member, Akatsuki's Deidara, wielded extraordinary spatial and fire-based abilities, effortlessly manipulating the entire S-H-I-E-L-D. The audacious individual brazenly set fire to neighborhoods in New York, causing immense destruction. Furthermore, right under S-H-I-L-D's watchful eyes, he unleashed the Nine Tails sealed within New York, nearly leading to the city's annihilation. In stark contrast, S-H-I-L-D, tasked with protecting New York and the world, found itself utterly incapable of countering Akatsuki's threat, much like the previous turmoil caused by the Nine Tails. Had it not been for the formidable intervention of Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village, who vanquished Deidara and sealed the Nine Tails, New York City might have faced utter devastation. Faced with such formidable foes while lacking means of resistance, it was only natural for S-H-A-L-D to rely on the benevolence of the Hidden Leaf, which stood opposed to Akatsuki. Nonetheless, even the virtuous Hidden Leaf Village had varying degrees of relationships with other factions. Through Nick Fury's diligent efforts, S-H-I-E-L-D successfully forged strong ties with the trio from the Hidden Leaf, Minato Namikaze, Wu Chun, and Tobarama Senju. Wu Chun, without question, became a consultant for S-H-I-E-L-D, establishing the most robust connection. The remaining two, Minato and Tobarama, were not difficult to engage with. Tobarama was of a cold exterior yet warm heart. Despite appearing aloof, his personality was remarkably magnanimous. As long as one approached him sincerely, he was quite easy to get along with. Nick Fury even shared drinks with him. In contrast to the amicable Tobarama, the seemingly gentle Minato posed a challenge for S-H-I-L-D to further bridge the gap with him. His gentle nature made him approachable, facilitating the establishment of a solid connection. However, this very disposition rendered it exceedingly difficult to deepen their rapport. Unless significant matters arose, the level of goodwill between S-H-I-E-L-D and Minato would likely remain static, neither increasing nor decreasing. Yet, should a substantial issue arise that enhanced the relationship between S-H-I-E-L-D and Minato, it would ultimately prove to be a double-edged sword. According to Nick Fury's vision, it is best if no significant events occur, ensuring everyone's safety. However, the Akatsuki remains unpredictable, and the reckless Afei may still have companions. Is the Akatsuki still intent on capturing the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Wu Chun, who resides in New York? These are the concerns that weigh heavily on Nick Fury's mind. Therefore, the relationship between Minato Namikaze and S-H-I-L-D must be further strengthened, allowing the agency's personnel to feel a semblance of reassurance. How can S-H-I-L-D deepen its ties with Minato? The agency's strategy is to be ever accommodating, prioritizing Minato above all else. It must be said that this tactic is quite clever. As the saying goes, one who benefits from another's generosity is less likely to turn a blind eye in times of need. Having enjoyed the many privileges and conveniences provided by S-H-I-E-L-D, would Minato truly remain indifferent if trouble arose? Should he choose to disregard such matters, his character would undoubtedly be compromised. Wu Chun would not permit such a scenario to unfold, thus validating S-H-I-E-L-D's astute approach. After reflecting on Nick Fury's brilliance, Minato took a leisurely stroll within the base. Having just entered alongside Coulson, the the agents present in the camp had already observed their arrival, leaving no one to impede or question Minato. However, he was greeted by Hawkeye, Clint Francis Barton, who approached with his compound bow slung over his shoulder. Mr. Namikaze, Director Coulson sent me to accompany you on a tour. Since I arrived early, I'm quite familiar with this camp and can serve as your guide. Minato readily accepted, nodding in agreement. Thus, accompanied by Hawkeye, he gained insights into the camp's layout. The entire facility was constructed around the fallen hammer, with most surrounding instruments designed to detect the radiation emitted by it. Upon mentioning the hammer that no one could lift, a clear spark of interest illuminated Minato's face. Observing this, Hawkeye suggested, "Shall we go take a look at that hammer?" Minato naturally nodded, but inquired, "Would you like to attempt a method of travel other than walking?" "Ah, would that trouble you?" Hawkeye replied, displaying a hint of embarrassment for the first time. "Do not hide it. You have been eyeing my ninja tool pouch since the beginning, and your expression clearly reveals your fascination with my space ninjutsu. Since you are so intrigued, I must let you experience it." Minato smiled warmly. In response, Hawkeye grinned, "I apologize, Mr. Namikaze. I am indeed very interested in your space ninjutsu. If I could experience it without causing you any inconvenience, I would be immensely grateful. Then prepare yourself." Chapter 121. The Hammer Stirred, 34. In truth, among the agents of SHIELD, it is Hawkeye Barton who is most receptive to the concept of ninjutsu. In his early years of studying archery, Hawkeye Barton spent a significant period in Japan, during which he became aware of the existence of ninjutsu. However, the ninjutsu he was familiar with was vastly different from that demonstrated by the Akatsuki and the denizens of Konoha. In comparison, the ninjutsu of Japan scarcely warrants mention alongside the formidable techniques exhibited by the Akatsuki and Konoha. It was only after further exploration that Hawkeye Barton learned that the ninjutsu wielded by the Akatsuki and the inhabitants of Konoha relies on a unique energy known as chakra as its driving force. Just as magic is to sorcery, chakra is to ninjutsu, interdependent and essential to one another. From that moment onward, Hawkeye Barton yearned to discover whether he possessed the aptitude for cultivating chakra. Compared to physical training, the prospect of mastering this new energy was evidently more promising. Yet, he had never found the opportunity to engage with figures such as Minato Namikaze, and thus, his desires remained locked within. Today, however, he finally had the chance to interact with Minato, a master of chakra. Unable to contain his curiosity any longer, he acted impulsively. To his surprise, Minato not only refrained from anger, but also expressed a willingness to guide him in experiencing the extraordinary space-time ninjutsu. This ignited a flicker of aspiration within Hawkeye. Could he too have the chance to master chakra and learn ninjutsu? Perhaps in due time, he could focus his mind. As he felt Minato's hand upon his shoulder, he restrained the urge to break free. Sensing the shift in Hawkeye's demeanor, Minato raised an eyebrow, then retrieved a three-pronged kunai from his ninja tool pouch and launched it toward the hammer. With a sharp sound, the plastic was mercilessly pierced by the kunai, which maintained its velocity, soaring above Mjolnir. Seizing the moment, Minato activated the Flying Thunder God technique, transporting both himself and Hawkeye through space. In an instant, a hand appeared on the handle of the kunai mid-flight as Minato grasped it, bringing Hawkeye to hover above Mjolnir. With a sudden motion, they plummeted, and though Hawkeye found himself somewhat flustered, with Minato's assistance, he successfully steadied himself on the ground. In that moment, all traces of Hawkeye's earlier disdain for Minato vanished completely. Initially, Hawkeye perceived Minato as merely a youth whose only advantage was his early training in chakra, attributing his strength to that. "If only I'd trained in chakra since childhood, I would surely surpass Minato now," he mused. Yet, the reality was that the very moment Minato had reacted, Hawkeye was unable to grasp it. Thus, he found himself in a state of panic mid-air, needing Minato's help to regain his footing. Setting aside all else, Minato's reflexes had already far surpassed those of Hawkeye Barton. At this moment, Barton suddenly comprehended an essential ability requisite for mastering space ninjutsu: reaction time. Should one's reflexes prove inadequate, even if one barely succeeded in cultivating space ninjutsu, they would be unable to wield it effectively, potentially causing harm to oneself. Taking a deep breath, the keen-eyed Barton regained his composure, only to witness Minato Namikaze approach the mighty MJ Ulner and grasp its handle. Observing this, Barton refrained from intervening. Countless individuals had previously attempted to lift the hammer, none succeeding. Moreover, mere physical contact would not affect the hammer. If Minato wished to touch it, so be it. This was in response to the directive relayed through Barton's earpiece by Coulson, who had been meticulously monitoring the situation. However, to everyone's astonishment, as Minato gripped the hammer's handle and exerted gradual force, MJ Ulner itself began to move. With a crack, the angle of the hammer's handle shifted from 45 degrees to 50 degrees. Though seemingly a minor adjustment, it was indeed a movement. This development left Coulson thoroughly astonished. He hastily seized the clothing of an adjacent agent, inquiring, "Did we capture that moment on film?" Due to the immense interest in the celestial hammer, SHIELD had set up cameras nearby to document every alteration. The agent promptly nodded. "Yes, sir, we recorded everything." "Excellent." Coulson released the agent and gazed contemplatively at the footage on the monitor. After a moment, the agent hesitated to ask, "Sir, what should we do next?" Coulson looked up. "Nothing at all. This is merely a trivial matter. Establishing a good rapport with Minato is far more significant than this incident. Pressing him for details about lifting the hammer would undeniably provoke his disdain, which would be counterproductive. Coulson would certainly avoid such folly." Chapter 122, The Double-Crosser Hawkeye, 44. Minato Namikaze himself was taken aback by his ability to lift MJ Ulner. If memory served correctly, the hammer bore Odin's blessing. Whoever wields this hammer, if deemed worthy, shall possess the power of the Thunder God. Odin intended that when Thor matured, developing the heart of a king and a hero, he would reclaim his title as the Thunder God of Asgard. Yet even Odin did not foresee that Captain America and Vision could lift the hammer. Now, even Minato, portrayed by Chen, could lift MJ Ulner. This surely indicated that Minato was of the same virtuous caliber as Captain America and Vision, did it not? If Chen, in his portrayal of Minato, was indeed virtuous, could it not be inferred that Chen himself shared such qualities? Might I, too, possess the ability to wield MJ Ulner and potentially become the Thunder God? As the shadow clone of Namikaze Minato, Chen contemplated, "In the future, I must ensure that my original self gets the opportunity to wield Mjolnir." He tugged forcefully, only to find that even a slight alteration in angle was already the limit. Thus, Minato retracted his hand. Subsequently, he noticed the astonished gaze of Hawkeye Barton. Initially, Barton had felt inferior to Minato, but now he found himself utterly incapable of moving the hammer, which had been effortlessly lifted by Minato. Fortunately, Hawkeye Barton possessed a remarkable ability to adjust his mindset, continuously reminding himself not to compare himself with Namikaze Minato. Approaching Barton, Minato raised his hand and shook it lightly, inquiring, "Hey, are you all right?" I'm fine. Barton shook his head, summoning his courage to ask, "Mr. Minato, could you possibly assess whether I possess the talent for chakra cultivation?" At that moment, Barton had mustered all his bravery. It was not that he was timid, but rather that he feared receiving a negative response. He yearned for strength, desiring to grasp his own fate in a world increasingly populated by formidable individuals. Barton also aspired to marry his girlfriend and dreamt of having adorable, obedient children. He did not wish for his life to be perpetually influenced by others. To quote an ancient saying from our culture, Barton had a rebellious spirit, embodying the potential to become a traitor. Minato recognized this trait, and his mind began to churn with possibilities. Chen's role as a consultant for SHIELD was not merely to serve the organization's benefits and support. It was also driven by his ambition to join the Avengers. Having arrived in the Marvel Universe, who would not desire to ally with the Avengers and fight alongside their beloved superheroes, unless they were inherently villainous? Chen yearned for this, which was the true reason for his position as a SHIELD consultant. However, even if he joined the Avengers, he would only have Tony Stark as an ally. Given Tony's personality, he was prone to causing trouble, and if Chen maintained a steadfast alliance with him, he could easily become a target of resentment from others. Thus, new allies were essential. Fortifying these new allies, Chen systematically eliminated potential candidates, leaving only Dr. Bruce Banner, the Hulk, Since Minato had previously aided him, Bruce would surely assist Wu Chun out of gratitude. However, the issue was that Bruce, like Tony, was unpredictable. In a fit of rage, he could transform into the Hulk and might even turn against Wu Chun. Therefore, this ally would not suffice. Now, it seemed there were two new potential allies emerging. One was the Hawkeye before him, and the other was Thor, who was currently lying in an unknown hospital. As for Hawkeye, as long as he acknowledged the debt of gratitude to Namikaze Minato, he would undoubtedly support Wu Chun in the future. Regarding Thor, there were intersections in Wu Chun's plans, and thus, Minato would eventually extend assistance to Thor as well. In this manner, once Wu Chun joins the Avengers, he will not be alone and vulnerable. Instead, he will be surrounded by a circle of friends. It is even conceivable that he could transform the entire Avengers team into his harem. However, at this moment, Hawkeye finds that Minato Namikaze needs to amend his words. Originally, he intended to convey sentiments of discouragement, suggesting that one should surrender due to a lack of talent. Now, amidst Hawkeye's expectant gaze, Minato Namikaze remarked, "During the recent spatial transfer, I conducted an assessment. Barton, if I may address you as such." Upon receiving Hawkeye's affirmation, Minato continued, "Barton, you possess the potential for chakra cultivation. However, your talent is quite limited, only slightly above that of an ordinary individual. Even with chakra training, significant achievements are unlikely." Upon hearing these words, Hawkeye Barton initially felt a surge of excitement, which quickly turned to disappointment. Why must there be only a modicum of talent? Barton was on the verge of despair. At that moment, Minato interjected, "Nevertheless, there is a way. Once this matter concludes, bring 1 million and seek me out. I will leverage my connections to procure an item for you. At that point, you should be able to cultivate chakra normally." Minato envisioned providing Hawkeye Barton with a chakra seed, presenting it as a means to unlock his chakra cultivation abilities. As for the million, he would merely charge a cost price. After all, a chakra seed command a price of 1 million, and he felt it was more than generous to assist Barton in acquiring it. Others may desire to invest to enhance their strength, but lack the means. Barton had indeed struck fortunate. Upon hearing that money could facilitate his chakra training, a look of elation spread across Barton's face, and he nodded without hesitation. A mere 1 million was within his means as a senior agent of SHIELD. More importantly, he believed that altering one's destiny required a price, and he felt that amount was somewhat modest. Thus, under Barton's gleeful yet puzzled gaze, Minato revealed another condition. He must become Minato's disciple and undertake the mission of protecting Wu Chun. Without a moment's hesitation, Barton agreed to the first condition, immediately kneeling and bowing thrice, exclaiming, "Master." As for the second condition, after a brief contemplation, he consented. Understanding Wu Chun's status as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Barton recognized the significance of Minato's request. Although, according to the data, Wu Chun already surpassed Barton, the designated protector, in strength. Having someone was better than having no one at all. To be honest, Minato did not anticipate Barton to be so decisive, readily accepting the apprenticeship on the spot. Nonetheless, this development did not affect Minato adversely. Rather, Barton's eagerness to become his disciple left Coulson somewhat incredulous. With an expression of utter astonishment, Coulson hurried over to gaze at Barton. "Agent Barton, what are you doing?" The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, helped Barton to his feet, and with Minato's nod of approval, Barton finally spoke, "I was just seeking a master. From now on, I shall learn the art of chakra under Master Minato." This revelation left Coulson in shock, prompting him to cast a questioning glance at Minato, who confirmed it with a nod. Instantly, Coulson found himself at a loss for words. Strength is a desire innate to all, as each person possesses something they wish to protect, and Coulson is no exception. Although he had not formally introduced anyone else to this fact, Coulson has a girlfriend, a cellist with a gentle and graceful demeanor, perfectly complementing him. Thus, he yearns to safeguard her in this increasingly perilous world. For that, he requires power. However, Minato cannot take the initiative in this matter. Should he show leniency and grant Coulson a chakra seed, it would lead others to believe that even those without the innate talent for chakra cultivation could learn, resulting in a multitude of complications in the future. Therefore, to avert any troubles, Minato, sensing Coulson's intent, preemptively declined while offering a modicum of consolation. "Coulson, you lack the innate talent for chakra cultivation. In fact, most people do not possess such a gift. Only a select few have any aptitude, and even fewer are truly suited for chakra training. Barton is among that select few, while Chen is among the rarest. Coulson felt a tinge of disappointment. This was not unexpected. Minato nodded in agreement, confirming, indeed, Chen is well suited for chakra cultivation, which is precisely why I took him as my disciple. Barton possesses a slight gift, and coupled with his unwavering determination, I decided to accept him as well. Although I am a Hokage, I am also a ninja, and ninjas require training. Taking on 2 disciples is already my limit. Accepting more would hinder my own cultivation. Therefore, Coulson, please convey to Nick Fury that I shall not take on any more disciples in the future. This decision was Minato's strategy to eliminate potential complications. Coulson had anticipated this conclusion, considering that Minato is merely in his 20s, still at a stage of growth, and not yet at an age to impart knowledge and guidance. Frankly, it was somewhat unexpected for Minato to have already taken on 2 disciples. The formidable Akatsuki organization has yet to be dealt with. Enhancing strength is of utmost priority, and the matter of disciples can wait until the crisis posed by Akatsuki has been resolved. In contrast to Coulson's mingled disappointment and neutrality, Barton felt a surge of joy and relief at this moment. Fortuitously, he had mustered the courage to seek mentorship today. Otherwise, he might never have had the chance again. Speaking of opportunities, Barton thought of his friend, the Black Widow, Natasha, and inquired of Minato, Master Minato. Is the red-haired beauty who appeared with you that day my sensei's wife? Due to the singular appearance of Kushina Uzumaki, there exists but a single line in the records of S.H.I.E.L.D. Barton sought to verify this information. Upon hearing Barton's remark, Minato Namikaze could not help but smile and nodded, affirming that Kushina was indeed his wife, and expressed his hope for a chance to introduce her to them in the future. Observing Minato's smile, Barton realized that Natasha's prospects were utterly dashed. He silently resolved to persuade Natasha upon his return. Chapter 124, The Thor Incident, 25, the time S.H.I.E.L.D. expended in locating the seal of the One Tail was remarkably brief, lasting merely around half an hour. Yet, in this fleeting half hour, one of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s elite agents, Hawkeye, had inexplicably become Minato Namikaze's apprentice. When this situation was reported to Nick Fury by Coulson, Fury nearly dropped his cup in astonishment. Currently partaking in lunch and coffee, Fury found his previously enjoyable meal utterly flavorless upon receiving this news. When Coulson inquired how he should proceed, Nick Fury took a moment to collect himself and replied, "Let them be. After all, it's not as if we lack Minato's disciples within S.H.I.E.L.D. This dismissive attitude was uncharacteristic of Fury, indicating his genuine sense of helplessness. Understanding Fury's demeanor, Coulson continued to report that the location of the one-tailed seal had been identified and they were preparing to head there. The hammer that had descended from the sky revealed no discernible clues, though its engravings bore a resemblance to the so-called runes. Prioritize the one-tail incident. The matter of the hammer could be addressed once we confirm the seal is intact. Fury established the order of operations. Understood. Although this was the response given, the operations at the camp were, in fact, proceeding in parallel. Given the ample manpower available, locating the one-tail seal was not a daunting task. Sir, considering the current circumstances, when do you plan to proceed? Just as Coulson was about to exit the camp after turning off his earpiece, a bald agent approached him. You will lead the team there. The director has commanded that Mr. Namikaze takes precedence. He dispatched the bald agent and hurriedly exited the camp. At that moment, a military off-road vehicle was stationed at the camp's entrance, occupied by Minato Namikaze and Hawkeye. Although Minato's body flicker technique allowed him to move faster than the vehicle, Hawkeye and Coulson needed to accompany him, making the ride more convenient. Once Coulson boarded the vehicle, Hawkeye Barton started the engine, kicking up dust as they vanished from the camp's entrance. After the off-road vehicle, carrying Minato, and the others departed, 3 or 4 additional vehicles exited the S.H.I.E.L.D. camp, heading towards the small town. The bald agent had shown Coulson the situation regarding the hammer, and S.H.I.L.D. agents had made progress on that front as well. Thus, after obtaining Coulson's consent, the bald agent led a team to retrieve the scientist's research findings. Such conduct leaves the ordinary populace utterly powerless to resist, highlighting the tyranny of S.H.I.L.D. In a quaint town, the tale of Thor and the brilliant scientist Jane Foster unfolds. Upon discovering that Thor may have emerged from the celestial phenomenon of the previous night, Jane and her companions sought him at the hospital, only to find that Thor had already escaped. Just as they believed they could no longer find him, they accidentally collided with Thor while reversing their vehicle. Thus, a fateful connection between Thor and the trio was forged. Jane and her companions welcomed Thor, providing him with clothing and nourishment. While dining at a CF, Thor overheard tales of a hammer descending from the heavens, prompting him to bid farewell to Jane and her friends. At that moment, Jane's gaze toward Thor transformed into something unusual, a look of mutual attraction. Despite verbalizing their farewells, Jane turned back to glance at Thor after every few steps, evidently troubled by his words of parting. However, her two companions had already departed, leaving her with no opportunity to inquire further. Upon returning to their research facility, they were met with the sight of S.H.I.L.D. agents confiscating their equipment and experimental data. "Hey, what are you doing?" Jane exclaimed in anger, only to be restrained by Dr. Selvig, one of her colleagues. "Jane, don't act impulsively." At that juncture, the leading bald agent revealed their identity, stating, "We are S.H.I.L.D. agents investigating a security threat. We require access to your experimental apparatus and atmospheric observation data." "No, you cannot do this. These are the fruits of my lifelong research," Jane protested desperately, attempting to intervene but being held back by Dr. Selvig. "Let them take it. This situation may be more serious than you realize. Let them take it. Those are my life's work." Jane freed herself from Dr. Selvig's grasp and rushed toward the S.H.I.L.D. agents, clutching her notebook. "Everything we documented is either on these computers or in this notebook. If you take them away, what will we do?" In that moment, her notebook was snatched from her hands. Jane was nearly beside herself with rage, yet Dr. Selvig restrained her once more. The S.H.I.L.D. vehicle sped away, leaving her in a state of desolation. "No, I must retrieve what is mine." "Jane, don't act rashly." Just then, she spotted Thor walking down the street, and her eyes lit up. "Excuse me for a moment." "Jane, don't do anything foolish. I want tea. I just need to clear my mind." Though she claimed to be taking a stroll, Jane quickly found Thor at a pet store, inquiring about a horse. "Excuse me, I need a horse." "I'm sorry, we don't have horses, only cats, dogs, and hamsters." "That's irrelevant. Just give me something large enough to ride," Thor declared with bravado. "Hey, do you need a ride?" Thus, two individuals with the same destination reached a consensus. Jane escorted Thor to the location of the hammer, where Thor assisted Jane in her lifelong research. The god of thunder and his future girlfriend were en route to the S.H.I.L.D. base, accompanied by Naruto and his companions. As they traveled, Naruto and his friends arrived at a desolate wasteland, a hill constructed from heaps of gravel. Gazing upon the arid landscape, Naruto began to comprehend the jests of the American populace regarding New Mexico, a paradise on Earth. A true paradise would be devoid of human presence. Hence, this barren land was indeed a slice of heaven. After a moment of reflection, Naruto disembarked and initiated a flamboyant display. He first unleashed his chakra, enveloping himself in a radiant blue flame, then activated a sealing technique that spread a black sigil across the entire hilltop. The sealing array spanned hundreds of square meters. Cloaked in darkness, standing upon the array, Hawkeye and Coulson instinctively leaned together. Despite Naruto's assurances that the sealing technique posed no threat to outsiders, their anxiety remained palpable. In truth, there was no cause for alarm. When asked about the purpose of the sealing array, the answer was simple: none. This array was merely a facade, utterly devoid of utility. With this realization, there was no need for concern or fear. So, why had Naruto constructed this array? The answer was straightforward: to convince Coulson and Barton that this was indeed a sealing ground for the tailed beast. Clearly, given the expressions on their faces, Naruto had achieved his aim. He then dismissed the sealing array and withdrew his chakra. Turning to the still apprehensive duo, Naruto reassured them. There is no need for concern. The sealing array is harmless, and the tailed beast remains securely contained within. However, for precautionary measures, I shall remain here for a few days to guard against any unforeseen incidents. Very well, Mr. Uzumaki, stay as long as you need, Coulson readily replied. Subsequently, Naruto left a flying thunder god mark on a nearby stone before returning to the S.H.I.L.D. base with Coulson, Hawkeye, and Barton. Upon their return, twilight had descended and dinner was approaching. Consequently, Coulson generously invited Naruto to partake in S.H.I.L.D.'s self-heating meal, which was of mediocre flavor. After their meal, as Naruto contemplated a brief return to check on his original body, alarms suddenly blared throughout the S.H.I.L.D. base. An intruder had breached the premises. The agents responded with remarkable swiftness, quickly identifying the target. As he and Coulson observed the surveillance footage of a tall, blonde man, Naruto couldn't suppress a smile. The god of thunder had finally arrived. Under the watchful gaze of Minato Namikaze, Thor enacted the scenes ingrained in the memory of the Fourth Hokage, overcoming numerous obstacles and vanquishing agents one by one, until he stood beside the mighty Mjolnir. At that moment, Hawkeye was already in position, his arrow poised on the bowstring, ready to pierce Thor's heart at Nick Fury's command. Theoretically, Thor, whose divine power was sealed, was at his weakest and most vulnerable, making him an easy target for assassination. However, within the palace of Asgard, Odin appeared to be in deep slumber. Yet he secretly observed the actions of his two sons. Should anyone truly intend to harm Thor, Odin would undoubtedly intervene. How formidable is Odin? It is precisely because Odin and the Sorcerer Supreme, Doctor Strange, are alive that even with the presence of the Infinity Stones on Earth, Thanos dares not approach. It was only after realizing Odin's grave illness and that Strange had ventured to other realms that Thanos felt emboldened to send his minions to Earth, thus instigating the events of Avengers: Infinity War. Of course, Thanos' choice of allies was rather poor. He took in Loki, mistakenly believing that Loki would sincerely serve him. In truth, Loki had no genuine desire to align himself with Thanos, resulting in Thanos failing to acquire the Space Stone and losing the Mind Stone embedded in the scepter after the events of the first Avengers film. A significant loss indeed. Setting Thanos aside, at this moment, the god of thunder, Thor, beamed with an authentic smile as Mjolnir lay within arm's reach. Witnessing this, Coulson grew wary and commanded Hawkeye to stand down. He wished to see Thor's intentions. Consequently, as Thor attempted to lift Mjolnir, he found himself unable to budge it, and the smile on his face gradually faded. He crouched down, exerting all his strength to pull the hammer, which resonated with him, filling the sky with dark thunderclouds and unleashing a torrential downpour. Yet, Thor still could not grasp Mjolnir, not even by a fraction. This profound blow shattered his spirit, leaving him kneeling on the ground, speechless and choked with emotion. What transpired thereafter unfolded as per the original narrative. Loki deceived Thor, causing him to abandon all thoughts of returning to Asgard. Loki's illusions were indeed masterful. Coulson and Hawkeye were completely oblivious to Loki's presence, and Minato could only perceive a vague silhouette, unable to discern any distinct features. Nevertheless, this was of little consequence. Although the Asgardians possess extraordinarily long lifespans, Minato was confident in his ability to contend with both Loki and Thor should conflict arise. Watching Loki depart, Thor was consumed by sorrow until Dr. Selvig arrived, adopting a false identity, and after Coulson intentionally released him, he took Thor away. The S.H.I.E.L.D. could glean nothing from Mjolnir, so perhaps it would be more fruitful to track this individual who seemed to be connected to the hammer, as unexpected discoveries might await. Thus, the first day in New Mexico passed for Minato in this manner, having navigated through the ordeal of Obito and Deidara. Given the presence of the traitor Minato Namikaze, they were spared the need to scout for the location of the one-tailed seal. All that was required of them was to make their appearance at the opportune moment. Consequently, they found themselves with ample leisure. Fortunately, the Kamui space contained a plethora of diversions, including gaming consoles. Equipped with a console, a display with an internal power supply, and two controllers, Obito and Deidara spent an entire day immersed in their games. Jump back. Dodge the bullets. Wow, you've already died? You're truly lacking, Deidara. Oh, how dare you criticize me, Commander Sway Sway. Who was it that succumbed even more swiftly? Thus, the duo engaged in their gaming escapade for an entire day and night within the Kamui realm. Before long, dawn broke. As they basked in the sunlight streaming outside, Obito and Deidara pondered for a moment before succumbing to slumber. After all, a battle awaited them, and neglecting their rest would be unwise. Although they were but shadow clones and theoretically did not require sleep, the illusionary system allowed them to replenish their energy just like genuine beings through rest. Meanwhile, in the quaint town, Thor and Jane collaborated to prepare breakfast. After a night filled with heartfelt conversations, their relationship had blossomed significantly. Though they had known each other for less than 2 days, their connection was palpable, resembling that of lovers entwined. Just then, Thor's companions arrived. The 4 warriors of Asgard, Sif and 3 formidable men. They unveiled Loki's deceit, revealing the truth to Thor. Yet, closely trailing the 4 warriors was a harbinger of destruction sent by Loki himself. This was a war machine forged by Odin, indomitable and immensely powerful. Witnessing the arrival of the harbinger, Thor, who had undergone a transformation in character, swiftly rallied the townsfolk to evacuate, fully aware of the harbinger's might. He understood that with only the 4 warriors and his mortal self, they stood no chance of thwarting it. Simultaneously, Thor comprehended that all of this was orchestrated by his mischievous brother, Loki. However, before Thor and his companions could confront the harbinger, this formidable magical war machine engaged Minato Namikaze in battle as he happened to be nearby. The Bifrost descended from the heavens, crashing to the ground and imprinting a magical array upon the earth. Subsequently, the harbinger, crafted entirely from URU metal, manifested. Coulson mistook it for a new Iron Man suit, given its resemblance, and intended to greet it, only to be whisked away by Minato's flying thunder god technique to a distance of several dozen meters. Before Coulson could voice his inquiry, a searing ray, as wide as a bowl, struck the very spot where he had just stood, resulting in an explosion. Boom! The accompanying vehicles were directly detonated, shattered into fragments. The harbinger unleashed a series of rays, reducing S-H-I-E-L-D vehicles to mere scrap metal. Without the need for any words from Minato Namikaze, Coulson immediately discerned the malevolent intent of the approaching adversary. He promptly commanded S-H-I-E-L-D agents retreat. Such an invincible weapon of war, impervious to blades and fire, held no significance for ordinary individuals, only serving to complicate matters for Minato, who was already prepared for battle. At that moment, witnessing the retreat of the S-H-I-E-L agents, Minato furrowed his brow and activated the Nine-Tails chakra mode. In an instant, he transformed into a figure composed of radiant golden light, emanating a formidable aura of pressure. This spectacle captured the attention of the destroyer. Loki, controlling the destroyer, felt a twinge of confusion. What was this power? Unable to comprehend, yet sensing an intention to thwart him, Loki commanded, eliminate him. Then proceed to annihilate everything related to Thor. Boom! The destroyer obeyed the directive, unleashing a thick beam of magical energy toward Minato. Observing this scene, Coulson remained unperturbed. The destroyer's movements were sluggish, and with Minato's speed, evasion was effortlessly within reach. However, the unfolding events left Coulson in shock. Minato Namikaze? Minato did not evade. Instead, he brandished his kunai with a trident, standing resolutely against the searing beam. As the impending tragedy loomed, none believed Minato could withstand such a strike. Yet, with an air of calm, he uttered, Flying Thunder God, Lightning Redirect. This technique, a novel creation merging the Flying Thunder God technique with sealing arts, functioned akin to a lightning rod, capable of diverting enemy attacks elsewhere. Upon witnessing the arrival of the destroyer, Minato had formulated a hypothesis. Conventional firearms posed no threat to the destroyer. Could his ninjutsu prove effective? To ensure success, Minato resolved to conduct a preliminary test. However, the speed of the destroyer's scorching beam was staggering, seemingly devoid of a cooldown period, leaving Minato no time to employ offensive ninjutsu for experimentation. In a flash of inspiration, Minato recalled the derivative ninjutsu stemming from the Flying Thunder God technique. The Flying Thunder God technique would undoubtedly prove effective, as it pertains solely to Minato's own being, independent of the destroyer, thus allowing for its normal execution. Consequently, Minato contemplated utilizing both the lightning redirect and the spiral shuriken dance roar techniques. Naturally, he also considered his spiral shuriken dance roar third style and spiral shuriken dance. The distinctions among these three spiral shuriken techniques were minimal, with the Roar Force style wielding the greatest power. Therefore, Minato resolved to employ the most potent technique for his test. Nonetheless, he believed there was still more to explore under the auspices of this ultimate ninjutsu. Thus, before he positioned himself to confront the Destroyer's searing ray with the Flying Thunder God technique, he stealthily hurled a trident kunai towards the ground behind the Destroyer while everyone was distracted. Due to its height, even the Destroyer failed to notice the kunai. Of course, even if it had been seen, Loki, who controlled the Destroyer, would have disregarded it. In his eyes, a peculiar weapon no longer than his own arm could hardly stir any turbulence. Yet this seemingly trivial maneuver laid a solid foundation for Namikaze's Minato to topple the Destroyer. As the robust searing ray hurtled towards him, Minato squinted slightly and activated the Flying Thunder God technique. Before him materialized a sealing array of adult size, which the Destroyer's scorching ray struck directly at its center, pushing Minato back half a step. However, that was the extent of its effect. No matter how the Destroyer unleashed its searing rays, it could not penetrate the sealing array, even when the Destroyer maximized its output. Realizing it could not breach the defense, the Destroyer halted its assault and entered a standby state. Loki, manipulating the Destroyer, was left utterly astonished. He had never anticipated that such a formidable being could exist in Midgard, the diminutive realm known to the gods. Contemplating, he resolved to warn the formidable figure before him to step aside. Loki took pride in being an Asgardian, a deity of legend. At this moment, the god, in a show of mercy, chose to spare the life of this human. Surely, he would not refuse such a gracious offer, would he? However, before Loki could articulate his thoughts, the human spoke. "You can have it all back." Upon hearing this, Loki felt a tremor in his heart and quickly commanded the Destroyer to step back half a pace, crossing his arms in preparation to defend against any potential attack. Yet, a wave of heat surged from behind. As Loki turned to look, he saw the sealing array manifest above the trident kunai resting just behind his heel, from which the scorching ray erupted forth. There was no time to evade. The ray struck him directly. "With your spear, I shall attack your shield." This was Minato's conjecture. "My attack may not harm the Destroyer, but what of its own?" Boom! The back of the airborne Destroyer was torn asunder, and the searing ray indeed inflicted damage upon its essence. Witnessing this scene, a smile crept upon Minato's lips as he initiated the spiral flash dance of the four forms. In an instant, dozens of trident kunai materialized around the Destroyer. Subsequently, Minato formed hand seals to summon shadow clones, which employed the Flying Thunder God technique, darting between the kunai and continuously delivering scraping attacks upon the Destroyer. Indeed, scraping. The trident kunai, imbued with wind-style chakra, could not directly harm the Destroyer. Perhaps it required sage techniques to do so, Minato's shadow clones pondered. Then, he took 2 steps back and, alongside his original self, created a colossal Rasengan infused with the chakra of the Nine Tails. Whoosh! Both of his clones vanished simultaneously and reappeared on either side of the Destroyer. They unleashed their assault in a spiraling motion, pressing the massive Rasengan against the most vulnerable part of the Destroyer, the torn area of its back and its chest. Boom! A tremendous explosion of chakra illuminated the surroundings. The clones of Wave Wind Water Gate dissipated, while the original utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to return to the ground, gazing up at the Destroyer in the sky. Crack! Accompanied by a thick cloud of smoke, the Destroyer plummeted to the ground. Its body was riddled with wounds, and the gaping tear on its back had widened significantly. Clearly, Wave Wind Water Gate's ultimate technique had indeed inflicted some damage on the Destroyer. Witnessing this scene, Coulson hurriedly approached with delight. Hawkeye Barton followed suit. Chapter 129, Thor's Sacrifice 14. Hawkeye Barton had previously only understood that those who trained in chakra were formidable, a conclusion drawn from numerous recorded images he had observed. However, just how powerful were they? Without witnessing it firsthand, Hawkeye had never formed a clear concept. Today he finally beheld it, despite the Destroyer's seemingly invulnerable armor against firearms. Wave Wind Water Gate managed to severely wound and defeat his opponent with sheer strength. It was akin to dismantling a Gundam with bare hands. Having witnessed Wave Wind Water Gate's might, Hawkeye became even more enamored with the practice of chakra. Yet, What Hawkeye Barton did not realize was that even among those who trained in chakra, few could attain the level of Wave Wind Water Gate. The strength of Wave Wind Water Gate transcended the conventional understanding of a ninja's prowess. He was an anomaly. Similarly, the other powerful figures from the ninja world portrayed by Chen were equally exceptional. Coulson was the first to approach Wave Wind Water Gate, gazing at him as he radiated a golden aura. He wished to reach out, but hesitated. Ultimately, Coulson refrained from extending his hand, sincerely looking at Wave Wind Water Gate and expressing, "It is truly fortunate to have you here, Mr. Wave Wind. Otherwise, our SHIELD agents might have faced total annihilation." Hawkeye Barton nodded in agreement. A beam capable of obliterating a vehicle was not something ordinary individuals could contend with. After all, the agents were merely trained, ordinary people. Wave Wind Water Gate shook his head. Just as he was about to speak, the damaged armor began to stir once more. Crackle. The fiery glow swirled around the crack on its back, and the destroyer's rear armor was visibly healing at an astonishing rate. This development caused Wave Wind Water Gate to widen his eyes, and without a moment's hesitation, he placed his hands on Coulson's and Hawkeye's shoulders, activating the Flying Thunder God technique to transport them to safety. During this process, Wave Wind Water Gate thought to himself, Odin has indeed granted special privileges to his own son. The destroyer was immensely powerful, and even Wave Wind Water Gate could only harm it by drawing upon its own strength. Even if wounded, the destroyer can still regenerate. In stark contrast to the original storyline, when Thor reclaimed his power as the god of thunder, he unleashed a ferocious display of might, only to find that the destroyer bore no visible injuries, not even a scratch. Yet, astonishingly, the destroyer was defeated by Thor, a being whose defenses seemed impenetrable. There must be some hidden agenda at play. Otherwise, Minato Namikaze would be standing on his head in utter disbelief. With a sigh, Minato realized that this matter must be entrusted to Thor. He turned to Coulson and Barton and said, "Let us observe from distance. I have a premonition that this entity is targeting Donald." Coulson glanced at Barton and nodded. There was no other course of action. As anticipated, once the large fissure behind them was fully restored, the destroyer cast a glance in Minato's direction and then charged straight towards the town. Thanks to the time Minato had bought, Thor and the others had successfully evacuated all the townsfolk. At that moment, the town stood desolate and deserted. Thor finally had an epiphany. He realized that the destroyer had been sent by his brother Loki to kill him. If he did not confront the destroyer directly, the residents of the town and his friends who had traveled from the realm of gods to reveal the truth would never be truly safe. Yet, even when endowed with the power of the Thunder God, he found himself unable to contend with the destroyer, let alone in his current state as a mere mortal. After much contemplation, Thor devised a plan to save everyone and atone for his past misdeeds. "Jane, stay here. I have a way to resolve this." However, Jane Foster sensed the impending danger and grasped Thor's shirt, unwilling to let him go. Yet, Thor had made up his mind. He embraced Jane, kissed her tenderly, and silently whispered his apologies, while outwardly declaring, "Trust me." Ultimately, Jane, persuaded by the words of those around her, chose to place her faith in this seemingly reliable man. Thor had indeed transformed from a reckless, thoughtless god of thunder who believed that a hammer could solve all problems into a noble superhero who thinks critically, bears responsibility, and is willing to sacrifice himself to protect others. Thus, Odin's purpose in banishing Thor had been fulfilled. At that moment, as soon as Thor summoned the enchanted hammer Mjolnir, it would automatically come to his aid. However, Thor remained unaware of this, and he continued to approach the destroyer, which had already entered the town and commenced its rampage. Consequently, it would only be when Thor found himself in mortal peril that Mjolnir would instinctively rush to his defense and restore his divine powers. Let me briefly explain why Mjolnir is colloquially referred to as the Meow Meow Hammer. In the original audio of the film Thor, Daisy, Jane Foster's companion, misheard the name Mjolnir during her first encounter and exclaimed, "What is this Meow Meow Hammer?" From that moment, the moniker spread among Marvel fans. As the harbinger of destruction drew ever closer, a palpable sense of annihilation enveloped Thor, who cast his gaze into the distance. There, a brave soul had valiantly confronted the destroyer, providing precious time for their retreat. Yet now, Thor found himself poised to embrace death, feeling somewhat remorseful for the sacrifice made by that hero. However, even in this moment of regret, Thor remained resolute in his actions. To him, it was his destiny to confront this threat. He had lured the destroyer down, and it was his duty to resolve this calamity. This was the essence of the superhero, the god of thunder. Soon after, the dialogue unfolded as it had in the original narrative, with the arrival of Kakashi, Coulson, and Hawkeye, who observed the situation in its entirety. Following Thor's confession, the destroyer indeed ceased its rampage, approaching Thor as its fiery maw gradually closed, seemingly retreating from its combat state. Thor felt a surge of joy. Had his brother forgiven him? But to his surprise, the destroyer bent low and, with a swift motion, struck Thor's head. Had this been an ordinary person, such a blow would have surely been fatal. Yet Thor merely appeared bruised and barely clinging to life. Coulson and the others witnessed this scene, casting a glance at Kakashi, who could have intervened had he chosen to do so. However, Coulson and the others remained silent. It was not their place to dictate Kakashi's actions. Kakashi, of course, would not intervene. If he did, who would confront the destroyer? As anticipated, with Thor cradled in Jane's arms and teetering on the brink of life and death, the mighty hammer began to tremble from afar. With a tremendous explosion of energy, the instruments within S.H.I.E.L.D.'s camp shattered. The hammer soared into the heavens, charged with boundless lightning, hurtling towards Thor. In a moment of urgency, Dr. Selvig shouted, "Jane, get out of the way." Hesitating, Jane was swiftly pulled to safety by Selvig. With a resounding thud, Thor grasped the hammer, now recharged with divine power. The transformation was iconic. The god of thunder had arrived. Following this, with little left to say, Thor unleashed his might, shattering the destroyer into fragments. Kakashi observed intently, realizing that the destroyer had indeed been obliterated. Now, Kakashi found himself uncertain if he could truly defeat Thor. The devastation inflicted upon the destroyer suggested that Thor's power was formidable. Contemplating this, Kakashi sent a signal to Obito and Deidara, urging them to mobilize. Yet, after a prolonged silence, there was no response. Just as he pondered what those two were up to, Kakashi saw Thor approaching. "Warrior, thank you for your earlier efforts to delay the destroyer. I witnessed your victory over it. You are truly formidable." Wolfeng Shuimin smiled faintly, acknowledging that it was merely a clever trick. "You, however, are truly formidable, having obliterated that destroyer so effortlessly." Thor felt a twinge of embarrassment as he realized that this destroyer was one of his father's long-accumulated assets, something he was destined to inherit. Yet now, it lay in ruins because of him. Slightly awkward, Thor turned to Coulson and declared, "Son of Cowl, we are not adversaries. We are all guardians of this planet and can forge an alliance. However, this is contingent upon you returning everything to Jane." Coulson nodded immediately, having witnessed Thor's strength. He understood what needed to be done. "What is your name?" Coulson inquired. "I mean your true name, not some alias like Donald." "I am Thor Odinson," Thor replied. "That is my name, but I must beg your forgiveness for our brief exchange. There are matters in the divine realm that require my attention." At that moment, Wolfeng Schumann's sealing technique received a reply. "Apologies, I just awoke from slumber." "Understood, I will mobilize immediately." Wolfeng Shuimin exclaimed, "Hey, don't think just because you two seem unoccupied that you are here for leisure." After conversing with Coulson, Thor looked towards Wolfeng Shuimin and asked, "Brave warrior, what is your name?" "Wolfeng Shuimin," came the reply. "An unusual name, Wolfeng Warrior. Perhaps we shall have the chance to spar in the future. However, I must take my leave now as urgent matters await. I still need to deal with my mischievous brother." Thor bid farewell in haste. Just then, a sudden flurry of sound echoed through the sky, reminiscent of an enormous bird flapping its wings. A shadow swept across a corner of the small town, and the onlookers gazed upward to behold a gigantic, oddly shaped, white dragon hovering above. On its back stood two figures, one with a golden ponytail and the other adorned with a white mask. Wow, what transpired here?" The golden-haired figure bent down and exclaimed, "Afei, it seems we have arrived late. You fool, I suggested we discreetly release a tail and capture it in one fell swoop. Yet you insisted on showcasing your art to these people. What art is that?" Afei retorted sharply. This exchange caught the attention of Coulson and Wolfeng Shuimin, leading to their astonishment. Akatsuki S. Afei. Chapter 131. Art is Explosions. 34. The exclamations of Wolfeng Shuimin and Coulson were overheard by others and the well-informed doctor. Selvig quickly urged the ordinary citizens to vacate the premises. "Doctor, why must we leave?" Jane protested. "I want to stay with Thor." "Jane, do not make a fuss. This is no ist." Dr. Selvig replied sternly. "That is the Akatsuki, a terrifying organization with superpowers, extremely dangerous. Do you recall the scene in New York a month ago? That colossal nine-tailed fox was unleashed by the Akatsuki. Remaining here will only complicate matters for Thor and his companions, burdening them unnecessarily, despite the stringent prohibitions imposed by SHIELD and the government against the dissemination of the Nine Tails incident footage. In this age of the internet where everything is interconnected, nothing can be entirely suppressed. Consequently, many have already uncovered numerous truths about this world." Coulson glanced at Selvig and promptly signaled for SHIELD personnel to evacuate the town. As Selvig aptly articulated, ordinary individuals remaining here would only serve as a hindrance to both Naruto and Thor. With everyone evacuating, only Naruto, Thor, and the four warriors of the Divine Domain remained on the town streets. To be frank, the four warriors of the Divine Domain were also a liability. Compared to the awakened powers of Thor, they were merely ordinary beings. Of course, in comparison to true ordinary individuals, they possessed significantly greater prowess. This situation exemplified the notion of being neither here nor there. However, if they wish to stay, then let them be. Is that not the Hokage of Konoha? What a coincidence! Looking below, Obito waved his hand in greeting. As he had been in a rush during his previous visit to New York and hadn't had the opportunity to change into his uniform. "Now, what do you think of this outfit?" As he spoke, he spun around to showcase his attire, exuding a playful charm. This display also allowed everyone to clearly see his outfit, a black robe adorned with red clouds, undeniably striking in appearance. Thor stepped closer to Naruto and quietly inquired, "Are these your adversaries?" Naruto nodded, placing a hand on Thor's shoulder, leaving behind the flying thunder god mark. Sensing something unusual on his shoulder, Thor chose to disregard it, focusing instead on the two individuals riding the dragon above. "Naruto, you cannot fly, can you? Allow me to assist you in dealing with these two foes, as a gesture of gratitude for your previous efforts in stalling the destroyer." With that, Thor swung his hammer and soared into the sky. Naruto shook his head, calling out, "You won't be able to reach them." Indeed, as anticipated, the two members of the Akatsuki showed no intention of evading the rapidly approaching god of thunder. With a whoosh, Thor passed through the dragon without even stirring a ripple in the air, propelling himself into the distance. "Haha, Obito, you were correct. This guy's indeed a bit simple-minded," Deidara remarked as he reached into his satchel, extracting a large clump of clay. After chewing the clay momentarily, he conjured a swarm of small clay spiders and a winged puppet resembling a white egg in his hands. Obito nodded, sending Deidara's hands into reality. "Go forth, clay spiders." Number 18. Sensing imminent danger, Thor urgently shouted to the four warriors of the Divine Domain, "Quick, take cover." The clay spiders descended faster than the number 18 puppet, landing first on the ground and darting towards the nearby structures. Several clay spiders lunged at the four warriors of the Divine Domain, who raised their hands in preparation to strike back at the incoming threats. Witnessing this scene, Namikaze Minato seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation, promptly hurling a trio of kunai while exclaiming, "Do not engage those spiders." However, it was too late, except for Sif, who managed to halt her attack in time. The remaining three struck the nearby clay spiders. Whoosh! Minato activated the flying thunder god technique, materializing before Sif, seizing her wrist and whisking her away from the impending danger. Boom! 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 The explosive sounds erupted, akin to grenades detonating. The diminutive clay spiders, no larger than a thumb, exhibited such tremendous power. Sif stood in stunned silence, realizing that had Minato not rescued her, she would have suffered grievous injuries from the blasts. Before she could express her gratitude, Minato vanished in an instant. When he reappeared, he brought forth the remaining three of the four warriors of the Divine Domain. Though clad in armor, they were all drenched in blood, unconscious. Sif rushed to them, unable to contain her tears. Having grown up together, they were inseparable friends, and now, witnessing the other three gravely wounded filled her with a mix of sorrow and rage. Thor, too, was incensed by the sight. Yet before they could react, Minato shouted, "Everyone, take cover." To their astonishment, the number 18 puppet began to grow larger as it descended, ultimately reaching the size of a truck. Without hesitation, those outside the town dropped to the ground. Moments later, the colossal puppet landed in the town's center, followed by Deidara's proclamation. Art is an explosion. Huh. Chapter 132. Deidara. Thunder God, Thor, 44. In the instant it touched the ground, the number 18 puppet unleashed its final, resplendent brilliance. At that moment, even the sun in the sky appeared dim, as the most potent source of light emanated from the splitting number 18 puppet. Whoosh! Flames erupted from within the puppet, instantly engulfing the town's center, followed by a cataclysmic explosion. The deafening roar reverberated through the air, propelling fire throughout the entire town. In an instant, everything in the town was obliterated, as if a steel rod had struck tofu. A grayish-white mushroom cloud ascended, revealing the explosive might of this devastation. The town, covering several hectares, was reduced to ruins by this singular explosion. Fortunately, prior to the blast, everyone had evacuated. Otherwise, countless lives would have been lost. After a considerable time, the onlookers dusted themselves off and gazed at the remnants of the town. Stunned, they stood frozen in place. Amidst their shock at the explosion, a voice echoed from the sky. "Ha ha ha! Afe, do you see this? This is my art." Deidara boasted triumphantly. "Art is an explosion." "Indeed, your medical skills are exceptional," said Obito, his tone reminiscent of a fond reminiscence. "Now that you have indulged, shall we procure the tailed beast?" "Very well, let us proceed." "Not so fast," Thor bellowed in fury, summoning lightning to strike down upon the dragon. Just moments after Thor had declared his intent to protect the earth, Deidara had audaciously obliterated a small town, injuring his own comrades in the process. How could he possibly allow Deidara to escape? Yet, that decision was beyond his control. The lightning surged through Deidara and the dragon, dissipating into the void. "Coward! Dare you face me in a true confrontation?" Thor, in a fit of rage, instinctively resorted to provocation. However, neither of the two seemed to take the bait. No matter how Thor insulted them, they remained unfazed, directing the dragon to fly further away. Thor, of course, pursued closely behind. Once the dragon had distanced itself from the town, away from innocent lives, Minato, in his Ninetales chakra mode, activated the Flying Thunder God technique, appearing upon Thor's back. "Pardon me," he exclaimed, then turned to Deidara, declaring, "Hey, Blondie, your art is nothing but excrement." In an unusual display, Minato unleashed a curse, but the impact was palpable. The advancing dragon abruptly halted, and Deidara turned, his eyes ablaze with fury. "What did you say?" Obito smacked his forehead, exclaiming, "Truly, the Hokage of Konoha." Realizing the situation, Thor joined in. "Blondie, your art is abysmal. Even the feces of my pet is more entertaining than your creations." Deidara, incensed, roared, "Afe, halt. Let us eliminate these two who dare to blaspheme my art." Seeing Deidara refuse to leave, Obito shrugged, originally intending to merely acquire the tailed beast and depart, yet now entangled in this conflict. He turned to Deidara, inquiring, "Can you handle that lightning-wielding fool?" "Absolutely." Deidara gritted his teeth. "2 against 1? I can manage." "Do not be foolish. Minato is the Hokage. You are underestimating the situation." Obito retorted, then instructed Deidara, "You deal with the lightning thrower, and I shall confront the Hokage." With that, Obito leaped from the dragon, a swirling vortex enveloping him. Emerging from the ground below, he faced Minato, who nodded at Thor, indicating their respective targets. Understood. Thor was eager to confront Deidara, for he was the one who had harmed his friend. With a swift motion, Minato and Obito locked eyes from a distance. Obito brandished the Uchiha fan and chains, stating, "Then let us engage in a duel. I am curious to see the extent of your newfound power." Before his words could fully resonate, both charged towards each other. In the sky above, Deidara stood atop a flying dragon, gazing at Thor, and coldly remarked, "You, who wield lightning, shall pay dearly for your words." "Unyielding," Thor retorted. "Those words should belong to me, you scoundrel." With a swift motion, Thor charged towards Deidara's dragon, yet Deidara made no immediate attempt to evade. Instead, he conjured a bird with 4 wings in his hand. Just as Thor was about to collide with the dragon, Deidara launched the bird, leaping onto it as it enlarged to accommodate him. Boom! The dragon exploded, leaving Thor no chance for escape. The bird rapidly distanced itself, and Deidara, standing on its back, beheld the vibrant sparks of the explosion in the sky, a smile gracing his lips. "This is your price." Before he could finish his sentence, a hammer hurtled towards him at great speed. Quickly bending down to avoid it, Deidara furrowed his brow. As the brilliance of the explosion faded, Thor hovered in the air, the hammer returning to him, unscathed, casting a cold gaze upon Deidara. Chapter 133. Deidara's Tactics 14. It appears your physical defenses are remarkably high. The typical strikes cannot harm you. Officially entering the fray, Deidara quickly regained his composure. Though he yearned to eliminate Thor on the spot, he managed to think critically, stroking his chin. However, Thor did not grant Deidara the luxury of contemplation. He swung his hammer and charged at Deidara. In that moment, Thor resembled not a god of thunder, but rather a deity of hammers, controlled and drawn by the weapon, utilizing it to engage in battle. He twirled the hammer and then hurled himself forward, both man and hammer surging towards Deidara. The speed was astonishing. Had it been anyone else, they might have been struck. But Deidara, adept at guiding the four-winged bird, easily evaded the assault. The four-winged bird could also explode, albeit with limited power. Its true value lay in its remarkable speed, allowing it to deftly dodge various predictable attacks. Thor's strikes fell into this category of discernible assaults, which Deidara could easily evade while controlling the bird. Thus, Deidara multitasked, maneuvering the bird to dodge Thor's relentless onslaught while devising a strategy to counter him. To truly vanquish Thor, Deidara had two types of bombs at his disposal. One was the Four Garuda, and the other was the Zero Self-Destruct. The Four Garuda would create a massive bomb resembling Deidara himself, but upon detonation, it would unleash countless minuscule bombs invisible to the naked eye. Once these tiny bombs infiltrated a body, Deidara could trigger them. The effect could be likened to Thanos snapping his fingers, instantly reducing one to ashes. The only means to counter the Four Garuda was to preemptively neutralize the bombs with lightning chakra or to electrocute oneself after the bombs had entered the body. Only in this manner could one hope to survive. However, Deidara was uncertain whether Thor's lightning could wield a similar effect. If it could, then Thor would indeed possess a distinct advantage over Deidara. Nevertheless, regardless of this potential counter, Deidara had no intention of deploying that bomb. His aim was not to extinguish Thor's life, but merely to advance his own progress in the role he was playing. Thus, the use of the four-tailed beast was out of the question. Should Thor's lightning fail to neutralize Deidara's explosive device, it would spell doom for him. Such an outcome could potentially transform the Earth into a battlefield, a conflict between Odin and the Ancient One. Self-detonation was equally impractical. This technique represented the final artistic expression of Deidara's life, capable of vaporizing everything within a vast blast radius, extending dozens of kilometers, significantly larger than a mere earthly village. Deidara had confidence that Thor would perish in such an explosion. However, the dilemma lay in the fact that Thor could not die, and neither could Deidara's character. With the two most potent bombs eliminated from consideration, Deidara could only contemplate the idea of quantity leading to a qualitative change. One bomb could not harm Thor, but what of 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 bombs? If tens of thousands were to detonate simultaneously around Thor, he might not perish, but he would undoubtedly sustain grave injuries. And that was precisely Deidara's objective, to severely wound Thor. Defeating a superhero directly would surely enhance Deidara's progress in his role, given his combative nature. Contemplating this, Deidara's gaze drifted to the distant crowd of onlookers. Suddenly, an idea sparked within him. "Hey, big guy. You seem rather upset because I just injured those few people, don't you?" Thor paused, bellowing, "They're my friends, my comrades." Since they are so dear to you. Surely you wouldn't allow them to perish, would you? Upon hearing Deidara's words, Thor felt a chill of foreboding. Yet, before he could articulate his thoughts, he noticed a smile creeping across Deidara's lips. As Deidara chewed the clay in his hands, he spoke, "I want to attack you directly, but I will unleash clay birds upon that group. If you truly care for them, why not shield them with your own body? Ha ha ha. After all, you're quite tough, aren't you?" As he spoke, Deidara flicked his hand, and the small clay birds took flight, rapidly expanding to the size of ordinary birds as they soared towards Sif and the others. Despicable. Thor was incensed, hurling his hammer in an attempt to strike Deidara, but merely whistled past. Reluctantly, he charged toward the incoming birds. Boom, boom, boom. Just as Deidara had predicted, Thor used his own body to shield Sif and the others from the explosion. This was a calculated move. Even though Thor was aware that he was playing right into Deidara's hands, he had no choice but to act in this manner. In the divine realm, 3 of the 4 warriors have fallen, with Sif tending to their needs. Had Thor not intervened to shield them from the explosives, Sif and the others would have surely perished beneath the onslaught of bombs. Such is the essence of the strategy to encircle Wei and rescue Zhao. However, it is crucial to note that Sif and her companions are not in mortal danger. The individual known as Deidara is not the true Deidara, but rather a shadow clone conjured by Wuchun. Following a barrage of explosions, Thor's previously striking appearance has been marred. Blood trickles from his forehead, his hair is disheveled, and his armor bears the marks of soot and damage. The onlookers below witness Thor's selfless act of shielding them from the bombs, stirring profound emotions within them. Even as Coulson transmits this scene back to the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters at Trident Tower, Nick Fury cannot help but regard Thor's earlier words about forming an alliance with newfound credence. If there were no intention of alliance, what could explain Thor's current actions? Yet, despite their emotional turmoil, the gathered individuals remain paralyzed, unable to act out of fear. It is evident that the Akatsuki member named Deidara is intent on exhausting Thor's strength, perhaps never intending to strike directly at those below. Thor, unwilling to take any risks, resorts to physically shielding them from the bombs. However, should the individuals below provoke Deidara with an attack, even Thor may be unable to safeguard their lives. To ensure their own safety and honor Thor's goodwill, the group remains compliant and still. The only one with a desire to take action, Jane Foster, is restrained by Dr. Selvig, preventing her from acting recklessly. Observing their compliance, Deidara erupts into boisterous laughter, unleashing more clay bird bombs. Ha ha ha. Continue. But aren't you the god of thunder? Why do you keep taking hits? Are you the god of endurance, or perhaps the god of hammers? In response to Deidara's derision, Thor finds himself forced to endure the explosions, seizing brief opportunities to hurl his Mjolnir in an attempt to strike Deidara. Yet, such straightforward attacks are unlikely to succeed. Thus, in this confrontation, Deidara maintains a strategic advantage, leveraging his surroundings to dominate Thor. In contrast, the other battle scene displays a more balanced dynamic. Minato Namikaze and Obito Uchiha both wield space-time ninjutsu, fully aware that should a fight ensue, victory or defeat could hinge on a mere instant. However, such a clash would be visually chaotic. Consequently, for the sake of spectacle, both combatants instinctively refrain from utilizing their space-time techniques, opting instead for direct ninjutsu confrontations. Minato, enveloped in the Ninetales chakra mode, radiates a brilliant gold. Utilizing exceptional agility, he achieves lateral movement effects, continuously employing various ninjutsu to wear down Obito. Due to his abandonment of the use of Kimui, Obito no longer felt the need to evade, directly summoning the Susanoo. As the azure, semi-transparent, skeletal giant emerged, it immediately captivated the attention of S.H.I.E.L.D.S. Coulson and Hawkeye. Compared to the thunderous clash in the sky, the battle involving Minato Namikaze was considerably more visually striking and awe-inspiring. To his astonishment, Minato remarked, "You have even mastered the Susanoo. Given your unscathed condition, your standing in Konoha would surely be significant. Why then, do you choose to betray us?" Susanoo? From a distance. Upon hearing this term, Coulson quickly noted it down and instructed his team to investigate its meaning. Son, Isha, Aki, Ela. Agents discovered that it referred to a deity from Japan, which startled Coulson, solidifying his conviction. Konoha and the Akatsuki organization must be intrinsically linked to Japan. He resolved to urge the director to apply further pressure on Japan. Betrayal? Obito scoffed, "I have not betrayed Konoha. Rather, Konoha has betrayed me. Enough of this idle chatter. Prepare yourself." Clearly unwilling to elaborate further, Obito's words were scarcely uttered before the azure giant's flesh congealed, donning garments and ultimately encasing itself in armor. With a resounding crack, the half-armored giant clenched its fists, producing 2 shurikens identical to Obito's Manjiki Sharingan. Kamui Shuriken. With a swift motion, the shurikens were released, instantly multiplying into 4. Their flight paths appeared straightforward and seemingly easy to evade. However, Minato understood that evasion was nearly impossible. The spatial lock rendered escape unattainable unless one employed space-time ninjutsu. Realizing this, Minato reluctantly activated the Flying Thunder God technique. According to their unspoken agreement, the first to utilize space-time ninjutsu would be deemed the loser. Yet, it seemed that Obito's Kimui shurikens were also a form of space-time ninjutsu. With a whoosh, Minato vanished from the ground, causing the Kamui shurikens to lose their target and strike the earth instead. Upon impact, a peculiar sound erupted, and the ground twisted, vanishing entirely in a vast expanse. For craters emerged, and the sheer power of the shurikens sent chills down the spines of Coulson and his companions from afar. Such formidable projectiles aimed at the Triskelion, the White House, or the Pentagon would be unstoppable. Was this truly the might of the world's leading villain organization, the Akatsuki? And what of Deidara, who also appeared to be immensely powerful? Chapter 135. Mission Failure? 34. Quietly, Coulson suggested to Nick Fury, director, I recommend that we establish individual files for each member of the Akatsuki, categorizing their threat level as the highest. Meanwhile, on Thor's front, he was beginning to falter. Amidst the final barrage of the avian bombs, Thor plummeted from the sky, drenched in his own blood, transformed into a figure of crimson. Thor! The crowd rushed to encircle him. With great difficulty, he lifted his gaze and murmured, I'm sorry, I couldn't defeat him. It's all right, Jane replied, her heart aching as she silently prayed for Minato Namikaze to vanquish the masked man. Meanwhile, Jane and her companions were not idle. Dr. Selvig provided a brief overview of the two organizations, Konoha and the Akatsuki, to Jane, who was initially uninformed. With this newfound knowledge, Jane comprehended that Minato was a benevolent ally, while the masked man and Deidara were malevolent forces intent on destruction. Naturally, Jane recognized that neither the heroes nor the villains were within their capacity to confront. With this understanding, she settled down, albeit still gripped by a modicum of fear. Observing that everyone had grasped the terror of the Akatsuki and the virtues of Konoha, Minato resolved to conclude the encounter. He summoned shadow clones to engage Deidara, while he himself faced the masked man directly. Concurrently, he utilized sealing techniques to convey information, preparing to release the One Tail. Understood. Although outnumbered, Minato managed to hold his ground, thanks to his remarkable Flying Thunder God technique. According to Wu Chan's previously devised conclusion, the One Tail would ultimately be seized by the Akatsuki. This outcome stemmed from Minato's inability to contend with two adversaries, compounded by his desire to protect his comrades, leaving him powerless to prevent the Akatsuki from claiming the One Tail. At this moment, while circumstances had shifted slightly, the overall situation remained unchanged. Thor was defeated by Deidara, and Minato struggled against two foes. Witnessing Minato's reliability, the group breathed a sigh of relief and promptly commenced their efforts to aid Thor and the others. After realizing they could not overcome Minato, the two members of the Akatsuki grew weary of the confrontation and abandoned him, soaring towards the desolate dunes to capture the One Tail. Seeing this, Minato turned to Coulson and stated, I have failed this mission. The strength of both adversaries exceeded my expectations. I apologize. He continued, they are likely to secure the One Tail now. I intend to investigate. Coulson, would you care to accompany me? Coulson swiftly reported the situation to Nick Fury and then replied to Minato, Mr. Namikaze, this is not your fault. R.S.H.I.E.L.D. Agency believes you have fulfilled your mission. At the very least, thanks to your assistance, we all survived and forged powerful alliances. Therefore, we will compensate you accordingly and document your accomplishment in our records. However, the nature of the mission has shifted to protecting S.H.I.L.D. agents and our extraterrestrial allies from being slain by the Akatsuki. Coulson insisted on this adjustment, and Minato acquiesced. As for whether to pursue the Akatsuki, Coulson glanced at Minato Namikaze and said, if it is not too much trouble, might you escort me over there? After all, I bear the mission of a cameraman. Coulson's ability to jest at such a moment indicated his lack of tension or fear, a sentiment easily explained by the presence of Minato Namikaze at his side. With Minato around, the Akatsuki would find it impossible to harm them. As for the tailed beasts, Was it not said that all 9 must be united to form the world-destroying 10 tails? With the 9 tails on their side, even if the remaining 8 were captured, their ambitions of annihilating the world would remain unfulfilled. Thus, the loss of a mere 1 tail was inconsequential. As long as lives were spared, hope remained. With that, Minato Namikaze whisked Coulson away in an instant. Hawkeye Barton opened his mouth, regretting his earlier hesitation. Had he spoken sooner, he might have been accompanying Officer Coulson and Master Minato to witness the 1 tail. He too longed to see a tailed beast. During the previous 9 tails incident, Barton had been on a mission and was not in the United States. Now that a rare opportunity to witness a tailed beast had presented itself, he lamented missing it. Just as Barton was beset by regret, a flash of golden light appeared, revealing Minato Namikaze, who had nearly forgotten him. Without missing a beat, Minato grasped Barton's shoulder and activated the Flying Thunder God technique once more. Joy surged within Barton. If he were a woman, Minato's mere charm would surely win him over effortlessly. As Barton blinked, the world came into focus, revealing Coulson staring ahead in a daze. Curiosity piqued. Barton followed Coulson's gaze and found himself frozen in astonishment. In Chapter 136, The Arrogant Shikaku, from Hawkeye Barton's perspective, the sand dune that had once towered several meters had completely vanished, replaced by a colossal pit. Within this pit stood a gigantic raccoon dog, entirely composed of sand. Towering nearly 30 to 40 meters and stretching close to 100 meters when including its tail, it was hardly smaller than the 9 tails. In fact, due to the singularity of its tail, it appeared more compact and formidable. Its body was adorned with blue inscriptions, and its enormous eyes were as dark as ink, featuring pupils reminiscent of the Bagua. At that moment, Deidara and Kakuzu stood atop a massive bird, coldly observing the newly liberated 1 tail, Shikaku. "Let me take action," Deidara exclaimed. "I haven't had my fill of explosions yet." Kakuzu merely shrugged, displaying indifference. At this juncture, Shikaku spoke, gazing directly at the 2 members of the Akatsuki perched on the bird. It let out a boisterous laugh. "Ha ha, I've finally escaped that wretched place. Ah, this splendid air. Ah, those pristine clouds. Ah, this azure sky. This is the essence of freedom. Foolish humans, as a reward for releasing the mighty Shikaku, I shall bestow upon you the gift of death. Wind release, air bullet." Before the words fully escaped its lips, Shikaku struck its belly with great force, and then opened its mouth wide, unleashing an air bullet several meters in diameter. Whoosh! The colossal air bullet pierced through the airborne figures of the Akatsuki members, hurtling backward and striking a massive boulder. Boom! In an instant, upon impact with the stone, it shattered into countless fragments. While its power may not rival that of the tailed beast bomb, it was instantaneous and could be fired in rapid succession like a machine gun. After missing its first shot, Shikaku presumed it had misfired, and promptly began to strike its belly repeatedly, sending forth a relentless barrage of air bullets toward the Akatsuki duo. Unsurprisingly, none of the air bullets found their mark, instead ravaging the hillside behind them. Boom, boom, boom. It was as though the area had endured a bombardment. With the hillside reduced to rubble, the tremendous noise sending tremors through the nearby town, causing its inhabitants to lose their footing, gazing at the colossal beast in the distance. The townsfolk and other agents of S.H.I.L.D. were left in a state of astonishment. Supported by Jane, Thor, from a distance, beheld the sight of Shikaku and fell silent, his mouth agape. Such a monstrous creature, surpassing even dragons. How did Midgard come to possess such power? And that blonde man with a ponytail. Thor realized he would never forget Deidara for as long as he lived. For the first time in his life, he had been thoroughly beaten by a Midgardian. Though his opponent had taken advantage of the situation, being defeated was still being defeated, and Thor would not deny it. Observing the severe injuries of his 3 companions and recalling the instigator of their plight, his brother Loki, still in Asgard, Thor managed to rise to his feet. He and Sif placed the 3 warriors of Asgard beside him and addressed A.S.H.I.L.D. agent, saying, "There is nothing more for me here, so I shall take my leave. I have matters to attend to. Be sure to bid farewell to Naruto and the son of the 4th Hokage for me." He then embraced Jane, promising to return to Earth to see her again. Raising MJ Ulner high, he called out, "Heimdall, take us home." However, the Bifrost did not appear immediately as anticipated. It paused for several seconds before manifesting. A vast column of colorful light descended from above, enveloping Thor and his companions entirely. This commotion naturally caught the attention of the two Akatsuki members and the trio of Minato Namikaze. Minato looked at the Bifrost and remarked, "Thor and the others are leaving." Indeed, Thor is a superhero worthy of respect. But at that moment, Shikaku also took notice of the Bifrost. After a few moments of contemplation, it unleashed an air bullet aimed directly at the Rainbow Bridge. If its air bullets were ineffective against the two before it, what are the others? Could it be that one's signature technique has become futile? Absolutely not. Thus, Shoha launched an assault on the Rainbow Bridge. Regrettably, the strike was a moment too late. The Rainbow Bridge vanished, whisking away Thor and others, evading the barrage. Ah, how infuriating. You two cowards. Dare you confront me head-on? Shoha was on the verge of madness. The adversaries before him were untouchable, while those he could strike had already fled, inciting his wrath. Upon hearing these words, Deidara immediately responded, "Ah, since you beckon, I shall oblige." With that, he produced a puppet, an oversized winged egg, even larger than the one that had previously decimated the town. He cast it from the sky. "Shoha, prepare to receive the grand gift I have meticulously crafted for you." Number 320. As it plummeted, the winged egg expanded rapidly, ultimately transforming into a puppet the size of a 3-story house. Sensing impending doom, Shoha hastily gathered sand before him, but it was too late. Boom! A cataclysmic explosion erupted, far more violent than the prior devastation of the town. The deafening roar preceded an overwhelming brilliance that shone before Minato and his companions, resembling a second sun rising upon the earth. The sunlight dimmed significantly in its presence. The three immediately bent low, shielding themselves from the blinding light and the impending shockwave. A colossal sound gradually approached, accompanied by the shockwave of the explosion. Minato grasped hold of Coulson and Hawkeye, and the trio sheltered behind a massive rock. With Minato anchoring himself with chakra, they were spared from being swept away. The shockwave advanced slowly yet resolutely, its potency waning as it traveled, eventually reaching the town. Although the epicenter of the explosion lay several kilometers away, the townsfolk still felt a fierce gust of wind. Agents of SHIELD stared at the immense mushroom cloud, their minds momentarily incapacitated. Some murmured in disbelief. Such power rivals that of a tactical low-yield nuclear warhead. Is this truly the strength wielded by the Akatsuki? Have we been battling such a terrifying organization? It was evident that the individual was utterly astounded by Deidara's might. At that moment, had Deidara been nearby, he would have been elated. The recognition of his artistry brought him unparalleled joy. Why was he even more elated? Simply because he was already quite pleased. The reason was straightforward. Shoha had been successfully captured. Even the One-Tails, renowned for its defensive prowess, struggled to withstand such an explosive assault in a moment of haste. Originally a colossal figure nearly 100 meters tall, it now appeared to have shrunk to a mere 3 or 4 meters, with numerous indentations across its form, as though it could barely sustain its shape. Witnessing this scene, Obito placed a reassuring hand on Deidara's shoulder, prompting him to descend. He then leaped down, retrieving a massive scroll to perform a sealing technique, entrapping the small One-Tail within. Observing this, Deidara couldn't help but inquire, "Obito, will the diminished size of the One-Tail affect the outcome?" I recall the leader mentioning something about its significance. Shaking his head, Obito replied, "I sealed it along with its chakra. Although the One-Tail, Shikaku, has shrunk, its chakra remains largely intact." With that clarification, Deidara exclaimed, "Then let us depart. There are no delicious street foods here. I'm famished." He animatedly directed his flying bird, carrying Obito away into the distance. Meanwhile, from afar, Minato Namikaze and his companions observed this unfolding drama. Coulson inquired, "Mr. Namikaze, shall we not pursue?" Minato gently shook his head before nodding again. Even if I were to chase, Obito's intangibility would render any attempt to reclaim the One-Tail futile. Nonetheless, we must pursue to at least disrupt them or uncover their stronghold. However, you cannot accompany us. Exchanging a glance with Hawkeye Barton, both discerned an unwillingness in each other's eyes. Yet, despite their reluctance, they refrained from voicing objections, knowing that to Minato, they were merely burdens. Recognizing their understanding, Minato nodded in satisfaction and cautioned Coulson, "Ensure you return promptly after resolving matters here." Upon receiving Coulson's affirmative response, Minato turned to Barton, instructing, "After you return, seek out Chen. Once we have dealt with the Akatsuki members, I shall stay at his residence for a few days." "Understood, Master Minato." With that, Minato transformed into a streak of golden light, swiftly pursuing the direction in which Obito and Deidara had departed. Coulson hesitated, then ultimately chose silence. Noticing Barton's curiosity, he retorted, "I initially considered asking Mr. Namikaze to take a recording device, but I realized it might compromise his combat effectiveness, so I abandoned the idea." After this explanation, Coulson and Hawkeye Barton returned to the small town to address the subsequent matters. A town lay in ruin. Although there were no casualties, the aftermath was no trivial affair. It would likely be several days before Coulson returned to New York, and Hawkeye would remain to assist him, given that his combat prowess surpassed that of any other agents present. Thus, the Thor incident on Earth concluded. Yet the saga of the Thunder God in the realm of the Divine was far from over. Upon returning to the Divine realm with his companions, Thor was horrified to witness his father, accompanied by guards, personally escorting Loki, prepared to banish him into the endless void. The rationale behind this decision was straightforward. During Thor's prolonged stay on Earth, Loki, realizing that his schemes had been uncovered, prepared to utilize the Bifrost to obliterate the Frost Giants' realm of Jotunheim. His motivation stemmed from a desire to conceal his ignoble lineage from others. In Loki's perspective, with his father in a deep slumber and his mother unlikely to divulge these matters, annihilating Jotunheim, the home of those privy to his true identity as a frost giant, would ensure that no one discovered his secret. Without hesitation, Loki took immediate action, channeling the energy of the Bifrost into the very earth of Jotunheim. In an instant, the ground trembled, mountains crumbled, and chaos ensued. The Bifrost was not merely a means of transportation. It was also one of Asgard's formidable weapons. When activated to full power, its immense energy could annihilate entire planets, a testament to the might of the interstellar civilization of Asgard. Despite their appearance of living in a medieval era, the power they wielded could easily overpower most civilizations in the cosmos, with only a select few capable of standing alongside them. Loki's aspirations were grand, yet he remained oblivious to the fact that Odin had not truly fallen into a deep sleep. The entire incident involving Thor was orchestrated by Odin to facilitate his beloved son's growth. Whether Odin chose to slumber or not was solely his decision, impervious to the discernment of others. After all, one cannot awaken a pretender in slumber. Thus, mere seconds after Loki activated the Bifrost, a mighty hand descended upon him, knocking him to the ground. Odin coldly drew the sword that controlled the Bifrost and shattered the icy prison surrounding Heimdall, returning the sword to him. No matter Loki's attempts at justification, Odin remained indifferent. Had any ordinary denizen of the realm committed such acts, Odin would have instantly reduced them to ashes. Yet, the one responsible was his child, whom he had nurtured for over a millennium. To claim he felt no emotion would be utterly implausible. After much contemplation, Odin resolved to exile Loki, granting him a slender thread of hope. Witnessing Odin's ruthless decision, despair engulfed Loki, prompting him to embrace his darker inclinations. Once aspiring to be the ruler of the realm, he now harbored thoughts of annihilating the very place that had raised him. "Father, what are you doing?" Thor exclaimed in fury. In Thor's mind, he envisioned delivering a thorough beating to Loki, awakening him and subsequently imposing some punishment. This would suffice. Yet, he was taken aback by his father's intention to release Loki. At that moment, Odin remained the king of the realm, and Thor had yet to inherit the throne, rendering him powerless to thwart Odin's actions. Ultimately, Loki was cast into the endless void, his gaze filled with hatred, marking the definitive conclusion of the Thor incident. Chen, having grasped the unfolding events, nodded in satisfaction. His awareness was, of course, a result of Obito, Minato, and Deidara having relinquished their disguise and shadow clone techniques, allowing that memory to return to Chen. Although it was stated that the Akatsuki members were to engage in a chase with Minato, no one else could perceive it, which permitted them to indulge in leisure. Ultimately, they alone dictated their circumstances. Thus, Chen sat in a chair, sipping the new fatigue-reducing potion as one would savor fine tea, while simultaneously organizing his memories. Due to a surplus of funds, He had upgraded the fatigue-reducing potion, rendering sleep unnecessary and enabling him to dispel fatigue within mere moments. After meticulously sorting through his memories, Wu Chen's consciousness descended into the system space, where he beheld his personal panel. Host: Wu Chen, current role, none. Current role progress, none. Held characters: Fourth Great Ninja War Minato Namikaze, Nine-Tail Chakra Mode, 80. Obito Uchiha, Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, 61. Tobirama Senju, 30. Akatsuki's Deidara, 25. Akatsuki's Pain, Nagato, 15. Role extraction attempts, 0. Available character abilities, Minato Namikaze, 1. Obito Uchiha, 2. What a bountiful harvest! Observing the surging role progress, Wu Chen couldn't help but exclaim that grand endeavors were indeed the way to go. The role progress for Minato had increased by 10%, while Obito's had also risen by 10% and Deidara's by 15%. Moreover, Minato's ability selection count had increased by 1 and Obito's by 2. Truly a lucrative venture. In fact, following the Nine-Tails incident, when Obito's role progress reached 50%, Wu Chen could have selected an ability from him. However, at that time, Obito was on the verge of an upgrade, and Wu Chen had yet to determine which ability he desired from Obito. Thus, that opportunity was set aside. Now, the timing was perfect for selection. Abilities of Fourth Great Ninja War Minato Namikaze are as follows: Chakra, Space Ninjutsu, Rasengan Series, Perfect Sage Mode, Uzumaki Clan Sealing Techniques, Nine-Tails Chakra Mode. Rasen Shuriken Series Ninjutsu. Please make a selection. Host: having already acquired Chakra, Space Ninjutsu, and Perfect Sage Mode, Wu Chen dismissed these 3 options. As for the Rasengan Series and Nine-Tails Chakra Mode, he had already mastered them as well. Upon reflection, the only remaining choices were the Uzumaki Clan's Sealing Techniques and the Rasen Shuriken Series Ninjutsu. Was there even a choice to be made? Wu Chen decisively selected the Rasen Shuriken Series Ninjutsu. Why, you may ask? Simply because this series of ninjutsu was exceedingly impressive. Furthermore, how could a master not impart their signature techniques to their disciple? Additionally, sealing techniques were not frequently utilized. If truly necessary, it suffices to summon Kushina, rendering Wu Chen's involvement entirely superfluous. After all, human energy is finite. Striving for omnipotence often results in utter ineffectiveness. Following the selection of Minato Namikaze, the focus shifts to Obito Uchiha. The abilities of Obito Uchiha, endowed with the eternal Manjiki Sharingan, are as follows: Chakra, Fire Release Ninjutsu, Manjiki Sharingan, Kimui, Eternal Eye. Would release Uchiha Shuriken Techniques. Please make your selection. Host: Obito's abilities are few, numbering only 5, which does not surprise Wu Chen. The power framework of Obito is inherently uncomplicated. Beyond the Sharingan and Fire Release, the only other ability is Wood Release, acquired through the transplantation of Hashirama cells. Wu Chen is permitted to select 2 abilities. After contemplation, he first discards Chakra and Uchiha Shuriken techniques. He already possesses Chakra, and while the Shuriken techniques are intricate, they seem somewhat impractical. Wait, Wu Chen suddenly considers a possibility. What happens if he selects an already possessed attribute again? Since he has 2 selections, why not experiment? Driven by curiosity, Wu Chen immediately takes action. He selects Chakra. Subsequently, Wu Chen promptly closes his eyes to perceive the transformation of his chakra. Where within his body. Where chakra is stored, warm currents manifest, expanding and purifying Wu Chen's original chakra. Moments later, the quantity of his chakra significantly increases, and its quality improves as well. It dawns on Wu Chen that reselecting the same attribute directly enhances it. Thus, if he were to repeatedly choose Obito's Wood Release, could it not potentially reach or even surpass the original's prowess? One cannot dismiss such a possibility. Without hesitation, Wu Chen decisively selects Wood Release as his second ability from Obito. As for why he does not choose the Manjiki Sharingan, the answer is straightforward. Although Obito's Kimui Manjiki is formidable, it is intrinsically linked to his physical constitution, lacking the Uchiha lineage's traits and Hashirama cells. Even if Wu Chen were to acquire Obito's eternal Manjiki Sharingan, he would merely experience a fleeting surge of power, akin to Kakashi, only to be rendered ineffective once his chakra is depleted. In contrast, the Wood Release, free of adverse effects, offers only advantages. Not only does it grant access to formidable wood release techniques, but those possessing this bloodline limit exhibit remarkable vitality. This effectively enhances one's physical constitution, equating to one choice yielding two rewards. With this comparison in mind, it is hardly surprising that Wu Chen opts for wood release. Concluding his interaction with the system panel, Wu Chen begins to experiment with wood release. He takes a withered potted plant from the living room and infuses it with wood release chakra. Whoosh! The wilted sapling instantly rejuvenated, growing remarkably tall. It is noteworthy that Wu Chen merely infused a trace of wood release chakra. This suggests that Obito's wood release is significantly more powerful than Captain Yamato's. Indeed, considering that Obito has a substantial portion of Hashirama's cells within him, his wood release would naturally surpass that of Yamato, who has only integrated a small fraction of Hashirama's cells. After testing the wood release, Wu Chen stretched lazily and prepared to set off for Flushing to explore the Stark Expo. The opening ceremony was scheduled for this evening, and it was already past 4 o'clock in the afternoon, with nightfall approaching. However, attending the expo was not his primary objective. Wu Chen aimed to ascertain a particular piece of information. That is, the main antagonist of Iron Man 2, Whiplash Ivan Vanko, had arrived in New York. This intelligence was relayed to Tendo by Happy Hogan using a secure phone earlier that day. Tendo instructed Happy to seek out the whereabouts of Minato Namikaze and Tobarama Senju. But instead of locating them, Happy provided some other information. He nervously requested, "Please, Chief, grant me a little more time. By tomorrow at the latest, I will surely report back with information on those too." Tendo merely responded with a cold grunt and a nod. Later that morning, as Wu Chen sorted through the intelligence, he discovered that Ivan Vanko had joined Hammer Industries a month prior, becoming the chief weapons designer there. Furthermore, Justin Hammer, the owner of Hammer Industries, planned to use their new products to send a message to Tony Stark that very evening. According to the original storyline, Whiplash Ivan Vanko should still be in Morocco, waiting for Tony to arrive before attempting to kill him. Could this be a result of the butterfly effect? Wu Chen pondered briefly, but dismissed the thought. What the butterfly effect? As long as his own strength was sufficient, Wu Chen feared nothing. Nonetheless, this matter piqued his interest, prompting him to investigate. Chapter 140. The plot of Iron Man 2 precedes 44. Of course, this was also because Wu Chen had already promised Tony he would attend the Stark Expo. He would not let a friend down. As for observing the situation at Hammer Industries and checking if Ivan Vanko was present, that was merely his secondary objective. Given the abundance of time, Wu Chen decided to walk there. Along the way, he indulged in various snacks to satiate his hunger. By the time Wu Chen arrived at the Stark Expo area, it was already 5 o'clock. The sun was setting, yet the venue was bustling with people. The Stark Expo had no admission fee, allowing anyone to enter, thus attracting a large crowd. However, entry to Stark Industries Pavilion required a ticket, otherwise, with limited space, it would be impossible to accommodate everyone. With some time remaining before the 8 o'clock opening ceremony, Wu Chen planned to explore other pavilions while simultaneously pursuing his objective. Thus, he began to stroll about. However, before he could reach the Hammer Industries Pavilion, he encountered familiar faces. 2 young children. One was Peter Parker, and the other was the blonde little girl whom Minato had saved, presumably named Mindy. It seemed that she would eventually become a superhero as well, although merely a street-level vigilante known as the Punisher. After some contemplation, Wu Chen felt no inclination to greet them. Both children were acquaintances from his time portraying Minato, and Wu Chen should not have known them. Moreover, the significant age difference and generational gap further dissuaded him, prompting him to turn and head towards the Hammer Industries Pavilion. Upon arriving at the pavilion, he found it bustling with attendees. Just as he entered, Justin Hammer, the president of Hammer Industries, took to the stage. With awkward and clumsy dance moves, he made his way to the center and exclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming and for your support of Hammer Industries. For many years, our nation has seen brave soldiers venture into battle, and when Iron Man emerged, we thought no more lives would be lost." As he spoke, images of war's aftermath flickered on the screen behind him, causing the audience to bow their heads in somber reflection. Yet, Tony remained reluctant to unveil his advanced technology. Oblivious to the growing discontent among the audience, Justin Hammer continued, "It is indeed unfair, unfortunate, and regrettable that Iron Man enjoys far greater popularity than Hammer Industries." He went on to emphasize, "Nevertheless, it remains a remarkable invention. Justin Hammer continued his monologue, skillfully steering the conversation towards his products. One had to admit, he possessed a certain flair for oration that even Wu Chun found compelling. He was eager to learn more about the offerings. Naturally, Wu Chun had his suspicions that Hammer Industries' new product would likely be the Iron Soldiers. Given the butterfly effect that had precipitated the collaboration between the villain Ivan Vanko and Justin Hammer, it was only reasonable to expect the early development of Iron Soldiers. However, this raised a concern. Would Tony's friend, Colonel Rhodes, still have his Iron Patriot? After some reflection, Wu Chun decided this was not his concern and moved on. On stage, Justin Hammer finally arrived at the crux of his presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, today I am thrilled to introduce Hammer Industries' latest innovation, the new force of the military. The Hammer Industries Iron Soldiers. As his words echoed, the stage creaked, and 8 Iron Soldiers appeared in 4 neat rows. Furthermore, Justin Hammer saluted the military personnel in attendance, and the Iron Soldiers mirrored his gesture. The audience was utterly astonished. Cheers erupted from the crowd, who had not anticipated that the seemingly inferior Hammer Industries could indeed unveil something new. Moreover, these new innovations appeared remarkably beneficial. The audience's exuberant cheers invigorated Justin Hammer, who joined in the applause. Amidst the merriment, Wu Chun merely sneered in disdain. Only he was aware that these machines might soon launch an assault on everyone in the venue. However, at that moment, the Iron Soldiers remained remarkably well-behaved, showing no signs of rebellion. By the time Wu Chun departed the hall, it was already brimming with guests, filled with laughter and gasps of astonishment. At this juncture, Wu Chun could ascertain that Ivan Vanko had indeed arrived in New York and had allied himself with Hammer Industries. Furthermore, he harbored intentions of exacting revenge on Iron Man that very night. Though cognizant of the situation, Wu Chun had no plans to intervene. The reason was simple. He could not divulge the source of his intelligence. In any case, Tony would resolve everything. After all, compared to the imitation whiplash armor, Tony's suit was more than capable of overpowering it. Besides, Wu Chun was present too. At worst, he would showcase the prowess of ninjutsu to the New Yorkers tonight. He would relish the experience of being treated like a superhero. Chapter 141, Whiplash in Action, 14. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Wu Chun, armed with a VIP ticket, entered the Stark Industries venue. Once seated, he realized that the individuals surrounding him were all stunning women, captivating in a manner that resonated with his Eastern aesthetic sensibilities. This situation took Wu Chun by surprise, prompting thoughts of Tony's earlier antics when he had presented the ticket, illuminating the cause of this scenario. With a resigned smile, Wu Chun graciously accepted Tony's goodwill. Indeed, at his age, it was time for him to seek companionship. Furthermore, during moments of stress, he could certainly find solace in such pursuits. After all, this was the liberally minded Western world, and particularly New York, even if it were not for his superhero identity. His association as a friend of Iron Man would undoubtedly attract considerable attention. Contemplating this, Wu Chun resolved to take 1 or 2 girls home that night, liberating himself from a fate of solitary indulgence. As Wu Chun's thoughts wandered, the stage ahead suddenly dimmed. Following this, the lights flashed, and a throng of women clad in hot pants and bikinis took the stage, beginning to dance. Each of them donned small white lights on their chests and palms, evidently designed to complement Tony's Iron Man suit. While the lively performance was indeed captivating, Wu Chun's focus lay elsewhere. He scanned the vicinity, searching for the figures of Justin Hammer and Ivan Vanko. Apart from Tony's close friends, these two were undoubtedly the ones most invested in him. Surely, such individuals would not be absent when Tony was poised to make a flamboyant entrance. As anticipated, the reality aligned perfectly with Wu Chun's expectations. After an intense search with his gaze, Wu Chun successfully located Ivan Vanko, who stood at the edge, as well as Justin Hammer, who was amidst the crowd, embracing a blonde woman around the waist. Spotting these two individuals, Wu Chun subtly heightened his vigilance. At that moment, the energetic dance on stage escalated, and fireworks erupted in the sky, heralding the dazzling arrival of a swiftly flying figure. Bang! Tony, clad in a red and gold Iron Man suit, landed directly on the specially crafted disassembly platform he had designed. Wow! Instantly, the atmosphere in the venue became electrified, and amidst the crowd's cheers, Tony commenced the live disassembly of his Iron Man suit. Currently, aside from the portable suitcase-style suit, All other versions required disassembly equipment for removal. Observing Tony shedding his armor, Ivan Vanko silently withdrew from the scene. Witnessing this, Wu Chen had a fleeting thought, waved to Tony, who was looking his way, and then also made his exit. "Hey, Wu." Tony barely had time to call out before he felt his phone vibrate in his pocket. While responding to the audience's cheers with gestures, Tony discreetly checked his phone. A message from his friend Wu read, "Tony, I've spotted suspicious individuals. You'd better be ready to don your Iron Man suit at any moment." Tony furrowed his brow. Wu Chen wouldn't joke about such matters. This implied he had indeed detected suspicious personnel. Contemplating this, Tony deviated from his planned exit speech and instead seated himself at the edge of the stage, watching the performance alongside the audience. However, he felt no concern regarding the suspicious individuals Wu Chen mentioned. This was not solely due to his awareness of Wu Chen's capabilities, but also because Tony had recently upgraded his Iron Man suit. Utilizing the relics of his father, Howard Stark, sent by S.H.I.E.L.D., Tony reconciled with his father while developing a new element to replace palladium as the core element of his reactor, thereby enhancing his armor. At this moment, with his Iron Man suit's power significantly amplified, he was eager to find an opportunity to test it out. Little did he expect that this opportunity would present itself so soon. If trouble were to arise, he would certainly be the first to address it. Tony's confidence had reached a point where he even contemplated outshining Wu Chen, a testament to his self-assurance. Confidence is a virtue, but when it veers into hubris, it can lead to downfall. This reality was about to teach Tony a valuable lesson that very night. After Ivan Vanko left the Stark Industries pavilion, he returned directly to Hammer Industries, where he proceeded to his room to assemble the Whiplash suit. Vanko sought collaboration with Hammer Industries not merely because he recognized the limitations of his rudimentary equipment in creating gear capable of defeating Iron Man, but also because he perceived Justin Hammer as a gullible fool easily swayed. Indeed, the truth is as follows. Ivan Vanko, employing the finest materials provided by Hammer Industries, ingeniously crafted his own Whiplash armor, emulating Tony's Iron Man suit. Simultaneously, he acquired 32 Iron Soldiers under his command, those very same ones displayed at the Stark Industries Expo, within the Hammer Company's venue. With a series of clicks, Ivan donned his armor and tested its capabilities, discovering them to be flawless. A smile graced his face as he ascended into the air. Chapter 142, Whiplash's Assault Once Airborne. Ivan utilized the computer system within the Whiplash suit to control the 32 Iron Soldiers stationed inside the Hammer Industries pavilion. Instantly, the Iron Soldiers sprang to life. Some soared out of the pavilion toward the Stark Industries venue, while others surged forth, initiating attacks on unsuspecting pedestrians and structures. Ordinary individuals stood powerless against the Iron Soldiers. Even the most elite military forces, unless equipped with tanks, would find themselves outmatched. If the army struggled, how much more vulnerable were the unarmed civilians? In no time, chaos ensued at the Stark Industries Expo, resulting in heavy casualties among the bystanders. Crash! Upon hearing the turmoil outside, Tony recalled Wu Chen's warning and promptly began to don his Iron Man suit. However, just as he had managed to put on part of it, several colossal figures crashed through the ceiling, landing directly on the stage and surrounding Tony, who was still in the process of equipping himself. "Hello, who are you?" Tony inquired, sensing the hostility of his visitors, attempting to buy himself time. As anticipated, the Iron Soldiers halted their advance, and one of them spoke in Ivan Vanko's voice, "Tony, you may not recognize me, but your father knows my father well. Despite all that I have done, no one knows my name. This is something I cannot accept." Thus, even if conversing with Tony might not result in his demise, Ivan was willing to tolerate it, for he never intended for the Iron Soldiers to kill Tony. He sought to deliver Tony himself to his fate. Regrettably, their relationship was devoid of friendship, only marked by betrayal. "Your father, that despicable man, stole the invention that my father and he created together, taking everything from my father. Perhaps there is a misunderstanding?" Tony replied, having reconciled with his own father. He could not stand by as another insulted him, yet he could not act immediately, as his suit was not fully equipped. Misunderstanding? The Iron Soldier, under Ivan's command, shook its head dismissively. "That is of no consequence. What is paramount is that you remember the name Ivan Vanko. For tonight, I shall obliterate everything you hold dear, making you experience my suffering." Before Ivan could finish, Tony raised his hand and unleashed a particle beam, piercing the speaking robot and sending it crashing to the ground. Alas, it is unfortunate that your schemes shall not come to fruition. Subsequently, Tony sealed the mask of his Iron Man suit and unleashed a barrage of particle beams, toppling all the Iron Soldiers upon the stage. Inferior créations himing inferior. The direct modifications of Hammer Industries replicas left Ivan Vanko with nothing more than a legion of Iron Soldiers that were invincible to ordinary folk, yet utterly useless against Iron Man. The last Iron Soldier to fall emitted Ivan Vanko's voice once more, proclaiming, "Tony, the death from palladium poisoning is quite unbearable. Therefore, I intend to lend you a hand. Hastening your demise. I shall be there shortly." Realizing the peril he faced, Tony quickly summoned Pepper and the others to evacuate, while he himself soared out of the venue. Understanding that the target was none other than himself, Tony was determined not to endanger the innocents by remaining in their company. Meanwhile, Wu Chun commenced his own actions. As the Iron Soldiers exited the venue, he entered the Ninetales chakra mode, transforming into a streak of golden light, deftly navigating through the crowd. While rescuing the innocent, he simultaneously obliterated the Iron Soldiers with his Rasengan. The Iron Soldiers modified by Ivan Vanko were not only ineffective against Iron Man, but also against Wu Chun. Mere metal could not withstand the explosive force of the Rasengan. With just this technique, he could effortlessly dispatch an Iron Soldier. Furthermore, with Wu Chen's mastery of space ninjutsu, he utilized its advantages to defeat all the remaining Iron Soldiers before Tony emerged from the venue, gathering their remnants together. Oh, the Golden Flash. The rescued individuals who had narrowly escaped erupted in cheers, and soon, the entire crowd joined in the exuberance. Feeling the sincere gratitude emanating from the masses, Wu Chun found himself inexplicably elated. It was no wonder so many aspired to be stars or superheroes. The sensation of being cheered for was truly exquisite. At that moment, a fiery streak traversed the sky, and Wu Chun looked up to see Tony soaring away from the scene. Close behind was a black suit of armor, pursuing Tony with unwavering speed. After a brief contemplation, Wu Chun bid farewell to the jubilant crowd and took flight after them. Utilizing the body flicker technique, he swiftly approached the two armored figures, one ascending, the other in pursuit, both moving with great speed. Thus, the trio arrived outside the exhibition, within a currently deserted natural park. Under Wu Chen's watchful gaze, Iron Man was subjected to a fierce beating. Unaware of the Whiplash's capabilities, Tony was caught off guard and struck mercilessly by the electrified long whip, left defenseless. Even though Tony had upgraded his energy source, the situation remained largely unchanged. If Whiplash had been equipped with only rudimentary half armor, Tony could have relied on his superior equipment to withstand the attacks and ultimately defeat Whiplash, much like in the original narrative set in Morocco. However, now equipped in full armor, Tony found that even enduring the blows was insufficient to conquer Whiplash. Helpless, he retrieved his secret weapon, a handheld laser device meant for single use. As the whip lock ensnared him, Tony suddenly raised his hand, and with a swift motion, a slender beam of red laser materialized, slicing through the air in an instant over a distance of several dozen meters. Everything in its path was cleaved in two, including the entire arm of Ivan Vanko, the Whiplash. The laser device fell from Tony's left hand, rendered useless. A piercing scream escaped Ivan Vanko as he writhed in agony. Yet his other hand remained unscathed, still tightly coiled around Tony's neck. The crackling of electricity disrupted Tony's systems, and he realized he could not afford to linger any longer. He swiftly raised his right hand, intending to fire the laser to eliminate Ivan Vanko directly. This time, however, Ivan Vanko, forewarned, evaded the attack, thwarting Tony's intentions. Although one arm had been severed, the persistent electric whip would eventually incapacitate Tony's armor, leading to his demise at the hands of the current. Wu Chun observed from the sidelines, noting the absence of Rhodey in his Iron Patriot suit. He understood that Tony could not engage in the same manner as in the original narrative to defeat the Whiplash. Consequently, he wasted no time, disengaging the Ninetales chakra mode to enter Sage mode, and began to gather the wind-release Rasengan Shuriken. It is worth mentioning that Wu Chen's method of entering Sage mode parallels Naruto's approach, creating shadow clones to absorb natural energy, then dispelling the clones to return the energy to his original form, thus achieving the perfect Sage mode. This technique, requiring prior preparation, allows for an instantaneous and continuous transition into perfect Sage mode. Truly remarkable. As the Rasengan Shuriken materialized in Wu Chen's hand, its immense and piercing sound captured the attention of both the Whiplash and Tony. Seizing the moment, Wu Chen shouted, "Tony, bend down." Without hesitation, he hurled the Rasengan Shuriken forward. Whoosh! The Shuriken flew with astonishing speed, and due to the burden of the Whiplock, the Whiplash had no chance to evade it. Following Wu Chen's cue, Tony bent down, allowing the Shuriken to soar above his head, severing the electric connection between him and the Whiplock. With a swift roll backward, Tony positioned himself near Wu Chen, both watching as the Rasengan Shuriken struck the Whiplash, sending him flying and expanding into a colossal sphere of wind release. Within the sphere, fine tendrils of wind chakra incessantly eroded the Whiplash's armor. Ultimately, with a resounding boom, the wind sphere dissipated, leaving behind a vast crater. But nothing within it. Vanko and his armor had been vaporized, not a trace remaining. Tony couldn't help but smirk. Weren't you concerned that this move might catch me in the blast? You would have lost your forever friend. Wu Chen shook his head, asserting that he could indeed master his ninjutsu. This ninjutsu is truly remarkable. Wu, would you care to reassess whether I possess any innate talent for it? Perhaps you misjudged my abilities earlier? Tony, persistently leaning in, was met with Wu Chen's disdainful push. At that moment, Wu Chen recalled that the cores of these iron soldiers could potentially explode. He swiftly placed his hand on Tony's shoulder and activated the Flying Thunder God technique. Returning to the expo, as anticipated upon their return, the clustered remnants of the iron soldiers began to emit a red glow. Observing this, Wu Chen pushed Tony aside, drew forth his renowned blade, and positioned it before him, invoking the Thunder God's guidance. The technique was not overly difficult to learn. With the assistance of the system, he exchanged for several auxiliary tools and successfully mastered it. Boom! Just as Wu Chen readied himself, the debris before him erupted. The surrounding onlookers were left dumbfounded, barely managing to cover their mouths and noses, unable to evade the impending chaos. Tony, too, rushed a few steps to shield Pepper with his own body. However, the anticipated shockwave of the explosion never materialized. As the crowd, along with Tony, turned to gaze, they beheld that all flames and debris resulting from the explosion had been absorbed by Wu Chen's sword. Subsequently, Wu Chen hurled a three-pronged kunai into the sky, and as it reached its zenith, the explosion erupted with a resounding boom, resembling an enormous firework. This display captivated everyone's attention, with Tony even wrapping his arm around Pepper's waist. Yet, the architect of this spectacle had already discreetly departed. Wu Chen activated the Flying Thunder God technique to return home, collapsing on his bed while muttering, "What a tremendous loss, what a tremendous loss." After a considerable while, he finally rose, exhaling a deep sigh. Chapter 144, The Sign of Calamity 44. In this instance, not only had Wu Chen failed to bring back a girl, but he also exerted himself in vain. Truly, what a fruitless endeavor. Have you ever witnessed a superhero making an appearance, yet paying a fee for it? As for the girl, Wu Chen contemplated inflicting pain upon New York the following day. Hence he resolved to meticulously plan his actions for tomorrow. Opportunities for girls would undoubtedly arise in the future. However, upon reflection, Wu Chen realized he had indeed suffered a significant loss, which explained his lamentations. Were he any other character, this endeavor would have yielded progress in role-playing. But as the original entity, he gained nothing at all. At that moment, Wu Chen's phone unexpectedly rang. "Oh, Yemibat." Upon answering, his face lit up with delight. "Wonderful, wonderful. I'm here and ready at any moment." After hanging up, Wu Chen felt as though this episode was no longer a loss. Tony wished to express his gratitude, uniting several companies attending the expo to collectively reward Wu Chen with a substantial sum. Knowing Wu Chen's affinity for wealth, Tony refrained from offering any other forms of appreciation. Ultimately, aside from wealth and the Iron Man suit, Tony had little else to offer Wu Chen. Although Tony was keen to craft a suit for Wu Chen, the multitude of responsibilities on his plate, coupled with uncertainty regarding the design, delayed the immediate presentation of the suit. Thus, it became apparent that the only viable option was to provide Wu Chen with a monetary sum, $20 million. Wu Chen could not help but feel that S.H.I.E.L.D. was rather miserly in comparison. Look at Tony, who effortlessly bestowed such a fortune, while they offered him nothing. It was evident why S.H.I.L.D. was ultimately absorbed by Tony. In the capitalist society of America, wealth governs all. Initially, Wu Chun had resisted this notion, but as he found himself in a position to spend extravagantly, he wholeheartedly embraced it. That very night, 20 million in cash was delivered to Wu Chun, along with the delightful news that Washington intended to present awards to both him and Tony. Although the accolade carried no financial reward, it would bestow a greater sense of status and prestige. In a capitalist society, the significance of rank and reputation is as substantial as that of wealth. Wu Chun graciously accepted the honor. In retrospect, it appeared that not only had he not incurred a loss that night, but he had also made a modest profit. His savings surged from 25 million to 45 million, and Wu Chun's mind raced with possibilities. He then began to formulate plans for the following day. After a considerable time, Wu Chun finally reclined in bed to rest. The next morning, he awoke early and, after breakfast, summoned 7 shadow clones. One clone was dispatched to operate a food stall, while another took on the guise of Nagato. Meanwhile, Wu Chun and the remaining 5 clones touched Nagato, collectively transforming into the 6 paths of pain. At Wu Chun's signal, the Azura path lifted the female form of the animal path and hurled her out of the window with precision, akin to a rocket launching into the sky, landing perfectly before the entrance of the Jinbin building. Once the animal path had been dispatched, the remaining members escorted Nagato away from New York to a secluded villa in the outskirts. It was imperative that Nagato not remain in Wu Chun's home. Should he be discovered, all of Wu Chun's painstaking efforts could be rendered futile. After ensuring Nagato's safety, the 5 remaining pains awaited the animal path's summoning technique. This did not imply leaving Nagato alone. Despite his formidable strength, he was currently in a frail state, vulnerable enough that an ordinary person with a firearm could easily take his life. Wu Chun had the means to protect Nagato in exchange for a summoning card, the Angel Conan's summoning card. Nagato's closest companions were but 2, Yahiko and Conan. Fortuitously, Wu Chun drew Conan, thus he redeemed her summoning card. He entrusted the card to Nagato, ensuring that, should any unforeseen circumstances arise, Nagato could summon Conan to address the situation. On the other side, the Beast Path disregarded the curious gazes of those around and strode directly into the Jinbin building. Clad in a robe of crimson clouds against a black backdrop, with enchanting Rinnegan eyes, the front desk staff immediately reached for the phone upon the Beast Path's arrival, summoning Jinbin. Moments later, Jinbin hurried into the presence of the Beast Path, momentarily taken aback. "Leader? How come you appear so different?" Although the leader was indeed male, the figure before him was a girl of around 16 or 17. The Beast Path slowly lifted her gaze, and the icy glare pierced Jinbin's eyes. "What? You don't recognize me?" The frigid tone instantly reminded Jinbin of the formidable aura of the deity path, prompting him to bow deeply. "My apologies, leader. I failed to recognize you due to your changed appearance. Please forgive me. By the way, leader, I have gathered the intelligence regarding the personnel left in New York by Konoha. It's around my office." The Beast Path cast another glance at Jinbin and nodded. Thus, Jinbin led the way, with the Beast Path following closely behind. This moment, unbeknownst to many, marked a pivotal juncture, the true harbinger of calamity in New York. Chapter 145, The Decision of the Divine Tap, Tap Tap. Jinbin, donned in his customary white suit, walked ahead, while the Beast Path followed closely behind. Upon reaching an unoccupied corridor, the Beast Path glanced at Jinbin before bending down, placing a palm on the ground. Summoning technique. Boom, boom, boom. Jinbin yearned to turn back and investigate. Yet in deference to the leader's authority, he continued to face forward, albeit at a slower pace. Top, top, top. The sound of footsteps multiplied, indicating the presence of several individuals, 6 by the sound of it. What was the purpose of that summoning technique? After a moment's contemplation, Jinbin cautiously spoke. "Leader?" Wu Chun, embodying the deity path, stepped past Jinbin and headed toward his office. Upon witnessing the deity path's arrival, Jinbin's eyes widened, and he discreetly glanced over his shoulder. To his astonishment, he beheld 5 others, including the Beast Path, all adorned with Rinnegan and cloaked in dark attire, passing by him in succession. His mind momentarily hazy, Jinbin refocused on the six figures walking side by side before him, suddenly recalling the words of the masked man, Obito, when introducing the leader. So this was the six paths of pain. For reasons unknown, Jinbin felt an inexplicable sensation that the six paths of pain were, in truth, one entity. Upon entering the office, Jinbin observed the deity path already seated in the office chair, perusing documents. He dared not utter a word. Gazing at the five pains occupying the sofas on either side, he remained silent, patiently awaiting the proceedings. Jinbin was acutely aware that, in the eyes of ordinary individuals and even the superheroes of this world, he might seem formidable. However, to the members of the Akatsuki organization, he was merely a junior. Let us not delve into other matters for the moment. Even the masked figure, Akatsuki's leader, can effortlessly overpower me. Furthermore, during his investigation into the intel concerning Konoha's Minato Namikaze, Deidara became aware of the remarkable feats of that individual. He audaciously utilized his own abilities to obliterate an entire town. Although my water release techniques are formidable, should I confront him, I would likely meet my demise under his explosive prowess. Currently, only two members of the Akatsuki have revealed themselves to the world: the masked man, Akatsuki's leader, and the explosive artist, Deidara. These titles were bestowed by the American press, as they aptly capture their characteristics and have gained widespread acceptance. However, what the public and the media remain oblivious to is that the leader of the Akatsuki has already arrived in New York, preparing for a grand scheme. If even these two members can effortlessly dominate me, one can only imagine the power of the leader. Jinbin contemplated. When there is but one leader, his mere gaze instills a sense of reverence within me. If a confrontation were to ensue, would not my combat effectiveness diminish merely by his glance? Moreover, now there are six of them. 6 pairs of Rinnegan. What an overwhelming force that must be. As this thought crossed his mind, Jinbin's awe towards the Akatsuki deepened further. Kaire, upon completing his review of the intel, rose and approached the floor-to-ceiling window, stating, Minato Namikaze is pursuing Akatsuki's leader in Deidara. He is currently preoccupied and cannot return, leaving only Senju Tobarama by Wu Chen's side. At present, Wu Chen is selling hamburgers in front of Star Tower, while Senju Tobarama is assisting S.H.I.E.L.D. with a mission. This presents an optimal opportunity for capture. Jinbin promptly exclaimed, Your words ring true, leader. If you were to stealthily approach now, you would undoubtedly apprehend Wu Chen in one swift motion. However, upon hearing Jinbin's remark, Kaire cast him a cold glance, causing Jinbin to retract his head in contemplation of where he had erred. Fortunately, Kaire showed no intent to pursue the matter further and instead remarked, How could a deity evade the gaze of mere mortals? I shall proceed at once and personally seize him. Chapter 146. Tony is not home. 15. Jinbin finally comprehended his mistake. He had erred in attempting to gauge the mind of a leader with his mundane reasoning. Yet, upon reflection, he could also grasp the leader's perspective. Typically, it is the weak who shun the strong. Where lies the logic in a strong individual evading the weak? Thus, although he privately criticized the leader as being somewhat eccentric, Jinbin secretly appreciated the leader's approach. Consequently, under Jinbin's watchful gaze, the Azura path lifted the beast path once more and moved to the window. Jinbin hurriedly ran over to open the window, clearing the way. Then, the Azura path assumed a stance, took several steps back, and with a powerful thrust, hurled the beast path out. Whoosh! The beast path soared into the heavens, reaching its apex before plummeting down. The spot of its descent was none other than the rooftop of Stark Tower. Upon witnessing this scene, Jin involuntarily compared his own physique to that of the Azura path. However, he was met with the Azura path's cold gaze, prompting the remark, It is time for you to depart. Startled, Jin quickly nodded in agreement. He exited the office, donned the Akatsuki ring, and descended in the elevator towards the Stark Industries headquarters. In the back seat of the car, he removed his white suit and changed into the Akatsuki uniform, evoking a sense of trepidation in the driver. In recent days, the government had ceased its efforts to conceal the existence of the so-called Akatsuki, a terrifying organization endowed with superhuman abilities. The destruction of a small town had generated considerable commotion, involving numerous individuals. Coupled with the aftermath of the prior Ninetales incident, the government found it impossible to maintain the facade of secrecy. Faced with this reality, they opted for transparency, simultaneously revealing the existence of S.H.I.E.L.D. and assuring the public that they could still combat these terrorists. Consequently, the names of Akatsuki and S.H.I.E.L.D. dominated discussions across all forums. Many impressionable youths expressed a desire to join the Akatsuki. This unforeseen consequence was unavoidable, compelling parents to enhance their supervision. As a result, Akatsuki uniforms became available in various shopping malls, appealing to these impressionable children. Thus, the driver, trembling with apprehension, inquired, "Master Jean, do you also admire the Akatsuki?" Taken aback while changing clothes, Jean momentarily paused before nodding affirmatively. "Indeed, I have a fondness for the Akatsuki." Although he spoke with an expressionless demeanor, his words bore an unsettling quality. Nonetheless, the driver sighed in relief. "As long as you are not a member of the Akatsuki." Jin's eyes flickered with emotion, though he refrained from uttering a word. At the forefront of Stark Tower, the shadow clone Wu-chan fervently sold hamburgers, with a longer queue than ever before. The reason was simple. After his recent notoriety, his popularity had surged, in addition to the monetary reward. Observing the throngs of people, Wu-chan promptly revised the rules. Each person was limited to purchasing only one delectable crab roe burger per day. Instantly, those genuinely yearning for the crab roe burger lamented in despair, yet they could only acquiesce to the new regulation. After all, this was a seller's market. Buy if you wish, or forego it altogether. Satisfied with the situation, Wu-chan nodded approvingly. Maintaining the sale of 100 hamburgers daily was no small feat. Did they expect him to increase production and further exhaust himself? Not a chance. While engaged in the sale of hamburgers, Wu-chan's phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Tony. "What is it?" "I'm quite busy." "Wu, are you really not considering a trip to Morocco?" Tony's voice was accompanied by the cacophony of an airport, suggesting he was boarding a plane. Wu-chan shook his head as he replied, "I shall not go. I am occupied with matters each day. When I finally find time to rest, I will join you for leisure." "That seems agreeable. We shall take our leave now." Tony did not press further, promptly ending the call and departing. Although events transpired last night, they were managed with promptness and propriety, averting any severe repercussions. Thus, despite the significant impact, it did not disrupt Tony's subsequent plans to embark on a honeymoon with Pepper. Chapter 147. A dazzling entrance. 25. After delegating the company's affairs to his subordinates, Tony took Pepper and commenced their honeymoon journey around the world, starting from Morocco. Notably, the two had not yet wed, which was a considerable reason for Wu-chan's reluctance to join them. "You two are on your honeymoon, and you haven't even brought Happy. What need do you have for me? A mere third wheel. Do you wish for me to intrude? Or perhaps display your affection in front of me, forcing me to witness your romance?" It was utterly cruel. After hanging up, Wu-chan shook his head and resumed selling hamburgers. At that moment, a figure clad in a black robe adorned with red clouds appeared. It was the animal path from the Six Paths of Pain. She landed on the rooftop of Stark Tower, casting a glance at Wu-chan before standing against the wall and descending swiftly down the smooth surface of the building. The crowd of onlookers initially failed to notice the arrival of the animal path. However, as she drew closer to the ground, they finally beheld her, a charming visage, an unconventional yet striking ensemble, complemented by her remarkably cool entrance. Instantly, the spectators gasped in astonishment. Concurrently, they hurriedly created a wide space at the entrance of Stark Tower. The rationale was simple. The government had acknowledged the existence of the Akatsuki organization, indicating that their threat was genuine. At that moment, this girl, capable of running down a vertical, smooth wall from the tower's pinnacle, was evidently no ordinary individual. Thus, the likelihood of her being a member of the Akatsuki was exceedingly high. Realizing this, most ordinary people vacated the area where the animal path might fall. Yet, their curiosity compelled them to remain, observing from a distance. The reputation of the Akatsuki was indeed formidable. It is worth noting that they had been involved in two significant incidents: the Nine Tails disturbance and the Thor event in New Mexico. In both instances, casualties were remarkably low. Consequently, many believed that the Akatsuki might not be the malevolent organization the public imagined. Otherwise, upon hearing of their presence, they would have hurriedly fled. However, after this encounter, it is unlikely that many would remain unafraid of the Akatsuki. Wu-chan regarded the crowd of thrill-seekers with a silent gaze, offering no further commentary. One must always take responsibility for their choices. If they choose to indulge in perilous pursuits, so be it. Those who court death do not deserve salvation. With this thought, the beastly figure descended before Wu Chen's food cart, bending low to absorb the impact of her rapid descent. Then, under the watchful gaze of the onlookers, she slowly straightened her posture. "Wu Chen?" she inquired. "Indeed, but who are you?" Wu Chen replied, his expression wary. However, before the beastly figure could respond, a brown-haired beauty emerged from the crowd. She positioned herself in front of Wu Chen, brandishing her credentials as she addressed the beastly figure. "Miss, I am Agent Natasha Romanoff of S.H.I.E.L.D. Who are you, and what are your intentions?" Clearly, while S.H.I.E.L.D. did not impose strict oversight on Wu Chen, their protective measures had never waned. At this moment, the appearance of the Black Widow served as testament to that fact. The beastly figure glanced at the Black Widow before turning her attention back to Wu Chen. "Wu Chen, surrender yourself," she declared. Wu Chen responded, perplexed. "Your death can foster peace, bringing true harmony to the world." The beastly figure elucidated in a melodious tone. However, both Wu Chen and Natasha were left even more bewildered. "You propose that Wu Chen's demise could promote peace?" Natasha questioned, her brow furrowed. "Do not jest. I am not jesting," the beastly figure continued. "It appears you fail to comprehend. Allow me to explain. War has never ceased in this world, and it has been so since time immemorial. Even in our civilized era, it persists. So why does war arise?" She directed her gaze at Wu Chen. After a moment of contemplation, Wu Chen tentatively answered, "Due to disputes over interests?" The beastly figure nodded before shaking her head. "That is partially correct, yet not entirely accurate." At that moment, some individuals on the periphery had begun live-streaming the event. After all, the Dawn organization was currently a societal hot topic. Any video related to the organization on platforms like YouTube would garner considerable views. Noticing this, the beastly figure thought to herself, "This is an opportune moment to propagate the ideals of the Dawn organization. The reasons for war are inconsequential to us as humans. Religion, ideology, resources, land, grievances, love, whims. These trivial justifications are merely pretext for conflict. War will never be eradicated. Reasons can always be fabricated later. Thus, it is human instinct that seeks war. But why then does war arise?" Under the scrutiny of Wu Chen, the Black Widow, and the curious onlookers, the beastly figure proclaimed, "Because humanity is a foolish species incapable of mutual understanding. History has shown us that, regardless of circumstances, humans will never achieve genuine comprehension of one another. The cycle of history repeats itself, echoing in the present. Do you comprehend the essence of history? It is the understanding of the past, shaped by the truths we encounter, and the foresight of the future that unfolds before us. Thus, how must humanity evolve to achieve mutual understanding? The answer is singular, through suffering." The Beast Path reiterates the words once spoken by the Heavenly Path to Jean. Only through the experience of pain can the ignorant and naive child mature into adulthood. The wars between nations arise from an inability to grasp each other's suffering. Those who remain oblivious to pain shall never comprehend the concept of peace. I have transcended mortal limitations through the infinite anguish I have endured, evolving from a mere human into a divine being. In that moment, all onlookers, including Wu Chen, displayed expressions of bewilderment. Yet, the Beast Path appeared oblivious to this and continued, "Were you not curious about the intentions of our Akatsuki organization? Now, the divine reveals it to you. My mission is to impose a cessation of hostilities in this tumultuous world, and that is the divine's purpose. How can we swiftly halt the conflicts between nations? It requires a collective of just and peace-loving individuals wielding the power to annihilate a great nation in an instant. The death of tens of thousands, even billions, would evoke terror in anyone. Humanity, nations, the entire world would come to understand pain. Such fear would engender restraint, leading to the cessation of war. One could argue that such a world is progressing toward stability and peace. Pain shall cultivate the world, just as it has shaped me. To foster growth and advance thought, divine guidance is essential. The world remains but a child. To nurture its growth, it must come to know the essence of suffering. Therefore, We require the tailed beasts to amalgamate the 9 into the 10 tails capable of world annihilation. By mastering this power, we shall bring forth true peace. Pain, the 6 paths of pain, established the Akatsuki for this very purpose. Upon concluding his proclamation, the beast path bowed, lowered his head, and placed his hand upon the ground, invoking the summoning technique. In an instant, the other 5 pains materialized, surrounding the beast path. The heavenly path stepped forward, casting a stern gaze upon Wu-chun. Wu-chun, you're now called to contribute to peace. This is utter nonsense, Natasha interjected, blocking the heavenly path's view. Wu-chun, do not heed his words. The detached tone, coupled with the apparent authority of the Akatsuki leader, indeed carried a persuasive weight. Many adolescents watching the live broadcast were enraptured, eager to join the Akatsuki and partake in this noble and exhilarating ideal. Natasha feared that Wu-chan might fall prey to the words of this enigmatic figure, surrendering himself. As she spoke, Natasha gestured for Wu-chan to retreat. After all, the objective of pain, the leader of the Akatsuki, was none other than Wu-chan himself. Simultaneously, Natasha transmitted all that was unfolding through a miniature camera back to S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Chapter 149. The classic rearguard of Senju Tobarama, as Nick Fury gazed at the screen displaying the 6 figures, who claimed to be the leaders of the Akatsuki organization. A wave of frustration washed over him. Hadn't the Akatsuki just acquired the one tail in New Mexico yesterday? What fresh chaos were they conjuring today? Could they not find a moment's respite? Despite his grievances, Nick understood the underlying reason for the Akatsuki leader's appearance. It was merely a result of Minato Namikaze's relentless pursuit of the 2 members of Akatsuki who had yet to return. In New York, the only formidable allies worthy of his attention were Senju, Tobarama, and Wu-chun. In times of such power voids, it was an opportune moment to capture the 9 tails. Nevertheless, acknowledging this reality did little to alleviate Nick's discomfort. The might of S.H.I.E.L.D. had been disregarded by their adversaries. The media incessantly drew comparisons, and even within S.H.I.E.L.D., many regarded the organization on par with the Akatsuki. But were they truly comparable? Even with the backing of Konoha, S.H.I.E.L.D. undeniably stood as the lesser party before the Akatsuki. This harsh truth weighed heavily on Nick's heart. Fortunately, his ability to regulate his emotions was exceptional, and he quickly regained his composure. He then took out his phone to contact Senju Tobarama, who was currently on mission. Mr. Senju, the leader of the Akatsuki, has made an appearance. They are currently outside Stark Tower, seemingly intent on abducting Wu-chun. Hence, I entrust you with this task. Protect Wu-chun and prevent him from being captured by the Akatsuki. On the other end, Senju Tobarama responded promptly, I accept. Even if you had not entrusted me with this task, I would have gone anyway. I am in New York for this very purpose. I will head there immediately. As he spoke, Nick Fury watched the live footage transmitted by Natasha, where a shimmering aquamarine light flickered, heralding the arrival of Senju Tobarama beside Wu-chun. Upon Tobarama's appearance at the entrance of Stark Tower, both Wu-chun and Natasha exhaled a sigh of relief. The newly arrived Tobarama left the onlookers in awe. After more than a month of activity, Tobarama had already been captured on film by some individuals and shared online. Isn't that the water god? I recall watching a video of him stirring up massive waves at sea. Wow, S.H.I.E.L.D. managed to bring him here. We're in for a win. The Akatsuki is bound to lose. Haha, 2 against 6, a guaranteed loss? Who taught you math? Your PE teacher. Wait, it's not 2 against 6, it's 2 against 7. As the crowd buzzed with speculation, Gene arrived fashionably late. He instructed his driver to leave, and under the terrified gaze of the driver, he stood beside the 6 paths of pain, wielding the formidable sword, Samahata, wrapped in layers of bandages. Apologies, leader, I am late. There was traffic on the way. Pain cast a glance at Gene. Next time, avoid taking a vehicle. Understood. At this sight, the driver could hardly remain oblivious to the fact that his boss was a member of the Akatsuki. He immediately departed. The driver contemplated resigning upon returning, vowing to leave New York, a city rife with turmoil. Observing the increase in personnel from the Shao organization, Senju Tobarama narrowed his eyes and pushed Wu-chun behind him. Lord Tobarama? Wu-chun inquired, puzzled. You must leave first. Senju Tobarama commanded coldly. They are here to capture you. Once you are gone, they will have no reason to remain. I will not leave. Wu Chen vehemently objected. I cannot bear to see you fight alone. Besides, I have successfully mastered the Nine Tails chakra mode. I am not weak. Upon seeing the steadfast determination in Wu Chen's eyes, Tobarama frowned. Hurry and go. Lord Tobarama, your presence here only endangers these innocent people. We of Konoha cannot allow that. Wu Chen remained silent, casting a resentful glance at Pain and Jean. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of golden light, vanishing from sight. Senju Tobarama stepped forward, positioning himself between Pain and Jean, while instructing Natasha, evacuate the crowd. I will attempt to draw them away. Understood, Mr. Senju. At that moment, however, the Devapath remarked, Wu Chen must be returning home, right? Chapter 150, Senju Tobarama versus Pain. 55. Senju Tobarama's gaze sharpened. Without waiting for him to respond, the Devapath continued. Jean, do you know where Wu Chen lives? Jean nodded. Go. Capture him while I deal with Senju Tobarama. Yes, leader. Jean replied, hefting the enormous sword, Samahata, and retreating with surprising speed for his size. He took a running leap, then suddenly jumped, disappearing from the crowd's sight. During this time, Senju Tobarama would not simply watch Jean escape. He attempted to intervene, but was blocked by the head of the Azura Path. Instead of confronting Tobarama directly, Azura Path pulled out his wrist, revealing an entire arm made of metal instead of bone, adorned with numerous miniature missiles. Subsequently, dozens of missiles launched, raining down upon the crowd. Tobarama furrowed his brow and executed the Flying Thunder God technique. In the next moment, he appeared among the crowd, swiftly forming hand seals. Water release, water barrier technique. A colossal wall of water erupted from Tobarama's mouth, instantly enveloping the heads of the onlookers. Boom! 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 The missiles collided with the water barrier, resulting in violent explosions. Yet, due to Tobarama's formidable water release prowess, the barrier remained unbroken. Frustrated by the astonished onlookers gaping at him, Senju Tobarama shouted, What are you still doing? Hurry! Flee! Finally, the crowd reacted, hastily scattering in all directions. As the water barrier dissipated, Senju Tobarama refrained from pursuing Jinbing further. He needed to remain and hold off Pain's 6 paths, preventing them from attacking innocent civilians. The second Hokage of Konohagakure, your strength is commendable, yet it is insufficient to halt the march of divinity. Tendo regarded Senju Tobarama with piercing eyes. Should you persist in your folly, I shall end your life as retribution for offending the divine. Senju Tobarama, undeterred, retorted coolly, You may certainly attempt it. Nearby, having successfully evacuated the crowd, Natasha concealed herself in a corner, observing the impending monumental clash. Despite the imminent danger, she felt compelled to stay. This was not merely a request from Nick Fury, but a yearning that resonated within her. At this juncture, Natasha had relinquished her pursuit of Minato Namikaze. Last night, through a telephone conversation with Hawkeye Barton, she had come to realize that a relationship with Minato was unattainable. The romance she had longed for had not even begun before it was snuffed out, leaving her somewhat disheartened. Yet, more pressing than this was her concern. Could she still grow stronger? Her friend Hawkeye had secured the opportunity to train in chakra. What about her? Perhaps she, too, possessed the potential for chakra cultivation. Contemplating this, Natasha felt an even stronger urge to witness the true nature of a ninja's battle. Under the watchful eyes of Natasha and Nick Fury within S.H.I.E.L.D., Senju Tobarama revealed his true prowess, without a trace of a water source. He raised his hand and formed hand seals, unleashing the water release. Water Dragon Bullet Technique. With a roar, a colossal water dragon emerged, its girth capable of enveloping 3 or 4 people, towering over 10 meters high, far surpassing Jinbing's water techniques. However, this imposing water dragon was effortlessly absorbed by one of the Pains raising his hand. The Hungry Ghost Path, its sole ability, to absorb all energy attacks. This turn of events caused Senju Tobarama to furrow his brow. Contemplating his next move, he executed the Flying Thunder God technique, shattering several fire hydrants along the roadside. Instantly, jets of water erupted, moistening the air. Utilizing the terrain, are we? Quite the tactical acumen, Tendo remarked from his elevated position. Yet, even the advantage of terrain cannot breach the defenses of the hungry ghost path. Senju Tobarama, concede. You are no match for the divine. Nonsense. Senju Tobarama retorted vehemently. Receive this technique first. Water release. Hard vortex water blade. In an instant, the water coalesced, and Tobarama's right hand formed a spinning, conical water gun. Whoosh! A kunai was hurled forth first. The hungry ghost path raised its hand to intercept, but Senju Tobarama appeared beside the kunai. Subsequently, he bypassed the hungry ghost path and hurled the hard vortex water blade fiercely towards the assembled pains. Chapter 151, Intelligence on Pain, 15. As the water blade was released, it rapidly expanded. In an instant, a length of 3 to 4 meters was reached. Witnessing this scene, Senju Tobarama once again utilized the flying thunder god technique to return to his original position, observing with a cold gaze the pain members that were about to be pierced by the water blade. However, the 6 paths of pain were not foolish. Faced with an inescapable attack, they would not stand their ground. 5 of the pains scattered to evade the assault, leaving only the Deva path standing still, coldly watching everything unfold. This spectacle did not escape the notice of Natasha and the agents of SHAEL, who began to murmur amongst themselves. Did the so-called 6 paths of pain also engage in intrigue? The front pain obstructed the view of the one behind, leading me to believe he would assist in resolving the issues of the latter. Yet, when the front pain suddenly dodged, wouldn't he, the one behind, be directly exposed to the water gun? Surely, that porcupine-headed pain would meet his demise, to eliminate an enemy with a single strike. The prowess of Senju Tobarama is indeed formidable. Wait, did you notice? What? That porcupine-headed pain seems utterly unfazed, as if he had anticipated Tobarama's attack all along. Alas, it does seem that way. I share that sentiment. Amidst the discussions of the SHIELD agents, the Deva Path Pain, portrayed by Chen, raised his hand toward the water gun and uttered a few words, Shinra Tensei. A peculiar sound emerged, as a transparent spherical wall expanded rapidly in all directions from the Deva Path Pain. The sharply pointed water gun, upon colliding with this transparent wall, shattered into harmless droplets. Tobarama's lethal strike was thus effortlessly neutralized. The pains resumed their previous positions, as if nothing had transpired. Tobarama narrowed his eyes, refraining from any rash actions. The internal atmosphere of SHIELD erupted in chaos once more. Nick Fury, observing the disarray, immediately shouted, "Summarize the intel." Understood. The think tanks ceased their discussions and began reporting. The pain that initiated the attack appeared capable of creating modern weaponry. The so-called hungry ghost path could absorb energy attacks. The porcupine-headed one seemed able to deflect all attacks. Furthermore, their 6 members appeared to share visual information. Nick Fury furrowed his brow at the last assertion. The other 3 were evident, yet the final point eluded immediate comprehension. Although the porcupine-headed pain did not witness the water gun attack, his timing in activating his ability to deflect, it was impeccable. This could only imply that he saw through another's eyes. Otherwise, no explanation suffices. Other think tank members nodded in agreement with this perspective. In light of this, Nick Fury commanded, continue to observe and analyze the intel. Additionally, relay this information to Natasha, instructing her to convey it to Senju Tobarama. Observing the bustling crowd around him, Nick Fury contemplated for a moment before issuing a new command: deploy drones to Wu Chen's residence. A confrontation may also erupt there, and we must have eyes on it. Understood. Upon receiving the intelligence and orders, Black Widow Natasha called out the recent updates to the figure of Senju Tobarama. Tobarama, upon hearing her, nodded and cautioned, Natasha, you need to step back further. The ensuing battle may extend to your vicinity. I understand, Natasha promptly replied. She set up the camera in the corner, aimed towards Tobarama, and then swiftly retreated. Although she yearned to witness the clash of elite ninjas, her survival took precedence, a fact she was acutely aware of. Once the onlookers had completely vacated the area, Tobarama tightened his grip on the kunai. Seizing an opportunity while Pain's 6 paths were unprepared, he activated the flying thunder god technique. With a swift motion, Tobarama appeared beside the hungry ghost path and delivered a decisive slash. The hungry ghost path's neck was severed with brutal precision, its head rolling away. Instantly, a cheer erupted within Shield. He's beheaded. That is certainly a fatal blow. Truly, Senju Tobarama is remarkable. The Flying Thunder God technique is unparalleled. Tobarama retracted the kunai, coldly shaking off the blood that adorned it. He then raised the weapon once more, aiming it at Devapath. Meanwhile, after returning home using the Flying Thunder God technique, Wu Chun immediately changed into loose-fitting attire. Recognizing that a battle was imminent, the jeans he wore while out were rather constricting for the forthcoming confrontation. After donning his sportswear, Wu Chun stepped outside. However, as soon as he exited, he spotted Jin Ping, wielding the bandaged sword Samahata, standing nearby and gazing in his direction. Without hesitation, Wu Chun unleashed his chakra and sprinted away, determined to avoid a fight at his residence, even if the government would later rebuild and compensate for damages. The ensuing chaos would be cumbersome. Seeing Wu Chun flee, Jin Ping naturally pursued him. Yet, before chasing after Wu Chun, he committed a rather infuriating act. Seemingly aware of Wu Chen's intentions, he raised the sword Samahata and swung it toward Wu Chen's front door. The handle of Samahata, resembling an extendable whip, allowed Jin Ping to execute such a maneuver while simultaneously pursuing Wu Chun. Crack! The door splintered under the force, and the ground at the entrance buckled. Wu Chun halted abruptly, turning slightly to gaze at the wreckage of his front door. Observing this scene, Jin Ping wore a self-satisfied grin. It appears you truly care about your home. At that moment, Jin Ping remained oblivious to the gravity of his actions and the potential repercussions that would follow. These matters were beyond Jin Ping's comprehension. He only understood that his actions could compel Wu Chun to halt, thereby fulfilling the task assigned by their leader. Indeed, Jin Ping achieved his objective. Wu Chun no longer intended to retreat from this area. His eyes blazed with fury as he glared at Jin Ping, determined to expel him from this territory. With a swift motion, golden chakra enveloped Wu Chen's entire being, emanating an imposing presence that pressed relentlessly upon Jin Ping. This unusual occurrence alerted the onlookers, prompting them to flee the scene. However, a few audacious youths remained, recording the event on their phones, for in this day and age, some would risk their lives for the sake of notoriety. In an instant, Wu Chen moved. With a powerful push from his feet, he vanished from sight. Jin Ping heightened his vigilance, gripping his large blade, the shark muscle, tightly. Although he had successfully provoked Wu Chun into abandoning his retreat, this also escalated the difficulty of the impending battle. Jin Ping was acutely aware of his own limitations. Upon witnessing Wu Chun manifest the same Nine-Tails chakra mode as the one he had investigated in Namikaze's Minato, he realized that his earlier assumption of easily capturing Wu Chun by virtue of his abilities was now a mere fantasy. Over the course of a month, not only had his own strength significantly increased, but so had Wu Chen's. Thus, at this moment, Jin Ping suppressed any feelings of contempt, directing his full attention to the unknown nature of Wu Chen's impending attack. With a swift motion, Wu Chun, wielding the legendary blade, the Destiny, appeared behind Jin Ping and struck downward. Clang! Jin Ping skillfully positioned the shark muscle behind him, successfully blocking the attack. The sound of breaking bandages echoed as the seemingly lifeless shark muscle suddenly sprang to life. The true form of the shark muscle was revealed, a weapon bristling with spikes and featuring a gaping maw at the blade's tip. It was said that the shark muscle was forged from a monstrous fish capable of devouring chakra. Wu Chun immediately leaped back, creating distance while cautiously observing the living blade. In that brief moment of contact, some of his Nine-Tails chakra had been siphoned away, causing the golden hue of his aura to dim slightly. Evidently, the rumors held true. Nevertheless, Wu Chun had no intention of fleeing. Jin Ping had shattered the door to his home. There was no way he would simply walk away from this confrontation. Chapter 153. What a farce! Since you possess such an appetite for absorption, I shall allow you to indulge. On the surface, Wu Chun appeared to be consumed by rage. Yet beneath that facade lay a deeper understanding. Aware of Jin Ping and the shark muscle's capabilities, Wu Chun had already devised a strategy to counter them. However, he felt the need to elevate the spectacle of this battle to a more magnificent level. After all, the drones of Shield hovered nearby. With that proclamation, a faint glow of golden light enveloped Wu Chun, suddenly brightening and shimmering brilliantly once more. Jean Bing remained vigilant, his formidable blade, the shark skin, uneasily writhing in his grip. Subsequently, Wu Chun unleashed the Spiral Flash series of forbidden jutsu, the Spiral Flash Wheel Dance, first form. In an instant, multiple triple-pronged kunai shot forth from Wu Chun's hand, surrounding Jean Bing. The speed was such that Jean Bing had no time to react. He barely managed to raise the shark skin defensively across his chest, attempting to withstand the onslaught. Yet it was all in vain. Wu Chun transformed into a streak of golden light, weaving between the kunai, relentlessly delivering a barrage of punches and kicks to Jean Bing. In that fleeting moment, Jean Bing was struck dozens of times, but it did not end there. As Wu Chun sent Jean Bing soaring into the air, he condensed a massive Rasengan in his hand and forcefully pressed it against Jean Bing's lower back. Boom! Overwhelmed by the relentless assault, Jean Bing was propelled far away by the tremendous force of the Rasengan. Wu Chun fulfilled his promise, while Jean Bing paid a heavy price for his reckless actions. Had he not wielded the shark skin, he would have perished beneath Wu Chun's recent attack. The distinction between the first and second forms of the Spiral Flash Wheel Dance lies in the presence of shadow clones to assist in the assault. At this moment, Wu Chun was the shadow clone, and thus could not employ the shadow clone technique again, limiting him to the first form. However, even the first form S-series of rapid strikes was not something everyone could endure. The footage of Wu Chen's battle with Jean Bing was transmitted to the S.H.I.E.L.D. conference room. Observing Wu Chun's swift and decisive defeat of Jean Bing, Nick Fury stroked his chin, contemplating personally delivering an invitation to the Avengers. Director, isn't that a bit undignified? Questioned his assistant, Deputy Director Hail Maria. Undignified? Nick Fury retorted, if I were to be dignified, would you be able to produce a powerhouse like Wu Chun? I would gladly display my dignity for you every day. Agent Hill was rendered speechless. Director, Jean Bing is not dead. Look, cried another agent, salvaging the moment's awkwardness. Both Hill Maria and Nick Fury turned their gaze to the large screen. There, Wu Chun was seen leaping to the spot where Jean Bing had just fallen. Jean Bing lay on the ground, gruesomely injured, his back exposed with stark white bones visible. A terrifying sight. Yet at that moment, Jean Bing was not dead. Having cultivated chakra, he possessed an amount equivalent to that of a shadow-level ninja, and his combat prowess was equally formidable. Jean Bing would not perish so easily. Moreover, the shark skin, having fallen aside, was now restlessly writhing. Witnessing this, Wu Chun grasped his renowned sword, Si Ming, prepared to confront Jean Bing. At that moment, the formidable blade, Jiao Ji, instinctively shielded its master. Hissing like a living creature, it slithered beside Jean Bing, its sharp spines quivering, poised to strike Wu Chun should he approach. Furthermore, its handle, or rather its tail, entwined around Jean Bing's arm, continually supplying him with chakra. Just as Wu Chun unleashed the spiral flashing wheel dance, his body inevitably collided with Jean Bing. It was at this precise moment that Jiao Ji siphoned Wu Chun's chakra. How remarkably tenacious! Wu Chun, wielding his blade, cast a cold gaze upon Jean Bing. The wounds adorning Jean Bing's body healed at a visibly rapid pace. In mere seconds, he regained his ability to move. Grasping the handle of Jiao Ji, he rose and turned to face Wu Chun. I must admit, I underestimated you. Chapter 154. Who is the true god of water? 45. With a sudden tug, Jean Bing tore away the tattered Akatsuki uniform adorned with black and red clouds. Subsequently, Jiao Ji began to rub against him incessantly, gradually merging with Jean Bing's form. Upon witnessing this, Wu Chun understood Jean Bing's intentions. However, he could not resist voicing a warning. Jean Bing, you have made a grave mistake. Jean Bing appeared perplexed. You have shed the Akatsuki uniform. In the world of Naruto, there seems to be a prevailing rule. All members of the Akatsuki face death upon removing their attire. This was the fate of Chiyo, Deidara, Kisame Hoshigaki, and even Itachi Uchiha. Even a Mighty Pain and Obito met their end without their Akatsuki uniforms, which ultimately led to their demise. Now, Jean Bing has discarded his uniform. Strangely, Wu Chen's resolve to win solidified even further, though he had always believed he would prevail. Of course, this was merely jest, not a true conviction. Meanwhile, the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., observing through drones, were captivated by the spectacle. Jinping, merging with Jiao Ji, gradually transformed from a human into a shark man with a tail and dorsal fin, igniting fervent discussions within the S.H.I.E.L.D. conference room. The potential of ninjutsu to achieve such transformations. How extraordinary chakra can be. I see he has gills. Can he now function underwater? This is entirely amphibious. Yet, what purpose does Jinping's transformation serve? There remains quite a distance from the shore. Indeed, without the advantage of terrain, a shark man could still be defeated by Wu Chun. The inquiries from S.H.I.E.L.D.'s think tank were soon addressed. At that moment, Jinping, hearing Wu Chun's words, furrowed his brow, perplexed. After a sharp rebuke, he swiftly began forming hand seals. Water release, great water burst. Jinping opened his mouth wide, and a tremendous volume of water surged forth, instantly forming a spherical domain of hundreds of meters in diameter. This was Jinping's ultimate mode, his final trump card. The terrain had been artificially created in this manner. In an instant, the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. were left in utter shock. Wu Chun had been drawn into that water sphere. How could such a gigantic water sphere maintain its form? What principle underlies this phenomenon? It defies all scientific explanation. The very existence of chakra is inherently unscientific. Can one truly seek a scientific basis for chakra? The enormous water sphere, with a diameter of several hundred meters, astonished not only the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., but also the onlookers nearby. Even the two combatants in the distance showed a flicker of surprise. Tian Dao gazed at the massive water sphere, murmuring softly, Jinping has unleashed that technique. It seems the capture over there will soon conclude. Thus, I cannot afford to linger any longer. As he spoke, the tattered Ashura rushed towards Senju Tobarama. Meanwhile, the Hell Realm stealthily approached the decapitated hungry ghost realm, summoning Yama and discarding the body within. Crunch, crunch. Yama chewed a couple of times, and the hungry ghost realm reappeared in Senju Tobarama's view. The strategist from S.H.I.E.L.D., who had been monitoring the situation, immediately shouted, "That pain can actually revive his comrades. The hungry ghost realm is dead, yet he lives again. My goodness, this is unscientific. Science, what nonsense!" Senju Tobarama, clearly aware of this development, felt an immense pressure. What was it like to battle an enemy with the power of resurrection? He did not wish to ponder this. Instead, he raised his hand to form seals. Water release, great water burst. In an instant, a second colossal water sphere materialized, even larger than Jinping's, with a diameter approaching 200 meters. It encompassed Pain's 6 paths and all surrounding buildings. Through this technique, Senju Tobarama demonstrated who the true deity of water was. In the presence of Senju Tobarama, Jinping could only be regarded as a mere junior. Within the water sphere, Senju Tobarama continued to form seals. Water release, water dragon bite. Chapter 155, Let the World Feel Pain. 55. Senju Tobarama could actually perform this ninjutsu. The agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. gasped in astonishment. Wait, the masked man, Obito, seemed to have once been from Konoha, but he betrayed them. This implies that Jinping could be considered Obito's disciple. How unexpected. It appears there is indeed a shortcut to becoming a chakra powerhouse, to be mentored by other chakra masters. Jinping followed this path, and so did Wu Chun. Look, look, Wu Chun is making his move. Inside Jinping's water sphere, Wu Chun was acutely aware that he could not endure combat in this environment for much longer, yet it was equally impossible for him to make a direct escape. The colossal water sphere generated by the explosive surge would follow its wielder relentlessly. If Wu Chun attempted to flee, Jinping would undoubtedly intervene. As Jinping pursued him, the water sphere would follow suit, rendering any escape futile. Faced with this inevitability, Wu Chun resolved to defeat Jinping, thereby shattering this ninjutsu. With this thought in mind, he maintained the Nine-Tails chakra mode while simultaneously gathering the Nine-Tails Rasengan in his hands. This Rasengan was an advanced version, infused with the chakra of the Nine-Tails, resembling the tailed beast bomb more than a conventional Rasengan. In fact, the original creator of the Rasengan, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, had drawn inspiration from the tailed beast bomb when he devised this technique. At this moment, Wu Chan sought to return the Rasengan to its primal essence. As the blue Rasengan absorbed the Nine-Tails chakra, it underwent a remarkable transformation, first shifting to red, then deepening to a blood-red hue, and ultimately culminating in a pitch-black orb. If he could hurl it, it would indeed resemble a tailed beast bomb. However, Wu Chan was currently in the advanced stage of the Nine-Tails chakra mode. If he could reach the ultimate stage, manifesting the Nine-Tails in its entirety, then he would be capable of launching this Nine-Tails Rasengan. In such a state, Wu Chen's combat prowess would surpass that of the Nine-Tails itself. Nevertheless, at this moment, Wu Chen had a clever stratagem. He directly materialized a golden chakra arm, which lifted the obsidian Nine-Tails Rasengan and pressed it forcefully towards the center of Jin Bing's water sphere. The speed of the Nine-Tails chakra arm was astonishing, leaving Jin Bing no time to evade, resulting in a direct hit. Yet, this was merely a water clone. The moment the Nine-Tails Rasengan appeared, Jin Bing sensed the impending danger. For the sake of self-preservation, he employed the water clone technique, leaving the clone in place while he stealthily retreated towards the periphery. In this instance, Jin Bing demonstrated the wisdom of his precautionary measures. Boom! With a resounding crash, the moment the Nine-Tails Rasengan struck Jin Bing's water clone, it began to expand. Subsequently, an explosion ensued. The building was obliterated in an instant, and the water sphere was violently ruptured. Wu Chan was liberated from his predicament. Meanwhile, propelled by the force of the explosion, Jin Bing soared backward. As he landed, he utilized all four limbs to dash towards the distant beach. In the wake of this confrontation, Jin Bing finally comprehended the disparity between himself and Wu Chan. With decisive resolve, he chose to abandon the mission and flee. As for the repercussions that awaited him, Jin Bing believed that survival was paramount. If he perished, there would be nothing left to face. Due to the explosion's barrier, Wu Chan refrained from pursuing Jin Bing, watching as he leaped into the water and vanished from sight. This is indeed a deliberate act by Wu Chan to let Jin Bing go. Jin Bing still holds value. Keeping him alive ensures a continuous flow of wealth. In this instance, as long as Jin Bing is willing to offer a substantial ransom for his life, neither the leader of the Shao organization nor Obito will hold him accountable. Within the water sphere created by Senju Tobarama, the Rinnegan possesses keen insight. Even with the water sphere acting as a barrier, the Deva Path perceived the immense black explosion. Jin Bing had been defeated. Gazing up at the colossal water dragon looming before him, the Deva Path remained unfazed, raising his hand to activate his ability, Shinra Tensei. Boom! The water dragon was shattered, and the water sphere vanished. Bansho Tenin, the animal path was drawn into the hands of the Deva Path, suspended in midair. Subsequently, the Deva Path directed it towards the outskirts of New York City, employing a gentle repulsive force to expel it from city. Just before it touched down, the animal path utilized a summoning technique to call upon the other four paths. Thus, only the Deva Path remained before the Stark Tower. Observing the drenched surroundings, the Deva Path slightly opened his mouth, his voice resonating throughout New York City. This was the effect of a small device Wu Chan had exchanged in advance. Wu Chan, since you refuse to show yourself, I shall compel you to emerge. Simultaneously, I shall make this arrogant city of New York and this proud nation of the United States truly experience anguish. As he spoke, the Deva Path ascended smoothly into the sky. Senju Tobarama's expression changed. Pain, what do you intend to do? However, lacking the ability to fly, he could not impede his opponent. The Deva Path soared higher and higher, saying, feel the pain, experience the pain, accept the pain, understand the pain. Ultimately, he reached a position directly above New York City. Those who do not comprehend pain will never truly grasp the concept of peace. Observing the citizens of New York below, appearing as insignificant as ants and utterly bewildered, the Deva Path spoke slowly. Then, from this moment forth, let the world feel pain. As his words echoed, a brilliant blue light shone in his eyes, and the vast chakra within him surged forth. Outside the city, the five pains fell one after another, having already utilized the tenfold amplification card. Subsequently, a tremendous repulsive force erupted, radiating in all directions. A dazzling brilliance blossomed forth, centered around the Deva Path portrayed by Wu Chan, as if he had transformed into a white sun, bathing the world in a sea of white. Shinra Tensei, Chapter 156, Let the World Feel Pain continues. 15. New York Bay. The waters surrounding the entire Manhattan area and adjacent Central City zone. Jinbin found himself immersed within. Since Wu Chun had not pursued him, Jinbin had only fled a short distance before halting. At this moment, as a shark man, he found himself surprisingly at ease in the aquatic environment. Submerged in the water, Jinbin began to contemplate how to mitigate the penalties for this failed mission. Despite the likelihood that monetary gifts could mitigate penalties, one must tread carefully, taking into account the dignity of certain influential figures. What should be the next course of action? Floating upon the waters, Jin turned his gaze back towards the resplendent city of New York, where towering edifices sprouted like verdant thickets. Yet, rather than appearing chaotic, the skyline exuded a modern aesthetic. Should he await the outcome in a tranquil setting, or seek out the leader? Jin withdrew his admiration for New York and continued to ponder the two paths before him. Following the recent confrontation with Wu Chun, which had laid bare their respective strengths, Jin had relinquished any ambition of overpowering Wu Chun to fulfill his mission. To approach him again would likely lead to further failure. The formidable Nine-Tails Jinchuriki could only be apprehended by the leader or Master Fei. However, before Jin could arrive at a decision, his expression suddenly stiffened as he detected a sound emanating from the skies above New York. Despite the considerable distance, he discerned a shadow ascending towards the heavens near Stark Tower. For reasons unknown, he could clearly hear the words spoken by that figure in the sky. That voice would forever resonate within Jin's memory. Could it be the leader? What was his intention? Though the sound traveled far, it seemed to echo right beside him. Neither grand nor jarring. Almost everyone in New York could hear it distinctly. As Jin stared intently, having absorbed the final words, he beheld a blinding light radiating outward from the shadow in the sky, expanding like a newborn sun. The brilliance illuminated the entirety of New York. At the Triskelion, the SHIELD personnel, equipped with a miniature camera set by Black Widow Natasha and dispatched drones, witnessed two battles unfold. They observed the peculiar abilities of Pain's six paths and the formidable strength of Hashirama Senju. They also saw Jin's transformation from an ordinary human to a top-tier powerhouse, alongside Wu Chen's true prowess at that moment. Yet, none of this brought them solace. The reason for their unease lay in the words spoken by Pain after he had dispatched the others from New York. Watching the figure ascend higher on the screen, members of SHIELD's think tank involuntarily chuckled, questioning whether the Akatsuki leader was jesting about inflicting suffering upon New York and the American Empire. Indeed, what would he possibly do to New York? It was apparent that the leader of the Akatsuki was afflicted with delusions of grandeur. In truth, Jin found himself somewhat admiring the audacity of such shameful proclamations. Among them, only the Azura Path posed the greatest danger. Due to the Shura Path's ability to manufacture missiles and execute explosive assaults, it stands unrivaled in its destructive capacity, while the other Pain bodies possess peculiar and formidable abilities. They lack significant impact on structures, rendering them inferior to the Shura Path. Notably, Nick Fury remained detached from the discussions among these individuals. An inexplicable sense of foreboding enveloped him, though the leader of the Akatsuki organization appeared to be afflicted with a classic case of adolescent delusion. One must ponder whether such a deluded individual, endowed with tremendous power, might act upon his whims. Observing the figure ascending slowly, Nick Fury decisively commanded, "Immediately evacuate everyone from that area." Now, however, it was already too late. The cold, detached voice of Devapath Pain echoed in the ears of SHIELD personnel. From this moment forth, let the world taste suffering. Following a brief pause, Shinra Tensei, an astonishingly overwhelming force erupted from within Devapath Pain, radiating outward in all directions. Yet, in that moment, Wu Chun felt a sense of dissatisfaction. The Shinra Tensei could not encompass the entirety of New York. After all, the city was simply too vast. This amplified technique, magnified tenfold, and harnessing all the power of the vortex of Nagato, could barely cover a quarter of Manhattan. This fell short of Wu Chen's expectations. Although he possessed two replication cards capable of duplicating this wave of Shinra Tensei and unleashing two more upon New York, thereby achieving the potential to obliterate the entire city, Wu Chun was reluctant to do so. He feared that such an action would diminish his prestige. Without hesitation, He activated a shopping panel visible only to himself, spending all his funds, 45 million, to exchange for a stackable 40-fold amplification card. He utilized it without delay. Consequently, the previously released force momentarily halted before swiftly escalating, surpassing the initial magnitude by far. Without hesitation, Wu Chen, embodying Deva, employed 2 replication cards, yet only obtained 1 card in return. This situation was quickly understood by Wu Chen. The sheer power of Shinra Tensei was too formidable for a standard replication card to capture. After all, replication cards have their limitations. Fortunately, both cards were successfully duplicated, granting Wu Chen a potent trump card. An expansive and unstoppable force surged forth from Wu Chen's embodiment of Deva Path Pain, following the trajectory of its predecessor and spreading in all directions. The multiplication of power had transformed from quantitative to qualitative change. At this moment, the Shinra Tensei had reached the zenith of its might. This has become akin to the divine power of Shinra Tensei unleashed by a being of the 6 paths level, in parallel to the Earth Explosion Star, which possesses the might to create a moon, at last, under the watchful gaze of the Deva Path. The formidable repulsive force generated by Shinra Tensei enveloped the entirety of New York City. 50-fold Super Shinra Tensei. Kagamisenju, Vuchenes Shido Clone, Va, E-L, D, and Jean Bing, all without hesitation launched their defenses, pushing their abilities to the utmost limits. In that moment, a dazzling array of lights erupted, striving to counteract the Shinra Tensei released by the Deva Path. There were roaring water dragons, immense wind-style jutsu like the Great Shuriken, assaults from firearms and missiles, and waterfalls cascading in reverse. Yet, all of these endeavors, upon encountering the 50-fold Super Shinra Tensei emanating from the Deva Path, crumbled like dried twigs underfoot. The pinnacle of power within the Marvel Universe is formidable, with its mightiest beings capable of annihilating and creating universes. There are certainly those who can stand against figures such as Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. However, the truth remains that at this moment, only the Supreme Sorcerer, Ancient One, possesses the strength to counteract or even nullify this Shinra Tensei. None among the others possess the power to resist. However, since Wu Chen began to impersonate Minato Namikaze, the Ancient One has not made an appearance. Wu Chen surmised that either the system has effectively concealed all of her actions, or the Ancient One's level of existence is so distinct that she remains indifferent to the conflicts among Earth's native forces. After all, the Supreme Sorcerer, Ancient One, is the guardian of Earth, rather than of humanity. The radiance of Shinra Tensei erupted from the heart of New York City, stretching across the straits on both sides. A myriad of attacks, upon touching the brilliant white light that blossomed from the heavens, collapsed one after another. The very ground, centered around Wu Chen's portrayal of pain from the Deva Path, was flattened as if struck by a meteor, the buildings crumbling and annihilating with ease. Senju Hashirama and Wu Chen Shadow Clone, along with others, roared in defiance, straining to resist, yet ultimately faced relentless defeat, swept away along with the structures. Chapter 158. New York Avoid 35. It was Jean Bing who first sensed the abnormality. Upon feeling the overwhelming force that was insurmountable, he immediately relinquished his resistance and swiftly retreated towards the depths of the ocean, following the remaining bay. In retrospect, Jean Bing's choice proved to be the right one. At this moment, miles from the shore, Jean Bing, having summoned all his chakra to escape, found himself unable to maintain his half-shark form any longer. He grasped the great sword, gazing at the New York City, which was collapsing in vast sections, its destruction spreading inexorably. His face was etched with a look of stupor and disbelief. The devastation ultimately reached within mere miles of the bay. Yet countless fragments of buildings and land were already at the edge of the water, all plummeting into the depths of the sea. Those structures and debris that remained encircled the former site of New York City, forming an immense circular wall. What is this? Jean stood dumbfounded before the sight unfolding before him, as innumerable fragments of buildings were thrust toward the ocean, coming to rest a mere 10 meters ahead. He could even see blood trickling down from among the shattered ruins. Is this a dream? Jean murmured to himself. Without a second thought, he slapped his own face, jolting himself awake. Witnessing the overwhelming chaos around him, he clenched his teeth, hoisted the great sword and summoned his chakra, leaping several times to ascend the towering rubble. Upon reaching the summit of the wreckage and looking ahead, Gene was utterly immobilized. Before him lay the site where New York City once stood, now completely barren, devoid of any buildings or remnants. The Stark Tower was gone. The Gene building had vanished. The S.H.I.L.D. Triskelion was likewise absent. And even Times Square had disappeared without a trace. What remained was a vast, desolate expanse, deeply sunken, resembling a colossal hemisphere of land. His gaze extended to the horizon, where not a single silhouette could be seen. New York City had vanished. Gene could not help but take a few steps back, then knelt on the ground. The great sword slipped from his grasp, clattering upon the debris. Once, Gene had thought the words of their leader were mere grandiose proclamations born of youthful delusions. But now, he comprehended that Pain, the leader of the Akatsuki, truly possessed the power to make New York, and indeed America, feel profound suffering. At that moment, Gene completely surrendered. From within, he found himself wholeheartedly devoted to the Akatsuki and to Pain. Then, amid this tumult of emotions, Gene lifted his gaze slowly toward the sky. He noticed that the white light had vanished, and a figure floated above, gradually descending toward the ground. It was the visage of Pain. In this instant, the echoes of Pain's earlier words reverberated in Jin's mind, alongside the haunting images of New York City's utter obliteration. Feel the pain, contemplate the pain, embrace the pain, and understand the pain. As a native New Yorker, Gene is acutely aware of the significance that New York holds for the United States. Although it is not the capital, like Washington, D.C., New York's importance is undeniable as it once stood on the brink of becoming the capital itself. New York is the largest city and port in the United States, and its metropolitan area ranks among the largest urban agglomerations in the world, alongside London and Hong Kong, collectively referred to as the Nuluan Port. The city exerts immense influence in the realms of commerce and finance. The financial district, anchored by Lower Manhattan and Wall Street, is hailed as the financial capital of the world, housing the headquarters of 17 Fortune 500 companies. The New York Stock Exchange, once the largest in the world, is now the second largest, having been surpassed by NASDAQ in 1996 in terms of trading volume. Times Square, located in the heart of the Broadway Theater District, is known as the crossroads of the world and stands as one of the centers of the global entertainment industry. Manhattan's Chinatown is the densest enclave of Chinese individuals in the Western Hemisphere. Furthermore, New York boasts prestigious institutions such as Columbia University, New York University, and Rockefeller University. Yet, it is in this very New York that the leader, Pain, has wrought devastation. It is evident that from this moment forth, the United States, and indeed the entire world, will feel the profound agony. Chapter 159. He Must Die. As a bustling metropolis, New York is never short of foot traffic. Just over a minute ago, a film student specializing in directing had rented a set of professional filming equipment to capture his graduation project. Suddenly, the heavens began to bear down upon the city, and instinctively, he swung the camera to record the unfolding chaos. In his shock, he dropped the camera onto the ground. Swiftly, he retrieved it and, burdened with the equipment, struggled to ascend the wall formed by the debris of crumbled buildings. The lens focused on a figure standing amidst the sky, arms outstretched, emanating a brilliant white light that inflicted pain upon the world and obliterated the inhabitants of New York City. It occurred silently. Wu Chun, portraying the celestial figure Pain, descended upon the ravaged land, his gaze sweeping over the barren expanse, observing the remnants lying along the edge of New York Bay and the stunned citizens who had miraculously survived, gazing in shock and disbelief. In the eyes of all, this celestial being was akin to a deity. At the edge of the wall, Nick Fury slowly rose, propped up by his hands. He was remarkably fortunate, having suffered only a scraped scalp that trickled a bit of blood. Otherwise, his limbs were unscathed, merely soiled. Regaining his composure and surveying his surroundings, Nick Fury could not help but exclaim, "Damn it." He took a series of deep breaths, striving to suppress the tumult of emotions within him. With a trembling hand, he adjusted the earpiece still hanging from his ear and queried in a quavering voice, "All agents, respond if you hear me. All agents, please reply." Again and again, Nick Fury called out, yet the earpiece emitted nothing but silence. The S.H.I.E.L.D. had been decimated. save for the current director and an agent stationed far away in New Mexico. Perhaps due to the proximity of the disaster, Wu Chen, the shadow clone, slowly rose to his feet not far from Nick Fury. As a mere shadow clone, he ought to have dissipated under such intense pressure. However, to prevent the exposure of his clone's existence, Wu Chen had exchanged for certain items that would ensure this shadow clone could function as authentically as the real Wu Chen. Nonetheless, those items were time-sensitive, and the limit was nearing its end. Yet, that was of little concern. As long as the real Wu Chen returned, the shadow clone could impersonate Tendo, thus resolving the issue seamlessly. After all, impersonation could effectively address the predicament. At that moment, the injuries on the shadow clone Wu Chen were minimal. Thanks to the protection of the Nine-Tails chakra mode, he had only sustained minor, superficial wounds. In stark contrast, the injuries sustained by Hashirama Senju were considerably more severe, as he had been directly beneath the impact of the 50-fold Super Shinra Tensei. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Hashirama was the victim of this technique. So Wu Chen was not surprised by his dire condition. Rising to his feet, Wu Chen helped Hashirama up and scanned surroundings, gritting his teeth in anger. How dare they act in such a manner? Nick Fury, frozen in place, heard Wu Chen's voice and quickly turned to look. His gaze was one of utter relief, akin to that of one who had found salvation. Wu Chen, filled with a mix of sorrow and rage, Nick Fury rushed over, a glimmer of hope in his eyes as he inquired, "Can you summon the first Hokage of Konoha? I recall you mentioning that he is the mightiest of ninjas. If you're to lend his hand, he could surely vanquish pain, right? We must eliminate him. It is imperative." Fury's eyes blazed with fervor. The calm, collected demeanor he was once known for had all but vanished. Yet, Wu Chen fully empathized with his turmoil. Fury grasped Wu Chen by the collar, roaring, 851,000 people. Over 800,000 lives lost because he sought to inflict pain upon our nation. He must be stopped. He must die. Chapter 160. I will kill him. 55. Confronted with the nearly broken director of S.H.I.L.D., Wu Chen gently shook his head, expressing his regrets that the first Hokage could not be present. At that moment, Nick Fury finally regained his composure, realizing that this was not Wu Chen's fault. Why? As instructed by Master Minato, Wu Chen reflected and spoke. Although the first Hokage is a god of the ninja world, undefeated in battle, he does have formidable opponents. One of them is named Uchiha Madara. He possesses the Sharingan, akin to Akatsuki's eyes, and his strength far exceeds that of Akatsuki. Of course, he is still somewhat weaker than the first Hokage, as the first Hokage managed to defeat him. However, even though the first Hokage vanquished Uchiha Madara, Madara did not perish. He lurks somewhere, perhaps ready to emerge at any moment to challenge the first Hokage or to destroy Konoha. Nick Fury began to grasp the situation. Are you suggesting that the first Hokage cannot appear due to the fear of Uchiha Madara attacking Konoha? Indeed. Wu Chen nodded. You may consider me, Lord Tobirama and Master Minato, to be powerful, Nick Fury acknowledged, and indeed you three are formidable. But if we were to face Uchiha Madara, we would undoubtedly be defeated. Wu Chen's expression turned grave, stating, only the first Hokage possesses the ability to subdue Uchiha Madara. Nick Fury's demeanor dimmed instantly, aging him several years in appearance. Observing this, Wu Chen timely interjected, however, I shall take action, paying the 6 paths. I will kill him. That fiend had the audacity to demolish my home. Nick Fury, with a peculiar expression, inquired hastily, do you have confidence? He is extraordinarily powerful. As he spoke, Nick Fury could not help but tremble. New York City spans over 700 square kilometers, yet the leader of the Akatsuki pain could reduce it to rubble in an instant. Nick Fury paused. If it is unfeasible, we should retreat. Wu Chen interrupted, reassuring him, fear not. I am confident. Consider this. How much power did the leader of the Akatsuki expend to lay waste to such a vast area? How much strength remains with him now? Frankly, I believe this is the best opportunity to defeat him. Once he recovers, everything will revert to how it was before. In the absence of the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara, the invincible leader of Akatsuki can raze any city to the ground, proclaiming that the world must feel pain. After Wu Chen's explanation, Nick Fury weighed the situation in his mind and promptly reached out to take the battered Senju Tobirama into his care. I will ensure Mr. Senju is well looked after. Wu Chen cautioned, Be careful. If it becomes impossible to prevail, retreat immediately. As long as we draw breath, the opportunity for vengeance remains. Wu Chen nodded, leaping onto the city wall. He left Nick Fury with a resolute silhouette and a declaration. I shall slay him. With those words resonating, Wu Chen vanished from his spot, charging toward the center of the ground where the heavenly path awaited. Witnessing this scene, Nick Fury retrieved his phone from his pocket. While bracing himself against the thousand-handed gate, he dialed a number. Hello, Tony, your home is gone. Observing the approaching shadow clone of Wu Chen, the true form of the heavenly path narrowed its eyes. Then, it lunged toward the shadow clone of Wu Chen. The shadow clone drew forth a trident kunai, while the heavenly path brandished a black rod forged by Nagato. Clang! The clash of weapons echoed. In the next moment, a piercing sound erupted as the heavenly path, with its other hand, coalesced another black rod and thrust it directly into the heart of the shadow clone Wu Chen. Boom! The shadow clone transformed into a wisp of smoke, dissipating into thin air. At that moment, the heavenly path within the smoke immediately shed its guise, reverting to the true form of Wu Chen. Subsequently, he created another shadow clone, instructing it to grasp the black rod materialized by the vortex of Nagato, and once again assumed the appearance of the heavenly path. As the smoke cleared, all remained shrouded in mystery. Chapter 161. The Reunion of the Six Paths of Pain, 15, with the shadow clone masquerading as the heavenly path and the true form liberated. Wu Chen could now unleash his full prowess. Noticing someone at the edge of the city wall capturing the scene on camera, he prudently refrained from engaging in idle conversation with the heavenly path and directly initiated combat. With a swift motion, he summoned forth a radiant golden aura, donning a golden windbreaker that billowed without a breeze. Ninetales Chakra Mode. Drawing forth the Fame Blade, the Sword of Fate, Wu Chen launched several trident kunai, and then vanished from sight. The kunai flew forth, yet the heavenly path did not employ the almighty push. Instead, it wielded the black rod to deflect the kunai. The might of the almighty push increases proportionally with its cooldown period. In simple terms, the strength of the almighty push correlates directly with its recovery time. Excluding the 50-fold amplification card, this does not constitute the power of the heavenly path. Simply put, the super almighty push far exceeds the capabilities of the ordinary version. While the ordinary almighty push requires a cooldown of 5 seconds, the super almighty push necessitates 5 minutes. Thus, during these 5 minutes, the heavenly path finds itself at its most vulnerable, for at this moment, it can only resort to physical techniques. Several trident kunai were successfully deflected, yet the true crisis for the heavenly path was just beginning. In the next instant, Wu Chen materialized beside the heavenly path, poised over one of the trident kunai, gripping the Sword of Fate as he aimed a horizontal slash toward the neck of the heavenly path. Clang! The black staff, crafted through the art of yin-yang evasion, boasts remarkable hardness, successfully withstanding the blow. Wu Chen, having missed his strike, swiftly evaded, transporting himself and his blade to another kunai hidden in the blind spot of pain. Launching a renewed assault, clang! The black staff defended again. Yet, subsequent attacks followed in rapid succession. Wu Chen employed his previous tactics, flickering and weaving, unleashing a barrage of strikes upon pain, momentarily suppressing him. All of this transpired in a flash, and to the outside observer, Wu Chen transformed into a streak of golden light, while Pain sought to counter that shimmering brilliance. As a minute elapsed, Pain's decline became increasingly apparent. Nick Fury, who had been closely monitoring the battle, felt a glimmer of hope. Perhaps, just perhaps, Wu Chen could indeed vanquish this foe. Wu Chen, keep going. Nick Fury couldn't help but shout, prompting the other survivors atop the walls to join him, their voices rising in unison, urging Black Flash. Defeat him, slay that wretch. Kill him. Black Flash, you could do it. Waves of fervent cheers surged forth, echoing like mountains and seas. While the 50-fold Shinra Tensei was undeniably formidable, not all 800,000 souls had perished. With a 1 in 10 chance of a fortunate survivor, over 800,000 still lived. Furthermore, the closer one was to the periphery, that diminished the power of the Shinra Tensei. Thus, nearly 1 million souls sustained injuries, yet remained capable of movement. As they grasped the gravity of the situation, they clambered up the city walls, rallying behind Nick Fury to cheer for Wu Chun. In a world where morale dictated battle, Wu Chun was, at this moment, invincible. After all, over 1 million voices united in support for him. Inspired by this rallying cry, Wu Chun seemed to gain renewed vigor. However, at that instant, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky, diminutive in stature, seemingly cast down from above. Summoning technique. Boom, boom, boom. One figure transformed into 5, each descending. Top, top, top. Leading the pack was the realm of hungry ghosts, followed by the realm of humanity and the realm of Hydra, then the realm of beasts, the heavenly realm, and finally, the hell realm. The 6 paths of pain have arrived. In that moment, all those who had been cheering felt as though a grip had tightened around their throats. If one Circle-Eye figure was already so formidable, what chance did the Black Flash stand against 6? Such doubts began to plague the minds of the onlookers. Yet Nick Fury unabashedly shouted, Wu Chun, press on. Chapter 162. The Slaying of the Hungry Ghost Realm. 25. What if the enemy is formidable? What if only one among us possesses the strength to fight? Should we surrender? Absolutely not. Such a fiend must never be submitted to. This encapsulates Nick Fury's inner thoughts at that moment. Moreover, while he was rallying support, he discreetly conveyed intelligence regarding the 6 paths of pain. For instance, the Deva path possesses the ability to repel all objects. The Hungry Ghost path can absorb energy attacks. The Azura path is capable of manufacturing weaponry. The Hell path can resurrect allies, and the Animal path can summon companions. However, the powers of the human path remained unknown to Nick Fury, as throughout the fray, it had merely employed a black staff and shurikens to momentarily distract Senju Tobarama. One must commend S.H.I.E.L.D.'s efficiency in a mere span of minutes. They had discerned the majority of Pain's capabilities. Had the human path also gathered intelligence, its abilities would inevitably be revealed. Nevertheless, this was inconsequential, for the information was not entirely precise. Furthermore, even with knowledge of Pain's abilities, lacking sufficient strength renders one incapable of countering. Of course, as a warning, the Deva path cast a glance at Nick Fury. Even from a distance, he felt the weight of that formidable presence. He hesitated momentarily before resuming his encouragement for Wu Chun. Wu Chun, go forth. Vanquish this demon. Everything Nick Fury did was not in vain. Wu Chun nodded in acknowledgement, signaling that he had received the information. The surrounding survivors once again rallied to bolster Wu Chen's spirits. In this instance, Nick Fury not only conveyed intelligence, but also uplifted morale. Although the morale may not have substantial impact, it is certainly better than none. At the very least, Wu Chun exerted himself with greater fervor. In the Nine-Tails chakra mode, Wu Chun wielded the famed sword, Simi, in his left hand and a Rasengan in his right, charging directly toward the Hungry Ghost path at the forefront of the 6 paths of pain. The Hungry Ghost path fixated intently on the blue Rasengan. One wielded a cold weapon, while the other was a powerful ninjutsu. It was evident which held greater potency. Moreover, was not the Hungry Ghost path designed specifically to absorb ninjutsu? However, to its surprise, as Wu Chun approached, he dissipated the Rasengan and seized the Hungry Ghost path's arm. Then, with a swift motion, he cleaved down with the sword Simi, and a head rolled to the ground. Casting aside the corpse of the Hungry Ghost, Wu Chun cast a cold gaze upon the remaining 5 Pain figures. The first, Morocco, at the racetrack. Tony, disregarding Pepper Potts' advice, resolutely boarded the racing car. However, at that moment, a phone call interrupted him. Upon seeing the caller ID labeled as Egg, Tony hesitated slightly. Egg referred to Nick Fury, a notion he had learned from his friend Wu Chun. After savoring the delicacies of Chinatown, Tony wholeheartedly agreed with this characterization, as Nick Fury's head indeed resembled that of an egg. What could Nick Fury possibly want? Does he not realize I am on my honeymoon? Tony casually remarked to Pepper as he stepped down from the racing car. Pepper Potts gently nudged him, urging him to answer the call, suggesting it might be of great importance. Tony, unable to deny her insistence, nodded and answered the phone. Nick Fury's weary voice came through. Tony, your home is gone. What? What is happening? Clarify. Tony felt a sense of foreboding and quickly pressed for details. However, Nick Fury did not elaborate, simply stating, in my capacity as director of S.H.I.E.L.D., I implore you to return swiftly. After the call ended, Tony furrowed his brow. Moments later, he looked apologetically at Pepper, I'm sorry. The promised trip for two may not happen. Pepper shook her head, raising a finger to silence Tony. There will be plenty of time ahead. And with you by my side, it matters not whether we're traveling. Tony kissed Pepper and then swiftly boarded a private jet with her. Chapter 163. 2 Kills, 35. In Wu Chen's strategy, the operation to apprehend the 6 paths of pain ended in failure. After all, Wu Chen could not imprison himself, relinquishing his own freedom to extract the 9 tails from within. Moreover, if the Akatsuki were to succeed in all endeavors, Konoha would be powerless to intervene, leading many to despair. Such a scenario would hinder Wu Chen's character progression. Thus, it was imperative to instill a glimmer of hope in the people, facilitating Wu Chen's objectives. As for how to defeat the 6 paths of pain, Wu Chen had his own ideas. Since he could not enhance his own character progression, he could only enable the character he was portraying to advance. He engaged in battle to enrich his combat experience, thereby enhancing his strength. In this manner, Wu Chen would fare well, as the key was to ensure that the process of battle contributed to the character's progression. Consequently, Deidara went to capture the 1 tail, while Senju Tobarama executed a classic ambush. How might Pain's 6 paths enhance their performance? Wu Chen contemplated the devastation of New York and the capture of the 9 tails. By employing the colossal Shinra Tensei, he aimed not only to make New York and the world feel anguish, but also to compel the 9 tails Jinchuriki, Wu Chen, to reveal himself. Subsequently, an intense battle erupted between Pain's 6 paths and the 9 tails Jinchuriki, Wu Chen. He could vividly envision that, following this event, the performance metrics of Vortex Nagato's Pain would increase significantly, beyond all previous expectations. In the interest of maintaining stability, Wu Chen resolved to emulate the battle style of Sage Naruto against Pain. Regardless of his approach, adopting Naruto's strategy would afford Pain an opportunity to augment their performance metrics. Thus, he was the first to vanquish the Hungry Ghost Path. Upon witnessing Wu Chen's swift defeat of one of Pain's 6 paths, Nick Fury and the survivors erupted in exhilaration, shouting, "Well done, Wu Chen, Black Lightning go." They glimpsed a glimmer of vengeance. Unperturbed by their words, Wu Chen took a few steps back, exiting the 9 tails chakra mode. He closed his eyes, dispelling a shadow clone that had been gathering natural energy outside the city. Boom! He transitioned directly into Sage mode. At this moment, Wu Chen could not yet attain the Sage mode combined with the 9 tails chakra, being limited to entering only one mode at a time. Achieving the Sage 9 tails mode, akin to Naruto, would require diligent practice. Alternatively, he could resort to using a wish card to cheat. Nevertheless, the battle raged on. Wu Chen raised his hand high, summoning a Rasengan. With the infusion of Wind Release Chakra and Sage Chakra, whoosh, the once quiet Rasengan roared to life as wind blades emerged from its sides. The howling Rasengan ultimately transformed into a Rasengan Shuriken. Wu Chen stepped forward and hurled it with great force. The human path, occupied with collecting the remains of the Hungry Ghost Path, was caught off guard and struck directly. According to Wu Chen's design, Pain's 6 paths were oblivious to the existence of the Wind Release Rasengan Shuriken and were unaware that this technique could be thrown in Sage mode. Thus, it was entirely reasonable for the human path to be hit. The Deva path frowned, sensing impending danger. He swiftly grasped the animal path in front and the hell path behind him, leaping aside. The Azura path attempted to assist the human path in evading the attack, but in doing so, he inadvertently became ensnared himself. Whoosh! The Rasengan Shuriken expanded rapidly, soon enveloping both the human path and the Azura path. A vast chasm emerged upon the ground, and with ferocious precision, a barrage of wind-driven needles relentlessly obliterated everything within its vicinity. Moments later, the tempest subsided, leaving naught but desolation in its wake. No remnants of the realms of hungry ghosts, the human world, or the realm of Azuras. Wu Chen remained in his celestial form, gazing coldly at the 3 remaining Pain figures and uttered with chilling disdain, the second and third. A surge of excitement erupted within the crowd, with Nick Fury moved to the brink of tears. Chapter 164. The Tree in the Forest, 45. You appear quite enraged. Despite the successive demise of the 3 Pains, the Deva path remained unfazed, engaging Wu Chen in conversation instead. This momentarily took Wu Chen aback, prompting an outburst of fury. What on earth compelled you to act in such a manner? Undoubtedly, Wu Chun was performing, a spectacle for the countless eyes upon him. Why? The Deva Path replied calmly. I have already articulated my reasons from the outset. To ensnare you, while making New York, the American Empire, and this world experience suffering. Wu Chun clenched his teeth, incredulous. And for that reason, you extinguished over 800,000 lives? Do you even comprehend what suffering is? The Deva Path interrupted, speaking slowly. If you feel pain, then a part of my objective has been achieved. Utter nonsense. Wu Chun remained unyielding, his expression one of revulsion as he glared at the Deva Path. You took so many lives for such a rationale? Do you possess any semblance of heart? The Deva Path seemed momentarily lost in thought, gazing up at the sky with a complex expression. Yet, he refrained from responding to Wu Chun's inquiry, instead raising his hand to summon the Beast Path, which ascended into the air and soared towards the boundary. Wu Chun remained vigilant, questioning, has your strength returned? Suspended in midair, the Beast Path executed a summoning technique, bringing forth the Hell Path. Ultimately, both descended to the ground, casting their gaze back at the two in the center. The Deva Path withdrew his hand, stating slowly, you pursue your justice, while I pursue mine. We are merely ordinary individuals ensnared in a vortex of vengeance masquerading as justice. Yet, if revenge is cloaked in the guise of justice, such justice will only beget new vengeance. When will this cycle of retribution cease? Wu Chun seized upon his words. So this is your justification? What a farce. Your actions bear no trace of peace whatsoever. As the saying goes, when words do not resonate, silence prevails. Wu Chun fell silent, raising his hand to conjure a second wind-based spiral shuriken, which he hurled towards the Deva Path with fierce intent. Yet, pain of the six paths did not evade, for you perceived only a solitary tree while neglecting the vast expanse of the forest. This is merely due to your failure to comprehend the essence of peace. To prevent such anguish from recurring, Wu Chun, surrender yourself. Your demise could usher in genuine tranquility. The azure Rasengan shuriken, suspended in midair, drew ever closer to pain. Nick Fury, witnessing this scene, was rendered speechless with exhilaration. At this moment, Hashirama Senju finally found the strength to speak. He lifted his head slightly, resting his chin on Nick Fury's shoulder, and weakly remarked, he doesn't evade. Could it be that Wu Chun is on the verge of victory? The other survivors, filled with anxious anticipation, recalled the formidable power of the wind release Rasengan shuriken they had just witnessed. If it struck true, it would surely eliminate that wretch. He must be vanquished, for the sake of countless lost souls. However, Shinra Tensei, with a powerful force, this attack obliterated 3 pains in an instant. Yet, as Wu Chun's ultimate technique, the wind release Rasengan shuriken collided head-on with Shinra Tensei. It was utterly annihilated. Alongside the shuriken, Wu Chun's sage mode and the hopeful gazes of the multitude of survivors also vanished. Nick Fury's eyes widened in disbelief. His abilities had returned. Meanwhile, Hashirama Senju, in deep contemplation, mused, I believe pain does not merely repel all objects. He must be controlling the repulsive force. But if he can control the repulsion, what the attraction? Before Hashirama could finish his thought, Nick Fury was suddenly struck with realization. Yet, he had no time to warn Wu Chun. Pain of the Six Paths had already raised his hand towards Wu Chun, invoking Universal Pull. A tremendous force surged forth, catching Wu Chun off guard, rendering him utterly defenseless as he was inexorably drawn toward Pain. With a resounding clap, Pain seized Wu Chun by the neck, forcefully pinning him to the ground. Crack! 3 black rods materialized, plunging directly into Wu Chun's body. Oh! Wu Chun screamed in agony, his cries unfeigned, for the rods had indeed penetrated him. Blood gushed forth in torrents. The multitude of survivors fell silent, and Nick Fury and Hashirama Senju too were rendered speechless. What had begun as a favorable wind had swiftly turned into a tempest. Their adversary had rallied to dismantle the crystal. Such a sensation is known only to those who have endured it. The Black Rod is a product of the vortex of Nagato's yin-yang release, serving as a means of control over others. Typically, when an individual comes into contact with the Black Rod, they are instantly subjugated. However, the target is Wu Chun, and Nagato has intentionally left a hidden door, thus granting Wu Chun a fleeting opportunity to turn the tide. "It is time to take you away and put an end to this chaos," he declared, extending his hand toward Wu Chen. At that moment, a golden chakra suddenly erupted from Wu Chen's body, swiftly enveloping him and coalescing into a colossal hand. This golden hand, shaped like a palm, seized the moment of Nagato's inattention and struck with ferocity. With a resounding clap, Nagato was sent soaring backward, crashing into the distance. After striking Nagato, the golden hand proceeded to extract all the black rods from Wu Chen's body. Rising to his feet, Wu Chen retrieved a vial of potion from his pocket and consumed it. His injuries visibly healed at an astonishing rate, quickly returning him to full strength. The advanced stage of the Nine-Tails chakra mode, Wu Chen observed as Nagato slowly regained his footing, tauntingly remarking, "Did you not anticipate this? Your black rods are not as formidable as you imagined." This series of reversals and counterattacks left the survivors, Nick Fury and Hashirama Senju, wide-eyed in astonishment. "Well done, Wu Chen. Black Lightning, you are remarkable. Keep it up, Crab Rope Burger owner." Perhaps fueled by their encouragement, Wu Chen concentrated, allowing the Nine-Tails chakra to surge uncontrollably. The golden chakra erupted outward, forming a translucent layer around him, resembling the ears, head, limbs, and 9 tails of a nine-tailed fox. However, this nine-tailed fox was immense, towering just slightly smaller than its complete form. This was indeed the size and shape of the Yang attribute Nine-Tails. The ultimate form of the Nine-Tails chakra mode had finally been achieved. Wu Chen had done it. Indeed, true combat brought with it numerous advantages. Leaning down to survey the scene, he observed Nagato, appearing as insignificant as an ant. The survivors and Nick Fury were equally astonished. Wu Chen had accomplished something extraordinary. This was even more impressive than Minato Namikaze. Isn't this the colossal beast that wreaked havoc in New York? Black Lightning is the beast. Hey, look closely. They are not the same. Indeed, I surmise that Black Lightning has tamed the beast, which is now under his control. These thoughts were lost on Wu Chen, who was fixated on Nagato. Contemplating his next move, he resolved to test the power of the ultimate form of the Nine-Tails chakra mode on Nagato. And so, he raised his hand to grasp. The forepaw, entirely composed of golden chakra, swiftly elongated and struck directly towards Nagato, the pain of the Deva path. "Shinra Tensei," Nagato uttered with indifference. Yet this situation diverged from the past. He did not disperse the golden claw, nor did he even manage to push it back. He merely halted its advance. Once the repulsive force dissipated, the golden claw would inevitably descend upon Nagato's head. Contemplating this scenario, Nagato retreated, allowing the golden claw to land in empty space. With a surge of confidence, Wu Chen relentlessly attacked Nagato, who found himself unable to effectively counter, forced only to evade. The frustration was palpable. Considering this, Nagato turned his gaze towards the magnificent golden nine-tailed fox and made a resolute decision. With hands clasped together, he intoned solemnly, "Chibaku Tensei." As Nagato's words echoed, the radiance of his Rinnegan flickered and the immense chakra within him surged forth. The force of gravity rapidly concentrated in his palm, coalescing into a pitch-black sphere. Perhaps due to the distance, Wu Chen, nestled within the Nine-Tails, could only perceive a small black orb forming in Nagato's palm. Meanwhile, the onlookers atop the distant city walls witnessed nothing at all. Silently, Nagato opened his hand, releasing the gravity-concentrated sphere into the sky. With a gentle breeze, the orb ascended, ultimately hovering above the Nine-Tails. Then, under the gaze of all, the colossal force of gravity commenced its effect. In an instant, the earth shattered. Immense clumps of soil and stone, along with the gargantuan Nine-Tails ensnared within, were propelled skyward. As the debris accumulated, a massive spherical shape akin to a satellite began to materialize in the sky. Below, the Nine-Tails struggled amidst the chaos, intermittently shattering the stones in a bid to escape the overwhelming gravitational pull. However, each time Wu Chen's controlled Nine-Tails broke free from one section of debris, new earth and stone would surge forth, filling the gaps anew. After several iterations of this relentless cycle, in a moment of distraction for Wu Chen, a colossal rock launched upward like a cannonball, striking directly at the Nine-Tails he commanded. With a resounding crash, the Nine-Tails was struck, and the vast sphere in the sky became complete. In that instant, all cheers faded into silence, reminiscent of a scene where one's breath is stifled. No one, not even Nick Fury or Tobirama Senju, could have anticipated that after Wu Chen harnessed the power of the Nine Tails, he would gain a decisive advantage over Pain of the Six Paths. However, for reasons unknown, Pain managed to conjure an enormous sphere, suspended ominously in the sky. In a moment of carelessness, Wu Chen found himself trapped within that very sphere. What could possibly be done now? Nick Fury was in a state of frantic urgency, fully aware that even a formidable warrior like Wu Chen required air to breathe. Confined within this colossal stone sphere, measuring hundreds of meters in diameter, it was only a matter of time before Wu Chen would succumb to asphyxiation. Even if he did not perish, he would undoubtedly be rendered powerless, making him vulnerable to capture by Pain. At that moment, a sharp shriek echoed through the air. Nick Fury looked up to see a crimson-golden figure hurtling towards him. He quickly moved aside as the armored figure landed with a thud. The helmet opened with a click, revealing Tony Stark's incredulous expression, a mix of astonishment and disbelief. What on earth was happening? Was this truly New York? Could this be some novel holographic technology that concealed the entire city? Nick Fury interrupted Tony, exclaiming, "Tony, this is indeed New York, and this is its current state. It is not a projection. The entire city has been devastated by Pain of the Akatsuki. Wu Chen is currently battling Pain. He is trapped within that massive sphere in the sky. Tony, you are his only hope. I implore you to assist Wu Chen. Together, you must vanquish Pain." As Fury spoke, his fervor was palpable, spraying droplets of saliva onto Tony's face. In the past, Tony would have retaliated with sharp words, engaging in a verbal spar with Fury. Yet now, he was devoid of any inclination to respond. He was engulfed in the harsh reality of the situation. New York had been laid to waste by the leader of the Akatsuki. "Hey, Tony, are you all right? What exactly transpired in New York?" Pepper's voice resonated from within the helmet. Due to the urgency of the matter, Tony had donned his Iron Man suit mid-flight and had descended alone back to New York. At that moment, Pepper's voice jolted him back to focus. He did not respond, but instead stated firmly, "Pepper, stop right there. Do not come to New York." Chapter 167, Tony's Rescue, 25. After successfully calming and dissuading Pepper, Tony's helmet sealed shut, his expression resolute. "Don't worry, Egg. I shall join forces with Wu to eliminate that wretch." Whoosh! Iron Man soars into the sky. Nick Fury's eyes glisten with unshed tears at this moment. He sincerely hopes that Tony's prior boasts of his own formidable prowess are indeed true. Oh, Iron Man has returned. That villain is doomed. Iron Man and Black Lightning, a formidable duo, are invincible. Iron Man, I adore you. It is only natural that Tony's popularity eclipses that of Wu Chen. This is not solely due to Wu's shorter career, but also because Wu is a Chinese man with black hair and yellow skin, while Tony is a bona fide Caucasian. It must be acknowledged that racial discrimination is rampant in Western countries. Every overseas Chinese individual has undoubtedly encountered incidents of racial bias. Suspended in midair, Tony gazes down at Pain from the Six Paths. After a moment's contemplation, he refrains from launching an immediate assault. Instead, he raises his hands, gathering energy for his particle cannon, and fires at the massive stone sphere in the sky. Whoosh! The particle cannon is unleashed, achieving the intended effect. A deep crater forms on the stone sphere's surface, yet remains largely unscathed. Pain immediately notices Tony and raises his hand, invoking universal pull. Whoosh! Tony, along with his iron armor, is sent hurtling away. However, thanks to his flight capability, he does not drift too far. He manages to hover in midair and continues his barrage against the stone sphere. Although he yearns to annihilate Pain from the Six Paths instantly, Tony possesses a keen awareness of his limitations. He understands that he cannot defeat Pain alone. After all, he lacks the means to obliterate the entirety of New York City. Missiles, particle cannons, bullets. Iron Man's attacks rain down upon the stone sphere as if costless. Pain furrows his brow upon witnessing this. He hovers in place and charges toward Tony. Sensing the imminent threat, Tony attempts to evade, but to no avail. Pain extends his hand, invoking universal pull. Whoosh! Tony is abruptly halted and is drawn toward Pain's palm against his will. Heavenly Severance. Just as Tony is about to reach Pain's grasp, Pain activates his power, using repulsion to send Tony hurtling away. The interaction of attraction and repulsion results in Tony's armor shattering, and he plummets backward without any deceleration. as if he had lost consciousness in the wake of Pain's previous attack. However, Tony's recent efforts were not in vain. A small fissure appeared in the stone sphere. From his crevice, two golden hands emerged, gripping the edges of the gap. With a powerful twist, the fissure widened slightly. In a flash, a golden figure leapt forth from the opening, swiftly positioning itself beside Nagato, the Devapath. Before Nagato could react, a swift kick was unleashed. The sound of impact resonated like an explosion, sending Nagato hurtling downward as if struck by a truck, akin to a cannonball. Wu Chun had broken free. At this moment, he had ascended to the advanced form of the Nine-Tails chakra mode. As his descent concluded, Wu Chun hurled a three-pronged kunai towards the still-falling Tony. With the enhancement of the Nine-Tails chakra, the kunai flew with remarkable speed, reaching Tony's side in an instant. In a blink, Wu Chun vanished from his previous location, reappearing beside Tony. He grasped Tony's shoulder, transmitting the Nine-Tails chakra, and together they touched down on the ground. Upon landing, Tony found himself enveloped in the Nine-Tails chakra, a layer of tailed beast energy manifesting upon his surface. Remarkably, rather than being harmed, his injuries began to heal rapidly. The Nine-Tails chakra could be shared. This shared chakra could restore vitality, heal wounds, and enhance combat prowess. Chapter 168. The Emergence of Many, 35. Wrapped in layers of Nine-Tails chakra, Tony soon regained consciousness. Feeling his rejuvenated state, he turned to Wu Chun beside him and inquired, "Wu, what are these things? Is this your chakra?" Wu Chun gently shook his head, explaining, "This is the incredible utility of a Nine-Tails chakra." The Nine-Tails? The colossal beast that wreaked havoc in New York? Tony responded instinctively, but quickly recalled their current predicament. Observing their surroundings, he closed his mouth, his expression serious. "We'll discuss that later. I believe we should first eliminate the leader of the Akatsuki together, shall we?" "I am certainly on board." Wu Chun readily agreed, re-entering the Nine-Tails chakra mode. The previous efforts to breach the planetary devastation and attack Nagato had already exhausted the Nine-Tails chakra he had previously harnessed. Now, he was re-entering the mode, aided by the Nine-Tails fox spirit that was assisting him in refining and transforming the chakra. As the two prepared to confront Pain of the Akatsuki, a sudden vortex materialized in the air. From within this swirling phenomenon emerged a peculiar, colossal white bird, upon which stood two figures accompanied by a lump of shikaku. These figures were none other than the masked man, Obito, and Deidara, with the shikaku being their trophy. The reason it was referred to as a mere lump of shikaku was quite straightforward. Having sustained injuries, shikaku had yet to recuperate. It desired to recover. Yet Obito and Deidara had deprived it of that chance, leaving it in a woeful state. The appearance of Obito and Deidara elicited varied reactions from the onlookers. Wu Chun maintained an impassive demeanor, while Tony felt a sudden jolt of alarm, and Nick Fury sensed impending doom. The survivors were enveloped in a melancholic gloom. Clearly, both Nick Fury and Tony perceived that the presence of an Akatsuki member made their struggle alongside Wu Chun exceedingly arduous, and now, with two more adversaries, their defeat seemed inevitable. The thoughts of the survivors mirrored those of the two men, for the disparity in numbers was undeniably evident. Only Jean Ping felt a mix of joy and trepidation. After a brief internal struggle, he charged toward the Akatsuki members, brandishing his large sword, Samahata. "Esteemed gentlemen, I sincerely apologize. I failed to capture Wu Chun." Upon hearing this, Deidara cast a disdainful glance at Jean Ping, while Obito prepared to respond. However, their dialogue was abruptly interrupted by Pain, who raised his hand and remarked, "This is not your fault. After all, Wu Chun possesses considerable strength. He has indeed vanquished 3 Pains." Upon hearing this, both Obito and Deidara directed astonished gazes towards Wu Chun, who met their stares with unwavering fortitude. "In that case, we are left with no options," Obito conceded with a nod. Jean Ping, elated, felt a weight lift from his heart. Before Obito could utter another word, Jean Ping hastily added, "Esteemed gentlemen, I believe our organization is somewhat lacking in funds. Therefore, I am willing to sponsor the Akatsuki with 500 million as a token of my apology." This proclamation even surprised Pain, who exchanged glances with Obito. "Excellent, Jean Ping. You are quite commendable." The members of the Akatsuki engaged in amiable conversation, seemingly disregarding Wu Chun and Tony entirely. Their demeanor was understandable at that moment. The chasm of absolute strength was palpable. The surrounding survivors and Nick Fury silently seethed, questioning why. Why are there so many villains and so few superheroes? However, in the next instant, a remarkable scene unfolded that turned their despair into elation. A flash of golden light illuminated the surroundings as the illustrious figure of Minato Namikaze, adorned in his golden nine-tailed chakra mode, made a grand entrance. Accompanying him were his wife, Uzumaki Kushina. As the couple descended, they promptly took their positions beside Wu-chun. I sincerely apologize for my tardiness. Wu-chun, the masked man's spatial abilities have grown tremendously. Despite exerting all my strength, I found it exceedingly difficult to apprehend him. As he spoke, Minato suddenly paused. Where's this place? Chapter 169. The Arrival of the Thunder God, 45. I left a flying Thunder God mark on you. So Wu-chun, is this some kind of plane? Where did you find such a suitable battleground? While pondering, Minato caught sight of the distant ruins of towering buildings and was momentarily taken aback. Could this be New York? Wu-chun nodded in affirmation. Yes, Master Minato. This is indeed New York. He briefly explained the actions of pain and offered his apologies to the newly arrived Kushina. I am truly sorry for not being able to host you properly, Mother Kushina. Kushina quickly shook her head. It's quite all right. It's just that. Observing her surroundings, Kushina's anger began to rise. I feel an overwhelming urge to strike someone. More specifically, that prickly-haired fellow over there. Minato swiftly embraced Kushina, attempting to soothe her. Don't act rashly. We are short on manpower. As he spoke, he couldn't help but glance at Tony. What's the issue? I can take on two. Kushina boasted defiantly. For some inexplicable reason, Tony felt slighted. We have 4 from the Akatsuki, and we have 4 here as well. How are we short on manpower? He exclaimed. Hey, I didn't expect you, with your golden hair and thick eyebrows, to insult my Iron Man prowess like that. However, Tony, possessing a sense of self-awareness, acknowledged the truth in Minato's statement. He realized that while his Iron Man suit might excel against ordinary foes, it was no match for the bizarre abilities of a shinobi. He recalled the moment pain had effortlessly lifted him with a mere gesture. Indeed, we are somewhat lacking in numbers. The competitive spirit within Tony ignited. He resolved to diligently research a new Iron Man suit post-haste. Next time, he would ensure his combat capabilities were maximized. The arrival of Minato and Kushina rekindled hope among Nick Fury and the remaining survivors. The Golden Flash has arrived, and he has a formidable ally. They cheered. Go, superheroes! Defeat those shameless villains. Though Tony was keenly aware of his limitations, his fans believed he could stand shoulder to shoulder with a member of the Akatsuki. Indeed, if the attributes were to be restrained, Tony could certainly hold his own against a member of the Akatsuki. The two factions faced off, and as Tendo Pain regarded Wu-chun, he suddenly declared, in truth, there is no need for such vigilance. If you simply hand over either Wu-chun or Minato Namikaze, we shall depart. Inciting discord? Tony immediately grasped their intent, retorting, you are delusional. We shall not surrender either of them. Nick Fury echoed this sentiment with a barrage of expletives, igniting a fervor among the survivors. By design, the members of the Akatsuki were known for their temperaments. Witnessing this scene, they prepared to teach the remaining survivors a lesson. Meanwhile, Wu-chun and his allies readied themselves to thwart the Akatsuki members. A confrontation was imminent. However, at that moment, a colossal vortex cloud materialized in the sky. Thunder roared as a radiant beam of multicolored light shot down from the vortex, striking the ground and imprinting a distinct magical array upon the earth. ZZZZ. With the arrival of the thunder, there appeared a man wielding a hammer. It was Thor, the god of thunder, standing between the two factions. Thor surveyed the scene before dashing to Minato Namikaze's side, amiably patting him on the shoulder. Brave warrior, we meet again. The emergence of yet another superhero capable of wielding lightning sent Nick Fury and the survivors into a frenzy. Their power had escalated. Superheroes, defeat them, Nick Fury mused, contemplating the advantageous repercussions of the events from a couple of days prior, involving Mjolnir. Observing this turn of events, Tendo narrowed his eyes. Chapter 170, Retaliation and Strategy, 55. Today appears to be your fortunate day. The divine realm is indeed intertwined with your fate. For now, I shall allow the Nine Tails to remain with you. However, we shall return for it in the future. Without further ado, Tendo Pain decisively raised his hand, causing a stone sphere to plummet to the ground, unleashing a massive wave of dust that surged towards everyone. Once the dust settled, the members of the Akatsuki had vanished. It was evident that Wu Chen's faction had surpassed the Akatsuki in strength. Although Thor currently possessed only first-tier divine power, he was more than a match for any Akatsuki member. Coupled with Tony, their combined might undoubtedly exceeded that of the Akatsuki. Thus, due to the disparity in power, the Akatsuki chose to retreat for the time being. Upon witnessing this scene, a collective sigh of relief escaped from everyone present. Though vanquishing the demon proved unattainable, facilitating its departure was a concession they could accept. However, the deep-seated enmity would not be forgotten. Once they had recuperated, it would be time to exact vengeance upon the Akatsuki organization. With a heavy exhale, Wu Chun released the Nine-Tails chakra mode and collapsed onto the ground. While Minato Namikaze inquired about Thor's condition, Thor's presence was assured by the fact that the Rainbow Bridge remained intact. Unlike the original narrative, in this Marvel universe, the God of Thunder had not shattered the Rainbow Bridge, thus allowing for continued passage between the realm of deities and Earth. Naturally, this passage was exclusive to the divine realm possessing the Rainbow Bridge. Earth had yet to develop the means to traverse to the divine domain. Thor, known for his steadfast adherence to promises, was determined to visit his beloved and spar with Minato, hence he was bound to fulfill his word. However, upon finishing his affairs and preparing to descend, Heimdall informed him that his friend Minato was in New York, a city currently besieged by peril. Without a moment's hesitation, Thor commanded Heimdall to transport him to New York. Minato had previously aided him, and Thor felt compelled to reciprocate, lest his conscience be troubled. Thus, this led to the subsequent appearance of the Thunder God, who frightened away the members of the Akatsuki. Having recounted his situation, Thor surveyed the desolate surroundings and inquired, "Yesterday, I asked Heimdall, and he told me that modern cities on Earth are characterized by towering skyscrapers and numerous metallic vehicles. New York is a modern city, is it not? Why is it so empty? Could it be that Heimdall's teleportation malfunctioned?" Ultimately, Thor inadvertently reopened the wounds of those present, adding salt to their injuries. Wu Chun rose to his feet and reiterated the explanation he had just given to Minato to Thor. "What? Over 8 million people? More than 700 square kilometers?" Thor exclaimed, his mouth agape as if it could accommodate an entire fist. "Such power was merely a slight shade weaker than my father, King Odin. Odin is a being of celestial stature. The term celestial does not denote a measure of strength, but rather a position. However, one cannot attain such a position without sufficient might. Consequently, those who hold the title of celestial are invariably formidable, and over time, the designation has morphed into a misnomer for a level of power. The quintessential characteristic of a celestial being is the possession of strength that transcends planetary scales. For instance, a full-force strike could shatter a planet. Besides Odin, there exists another celestial figure of equal stature on Earth, that being Master Gu-E. It is precisely due to the presence of Odin and Master Gu-E that Thanos and his legion dare not recklessly invade Earth. At this moment, Thor's remarks regarding Pain's 6 paths undoubtedly border on exaggeration. Yet, this nonetheless serves to illustrate Thor's acknowledgement of Pain's prowess. After discussing these matters, Thor, with his characteristic candor, inquired about their future course of action. Confronted with Thor's mention, everyone was compelled to face this harsh reality. Tony hung his head, rendered speechless. He truly found himself at a loss for what to do. Moreover, the character setting of Wu Chun rendered him taciturn. Ultimately, Minato Namikaze asserted, "Perhaps we in Konoha possess a means to salvage this situation." Chapter 171. Foundation 15. "You have a plan?" Nick Fury exclaimed, his face alight with surprise. Observing the conclusion of the battle, Nick Fury assisted Hashirama Senju towards the center of the arena. At that moment, as Minato spoke, he and Hashirama arrived just in time. However, scarcely had the words left Minato's lips when Nick Fury shook his head, exclaiming, "No, it's not that you have a plan. It should be that you Konoha possess a solution. Am I correct?" As he spoke, Nick Fury's eyes sparkled, brimming with hope. Before Minato could respond, Hashirama, having freed himself from Nick Fury's support, approached Minato with gravity, stating, "Minato, have you made up your mind?" Minato nodded, replying, "Yes, I have given it careful thought." Hashirama shook his head. In that case, it is your decision. After all, you are the current Hokage. Upon hearing Hashirama's words, Nick Fury, too, came to a realization. The entity capable of salvaging everything is immensely precious to Konoha and can only be wielded by the current Hokage. It evoked thoughts of a nuclear bomb. Only the president has the authority to press the launch button. Filled with gratitude towards Minato and Konoha, Nick Fury nonetheless sought reassurance. Mr. Namikaze, does Konoha truly possess something that can rectify everything? Minato nodded affirmatively. Indeed, that object holds the potential to save all. However, even I cannot merely speak of it and expect to retrieve it from Konoha. Nick Fury immediately grasped the implication. What do you require? Please do not hesitate to ask. As long as I live, there are matters I can accomplish. Money. Minato Namikaze raised a finger, as for certain reasons, Konoha was currently in dire need of funds. If Nick Fury were to interrupt Minato, saying $1 billion? No problem. Minato would do anything to salvage the situation. $1 billion would suffice. At worst, he would shamelessly remain at the United Nations until he secured the funds. Minato clicked his tongue, swallowing the words of $100 million back down. Initially, he only intended to exchange for a one-time mass resurrection item, such as a magical scroll for collective revival. As long as the area of effect was sufficiently expansive, it could resurrect all those in New York who had perished at the hands of pain. He had previously inquired about this through a wish card, discovering that such a magical scroll would require $100 million, precisely at cost price. However, he never anticipated that Nick Fury would offer $1 billion. In that case, why not procure that item? When searching for resurrection items, Chen naturally considered wish-based revival. Among the options, aside from those that were less favorable, he searched for the Aladdin's lamp and the Dragon Balls. The Aladdin's lamp, a fabled object that grants 3 wishes, was deemed somewhat unreliable upon further contemplation, leading Chen to eliminate it from consideration. Consequently, only the Dragon Balls remained. The 7 Dragon Balls were splendid. This wish-granting item was not a one-time use. After each use, there was a cooling-off period of 1 year, after which one could wish anew. Each time, 3 wishes could be granted. Most importantly, the cost of the 7 Dragon Balls was not exorbitant, each one priced at $100 million, totaling $700 million for the complete set. With Nick Fury offering $1 billion, Chen would not only profit by $300 million, but also gain an annual opportunity to make wishes, thereby securing the trust of New York and indeed the entire world for Konoha. It was an incredible bargain. In the aftermath of obtaining the resurrection item, this would empower Chen to destroy all of New York without a shred of psychological burden, as he could simply pay to revive the innocents. Cash, please. Minato nodded in affirmation. Upon this, Nick Fury promptly pulled out his phone to make a call. After hanging up, he turned to Minato and proposed, "How about an equivalent value in gold? Cash is in short supply." Minato hesitated for a moment, but after consulting the system, he nodded in agreement. Chapter 172, Taking the Money and Leaving 25. In truth, the system had always recognized gold as a form of currency. It was merely that Chen had never tested or inquired about it before, hence his ignorance. Having come to this realization, one can only anticipate a newfound flexibility in monetary transactions. After a brief wait, a fleet of helicopters came roaring in. Among them was a transport helicopter, flanked by several others tasked with its protection. The helicopters descended with a whoosh, their doors flung open, and numerous individuals clad in black leapt out, commencing the transfer of boxes. A man, leading the group, approached Minato Namikaze and Nick Fury. As he walked, his gaze swept around, revealing an expression of profound disbelief. The destruction of New York had truly transpired. Yet before Nick Fury could respond, the man composed himself and declared, "Director Fury, the gold is right here." He gestured for the black-clad individuals to open the boxes, revealing a staggering quantity of gold bars, over 40,000 in total, at a gold price of $350 per gram. Converting to approximately $50 per dollar, each gold bar weighing 500 grams would be valued at $25,000. Thus, $1 billion equates to 40,000 gold bars. A calculation I have verified. Here lies gold worth $1 billion. Shall we count it? Minato shook his head, instructing, "Just take out all the gold bars and pile them together." The individuals in black complied, even though they harbored deep suspicions regarding Minato's motives. As they beheld the gold bars, stacked into a small mountain, Minato turned to Wu Chun and proposed. Let us utilize the Flying Thunder God technique to transfer the gold back to Konoha, while also bringing everyone along. Upon hearing this, Wu Chun stepped forward. However, Nick Fury and his associates approached as well. Sensing the awkwardness, Minato clarified, by everyone, I mean myself, Wu Chun, Lord Tobirama, and Kushina. Rest assured, we will return to Konoha after retrieving the items. The man overseeing the gold transport seemed poised to speak, but Nick Fury interjected, Mr. Namikaze, Wu Chun, I trust you. With that, he stepped back, urging the others to do the same. Thor and Tony Stark were particularly intrigued by Wu Chun and Minato, with Tony fixated on the prospect of relocating the gold, and Thor filled with curiosity. Tony was aware that both Wu Chun and Minato possessed spatial ninjutsu, and their transfer must surely involve this technique. However, the underlying principles of spatial ninjutsu intrigued Tony, who yearned to delve deeper into its mechanics. Regrettably, his lack of aptitude for chakra cultivation thwarted his ambitions. Nevertheless, he remained undeterred, determined not to miss the opportunity to witness Wu Chun employ the Flying Thunder God technique once more. Thor was simply filled with curiosity about the method Wu Chun and Minato Namikaze intended to employ for relocating such a vast quantity of treasures. The existence of the Rainbow Bridge, an extraordinary technological teleportation device, piqued Thor's interest in spatial movements. It may seem peculiar that a brash individual like Thor would be intrigued by scientific matters, but this perception is misleading. Despite his impulsive nature, Thor is far from foolish, as evidenced by his ability to elucidate the knowledge of the Nine Realms and the World Tree to Jane Foster. In essence, Thor is a concealed academic genius. When he chooses to engage his intellect, he possesses considerable prowess. However, his long-standing reliance on brute force has conditioned him to instinctively reach for his hammer at the onset of challenges, which contributes to his initial image as a reckless thunder god. Naturally, Thor's simplicity also rendered him susceptible to Loki's manipulations. Thus, under the gaze of the onlookers, Minato Namikaze and Wu Chun extended their hands, each grasping a portion of the golden treasure. Wu Chun clutched the Senju Tobirama, while Minato held onto Kushina Uzumaki. In an instant, a brilliant flash of gold illuminated the area, and the four figures, along with the vast accumulation of gold, vanished without a trace. As the ground lay suddenly bare, the reactions of the spectators varied. Tony Stark activated the communication device of his Iron Man suit to reassure Pepper Potts, while Thor knelt to feel the ground where Wu Chun and the others had stood, seemingly attempting to discern a magical array. The man responsible for transporting the gold harbored some trepidation, silently praying that Wu Chun and his companions were not deceivers. Meanwhile, Nick Fury gazed into the distance, resolute in his hope that the items would be successfully retrieved. Chapter 173, Dragon Ball 35, accompanied by the Golden Light. Wu Chun and his companions materialized in a villa on the outskirts, the very same abode where Nagato was housed. Upon their arrival, Nagato, seated within a specialized device, cast a glance in their direction before returning his gaze, as though he had long since become accustomed to such occurrences. Minato and the others exhibited no surprise, for they were all allies. Wu Chun raised his hand, transforming Kushina Uzumaki into a card, and casually inquired of Nagato, "How are things with Jinbing?" Nagato replied, "Jinbing has already provided the payment, 500 million in gold. Obito is preparing to impart several advanced water release techniques to Jinbing." "Oh," Wu Chun nodded. "Once we conclude our affairs, do let us know in advance, and then we shall collectively dispel our transformations and shadow clones." Nagato understood the rationale behind Wu Chun's request and nodded in agreement. Upon this realization, Wu Chun immediately reached for the gold, initiating the exchange for the 7 Dragon Balls. In an instant, 70% of the gold vanished, and in its place, a modest wooden box appeared in Wu Chun's hands. Upon opening the box, he discovered it was divided into 7 compartments, each separated by the same type of wood. Within these 7 compartments lay a translucent, goose-yellow Dragon Ball, each the size of a fist. Each Dragon Ball contained a red pentagram, ranging from 1 star to 7 stars. These were indeed the wish-granting 7 Dragon Balls. Wu Chun had exchanged for the Earth Dragon Balls, crafted by the deity of the Dragon Ball universe. They held the power to fulfill 3 wishes, although these wishes were limited to the scope of the deity's abilities. Nevertheless, The range of wishes granted by the Earth Dragon Balls was undoubtedly sufficient for Wu-chan to achieve his goals. Despite the tragic loss of 6 to 700 million lives in New York City, the Dragon Ball universe had witnessed similar calamities, and the dragons summoned by the 7 Dragon Balls had successfully resurrected all those lost souls. Hence, Wu-chan was not overly concerned about the sheer number of individuals to be revived. However, there was a notable drawback to the resurrection power of the Earth Dragon Balls. Each individual could only be revived once in their lifetime. If someone were to die again after being resurrected by the Earth Dragon Balls, they could not be wished back to life a second time. This limitation did not apply to the genuine Dragon Balls. The true Dragon Balls originated from Namek, created by the dream god of that planet. While they bore a striking resemblance to the Earth Dragon Balls, they were significantly larger, each the size of a basketball. With their increased size came enhanced capabilities. Like the Earth Dragon Balls, they could grant 3 wishes, but their cooldown period was only half that of the Earth Dragon Balls, lasting a mere 180 days. Furthermore, the Namekian Dragon Balls had no resurrection limitations, allowing for multiple revivals of an individual. Their wish-granting capacity also far exceeded that of the Earth Dragon Balls. Of course, the cost of the Namekian Dragon Balls was exorbitant, each priced at a staggering $1 billion, an amount far beyond Wu-chan's reach. In fact, above the Namekian Dragon Balls existed a category known as the Super Dragon Balls. These legendary orbs could grant any wish imaginable, whether it be eternal life, invincibility, or cosmic supremacy. As long as one could gather all 7 Super Dragon Balls, any desire could be fulfilled. However, the Super Dragon Balls were not within the grasp of ordinary individuals. Each orb was as large as a planet, and only those with extraordinary might traversing the cosmos stood a chance of locating them. The illustrious Super Dragon Balls, also known by another moniker, the Wish Star. However, when Wu-chan input his desire into the Wish card, it responded not at all, evidently exceeding the card's limitations. Clutching the Dragon Balls, Wu-chan was poised to return alongside Minato Namikaze when Nagato abruptly interjected. The situation with Jinping has concluded. Prepare yourself. With that, Nagato dispelled his transformation and simultaneously released his shadow clone. Concurrently, the members of the Akatsuki who had departed with Jinping also ceased their transformations and shadow clones. In a moment of urgency, Wu-chan hastily retrieved fatigue-reducing elixirs from the villa's living room and consumed them in one swift motion. Chapter 174, Nick Fury's Belief, 45. The vital possessions within Wu-chan's household had been relocated to the villa during his earlier transfer to Nagato. Fully aware of the impending devastation that loomed over New York, Wu-chan could not stand idly by as his cherished belongings faced obliteration alongside the city. Gritting his teeth, he endured the memories, fatigue, and agony inflicted by the pain's forces. After all, the hungry ghost path pain had perished not once, but twice. The pain was excruciating. In this moment, Wu-chan lamented, "No one comprehends the torment of decapitation better than I." Moreover, he was also confronted with the anguish of facing the sage, Art Wind, release Raisin Shuriken. Recovering from his stupor, Wu-chan inhaled deeply. Thanks to the assistance of the fatigue-reducing elixirs, without them, he feared he might succumb to the pain. Taking a few deep breaths, he retrieved a soda from the refrigerator and sipped it, alleviating his overwhelming exhaustion. According to the memories etched in his mind, the situation with Jinping was now entirely secure. Having witnessed the formidable strength of pain, the leader of the Akatsuki, Jinping had resolutely committed to the Akatsuki's cause. Determined to follow this path to the end, the immensely amplified Super Shinra Tensei not only obliterated New York City, but also shattered all of Jinping's ulterior motives. Henceforth, Jinping would treat every member of the Akatsuki with the utmost respect, as Wu-chan had anticipated. This was why Wu-chan's shadow clone, impersonating Obito, chose to impart the secrets of water release techniques to Jinping after receiving payment. Otherwise, such lethal techniques, even with Jinping possessing the cage bird, Wu-chan would never have shared with him. After organizing his memories, Wu-chan glanced at the balance on his shopping panel, a smile unconsciously gracing his face. Over $800 million. After a moment's contemplation, Wu-chan did not hesitate and directly exchanged the remaining 7-tailed beasts. This was an essential acquisition that could not be deferred. With wealth at his disposal, Wu-chan naturally opted to proceed with the exchange. Suddenly, 7 beast cards materialized. After carefully stowing them away, Wu Chen's balance soared to over $100 million, leaving him with a substantial surplus. For the time being, he had no intentions of utilizing this fortune. He planned to reserve it as a contingency fund for unforeseen circumstances. With great restraint against the urge to examine the system panel, Wu Chen consciously exited the system space and grasped the 7 Dragon Balls. Observing this, Minato Namikaze jested. "Aren't you curious about how much your progress has increased?" "Not now." Wu Chen resolutely shook his head, asserting that the moment for such evaluations would come after they completed their current endeavors. "Then let us proceed." Wu Chen nodded, entrusting the 7 Dragon Balls to Minato, and together they initiated the Flying Thunder God technique. In New York City, or rather, the New York Basin, Nick Fury and his colleagues were not idle, waiting for Wu Chen and Minato's return. They too embarked on rescue operations, striving to save as many lives as possible. However, a few remained at their post to await the return of Wu Chen and Minato. Among those waiting were Nick Fury and the man who had delivered the funds. Others, including Thor and Tony, had gone to assist in the rescue efforts, as their abilities proved remarkably effective in such endeavors. As time passed, the man who had brought the money became increasingly anxious. "Director Fury, can we truly trust those individuals?" Nick Fury furrowed his brow, suppressing his irritation as he replied. "They are the ones who drove off the Akatsuki organization, halting the catastrophe here. Without them, New York would have faced utter destruction. 3 of the 4 have strong ties to S.H.I.E.L.D. Minato Namikaze and Tobarama Senju have long collaborated with us on missions, while Wu Chen serves as our advisor. Do you truly question their reliability?" Seeing Fury's unwavering confidence, the man reluctantly nodded, offering a feeble defense. "I can't help but worry. After all, $1 billion is no trivial sum." Rest assured, Fury's annoyance lingered, yet their dialogue had returned to a more amicable tone. "Wu Chen and Minato will undoubtedly meet your expectations." Chapter 175. Forgive me. 55. At that moment, a brilliant flash of golden light erupted before them, revealing Minato and Wu Chen emerging with a box in hand. Upon witnessing the spectacle, Nick Fury promptly utilized his earpiece to inform Tony and Thor. Casting a glance at the man as if to say, "See, I told you they were trustworthy," before hastening towards them, the man offered a wry smile, then took up his miniature camera and followed suit. "This is a request from the United Nations. They wish to witness firsthand the transformation of their funds." Suddenly, Tony, clad in his iron suit, arrived, followed closely by Thor, who soared back wielding his hammer. Both were equally intrigued by the enigmatic object that Naruto spoke of, which purportedly had the power to salvage everything. To be fair, among the gathered crowd, excluding Wu Chen, the most erudite was undoubtedly Thor. After all, the realms of the gods far surpassed the horizons of Earth. The experiences Thor encountered were beyond the reach of ordinary Earthlings. Yet, even he found himself perplexed by the nature of what Naruto referred to. If Thor was bewildered, one could only imagine the confusion of the others. Thus, amidst the spectators, Naruto elucidated the concept of the Dragon Balls and their capabilities. However, upon hearing Naruto's explanation, the expressions of everyone shifted, not for the better, but rather for the worse. Tony furrowed his brow and questioned, "Hey, Wu Chen, are you certain you haven't been duped?" Nick Fury mirrored this sentiment, stating, "Mr. Naruto, please refrain from jesting." Meanwhile, the man who had provided the funds erupted in disbelief, exclaiming, "Such things do not exist in this world. You two must be frauds. Return the money." Only Thor remained somewhat skeptical while offering a constructive suggestion. After all, the truth of the matter could easily be discerned by allowing them to make a wish. Wu Chen and Naruto nodded in agreement, feeling the pressure of skepticism weighing heavily upon them. Anyone subjected to such doubts would feel a twinge of indignation, and Wu Chen was no exception. Therefore, he declared, "Thor is correct. Let's make a wish." The man who had supplied the funds was about to protest when a mere glance from Naruto silenced him. Naturally, Tony and Nick Fury concurred with Wu Chen's proposal, stepping back to clear space for him and Naruto. Observing this scene, Wu Chen produced the 7 Dragon Balls, arranging them meticulously. He then softly intoned, "Come forth, Shinran, and grant my wish." No sooner had he spoken than the sky erupted with thunderous roars. A resplendent light burst forth, revealing a magnificent dragon, embodying the essence of Chinese mythology, gradually materializing and ultimately coiling majestically in the heavens. Dragon Ball holders, state your wishes. I can fulfill 3, the dragon proclaimed. Lowering its gaze upon Wu Chun, the sheer magnitude of its form, coupled with the overwhelming pressure of its otherworldly existence and its ability to speak, left no room for disbelief. In an instant, Tony and Nick Fury were convinced of the majority of the truth. The man delivering the money, however, stood aghast, beginning to comprehend the magnitude of his prior misjudgment. He immediately began to silently pray, hoping that Wu Chun and Lord Minato Namikaze would possess an abundance of mercy and not hold his triviality against him. Meanwhile, Thor hefted his mighty hammer, Mjolnir, as if preparing to soar into the heavens and unleash a flurry of blows akin to a dragon's fury. Ignoring the reactions of those around him, Wu Chun promptly declared, "Dragon, I wish for you to resurrect all the good souls slain by Pain's 6 paths." Before the dragon could respond, Nick Fury's eyes widened in astonishment. How marvelous! Wu Chen's desire to resurrect only the virtuous, sparing the wicked, could potentially mean that New York City will be populated solely by the righteous. Such a city had previously existed only in dreams, yet now it seemed within reach. Naturally, Nick Fury was taken aback by this revelation. At that moment, the dragon gazed at Wu Chun and slowly articulated, "You have 3 wishes in total. Your wish has been granted." Wait, 3 wishes? Wu Chun hastily attempted to intervene, but it was too late. The dragon vanished, leaving the Dragon Balls transformed into mere stones. At that moment, cries of anguish echoed from the ruins of the city walls. The once shattered individuals began to regain their former selves. Nick Fury was left speechless. Tony was equally stunned, and the man delivering the money could not help but approach Wu Chun, kneeling before him. "Mr. Wu, I sincerely apologize for my previous rudeness. Please forgive me." Even in the liberal West, kneeling is a profoundly serious gesture. Yet, this man did so decisively, his sincerity evident, clearly filled with genuine remorse. Witnessing the resurrection of so many, even the most obstinate of hearts would undergo a transformation. Nothing sways the human spirit more than the reality of events unfolding before one's eyes. Realizing that Wu Chun and Minato Namikaze were not deceivers and wishing to avoid enmity, the man cast aside his trivial pride, opting for the most solemn of gestures to seek forgiveness from Wu Chun and Minato. No one desires to invite 2 formidable adversaries unnecessarily. Moreover, this man represented not only himself, but also the stance of the United Nations. Should Wu Chun and Minato's Konoha be led to believe that the United Nations, or indeed the entire world, was unwilling to accept them, dire consequences could ensue. The origins of this entire predicament lay solely in the attitude of the man delivering the money. Upon contemplating this matter, the man who had come bearing gifts grew increasingly anxious, unable to restrain himself as he fervently bowed his head to the ground. With each resounding thud, dust was propelled from his forehead, clearly revealing his singular intent at that moment, to beseech the forgiveness of Wu Chun and the esteemed Namikaze Minato. Yet, Wu Chun merely gestured for him to rise, before swiftly casting several kunai and activating the Flying Thunder God technique. Accompanying Wu Chun were Namikaze Minato, Tony, and Thor. The rationale was simple. When the divine dragon vanished and the 7 Dragon Balls transformed into stone, they scattered at an astonishing velocity. This is the inherent characteristic of the Dragon Balls. After being utilized, they autonomously depart, concealing themselves across the world. However, Wu Chun would not allow the Dragon Balls to hide. Thus, he had previously conferred with Namikaze Minato, agreeing that once the wish was fulfilled, regardless of the circumstances, they would immediately seize the Dragon Balls. As for Thor and Tony, their participation was entirely voluntary. Having witnessed the resurrection of millions, both were deeply invested in the fate of the Dragon Balls. Therefore, when the Dragon Balls began to move on their own, they instinctively took action. Whoosh! Wu Chun and Namikaze Minato employed the Flying Thunder God technique, intercepting the Dragon Balls first. With a flourish, Wu Chun grasped 1 Dragon Ball in each hand, and Namikaze Minato did likewise. Thor and Tony, predicting the trajectory of the Dragon Balls, each captured 1 as well. However, 1 Dragon Ball eluded all attempts at interception, slithering away towards the distance. Witnessing this, Wu Chun raised a hand to his forehead in exasperation, lamenting the ensuing troubles. Noticing this, Namikaze Minato immediately thrust the 2 stone spheres into Wu Chun's hands, declaring, "I shall pursue. You secure the remaining Dragon Balls." Wu Chen nodded in agreement and stored the 4 Dragon Balls he held into a wooden box. He then approached Tony and Thor, saying, "Gentlemen, kindly return these to their rightful owner." Tony shrugged, relinquishing the Dragon Ball to Wu Chen without much hesitation. He had just meticulously scanned the sphere with his device, yet found nothing of note. Unfortunately, this item belonged to Konoha. Had it been Wu Chen's, he might have borrowed it for further examination. Thor, too, examined the stone sphere, discovering nothing amiss. Unable to discern any extraordinary qualities and recognizing it was not his own, the inherently kind-hearted Thor also handed it over to Wu Chen. Wu Chen accepted the Dragon Balls and returned them to the box, sincerely expressing his gratitude to the two. "Thank you for your timely assistance." Tony waved his hand. "Aren't we friends?" To which Thor replied, "The Wind and Wave Warrior aided me previously. It is my duty to reciprocate." Wu Chen shook his head. "If we're discussing assistance, Thor, your timely arrival was a tremendous help. Had it not been for you, the Shao organization might still be present. Regardless, I must express my gratitude. If you find a moment later, allow me to treat you to a meal. I assure you, my culinary skills are exceptional. The crab roe buns I sell are the finest in the world." As he spoke, Wu Chen's thoughts shifted to the current situation, causing him to pause. Chapter 177, Would Release to Save, 25. Turning to survey the surroundings, he beheld the devastated New York and the individuals engaged in self-rescue and organizing relief efforts. Upon witnessing this, Wu Chen stowed away the Dragon Ball box and addressed Tony and Thor. "We shall discuss this later. For now, let's focus on rescuing people." "Shall we?" Thor readily agreed, soaring to the edge of the city wall with his hammer, utilizing his brute strength to lift large chunks of debris. Tony, however, hesitated, not immediately springing into action. Observing this, Wu Chen furrowed his brows and inquired, "Tony, what troubles you?" Clearing his throat, Tony replied, "When you treat Thor to a meal later, make sure to set an extra 2 places. Consider it a favor for my assistance." Wu Chen was at a loss for words. "Is that all?" Understood. Now let's go save people." Tony promptly took flight, calling out, "Wu, let us have a competition. Let us see who saves more people." Wu Chen's expression turned peculiar. "Tony, I doubt you truly wish to compete with me." Just as he pondered this, Tony noticed Wu Chen standing still, beginning to form hand seals, would release, would clone technique. As the words left his lips, woody patterns emerged on Wu Chen's body, and countless wooden figures emerged from within him, no fewer than 200 or 300. Once all the wooden figures had materialized, they transformed to mirror Wu Chen's likeness. "Scatter." Wu Chen raised a hand, and the wooden clones promptly raced towards the city walls. Hey, this isn't fair play," Tony exclaimed, bemused. Competing one-on-one was manageable, especially with his flying advantage, but against hundreds? Spare me. Yet, what Tony did not anticipate followed. As all the Wu Chens ascended the city wall, they simultaneously formed hand seals, placing their hands on the ground, would release. Forest of the world descends. 300 combined would release. Forest tentacle ensnare. In an instant, countless trees sprouted from the ruins, maturing into towering giants within mere seconds. Moreover, during their growth, the branches, as if animated, entwined around those trapped within the debris, guiding them back to solid ground. Such phenomena unfolded at every corner of the crumbling city walls. Soon, the entire structure transformed into a lush, verdant forest. This was Wu Chen's ingenious method to rescue those who had been revived, yet remained ensnared within the wreckage. The wood release, tree realm, was not solely a weapon of offense. It also served a noble purpose in dire situations to save lives. Under Wu Chen's command, the branches tirelessly delivered individuals to safety, earning him boundless gratitude. Tony stood in stunned silence, pondering how this could be surpassed. Furthermore, Wu, you accomplished this all on your own. Doesn't this reflect poorly on us? Nick Fury and Thor were equally astonished. Fury's regard for Wu Chen elevated several notches. Approaching Wu Chen, Thor placed a hand on his shoulder and declared, "Brave Wu Chen, you are indeed formidable. Let's spar afterwards. Dining can be set aside, as the food of the divine realm is already exquisite." However, Wu Chen shook his head, insisting, "No, we must spar, and we must dine. These are my ways of expressing gratitude. Please do not decline." After a moment's reflection, Thor nodded in agreement, deeming it a trivial matter. The search and rescue continued for nearly half an hour, and Wu Chun ultimately managed to save everyone who had been revived. Yet he was utterly exhausted, having sustained the tree realm for an extended duration due to the overwhelming number of individuals in need. Even his enhanced chakra was now completely depleted. Dispelling his wood clone, Wu Chun settled into a meditative posture, consuming a few military rations as he focused on replenishing his chakra. Observing this, Tony and Thor refrained from interrupting him and proceeded to assist elsewhere. However, while lives had been saved, the pressing question remained: how to accommodate the millions of rescued individuals. Chapter 178. Fury finally discovers the situation at S.H.I.L.D. At that moment, a convoy approached from the distance. The nearby city rescue teams had arrived. The benefactor finally played his part. Having just been forgiven by Wu Chun after the latter retrieved the Dragon Balls, he promptly reported the situation to the United Nations. Consequently, rescue operations commenced immediately. Yet, this was merely a drop in the ocean. Nick Fury had just begun to conduct a brief assessment. Aside from the over 100 individuals who were alive from the very beginning, Wu Chen's wish revived approximately 6 million virtuous souls, bringing the total to over 7 million. How can we adequately accommodate such a vast number? Setting aside other concerns, the three paramount necessities are food, clothing, and shelter. As long as these three essentials are met, these individuals can be considered settled. There's no need to worry about food and clothing, as these supplies can be procured through relief efforts from other cities. However, the issue of housing presents a grave challenge. Even if these people were distributed across the entirety of the United States, there would still be an insufficient number of accommodations. Nick Fury was utterly distressed. These matters were not supposed to be his concern. Yet now, even accounting for the recently resurrected police chief, Nick Fury, held the highest position. In this state of emergency, he was the supreme commander. Oh, who can assist me? Millions of people. I lack experience in this regard. I am at my wit's end. Nick Fury lamented internally. Suddenly, it dawned on him that since Wu Chun had brought back virtuous individuals, his agent from S.H.I.E.L.D. must have been revived as well. With the aid of those capable agents, his burden should be significantly lightened. With this thought, Nick Fury promptly activated his earpiece. All S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, please respond. Static. This is Maria Hill. What just occurred? Where's this? Upon hearing Agent Hill's response, Nick Fury felt a wave of relief wash over him. He briefly explained the current situation to Agent Hill and continued to await replies from other agents. However, to his astonishment, after waiting for over 10 minutes, he received responses from only a few agents. Not a single reply came from the others, as if they had not been resurrected at all. Nick Fury's expression shifted. He recalled Wu Chen's words about reviving good people, and a shocking hypothesis emerged in his mind. Could it be that apart from myself and those few who were revived, all other S.H.I.E.L.D. agents are villains? Nick Fury grasped the unsettling truth, though he struggled to accept this explanation. Shaking his head to dispel these thoughts for the time being, he convened the few revived agents to commence the post-disaster relief and resettlement efforts. At that moment, Naruto Uzumaki finally returned, but his hands were empty. Seeing this, Nick Fury quickly delegated all matters to Agent Hill and then approached Naruto, who was making his way to Wu Chun. The reason for this is that Nick Fury recalled the instability within S.H.I.E.L.D. mentioned by Minato Namikaze and surmised that Minato might be aware of the underlying cause of the current situation. Mr. Namikaze, I have a question I wish to pose to you. However, to his surprise, Minato waved his hand, glancing around at the remaining traces of wood release, and said, "Do not rush. I have a matter of utmost importance to discuss with Wu Chun." Hearing Minato's words, Wu Chun slowly opened his eyes, perplexed, and asked Master Namikaze, "Did you not capture that Dragon Ball?" Minato shook his head. Its speed of departure has increased, and, in the end, I was unable to catch up to it. However, this matter is not of great significance. We possess 6 Dragon Balls here, and I am aware of the approximate location of the last one, making it easy to find later. As he spoke, Minato faced Wu Chun, looking at him with grave seriousness, and asked, "Wu Chun, I pose a question to you, and you must answer it truthfully." Noticing Minato's demeanor, Wu Chun promptly stood up. "Master Namikaze, please proceed. Regardless of the question, I shall answer it honestly." Chapter 179. The Lies Become Reality. 45. My question is, from whom did you acquire your knowledge of wood release? Wood release. Wu Chen's expression shifted, as if his little secret had been uncovered. Nick Fury, meanwhile, was somewhat bewildered, believing that Wu Chen's recent use of wood release was akin to other elemental techniques, like fire release or water release. Observing this, Minato offered a brief explanation. Wood release is not an ordinary technique. It is a bloodline limit. In simpler terms, it is a technique that can only be wielded through generations of blood relations. Therefore, I suspect that Wu Chen possesses the bloodline of the Senju clan. The mention of the Senju bloodline astonished both Nick Fury and Wu Chen. Minato elaborated further. Madara Uchiha's rival, Hashirama Senju, the first Hokage, was from the Senju clan, and Hashirama's technique was wood release. It is the most formidable of all techniques. Sadly, none of the other Senju members inherited wood release. Yet, I never anticipated that Wu Chen would possess such a skill, and it appears he wields it quite proficiently. So that is why you are so excited? Nick Fury conjectured. Minato immediately nodded, his gaze intensely fixed on Wu Chen. Minato was no stranger to deception. After all, he had just told a lie himself. That lie being that he had not captured the Dragon Ball, such a powerful wish-granting artifact. How could Wu Chen simply allow it to slip away? Thus, Minato had indeed secured the last Dragon Ball, which now resided within his pouch. The reason why Minato Namikaze fabricates this lie is quite simple. It serves to provide a plausible excuse for the subsequent actions of Konoha. Having already acquired the other seven-tailed beasts, a confrontation between Konoha and the Akatsuki over the tailed beasts is inevitable. During this conflict, both parties will undoubtedly gain significant progression in their roles. The pretext for this battle cannot simply be Konoha stating, "We wish to investigate the situation regarding the seal of the one-tail, Shikaku, since it has been captured." If they were to proceed under such circumstances, and the Akatsuki were to appear, leading to a skirmish and ultimately the tailed beast being seized, it might be acceptable once or twice. However, if this pattern were to repeat, others would certainly begin to suspect that Konoha is colluding with the Akatsuki. How is it that each time Konoha investigates, the tailed beasts manage to escape and fall into the hands of the Akatsuki? Yet, if they were to adopt a different excuse, such as searching for Dragon Balls, and fortuitously encounter the Akatsuki as they attempt to liberate the tailed beasts, leading to a battle where the tailed beasts are ultimately lost due to a moment of carelessness, the outcome remains unchanged, but the implications differ entirely. At least in this scenario, entities like SHIELD would refrain from suspecting a conspiracy between Konoha and the Akatsuki. In this moment, Minato's assertion that Wu Chen might be a relative of the legendary ninja Hashirama Senju is also purposeful. With the evolution of the power hierarchy, Wu Chen's strength has become comparable to, or even surpassing that of Minato. In this context, Minato can no longer serve as a reliable support for Wu Chen. However, Wu Chen himself feels insecure without a powerful ally, prompting him to seek another source of strength. The only suitable figure available is Hashirama Senju. Having meticulously crafted the image of Hashirama as the invincible deity of the ninja world, Wu Chen cannot allow this to go to waste. Furthermore, he certainly cannot approach Uchiha Madara as his ally. Imagine Wu Chen, hands on his hips, arrogantly declaring, "My older brother is Uchiha Madara. Dare to provoke me, and I'll unleash him upon you." Such an assertion would undoubtedly brand him as a villain, shattering the reputation he has worked tirelessly to build. Thus, excluding Uchiha Madara, the only viable option remains Hashirama Senju. As for how to establish a connection with Hashirama, the answer is straightforward. Wood release is a bloodline limit technique. Wu Chen can utilize wood release, as can Hashirama, while others cannot. Is it not evident that they share a bond? Given this scenario, with just a slight embellishment from Wu Chen, he can solidify the lie, transforming it into a veritable truth. Chapter 180. The Complete Annihilation of the Hydra. 55. Wu Chen was lost in thought, seemingly grappling with the turmoil in his mind. Observing this, Minato Namikaze did not press him, advising him to ponder before responding. He then turned to Nick Fury and inquired, "Director Fury, did you not have something to ask me earlier?" Prompted by Minato's mention, Nick Fury snapped out of his reverie, having just envisioned over 50 episodes of family drama. He quickly suppressed his conjectures and asked, "Mr. Namikaze, I would like to inquire about the situation." With that, he relayed the circumstances he had encountered to Minato, deliberately withholding his own speculations. Upon hearing Nick Fury's account, Minato placed a reassuring hand on Wu Chen's shoulder. When Wu Chen cast a puzzled glance in his direction, Minato remarked, "I can help clarify the questions you both have." He proceeded to address the enigma of the dragon's 3 wishes being entirely nullified. Exchanging curious glances, Nick Fury and Wu Chen nodded, eager to uncover the reasoning behind this anomaly. Under their inquisitive gaze, Minato explained, "The dragon summoned by the Dragon Balls is not omnipotent. The wishes are similarly constrained. Wu Chen's desire to resurrect all the good souls who perished at the hands of pain actually encompassed 2 wishes, one to discern the good from the bad among the millions, and another to bring back the millions of good souls." Wu Chen's expression reflected confusion. However, he reasoned that if distinguishing between good and bad counted as 1 wish, there should still be 2 wishes remaining. Nick Fury nodded in agreement. Minato shook his head, countering, "Do you believe that resurrecting 1 individual is of equal difficulty to resurrecting 100,000? When the number of resurrections becomes excessively large, a single wish effectively equates to 2. Realization dawned upon Wu Chen and Nick Fury as they accepted Minato's explanation. In truth, Wu Chen held great faith in Minato, understanding that he must have discreetly consulted the system when acquiring the Dragon Balls, which yielded this response. At that moment, Nick Fury finally resigned himself to the situation. With a complex expression, he voiced, "So, aside from myself and a few agents, all others in S, H, L, D are deemed bad? I must ask, how is this distinction made? Could there be an error?" Minato shook his head, saying, "I empathize with your feelings, Fury, but please do not doubt the integrity of the Dragon Balls. Moreover, I can address the concerns that weigh upon your mind." As he spoke, Minato Namikaze glanced around and softly said, "Hydra." Nick Fury was taken aback and implored, "Mr. Namikaze, please refrain from speaking recklessly." However, Minato merely shrugged and replied, "The reason I alerted you is that, according to our intelligence system in Konoha, nearly all members of your S, H, ELD, aside from select few, are infiltrators from Hydra. To phrase it differently, your agents are remarkably adept at infiltrating Hydra, to the extent of even ascending to the position of its leader." Nick Fury's mouth fell agape. "But hasn't Hydra already been eradicated?" Minato shook his head. "According to our intelligence, Hydra has persisted and is divided into 2 factions. One is the Hydra operatives embedded within your S, H, I, EL, D, and the other is the Hydra that is expanding its power externally. Presently, most of the infiltrating Hydra agents have been eliminated, so there is no need for concern. Oh, and regarding the personnel in New Mexico, aside from Coulson, it will be prudent to conduct a thorough investigation of the others. As for the Hydra that is growing in strength outside, their influence may be more formidable than you anticipate, so it would be wise to tread cautiously." In essence, this was the answer to your earlier query. Could Hydra truly be the benevolent faction? Having resolved Nick Fury's dilemma, Minato turned to Wu Chen and inquired, "Wu Chen, after pondering for so long, what is your response?" Upon hearing this, Wu Chen swiftly prepared to reply. He understood the subtext in Minato's words. After such an extensive period of preparation, he ought to have crafted a compelling tale. So, it was time to spin a story, with Nick Fury as the audience. Chapter 181, Nick Fury's Secret Delight, 15. In truth, my would-release ninjutsu is a skill I have honed from my mother's legacy. Under Minato's watchful gaze, Wu Chen furrowed his brow and articulated this statement with difficulty. His demeanor conveyed that, although he was speaking the truth, the words struck a painful chord deep within him. Minato quickly grasped the profound significance of Wu Chen's expression and interjected, "I see, so that is why you were hesitant to share it before. My sincerest apologies, Wu Chen. I did not mean to touch upon your sorrow." While he spoke those words, the shadow clone of Minato, embodying Wu Chen, internally grumbled, "Master, you truly have fallen short. After all this time, this is what you've come up with? Alas, it seems I must assist you in this endeavor." Yet, reflecting on the matter, he pondered how best to offer that assistance. Maintaining an air of nonchalance, Minato gently placed a hand on Wu Chen's shoulder and asked, "May I see a photograph of your mother?" Wu Chen nodded, his wallet containing a cherished family photograph of the original owner. Featuring a Chinese woman with black hair and dark eyes, his mother. He reached out to retrieve the photograph and handed it to Minato Namikaze. silently expressing his apologies for involving the deceased. Yet he reassured, "Rest assured, I shall honor her memory with offerings and flowers each year." As Minato accepted the photograph, he furrowed his brow and spoke in a hushed tone, just loud enough to rouse Nick Fury from his slumber. "Black hair, dark eyes. Could it be that Wu Chen's mother shares lineage with Lord Hashirama?" At that moment, Nick Fury stirred awake, realizing that Wu Chen was of the same bloodline as the first Hokage of Konoha. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he inquired further. At last, Fury came to terms with the reality, acknowledging Minato's assertion. In truth, several years prior, Fury had sensed the presence of infiltrators from other organizations within SHIELD. However, lacking concrete evidence and placing his trust in the former director, he had refrained from initiating a thorough investigation. Now, with the vast majority of SHIELD's personnel having not returned, the situation had become glaringly apparent to Fury. The overwhelming majority of agents were indeed Hydra operatives. The trusted superior who had guided him, his closest confidant, the former director Alexander Pierce, was also a Hydra infiltrator. Intriguingly, Fury recalled Minato's earlier remark about SHIELD agents being remarkably capable, even rising to the leadership of Hydra. Indeed, it seemed that Hydra had successfully infiltrated their greatest adversary, SHIELD. Moreover, SHIELD had managed to navigate nearly a decade under the guidance of a Hydra agent. Yet now, a smile unexpectedly crept across Fury's face. No matter how formidable Hydra may be, they have all met their demise, have they not? He mused. With that thought, he contemplated the reconstruction of SHIELD, envisioning a thorough vetting process that would yield a pristine and untainted organization. With this in mind, Fury allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. He then collected himself and turned to Wu Chen and Minato Namikaze. Unbeknownst to Wu Chen, Fury's inner reflections were far removed from his own thoughts. Had he been aware, he would have certainly inquired about a monetary reward for assisting in the purging of traitors within SHIELD. After all, such a service surely warranted compensation. However, such considerations might complicate the narrative of Captain America 2, as the entire plot was intricately woven by Hydra's subterfuge. Currently, the remnants of Hydra's infiltrators have nearly been eradicated, leaving only a few insignificant figures on Coulson's side. If Nick Fury cannot elicit any noteworthy contributions from these individuals, then he, as the director of SHIELD, has proven to be woefully inadequate. It would be more prudent to appoint Wu Chen as the director. To be frank, the likelihood of Wu Chen assuming the role of SHIELD's director is quite substantial. Not only is Wu Chen immensely powerful, but he also serves as a vital link between the United States and the entirety of the world, including the Hidden Leaf Village. Should he desire it, he genuinely has the potential to ascend to the position of SHIELD's director. In fact, Nick Fury might even willingly step aside in his favor. However, Wu Chen harbors no such aspirations. Merely embodying his character and managing the progression of his role has completely exhausted his energy. He lacks even the strength to pursue a romantic relationship. Given his current state, how could he possibly take on the responsibilities of SHIELD's director? For now, Nick Fury remains a rather effective tool for the tasks at hand. He may as well continue to shine in his role. At this moment, in response to Nick Fury's inquiry, Minato Namikaze nodded, then shook his head, uncertain as of yet. Thus, he planned to take Wu Chen back to the Hidden Leaf Village once matters here were concluded. This would serve to protect Wu Chen while also uncovering the truth of his lineage. As he spoke, Minato glanced at Wu Chen, wearing an expression that conveyed, "Should you dare refuse, I will compel you to comply." Wu Chen could only respond with a resigned look and nod, expressing his own desire to learn about his relatives. Truth be told, Wu Chen had little genuine interest in understanding his lineage. He had not a single relative to speak of. His true intention was to temporarily escape the chaos of New York to concentrate on executing his plans. Satisfied, Minato nodded to Fury, stating, "Director Fury, I shall escort Wu Chen back to the Hidden Leaf Village now." Nick Fury, jolted back to reality, exclaimed, "Must you depart so soon? I have several matters I wish to enlist Wu Chen's assistance with." Just moments ago, through Minato's confirmation, Fury had begun to believe that Wu-chan was indeed of the Senju clan. If that were the case, not only would Wu-chan be connected to Hashirama Senju, but he might also possess familial ties to Tobirama Senju. Should this be true, it would be imperative to thwart the ulterior motives of the United Nations. Just as Minato had inquired about Wu-chan's would-release abilities, Fury had received an order from the United Nations demanding that Wu-chan share his chakra refinement techniques and collect ninjutsu as well. Is this a decree that any rational individual would issue? In the face of a hero who has just saved everything, those politicians not only fail to offer commendation, but instead seek to seize the hero's power. Had it not been for Nick Fury promptly suppressing the order, Wu-chan might have found himself at odds with them. What a truly exasperating band of inept allies. Nick Fury silently cursed. At this moment, he could only address Wu-chan and Minato Namikaze, saying, "Please wait a moment. I need to respond to a message." Consequently, Nick Fury informed the politicians about Wu-chan's profound connections with Konoha, sending them a message that warned, if they did not wish to witness the calamity of Washington befall them, as it did New York, they ought to behave themselves. Did they truly believe that Konoha's kindness rendered them vulnerable to bullying? Had they lost their senses? Damn it. Nick Fury could no longer contain his frustration and let a curse slip. This was not entirely his fault. The politicians were simply too repugnant. Thus, it appeared that Wu-chan was not beset by as many troubles as one might think. In truth, it was Nick Fury who had shielded him from them. Therefore, the notion of tranquil times was but an illusion, with Nick Fury shouldering the burdens for Wu-chan. Putting away his phone, Nick Fury restored his calm demeanor and said to Wu-chan and Minato, "What I need Wu-chan's assistance with is to produce more timber." Wu-chan, puzzled, inquired, "What do you need wood for?" "To construct wooden houses." Nick Fury elaborated, explaining that with over 7 million people in the vicinity, even if supplies were transported from other regions, accommodating such a multitude was impossible. "Wu-chan, your wood-release technique is still at your disposal, right? I thought, if we provide each person with a saw, they could fell trees and build houses. Self-sufficiency. After all, with so many people, if we were to rely solely on aid, it would take an eternity to assist them all." Upon understanding Nick Fury's intentions, Wu-chan wore a peculiar expression and then began hand signs. Wood release, 4 pillars house. With a rush, a substantial amount of timber erupted from the ground, swiftly transforming into a complex, wooden 2-story structure. Nick Fury stood in astonishment, then erupted with uncontainable joy. But that was not the end. Wu-chan continued with the hand signs. Wood release, multiple pillars house. Again, a considerable quantity of wood appeared, but this time, instead of a single elaborate wooden building, there were 2 rows of 6 small 2-story wooden houses. Thus, Wu-chan was tasked by Nick Fury to continue constructing the dwellings. However, the houses Nick Fury requested were not the initially complex 2-story structures, but rather simpler wooden cabins, sufficient to accommodate 1 or 2 individuals. This requirement was far easier for Wu-chan, allowing him to construct even more in one go. Previously, the wooden technique allowed the Konoha clan to construct 6 buildings at a time. However, it has now been simplified to enable the construction of 20 buildings in one go, significantly enhancing efficiency. Naturally, Wu-chan is not laboring without reward. Once the 7 million inhabitants are settled into the wooden houses he constructs, he stands to receive a remuneration of 10 million. After all, Wu-chan has resolved their pressing need for housing. He perceives this as an immense profit, for to him, building houses merely consumes time and chakra. The rewards, however, are substantial, 1 million and a heightened proficiency in the wood technique. Previously, Wu-chan lacked the opportunity to practice this skill, but now he can familiarize himself with it. Nick Fury also considers this a tremendous gain. With over 7 million individuals relocating to Wu-chan's housing, the 10 million reward averages to less than $20 per person. $20 for a sturdy wooden house. A renewed home. Does this not constitute a significant benefit? Meanwhile, as Wu-chan erects the wooden houses, a film student from the directing department, who documented the entire process, has uploaded the unedited footage directly to YouTube. This is one of the myriad videos exposing the devastation of New York. The American authorities, in an attempt to conceal the extent of the destruction, had mobilized personnel to delete various pieces of information as soon as the city was reduced to rubble. However, they inadvertently overlooked this student's video, which boasts the longest duration and highest clarity. Consequently, its viewership exploded. The video is titled, "I Never Imagined That One Day New York Would Be Reduced to Ashes." In the year 2010, the mid-year mark witnessed the most catastrophic event in decades since the onset of the 21st century. Even the 2001 Twin Towers and Pentagon incidents pale in comparison to this calamity. For this time, the entirety of New York has vanished. On June 27, 2010, at 10:28:13, the city fell victim to an invasion by the terrorist organization Akatsuki, which laid waste to the entire metropolis. Countless lives were lost in this tragedy. Fortunately, the superhero organization Konoha intervened, repelling the Akatsuki and employing a wish-granting artifact known as the Dragon Balls to resurrect those slain by the organization. Nonetheless, the aftermath of this incident has left the citizens of New York with profound psychological scars, fostering a deep-seated fear of the Akatsuki that borders on paralyzing dread. This reaction is indicative of the instinctual terror faced by ordinary people when confronted with an insurmountable threat, akin to humanity's response to a nuclear bomb. Yet, while fear prevails, despair has not taken root. Though fear lingered, one could still grit their teeth and articulate the transgressions of the Akatsuki organization. This was largely due to the presence of formidable shinobi in New York, specifically the second Hokage of Konoha, Senju Tobarama. With such a powerful figure capable of countering the Akatsuki's machinations, the citizens of New York could, albeit with difficulty, resume their lives in the aftermath of disaster. As for the others, whether it be the legitimate Hydra faction plotting to overthrow the world and usher in an era ruled by the Hydra, or the high-ranking officials of various governments, or the nefarious supervillains lurking in the shadows, all were plunged into a state of silence upon receiving this news. In stark contrast to the subdued reactions of these great powers, the common folk, who learned of the developments through hastily released newspapers and that evening's news broadcasts, were momentarily engulfed in confusion and astonishment. Following their bewilderment, an uproar ensued, igniting a fervor across the globe. Chapter 184. The Attention of the Supreme Sorcerer Nepal. Within the sanctum of Kamartaj, in the chamber of the Supreme Sorcerer, Ancient One, a formidable spiritual entity returned. For the Ancient One, who had long remained invincible on earth, the sole delight amidst her protracted and monotonous guardianship was to traverse the cosmos as a spiritual being, witnessing other civilizations and worlds. It was through these journeys that she encountered many true powerhouses. The Eye of Agamotto, which she carried with her, was also of extraterrestrial origin. However, upon her return, a flicker of astonishment crossed Ancient One's countenance. At that moment, the librarian, another sorcerer known as Wong, knocked and entered, inadvertently catching sight of her surprise. Historically, the Supreme Sorcerer had remained unperturbed for centuries. Yet, this unexpected reaction clearly indicated that something significant had transpired. Wong, discerning the cause of her astonishment, reported under her beckoning, "Supreme Sorcerer, the sanctum of New York was recently destroyed." Ancient One nodded indifferently, affirming her awareness. However, the entity responsible for the destruction of the New York sanctum was not an adversary from the realm of magic. Before Wong could complete his thought, Ancient One raised her hand to halt him. The individual known as Pain of the Six Paths had annihilated New York, and, consequently, the sanctum within it could not escape the same fate. Wong lowered his gaze and inquired, "Supreme Sorcerer, what shall we do?" Ancient One replied, "Do nothing." Wong hesitated, wishing to voice his confusion, yet refrained from doing so in the presence of the Supreme Sorcerer's authority. However, the Ancient One discerned his confusion and replied, "We of Kamartaj do not interfere with the mundane affairs of the world. The Six Paths of Pain seek to impart suffering in order to foster understanding and peace. This approach, while unconventional, is not without merit. Therefore, do not intervene." The Sorcerer Supreme nodded. "Indeed, Master." The Ancient One continued, "After the reconstruction of New York, we shall rebuild the Sanctum Sanctorum." The Sorcerer Supreme took his leave. The Ancient One then waved her hand, reversing the flow of time within the mental realm to witness the entire process of New York's destruction. Thus, she beheld the battle between the thousand-handed Tobarama and the Six Paths of Pain. She witnessed the clash of Wu Chen's shadow clone with the formidable Jinping. She observed the Deva Path of Pain soaring into the sky, delivering proclamations. And she also witnessed the cataclysmic scene where the 50-fold Super Shinra Tensei laid New York to waste. Is this the essence of chakra? The Ancient One mused, intrigued. While her tone may have suggested an air of superiority, she found no fault in the notion. For one who had lived for centuries, the chakra, although possessing potential, seemed merely an intriguing concept, incapable of extending life as she had done. Whatever chakra could accomplish, she could equally achieve. As the imagery shifted, the Ancient One continued her watch, her expression remaining unperturbed. She calmly observed the confrontation between Wu Chun and the Six Paths of Pain, as well as the valiant efforts of numerous superheroes driving away the members of the Akatsuki. Then, she beheld the dragon emerging, resurrecting millions. A gasp escaped her lips. This was not a mere surprise, but a profound astonishment. The power of the Dragon Balls could indeed manifest such miracles. While the Ancient One herself could resurrect hundreds of thousands and restore New York to its former glory with the aid of the Eye of Agamotto, the dragons summoned by the Dragon Balls could achieve this directly. In that moment, the Ancient One found herself deeply intrigued by the Dragon Balls and the dragon. She had always held the belief that power itself is neither good nor evil. It is the wielder of that power who embodies virtue or malevolence. Thus, she had harnessed the forces of the Dark Dimension to extend her lifespan, safeguarding the Earth for centuries. Yet, the power of the Dark Dimension bore its own drawbacks. If she could attain the strength of the dragon, true immortality might not be beyond her reach. The Ancient One pondered. Yet, as she continued to observe, a smile crept upon her face. The clever little rascal had gathered all the Dragon Balls. It seemed a visit to the so-called Hidden Leaf Village was in order. Chapter 185. The resolute Ancient One, after witnessing the entire process, even the Supreme Sorceress, the Ancient One, failed to perceive the truth of the matter. It became evident that Wu Chun had impersonated everyone, deceiving the entire world. She glimpsed what Wu Chun wished others to see and perceived a slightly deeper layer. However, the true situation eluded her grasp. Undoubtedly, this was the influence of the system, which obscured any potential slip-ups by Wu Chun, rendering the Ancient One incapable of discerning that those characters were all mere facades orchestrated by him. Perhaps the system's authority far surpassed that of the Supreme Sorceress. After scanning the globe with her mental prowess, the Ancient One furrowed her brow, pondering the whereabouts of Konoha. Furthermore, where was the base of the Akatsuki organization? In her quest for Konoha, the Ancient One also sought the location of the Akatsuki. She bore no aversion to the Akatsuki's ideology. As previously stated, she was the guardian of Earth, not merely of humanity. The rise and fall of humankind, unless it reached a truly perilous juncture, would not prompt her intervention. Thus, she was quite intrigued to witness how far the Akatsuki could ascend. It was only natural for her to pay some attention to their base. However, after her global scan, she found neither Konoha's location nor the Akatsuki's base. Unyielding, the Ancient One attempted several more times, yet the results remained the same. Could it be that both organizations were situated in an alternate dimensional realm? Resigned to this conclusion, she reluctantly abandoned her search. Nevertheless, she had not relinquished her pursuit of the power of the Dragon Balls. She intended to refrain from venturing out for a while, choosing to remain on Earth quietly. Should Wu Chun and his companions appear, she would intercept them and demand the Dragon Balls for her research. Indeed, the Ancient One's approach was unapologetically domineering. Such behavior was to be expected. When one comprehends their invincibility within a certain realm, they may overlook numerous details. The Ancient One exemplified this. Meanwhile, within the realm of the divine might, Wu Chun and his companions, whom the Ancient One could not locate despite her extensive search, found themselves within this vast space. In a sense, the Ancient One was not mistaken. Both Konoha and the Akatsuki resided in an alternate space, effectively severing her perceptive capabilities. After constructing sufficient housing for 1 million inhabitants, Wu Chun finally found himself unable to bear the weight of the situation any longer. His chakra had finally been exhausted. Upon witnessing this, Minato Namikaze bade farewell to Nick Fury and, before conducting his investigation with the Ancient One, returned to their villa in the outskirts. Accompanied by the somewhat fatigued Wu Chun, concerned about safety, Tobirama Senju, who had remained at the villa, dispelled his disguise and resumed the persona of the masked man. Obito Uchiha, subsequently drawing everyone into the Kamui dimension. It was there that Wu-chan could finally relax his mind. He then retained only the shadow clone of Obito, dispelling the others, and after consuming a chakra restoration potion, he indulged in a much-needed slumber. Exhausted, Wu-chan required ample rest. A few hours later, he awoke to find that night had fallen. At that moment, he recalled his promise to treat Thor to dinner and hastily set off to find him. With a swirl, Wu-chan emerged alone from the vortex and utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to return to the New York basin. He located Nick Fury in a wooden cabin, only to be informed that Thor had already left to meet his girlfriend. Reluctantly, Wu-chan chose to depart. Unable to fulfill his promise to find Thor, he decided to reflect on the gains from the recent events. However, at that moment, the space abruptly froze. Or rather, time itself came to a standstill. Once the flow of time resumed its normal pace, Wu-chan beheld a bald woman clad in yellow robes before him. Wu-chan, I wish to study your Konoha's Dragon Balls. May I borrow them for a few days? Her voice was melodious, yet her tone left no room for dissent. Although her words were phrased as a question, they did not afford him the opportunity to refuse. Wu-chan felt a surge of anger, and just as he was about to question the individual before him, he suddenly realized, "You are the supreme sorceress, the Ancient One." The Ancient One nodded with a smile. "So what is your answer?" "I'll lend them." Without a moment's hesitation, Wu-chan decisively presented the Dragon Balls to the Ancient One. "How long do you intend to study them?" he inquired. Uncertain, the Ancient One replied, glancing at Wu-chan. "But rest assured, I will compensate you." Chapter 186. Replacing Doctor Strange 15. Konoha can send someone to Kamar-Taj, the Ancient One stated, surprising Wu-chan, to learn sorcery from me. During your studies, I will impart my knowledge generously. The duration of your learning will coincide with my research on the Dragon Balls. Overjoyed, Wu-chan immediately nodded in agreement. After revealing the location of Kamar-Taj, the Ancient One vanished with the Dragon Balls. Perhaps some may wonder why Wu-chan did not resist when Gu-E forcibly demanded the Dragon Balls. The answer is simple. How could Wu-chan possibly stand against her? As the sole celestial being of Earth, Gu-E is far beyond his capabilities at this moment. Even if he were to embody the likes of Senju Hashirama or Uchiha Madara, he would still fall short. Perhaps assuming the role of Sage of Six Paths or Kagaya Otsutsuki might offer some chance. When such a formidable figure politely requests a loan, who would dare to refuse? Furthermore, the prospect of receiving a reward serves as an excellent opportunity to strengthen their relationship. Why not seize it? To be frank, while the sorcerers in the Marvel Universe may not appear overwhelmingly powerful, they represent one of the pinnacle forms of strength. Just look at Gu-E and Doctor Strange. Thus, when a chance to harness magic presents itself, Wu-chan must certainly seize the opportunity, and the collateral of $700 million must yield some returns. However, considering the current timeline, the alien invasion in New York corresponding to the events of the first Avengers film has yet to transpire. Dr. Stephen Strange has not yet experienced his fateful accident. He remains the renowned surgeon he is known to be. It is precisely at this moment that Gu-E has the leisure to impart knowledge to others. Not to mention, Strange has not yet ascended to become the new Sorcerer Supreme. A bold conjecture suddenly sprang to Wu-chan's mind, reminiscent of the mystical novels he had read in his previous life, wherein one could seize another's fate and talents. If the wish card could indeed conjure a technique akin to fate stealing, might Wu-chan not have the chance to usurp Strange's position and, upon Gu-Yi's demise, ascend as the new Sorcerer Supreme? The more he contemplated, the more plausible it seemed. Overwhelmed with excitement, he summoned the system mall, visible only to himself. Upon selecting the wish card and inputting his desires, he received a detailed item description. Heavenly Creation J-Plate, defective. Capable of seizing the specified talents and status of a designated individual and transferring them to the user, with no adverse effects on either party. It will be completely destroyed after use, and requires an expenditure of $100 million to exchange. It truly is possible. Wu-chan was filled with elation. Initially, this thought had never crossed his mind. Yet Gu-E had provided him the opportunity to further his studies at Kamar-Taj, leading him to this realization. At this moment, he silently mused, "Oh, Master Gu-E, if you wish to study the Dragon Balls, please do so at your leisure. However, as for the reward, I shall take a little more for myself." With this resolve in mind, he decided that the time was not yet ripe. Even though Wu-chan had already discerned the location of Kamar-Taj and understood the necessity of locating Strange, he refrained from immediate action. This served as a contingency plan. He intended to wait until he had usurped Strange's position before seeking an audience with the Ancient One. The crux of the matter was that searching for Strange required considerable time, a luxury Wu Chen could not afford at present. For now, he needed to return and meticulously assess the fruits of his recent endeavors that culminated in the devastation of New York. After all the sacrifices made, it was finally time for retribution. Once he had cataloged the spoils and devised a new strategy for his role, he would embark on his plan to supplant Dr. Strange. Meanwhile, far away in San Francisco, Stephen Strange felt an inexplicable chill, as if someone were keeping tabs on him. At that moment, he had just completed a surgical procedure for a patient from New York and was perusing information regarding the calamity that had befallen the city. Upon finishing his review, Stephen was immensely relieved, thankful that he had taken on this surgery and left New York. Otherwise, he too might have met his demise there. Though resurrection was a possibility, who could ascertain its authenticity? It seemed prudent to consider relocating to San Francisco in light of New York's apparent peril. Chapter 187. Harvest 25. Host, Wu Chen. Current role, none. Current role progress, none. Characters owned, Fourth Great Ninja War, Minato Namikaze, Nine Tails Chakra Mode, 85. Obito Uchiha, Eternal Mangeki Sharingan, 66. Second Hokage, Toboromasen 50. Akatsuki Organization Deidara 30. Akatsuki Organization Pain. Nagato. 6 Paths, 50. Role Extraction Attempts, 2. Selected Character Abilities. Minato Namikaze, 0. Obito Uchiha, 0. Toborama Senju, 1. Nagato. Upon returning to the Kamui space, Wu Chen could no longer suppress his exhilaration. He promptly accessed the personal panel of the system space. Upon witnessing the progress of all characters improve, he was momentarily struck dumb before bursting into uncontainable joy. He had discovered yet another advantage of engaging in significant events to enhance role progress. Remarkably, even without direct involvement in a major incident, merely skimming the surface could still yield substantial role progress. Minato's progress had increased from 80% to 85%, a 5% gain. Obito's progress had risen from 61% to 66%, also reflecting a 5% increase. Previously, Deidara's progress stood at 25%, but it has now ascended to 30%, marking an increase of 5% in performance advancement. At first glance, it seems that all three individuals have merely augmented their performance by 5%, a modest increment indeed. However, one must acknowledge that they did not engage in combat at all. They merely made a fleeting appearance at the last moment. Yet they reaped the benefits of a 5% performance boost, which is nothing short of serendipitous. It appears that in future significant events, regardless of whether the characters partake in battle, they must be afforded a moment in the spotlight at the conclusion. In stark contrast to these three who merely capitalized on the situation, the two who directly contributed to New York's suffering, Senju Toborama and Nagato, have garnered an immense amount of performance progress. Senju Toborama's performance was initially at 30%, but it has now surged to 50%, a remarkable increase of 20%. Also providing Wu Chen with an opportunity to extract a character and a chance to select character abilities, an extraordinary gain. When compared to Senju Toborama, Nagato's rewards are even more substantial. His performance progress, which previously languished at 15%, has astonishingly leapt to 50%, an increase of 35%. Wu Chen's earlier intuition proved correct. This is indeed a historic peak for Nagato. With his performance now at 50%, he too contributes an opportunity for character extraction and an ability selection. Taking a few deep breaths, Wu Chen's emotions settled. The greatest harvest from this episode is undoubtedly the 2 opportunities for character extraction and the 2 chances for selecting character abilities. However, these remain futile unless utilized. True gains are only realized through application. After some contemplation, Wu Chen resolved to first employ the character ability selection. The abilities of the second Hokage, Senju Toborama, are as follows: Chakra, Water Release Jutsu, Space Jutsu, Forbidden Technique Development Ability, Military and Political Affairs Management Ability. Wu Chen slowly formed a question in his mind. Chakra, Water Release, Space, and Forbidden Technique Development. These are all comprehensible, as they are characteristic of Senju Toborama. Yet, why is there a Military and Political Affairs Management Ability? Reflecting on the plot of Naruto, Wu Chen recalls the founding of the Leaf Academy, the Leaf Hospital, and the police department, all established by Senju Tobirama. Furthermore, during the tenure of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, he served in a capacity known as advisor, effectively acting as the proxy Hokage, and he excelled in that role. In summary, Senju Tobirama is a well-rounded individual, possessing both martial and scholarly talents. Such a peculiar individual possesses such extraordinary abilities, which is hardly surprising. Yet, the dilemma lies in the selection. Wu Chen fell into deep contemplation. After careful consideration, he dismissed the options of water release, space ninjutsu, and administrative capabilities. Chapter 188, The Bloodline Web 35. Wu Chen lacked water release chakra, thus rendering it unnecessary. As for space ninjutsu, he already possessed it, and at this stage, he deemed his existing skill sufficient, with no need for enhancement. The administrative capabilities were even less relevant, as he was not the leader of any organization, nor did he oversee hundreds or thousands of subordinates. Consequently, only the options of chakra enhancement and forbidden technique development remained. After further deliberation, Wu Chen ultimately opted for the ability to develop forbidden techniques. To be frank, the forbidden technique development skills of Senju Tobirama were truly remarkable. The vast scroll of Konoha's recorded forbidden techniques contained an astonishing 80 to 90% that were created by Senju Tobirama. Such developmental prowess was something Wu Chen yearned for. In contrast, the chakra he had already enhanced once was adequate for his needs, making further augmentation unnecessary. With his decision made, he proceeded to make his choice. A beam of light shot into Wu Chen's mind, yet there was no subsequent reaction. However, this did not incite panic within him. He surmised that this ability would manifest itself during the development of ninjutsu in the future, akin to a passive effect exclusive to specific events, activating only when undertaking that particular task. After selecting Senju Tobirama's ability, Wu Chen began to evaluate the capabilities of Nagato of the Akatsuki. The abilities of the Akatsuki's pain. 6 paths of Nagato are as follows. Chakra, the sage body of the Uzumaki clan, Rinnegan, all elemental chakra natures, and the Kagaya's eye variant. Wu Chen's eyes widened in astonishment, lamenting that he had only one opportunity for selection. Chakra and Rinnegan were immediately excluded, leaving him desiring the remaining 3 abilities. The dismissal of chakra was self-evident, mirroring his reasoning with Senju Tobirama. As for the Rinnegan, such ocular powers, unless inherently possessed or evolved through training, would impose a burden on his body. Kakashi Hatake serves as a prime example, as does Nagato himself. Once a prodigious ninja, Kakashi's potential stagnated at the elite J-Nin level after receiving the Sharingan as a parting gift from Obito. Reflecting on his father, the illustrious Konoha White Fang Kakashi Hatake, who wielded a blade that cleaved through the entirety of the ninja world, gaining unparalleled renown. Kakashi originally had the potential to emulate his father or perhaps learn the Flying Thunder God technique from Minato Namikaze. Either path would have empowered Kakashi to ascend to the pinnacle of strength within the ninja realm. Yet, he found himself burdened by the Sharingan, an ocular power that was not rightfully his, resulting in a stagnation of his abilities over the course of a decade. Furthermore, Nagato's situation was even more dire. His Rinnegan belonged to Uchiha Obito, and when he finally unlocked the true might of the Rinnegan, he was almost reduced to a mere husk by the Outer Path's demonic statue, narrowly escaping death. In stark contrast, the original owner of the Rinnegan, Uchiha Obito, managed to extend his lifespan through the very same demonic statue, highlighting the vast disparity between the original and the inheritor. Moreover, whether it be the Rinnegan or Obito's eternal Mangeki Sharingan, if Wu Chen required them, he could merely summon a clone to wield such powers, thus minimizing the risk of exposure. As for the other 3 abilities, there is no need to elaborate on the sage body of the Uzumaki. It is undoubtedly of the utmost priority. Why is the protagonist of the Naruto series, Naruto Uzumaki, able to act so brazenly without consequence? It is not solely due to the 9 tails residing within him, but rather because he inherited the physical prowess of his mother, Kushina Uzumaki, of the Uzumaki clan. And who are the Uzumaki's close relatives? The Senju clan. Hashirama Senju's sage body is an evolved form of the Uzumaki sage body. With such an extraordinary lineage, how could Wu Chen possibly decline? Additionally, he harbors a keen interest in the complete chakra nature and the modified version of the Kagura Hard Eye. In the world of Naruto, chakra manifests in 7 distinct types: wind, fire, lightning, water, earth, yin, and yang. Any combination of 2 chakra types results in a bloodline limit, while 3 types culminate in a bloodline elimination. When all are fused, they create the most formidable power in the Naruto universe, the bloodline net. How potent is the bloodline net? One need only look to the chakra progenitor, Kagaya Tsutsuki, to comprehend its might. Immortal and indestructible, it can only be sealed, never destroyed. A truly divine entity. Of course, possessing a complete chakra nature does not guarantee the attainment of the bloodline net. If that were the case, why have we not witnessed a second true bloodline net among the multitude of powerful figures with complete chakra natures in Naruto? Even the Sage of Six Paths does not possess a complete bloodline net. Yet, even a fragmented bloodline net allows the Sage of Six Paths soul to endure eternally. Thus, Wu Chen's desire for the complete elemental chakra is merely a fleeting thought. Naturally, should he possess such an ability, his combat prowess would be significantly enhanced, as it would greatly enrich his arsenal of jutsu. As for the final variant of the Kagura Shingon, Wu Chen boldly speculates that it resembles the reconnaissance technique employed by Pain when Jiraiya infiltrated the Hidden Rain Village, the Rain Tiger Free technique, which utilizes raindrops to surveil enemies and monitor the entire village. It appears deceptively simple, seemingly devoid of any connection to the bloodline limit. Yet, why can others not replicate it? Why is it exclusive to the Deva path, controlled by Nagato? Nevertheless, this remains but a conjecture, and its veracity can only be confirmed post-exchange. Of course, Wu Chen refrains from verifying this at present. After much contemplation, he resolves to exchange for the sage body of the Uzumaki clan. While the complete elemental chakra and the variant Kagura Shingon seem appealing, they pale in comparison to the sage body of the Uzumaki. Upon making his selection, Wu Chen felt a warm current surge through his entire being, and he distinctly sensed an augmentation in his physical capabilities. Moreover, his chakra reserves had expanded considerably. More crucially, Wu Chen perceived a remarkable synergy between the Uzumaki sage body and wood release. Reflecting on this, he began to practice directly within the Kamui space. Wood release, advent of the tree world. With a rustling sound, a vast forest materialized within the Kamui space, displacing Obito, who had been idly picking at his toes. Not only that, but Wu Chen also endeavored to employ the most potent technique of standard wood release, advent of the flowering trees. This would release jutsu, built upon the foundation of the advent of the tree world, incorporated elements of Jinjutsu, raising its complexity and potency. With a resounding rustle, yet another forest emerged. But the spectacle did not end there. All the trees sprouted flower buds, which then blossomed into magnificent blooms, releasing a deluge of pollen that swiftly enveloped the entire Kamui space. Thud! Uchiha Obito collapsed. In the final moment, he held his breath, desperately clinging to consciousness. However, his combat capabilities had been entirely obliterated. The potency of the advent of the flowering trees is thus: once an enemy inhales the pollen, they are rendered unconscious. Even the formidable Uchiha Madara nearly succumbed under this technique. Furthermore, Senju Hashirama had previously used this jutsu to subdue Madara Susanoo. Undoubtedly, Wu Chen's wood release has grown even more formidable. The arrival of the flower tree world marks the pinnacle of wood release techniques. Wu Chen, who previously could not wield this power, has now successfully manifested it. Should he master this technique, it would enable him to harness all other forms of wood release as well. As for Sage Art wood release, its potency is far beyond that of ordinary wood release. Noticing Obito's unusual condition, Wu Chen hastily retracted the flower tree world to assist Obito in regaining his normal state. He couldn't help but marvel at his own choices. Indeed, he made the right call. The Vortex Sage body is truly formidable. Hey, be careful, he cautioned his original self. If you hurt me again, I shall cast you out. The masked man grumbled, prompting Wu Chen to retreat to a more distant location to continue his endeavors. Being scolded by his clone was a novel experience for Wu Chen. With the abilities of the 2 characters selected, it was now time to draw a new persona. Wu Chen, brimming with excitement, rubbed his hands together and murmured, "The reincarnation of Indra or Ashura," and commenced the selection process. Ding! Character selection in progress. As the system's voice resounded, A series of figures flashed rapidly through Wu Chen's mind. Ultimately, the image settled upon a man clad in a black, form-fitting battle suit, adorned with a layered red armor, exuding an aura of dominance and coldness. Uchiha Madara. Chapter 190. Senju Hashirama. 55. Wu Chen's desire to draw the reincarnation of Ashura and Indra stemmed from his ambition to align with the forthcoming events of the Avengers narrative, aiming to orchestrate a grand spectacle therein. Having established the strategy to amplify character progression through significant undertakings, Wu Chen was resolute in his execution. In the vast expanse of the Naruto universe, the reincarnations of Indra and Ashura are invariably unparalleled powerhouses. Most notably, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama stand out. These two are heralded as legendary ninjas, having dominated an entire era. To be fair, had Hashirama realized that only true unification could usher in genuine peace for the ninja world, he could have allied with Madara to sweep through the ninja realm, achieving a grand unification. This would have averted the subsequent turmoil. Nevertheless, either of them alone could contend against five, toppling the strongest from all other villages. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, Madara, in his Edo Tensei form, exemplified this by facing five Kage and emerging victorious. Such is the might of Uchiha Madara, and the invincibility of Senju Hashirama is equally remarkable. Should Wu Chen manage to summon either of these two, the subsequent alien invasion of Earth, reminiscent of the Avengers, would unfold as a narrative crafted by Wu Chen himself. The prowess displayed would be utterly overwhelming. Alternatively, if Wu Chen were to summon the reincarnated forms of the most familiar figures to us, Indra and Ashura, the reincarnations of Naruto, Uzumaki, and Sasuke Uchiha from the world of Naruto, this too would be splendid. These two, having ascended to the level of the Sage of Six Paths in their later years, would surpass even Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama in strength. Thus, Wu Chen would gladly accept these reincarnated forms, provided they are not the juvenile versions of Naruto and Sasuke. If they were in their child forms, Wu Chen would be left in tears. However, the likelihood of this is exceedingly low, as the summoning system invariably selects characters in their prime. Indeed, this holds true, as Wu Chen directly summoned Uchiha Madara with a single invocation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for summoning the character Uchiha Madara from the ultimate battlefield of the Naruto world. Yet, it appears to be a version of Madara without the Rinnegan, one whose power is nearly on par with Senju Hashirama at his peak. Also known as the King of Dance, Uchiha Madara laughs. Taking a deep breath to quell his inner joy, Wu Chen proceeded to summon another character. Ding! Summoning character in progress. As the system's voice faded, a series of images flashed rapidly through Wu Chen's mind. Ultimately, the vision settled upon a man with long black hair, clad in a fitted black battle suit adorned with crimson layered armor, his countenance gentle. Wu Chen leapt into the air, bouncing several meters high. Ding! Congratulations to the host for summoning the character Senju Hashirama, the first Hokage of Konohagakure. All is set. Ozetsu, brace yourselves for my arrival. At that moment, Wu Chen's wooden clone, embodying Obito, approached curiously and inquired, "What splendid treasures have you summoned?" With the advancement of wood release and the myriad benefits of wooden clones over shadow clones, Wu Chen resolved to frequently utilize the wood clone technique, temporarily setting aside the shadow clone technique. After all, the wood clone technique is a paragon in comparison to its shadow counterpart. Seeing his clone's curiosity, Wu Chen generously created two additional wooden clones, assigning them the roles of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Goodness! When these two deities appeared before Obito, he was utterly overwhelmed, tumbling backward in shock. It took him several seconds to regain his composure, realizing that this was, in fact, a testament to his own prowess. Accepting the accolades that were rightfully his, Wu Chen did not concern himself with the trio engaged in conversation. Instead, he began to refine the subsequent plan. Suppressing his inner excitement, Wu Chen contemplated the situation. The alien invasion of New York was still months away, so during this interim period, he resolved to proceed with the capture of tailed beasts as initially intended. The clash between the Akatsuki and Konoha was bound to yield significant progress as well. However, it was imperative that Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama did not reveal themselves indiscriminately. Their appearances should be approached with caution and gravity. Chapter 191. The Reconstruction of S. I'll 15 times swiftly passed, and more than half a month had elapsed. Throughout this period, the post-disaster reconstruction efforts in New York were progressing fervently. Given that it was a metropolis housing millions, the task of rebuilding could not be accomplished in merely a day or two. Nonetheless, Nick Fury was finally liberated. The new mayor of New York had taken office, along with several other officials, who began to assume the responsibilities that were rightfully theirs, overseeing the city's reconstruction. It must be said that it was essential for professionals to handle specific tasks, under the leadership of the new mayor and officials. The reconstruction proceeded far more smoothly than when guided by Nick Fury. However, Nick Fury did not express any particular sentiment regarding this. He was content to enjoy a lighter workload. Of course, he had little time to relax, for during this half-month, Nick Fury had reconstructed S.H.I.E.L.D. This reconstruction did not entail merely rebuilding the base, as S.H.I.E.L.D. had other facilities in different cities, with the headquarters being in New York. This reconstruction referred to the reformation of S.H.I.E.L.D. itself. Nick Fury undertook significant reforms, altering structures and systems, and aggressively recruiting personnel. Amidst these sweeping changes, a brand new S.H.I.E.L.D. emerged. Moreover, Nick Fury could confidently assert that the new S.H.I.E.L.D. was comprised entirely of his own people. His confidence stemmed from the fact that he had leveraged the abilities of Madara Uchiha, who had informed Fury that while in the Nine-Tails chakra mode, he could perceive the malevolent thoughts and intentions of individuals. With such an ability, no spies could infiltrate the new S.H.I.E.L.D. Regardless of the organizations that dispatch those spies, their intentions are far from pure, and such individuals typically harbor numerous negative emotions within. With his Nine-Tails chakra mode activated, Minato Namikaze can sense this with remarkable acuity. Thus, the spy's disguises prove utterly ineffective. Of course, Minato demands compensation for his assistance, albeit a modest sum of 1 million. Hence, it is referred to as help. However, Minato places greater value on the 2% progress in the task he is assigned. With Minato's support, S.H.I.E.L.D. rapidly assembles. Meanwhile, the agents from S.H.I.E.L.D. in New Mexico have finally concluded their affairs and returned to the rebuilding New York. Observing the emergence of a new New York basin in the place where the city once stood, both Coulson and Hawkeye Barton were momentarily taken aback. It was only with reminders of surrounding agents that they regained their composure and hastened to meet Nick Fury. Coincidentally, on that day, Minato was busy screening spies hoping to join S.H.I.E.L.D. Consequently, 2/3 of the agents returning from New Mexico were promptly detained, leaving the remaining third comprised solely of this year's recruits. Nick Fury provided Coulson with a brief explanation, alleviating the unease felt by both Coulson and Hawkeye. Observing the dwindling manpower, Coulson could not help but suggest to Fury, "Director, shouldn't we consider recruiting more personnel?" Nick Fury shot Coulson a glance, as if to say, "Did you really need to ask?" Coulson, just back, was unaware that Nick Fury's recruitment efforts had been underway for several days. At that moment, a newly joined agent approached Nick Fury with a piece of intelligence. After reviewing it, Nick Fury handed it to Coulson, saying, "Coulson, I believe you'll be interested in this intelligence." Upon receiving it, Coulson's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld information about his idol, Captain America. The report described an icebreaker that had shattered a glacier, only to discover a frozen individual within. Based on the appearance, it was highly likely that this person was Captain America, who had disappeared many years ago alongside a rogue aircraft. During New York's reconstruction, Konoha fulfilled its promise by stationing powerful individuals to remain in the city. The strong guardian assigned was none other than the previously agreed upon Hashirama Senju, who had been stationed in New York for over half a month. Chapter 192, The Akatsuki Organization in Action, 25. Fortunately, the Akatsuki organization had not returned to New York during this period. Otherwise, Hashirama would undoubtedly have struggled to fend them off alone. The absence of anyone to relieve him is undoubtedly due to the pressing commitments of Konoha's other formidable warriors. In the past fortnight, these valiant souls have been tirelessly engaged in thwarting the Akatsuki's attempts to disrupt the seals of the remaining tailed beasts. while simultaneously searching for the whereabouts of a wayward Dragon Ball. Over the course of these 2 weeks, the Akatsuki has launched a full-scale offensive, executing 3 operations within a mere 15 days, resulting in the unsealing and capture of 3-tailed beasts: the 2 tails, the 3 tails, and the 7 tails. The 2 tails, known as Yujito, is a magnificent blue fire cat with 2 tails. The 3 tails, Isabu, is an enormous turtle boasting 3 tails, and the 7 tails, Chome, is a colossal beetle adorned with 6 wings and a single tail. In these 3-tailed beast captures, the primary assailant from the Akatsuki was Deidara. The rationale is straightforward. Aside from Uchiha Bido and Senja Hashirama, who must refrain from unnecessary involvement, the only character under Wu Chen's command whose progress had not yet reached 50% was Deidara. Thus, elevating Deidara's progress to the highest priority is imperative. This is precisely because achieving a 50% progress with Deidara grants the coveted opportunity to draw a rare character. For Wu Chen, the number of characters is something he would never find excessive. Out of the 3-tailed beast captures, the Akatsuki succeeded twice and failed once. The captures of the 3 tails and 7 tails were triumphant. The 3 tails appeared along the coast of Los Angeles, where Deidara made his entrance. Under the gaze of countless spectators, he unleashed explosives, toppling Isabu and successfully capturing it. At that moment, Minato Namikaze arrived with Wu Chun, albeit a tad late, only to find the masked man had already whisked Deidara and the 3 tails away. The scenario with the 7 tails was similar. However, Minato found himself at a disadvantage this time, for the battle between Deidara and Chome took place in the skies. Minato, unable to fly, could only watch helplessly as the 7 tails was defeated and taken by Deidara. These 2 successful captures bestowed upon Deidara a total of 15% progress. With only 5% remaining to unlock a new character, this final increment proved elusive. The attempt to capture the 2 tails was thwarted, as Minato, having learned from past encounters, enlisted the help of Thor and Tony from the outset, effectively reinforcing the aerial defenses and successfully securing the 2 tails. Only Deidara and Obito were present to capture the tailed beasts. Upon noticing the crowd, they swiftly retreated. There was no battle, no significant event. Their brief appearance did not contribute to their progression. However, there is no need for haste. There remain 4-tailed beasts yet to reveal themselves, and an additional 5% in progression is hardly daunting. It will soon be achieved. In Konoha, the primary attacker is, of course, Minato Namikaze. This is not solely due to Minato's status as the face of Konoha, but also because his progression has reached an impressive 85%, leaving a mere 15% to attain a perfect score. The 50% mark represents a pivotal moment, and reaching 100% is sure to precipitate some noteworthy events. Wu Chun is keenly curious about what may transpire. Thus, he is determined to elevate Minato's progression to 100 to uncover the truth. Nevertheless, Wu Chun is confident that the events following the attainment of 100% will undoubtedly be favorable. This is his instinct. In the 3 attempts to thwart the Akatsuki's capture of the tailed beasts, although 2 were unsuccessful and 1 triumphant, Minato nonetheless gained 3% in progression. Coupled with the 2% awarded for his involvement in identifying spies during the reconstruction of S.H.I.E.L.D. in the New York Basin, this totals 5% in progression. Consequently, Minato's progression has now reached 90%, with only 10% remaining to achieve perfection. Wu Chun is elated. Chapter 193. Preparations for the Seizure Plan, 35. Amidst his joy, he also opted for the reward associated with Minato's 90% progression. Without much hesitation, Wu Chun selected the guaranteed chakra enhancement. Apart from the sealing techniques, Wu Chun has already mastered Minato's other abilities. There is no need to select sealing techniques, if required. He can simply summon Kushina Uzumaki to assist. It saves time and effort, albeit at a slight monetary cost. Thus, with limited options, Wu Chun chose to enhance his chakra. With the amplification of his chakra, Wu Chun naturally became somewhat stronger. Notably, during Minato's brief return to the New York Basin to assist in identifying spies, he fulfilled his promise to Hawkeye Barton, endowing him with chakra and teaching him several fundamental ninjutsu techniques, including the shadow clone technique, body replacement technique, shuriken throwing technique, and some physical combat skills. These skills should suffice for Barton to practice for some time. Not everyone in the Marvel Universe possesses the extraordinary genius akin to that of Kim, capable of swiftly mastering and applying formidable ninjutsu to become a powerful chakra wielder. Hawkeye. Barton indeed possesses some innate talent. With diligent guidance, he too could evolve into a chakra master. However, at present, Minato Namikaze finds himself with limited time to instruct Hawkeye. Thus, he can only impart certain knowledge for Barton to gradually practice. Perhaps, when time permits, Minato will provide thorough instruction to Barton. Upon learning that Barton has embarked on the path of chakra cultivation, Nick Fury places great importance on this development. Yet, he harbors no desire to demand the methods of chakra training. Instead, he suspends Barton's ongoing missions, allowing him to devote himself entirely to mastering chakra. After witnessing the formidable power of chakra users firsthand, Fury naturally yearns for another comrade, akin to Wu Chun, to emerge from his ranks. In an increasingly perilous world, he profoundly recognizes the significance of individual strength. With little prospect of enhancing his own power, he resolves to empower his subordinates as much as possible. As for the matters concerning the tailed beasts, that is about the extent of it. Regarding another issue, the search for the Dragon Balls, Konoha has yet to locate them. Of course, this failure is merely a facade. Should they be found, it would diminish the rationale for Konoha's future actions. Thus, the Dragon Balls may remain elusive until the moment Wu Chen no longer requires that justification for their existence. At this juncture, the genuine 7 Dragon Balls have long since transformed into stone, taken by Ancient One for research. However, Nick Fury and his associates remain unaware of the specifics. Thus, they can only trust Wu Chun's assertions. Consequently, matters concerning the Dragon Balls and tailed beasts reach a temporary conclusion. Over the past half-month, Wu Chun has accomplished many objectives. It is now time to initiate the previously devised plan to seize the position of Doctor Strange. The issues surrounding the tailed beasts and Dragon Balls can be addressed later. The first step involves preparing for the position acquisition plan, a task Wu Chun has already made some progress on. Over the past 2 weeks, under the guise of the Masked Man, he has enlisted Kim to locate the whereabouts of the surgeon Stephen Strange, successfully obtaining information that Strange resides in San Francisco and has settled there. The butterfly effect reemerges. Yet Wu Chun remains largely unperturbed. This is merely a preparatory step within the broader scheme. As Wu Chun contemplated the implementation of the Doctor Strange persona acquisition plan, a direction for other preparations began to take shape. In truth, the plan could be executed in a rather straightforward and forceful manner. For instance, one could exchange for a disposable heavenly transformation jade butterfly, subsequently locate Strange, and directly seize his magical talents and the persona of Doctor Strange, thereby concluding the matter. However, the inherent risks of such an approach are manifold. To begin with, the formidable Ancient One periodically observes the state of the Earth and glimpses into the future. Should she discover an attempt to jeopardize the future of Doctor Strange, would she remain passive? Clearly, she would not. Hence, Wu Chun must devise a means to obscure the Ancient One's perception. Only in this manner can he successfully execute his plan. As for the potential repercussions, should the Ancient One uncover the truth afterward, Wu Chun harbors no concerns. After all, the only entity capable of procuring the means to acquire a persona is Wu Chun himself, possessing the wish card. Even the Ancient One would be powerless to restore the persona once it has been seized from Strange. In such a scenario, the die would be cast. Even if the Ancient One were to learn the truth, she would not retaliate against Wu Chun. Ultimately, this world requires Doctor Strange, who has not vanished but merely been replaced by another. To those of great power, there is virtually no distinction. Therefore, as long as Wu Chun can shield the Ancient One's perception, preventing her from thwarting his acquisition of Strange persona and magical prowess, he would encounter minimal issues post-acquisition. Thus, procuring an item to obscure the Ancient One's perception is indeed a crucial preparatory step. Reflecting further, Wu Chun also considered his limitations regarding clones. As previously mentioned on numerous occasions, Wu Chun is already exerting himself to enhance his own strength and assume the roles of formidable figures from Konoha and the Akatsuki. Given this, how could he possibly find the time to learn magic from the Ancient One? Therefore, he must either appoint another individual or task a clone with the study of magic. However, selecting another person poses significant challenges. There are no suitable candidates within Wu Chen's circle, and even if there were, the trustworthiness of such individuals and the risk of betrayal or treachery remain uncertain. Thus, This option is discarded. Consequently, the only feasible approach is to send a clone to study magic under the Ancient One. Yet, Wu Chen doubts that either a shadow clone or a wood clone could successfully conceal their intentions from her. Imagine, if you will, someone earnestly imparting to you the wisdom they have accumulated over a lifetime, only for you to present as a mere doppelganger. It would not be surprising if a temperamental individual were to retaliate with great severity. Although the Ancient One appears to possess a gentle demeanor, Wu Chen is unwilling to gamble on probabilities. Yet, the prospect of changing individuals or relying on a mere clone is unfeasible. What, then, is to be done? Wu Chen finds himself ensnared in a quandary. Suddenly, a brilliant idea flashes through his mind. The ordinary shadow clone and wooden clone are insufficient. But what of an extraordinary doppelganger? Recalling the online novels he perused in his past life, Wu Chen contemplates the concept of an avatar, a mystical technique within the realms of fantasy and xianxia. This technique allows one to split into multiple incarnations, each a true reflection of oneself, capable of merging to become even more formidable. Such a method aligns perfectly with Wu Chen's predicament. All he needs to do is create an avatar, then have it assume the identity of Stephen Strange, while he himself continues to pursue his grand ambitions, augmenting his own power and influence. When faced with future crises, the body that has achieved the bloodline network and the avatar of the Supreme Mage can provide mutual protection. Moreover, should he encounter an insurmountable foe, they could merge into one, experiencing a tremendous surge in power. The more he contemplates this, the more exhilarated he becomes. Wu Chen promptly accesses the system's marketplace interface, inputs his desires into the wish card, and receives the corresponding item information. Avatar technique. The practitioner of this art can manifest a singular avatar that is indistinguishable from the original, capable of independent thought and wholly obedient to the original. The avatar can merge with the original to achieve doubled or even greater strength. The exchange requires a cost of 10 million yuan. Note, the avatar technique necessitates that the host learn it autonomously and master true essence, spiritual energy, and other mystical powers from the East to utilize it. Wu Chen furrows his brow, realizing why it is so inexpensive. Merely 10 million yuan for such a powerful technique. The drawbacks are evidently substantial. Wu Chen possesses only chakra, lacking the Eastern mystical powers required, rendering him incapable of employing the avatar technique even if he were to acquire it. Furthermore, the learning curve for such a technique appears daunting. Must this preparatory endeavor be abandoned? No. Wu Chen's thoughts race, and he shifts his perspective. In the input field of the wish card, several new requirements were added. Items that can be used directly, without any side effects, causing no harm to the user. Chapter 195. Jean Bing lays golden eggs. 55. Transformation Technique Scroll. This scroll contains the spell for the transformation technique, allowing the user to create a unique avatar that can think independently and completely obeys the original. The avatar can merge with the original, achieving double or even greater strength, with an exchange cost of 100 million yuan. Note, to use this scroll, simply unfold it in front of the being to be transformed, with no side effects. Success. Wu Chen was overjoyed. However, upon glancing at his balance, his expression suddenly fell. Over 120 million yuan. While it seemed substantial, the heavenly creation Jade Butterfly defective product cost 100 million yuan, as did this scroll, not to mention the items that could shield against ancient perceptions. Wu Chen promptly entered his requirements and received the item information. Heavenly Machine Jade Pendant. The wearer and the surrounding 10-meter radius will not be detected by any sensing or probing methods. The exchange requires 100 million yuan. Note, the secrets of the heavenly machine must not be revealed. Simply wear it. Well, it perfectly aligned with Wu Chen's requirements, but as expected, it was expensive. 3 items, 3 preparations. To execute the position-seizing plan, none could be omitted. Thus, he needed to acquire another 200 million yuan. Speaking of making money, Wu Chen involuntarily thought of Jean Bing. Half a month had passed. Surely Jean Bing must have some funds by now. Wu Chen's guess was correct. After half a month, Jean Bing's little treasury had once again become replenished. Moreover, the amount was precisely what Wu Chen required, $200 million. Jean Bing was no fool. After witnessing the destruction of New York firsthand, he realized he could no longer remain there. After all, their Akatsuki organization had become notorious, especially in New York. Even the local gangs harbored deep resentment towards the Akatsuki. The reason was simple. The leader of the Akatsuki had made them acutely aware of what suffering truly meant. The anguish of family destruction, the pain of losing loved ones, the devastation of careers. All of this was brought about by the Akatsuki. And Jinbing was a formal member of the Akatsuki. Despite his formidable personal strength, continuing to develop in New York was no longer feasible for him. Therefore, the resourceful Jinbing set his sights on the entirety of America, and even the whole of North America. With his identity as the kingpin of the underworld, it was no arduous task for him to recruit various gangs across the land. At that moment, the masked man had tasked Kingpin with locating the surgeon Stephen Strange. Thus, Kingpin embarked on a dual quest, searching for this individual while simultaneously enlisting gangs to establish his own intelligence network, armed with unparalleled personal prowess and formidable intellect. Kingpin effortlessly achieved his objectives, consolidating gangs nationwide while also finding the elusive surgeon. Upon completing the task assigned by the masked man, Kingpin did not remain idle. He began amassing wealth. In truth, money held little significance for him. His pursuit lay in amplifying his own power. To him, currency was merely a figure. Nonetheless, he diligently sought riches, for the Akatsuki required funds. Kingpin could never forget the day of New York's devastation, when, having presented his life savings, a staggering $500 million in gold bars, he caught the approving gaze of the masked man and the leader. That glance conveyed recognition. Although his strength paled in comparison to theirs, when it came to the art of earning, Kingpin excelled beyond all. Especially now, with nearly every gang in America under his command, generating income became increasingly effortless. Thus, within a mere fortnight, he amassed $200 million. Initially, such an influx was substantial, and even if it waned thereafter, it would still yield a monthly income of at least $100 million. To Wu Chun, Kingpin was nothing short of a golden goose. Therefore, when he assumed the guise of the masked man to meet Kingpin, and Kingpin revealed the $200 million, Wu Chen's gaze softened increasingly. "Kingpin, would you like to learn other water-style secret techniques?" The masked man inquired, much to Kingpin's astonishment. However, he refrained from requesting to learn new water-style secrets, instead expressing, "If possible, I hope you might offer me some guidance. I have encountered a bottleneck while practicing the water-style techniques you previously bestowed upon me." Meeting Kingpin's hopeful gaze, the masked man's eyes flickered slightly. "I have little advice left to offer you, as my expertise lies in fire style. However, I can arrange for someone to guide you." Chapter 196. The Birth of the Incarnation, 15. The masked man intended to find someone to instruct Kingpin, naturally referring to Senju Tobarama, with the formidable water god at hand. Any inquiries Kingpin had regarding water style would pose no obstacle, provided the funds were sufficient. As for Senju Tobarama, not being a member of the Akatsuki organization, could there be any drawbacks to such a course of action? Disguises are worth exploring. Moreover, various transformation techniques can indeed resolve issues. Kin, along with others, remains oblivious to the existence of transformation techniques, thus rendering the possibility of exposing Senju Tobarama non-existent. Viewed in this light, Wu Chen's initial decision to withhold the dissemination of transformation techniques proves to be a sagacious one. The words of the masked man initially left Kin feeling despondent, only to be swiftly replaced by elation. He held no doubts regarding the veracity of the masked man's statements. After all, a formidable organization would not deceive its internal members regarding such matters. An organization that resorted to such deceit could hardly endure for long. "Lord Fei, when will the esteemed individual you mentioned have the time to guide me?" Kin inquired, adopting a respectful demeanor. The masked man, Obito, glanced at Kin and replied, "Make some time in your schedule, and when he is available, I shall bring him directly to you." "Understood," Kin exclaimed, overjoyed. After securing his financial gain, Wu Chun returned to the Shinwei space without a moment's hesitation and directly exchanged for 3 items, thereby preparing for the plan of acquiring a rank. The 300 million worth of gold bars vanished, replaced by a translucent little jade butterfly, a warm white jade pendant engraved with a Bagua diagram, and a scroll. Without delay, he seized the scroll and unfurled it towards himself. A brilliant white light shot forth from the scroll, striking Wu Chun. Subsequently, an inexplicable sensation enveloped him, and upon regaining his composure, he beheld an unadorned version of himself standing before him, identical in height, weight, and appearance. A peculiar sense of mutual understanding permeated the space between Wu Chun and his doppelganger, truly uncanny. You go first. They both stammered in unison, inadvertently silencing each other. Observing this, Wu Chun ceased his politeness and handed a set of clothing to his counterpart. Once adorned, he addressed his doppelganger. You should be aware of the plan, correct? The doppelganger nodded. Wu Chun continued. In that case, let us give you a name. Additionally, we must fabricate an identity. After all, you will frequently appear before others. The doppelganger nodded in understanding. Since we share a profound connection, why not pose as twin brothers to the outside world? Wu Chun proposed. He did not regard this transformation merely as a disguise, but rather treated it with the utmost respect, acknowledging that, in essence, it could be considered a reflection of himself. It can be said that if Wu Chun's original self encounters an insurmountable foe and inadvertently meets his demise, then the incarnation of Wu Chun would indeed be his true self. This situation is akin to Wu Chun possessing two lives, which elucidates why the scroll of incarnation is priced so exorbitantly. In response to Wu Chun's proposition, the incarnation nodded, agreeing. In that case, I shall be called Wu Chun. Excellent. Wu Chun. Wu Chun nodded in approval and continued to elaborate on their backstory. When you were quite young, you accidentally went missing. I have only recently found you, allowing us to reunite as brothers. I shall be the elder brother, and you will be the younger brother. What do you think? Wu Chun pondered for a moment, nodding before shaking his head. I agree with the backstory, but I must be the elder brother. Wu Chun, perplexed, queried. By what right do you claim to be the elder brother? If not, let us settle this through a duel. Whoever proves mightier shall be the elder brother. Wu Chun was speechless. At this moment, I possess no strength. I am merely an ordinary person. How can you propose such a condition? Wu Chun shook his head. That is of no consequence. You are currently weak, so you shall obediently accept the role of the younger brother. Stupid younger brother, my foolish little buddy. After jesting, Wu Chun adopted a serious expression, posing two questions. First, can you utilize the role-playing system? Second, why have you not inherited my chakra? Chapter 197, Compensation 25. Noting Wu Chun's earnest inquiries, Wu Chun retracted his smile and responded, the role-playing system is functioning normally, though it is not possible for us to portray the same character simultaneously. Wu Chun nodded, as this was within his expectations. Regarding the inheritance of your chakra, Wu Chun contemplated before stating, the energy contained within that scroll is merely sufficient to replicate the body and soul. It cannot accomplish anything beyond that, as its energy has been exhausted. Wu Chun nodded in understanding. I see. However, you should possess the spatial talent and the excellent physique characteristic of the Uzumaki clan, correct? Wu Chun affirmed, indeed, I possess both. Wu Chun felt a sense of relief, exclaiming, that will certainly ease your future studies in the magic of portals. Wu Chun also nodded with a smile. That is indeed the case. In that light, you should practice your physical techniques. Wu Chun suggested. The magical prowess of Dr. Strange is entirely sufficient, but if you possess martial skills, both your combat strength and self-defense capabilities will be enhanced. After all, in the Marvel Universe, mages initially appear as melee combatants. Wu Chun naturally agreed. We are of the same origin, and our memories are shared. I shall find time to practice physical techniques later. Wu Chun nodded in satisfaction. That is good. Now, let us seek out that surgeon who is both fortunate and unfortunate. This assertion arises from the impending venture where Wu Chun and Wu Chun will usurp the mantle and magical prowess that rightfully belong to Stephen Strange, which indeed is a misfortune. However, Wu Chun has devised a means of recompense for Strange. For instance, in the future, after a car accident leaves him injured, he plans for the medical ninjutsu of Senju Tobarama to restore him completely, leaving no aftereffects. Moreover, through the connections of Jean Bing, he intends to ensure that Stephen Strange experiences a life of unbridled success and prosperity. This signifies fortune. Thus, this is Wu Chun's envisioned method of compensation. In truth, the appropriation of Dr. Strange's identity and magical abilities may not entirely be detrimental to Strange himself. At the very least, he would be spared the perils of the magical realm, no longer facing the world-destroying ruler of the dark dimension, Dormammu, alone. He could live a tranquil life, marry the one he loves, and ultimately grow old together, leading a life that is ordinary, blissful, and fulfilling. In fact, Stephen Strange was never particularly suited to be Doctor Strange. having always been a staunch atheist. Therefore, Chen believes that if someone can heal his injured hand from the accident, Strange can certainly continue to live a stable and happy life. Chen's actions, in essence, present both gains and losses for Strange. Yet the choice of this gain and loss is not one that Strange can dictate. Well, let us depart. Chen nodded. Observing this, Chen donned the jade pendant and instructed the masked man to transport himself and Chen to San Francisco. With a swirl of spatial vortex appearing, the masked man gestured invitingly, and without hesitation, Chen and Chen stepped into it. Through the vortex, in the next moment, they found themselves amidst the bustling streets of San Francisco. Gazing around at the vibrant surroundings, Chen was reminded of the reborn, transformed New York City, and a wave of melancholy washed over him. Noticing this, Chen understood his thoughts and gently patted Chen's shoulder, urging him onward. Following that, a phone call was made to secure a substantial appointment with Strange. Given the nature of their endeavor, it was best to avoid drawing attention. Thus, with forceful methods ruled out, they could only pursue legitimate avenues. In the realm of private hospitals, Stephen Strange proved to be exceedingly capable. Within a mere fortnight, he had established his own private hospital anew in San Francisco. This hospital primarily caters to the affluent and influential, seldom accommodating ordinary patients. This reflects the typical practices of Stephen Strange, who has always held such a belief. He perceives his exceptional surgical skills as a treasure that should not be squandered on trivial matters. Before the accident, Strange's life epitomized that of a protagonist. As a distinguished neurosurgeon, he was revered for his extraordinary talents, often regarded as a divine gift to the surgical realm. Consequently, the fees at his private hospital are exorbitant, accessible only to the elite. Thus, ordinary individuals are a rarity here, with only the wealthy and powerful frequenting the establishment. However, should an average person wish to seek treatment, they are welcome, though they must adhere to the steep pricing. Each surgery performed by Strange costs between $50,000 to $1 million. Such fees are beyond the reach of the common populace. Over time, Strange's private hospital has become a sanctuary solely for the affluent. There is nothing inherently wrong with an expensive hospital. After all, healthcare is a matter of mutual consent. However, Strange's disposition leaves much to be desired. His remarkable achievements have fostered a sense of arrogance, compounded by a genius-level pride that has led to widespread criticism of his character. Regrettably, these criticisms hold true. Strange is indeed as described. The only individuals remaining in his inner circle, aside from those motivated by financial gain, are his admiring colleague, Dr. Christine Palmer. Yet even Christine is beginning to find Strange's temperament increasingly intolerable. Had it not been for that fateful accident, Strange would have ultimately lived a life marked by estrangement and isolation, even in relative stability. Thus, Chen contemplates how he might compensate Strange in the future while also subtly guiding him towards a more amiable disposition, enabling him to lead a more fulfilling life. The method of correction is quite simple, a slight delay in treating his hand injury, allowing him to experience the suffering of others and witness the ugliness of human nature when he is stripped of his abilities. Society possesses a profound capacity to educate individuals, unveiling the truths of existence. While the thoughts are plentiful, the time for action is not yet ripe. Currently, Chen and Chen arrived at the private hospital of Stephen Strange, the Strange Institute of Neurosurgery, by taxi. After informing the receptionist of their appointment with Dr. Strange, they sat quietly in the waiting area. Soon, Dr. Strange, having just completed a surgical procedure, appeared gracefully. "Good day to you, Mr. Wu," he greeted them. When addressing a patron, Strange managed to temper his demeanor, yet Chen could discern the underlying pride and arrogance emanating from him. It was evident that Dr. Strange had not yet faced the harsh realities of life, which made him appear somewhat insufferable in Chen's eyes. Feeling a surge of righteous indignation, Chen conveyed the purpose of his visit. "I have been separated from my brother for decades, and I have recently located him. Therefore, I would like to request a comprehensive medical examination from you, Dr. Strange. In return, I am willing to offer a payment of $100,000. Upon hearing the request for a medical examination, Strange's handsome face momentarily contorted in reluctance, ready to decline. However, upon hearing the generous fee, he hesitated not a moment longer and promptly acquiesced. "No problem. My facility is indeed well-suited for a physical examination, initially intending to refuse the substantial offer from this mister, who was simply too enticing. Yet, strangely enough, he felt a sense of familiarity with this individual. Dismissing the sensation, Strange commenced the examination of Wu Chen's brother. The examination took a little over half an hour, and the prospect of earning such a sum in such a brief time felt like a windfall. Naturally, Strange was eager to participate, as it was a request from a valued patron. After the examination, Strange reviewed the report with an expression of astonishment. "Mr. Wu, your brother possesses remarkable physical health. He is exceptionally fit. In fact, I dare say there is no one healthier in this entire hospital." Wu Chen took the report and raised an eyebrow. "Is that so?" Strange assured him, "Absolutely. I stake my professional reputation on it." Simultaneously, Strange found himself curious about the nature of these two individuals. They not only exhibited extraordinary health, but also shared an uncanny rapport, as if they possessed a form of telepathy. Most intriguing was the inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if Strange had encountered them before. However, given the client's reticence, Strange refrained from inquiring further. After all, in this vast world, the client's importance reigned supreme. Despite Strange assurances, Wu Chen still wore a skeptical expression. He remarked, "Dr. Strange, it is not that I doubt your expertise. Never mind. Ah Chen, you should speak with him yourself." Upon hearing this, Wu Chen shot Wu Chen a glare, then stepped past him to stand before Dr. Strange. "Dr. Strange, I'm not quite sure what's going on, but for the past couple of days, I've been experiencing some discomfort in my left hand. That is why my elder brother brought me in for a checkup." Dr. Strange's expression shifted to one of understanding. "I see. May I take a look at where it hurts?" Wu Chen nodded in response and extended his hand. Dr. Strange, devoid of any hesitation, adopted a professional demeanor and began to inquire earnestly about Wu Chen's condition. He gently pressed on a particular spot on Wu Chen's palm. "Does it hurt here?" "No, not there." Observing this, Wu Chen promptly retrieved the celestial disc and deftly tossed it into the air. The disc soared, seemingly buoyed by an inexplicable force, and hovered above the heads of Dr. Strange and Wu Chen. Under Wu Chen's watchful gaze, the disc began to rotate. As a wealthy patron, Wu Chen was received in the private consultation room, a space typically free from interruption. However, to ensure their privacy, Wu Chen quietly rose and positioned himself at the door as a precaution. Minutes later, the disc silently shattered and vanished. Concurrently, two streams of golden energy emerged from above Dr. Strange, one robust and the other somewhat slender, and began to flow into Wu Chen's body. Dr. Strange, engrossed in his inquiry, remained oblivious to this occurrence. Wu Chen and Wu Chen exchanged a glance, and both exhaled in relief. At that moment, Dr. Strange experienced a peculiar sensation, as though he had lost something significant yet trivial. However, upon looking up to assess the situation, he found nothing amiss. Resigned, he proceeded to deliver his diagnosis. "Gentleman Wu, based on my thorough examination and the previous results from the hand assessment, I can confidently conclude that there are no issues with young Mr. Wu's hand." Dr. Strange spoke with assurance, a testament to his expertise in the field of medicine, particularly in neurosurgery, which encompassed the intricate nerves of the hand. "Oh, that puts my mind at ease." Wu Chen sighed deeply, the relief evident in his demeanor, a genuine expression of his feelings. The plan to seize the position had been successfully executed. Dr. Strange regarded him as a responsible elder brother, without further contemplation. "Ahem. About the fee?" Wu Chen immediately remarked. "We shall proceed to make the payment at once." "Thank you very much, Dr. Strange." Wu Chen also nodded in agreement, expressing, "I appreciate your generosity, Dr. Strange." Although Dr. Strange felt somewhat perplexed, he graciously replied, "It is my duty." Wu Chen smiled and added, "Dr. Strange, should you encounter any troubles in the future, feel free to seek me out in New York. I possess a modicum of confidence in resolving issues." With that, he departed the private meeting room with Wu Chen. After settling the payment, they exited Stevens Hospital, whereupon Wu Chen employed the Flying Thunder God technique, vanishing from the spot. Watching the two gentlemen leave through the window, Dr. Strange was suddenly taken aback. At that moment, he finally recalled the source of the familiar sensation he experienced in their presence. It turned out they were among the superheroes who saved New York. The Black Lightning of Konoha, the illustrious figure named Wu Chen. Chapter 200. The Future Supreme Sorcerer, 55. Upon departing from the private hospital in San Francisco, Wu Chun took Wu Chun with him and utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to arrive at the Commithage in Kathmandu, Nepal. This seamless transition was facilitated by Wu Chun's prior arrangement for the masked man to employ spatial movement to reach this location, from which Wu Chun then directly transported himself using the Flying Thunder God mark on the masked man approaching the towering gates. Wu Chun hesitated not, handing over his pre-prepared belongings, phone, wallet, and clothes, to Wu Chun and, in a tender fraternal manner, advised, dedicate yourself to the study of magic, striving to become the supreme sorcerer at the earliest opportunity. Wu Chun, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by this gentle tone, accepted the items, pushed Wu Chun away, and jestingly retorted, "Once I become the supreme sorcerer, I shall be the elder brother. You foolish little brother." Thereafter, Wu Chun departed the Commithage with a Beto, leaving Wu Chun standing alone outside the establishment. Holding his belongings, Wu Chun took a deep breath and rapped on the door, returning to the Shunshui space. Wu Chun exhaled in relief. The reason he had just acquired the status and magical prowess of Doctor Strange and sent Wu Chun to Commithage was simple. Wu Chun was concerned that delays could lead to unforeseen complications, potentially derailing their originally smooth plans. Even with the concealment of the heavenly secret jade pendant, it was likely that the Supreme Sorcerer, Ancient One, would sense the transfer of Doctor Strange status. Wu Chun harbored no doubt regarding the prowess of the Ancient One. Thus, immediately upon the completion of the plan, he proceeded to the next step. Now, Doctor Strange's clandestine game piece had been set in motion. In due time, it would yield fruitful results. As for whether Wu Chun would be unable to ascend to the status of Doctor Strange, Wu Chun harbored no concerns about this. With the position and talents bestowed by Doctor Strange, none were more suited for the role than Wu Chun himself. Moreover, with the Ancient One's solemn promise, it currently appeared that Wu Chun was the most assured candidate. As long as he diligently honed his magical skills, vanquished Kaecilius, and subsequently repelled Dormammu, he would undoubtedly emerge as the new generation's supreme sorcerer. Furthermore, Wu Chun was not alone. Unlike Strange, who had lived for so long without a single close friend, Wu Chun had a powerful brother to rely on. Setting aside distractions, Wu Chun resumed preparations for the Tailed Beast War. The clandestine game piece remained just that, and he had not forgotten the original plan. In the chamber of the Supreme Sorcerer of Kamartaj, mere moments prior, the Ancient One set aside the Dragon Balls she had been toying with for over half a month. She had to admit that she currently had no means to decipher them, as they belonged to a different system of power altogether. Placing the 7 Dragon Balls into a specially designated box, the Ancient One resolved to return them to Wu Chun today. As for her prior promise to teach someone in return, she believed that if the side of Konoha failed to seize the opportunity, it was their loss, not hers. After all, the Ancient One not only refrained from creating obstacles, but had also informed Konoha of Kamartaj's precise location. If it had not come, who could they blame? At that moment, Doctor Strange's essence had separated from his corporeal form. The Ancient One's calm gaze suddenly narrowed, and she immediately activated her perception abilities to scan the globe. To her astonishment, the future Supreme Sorcerer, whom she had been closely monitoring, had vanished without a trace. A ripple disturbed her tranquil mind. Raising her hand to form a magical seal, the eye of Agamotto, which hung at her chest, began to rotate and subsequently radiated a brilliant light. Within that illumination, the Ancient One glimpsed visions of the future. She saw that Doctor Strange still existed, albeit his visage had become obscured. A slight sigh of relief escaped her lips. These prominent figures, as Wu Chun had envisioned, were not particularly concerned with who would assume the mantle of Doctor Strange. What mattered to them was merely the continued existence of Doctor Strange. Consequently, Gu-Yi refrained from exerting her formidable powers to forcibly seek out the future Sorcerer Supreme. Instead, she sat quietly in her chamber, embarking upon a profound contemplation. A few minutes later, her reflections concluded. Gu-Yi once again activated the eye of Agamotto, catching a glimpse of the future. Within that future, the visage of the new Sorcerer Supreme flickered uncertainly, ultimately stabilizing into the form of Wu Chun, precisely resembling Wu Chun himself, just as he knocked on the door. Truly remarkable. Gu-Yi felt a twinge of sentiment, coupled with a sense of relief. Simultaneously, she altered her decision. The box of Dragon Balls would be entrusted to Wu Chun, to be taken with him when he chose to depart from Kamartaj. With the dark chess piece of Dr. Strangelade, Wu Chen's life resumed its intended course. This so-called course was merely a continuation of previous plans, releasing the tailed beasts, followed by the emergence of the Akatsuki, with Konoha pursuing them, leading to a struggle, ultimately resulting in the capture or safeguarding of the tailed beasts. Given that 4 tailed beasts had yet to appear, Wu Chen, for the sake of caution, dispersed 4 tailed beasts across 4 nations worldwide. Moreover, the release of these tailed beasts was staggered over time. The 4 tails, 5 tails, 6 tails, and 8 tails. The first to be released was the 4 tails. Just a couple of days after Wu Chen entered Kamar Taj, the deployment site was London, in the corrupt land of Europe. The combatants remained Deidara and Minato Namikaze. In this battle, due to a shortage of personnel in Konoha, Obito stealthily managed to abscond with the 4 tails. While it was termed a theft, it was, in fact, a defeat of the 4 tails, subsequently capturing it. However, Minato was preoccupied with countering Deidara's explosive onslaught and had no time to intercept Obito. The other members of Konoha had only Hashirama Senju, who was stationed in New York and could not pursue the Akatsuki. Deidara was quite astute. He had no intention of engaging Minato in direct combat, but instead opted to replicate his strategy against Thor, continuously bombarding the entire city of London with explosives. As a paragon of virtue, Minato could not idly stand by while the citizens of London were ravaged by clay bombs, resulting in significant casualties. Thus, he exerted every effort to divert all the bombs away from the city. However, as a consequence, he was ensnared by Deidara. Thus, the 4 tails was captured. In this fierce contest for the tailed beasts, Deidara's progress in his role increased by 5%, while Minato Namikaze's progress rose by 2%. Upon reaching 50%, Wu Chen decisively summoned his character. During the summoning, he incessantly murmured about the might of the Leaf Village's warriors. The reason was quite evident. At present, the balance of power between the Leaf and the Akatsuki had become severely skewed. Excluding the yet-to-make-an-appearance Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, the Akatsuki boasted the 6 paths of pain: Deidara, Uchiha Obito, and Kinemon. In stark contrast, the Leaf's forces consisted solely of Senju Tobirama, Minato Namikaze, and Wu Chen. Furthermore, pain represented 6 distinct individuals, creating a significant numerical disparity. Consequently, even if Wu Chen aspired for the Leaf to secure a couple more victories in the endeavor to seize the tailed beasts, it would prove exceedingly challenging. Hence, it was imperative to bolster the strength of the Leaf. Ding! Character summoning in progress, with a systems announcement. A series of figures rapidly flashed through Wu Chen's mind. Ultimately, the imagery settled upon a rugged man clad in a dark green bodysuit and military green Jonin vest, sporting a watermelon head hairstyle. Upon witnessing this, Wu Chen was initially taken aback, only to be overwhelmed with joy. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have summoned the character. Might Guy from the Naruto universe, Hidden Leaf Village. Guy, the strongest martial artist in the Naruto world. He nearly kicked the conclusion of the Naruto saga and almost vanquished Uchiha Madara. My God, although he often appears somewhat juvenile, perpetually exclaiming awkward phrases about youth, Guy is undeniably a true powerhouse. He possesses the highest combat prowess in the Naruto realm, along with forbidden techniques. At this moment, having summoned him, a multitude of plans instantly unfurled in Wu Chen's mind. With this, the conclusion of the alien invasion battle in New York was secured. Moreover, Wu Chen could implement his strategy more effectively. However, it was regrettable that following the 4 tails capture incident, Minato Namikaze was still 8% shy of reaching 100. Therefore, the Leaf must secure several victories. Thus, in the defense battle of the 5 tails a month later, Might Guy made a dazzling entrance. The 5 tails emerged along the African coast, where Deidara and Obito from the Akatsuki had arrived. Might Guy followed closely behind Minato Namikaze. Upon witnessing Toby unseal the barrier, Deidara attempted to obstruct him. Without hesitation, Guy unleashed his power, activating the 6th gate of the 8 gates of BD, nearly striking Deidara down amidst the skies. In Chapter 202, The Battle for the Tailed Beasts 25, it became evident that for a long-range ninja like Deidara, facing the formidable taijutsu of the 8 gates Might Guy was akin to an assassin confronting a wizard. He had little means of resistance. Had it not been for Toby's timely intervention, Deidara would have surely met his demise. Consequently, Tobi's rescue of Deidara led to the failure of the Akatsuki's operation to capture the Five Tails. Each of the four combatants involved made progress. Deidara accrued 5%, while Minato Namikaze garnered 3%, including the previous progress. He required merely 5% more to reach a total of 100%. As for Tobi, he achieved 5% across both encounters. However, the one with the most significant advancement was Might Guy, who jumped from an initial 10% to 20%. This indicated that Wu Chen's strategy was indeed sound. During the public spectacle of the tailed beast struggle, successfully defending a tailed beast would yield additional progress. Thus, it would be ideal for the subsequent 2 rounds of tailed beast acquisition to result in 1 victory and 1 defeat, ensuring Minato would reach 100% without waste. A month later, during the Six Tails defense battle, the Six Tails was deployed in Tokyo, Japan. The Akatsuki sent 3 individuals, Pain, Deidara, and Tobi. In contrast, the Leaf Village was caught off guard, with only Minato and Guy present. Deidara resorted to his previous tactics to stall Minato, while Tobi toyed with Guy. Pain nonchalantly unsealed the Six Tails, defeating and capturing it shortly thereafter, inevitably causing damage to Tokyo in the process. Following this battle, Nagato received 5% progress, while Deidara and Tobi earned 3% each, with Guy remaining at 10% and Minato at 2%. Thus, Wu Chen continued his efforts, secretly planning to deploy the Eight Tails in Australia more than a month after the Six Tails defense battle. As for why not to deploy it in China, the answer was clear. Wu Chen wished to avoid harming the Chinese people. His compassion did not extend to the citizens of other nations. In the ensuing Eight Tails battle in Australia, the most significant conflict since the emergence of Konoha erupted. Due to the meticulous preparations made by both parties, renowned figures from each side emerged to engage in battle. On one side stood the Akatsuki organization, featuring Pain's 6 paths, the masked man Obito, Deidara, and Jinping. On the opposing side, Konoha was represented by Wu Chen, Minato Namikaze, Might Guy, and Hashirama Senju. The confrontations between these formidable adversaries erupted into astonishing clashes, making the conflict known throughout the world. Ultimately, Konoha succeeded in defending the Eight Tails. Although the combatants were evenly matched, Konoha benefited from the support of superheroes, with Iron Man and Thor, who remained on Earth, arriving uninvited. Their intervention shattered the stalemate and resulted in a resounding defeat for the Akatsuki members. This was a testament to the effectiveness of the newly reformed S.H.I.E.L.D., which had been orchestrated by Wu Chen. Reluctantly, the Akatsuki members had no choice but to retreat, as Obito's nearly insurmountable intangibility allowed them to escape, evading even the combined efforts of Konoha's forces alongside Iron Man and Thor. However, in the aftermath of the battle, Jinping began to sense a peculiar resemblance. Why did the demeanor of Hashirama Senju during their fight remind him so strikingly of the powerful figure who had once taught him the secrets of water release? The very same Obito? Though an inkling arose within him, Jinping refrained from probing further, as his life was at stake. For Wu Chen, the most significant outcome of this battle was not the fame it brought, but rather the advancement in his progress. Might Guy increased the progress by 15%, Hashirama Senju by 5%, Nagato by 5%, Obito by 5%, and Deidara by 5%. Most crucially, Minato Namikaze contributed a 3% increase, bringing his progress to a complete 100%. 6 months had passed since the destruction of New York. As the world fervently discussed the recent conflict between Konoha and the Akatsuki in Australia, Wu Chen quietly returned to the Kamui space. Opening the system panel, a smile graced his face. Chapter 203, Summary of Gains, 35. Host, Wu Chen. Current character, none. Current progress, none. Characters owned. Fourth Great Ninja wore Minato Namikaze, 9 Tails Chakra Mode, 100. The day Wu Chen acquired the system has quietly passed over 8 months. During this span, he has finally achieved a remarkable milestone with his first fully realized character, the legendary Wave Wind Minato. This character marks Wu Chen's inaugural venture into the realm of role-playing and evokes a myriad of emotions within him. Gazing at the system panel, he found himself momentarily lost in thought. After a brief interlude, he gathered his wits and began to compile his gains from the recent battles in Australia. First and foremost, there were opportunities to select abilities. For Wave Wind Minato, Wu Chen opted for the perfect sage mode. His chakra enhancement had been sufficiently extensive, yet his personal practice of sage mode had yielded little progress. Thus, he made this choice. For Uchiha Obito, he selected would release, having witnessed its formidable power firsthand. With the chance to augment this ability, it was an obvious decision. As for Nagato, he chose the variant of the Divine Eye, Kagaya, as heart, mutation. The other options did not hold particular significance for Wu Chen, but this mutated perception ability was precisely what he required at present. Reflecting on the previous day's battle in Australia, he recalled how the S-H-I-E-L-D inadvertently complicated matters. Their concern that Konoha would falter led them to deploy Thor and Tony prematurely. While their intentions were commendable, this nearly exposed Wu Chen and his character. Although they managed to navigate the perilous situation with cleverness, the dangers of the previous day lingered vividly in his memory. Consequently, Wu Chen recognized the critical need for enhanced perception abilities. Upon exchanging for the Kagaya's heart, he felt an awakening, sensing everything within a radius of 300 meters. Additionally, he inexplicably mastered a technique known as the Rain Tiger Freedom Technique. Should he activate the mutated Kagaya's heart while employing this technique, his perceptive range could expand dramatically, transforming from 300 meters to a staggering 3 kilometers, a 10-fold increase. No wonder it is the mutated version of the Divine Kan's heart. After acquiring the abilities of these personas, only Deidara remained. The abilities of Akatsuki's Azure Dragon Deidara are as follows: Chakra, Explosive Release Secret Arts, Clay Puppet Creation, and Dust Release Affinity. These 4 aspects did not come as a surprise to Wu Chen. Deidara's abilities are inherently linked to explosive release, and his combat style is relatively straightforward. Given this, he would possess limited capabilities, as his energies were primarily devoted to the pursuit of his artistic endeavors. The explosive release secret arts pertain to Deidara's clay detonations, while clay puppet creation reflects his innate talent for sculpting puppets. The only unexpected aspect was the dust release affinity, which Wu Chen had not anticipated. He was astonished to discover that Deidara possessed the talent to cultivate such a bloodline limit that had been largely abandoned. What is dust release? When the dust release ninjutsu is executed, it manifests as a beam of white light that can deconstruct any object it touches down to its atomic level. It is undeniably terrifying. Yet, upon reflection, it makes sense. Deidara had been taken under the wing of the third Tsuchikage, Inoki, from a young age, who must have recognized certain innate talents in him. This talent was likely the very aptitude for mastering dust release. Unfortunately, Deidara later became infatuated with his art and was subsequently lured away by the Akatsuki organization. Had he remained in Iwagakure, he might have become the next wielder of dust release. In that context, Deidara could indeed be regarded as a true powerhouse. Thus, within the world of Naruto, both Deidara himself and the Akatsuki organization stifled his potential. However, wealth cannot buy happiness, and this was ultimately Deidara's choice. He willingly chose to pursue his art, and others cannot be blamed for that. With this in mind, Wu Chen had made a definitive decision regarding Deidara's 2 abilities, Explosive Release Secret Arts and Dust Release Affinity. Although Wu Chen did not have much need for explosive release, it remains a premier secret technique. Furthermore, since it is a secret art, with diligent practice, success in mastering it is attainable. Wu Chen envisioned having Minato Namikaze impart this technique to Hawkeye. After all, if Hawkeye had chosen to apprentice under Minato, it would be rather inadequate if Minato could not teach him anything substantial, only the basics. Considering Hawkeye's circumstances, while his archery skills are formidable, his damage output is lacking. If he successfully masters the explosive release secret arts, he could create explosive arrows at will, significantly enhancing his combat prowess. To speak candidly, Wu Chen has indeed devoted himself to the welfare of his disciples. As for the dust release talent, it is a formidable technique, comparable to the Rasengan, a lethal strike that ensures instant annihilation upon contact. Such power is not something Wu Chen would let slip by if he had the opportunity to master it. Regarding the acquisition of the explosion release secret technique, it is merely a matter of having a wish card. As long as the funds are sufficient, the issue is readily resolved. Moreover, it is worth mentioning that over the past 4 to 5 months, Jin Bing has amassed a considerable fortune, totaling nearly 500 million. This sum was donated unconditionally to the Akatsuki organization, much to Wu Chen's delight. However, Jin Bing seems to have discerned something amiss, yet he remains tight-lipped, revealing not a whisper of his thoughts. Wu Chen has noticed this and does not dwell on it too much. After all, Jin Bing is akin to a hen laying golden eggs for him. Unless absolutely necessary, Wu Chen would never consider eliminating Jin Bing. Perhaps this is precisely the outcome that Jin Bing desires. After exchanging for the explosion release technique, a plethora of text flooded Wu Chen's mind, and he could sense that he had acquired the ability to execute explosion release, granting temporary life to clay constructs and enabling them to self-detonate. Resisting the urge to experiment immediately, Wu Chen proceeded to exchange for the dust release talent. This time, there was no immediate reaction. It seems that he would only perceive the effects of this exchange during his practice of dust release. With that, the character ability exchanges have been entirely completed. Next, it was time to pursue the most significant gain of this endeavor. Wu Chen clicked on the exclamation mark within the progress grid for the role of Minato Namikaze on his panel. Suddenly, a calm voice from the system echoed within Wu Chen's mind. After systematic detection, the progress of embodying the character of the Fourth Great Ninja War, Minato Namikaze, Nine-Tails Chakra Mode, has reached 100. The host has the following two choices. Firstly, embody the character of the Fourth Great Ninja War, Minato Namikaze, Nine-Tails Chakra Mode, which will advance to Nine-Tails Minato, talent, tenfold burst special skill. Note 1. After advancing to Nine-Tails Minato, talent, tenfold burst, the host will no longer retain the characteristic of embodiment progress. Note 2. Nine-Tails Minato, talent, tenfold burst. After the host embodies this character, he will still be Minato Namikaze in Nine-Tails Chakra Mode, but will possess an additional talent of tenfold burst. Note 3. The tenfold burst talent allows a tenfold increase in power for 5 minutes, but after those 5 minutes, the host cannot embody this character for 5 days. Secondly, relinquish Minato Namikaze as the embodiment character and summon the real person to the host's side. Note, the real Minato Namikaze in Nine-Tails Chakra Mode possesses absolute loyalty to the host and will never betray. Upon hearing these prompts from the system, Wu Chen stood frozen in place. After a moment, he began to contemplate the pros and cons. In simple terms, one option offered a brief surge of power, while the other promised enduring strength. A few minutes later, he made his final decision. System, I choose the second option. As a man, what is the significance of a fleeting explosion? Lasting power is the true essence. Chapter 205. Minato Namikaze, Captain of the U.S. Team 55. In truth, the previous remarks were made in jest. Nevertheless, Wu Chen was indeed resolute in his choice of the second option. The first option, despite its extensive elaboration, could be simplified to this. Minato Namikaze acquires an additional talent skill, capable of unleashing tenfold power for 5 minutes, but with a cooldown period of 5 days. Logically speaking, Minato Namikaze, already an Ultra Shadow level powerhouse, would briefly ascend to the Six Paths level if his power were to explode tenfold. And how formidable are the Six Paths level beings? The Six Paths of Beidou single-handedly subdued a multitude of formidable ninja, and the same goes for Six Paths Madara. He even withstood the most powerful kick from Might Guy's 8 Gates released to its fullest. It is crucial to note that this kick could shatter the Truth-Seeking Balls. What are the Truth-Seeking Balls? They are creations formed from the amalgamation of 7 chakra attributes, possessing immense power. Even mere contact could obliterate the body. Moreover, aside from sage techniques, no ninjutsu can breach the defenses of the Truth-Seeking Balls. Yet, even such a full-force kick from Might Guy did not slay Six Paths Madara, which, while partly due to Madara's inherently robust physique, further underscores the overwhelming strength of Six Paths level beings. 5 days of pretending for a mere 5 minutes of power, others might readily opt for such a trade. Yet for Wu Chen, in this current phase, he has yet to encounter an adversary formidable enough to necessitate the strength of the Six Paths. Given this, why not choose a path that offers him greater ease? The second option presents itself as a source of relief for Wu Chen. The character of Minato Namikaze fades away, and the real Minato Namikaze, in his Nine-Tails Chakra Mode, is summoned to Wu Chen's side, pledging absolute loyalty and unwavering fidelity. This implies that Wu Chen need not exhaust himself in the role of Minato, while Minato can still fulfill his intended purpose. Is this not a welcome reprieve? Chen has long felt that embodying numerous characters has drained his energy, leaving him with little time for romance. To this day, he remains a solitary figure. At this moment, the prospect of alleviating his burdens is indeed appealing. After all, if he were to choose the first option and one day require Minato's prolonged presence, only to find Minato had expended his abilities the previous day, it could lead to complications. Thus, after careful consideration, Chen decisively chose the second option. Upon making his choice, the system interface began to flicker. During this shimmering process, the character of Minato gradually vanished, and suddenly, a striking man clad in a red-trimmed white ceremonial robe, with golden hair, appeared beside Chen. Chen, it is a pleasure to meet you. I look forward to our future interactions. Hello, Minato Namikaze. After exchanging greetings, an awkward silence enveloped them. Chen, seeking to dissolve the tension, inquired, Minato, what of your memories? Minato immediately understood, responding, all the experiences you embodied as me are within my memory. That is excellent. Chen breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that he need not elaborate further. But are you truly the Minato Namikaze I envision? Minato nodded affirmatively. I am indeed the Minato you imagine. There's no doubt about that. Observing that Minato could think and communicate normally, Chen felt an inexplicable sense of ease. From this moment onward, he was no longer alone. He then proceeded to share his forthcoming plans with Minato. Two heads are better than one, especially considering Minato's intelligence. After listening to Chen, Minato took a moment to ponder before offering invaluable advice. Chen gladly accepted it, exclaiming, I'm truly delighted that I chose to summon you. With a smile, Minato Namikaze responded, It is my honor. For a moment, there was a palpable sense of brotherly affection. By the way, Minato, let me explain the explosion release technique to you. Once you comprehend it, find an opportunity to teach it to Hawkeye. After all, he is also your disciple and my junior. Minato nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, in the New York Basin, the northern area of New York City, which was nearing completion of its reconstruction, housed the new base of S.H.I.E.L.D. At this moment, in the underground training facility of the base, a robust and handsome man was striking a punching bag. With a cacophony of sound, his powerful fists relentlessly pounded the bag, which soon teetered on the brink of destruction. Then, stepping back, the man delivered a fierce punch, crashing through the bag, which then flew off into the distance. Applause erupted. The man immediately turned alert, but upon glancing over, his expression relaxed. Barton, have you been watching all along? Hawkeye nodded and approached. Captain, your punches are quite impressive. The man turned to face Barton, revealing the unmistakable visage of Captain America. Upon hearing Hawkeye's words, Steve Rogers gently shook his head. No matter how strong my punches are, they cannot compare to your arrows. Though inherently kind-hearted, Steve possessed a competitive spirit. Yet now, he willingly acknowledged his inferiority to Hawkeye in certain aspects. A concession that was evidently warranted. The reason was simple. Since his awakening and subsequent rehabilitation, Hawkeye had been training alongside him, allowing Steve to witness Hawkeye's prowess firsthand. After receiving the Super Soldier Serum, Steve had become a near superhuman, possessing exceptional combat skills and strength. However, his formidable abilities were merely relative to ordinary individuals. In the face of Hawkeye, who had begun cultivating chakra, Steve's initial advantages had long since vanished. Chakra significantly enhanced physical capabilities, granting its wielder greater strength and astonishing agility, as well as unique abilities like wall crawling and walking on water. Furthermore, the two basic ninjutsu techniques left Steve in awe. Certainly, what truly astonished him was the remarkable transformation of Hawkeye's arrows after being imbued with chakra. Their power surged exponentially. Arrows that previously could only embed themselves in concrete walls were now capable of piercing steel plates several centimeters thick. Had he not witnessed it firsthand, Captain America would have found it inconceivable that Hawkeye's arrows, devoid of technological enhancements, could achieve such feats. The force of these arrows surpassed that of many firearms. And most impressively, they were released with almost no sound. Combined with Hawkeye's unparalleled marksmanship, this constituted an exceptionally potent form of silent long-range assassination. Captain America, well aware of his own limitations, recognized that even with his specially crafted circular shield, he could not replicate such prowess. Thus, he willingly conceded that Hawkeye's archery surpassed his own combat skills. Upon hearing Captain America's acknowledgement, Hawkeye smiled subtly, clearly pleased. As their casual conversation concluded, Captain America inquired if there was a matter that required his attention. Hawkeye nodded, relaying a message from Director Fury. If Captain America had no pressing commitments and had acclimated to modern life, he should commence his duties. Although the internal cleansing of S.H.I.E.L.D. had been thorough, thanks to the Dragon Balls and the assistance of Minato Namikaze, there remained no remnants of Hydra within. However, aside from the official faction, the organization originally established by Red Skull still had operatives active in New York, living unperturbed lives. Understanding this, the newly reformed S.H.I.E.L.D. wasted no time in mobilizing, but this mobilization was not for direct confrontation. Rather, aimed to locate as many Hydra bases as possible, subsequently requesting assistance from Konoha to decisively suppress all Hydra strongholds with overwhelming force. For months, they had been tracking the whereabouts of these bases. The mission Nick Fury intended to assign Captain America was indeed of the reconnaissance nature, aimed at identifying Hydra's locations. Captain America's eyes sparkled with determination as he immediately nodded in agreement, proclaiming, "I have no other engagements. I am ready to undertake this mission." His eagerness stemmed from two reasons. Firstly, having awakened several months prior, Captain America had grown restless and yearned to engage his body fully, aspiring to reclaim his status as an exceptional warrior. Secondly, he had viewed footage of Konoha's previous battles against the Akatsuki and realized that New York had not always appeared as it did now, with its modest structures. The cataclysmic scenes of battle profoundly impacted Captain America, instilling in him the realization that his own capabilities were far from adequate. This was also the reason he aspired to reclaim his status as a warrior. To this end, he sought counsel from Hawkeye regarding the cultivation of chakra, yearning to master this elusive energy. After consulting with Minato Namikaze, Hawkeye imparted the secrets of chakra refinement to Captain America. However, without the aid of a chakra seed, Captain America found himself utterly incapable of harnessing chakra. Faced with this impasse, he was compelled to explore alternative means to augment his strength. Chapter 207. Instruction 26. The solution he envisioned was rigorous training and combat. Captain America devoted several months to training, yet the returns were scant. Thus, only combat remained as a viable option. It was under these circumstances that he sought out a mission. Upon hearing this, Hawkeye nodded in understanding. He was about to lead Captain America to meet Nick Fury when, suddenly, a flash of golden light appeared, and Minato Namikaze materialized beside Hawkeye. Having previously marked Hawkeye with the Flying Thunder God seal, Minato was able to arrive directly at Hawkeye's side. Upon grasping the explosive release technique described by Chen, Minato promptly activated the Flying Thunder God technique, arriving at S.H.I.L.D. to fulfill the task entrusted to him by Chen. However, upon noticing Captain America, Minato raised an eyebrow slightly and greeted, "Ah, Mr. Rogers, good to see you." Captain America, taken aback to see Minato, responded, "Mr. Namikaze, it's a pleasure. However, your direct entry into the S.H.I.E.L.D. training facility seems somewhat inappropriate. As one of the founding members of S.H.I.E.L.D., Captain America felt a strong sense of duty towards the organization." Minato shrugged. "I first went to see Director Fury before coming here. There's no need for concern." Hearing this, Captain America breathed a sigh of relief and cast an apologetic glance at Minato. Hawkeye, standing nearby, relaxed as well, having feared a confrontation between his new friend and his mentor. With the misunderstanding resolved, the atmosphere lightened. Reflecting on the relationship between Minato and Hawkeye, Captain America grasped the situation and tactfully inquired, "Is Mr. Namikaze here to see Barton for something important? If so, I can go speak with Fury alone." His latter remark was directed towards Hawkeye. Minato nodded in response. Seeing this, Hawkeye quickly followed suit, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Captain." Captain America acknowledged the thanks with a nod before making his exit. With that, the underground training facility was left with only Minato and Hawkeye. Hawkeye turned to Minato and, with deep respect, bowed profoundly, "Master Namikaze." His demeanor was exceedingly respectful, evidently reflecting genuine reverence for Namikaze Minato. This sentiment was not merely a manifestation of gratitude. It was further augmented by the subtle infusion of an additional element within Wu Chun's chakra seed that influenced the eagle eye. This element served to gradually instill a sense of respect and affinity towards Wu Chun and Minato, without any other discernible effects. It functioned as a safeguard against the eagle eye becoming a traitor, a contingency plan, for Wu Chun was reluctant to cultivate a treacherous wolf from his investment. Observing Eagle Eye's profound respect, Minato offered a faint smile and expressed, "I must apologize for my negligence in your training amidst my recent endeavors to thwart the Akatsuki organization." No. Eagle Eye hastily interjected, "Master Minato, the knowledge you have imparted to me is already sufficient for my practice, and I am quite content." At this, Minato, with a playful spirit, remarked, "I had intended to teach you something new. Since you are currently satisfied, we shall let it be." Eagle Eye, momentarily taken aback, quickly corrected himself. "Master Minato, I believe I have mastered what you previously taught me and am eager to learn new ninjutsu or the like." With a playful wink, he added a hint of enthusiasm. Noting this, Minato ceased his jesting and, adopting a serious tone, replied, "First, allow me to witness the fruits of your training." Thus, Eagle Eye demonstrated the full extent of his accomplishments. After observing, Minato nodded in approval, acknowledging, "Indeed, your archery skills should not be dismissed. Achieving this level without guidance indicates you possess a certain talent." Minato's praise brought joy to Eagle Eye, but it was what followed that elated him to an extraordinary degree. "I possess a secret technique of formidable power. Are you interested in learning it?" "Absolutely," Eagle Eye responded without hesitation. Minato, however, chose to tease a bit, stating, "Of course, you may learn, but first, we must assess your chakra attributes." In truth, Wu Chun had indeed neglected the Eagle Eye. After imparting knowledge a few months ago, he had not attended to him since. Fortunately, Wu Chun finally remembered the Eagle Eye and, having acquired the explosive release technique, promptly instructed Minato to teach it to him as a form of recompense. Nevertheless, whether Eagle Eye could grasp this technique remained uncertain. If his chakra attributes did not include Earth, then the explosive release technique would be beyond his reach. Taking out a chakra test paper, after explaining its usage to Hawkeye, he infused his chakra into the paper under the watchful gaze of Minato Namikaze. As soon as the chakra entered the test paper, an immediate reaction ensued. The paper split into two. The upper half suddenly fractured into several pieces, while the lower half succumbed to erosion, turning to powder. Minato's eyes sparkled with interest as he smiled and remarked, "Very impressive." Hawkeye, filled with delight, was unsure of the meaning behind the paper's reaction. Yet Minato's praise affirmed its merit. Subsequently, Minato provided a brief explanation of the distinct manifestations of the 5 chakra attributes on the test paper. "So, I possess both wind and earth attributes?" Hawkeye blinked, pondering whether the secret technique required specific chakra attributes. Minato nodded affirmatively, stating, "You are correct. That technique necessitates the earth attribute for its cultivation." Hawkeye was elated, and the good news continued. Regarding the wind attribute, Minato explained, "It possesses the most cutting and penetrating qualities, making it the most suitable for you. Imagine if you could attach chakra, transformed by the wind attribute, to an arrowhead. What might be the outcome?" As he spoke, Minato took the bow from Hawkeye's hands, knocking an arrow and preparing to shoot. Mere words lacked persuasive power. Demonstrating the actual scenario would be far more convincing. A blue wind chakra manifested, enveloping the entire arrow. The compound bow was drawn to its full extent, creaking under the strain. With a resounding thud, Minato released the bowstring. The arrow flew silently yet with astonishing speed. Hawkeye could barely discern its trajectory, only hearing the sound of a hard object being pierced. Turning to look, he was astounded to find that the specially made steel plate, positioned 5 centimeters away, had been effortlessly penetrated. The arrow maintained its momentum, embedding itself into the wall behind the steel plate, disappearing from sight. Hawkeye was left in awe. He had never imagined that a bow, without advanced technology, could wield such formidable power. He contemplated the implications. If equipped with high-tech arrowheads, could it pierce a tank and trigger an explosion within? Upon contemplating this, Hawkeye Barton could not help but envision the moment he had shot an arrow that obliterated a tank. Instantly, his gaze ignited with fervor. "Master Minato, please impart your wisdom on mastering the transformation of wind-style chakra." With a smile, Minato Namikaze nodded, having come precisely for this purpose. However, there were other matters to address, particularly the secret technique he had just mentioned. Meanwhile, in another training ground, Black Widow Natasha was diligently honing her martial prowess. Although she had relinquished her aspirations of pursuing Minato, witnessing the devastation of New York had intensified her yearning for power. Like the captain, she contemplated both missions and training as avenues for growth. Yet, her efforts in these areas yielded little, for she was already an exceptional agent, having reached the pinnacle of both disciplines long ago. However, she could conceive no alternative methods for enhancement. Her sole hope of cultivating chakra lay in the brief moment she had clandestinely observed Hawkeye instructing Captain America, only to discover that, like him, she was unable to harness even a modicum of chakra. Reluctantly, she resolved to persist in her seemingly futile endeavors. The sound of her strikes against the sandbags echoed with a rhythmic thud, but suddenly, Natasha sensed an imminent threat of death approaching her from the front. Without a moment's hesitation, she executed a backward arch to evade the danger. She held unwavering faith in her instincts, for they had saved her life countless times in dire situations. As she lay on her back, Natasha beheld the sandbag she had just struck being effortlessly pierced. It is worth noting that, as a renowned agent, the sandbags Natasha trained with were far from ordinary. They were not merely filled with sand, but contained a mixture of iron filings and a trace of adhesive. Such sandbags, provided the outer casing was sufficiently resilient, were notoriously difficult to rupture, even capable of withstanding gunfire. Yet, this very sandbag had been pierced clean through, akin to a red-hot knife slicing through butter. Gazing intently, Natasha saw that the arrow responsible for this feat was enveloped in a blue flame. Whoosh! The arrow, undeterred, continued its flight past Natasha. Ultimately, it penetrated 3 or 4 solid iron barbells, each measuring 5 to 6 centimeters thick, before the blue flame was extinguished, leaving the arrow embedded in the wall of the training ground, its tail quivering slightly. Staring at the arrow, Natasha momentarily lost her composure. The design of the arrow was all too familiar to her. Within the entire S.H.I.E.L.D. agency, there was but one individual who wielded a bow and arrow as his weapon, her dear friend, Barton. The arrow's appearance was identical to what Natasha had witnessed just days prior at Barton's training grounds. Did Barton intend to kill me? Had Natasha not evaded just in time? Judging by the arrow's trajectory piercing the sandbag, it would have undoubtedly pierced her skull. Gasping for breath, Natasha was engulfed in fury. To think she had nearly perished within the confines of S.H.I.L.D. base. Who would dare believe such a tale? Hawkeye! Shouting his name, Natasha glared coldly as she circled around the sandbag, approaching the gaping hole in the wall that had been breached. Peering through, she saw a pair of eyes, belonging to Minato Namikaze, gazing back at her. In an instant, her icy demeanor softened, and she felt a fleeting sense of infatuation akin to that of a love-struck girl. Minato, upon noticing Natasha's fierce expression, surmised the recent events and offered her an apologetic smile before hastening over to the training room alongside Hawkeye. What is Minato doing here? Natasha stepped back slightly, murmuring to herself. She quickly raised a hand to tidy her hair and brushed off non-existent dust from her attire. Of course, he is Barton's mentor, perhaps here to offer guidance to Barton? That arrow could not have been fired by Barton, even if he had master chakra. He would not possess such skill. Therefore, it must have been Minato who loosed that arrow, likely demonstrating a technique to Barton but miscalculating his force, nearly wounding me in the process. Natasha unraveled the truth. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within her. This was an opportune moment, a chance to strengthen the bond between herself and Minato. Though mastering chakra seemed improbable, engaging in conversation with Minato would certainly be beneficial. Just then, the door to the training room swung open, and Hawkeye entered alongside Minato. Natasha immediately greeted them with a bright smile. Minato, you're here. Hawkeye shivered involuntarily. He had always known his friend as a strong, independent woman, yet witnessing her display a hint of playful charm was a novel experience for him. Unavoidably, Hawkeye sighed. It seemed that Natasha had not truly given up after all. However, Master had already taken a wife. Natasha, are you all right? Minato Namikaze seemed oblivious to Natasha's distress as he examined her thoroughly, finding no injuries. It's nothing, really. Natasha quickly waved her hand, her anger dissipating. Yet, Minato gently shook his head, for the shout just now had hardly conveyed a sense of being unscathed. Thus, he stepped forward to inspect the sandbag. After a moment, Minato let out a sigh and turned to Natasha, bowing in apology. I am truly sorry. I was merely demonstrating for Barton, but exerted too much force. It's quite all right, Natasha replied, her mind racing with thoughts on how to seize this opportunity to arrange a date with Minato. Upon hearing her reassurance, Minato felt a pang of guilt. Were you just striking the sandbag? Ah, yes, Natasha responded instinctively, her focus waning. This only deepened Minato's remorse. He recognized that had Natasha not dodged in time, she would have met her demise. With a deep sigh, Minato realized this was the first time he had nearly caused harm to another. Surely, the walls of the training room should have been thicker, if only they could be reinforced by several meters. Resolving within himself, Minato addressed Natasha. Please wait here for a moment. We shall depart together shortly. Ah, very well. Despite her internal musings, Natasha readily acquiesced to his words. Upon Minato and Hawkeye's return to the training room, Natasha felt a twinge of frustration at her own compliance. How had she agreed so readily? Back in the training room, Minato continued with the tasks assigned by Wu Chun, imparting all knowledge of explosive techniques to Hawkeye. Once he had finished, he bid Hawkeye farewell, preparing to seek out Natasha. However, Hawkeye intercepted him. Master Minato, Minato shook his head, assuring him, do not worry. This will be beneficial for her. Having nearly caused her harm, I intend to make amends. Understanding now, Hawkeye parted ways, and Minato sought out Natasha. He intended to place his hand on her shoulder and utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to whisk her away. Yet, Natasha disowned his intention and stepped forward. Embracing his arm, Minato struggled lightly but could not break free. Resigned, he chose to disregard it and activated the Flying Thunder God technique. Whoosh! In a luxurious two-story wooden house within the realm of Shenwei, Wu Chun was diligently organizing the intelligence gathered by Jean. As he would be residing in Shenwei frequently, he had crafted two splendid wooden cabins using wood release, one for himself and the other for Minato Namikaze. Despite their relationship having blossomed into an inseparable bond, Wu Chun felt that it was somewhat awkward for two grown men to cohabit. Thus, he resolutely decided on separate quarters. At this moment, having perused through all the intelligence, he let out a soft sigh, pondering the relentless march of history that is seldom obstructed or redirected. From the information, it was not difficult for Wu Chun to deduce the current operations of S.H.I.L.D. They were simultaneously searching for the Hydra base while secretly examining the Tesseract, which had returned to New York alongside Captain America. Although Jean had not uncovered the reasons behind S.H.I.L.D.'s interest in the Tesseract, Wu Chun was keenly aware. The rationale was straightforward. Nick Fury felt a profound inadequacy of power and sought a more formidable force to protect Earth. The sudden appearance of the Tesseract was indeed a promising avenue. However, Nick Fury had not anticipated that in his coveting of the Tesseract's power, he had also attracted the attention of those who sought the same. Having rescued Loki from the void, Thanos entrusted him with the scepter embedded with the Mind Stone, instructing him to come to Earth and seek an opportunity to use the Tesseract to open a transdimensional portal to bring forth his subservient race, the Chitauri. Thanos was already aware that Earth possessed two Infinity Stones, the Time Stone, held by the Ancient One, and the Space Stone, the Tesseract, presently in the hands of a certain mortal organization. Due to the deterrent influence of the Ancient One and Odin, Thanos was reluctant to make a personal appearance, opting instead to send his minions to subjugate Earth and gauge the reactions of the Sorcerer Supreme and Odin. If possible, he desired to retrieve those two Infinity Stones. To this end, Thanos was willing to invest in the third stone, the Mind Stone. Thus unfolded the events leading to the first Avengers storyline. Despite Wu Chen's numerous alterations to the timeline, the first Avengers events still transpired, prompting his lamentation that the wheels of history are challenging to impede or redirect. Chapter 211, the prelude to the Avengers saga. Yet, just as Wu Chun finished his musing, Obito, seated beside him engrossed in a mobile game, suddenly looked up at Wu Chun. Someone else has entered the Shenwei space, he remarked coolly. As the proprietor of the Shenwei space, Obito possessed the ability to manipulate and perceive everything within it. Others? Wu Chun felt a sudden surge of anxiety as thoughts of the Ancient One crossed his mind. Was it truly the Supreme Sorceress? If so, Had she discovered the existence of the alternate dimension and sought to investigate? Or had something gone awry with Wu Chun? In a flurry of concern, he hastily retrieved his phone to review the messages sent to him by Wu Chun the previous night, which appeared perfectly normal, devoid of any issues. Noticing Wu Chen's perplexity, Obito suppressed a chuckle. It was not the ancient one. Rather, that individual had entered alongside Minato Namikaze. Ah, it seemed Minato was under duress. What? Wu Chen exclaimed, his astonishment palpable as he instantly activated the Nine Tails chakra mode, brandishing the famed blade, S10, and stormed out of the room. Behind him, Obito stifled laughter. One couldn't deny that Wu Chun's wooden clone possessed a rather wicked sense of humor. Upon bursting out of the wooden building, Wu Chun was greeted by the sight of Natasha embracing Minato's arm. Wu Chen's expression transformed into one of utter confusion. When I express disbelief, it is not a reflection of my own issues, but rather an indication that something is amiss with you. What on earth is happening? Wu Chen's eyes widened in bewilderment. He had anticipated a formidable adversary forcing Minato to invade the Kamui space, only to find himself confronted with an unexpected scene that felt like a slap in the face. Minato, realizing the situation, withdrew his arm from Natasha's grasp and offered a brief explanation to Wu Chun. Ah, so this is your way of compensating her? Wu Chun thought, exasperated. Just moments ago, he had praised Minato, only to find himself embroiled in a mess upon stepping outside. Sighing, he resigned himself to the task of rectifying Minato's blunder. After all, he was his sole, exceptionally loyal subordinate. Observing Wu Chen's grim demeanor, Minato hastily remarked, perhaps it would be best if I compensated her elsewhere. Wu Chun grasped Minato's arm, shaking his head. I will speak with her. Approaching Natasha, Wu Chun greeted, Agent Natasha, it has been a while. Mr. Wu, greetings. Natasha replied, her intellect seemingly restored. Wu Chun's status was well known. After all, wasn't he Minato his disciple? Why did it now seem as though their relationship had shifted to one of superior and subordinate? I am aware of the situation regarding Master Minato, Wu Chun continued, disregarding Natasha's fluctuating expressions. Thus, I shall beseech the first Hokage to provide you with a generous compensation. Once you receive it, Minato's debt to you will be repaid. Do you understand? Natasha felt a tinge of disappointment, but nodded nonetheless. She was acutely aware that her plans might be unfeasible. Consequently, Wu Chun nodded and returned to the wooden cabin. He seized the escaping Obito and pinned him to the ground, delivering a flurry of punches and kicks. You are my doppelganger, yet you dare to mock me. Prepare to face the consequences. Hey, I'm you. If you strike me so painfully, be wary of the repercussions when I am released. After a thorough beating, Wu Chun finally vented his frustration, then exchanged for a chakra seed akin to that of the eagle eye. With the seed in hand, he exited and approached Natasha, opening his mouth. Natasha, perplexed, glanced at Minato Namikaze, who nodded, prompting her to part her lips. Ignoring her alluring crimson lips, Wu Chun tossed the chakra seed into her mouth. A sudden foreign object caused Natasha to cough lightly. What is this? Wu Chun fabricated an explanation. This is a catalyst to awaken your chakra training potential. Once the effects are fully absorbed, you'll be able to cultivate chakra. Natasha was overwhelmed with joy. The method she had long sought for empowerment had finally arrived. Before she could utter another word, with a wave of his hand, Minato Namikaze grasped Natasha's clothing and utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to send her back to S.H.I.L.D. Meanwhile, at S.H.I.E.L.D.'s underground base outside the New York Basin, Dr. Selvig and his team of researchers were examining the power of the Tesseract. Suddenly, the Tesseract began to flicker violently. Chapter 212. The truth cannot be concealed from the start. 15. What? At S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, having just issued orders to Captain America and watching him depart, Nick Fury was poised to continue his prior duties when he received alarming reports of the Tesseract's violent fluctuations, indicating a potential loss of control. Damn it! After uttering a curse, Nick Fury glanced at the already distant Captain America, but ultimately refrained from calling him back. He summoned Coulson, delegating the remaining tasks, and departed the S.H.I.L.D. headquarters with 2 agents, driving towards the outskirts. Perhaps due to the previous destruction of New York, which had also obliterated the S.H.I.L.D. headquarters, Nick Fury had not consolidated all personnel in one location during the reconstruction. Instead, he had dispersed them, establishing branches in nearly every city. The advantages of this approach lie in the increased manpower of S-H-I-L-D, akin to the adage of a cunning rabbit having 3 burrows. However, the drawbacks are markedly evident. The expenditure is exorbitant, and an excessive workforce raises the likelihood of infiltrators. During the subsequent recruitment drive, Nick Fury, constrained by budgetary limitations, did not enlist Minato Namikaze to meticulously vet the new agents. Yet, there was little choice, as the reconstructed S-H-I-E-L-D necessitated substantial financial resources in numerous areas. Not to mention the covert construction of the aerospace carriers in other cities, the establishment of the S-H-E-L-D headquarters from the ground up also demanded a significant sum. Insomari S-H-I-E-L-E has transformed from its former opulence into an organization now living on a shoestring budget. Naturally, if given the choice, Nick Fury would still opt for the present-day S-H-I-E-L-D, for in his past self, he could never have fathomed that his dear friend, the former director of S-H-I-L-D, Alexander Pierce, was, in fact, a Hydra infiltrator. In retrospect, it is indeed fortunate that S-H-I-E-L-D did not meet its demise during Pierce's tenure. Upon arriving at the suburban base, Nick Fury wasted no words and sought out the base commander, Agent Maria Hill, inquiring, "What is the situation? Is there an issue with Dr. Selvig?" "No issue," Agent Hill replied, shaking her head. "I have not left the base and have been closely monitoring the laboratory." "What about the agents assigned to surveillance?" Fury remained skeptical. In response, Hill gestured and 2 agents approached Fury. "Director Fury, Agent Barton and I have been rotating for 24-hour surveillance of Dr. Selvig. The doctor has shown no signs of irregularity." Fury still found it hard to believe. He then proceeded with his team to the underground facility to locate Dr. Selvig. The ensuing events unfolded similarly to the original narrative. The Tesseract activated, transporting Loki from a galaxy light years away. Finally, in a moment of brilliance, he ravaged this S-H-O-D base, absconding with the Tesseract, Dr. Selvig, and the 2 agents monitoring him. Due to Hawkeye's training at headquarters, he was not ensnared by Loki's mind control as in the original storyline. As Loki departed, Nick Fury promptly rose with Hill's assistance and urged everyone to flee. Although the Tesseract had vanished, its residual energy lingered, threatening imminent explosion. In a moment of dire urgency, a flash of golden light illuminated the scene as Minato Namikaze appeared. Without a second thought, he employed his flying Raijin technique to redirect the impending explosive energy to the ground several dozen kilometers away. A tremendous explosion erupted, akin to the detonation of a powerful missile. Everything at the epicenter was annihilated, leaving behind a massive crater. Instantly, the attention of all was drawn to this spectacle. Nick Fury's expression darkened further as he contemplated the potential repercussions. Perhaps the secretive endeavor of having S-H-I-E-L-D clandestinely develop the Tesseract would soon be exposed. As anticipated, Minato turned around, casting a cold gaze at Nick Fury. "Director Fury, could you kindly elucidate what transpired just now?" Chapter 213, The Premature Interrogation, 25. After escorting Natasha back to S-H-I-E-L-D, Minato originally intended to return directly to the Kimui dimension. He had entrusted Natasha's training to Hawkeye Barton, reasoning that in the early stages of chakra cultivation, little could be learned, and Barton was perfectly capable. However, to his surprise, Natasha clung to his arm, preventing him from leaving. "At least teach me how to refine chakra first." Sensing Minato's potential displeasure, Natasha took a step back. Yet, out of guilt, Minato nodded in agreement. During the instruction, Natasha seized a moment to inquire, "Minato, I sent Wuchon your disciple? Why does your relationship seem less like that of a master and apprentice?" Minato corrected her. "Please refrain from such familiarity." "I understand, Minato. I got it," Natasha replied with a grin. Reluctantly, Minato elaborated, "Previously, I brought Wuchon back to meet his family and discovered that he is the nephew of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. Given his lineage, his standing in Konoha is not significantly lower than mine. Furthermore, since we are of similar age, I do not place much importance on the formalities of master and disciple. Hence, I requested Wu-chan to relate to me as an equal. Additionally, while he may appear unrefined at times, I can sense a deep respect for me within him. Is that so? Natasha nodded after Minato's lengthy explanation. The two then resumed their teaching. Just as Minato concluded the lesson on chakra refinement, Captain America entered the training room, asking, "Mr. Namikaze, can you perform spatial movement?" Minato turned, puzzled. "Yes, Mr. Rogers, is there something you need?" At the suburban base of S.H.I.E.L.D., it appeared that something was amiss. Captain America explained, "I inadvertently overheard a conversation. The situation seems rather urgent. If possible, could Mr. Namikaze take a look?" Upon hearing Captain America's words, Minato Namikaze's eyes lit up. He immediately entrusted Natasha to Hawkeye. Without waiting for anyone else to speak, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique and vanished from sight, leaving Hawkeye and the others momentarily speechless. Captain America remarked, "I was hoping you would take me along." Hawkeye shrugged and turned to Natasha, urging her to continue. Natasha bit her lip and muttered, "Do you really dislike me that much?" Yet in the end, she managed to compose herself and continued her training in chakra application techniques with Hawkeye. Meanwhile, the events that transpired with Minato Namikaze were as described at the end of the previous chapter. The crisis of the base explosion was effortlessly averted by Minato, much to Nick Fury's relief. However, when confronted by Minato for questioning, Nick Fury exhibited a hint of panic, though his demeanor remained unchanged, a stern expression, reminiscent of a large, salted egg. At that moment, his mind raced as he contemplated how to navigate the situation. Seeing that Nick Fury still wished to deflect, Minato coldly stated, "Director Fury, I suggest you consider carefully whom I have brought with me." With that, he vanished once more. Nick Fury was momentarily taken aback, and before he could ponder whom Minato intended to bring, he saw a flash of golden light. Both Minato and Captain America reappeared simultaneously. Then, Minato disappeared again, and upon his next emergence, Wu-chan had also arrived at the underground research facility of the base. In truth, Wu-chan had been reluctant to come. However, Minato had persuaded him, saying, "Even if we are to devise a plan, we must grasp the entire process firsthand. Only by understanding the actual circumstances can we ensure the plan proceeds smoothly." Thus, Wu-chan had come. Now, upon seeing Captain Steve Rogers, Wu-chan raised an eyebrow and greeted him. "Captain America, it is a pleasure. You are quite the legend." Captain America recognized Wu-chan and nodded in acknowledgement, intending to engage in small talk later. He then turned to Nick Fury, pointing at everything around them, and inquired, "Director Fury, could you explain what all of this is?" Chapter 214, Divided Actions, 35. At this moment, Wu-chan, Captain America, and Minato Namikaze were pressing Nick Fury for information. Reminiscent of the scene in the original Avengers where Iron Man and others interrogated Fury about the use of the Tesseract to create weapons. The actions taken by Fury inevitably led to such a confrontation. It was merely a matter of time. This ticking time bomb. Wu-chan believed it would be wiser to detonate this bomb sooner, rather than let it persist as a latent threat. Some matters are better addressed promptly. Hence, he urged Minato to expose everything Fury had done. After all, revealing Fury's secrets when the superheroes united to combat a common enemy could easily sow discord, potentially fracturing the newly formed Avengers. In the original plot of the Avengers, it was during such a moment that the heroes experienced their first internal conflict, allowing Loki to escape while also leading to Coulson's demise. Although Coulson would later be resurrected, he lost his girlfriend in the process, marking a significant tragedy. However, it was precisely Coulson's death that ultimately galvanized the heroes to unite and triumph over the invading alien forces. Wu-chan held a favorable view of Coulson and was willing to assist him if the opportunity arose. At this juncture, it seemed impossible to maintain secrecy any longer. Faced with the assembly of superheroes, Nick Fury had no choice but to confess. The reason he sought to harness the Tesseract and develop weapons powered by its energy was because of all of them. A puzzled Minato and the others listened as Fury elucidated his rationale. The emergence of the Akatsuki, which wreaked havoc and even devastated the entirety of New York City, compelled Fury and S.H.I.E.L.D. to re-evaluate their role as humanity's guardians. Yet, when danger struck, they found themselves powerless to rectify this state of helplessness. Upon discovering the Tesseract, Fury envisioned utilizing its power to combat the Akatsuki, enabling them to stand on equal footing with Konoha. Of course, The thunder god, descending from the heavens, also fell within their realm of concern. I do not wish for the tragedies of New York City to repeat themselves. Interestingly, in the current Marvel universe, Fury's initial intentions seem far more commendable than Wu Chen's recollection of the Marvel character. After all, the Akatsuki that Wu Chen had strived to create in this world was indeed quite reckless. Millions of lives extinguished at a whim. Upon hearing such reasoning from Nick Fury, Captain America fell silent, refraining from casting blame upon Fury's stance. With the knowledge of the Akatsuki, Konoha, and Asgard, Captain America diligently sought to grow stronger each day. The actions of S.H.I.E.L.D. in this context were not particularly excessive. A shared glance between Minato Namikaze and Wu Chen conveyed mutual understanding. In light of this, Captain America took the initiative to declare, "Let us set this matter aside for now. I hope we shall not encounter similar occurrences in the future." Nick Fury exhaled in relief, recognizing this as the most favorable outcome, one he was more than willing to accept. Thus, the focus would shift to retrieving the Tesseract. Nick Fury stated, "Loki has abducted Dr. Selvig. They are planning significant maneuvers, so we must act swiftly." Wu Chen nodded in agreement, yet Minato hesitated, saying, "I may not be able to partake in your mission. The Akatsuki could re-emerge at any moment, and we in Konoha must remain vigilant at the various tailed beast sealing locations." Nick Fury immediately acknowledged this, understanding that even without Minato's words, he would have raised the same concern. Compared to the Akatsuki, Loki was but a trivial threat. Therefore, it is imperative that you in Konoha hold your ground. Minato nodded, preparing to depart, but Wu Chen grasped his arm, addressing Nick Fury. "Wait a moment, I shall return to fetch my weapons and be right back." In a flash, golden light enveloped them, and Wu Chen along with Minato vanished from sight. Chapter 215, The Gathering of Heroes, 45. Thanks to Minato's reminder, Wu Chen realized that this moment presented a prime opportunity for the Akatsuki to act. Thus, he decided to return with Minato. As for weapons, due to the existence of sealing techniques, Wu Chen had sealed the famed blade, Shurikei, onto his left wrist, rendering it unnecessary to carry it at all times while still allowing its passive abilities to take effect. At this juncture, Wu Chen intended to create wooden clones, who would impersonate members of the Akatsuki, formally commencing this grand spectacle. This time, it was finally the turn of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama to make their entrance. Observing the figures in the Kamui space, Wu Chen bowed to them, imploring their assistance. As his words faded, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique, vanishing from the spot. The various wooden clones of Wu Chen, embodying different characters, waved farewell to the place where he had just stood. Minato affirmed, "Leave it to us." Subsequently, they stepped into the vortex created by Obito, disappearing within the Kamui space. Upon Wu Chen's return to S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury had already devised a plan. "Hey, Wu Chen, we need the assistance of everyone except for the Leaf Village." Wu Chen feigned ignorance. Nick Fury elaborated, "The Hulk, Iron Man, and that Thor who is currently vacationing in Hawaii with his girlfriend. We must summon them." "For what purpose?" Wu Chen inquired, playing along. "Loki has taken the Tesseract, and our personnel." Nick Fury's expression turned grave. "Undoubtedly, this is war, and war demands formidable strength. Besides those three, we shall include you. Black Lightning, Natasha as Black Widow, Hawkeye Barton, and Captain Steve. This is what I referred to earlier as the Avengers. Given that Loki is Thor's brother, it stands to reason that Thor should possess some valuable insights." Wu Chen nodded, realizing the situation. "However, since this is a team of superheroes, there must be a leader." "No," Wu Chen pondered. "I believe I would be quite suitable for that role." In truth, Wu Chen had never contemplated becoming a leader. He had no desire to oversee others, and thus held little interest in such a position. Nevertheless, while lacking interest, he deemed it worthwhile to probe Nick Fury's thoughts regarding the ideal candidate for leadership. At this moment, Wu Chen discerned Fury's preference. You clearly have no intention of being the leader, nor could you even fulfill that role." Nick Fury's words incited a flicker of annoyance in Wu Chen. Sensing this, the egg-shaped being quickly continued. Captain America once led soldiers to vanquish the entire Hydra, making him the most suitable candidate for leadership. Wu Chen, upon hearing this, shrugged. "As for being a captain, I have no objections. However, Tony may not agree." "All right, Enough of this idle chatter. Nick Fury responded nonchalantly. Captain America will seek out Hawkeye and Black Widow. Coulson will round up Iron Man Tony Stark, and I will handle Thor. Now, Wu-chun, could you assist in bringing the Hulk, Bruce Banner, over? If I'm not mistaken, you should be aware of the Hulk's whereabouts, and seem to have a decent rapport with him. Wu-chun waved his hand. Understood. I shall take care of Bruce. Consider it my duty as an advisor to S.H.I.E.L.D. Appreciating Wu-chen's understanding, Nick Fury refrained from further comments. With a swift motion, Wu-chen vanished from his location, only to reappear in a dilapidated slum moments later. There stood a rundown house, and one could hardly fathom that the illustrious Hulk, the esteemed pioneer of gamma radiation research, Dr. Bruce Banner, resided in such dire conditions. Previously, Wu-chun had advised him to relocate, yet Bruce Banner remained obstinate, insisting on staying in this place. He claimed he wanted to cultivate his character while providing medical assistance to the impoverished inhabitants of the slums. Despite harboring the world-destroying Hulk within him, Dr. Banner has not allowed his inherent kindness to fade. To be candid, the prolonged absence of Dr. Bruce Banner is not due to the author's oversight, but rather because he has been living quite well during this time. There have been no rampages or transformations, nor any disturbances from others. Such a life for Dr. Banner resembles a bowl of plain water, unremarkable and unworthy of extensive narrative. To truly write about him would render the tale as mundane as water itself. Nonetheless, while Dr. Banner's life may appear ordinary, there have been notable changes compared to his past. The most apparent transformations are that Dr. Banner has gained Wu-chun as a friend, and that he's shifted his mindset, intending to reconcile with the Hulk within him. In the Marvel Cinematic Universe, as recalled from Wu-chun's previous life, the reconciliation between Banner and the Hulk occurred long after, following the devastation wrought by Thanos, who obliterated half of all life in the universe. Under immense pressure from formidable foes, they finally reached an understanding. At that juncture, Dr. Banner could transform into the Hulk at will, without losing his self-awareness, able to control the Hulk's form. This was the most powerful incarnation of the Hulk in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, capable of withstanding the Infinity Gauntlet embedded with 6 Infinity Stones and surviving after a wish was granted. However, the emergence and reckless actions of the Akatsuki have led Dr. Banner to recognize the significance of strength. After much contemplation and Wu-chun's encouragement, he has finally acknowledged a crucial truth. The Hulk is, in fact, another aspect of himself. Accepting this fact paves the way for reconciliation. All beginnings are challenging, but once a start is made, progress can be achieved through perseverance. In the past, Dr. Banner harbored a deep hatred for the Hulk, as the Hulk had destroyed everything he held dear. One who despises oneself cannot become a true powerhouse. Now, with Dr. Banner's change in perspective, he is poised to become a formidable asset to the Avengers and a supportive ally to Wu-chun. As thoughts of Dr. Banner occupied his mind, Wu-chun was about to step inside when he noticed the door of the dilapidated house before him creak open. Bruce Banner stepped out and was visibly taken aback upon seeing Wu-chun. "Wu, is there something amiss?" Wu-chun, surprised, queried. "How did you know I had something to discuss?" Dr. Banner shrugged. "This place is hardly inviting. Every time you visit, it is with purpose. Once I discerned this pattern, it became evident that you are the type who does not arrive without intent." "You've seen through me?" Wu-chun grinned, then proceeded to inform Dr. Banner of the events transpiring at S.H.I.E.L.D. "So, you're saying that due to a blunder on S.H.I.E.L.D.'s part, a crucial item has been seized by the enemy, and its possession poses a threat to global security? Hence, they have requested your assistance in locating it?" Dr. Banner comprehended the situation astutely. Wu-chun gave a thumbs up. "Precisely. Are you willing to help?" Dr. Banner nodded. "I am inclined to assist. But what is in it for me?" His experiences over the past months had rendered him quite pragmatic. Wu-chun replied affirmatively. "Of course there will be benefits, such as the annulment of your wanted status, rectification of your reputation, provision of a research facility, and assistance in reconciling with the Hulk." Dr. Banner was astonished. "Is S.H.I.E.L.D. truly so generous?" Wu-chun shook his head. "It's not their generosity. I will negotiate these terms on your behalf. Rest assured, I will do my utmost to assist you." Upon hearing this, Dr. Banner stepped closer and patted Wu-chun on the shoulder. "Thank you, Wu." Wu-chun replied. "Are we friends?" "Indeed. I trust you, and I am willing to accompany you. With that, Dr. Banner's decision was settled. Using the Flying Thunder God technique, Wu Chun returned to S.H.I.E.L.D. with Dr. Banner and relayed the conditions he had negotiated for Dr. Banner to Nick Fury. Upon hearing this, Fury furrowed his brow. Chapter 217. Tony's surprise is ready. 15. The other conditions pose no significant challenge and could be easily resolved. However, Nick Fury, under the watchful eyes of Wu Chun and Dr. Banner, expressed his dilemma: how to facilitate Dr. Banner's reconciliation with the Hulk within him. Observing Fury's genuine concern, Dr. Banner felt a sense of satisfaction. To be candid, he had never anticipated that S.H.I.E.L.D. would be so accommodating. In his recollection, S.H.I.E.L.D. bore no distinction from other governmental agencies. To set aside matters of professional capability for the moment, it is their subtly assertive demeanor, impossible to refuse, that causes Dr. Banner a sense of discomfort. Yet, it is precisely this organization, S.H.I.E.L.D., that, following Wu Chen's remarks, agrees to the stipulated conditions, leaving Bruce Banner utterly astonished. Glancing at his companions, Dr. Banner realizes that this is all due to Wu Chen's influence. It is with Wu Chen's presence that matters progress so seamlessly. At this juncture, Dr. Banner feels a profound sense of gratitude for having a friend like Wu Chun. While we shall momentarily set aside Banner's thoughts, Wu Chun understands that in aiding Dr. Banner in reconciling with the Hulk, Nick Fury and the entirety of S.H.I.E.L.D. indeed find themselves at a loss. Nevertheless, a lack of solutions is one thing. The disposition of S.H.I.E.L.D. is what truly matters. Observing Nick Fury nodding mechanically, devoid of compassion, Wu Chun discerns that Fury is willing to pay a considerable price to salvage the situation. This cooperative attitude is precisely what Wu Chun hopes to witness. Thus, he assures them, "You need not concern yourself with this matter. I will assist Bruce with what comes next. All that is required from S.H.I.E.L.D. is the provision of essential resources or materials." Upon hearing this, both Nick Fury and Dr. Banner exhale in relief. Dr. Banner fears that should Wu Chun adopt a more forceful stance, it may provoke S.H.I.E.L.D.'s ire. Conversely, Nick Fury is apprehensive that Wu Chun might utter words along the lines of, "If you do not agree to our terms, we shall take our leave." Therefore, Wu Chun's decision to gracefully withdraw at this moment brings satisfaction to both Fury and Dr. Banner. Subsequently, Dr. Banner commences his work, requesting the research material S.H.I.E.L.D. had gathered regarding the Tesseract prior to his arrival, meticulously examining them. After a significant pause, he articulates, "The Tesseract emits trace amounts of gamma radiation, a field in which I possess considerable expertise. Thus, if you provide me with the necessary materials, I shall construct an instrument to track the Tesseract." Nick Fury, overjoyed, swiftly consents. At this juncture, Thor, Iron Man Tony, Hawkeye Barton, Black Widow Natasha, and Captain America Steve arrive in succession. It soon becomes clear to all that Dr. Banner is in the process of crafting an instrument to trace the Tesseract. It appears that all we need to do is wait patiently. Wu Chun, observing the slightly tense atmosphere between the two factions, steps forward to mediate. Given that everyone is aware of Wu Chun's prowess and accomplishments, they are inclined to extend him the courtesy of sitting down for a dialogue. Tony is the first to approach Wu Chun, stating, "Do you recall the surprise I mentioned to you earlier?" Wu Chun was momentarily taken aback. "Oh, you mean that?" In truth, he had long forgotten the exact timing of the promise. However, in order to align with Tony, Wu Chun decided to showcase his exceptional acting skills. Tony wore a mysterious smile, assuring him that once this matter was settled, he would be welcome at his home, promising that he would thoroughly enjoy the visit. Observing Tony's enigmatic demeanor, Wu Chun suddenly recalled that this was indeed the promise made by Tony when he had requested Senju Tobarama to mend Tony's injuries. Yet, a considerable span of 6 months had elapsed since then. Was he only now prepared? Rather than feeling resentment, Wu Chun found himself filled with anticipation. Tony was not one to speak lightly. Having made such a declaration and having spent half a year preparing the surprise, it was bound to be something extraordinary. Without a doubt, it would not be a mere ruse to deceive Wu Chun. Contemplating this, a smile unconsciously graced Wu Chun's face. Chapter 218. The Complex Emotions of Captain America, 25. "All right, I will definitely come." With Wu Chun's promise secured, Tony stepped back. Yet, no sooner had Tony departed than Hawkeye, Barton, and Natasha approached. "Senior Wu Chun, I would like to seek your guidance on a matter. Despite the significant events occurring at the S.H.I.E.L.D. suburban base, when Captain America sought out Hawkeye and Barton, they were engaged in chakra training. After Natasha fully absorbed the chakra seed, she exhibited remarkable prowess in chakra cultivation. Not only did she successfully refine chakra on her first attempt, but she also demonstrated the ability to extrapolate, mastering numerous chakra techniques, such as enhancing physical strength and scaling walls. It could be said that Natasha's innate talent in chakra control surpassed that of Hawkeye, and was even comparable to that of the illustrious Jean. However, no matter how extraordinary one's talent may be, they inevitably encounter insurmountable problems. Coincidentally, the challenges that Hawkeye had not faced left him without experience or the capacity to assist Natasha in overcoming them. Thus, when the two approached Wu Chen, they intended to seek counsel from him, a seasoned expert and formidable practitioner of chakra. Although Wu Chen's strength had been acquired through exchanges and enhancements, he had long possessed chakra, enabling him to address the queries of the novice practitioners, Natasha and Hawkeye, regarding chakra cultivation. After a thorough explanation, observing the dawning comprehension on their faces, Wu Chen waved them off. Yet, scarcely had they departed when Thor approached. Wu Chen, I have heard that you are a disciple of the brave Minato. Wu Chen nodded and inquired, what business do you have with Master Watergate, Thor? Upon hearing this question, Thor scratched his head and replied, it's nothing of great importance. After my defeat at the hands of the Wind Warrior, I reflected deeply and finally devised a strategy to counter him. Thus, I wish to challenge him once more. I see, Wu Chen acknowledged, signaling his understanding. It is unfortunate, however, that Master Watergate and his team must remain vigilant against the Akatsuki's emergence, preventing them from joining us. I understand, Thor nodded. Then I shall seek him out after this incident has passed. Following the events of the Thor incident, Thor had indeed undergone significant changes. Meanwhile, Captain America had observed Wu Chen engaging in lively conversation with others, which surprised him. He had never considered that Wu Chen possessed not only formidable strength, but also an amiable disposition. It seemed that Wu Chen might be more suited to lead the Avengers than I am. In that moment, Captain America felt a wave of self-doubt. However, his moment of despondency was fleeting. At that instant, Dr. Banner emerged from the laboratory, wielding a peculiar device. Wu Chen, I have completed the tracking device for the Tesseract. Witnessing this, Captain America's spirits sank further. Even Dr. Banner had formed a rapport with Wu Chen. Perhaps I should persuade Fury to appoint Wu Chen as the team leader. At that moment, Nick Fury unexpectedly appeared, patting Captain America's shoulder gently. Actually, Wu Chen acknowledges you as the leader. This statement jolted Captain America back to attention. But before he could respond, Nick Fury bypassed him and approached the laboratory entrance, taking the device from Dr. Banner for inspection. Under Dr. Banner's guidance, the device powered on and commenced its search for the Tesseract's location. Observing this scene, Nick Fury declared, all right, team, it is time for us to take action. Since Captain America and the others had no intention of concealing the truth from S.H.I.E.L.D., all present superheroes were aware that this predicament was a mess created by the organization. To be frank, Tony was reluctant to get involved. However, ignoring the situation posed a threat to the world, leaving him no choice but to intervene. Consequently, the superheroes paid little attention to Nick Fury, instead turning their gazes toward Wu Chen, rendering the atmosphere somewhat awkward. Ahem. Wu Chen cleared his throat and, seeing that the device had successfully locked onto the location, proclaimed, let's proceed. With that, the superheroes sprang into action. Chapter 219. The Sky Mother Ship, 35. What transpired thereafter bore resemblance to the narrative of the Avengers. Under the tracking of a device crafted by Dr. Banner, a new ally, Wu Chen, swiftly joined the Avengers as they embarked on a mission to Europe aboard specialized combat aircraft. Together, they confronted Loki, who was brazenly flaunting his power before a crowd of ordinary citizens in the square, capturing him in the act. Throughout this ordeal, Wu Chen refrained from intervening, fully aware that even without his assistance, the superheroes would apprehend Loki. In fact, it seemed that being captured by the Avengers was part of Loki's grand design. As they escorted Loki onto the aircraft, Thor, filled with exuberance, seized Loki by the collar, exclaiming, brother, you are alive. The others, however, turned a blind eye to this melodramatic display of brotherly affection, focusing instead on retrieving the Tesseract. Only by reclaiming the Tesseract could this crisis be deemed resolved. Yet, at that moment, the instrument created by Dr. Banner malfunctioned. To be precise, it was not the device that had failed. Rather, an issue had arisen with the Tesseract itself. After a meticulous inspection, Bruce Banner remarked, "I have thoroughly examined every component of the machine. There is no fault in the instrument. It appears that some external force has obscured all energy from the Tesseract." In light of this revelation, the group menacingly encircled Loki, intent on extracting the whereabouts of the Tesseract from him. Iron Man, Tony Stark, was even prepared to resort to coercive measures. Yet Thor staunchly defended Loki, resembling a fiercely protective hen. Indeed, one must admit, Thor's affection for his brother Loki runs deep. It is entirely true that despite Loki's countless betrayals, Thor continues to treat him with the tenderness of first love and unwavering devotion. With Thor's insistence, the others were reluctant to apply undue pressure, ultimately escorting Loki back to the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. However, on this return journey, they did not head towards their usual base. Instead, they hovered above a certain expanse of the Atlantic Ocean. The heroes were perplexed, questioning the decision to avoid the base and venture to the sea. Did they intend to win Loki over with kindness? Perhaps they planned a seaside barbecue to coax him into revealing all he knew? Unfortunately, Loki was not the type to be swayed by such temptations. Observing the ocean, Chen began to surmise the impending events. As anticipated, the sea suddenly fissured, and a colossal aircraft carrier emerged from the depths. "Is this it?" Tony scoffed. "What significance does an aircraft carrier hold?" My battle suit unleashed its power. But before he could finish his words, the aircraft carrier exhibited an unexpected movement. For colossal turbines emerged from its sides, and as they began to whirl with tremendous force, the aircraft carrier gradually ascended into the sky. This was no longer merely an aircraft carrier. It had transformed into a celestial mothership. My goodness! The Avengers gasped in astonishment. And even Chen was taken aback, as if he had never witnessed a celestial mothership before. The hero's reactions delighted Nick Fury. If the celestial mothership could not serve as a symbol of superiority, it would indeed be devoid of purpose. Of course, that was a jest. The true significance of the celestial mothership lies in its role as a mobile fortress above the skies. Conventional means could hardly breach its defenses, and even if adversaries dispatched aircraft, it would prove futile. The celestial mothership boasted not only advanced defensive systems and artillery, but also several state-of-the-art fighter jets, rendering ordinary aircraft incapable of approaching, let alone attacking, the mothership. This marked the initiation of the Mobile Headquarters program following the destruction of the Triskelion by Nick Fury. From this moment onward, as the celestial mothership soared, it would serve as the new headquarters of S.H.I.L.D. Thus, even if New York were to face annihilation again, the S.H.I.L.D. headquarters would remain unscathed. "You may enter," Nick Fury called out from within the ship. There are new developments. The initial shock quickly faded. The Avengers, being seasoned individuals, would not remain in awe of the celestial mothership for long. The aircraft landed upon the deck of the celestial mothership, and as they observed several agents escorting Loki away, Tony and the others inquired, "What new developments?" "First, let us discuss your situation." Nick Fury beckoned them inside, and then asked, "Loki has been captured. What about the Tesseract?" Captain America stepped forward, providing a brief report on the recent events. "I see," Nick Fury mused, stroking his chin. "Leave Loki to me. I have ways to extract the information." Thor interjected, "Do not harm him. He is my brother." Nick Fury waved his hand reassuringly. "Fear not. Trust in our expertise." Subsequently, the group followed Nick Fury into the conference room aboard the celestial mothership. At Fury's gesture, Agent Hill activated the projector. A low hum filled the air as the machine whirred to life, moments away from displaying the images. Seizing the opportunity, Nick Fury, with a grave expression, announced, "The organization has taken action." "What?" The crowd was taken aback, and even Chen, who was already privy to the situation, feigned surprise. However, the alarm exhibited by the others was genuine. After all, the brutality of the Akatsuki organization had long since instilled fear in the hearts of many. A mere glance at the satellite map of New York would suffice to illustrate the transformation of a once thriving metropolis into a low-lying basin, now dotted with modestly rebuilt structures. Anyone aware of the truth would naturally harbor trepidation towards the Akatsuki. Overcome with dread, the onlookers sought to inquire about the specifics. Yet, before they could voice their questions, Nick Fury gestured towards the conference room screen. "You'll understand shortly," he remarked. As his words lingered in the air, the projector illuminated the screen, unveiling a captivating scene. The imagery displayed a picturesque riverside, adorned with lush forests, verdant grass, and blooming wildflowers, a sight to behold. Yet, those in the know immediately recognized the location. "Is this the sealing site of the Two Tails?" Wu Chen exclaimed. It was not surprising that Wu Chen, as an advisor to SHLD and a member of Konoha, was aware of this. The reason SHIELD had managed to capture video footage of the tailed B-sealing site was due to the permission granted by Konoha, which allowed them to set up cameras in the vicinity. However, the other superheroes, upon hearing these revelations, felt an ominous foreboding. Tony and Thor, who had previously participated in the battle against the tailed beasts, voiced their concerns. Could it be that the Akatsuki is once again attempting to seize the tailed beasts? Their suspicions proved accurate. As the footage continued to play, the superheroes witnessed the full assembly of the Akatsuki. This time, the organization had mobilized its entire force. Deidara, Obito, Pain, and all members were present. Meanwhile, Konoha, strained for personnel, had only Might Guy stationed to guard the Two Tails. However, standing alongside him was Minato Namikaze. Thanks to his spatial ninjutsu, Minato served as a support for the three remaining tailed beasts yet to be captured: the Two Tails, Five Tails, and Eight Tails. In truth, the Nine Tails had also evaded capture. But both of its hosts, Wu Chen and Minato, possessed spatial ninjutsu, making it exceedingly difficult for the Akatsuki to apprehend them. Consequently, only the three-tailed beasts sealed in fixed locations were targeted by the Akatsuki's assault. Minato was not merely a support figure. He also bore the responsibility of guarding the Five Tails. Similarly, Senju Tobarama fulfilled a dual role, serving as both a support and the guardian of the Eight Tails. However, the events transpiring with the Two Tails remain unknown to him, and thus, at this moment, Senju Tobarama is absent from the scene. Upon witnessing the complete assembly of the Akatsuki organization, Minato Namikaze showed no hesitation and promptly vanished from his location alongside Guy. He chose to relinquish the Two Tails and instead joined forces with Guy to guard the Five Tails. Due to the overwhelming number of adversaries, Minato resorted to utilizing a secret technique to contact Senju Tobarama, seeking his assistance. Yet, his call fell into silence, yielding no response from Tobarama. This left Minato's heart plummeting in despair. After much contemplation, he concluded that Tobarama must also be facing foes. As anticipated, once the video of the Two Tails concluded, Agent Hurt redirected the feed to the Eight Tails, revealing a man with a proud demeanor and spiky black hair. In Chapter 221, titled The First Battle of Uchiha Bido, the sight of this unfamiliar figure instilled a sense of foreboding in the already formidable Senju Tobarama. Wu Chen's eyes widened, and in unison with Tobarama, he uttered a name, Uchiha Bido. Wu Chen's voice was filled with astonishment as he unconsciously murmured, "I never expected him to appear." Furthermore, he is assisting the Akatsuki in capturing tailed beasts. No, a man of his stature would never submit to another's command. Thus, it is highly likely that the Akatsuki is his creation. Uchiha Obito is the true leader of the Akatsuki. Upon hearing Wu Chen's declaration, the assembled superheroes hurriedly inquired, "Who is Uchiha Obito? Is he formidable?" Wu Chen hesitated, gently shaking his head. It is not merely a matter of strength. He is a rare breed. To put it simply, his prowess in combat is unparalleled. He is akin to the king of dance. Clearing his throat, Wu Chen adopted a serious demeanor and continued, "Uchiha Obito possesses immense power. He is renowned alongside my uncle, the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, as one of the legendary ninjas. To put it in perspective, neither I, nor Master Minato, nor Lord Tobarama stand a chance against Uchiha Obito. Only Uncle Hashirama can contend with him, potentially even defeating him." As if to validate Wu Chen's words, before he could finish, Uchiha Obito engaged in combat with Senju Tobarama, exchanging blows with fierce taijutsu complemented by shuriken and kunai. Every move was perilous. In the midst of the confrontation, Uchiha Obito suddenly retreated a couple of steps and remarked, "Tobirama, you are still too weak. How could you possibly withstand me?" Oof. Senju Tobirama showed no sign of weakness. Whether he could block it or not would only be revealed in the fight. With that, he began to weave hand signs. Water release, water dragon whirlwind technique. Accompanied by the explosive surge of Senju Tobirama's chakra, the river beside him roared to life. In the next moment, several massive water dragons, each large enough to be embraced by 3 or 4 people, shot up into the sky, entangling one another as they surged toward Uchiha Madara. Seeing the scene, Uchiha Madara remained silent, a slight smirk gracing his lips. He then raised his hand and summoned a blue flame that enveloped him, coalescing into a semi-transparent skeleton. The skeleton rapidly filled with flesh, donned garments, and ultimately adorned itself with armor. The complete form of Susanoo, the formidable water dragon whirlwind technique. Capable of collapsing even a dam, utterly failed against Uchiha Madara's Susanoo, merely pushing him back a step. Uchiha Madara's voice rang out, "Come on, Senju Tobirama. Dance to your heart's content. Use your life to entertain me." Such arrogance was undeniable. Yet one could not refute that he had the merit to speak in such a manner. As he spoke, the towering Susanoo, standing at 20 to 30 meters, conjured 2 colossal swords and struck down fiercely toward Senju Tobirama's position. It was clear that this attack would not hit Tobirama, the fastest ninja in the ninja world, a title he had rightfully earned. Utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique to appear behind Uchiha Madara, Senju Tobirama began to weave hand signs once more. Water release, water break, wave technique. With his mouth slightly parted, an incredibly condensed and slender water column erupted from Senju Tobirama, swiftly reaching Uchiha Madara's back. As the water column made contact with Susanoo, Uchiha Madara turned his head slightly, seemingly unperturbed by Tobirama's assault. Yet in the next instant, the water column pierced through the nearly indomitable Susanoo, slicing directly toward Uchiha Madara's neck. In a moment of peril, Uchiha Madara dispelled Susanoo and sidestepped the blow. Standing at a distance, he gazed at Senju Tobirama, a serious expression now gracing his face. Truly, he was the younger brother of Hashirama. Thus, I, Uchiha Madara, shall also get my all. Chapter 222, The Ultimate Form of Susanoo 15. What? In the conference room of the S.H.I.E.L.D. airship, the audience, including Iron Man, Tony, and Thor, were filled with confusion. Wu-chan, did you not assert that Uchiha Madara could effortlessly defeat Senju Tobirama? Why are they now evenly matched? Others regarded Wu-chan with similar expressions of bewilderment. Observing their confusion, Wu-chan sighed and elucidated. Indeed, Uchiha Madara possesses immense strength, capable of easily vanquishing Lord Tobirama. However, that assertion pertains to his serious state. It is akin to a gaming master casually engaging with a lesser opponent, only to be unexpectedly bested. Upon arriving at the 8-tail ceiling site, Uchiha Madara did not anticipate any resistance. At that moment, he resembled the gaming master who was not fully engaged. Conversely, while Lord Tobirama may not match Madara's might, he embodies the prowess of a skilled gamer. Thus, it is entirely reasonable for him to contend with an uncommitted Uchiha Madara. However, soon, Madara shall take the matter seriously, and Lord Tobirama will stand no chance against him. You shall see for yourselves. As predicted, following Wu Chen's explanation, Uchiha Madara once more summoned his Susanoo, and this time it was astonishingly colossal, towering nearly 100 meters high. The blue-armored giant stood erect between heaven and earth, possessing enormous wings, each ending in a hand that wielded 2 massive blue long swords. Simultaneously, the blue giant clutched a long sword in its grasp, standing tall with it. This was the ultimate form of Susanoo, attainable only by those who have maximized the power of the Manjiki Sharingan and possess an immense chakra reserve. At the forehead of the blue giant, a small crystal housed Uchiha Madara himself. The ultimate Susanoo surpassed the strength of the vast majority of ninjas. Even the tailed beasts paled in comparison to such a manifestation. Only Senju Hashirama, wielding the same type of sage art, would release technique, or other Manjiki Sharingan bearers with their ultimate Susanoo could stand against it. What is this? When the giant materialized, silence enveloped the S.H.I.E.L.D. conference room. All were rendered speechless. Only Wu Chan feigned astonishment. exclaiming, "This is undoubtedly the power that only a true deity could possess." Upon hearing this, Thor involuntarily began to compare his own strength with that of Uchiha Madara depicted in the video, ultimately arriving at the disheartening conclusion: if I cannot evade his attacks, I would not withstand even a single blow. However, surely my father Odin could vanquish such a foe, could he not? This uncertainty stirred within Thor a flicker of doubt regarding the invincibility of his father for the first time. Meanwhile, Iron Man Tony felt an overwhelming urge to retreat into a corner and draw circles. How are we to confront this? He suddenly felt a surge of relief, grateful that we do not have to face Uchiha Madara. No, Wu Chun shook his head. We will inevitably confront him. Uchiha Madara and the Akatsuki's objective is the tailed beasts. Barring unforeseen circumstances, the 5 tails and 8 tails will also fall into their grasp. The 2 tails has already been captured, and next in line is the 9 tails. The 9 tails Jinchuriki, myself along with Master Minato, we are all targets. The assembled superheroes watched in trepidation as the colossal blue figure wielded a massive sword, attacking Senju Tobarama with the casualness of swatting a fly, while enormous sword energies erupted, booming and assaulting everything in the vicinity of Senju Tobarama. They cannot help but shudder. So, we are to face such a being? Indeed, Wu Chen reaffirmed. We could ascend higher, Nick Fury suddenly suggested. Perhaps that might help. Yet Wu Chen continued to shake his head. Do you truly believe that the 2 enormous wings behind Uchiha Madara's Susanoo are mere decorations? Wu Chen's words left Nick Fury momentarily speechless. After a pause, he turned to Wu Chen and inquired, "What then shall we do?" Nick Fury felt utterly at a loss. He had thought that with the arrival of the helicarrier, everything would improve. However, upon witnessing the video of Uchiha Madara activating his ultimate Susanoo and effortlessly cleaving a towering mountain in half, he realized that even the helicarrier could not withstand a single strike from Uchiha Madara. Such an overwhelming display of personal power rendered even modern weaponry incapable of inflicting a mortal wound. In fact, it might not even be able to harm Uchiha Madara at all. Moreover, a strategy of overwhelming numbers would prove utterly futile. In light of this, Nick Fury truly found himself at a loss. Upon hearing Nick Fury's lament, the other superheroes cast pleading glances towards Wu Chun. Only Thor hesitated momentarily. If my father Odin were not in slumber, he would likely be able to defeat this Uchiha Madara. This statement elicited hopeful gazes from the others towards Thor, for he was a person of earnest nature, incapable of deception. Thus, when he proclaimed that his father could vanquish Uchiha Madara, it was highly likely that he spoke the truth. Hope ignited anew in the hearts of the onlookers. Yet within the blink of an eye, it shattered. Thor lamented, "Alas, my father lies in Odin's slumber, and he shall not awaken in the near future." Furthermore, even if he were to awaken, it is probable that he would refrain from intervening. As the end draws near, each action he takes costs him a fragment of his remaining life. Tony swallowed the words that would have dismissed such futility, while Hawkeye set aside his chair. The others bore no ill will towards Thor, for after all, his father was on the brink of death. With a sense of resignation, their gazes shifted back to Wu Chun. Wu Chun, in turn, raised a hand to indicate the pause video, stating, "Let us finish watching this first. I wish to see how Akai, Master Minato, and Lord Tobarama are faring." Thus, they redirected their attention to the screen. As the ultimate form of Susanoo was unveiled, Uchiha Madara ceased to hold back, relentlessly forcing Senju Tobarama to retreat. In the blink of an eye, defeat loomed imminent. Sensing the dire situation, Senju Tobarama hesitated no longer and unleashed the water release, water severing wave, seeking to employ the same tactic once more. With a swift motion, a slender column of water erupted forth, striking against the armor of the ultimate Susanoo. According to Tobarama's conjecture, this strike should sever Susanoo's left leg, disrupting its balance. Seizing the opportunity, he intended to execute the Flying Thunder God technique, aiming to behead Uchiha Madara. However, while the idea was exquisite, reality proved to be exceedingly cruel. The water-severing wave had previously cleaved through the earlier form of Susanoo, yet it was utterly impotent against the ultimate Susanoo. Clang! The water column collided with the Susanoo's armor, producing a sound akin to metal clashing. But that was where it ended. The water column of the water-severing wave could not even scratch the armor of the ultimate Susanoo, let alone sever a leg. Observing the ineffectiveness of the water-severing wave, Senju Tobarama resorted to the water release, hard vortex water blade. This was his most magnificent water technique and the most formidable single-target water attack. He summoned a torrent of water to converge upon his right hand, and soon a massive water gun materialized in Tobarama's grasp. Stepping forward, he hurled the water gun with all his might. The released water gun surged forth, expanding rapidly until it transformed into a colossal water drill head with a diameter of several dozen meters. Yet, facing this fierce onslaught, Uchiha Madara exhibited no inclination to evade. He raised his long blade and struck down with tremendous force. The drill collided with the enormous long blade, producing an ear-piercing sound that was unbearable to the eardrums. Yet, in the next moment, the noise vanished, for the water drill was cleaved by the long knife, transforming into a spray of water that filled the air. At this juncture, Senju Tobarama unleashed all his techniques, but he found himself unable to contend with the formidable Uchiha Madara, who had become serious. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Senju Tobarama hesitated not and decisively employed the Flying Thunder God technique, vanishing from his original position. Chapter 224, The Eight Tails Gyuki, 35. The mastery of space-time ninjutsu grants one a distinct advantage. The initiative is forever within one's grasp. One can arrive at will, strike when desired, and flee when necessary, provided that one activates their abilities before the opponent can obstruct them. Just like in this moment, Uchiha Madara was unable to seize Senju Tobarama in time, nor did he deem it worthy of his effort, thus allowing Tobarama to escape. Observing this scene, Uchiha Madara disdainfully remarked, all you can do is flee. So you are but a rat after all? As he spoke, the colossal form of the ultimate Susanoo turned, revealing the devastation that lay in a several-kilometer radius behind him. He could not help but comment, this world is far too small for expansion. It barely suffices for my own endeavors. Wow, this guy's incredibly pompous. Iron Man Tony could not help but exclaim upon witnessing the spectacle in the conference room. It is well known that like repels like. Tony, who relished in showing off, found it intolerable to witness another of his ilk, especially one affiliated with malevolent forces, outshining him. Yet, Tony merely engaged in verbal sparring. He had just witnessed Uchiha Madara's invincibility firsthand, and even if he did not vocalize it, he acknowledged Madara's strength within. At that moment, the imagery continued to unfold, transforming the ultimate Susanoo into its half-formed state. Uchiha Madara unleashed the seal of the Eight Tails, allowing it to re-emerge into the world. Suddenly, the nearby river surged violently, the previously placid surface of the water abruptly concaving, followed by a thunderous eruption. Water soared skyward in a magnificent display, reminiscent of a grand fountain reaching heights of dozens of meters. Accompanied by the spray, a colossal beast emerged from the depths. It was a creature with the upper body of a bull-headed man and the lower body of an octopus. The Eight Tails Gyuki had manifested. Indeed, its nickname was well-deserved. There was no misnomer. The Eight Tails was undeniably a bull-headed monster. As the Eight Tails appeared, a smile graced Uchiha Madara's lips. All that remained was to capture you. Roar. In response to his words, a ferocious, beastly roar erupted, and the Eight Tails, Gi spoke. Members of the Uchiha clan, you dare to release me? However, before it could finish its sentence, it was abruptly interrupted by Uchiha Madara. Insect, I have no interest in conversing with you. You now face two choices. Either lie still and allow me to capture you, or engage me in combat. Should I find your performance satisfactory, you may accompany me willingly. What? Gi seethed with fury. Damn humans, you shall perish. As it spoke, it gathered its tailed beast bomb and unleashed it towards Uchiha Madara. Madara did not evade. Instead, he braced himself for the impact. His pride forbade him from dodging, for he was exceedingly self-assured, believing he could withstand any attack from his foe. In an instant, Susanoo expanded magnificently, revealing its ultimate form once more. At that moment, the tailed beast bomb made contact, resulting in a tremendous explosion. The violent detonation sent plumes of dust and debris into the air, and Gi, filled with hubris, surmised that the boastful human before it had met his demise. How audacious, to think that a single-tailed beast bomb could. Yet before it could finish, a gust of wind swept along the riverbank, dispersing the smoke to reveal the nearly unscathed form of the ultimate Susanoo. What? The Eight Tails was taken aback. But before it could utter another word, Madara's voice resonated. It seems you have chosen the latter option. Very well. Dance for me. Delight me to your fullest. With that, Susanoo lunged aggressively at GY Ki, wielding 3 colossal blades, 2 in its wings and 1 in hand, all aimed at the Eight Tails. The speed of these strikes was astonishing, and Susanoo swiftly closed the distance between them, leaving GY Ki no chance to evade. The sound of sharp blades slicing through flesh echoed as the massive limbs of GY Ki were severed, 4 of its formidable arms cleaved by the giant sword of Susanoo. With one more round, GY Ki would be reduced to a legless, headless beast. Such was the terrifying prowess of Uchiha Madara. Chapter 225. The 3 great-tailed beasts fall one after another. 45. To be fair, the Eight Tails is the second most powerful among the tailed beasts, surpassed only by the 9 Tails Kurama. Although the gap between them is considerable, it is not a foe that can be easily defeated by just anyone. Despite the formidable prowess of the third Hokage, often hailed as the most powerful Hokage in history, possessing the unparalleled spear of Hell's piercing and the mightiest shield forged through his own secret techniques, he still sustained injuries to his chest during the rampage of the Eight Tails. It is worth noting that, according to the current classifications of power, the third Hokage strength at that time undoubtedly reached the level of a super shadow. Yet, even he could not effortlessly triumph over the Eight Tails. In stark contrast, upon unleashing the ultimate form of his Susanoo, Uchiha Madara effortlessly subdued the Eight Tails, Gyuki. With merely 2 swift slashes of his blade, the tentacles of the Eight Tails were severed, offering no semblance of resistance whatsoever. In truth, Uchiha Madara possessed an even simpler method to subdue the Eight Tails, by employing the genjutsu of his Manjiki Sharingan. It is known that even the complete form of the 9 Tails could not withstand the genjutsu cast by Obito with his Manjiki Sharingan, succumbing without a fight. The same occurred with the 2 Tails. Upon its emergence, Obito merely cast a glance, and the creature obediently shrank, allowing the Akatsuki members to capture it. Madara could have done the same, perhaps even surpassing Obito in this regard. However, he chose not to. He reveled in battle and yearned for the thrill of combat. Thus, he permitted the Eight Tails to engage him, begrudgingly satisfying his desire for a challenge. Yet, as the scenario unfolded, it became apparent that the Eight Tails was not fulfilling Madara's expectations. Indeed, once the Eight Tails transformed into a headless beast, Uchiha Madara's enthusiasm waned, and he mused, "How weak. Forget it. I shall simply take you." With a flash of his eternal Manjiki Sharingan, the Eight Tails stood frozen in place, then voluntarily shrank and was captured by Madara's grasp. The second most powerful beast, after the 9 Tails, was thus subdued. The assembly of superheroes within the airship's conference room exchanged glances at this spectacle, deeply recognizing the immense strength of Uchiha Madara. Their gazes shifted towards Wu Chun, who, without further ado, instructed Agent Hilt to play the final video. At the ceiling location of the 5 Tails, Namikaze Minato, Senju Tobarama, and Might Guy stood ready as the members of the Akatsuki made their appearance. The 2 sides bypassed the customary exchanges of threats and engaged in direct confrontation. However, the Akatsuki, with their ample manpower, effectively restrained all of Konoha's forces one-on-one, leaving them with only Uchiha Obito to contend with. Circumventing all opposition, he unsealed the 5 Tails, unleashing a massive and bizarre white horse into the world. It appeared to be a pure white beast, a remarkable amalgamation of a dolphin and a horse. It boasted peculiar horns atop its head, while its jaw resembled that of a dolphin, cloaked entirely in white, with 5 magnificent tails gracefully trailing behind. Indeed, it was quite striking. However, its allure was rendered futile when Obito cast a cold, unfeeling glance, causing the 5 Tails to obediently shrink in size and be captured within the realm of Kamui. With a swift motion, both sides retreated. The 5 Tails had been apprehended, thus extinguishing the reason for conflict. At that moment, Uchiha Madara made his entrance. He leaped between the 2 factions, surveying his surroundings before fixing his gaze upon Minato Namikaze. "You there, child, are you the Jinchuriki of the 9 Tails? Perfect. I shall capture you as well." With this proclamation, he anticipated gathering all 9 tailed beasts. However, before he could make a move, Minato, ever vigilant, retreated and seized Might Guy, invoking the Flying Thunder God technique to vanish from the scene. Senju Tobirama followed suit, but not before delivering a parting taunt. Uchiha Madara, you are merely the defeated underling of my elder brother. Should you dare to show yourself, be prepared for my brother's arrival. With a flash, Senju Tobirama disappeared, leaving Uchiha Madara with a grim expression. The transmission concluded here, and the myriad of superheroes aboard the aircraft carrier breathed a sigh of relief. They had momentarily forgotten that there existed one individual capable of confronting and even vanquishing Uchiha Madara. Chapter 226, Ambush Plan 55, Inquisitive. Captain America turned to Wu Chun and inquired, Wu Chun, who is Mr. Senju's elder brother. Wu Chun glanced at Captain America, satisfied with his role as the straight man, and then proceeded to elucidate the illustrious achievements of Hashirama Senju to the assembly. Naturally, this narrative was interspersed with comparisons to Uchiha Madara. Otherwise, it would be challenging for others to comprehend the magnitude of Hashirama's prowess. Yet, when one mentioned that the formidable Uchiha Madara had been defeated by Hashirama Senju, comprehension dawned upon all present regarding Hashirama's might. Once everyone grasped the situation, Wu Chun continued. I was momentarily flustered earlier, having overlooked Uncle Hashirama, so there is no need for concern. As long as I summon Uncle Hashirama from Konoha, everything will be resolved. Instantly, the atmosphere lightened. The conference room aboard the S.H.I.E.L.D. aircraft carrier resonated with laughter and joy. That was truly frightening. The superheroes collectively expressed, sharing a palpable sense of relief after the ordeal. Captain America, ever cautious, remarked, given such formidable support, why not devise a strategy to eradicate all members of the Akatsuki? This proposal garnered unanimous approval from the superheroes. Even Nick Fury couldn't resist joining in the discussion. After all, if they can annihilate the Akatsuki, the world would surely enjoy a greater peace and tranquility. Observing this, Wu Chun also engaged in the conversation, steering the discourse in a particular direction. As the superheroes exchanged a myriad of ideas, Wu Chun struck the table to garner their attention, declaring, Esteemed colleagues, I have a splendid plan. What plan? The crowd inquired eagerly. Wu Chun, not one to keep them in suspense, continued, The Akatsuki seeks the tailed beasts, does it not? Currently, there are 9 tailed beasts, and 8 have already fallen into their hands. Undoubtedly, they will soon target the 9 tails. Although he was uncertain of their obsession with capturing the tailed beasts, preventing them from succeeding was paramount. Thus, Master Minato and I will conceal ourselves, ensuring they cannot locate us. As the crowd exchanged perplexed glances, Wu Chun elaborated. This is not about hiding indefinitely, but rather about buying time. If we utilize this interval wisely to set an elaborate trap, we can reveal our location when they are in desperate pursuit of the 9 tails Jinchuriki. Even if they discern the underlying strangeness, they will be compelled to act because they need the 9 tails. Upon hearing this, every superhero, including Nick Fury, cast astonished looks at Wu Chun. But doesn't that put you and Mr. Minato in danger? They questioned. Wu Chun shook his head. Necessary risks cannot simply vanish. Moreover, this risk is worth taking. If we can obliterate the Akatsuki, even if it costs me my life, it is a sacrifice I am willing to make. At that moment, Wu Chun seemed to radiate a sanctified glow, akin to an angel descended upon the mortal realm. Witnessing this, Agent Maria Hill couldn't help but observe Wu Chun with newfound interest. With her keen insight into human nature, she recognized his sincerity. He genuinely believed in the righteousness of his cause, willing to sacrifice himself to eradicate the Akatsuki. Unintentionally, Hill found her gaze lingering on Wu Chun, sparking a flicker of intrigue within her. However, upon realizing her thoughts, she promptly turned away, attempting to mask her feelings. Strangely, she felt a tinge of anxiety. After all, this marks the first time in many years that she has felt an interest in a member of the opposite sex. The peculiar situation surrounding Agent Hill went unnoticed by the other superheroes. They promptly surrounded Wu Chun, either persuading him or extolling the merits of his plan. Ultimately, with the dual endorsement of Wu Chun and Nick Fury, matters were set in motion. The next step involved selecting a location and laying out the so-called intricate web of strategies. Meanwhile, the newly rebuilt New York City welcomed a unique group of visitors. Leading the way was Uchiha Madara, followed closely by members of the Akatsuki organization. They had entered the city. Chapter 227, The Eye of the Moon Plan, 15. As Uchiha stepped into the bustling yet vibrant reconstructed New York City, he surveyed his surroundings, which, though not overly opulent, thrived with life and energy. He inquired, does the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki truly care for this city? Indeed, a flicker of emotion crossed the usually impassive face of Pain. After I had exerted every effort to obliterate New York City, that individual named Wu Chen attacked me with fervor. Undoubtedly, he possesses considerable strength. After all, he is the perfect Jinchuriki. Perfect Jinchuriki? Uchiha Madara murmured. Is this what you refer to as mutual understanding, Hashirama? Yet I still believe it to be utter nonsense. If mutual understanding were attainable among individuals, why would wars still erupt between nations? Or are we, as humans, inferior even to beasts? If tailed beasts can comprehend one another, and thus become perfect Jinchuriki, then why can humans not achieve the same level of understanding among themselves? The answer is singular. The path to mutual understanding is fundamentally flawed for humanity. In the background, Jean watched the emotionally charged new leader with trepidation, instinctively drawing back his feet. Compared to the former leader, this new figure appeared rather juvenile. However, he dared not voice his thoughts. The new leader's ability to command respect from the old leader without uttering a word clearly indicated his formidable power. Were it not for this, even if the new leader had amicable relations with the other members of the Akatsuki, they would likely resist his ascension. Yet, the undeniable truth was that everyone had come to respect the new leader, with no one expressing discontent over his replacement of the old leader. Perhaps this was due to the generous support Jean had previously offered. Observing Jin's puzzled expression, Obito discreetly pulled him aside to elaborate on the remarkable achievements of their new leader, Uchiha Madara. As anticipated, upon hearing the formidable prowess of the new leader, Jean promptly found himself devoid of any doubts or grievances. Particularly, once he learned that the new leader had merely to appear to send the likes of Namake's Minato and Senju Tobarama fleeing, he came to a profound realization of the new leader's strength. However, the shifting mindset of Jean was of little concern to Uchiha Madara, the subject of his musings, who continued to speak as if the others were inconsequential. The path of mutual understanding had already proven erroneous. Why then did you of Konoha persist in such folly? Are you all but foolish swine? No, it is not that you are foolish, but rather that you are exceedingly naive. Novelli believing that sincerity and honesty would elicit the same response from others. Yet, the human heart is inscrutable. Faced with such an attitude, most would simply choose to betray you. Thus, there exists but one true path, and that is the Eye of the Moon Plan. Seize the 9-tailed beasts, merge them, and resurrect the 10 tails. Then, let the divine tree emerge, ultimately drawing everyone into a dreamscape, where each individual's dream becomes a beautiful world to them. In such a manner, everyone finds happiness, and naturally, war ceases to exist. Having finished his discourse, Uchiha Madara turned to the members of the Akatsuki behind him and coldly inquired, do you perceive any flaws in my plan? There are flaws, many flaws. Jean screamed inwardly. What kind of peace is this? To immerse everyone in the falsehood of dreams, what significance does that hold? Regardless, Jean absolutely disagreed with such an ideology. Casting a glance at the surrounding Akatsuki members, he keenly observed that the overwhelming majority exhibited signs of hesitation and doubt. Clearly, he was not alone in his dissent. Even Obito remained unmoved, for he already had Rin. Pain pondered for a moment, stepping closer to Uchiha Madara and stating, Lord Madara, why not use that power to rule the world? Once the world is unified, won't the conflicts between nations cease? Chapter 228, The Akatsuki's Infiltration, 25. Alternatively, possessing the power to annihilate a great nation in an instant could serve to deter various countries, instilling fear and preventing the resurgence of war. Pain earnestly articulated his philosophy, hoping to sway Uchiha Madara's perspective. Yet Madara merely shook his head, saying, Nagato, you are thinking too simplistically. The notion of a unified world is indeed feasible, and the theory of threats appears to hold merit as well. However, the lifespan of a human being is inherently limited. Once those who wield the power of the 10 tails have passed, conflicts will inevitably arise among others who seek to claim that power. Such battles would bear little distinction from the previous conflicts between nations. Therefore, Nagato, Uchiha gently patted Pain's shoulder, asserting that true happiness can only be attained when everyone is satisfied, thus leading to genuine and lasting peace in the world. Uchiha words prompted Pain to reflect deeply. Rather than persuading Madara, Nagato found himself increasingly swayed by his arguments. At that moment, as others attempted to speak, Madara gestured for silence, indicating that discussions regarding the aftermath of capturing the tailed beast would come later. For now, it was time to deal with the insignificant pests. With that said, Uchiha looked skyward, where two figures emerged from the horizon. As they drew nearer, their forms became unmistakably clear. The members of the Akatsuki organization soon recognized them. One was Iron Man, and the other, Thor. The Akatsuki made no effort to conceal their presence, boldly entering the scene, leaving the citizens of New York aware of their arrival. Almost instinctively, the citizens began to flee from the newly constructed areas of the city, with some individuals dialing S.H.I.E.L.D. to report the extraordinary situation unfolding in the New York basin. The existence of S.H.I.E.L.D. had long been known to the public, and calling them in the face of the unimaginable was a natural response, akin to dialing 911 in a time of peril. Consequently, the superheroes within S.H.I.E.L.D. sprang into action. Indeed, plans often falter in the face of unexpected developments. The superheroes intended to ambush the Akatsuki, yet they were caught off guard by the organization's audacious raid. It appeared that the Akatsuki had intentions regarding the recently reconstructed New York City. Without exception, all superheroes unanimously abandoned their prior strategies and hastened towards the New York basin. Naturally, those with the ability to fly, Thor and Iron Man, were among the first to arrive. However, Chen was not among these superheroes. After having just discussed a plan with the other superheroes, he departed without hesitation. As he expressed, he intended to return and check on the situation of Master Minato and the others. Although they had successfully escaped, it was reasonable to assume they had sustained injuries while facing such overwhelming attacks. Naturally, the superheroes did not impede him. Rather, they encouraged Chen to linger a little longer in Konoha, allowing them as much time as possible to set up an intricate trap. However, none anticipated that shortly after Chen's departure, Uchiha would arrive in New York City, accompanied by members of the Akatsuki organization. Their reason for coming to New York was quite similar to the superheroes' analysis. Having failed to capture Chen and Minato, the two perfect Jinchuriki with the Flying Thunder God technique, they resolved to employ a cunning strategy to draw Chen and Minato out into the open. Their plan involved a conspicuous attack on New York City, a place of great significance to both perfect Jinchuriki, compelling them to intervene and confront the Akatsuki. Chapter 229, Ordinary People Seeking Vengeance, 35. Yet to the surprise of the Akatsuki members, they were met not only by other superheroes, but also by a number of ordinary individuals armed with firearms. In the prior catastrophe that befell New York, despite Dragon Balls resurrecting 6 or 700,000 people, nearly 100,000 lives were lost in that disaster. While these lost souls may have been villains, they had friends and family who mourned their absence. Among those millions of grieving relatives, undoubtedly, there existed individuals unafraid of death, seeking to avenge their loved ones. At this moment, these individuals, fully armed, stealthily approached the vicinity where the Akatsuki members were conversing, preparing for a decisive battle. Observing Uchiha Madara's lofty discourse, without a moment's hesitation, every weapon was aimed at Pain. Without any delay, the sound of gunfire erupted and countless bullets rained down upon Pain, creating the impression of a relentless assault intending to obliterate him. Although an exact count was not taken, there were no fewer than several hundred fully armed ordinary individuals present. Each of them bore no less than 2 firearms and hundreds of rounds of ammunition. At this moment, all aimed at Pain, and even as the triggers were pulled, hundreds of thousands of bullets surged toward him. Furthermore, several among them continuously pulled the triggers, intent on delivering more high-caliber, devastating rounds into Pain's body. Revenge is a dish best served cold. Thus, when the orange-haired member of the Akatsuki brutally severed their ties with their kin, it was only natural for them to prioritize the demise of this individual in their quest for vengeance. Indeed, one must acknowledge that the methods employed by Pain, the embodiment of the Deva path, inflicted profound suffering upon these individuals. However, in the wake of their anguish, instead of adhering to Pain's envisioned path, they succumbed to deeper resentment and bitterness. It must be said, humanity is an intricately complex species. In the face of an onslaught of countless bullets, Pain remained utterly unperturbed. With a subtle lift of his hand, he intoned gently, Shinra, Tensei. In an instant, all bullets hung suspended in midair, with subsequent projectiles following suit. Then, these thousands of bullets, propelled with a speed far surpassing their initial trajectory, rebounded directly back. Alas, some among those seeking retribution were tragically struck, resulting in their anguished cries echoing through the air. Uchiha Madara observed this spectacle and proclaimed, "Behold, this is the path you have chosen." Everything points to the undeniable truth that the Moon Eye Plan is the only true path. As his words resonated, the skeletal form of Susanoo manifested around Madara's upper body. In the next moment, two particle beams and a formidable hammer collided with Madara's Susanoo. With a resounding crash, Madara was propelled backward several meters, a glimmer of intrigue lighting up his expression. Remarkable. This power, this energy, come at me together. The Mjolnir, the hammer of Thor, was forged from the core of a dying planet, its weight immeasurable and its impact unparalleled. Thus, it was capable of forcing Uchiha Madara, who had activated Susanoo, to retreat a few meters. Yet, that was where its effectiveness ended. Susanoo remained unscathed, impervious even to the particle beams emitted by Iron Man. Upon hearing Madara's arrogant declaration, Thor retrieved his hammer, which had automatically returned to him, and stood firm as he called out to Iron Man, go assist those civilians. I shall handle things here for now." Without hesitation, Tony Stark nodded and soared toward the civilians being attacked by the Akatsuki members. However, during this frantic endeavor, Tony's voice rang out as he reiterated, "My name is Iron Man, not Iron Man. If you dare call me that again, I—" Before he could finish his sentence, he was abruptly struck away by Zetsu, wielding the formidable sword Samahata. Zetsu disdainfully spat, "Iron Man? Pathetic." Meanwhile, Thor, Iron Man's steadfast ally, faced a similarly grim fate. Thor believed that wielding Mjolnir would allow him to withstand the might of Uchiha Bido until Iron Man returned to rescue the civilians. However, he was unexpectedly confronted by a Bido, who manifested a half-formed Susanoo, wielding a colossal sword that sent him hurtling away. Chapter 230. The Avengers encountered the Akatsuki. 45. Serendipitously, both Iron Man and Thor were propelled in the same direction, almost colliding mid-air. Tony's armored suit sustained minor damage as he rose, intent on returning to confront the rotund villain. "You've crossed the line, pig." Yet, Thor seized him. "Calm down. I am no match for Uchiha Bido. Moreover, you'll find it challenging to deal with that hefty foe, so let us prioritize saving lives." While they exchanged words, Deidara and Pain were ruthlessly eliminating the multitude of ordinary civilians daring to attack them. For chakra wielders, confronting ordinary humans was as effortless as slaughtering chickens. A more apt comparison would be humans trampling over an anthill. With a mere flick of their abilities, Deidara and Pain ensured that death was the only outcome for those struck. Fortuitously, Abido remained motionless, seemingly on guard for an impending threat. Had he unleashed a large-scale fire technique, the civilians would have been reduced to mere embers in an instant. The rationale behind the Akatsuki's assault on innocents was straightforward. They had opened fire on the organization's members. Wu Chen's guiding principle was to avoid harming the innocent whenever possible. He refrained from taking lives unless provoked. However, should someone harbor murderous intent towards him, he would not hesitate to retaliate lethally. In Wu Chen's eyes, Batman's no-kill rule was rather foolish. While he admired that version of Batman, he had no intention of emulating him. Had Wu Chen been unable to take lives, he could not have wrought destruction upon New York, even if it was under the guise of pain. Despite the valiant efforts of Iron Man and Thor, they had managed to save only a handful of individuals. The majority of those who had fired upon the Akatsuki lay dead. At this juncture, the other superheroes arrived, albeit belatedly. The Hulk, Bruce Banner, Captain America, Steve Rogers, Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, and Hawkeye, Clint Barton. Apart from the absent Black Lightning, Wu Chen, this constituted the entirety of the current Avengers. Upon witnessing the hellish scene before him, Dr. Banner was inevitably reminded of the battle he fought against the abomination months prior. His gaze darkened ominously, and as his clothes tore apart, his skin turned green, and his physique swelled in stature. With a determined charge, he rushed towards Uchiha Madara, the closest adversary. Captain America, wielding his shield and burning with righteous fury, advanced fearlessly towards the formidable opponent, while Black Widow Natasha ignited with a blue flame, joining Hawkeye to support Captain America against Obito. Aware of their limited chakra prowess, they understood that confronting a member of the Akatsuki alone was futile. Thus, they resolved to face one of them together. Meanwhile, Iron Man Tony soared towards Pain, unleashing his particle cannon to distract the formidable foe. Thor, the god of thunder, hurled his mighty hammer at Deidara, seeking to settle old scores alongside new grievances. In that chaotic fray, only Obito remained unengaged, his mere presence poised to sway the tide of battle. Yet, for reasons unknown, he stood still, refraining from action. Boom! The Hulk was sent flying for the third time, his fury intensifying, and with renewed strength, he surged back towards Uchiha Madara. "Ha ha!" Madara laughed. "Among so many, you are the only one of real interest. Very well, I shall indulge you." Suddenly, the true giant emerged. The complete form of the blue Susanoo manifested, devoid of armor, wielding peculiar light swords in its hands, with additional arms extending from its back, each grasping a sword. Towering at 30 meters, Madara controlled the Susanoo and delivered a devastating kick that sent the Hulk sprawling. Chapter 231. Defeat. Request for aid. The Hulk, no more than the size of Susanoo's palm, hardly qualified as a giant. In an instant, he found himself at a disadvantage, and mere moments later, he was vanquished. Two light swords descended with a resounding clash, striking the ground and unleashing a sword wave that surged towards the Hulk. With a tremendous crash, a building collapsed, and amidst the rubble, the Hulk reverted to Bruce Banner, who now lay unconscious. Not only the Hulk, but also the other superheroes of the Avengers find themselves ensnared in a trend of disadvantage and defeat. Pain, the heavenly path, targeted Iron Man Tony and unleashed the universal pull. Caught off guard, Tony was drawn towards him, and then Pain executed the heavenly destruction with a resounding crash. The iron suit disintegrated in an instant, sending Tony hurtling through the air until he landed on the ground, unconscious and drenched in blood. His once resplendent red and gold armor now reduced to mere fragments scattered across the earth. At the same time, Jean Bing employed the water release technique, sending Captain America, who could barely tread water, flying with ease, leaving only Natasha and Hawkeye to hold their ground precariously. In that moment, Jean Bing submerged into the water and swiftly appeared behind the two, swinging his massive blade, nearly cleaving them in half. Fortunately, Hawkeye managed to block with his composite bow, allowing them to be merely knocked away rather than meeting an immediate demise. Nevertheless, they both crashed heavily to the ground, spitting blood as they leaned on each other for support. Only Thor remained steadfast, striving to advance amidst Deidara's relentless bombardment, intent on reaching his foe to deliver a fatal blow. However, when he finally arrived beside Deidara, he found that Deidara had already switched places with a clay clone. When Thor's hammer struck down, a cataclysmic explosion ensued. Taken by surprise, Thor was sent flying backward. It was then that he finally beheld the grim fate of his fellow heroes. A sense of despair washed over him as he realized that his comrades were falling one by one, leaving him alone, with no sign of S.H.L.D. to render aid. Were they all to perish here? The clash between the Akatsuki and the Avengers unfolded in the newly reconstructed outskirts of New York. At that moment, Loki was leading his forces towards the heart of the revitalized New York City, specifically to the top of Stark Industries. Indeed, taking advantage of the vulnerabilities in the defense of the helicarrier, Loki had managed to escape once more. With the superheroes absent and controlled agents paving the way, the rescue operation proceeded exceptionally smoothly. So smoothly, in fact, that Coulson was unable to intercept Loki with a new weapon in hand. While Coulson was spared from death, Loki successfully fled. Upon leaving the helicarrier, Loki prepared to execute his plan and open the time portal. One must admit, Tony Stark is indeed flamboyant. During the reconstruction in New York, he directly replicated the former Stark Tower. Once completed, this edifice ascended to become the tallest building in all of New York. However, It was precisely for this reason that Loki chose this location. The temporal gateway cannot be opened haphazardly. It requires a suitable position. The most fitting place on Earth to activate a temporal portal is indeed New York. More specifically, it is at the heart of New York at Stark Tower, inside the new headquarters of SHIELD. Aboard the airborne mothership, chaos reigned as an incursion had occurred. Nick Fury gazed at the drone footage of the New York basin while listening to his subordinate's report on the casualties aboard the mothership, his expression dark as coal. Had Loki escaped with that scepter capable of swaying hearts? Had all the superheroes dispatched to New York to thwart the Akatsuki been utterly defeated? Damn it! With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Nick Fury retrieved an old-fashioned pager. A distress signal from him would summon a formidable female hero for assistance. Yet, after a moment's contemplation, Nick Fury ultimately refrained from sending a message. Instead, he pulled out his phone and dialed Wu Chen's number. Wu Chen, we need the assistance of Konoha. Chapter 232, Timely Rescue, 15. After ending the call with Nick Fury, Wu Chen turned to Minato Namikaze, nodding at him before creating 3 shadow clones and activating the transformation system. In a flash of golden light, Wu Chen, Minato, and the 3 transformed figures vanished from their location. Atop Star Tower in New York, under Loki's watchful gaze, Dr. Selvig was directing several agents as they set up the device to utilize the Tesseract for opening the temporal portal. Once the setup was complete, he turned to Loki, announcing that they would soon be able to open the gateway. Loki smiled slightly, observing the lively scene in the distance, and remarked, "Now, let me make this place even more vibrant. Selvig, expedite the opening of the temporal portal." "Yes," Dr. Selvig promptly responded, beginning to operate the instruments. At that moment, at the periphery of the battlefield where the Akatsuki clashed with the Avengers, a flash of golden light heralded Wu Chen's dazzling arrival. Following him were Minato Namikaze, Hashirama Senju, Might Guy, and the gentle-featured man with long black hair, Tobarama Senju. At this juncture, Wu Chen brandished the famous sword Kusanagi and a 3-pronged kunai, raising his gaze towards the Akatsuki members poised to strike down the superheroes. "Halt!" He let out a thunderous roar and instantly activated the Flying Thunder God technique. A flash of golden light enveloped him, and Wu Chen vanished from his original spot. When he reappeared, he had brought with him the bloodied and battered Tony Stark. Similarly, those who mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, Senju Tobarama and Namikaze Minato, accomplished the same feat. Senju Tobarama swiftly transported Hawkeye Barton and Black Widow Natasha back, as they were in close proximity. Meanwhile, Namikaze Minato retrieved the unconscious Dr. Banner, having left a Flying Thunder God mark on him that remained intact. As for the still active Thor, he fished Captain America out of the water and then made his way over. Throughout this chaotic sequence, the members of the Akatsuki organization naturally sought to intervene. However, Guy immediately opened the first 6 gates of the 8 gates, fiercely positioning himself in front of the Akatsuki members. Although Guy's 6 gates were formidable, they were still deemed insufficient in the eyes of the Akatsuki members. The true reason the Akatsuki did not advance to obstruct Wu Chen and the others was the presence of Senju Hashirama, who stepped forward with an unyielding demeanor. His gaze fixed upon Uchiha Madara, without uttering a word or unleashing any chakra. The mere aura of the god of shinobi was enough to instill hesitation in most of the Akatsuki members. "Hashirama!" Uchiha Madara exclaimed, his expression shifting to one of solemnity. "Madara!" Senju Hashirama called out loudly, though his expression was complex, questioning whether this was the organization he had assembled. With Hashirama standing resolutely in front, the Akatsuki members could not interfere, allowing Senju Tobarama to employ medical ninjutsu from behind, tending to the injuries of the Avengers. Wu Chen and Namikaze Minato silently positioned themselves behind Senju Hashirama, standing alongside Guy in confrontation with the Akatsuki. Uchiha Madara, with his haughty demeanor, dismissed those he deemed unworthy without a second thought. However, if he found someone of interest, the situation would differ. Upon hearing Senju Hashirama's inquiry, Uchiha Madara responded directly, "Indeed. Hashirama, what do you think of their strength?" Senju Hashirama furrowed his brows. Their prowess was indeed commendable, yet they had committed numerous atrocities, particularly that one with the Rinnegan, who had the audacity to kill millions, and the masked figure who unleashed the Nine Tails. "Madara, what is it that you truly seek?" "Ha ha ha." Uchiha Madara laughed maniacally, Years ago, we established Konoha together, yet it was you who ultimately became the Hokage. From that moment on, I comprehended a profound truth. What truth? Senju Hashirama queried, perplexed. Madara, you have yet to answer my question. Chapter 233, A Battle of Wits, 25. Uchiha Madara shook his head and continued. That so-called path to mutual understanding you espouse is fundamentally flawed. Madara, Senju Hashirama glared at him, signaling him to cease this discourse and answer his question promptly. However, Uchiha Madara remained unfazed. Indeed, my infamous reputation precedes me. The populace, even those within Konoha, harbor fear and trepidation towards me. I earnestly sought to comprehend each individual in Konoha, yet they persist in their ways. From that day forth, this reality became apparent to me. In the background, Captain America, having regained his fighting spirit, regarded Senju Tobirama with a peculiar gaze upon hearing Uchiha Madara's words, realizing that Madara was, in fact, one of Konoha's own. It was merely that his ideology clashed with theirs, leading him to depart and form the Akatsuki, striving to realize his vision. Thus, the Akatsuki could be seen as a splinter faction of Konoha, albeit one that stood in stark opposition to the original, resulting in the current predicament. Senju Tobirama opened his mouth, intending to refute, but ultimately refrained from uttering a word. After all, Captain America was not mistaken. Resignedly, he shot a glare at Captain America, signaling him not to interfere with his healing efforts, and then chose to ignore him. Captain America, wary that provoking Senju Tobirama might impede his comrade's treatment, fell silent, intent on gleaning valuable information from the exchange between Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. He believed that through their dialogue, he might uncover insights that could aid in defeating the Akatsuki in the future. Despite their current overwhelming defeat at the hands of the Akatsuki, Captain America remained steadfast in his belief that justice would ultimately prevail. Hashirama, were you not just inquiring about my intentions? Uchiha Madara declared. I seek to gather all 9 tails, resurrect the 10 tails, summon the God Tree, and thereby unleash the infinite Tsukuyami, ensnaring the entire world within an illusion, a dream. In that realm, all desires shall be fulfilled, and everyone shall find happiness. This is my aspiration, my lifelong conviction. Utter nonsense, Senju Hashirama directly admonished, articulating the shared sentiments of Jean and the awakened superheroes from the Avengers. Your actions merely represent an act of evasion. Such avoidance will resolve nothing, he continued, urging. The God Tree, is that not merely a legend? The 9 tails have always existed in this manner. How can they possibly amalgamate? Madara, awakened to reality. Uchiha Madara shook his head. In response to Hashirama's words, he felt no anger. I am quite lucid and exceedingly rational. You perceive my plan as an evasion. Yet you fail to grasp this truth. While evasion may be ignoble, it is undeniably effective. The mundane world is rife with ordinary individuals. For them, a realm that allows escape from all pressures is utterly irresistible. Contemporary online games exemplify this. The infinite Tsukuyami I have conceived surpasses such games by countless degrees. If realized, I believe not only will they not blame me, but they will express profound gratitude. Madara's seemingly logical discourse plunged Hashirama into contemplation. Observing this, Madara continued, Hashirama, what you deem a legend is, in fact, a tangible reality. Through the existence of the Rinnegan, I have gleaned myriad secrets from the inscriptions of the Uchiha ancestral grounds. These revelations have illuminated everything for me and spurred my desire to implement the Eye of the Moon plan. Should you doubt, subsequent visits by Uchiha clan members in Konoha to inspect those inscriptions can be arranged, though that could be discussed later. For now, you must all remain here. Chapter 234, Loki's Escape, 35. With no interruptions, Loki and Dr. Selvig's endeavors progressed seamlessly. Soon, the cosmic cube began to radiate with light. At that moment, Loki, through the listening magic he had previously cast, overheard the conversation between Senju Tobirama and Uchiha Madara. After absorbing Madara's plan, a colossal question mark materialized in Loki's mind. Such formidable strength, even the Akatsuki, fearful of confronting its brilliance, ultimately sought to ensnare everyone in an illusion. They aimed to lead everyone away from the mundane and tedious reality. How utterly laughable! Loki could not contain his laughter, remarking, "What a Na'vi bunch." With that, he turned to Dr. Selvig and called out, "Selvig, can we open the portal now?" "Lord Loki, it is ready." At this moment, Dr. Selvig's eyes shimmered with a fervent green light as the Tesseract device was successfully calibrated, promising to unveil an entirely new universe. Loki, with a devilish smile, declared, "Then let us commence." As his words echoed, the apparatus began its activation, the launch port at the summit whirring into a rapid spin. The brilliance emanating from the Tesseract intensified, subsequently releasing energy that coalesced into a translucent protective shield around the entire apparatus. This shield, conjured by the Tesseract itself, ensured that neither the cube nor the device could be influenced by external forces. It was now unstoppable. Only a gem of equal caliber could potentially deactivate it. With a sudden whoosh, a beam of light, as thick as a barrel, shot forth from the launch port, soaring into the sky until it opened a portal in the fabric of time and space several hundred meters above the ground. This portal, a grand circle seemingly woven from smoke, revealed starkly contrasting realms on either side. Outside the circle lay Earth, the reconstructed New York. Inside, an abyss of unfathomable darkness loomed, concealing countless creatures whose eyes glowed red, eagerly fixated on the gradually unfolding portal, erupting in fervent cries. Meanwhile, the medical ninjutsu of Senju Tobarama proved formidable. Under his adept care, the superheroes healed and regained their footing. However, just as the rejuvenated heroes stood ready, they heard the words of Uchiha Madara. "What nonsense is this? Who would ever consider such a foolish plan?" Tony Stark, ever the sharp-tongued critic, voiced his disdain. Yet, it dawned on him that he was without his Iron Man suit, prompting him to hastily retreat behind Wu Chun for cover. Madara narrowed his eyes, casting a cold glance at Tony, who was now shielded by Wu Chun. Observing this exchange, the superheroes converged, with Captain America asserting, "Madara, your plan is utterly deficient. Indeed, if you wish to flee, do so alone in the depths of the mountains." Tobarama chimed in, echoing sentiments of disdain. "Just as you have hidden all these years. You are all quite bothersome," Madara hissed, his voice low and menacing. Lacking his suit, Tony felt an acute sense of vulnerability. He quietly implored Wu Chun, "Wu, use your abilities to transport me back to Stark Tower. My latest Iron Man suit is stored there." During these past months, Tony had certainly not been idle. He also sensed the looming crisis stemming from the catastrophic events in New York, prompting him to find ways to enhance his combat prowess. His solution was to develop a more formidable suit of armor. In the course of this endeavor, he also designed a suit for Wu Chun, which would serve as a surprise gift for him. At that moment, after finishing his words, Tony instinctively cast his gaze towards Stark Tower, where he beheld a beam of light piercing the heavens, creating a spatial gateway several dozen meters in diameter. Subsequently, an army of Chitauri, akin to a swarm of locusts, emerged. Without hesitation, Tony stepped out of hiding and proclaimed, "Gentlemen, it appears we have a situation." Chapter 235, The Dark Forest Principle 45. It seems we have overlooked that Loki fellow. Tony Stark's intellect, renowned as the most formidable in the Marvel Universe, quickly deduced the cause of the current predicament. As he spoke, he raised his hand to point at Stark Tower. "Look over there." Even the members of the Akatsuki could not help but turn their heads in that direction. "What is that? Are they aliens?" Wu Chun, who was privy to the information, exclaimed, "When I was captured by Loki, I overheard him muttering. He mentioned the Chitauri, the extraterrestrials we often speak of. On the other side of the portal lies an innumerable Chitauri army, the very host Loki referred to." Upon hearing Wu Chen's revelation, the expressions of the crowd shifted, including that of Uchiha Madara. No one doubted Wu Chen's veracity. The name of the extraterrestrial army was inconsequential. What mattered was the current situation. What course of action should they take? Should they continue battling the two factions, or should they first eliminate the invading aliens? In truth, the Avengers were inclined to prioritize the annihilation of the extraterrestrials. Regardless of the heinous deeds of the Akatsuki, they were still human. In contrast, those aliens were entirely otherworldly. If the extraterrestrials were to conquer Earth, or any city, what fate awaited humanity? The answer is simple. There are at most three possibilities. First, they could be reduced to a state akin to livestock, herded by the aliens. Second, they could be completely exterminated. Thirdly, to be commodified and sold into the endless cosmos, into the hands of extraterrestrial beings captivated by humanity. Such a scenario is entirely plausible. Indeed, it is inevitable. For within the vast expanse of the universe, the prevailing law is that of the dark forest. The so-called dark forest theory posits that the universe is akin to a shadowy forest, where each civilization is akin to a gun-wielding hunter, stealthily navigating through the thicket, gently parting the obstructive branches, striving to silence their footfalls, and even breathing with utmost caution. One must be vigilant, for lurking within this forest are other hunters, equally stealthy. If one encounters another hunter, the only recourse is to eliminate them. In this dark forest, others represent hell, an eternal threat. Any life form that reveals its existence will swiftly face annihilation. This is the grim tableau of the cosmos. Previously, Earth may have remained undetected by other gun-toting hunters, perhaps due to the protection of a formidable ally or its remote location. Yet now, a hunter has emerged, the Chitauri army summoned by Loki. Their technological prowess surpasses that of Earth, as evidenced by the colossal biomechanical Leviathan emerging from the temporal gateway. Should the inhabitants of Earth fail to thwart the Chitauri, allowing them to establish a stronghold in New York, the entire planet would soon fall into their grasp. Contemplating this, the Avengers cast their gazes toward Konoha and the Akatsuki, hoping to convey their intentions to these factions. After all, it is Konoha and the Akatsuki that dominate the battlefield at this moment, rather than the widely recognized S.H.I.E.L.D. or the Avengers themselves. Soon, Wu-chan discerned the Avengers' intent and approached Senju Hashirama, whispering a few words. Upon hearing Wu-chen's counsel, Hashirama pondered for a moment before striding toward Uchiha Madara. As he walked, he declared, "Madara, let us join forces. We must eradicate these extraterrestrial invaders." Madara, visibly perturbed as Hashirama approached, retorted, "You fool. We are adversaries." At that moment, as their conversation unfolded, the rebuilt New York skyline witnessed the Chitauri army descending in waves from the spatial portal above, swiftly enveloping the entire cityscape. Chapter 236, Alliance, Surprise, 55. Upon witnessing the scene, Uchiha Madara first glared at Senju Hashirama, forcefully shoving him aside. He then cast a disdainful glance at the members of the Avengers, sneering, "You are truly pathetic, allowing your world to be invaded by outsiders. And you dare to call yourselves the Guardians of Earth? How utterly laughable." Before the Avengers could express their indignation, Uchiha Madara continued, "Nevertheless, this is Earth, the realm of humanity. How dare the mere outsiders act with such audacity? From this moment forth, all members of the Akatsuki shall cease hostilities with Konoha and the Avengers, and instead freely attack the Chitauri." Ultimately, Uchiha Madara could not withstand Hashirama's earnest gaze and chose to ally with Konoha and the Avengers. Upon hearing Madara's declaration, both the members of Konoha and the Avengers agreed to a temporary truce, vowing to deal with the extraterrestrial threat before anything else. With this mutual understanding, the atmosphere immediately became more relaxed. Swish! The formidable chakra wielders and superheroes unleashed their powers, charging towards the Chitauri that had begun to spread throughout New York City. "Obito, come with me," Uchiha Madara commanded, halting Uchiha Obito, who was ready to spring into action. Understood. Without hesitation, Obito nodded in response to Madara's call. Subsequently, he utilized his abilities to teleport both himself and Uchiha Madara to the rooftop of Stark Tower, where Dr. Selvig awaited them. Upon their arrival, Dr. Selvig exclaimed fervently, "You cannot stop this." However, before he could finish his sentence, Uchiha Madara delivered a swift kick that sent him plummeting downwards. "Enough of your nonsense." Whoosh! Just in time, Thor, wielding his mighty hammer, arrived to catch Dr. Selvig, preventing him from meeting a grim fate. After all, he was akin to a father figure to his girlfriend and a cherished friend. Even though Dr. Selvig had aligned himself with the enemy, Thor would still come to his rescue. Furthermore, Dr. Selvig had merely been under Loki's mind control. Nevertheless, in the process of saving Dr. Selvig from his fall, Thor inadvertently caused his head to collide with a car upon landing. Thud! Dr. Selvig promptly lost consciousness. My apologies." After ensuring that Dr. Selvig was placed in a safer location, Thor swung his hammer and set off in search of his brother, with whom he shared a tumultuous bond. Upon the rooftop, Uchiha Obito, undeterred by fate, summoned the skeletal form of Susanoo and struck fiercely at the device of the cube-shaped portal. However, with a resounding boom, the energy rebounded, causing Obito to stagger back a few steps. It seemed that the device could not be deactivated for the time being. With this realization, Obito gazed upward at the Zetarians, swarming like locusts in the sky, and coldly commanded Kakashi use fire release. Understood. Thus, the two swiftly formed hand seals. Chakra erupted with a thunderous roar, enveloping them in a blue blaze. Standing side by side, they looked skyward and unleashed a torrent of flames. Fire release, great fire, annihilation. Fire release, exploding wind dance. Boom! In an instant, the sky transformed into a sea of flames. Following a brief ceasefire, Wu Chun hurriedly escorted Tony back to the rooftop of Stark Tower. Upon their arrival, Tony immediately opened the compartment housing his Iron Man suit and donned a scanning wristband, allowing the suit to autonomously assemble itself around him. Wu Chen's gaze fell upon the adjacent space, where a suit strikingly similar to Tony's, save for its slightly different hue, awaited. This one was a blend of deep blue and light azure, the very color Wu Chen favored. In that moment, a glimmer of speculation sparked within Wu Chun regarding the surprise Tony had mentioned. Observing Wu Chen's expression, Tony beamed with delight. Having fully donned his armor, he tossed another pair of intelligent wristbands toward Wu Chun. Instinctively, Wu Chun reached out to catch them. Put them on. Huh? What do you mean, huh? Tony replied, exasperated. I specially designed these for you. They are sleeker and more agile. Additionally, they feature unique mechanisms at the facial and hand positions that enhance your ninjutsu power. This technology took me quite some time to develop. Hurry, try it on. Chapter 237. Tony's Intention. 15. Wu Chun felt a surge of emotion. After all, human hearts are tender, and kindness from others inevitably stirs feelings within us, unless one possesses a heart of stone. Tony's willingness to entrust him with his second most prized possession, along with a custom design, was a gesture of immense significance. As for Tony's most cherished possession, that would undoubtedly be his girlfriend, Pepper Potts. Setting aside the emotional undertones, with this blue suit, Wu Chun's overall prowess would experience a remarkable enhancement. The reason is quite simple. Setting aside other matters, the flight capability of this armored suit compensates for Wu Chen's inability to fly, rendering him more versatile. As for the other enhancements, they merely bolster Wu Chen's defensive capabilities. Regarding Tony's mention of the ninjutsu amplification device, Wu Chen suspects that this design is likely of little utility. It is not that Wu Chun holds Tony in low regard. Rather, it is that Tony himself lacks the proficiency in ninjutsu and cannot utilize chakra, which raises doubts about his ability to create such a device. Nevertheless, with unwavering confidence, Tony presented Wu Chun with a new suit of armor, and Wu Chun chose not to disillusion him. With a flick of his wrist, the sky blue armored suit flew to him, autonomously donning itself much like Tony's Mark VII suit. For Iron Man, the Mark VII represented a revolutionary advancement. Prior to the Mark VII, Tony's suits could only be donned and removed using mechanical arms. He was unable to put them on or take them off independently. However, the Mark VII was different. It could be donned and removed automatically. Each subsequent iteration of the armor featured this functionality, and during the events of Iron Man 3, Tony developed technology that allowed him to summon the suits remotely. Wu Chun personally believed that the suits of that era were the most stylish. As for the final iteration, the Mark L, also known as the Bleeding Edge armor, it was crafted from nanotechnology and could shrink down to rest on the wearer's chest when not in use, effortlessly assembling upon a simple touch. Although undeniably powerful, it lacked the substantial technological feel that Wu Chun found appealing. Thus, he deemed it less impressive in terms of aesthetics. After donning the armor, Tony approached and inquired about Wu Chen's impressions. Wu Chen nodded, feeling exhilarated. That's the spirit. Tony replied, satisfied. I knew blue would suit you perfectly. It looks even better than I anticipated, just slightly inferior to my own. With that, he gestured towards the scattered Chitauri flying outside and said to Wu Chun, now that you have a new gear, why not test its efficacy? Let us use those aliens as test subjects. Wu Chun readily agreed. Then he spotted Loki clinging to a Chitauri spacecraft, passing by the rooftop of Stark Tower, and immediately exclaimed, Tony, you go rescue the others. I'll pursue Loki. If I'm not mistaken, they must know how to deactivate that time portal. Tony naturally agreed. and thus the two parted ways. Watching Tony's crimson and golden figure soar into the distance, Wu Chun gradually ascended and began to accelerate. He was acclimating to flight, adjusting to the iron suit he wore. The collaboration between Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Obito yielded remarkable results, as two colossal fire jutsu engulfed the sky, delivering a devastating blow to the Chitauri who had just emerged from the time-space portal. Following the conclusion of their technique, countless Chitauri, charred to a crisp, rained down to the ground. However, this was far from the end, for prior to their casting, innumerable Chitauri had already infiltrated New York through the portal. After their technique was executed, even more Chitauri surged forth. Not only that, but three enormous war beasts, Leviathans, also made their appearance simultaneously. Upon witnessing this, Uchiha Madara and Obito exchanged glances, their focus shifting toward the colossal Leviathans. One for each? Excellent. With the previous one included, there were a total of 4. Yet, Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Obito regarded these for Leviathans with utter disdain, vanishing from their positions with a mere step. Due to the temporary cessation of hostilities, an unusual alliance formed between the Akatsuki members and those from Konoha. Faced with the overwhelming presence of Chitauri, every participant showcased their prowess. Pain, in his Deva Path form, raised his hand against a throng of approaching Chitauri, sending them hurtling backward at an astonishing speed. Only the Deva Path had arrived, as the others were deemed less useful for this battle. Thus Wu Chun did not take on those roles. Confronted with the repulsive force of Deva Pain, the Chitauri found themselves as powerless as ordinary humans. Even though their weaponry consisted of laser arms, which were superior to rifles in terms of power, their penetrating capability fell short. Such laser weaponry could not breach Shinra Tensei, let alone inflict harm on Deva Pain. However, the sheer number of Chitauri was overwhelming. Additionally, Deva Pain's Shinra Tensei had a 5-second cooldown, making his task far from effortless. Suddenly, a Chitauri stealthily approached from the blind spot of Deva Pain's line of sight, raising his laser gun to aim at him, and pulled the trigger. At that moment, Deva Pain was in the midst of his cooldown period. Sensing the impending attack from behind, he prepared to evade, but a figure appeared beside him, grasping his shoulder and vanishing from the spot. Reappearing, the two emerged behind the ambushing Chitauri, as Pain of the Six Paths conjured a black rod that pierced through the skull of the Chitauri. He then coldly regarded his companion, Senju Tobarama, who stated, "I do not require your assistance. I am capable of evading on my own." The one who had just intervened was none other than Senju Tobarama, a former adversary. "It matters not," Tobarama replied with a shrug. "I am responsible for the battle zone beside you. I merely acted upon witnessing the ambush." Oof. Pain of the Six Paths flicked his hand, resuming his assault on the Chitauri. This scene was mirrored in other locations as well. Might Guy stood resolutely at the forefront, eliminating all Chitauri who approached, while behind him, Deidara fervently crafted clay bombs, murmuring to himself, "With so many creatures, this should create a satisfying explosion. Let these aliens witness my artistry." Ha ha! At this moment, a mountain of clay spiders and tiny insects, each the size of a fingernail, surrounded Deidara. As he fashioned these clay bombs, he programmed them to seek out any Chitauri to attack. The amassed clay bombs towered over a meter high, numbering in the thousands, if not tens of thousands, a formidable force indeed. Finally, exhausted, Deidara leaned against the wall. He extended his hand and gently pushed the towering pile of clay bombs, causing them to spring to life with a cacophony of sound. They rushed past the humans, targeting the surrounding Chitauri, with the diminutive spiders scuttling toward the Chitauri's blind spots. They concealed themselves in the crevices of the neck, chest, and forehead armor, awaiting Deidara's command. After several minutes, tens of thousands of clay spiders had latched onto the Chitauri, nearly all that remained before Uchiha Obito and Madara intervened. Witnessing this, Deidara rose, his face flushed with excitement. Raising 2 fingers together, he proclaimed loudly, "Art is an explosion." With a fierce cry, the ground erupted with a series of detonations. Though described as minor, the explosions were sufficiently potent, targeting weak points at close range. The Chitauri either met instant death or were rendered incapacitated. Meanwhile, aiding on the battlefield were Minato Namikaze and the superheroes of the Avengers, who seized the opportunity to deliver the final blows. Is this how we provide support and finish off our enemies? Hawkeye felt a twinge of discomfort. Although the Chitauri forces had been effectively subdued, the question lingered. Were they truly the ones in control? If the situation were entirely managed by the shinobi of Konoha, Hawkeye Barton would have had little to contest. However, the reality was that more than half of the forces consisted of their previous adversaries, the Akatsuki, which left Hawkeye's emotions in a tumultuous state. Not only he but also Black Widow, Captain America, and others shared this sentiment. Their complexity of feelings stemmed not solely from the presence of the Akatsuki, but from the stark reality of their own limitations. They could merely provide support and finish off stragglers, unable even to engage in rescue operations. At that moment, it was Senju Hashirama who single-handedly undertook the entire rescue effort in New York City. Having previously evacuated a portion of the populace, now, following the Chitauri invasion, only a fraction remained trapped in the city, still numbering in the hundreds of thousands. While other superheroes might have felt overwhelmed by the sheer volume of lives to save, Hashirama was different. He stood resolutely in place, entered sage mode, and with hands clasped, summoned the wood release, birth of the trees. With a rustling sound, nearly half of New York City was enveloped by burgeoning trees, encircling the trapped individuals in a verdant embrace. The branches transformed into massive wooden tendrils, lifting all those ensnared and transporting them beyond the city limits. This process was ongoing, as Hashirama diligently searched for any potentially overlooked individuals. Consequently, Minato Namikaze and the Avengers found themselves relieved of the burden of rescue operations. Logically, they should have felt elated, as this would allow them to focus on combating the Chitauri. Yet, the Chitauri had been swiftly dispatched by Deidara, which prompted Captain America and others to express their astonishment. Observing this, Minato offered reassurance. Support and cleanup are vital tasks. Let's press on. As for Thor and the Hulk, they did not share the somber mood of their companions. The Hulk had yet to make an appearance, having retreated into a shell following his recent confrontation with Uchiha Obito, unwilling to face the unfolding chaos. Thus, Dr. Bruce Banner remained on the sidelines. Meanwhile, Thor had initially pursued Loki with fervor, believing that delivering a thorough thrashing to his detestable brother was of utmost importance. Hence, Wu Chun and Thor joined forces to chase after Loki. Only Loki's flying vessel seemed to be the finest of all, soaring with unparalleled speed. Wu Chun and Thor were but a hair's breadth from catching up. Yet they found themselves perpetually thwarted. It was as though Loki were toying with them. Indeed, that was precisely the case. Aware of his pursuers, Loki feigned ignorance and continued his flight, intending to draw out more individuals. He meant to lure them toward the colossal beast, Leviathan. This fearsome creature was not merely a formidable biological weapon, but also a transport vessel. For Leviathans operated in pairs, each housing hundreds of Chitauri warriors. If hundreds were to launch an assault, the Iron Man and his beloved brother, Thor, would surely face dire consequences. Loki savagely pondered. At that moment, he mistakenly believed Wu Chun to be Iron Man, Tony Stark. After all, the two suits of armor differed only in color, while their designs were nearly identical. Suddenly, to Loki's astonishment, he realized that all the Chitauri on the ground had perished. When the world is happening, fear began to seep from within Loki's heart. Yet he regained his confidence as more Chitauri surged forth from the spatial portal. As long as the portal existed, his army would be unending. This was the foundation of Loki's assurance. He continued to dangle the prospect of destruction before Iron Man and Thor, yearning to vanquish them both for his own satisfaction. As the trio pursued their quarry past the location of the Avengers, Naruto caught sight of the cerulean Iron Man discreetly waving at him, his eyes lighting up with recognition. He promptly turned to Captain America and the others, exclaiming, "Friends, I believe they require our assistance." Chapter 240, I Am a God. 45. Though he was unclear as to how Wu Chun acquired an Iron Man suit, Naruto was certain it was indeed Wu Chun. The reason was simple. Since arriving in this world, he had been bound to Wu Chun. Thus, as long as Wu Chun opened himself up to him, he could sense his presence. This unique perception served not only to identify Wu Chun, but also to exchange information. Just moments ago, Wu Chun had conveyed a request for help. Faced with such a plea, Naruto could not remain indifferent. To fulfill Wu Chun's command more effectively and inspire this assembly of superheroes, Naruto called upon Captain America and his companions. Upon hearing the words of Wave Wind Watergate, a spark ignited in the eyes of Captain America, Black Widow, and Hawkeye. "You are utterly useless." Such cutting remarks were indeed painful, and it reflected the very situation they found themselves in. The moment they learned that Wave Wind Watergate required their assistance, they swiftly gathered around him. After listening to his explanation, Captain America, perplexed, inquired, "Why must we capture Loki?" While it was understandable for Thor to pursue Loki, given that he was his foolish brother, the reason behind Wu Chen's pursuit remained unclear. Wave Wind Watergate elucidated Captain America's doubts, revealing that Loki was the source of the chaos, and it was highly probable that he possessed the means to shut down the space-time portal. None of us could fathom the number of Chitauri troops lurking on the other side. What if there were hundreds of thousands, or even millions? With our limited numbers, it would be impossible to vanquish them all. Therefore, sealing the portal was the most prudent course of action. Being astute individuals, Captain America and the others grasped the gravity of the situation upon hearing this. "Understood." Captain America promptly commanded, "Barton, take position on the rooftop. Natasha and I will remain on the ground for support. Mr. Watergate, please inform Wu Chen and Thor to pursue Loki in this direction." Wave Wind Watergate nodded, relaying the message to Wu Chen before heading off to provide assistance elsewhere. Observing this, Barton, imbued with chakra, leapt onto the wall and ran vertically up to the rooftop. Meanwhile, Captain America and Black Widow remained poised for action below. Shortly thereafter, Wu Chen and Thor, having coordinated their efforts, soared toward their location in pursuit of Loki. On the rooftop, Hawkeye prepared his bow, loading it with a high-tech arrow and infusing it with chakra. Anticipating Loki's trajectory, he released the arrow with precision. Whoosh! As Loki flew by, the arrow followed closely. Snap! Loki caught it in his grasp, and despite the chakra, he could not free himself from Loki's hold. With a smirk, Loki quipped, "Is this all you've got?" Boom! The high-tech arrow detonated, obliterating Loki's flying vessel and decimating the Chitauri, while simultaneously causing Loki to plummet to the ground. Crash! He landed atop a car, racked with pain and unable to move. Whoosh! Wu Chen and Thor descended swiftly, and with a click, Wu Chen's mask retracted, revealing his face. Thor, astonished, exclaimed, "Ah, Warrior Wu, it is you." Truly, brothers share an uncanny resemblance. Wu Chen elucidated that the steel battlesuit was a gift from Tony before approaching Loki. He forcefully yanked Loki down from the top of the car and carelessly tossed him aside. "Loki, how do you close the space portal?" Loki wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, revealing a sinister smile. "You can't close it. You will ultimately fail." The Avengers gathered ominously around Loki, their glares filled with menace, even Thor refraining from defending him at that moment. In response, Wu Chen recalled the Hulk's treatment of Loki, rising to stand beside him. Thor could no longer contain himself. He grasped Wu Chen's shoulder and, under Wu Chen's gaze, cautioned, "Do not go too far. Be gentle." Wu Chen nodded slowly and then crouched down. At that moment, Loki finally sensed the gravity of the situation and shouted, "Enough! You insignificant beings, I am a god. I shall not be dictated by ants." Before he could finish his sentence, Wu Chen seized one of Loki's ankles, clad in his sky-blue steel armor, and then hoisted Loki up, violently slamming him left and right. The sound echoed like the thrashing of a rag. Captain America and his companions found it quite cathartic, while Thor silently turned away. With a resounding thud, Loki was smashed back onto the car roof. Wu Chen leaned closer to Loki and inquired, "Are you going to tell me how to close the time portal?" Trembling, Loki finally ceased his defiance, stammering, I truly do not know. I'm afraid you won't believe me and will throw me again." He repeated his plea twice. "Cut it out. You should have said so earlier." Wu Chen sighed, turning his gaze skyward, ready to continue his support. Meanwhile, an explosion erupted near the Leviathan beasts. Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Obito had made their move. They had delayed their attack for a reason. The rationale was simple. Neither of them could fly. Or rather, they could, but deemed it unnecessary. In terms of ninja abilities, neither Uchiha Madara nor Uchiha Obito could take to the skies. The number of ninja capable of flight in the entire ninja world is exceedingly rare. However, considering the power of their Sharingan, they could indeed soar. For every form of Susanoo possesses wings in its ultimate form. These wings are not mere decoration. They enable true, unrestrained flight. The ultimate form of Susanoo wielded by Uchiha Madara possesses the ability to fly, a trait shared by Uchiha Obito. However, in confronting merely a biological weapon. They deemed it unnecessary to unleash one of their most formidable powers, which is why the situation has lingered until now. At this moment, the four Leviathans hovered merely a few meters above the ground, a height well within the striking range of the remarkably agile ninjas. Thus Sabito, faced with these two Leviathan behemoths that others could scarcely contend with, directly employed his aggressive Kamui. With a swift motion, the two Leviathans were cleaved in half, their severed edges smooth and precise, a manifestation of spatial rift. As the Leviathans split apart, their cores were struck by Abito's fire release, resulting in an immediate explosion. In this manner, Abito vanquished two Leviathan giants with ease. In contrast to the decisive actions of Abito, Madara exuded enthusiasm as he materialized his skeletal Susanoo and boldly confronted one of the Leviathan giants, charging forward. With a resounding impact, Madara landed a powerful punch upon the creature's cranium, driving it forcefully into the ground. The massive head of the Leviathan was shattered upon collision. He replicated this feat with another, toppling it with equal vigor. So, it turns out they're merely for show, Madara remarked disdainfully. With the defeat of the Leviathan giants, the pressure on the New York defense line was significantly alleviated. Meanwhile, high-ranking officials in the White House, who had been monitoring the situation, breathed a sigh of relief. Mr. President, it seems we need not launch nuclear missiles. The superheroes of S.H.I.E.L.D. indeed proved somewhat useful. Yet, the Akatsuki organization was still present, causing the president to hesitate. Mr. President, do you wish to eliminate our heroes as well? No, that was not my intention. I merely believe that the Akatsuki and our superheroes have now allied. But what shall we do after the battle? Rest assured, Mr. President. Just then, a video call came through, revealing Nick Fury's stern visage. With Konoha present, along with the Avengers, the Akatsuki will not stir up much trouble. I hope that is the case. The president still felt uneasy. If the situation spirals out of control, I will launch the nuclear missiles. Meanwhile, shifting focus away from the White House, the battle situation in New York had stabilized. At that moment, Dr. Selvig gradually regained consciousness, having been inadvertently knocked unconscious. He finally broke free from the control of the Mind Stone and recalled everything, his face etched with regret, gazing up at the portal in the sky, from which the Chitauri cascaded downwards. Dr. Selvig resolved to seek redemption. Chapter 242, The Counteroffensive Plan 15. Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Abito had obliterated four Leviathan beasts, momentarily alleviating the dire situations across multiple battlefronts. Nevertheless, an endless tide of Chitauri continued to pour forth from the open portal. Witnessing this, Wu Chen deemed it imperative to close the portal. However, he was uncertain how to do so, necessitating Dr. Selvig's intervention. Turning his head, Wu Chen spotted the bespectacled, balding figure of Dr. Selvig approaching with a brisk pace. At this moment, the green light in his eyes had faded, indicating his return to normalcy. As he ran, he called out to the assembled superheroes, "I know how to close the portal." Thor immediately rushed to meet him. "You're back to your senses?" "Indeed, Doctor." Selvig reached the group of superheroes, supporting himself on his knees as he caught his breath. The device that launches the portal was designed and constructed by me. During its creation, I included a hidden mechanism, and that mechanism is Loki's scepter, which can deactivate the operating machine. Captain America and the others were elated. He placed a reassuring hand on Dr. Selvig's shoulder, exclaiming, "Well done, Doctor." Dr. Selvig shook his head. "This was my error. I must make amends." Thor offered comfort. "Doctor, this is not your fault. You are under control." The superheroes consoled Dr. Selvig, while Wu Chun contemplated a definitive solution. From his understanding, Chitauri warriors were not independent entities. They resembled a rigidly structured colony of ants, each soldier a worker ant with unwavering reverence for their true king. Moreover, the lives of these worker-like Chitauri warriors, who had invaded New York, were intrinsically linked to the life of their king aboard the Chitauri mothership. The death of a Chitauri warrior posed no threat to their king. But if their king were to perish, all Chitauri would fall with him. Thus, in the face of an almost inexhaustible Chitauri army, the ultimate solution was not merely to close the portal, but to slay their king. Once this was achieved, the extraterrestrial invasion of New York would be swiftly concluded. Upon contemplating this matter, Wu Chun stepped aside and grasped the Mind Scepter, addressing the superheroes. "Gentlemen, Now that we are aware of how to close the spatial portal, should we not take action before sealing it? Captain America raised an eyebrow. Wu Chun, what are your thoughts? Speak candidly. In response, Wu Chun did not hold back, stating, these extraterrestrials have taken countless lives and ravaged numerous structures. Is it sufficient merely to close the portal and prevent their entry? What do you imply? Thor, the brash warrior, was the first to grasp the essence of Wu Chen's words. Are we to launch a counteroffensive? I concur. Whoosh. Suddenly, Iron Man Tony, clad in his crimson and gold armor, descended from the air. Witnessing the devastation wrought upon his homeland ignited a fierce anger within him, and upon hearing Wu Chen's words, he immediately voiced his agreement. I too concur. We cannot let them escape unscathed. Black Widow and Hawkeye radiated an aura of vengeance as well. And seeing his comrades in agreement, Captain America shrugged, acquiescing. Although inherently benevolent, even he could be incensed, and at that moment, his fury was palpable. Once the decision to counterattack was affirmed, they deliberated on the strategy. The Chitauri resided in the cosmos, where the majority lacked the capability to engage in combat. Considering this limitation, they ultimately concluded that they should construct several powerful bombs to be launched at the portal before sealing it. Let's blow them to smithereens. Sigh. Hearing the superhero's discourse, Daedara landed gracefully on his clay white bird, his demeanor animated and his eyes gleaming with excitement. The prospect of obliterating the Chitauri army near the portal intrigued him immensely. Since we are in collaboration, allow me to craft the bombs. I shall create the most formidable and colossal bomb in history. Chapter 243. The operation begins. 25. Though Daedara had a checkered past, he now found himself in a cooperative state. Moreover, his prior feat of eliminating thousands of Chitauri was still fresh in the minds of all. Thus, the superheroes had no doubts regarding his bomb-making prowess. Consequently, they did not decline his offer. Rather, they welcomed it with enthusiasm. For the prospect of acquiring such explosive devices was indeed promising. To be frank, had it not been for Daedara's assistance, their options for constructing a bomb capable of annihilating the Chitauri mothership near the portal would have necessitated seeking aid from the United States, potentially requesting the government to launch a nuclear missile. However, in reality, the superheroes were reluctant to overly depend on the U.S. government. After all, the government regulations are quite numerous, and an over-reliance on them may lead to subtle influences. Among the crowd, aside from the trio of Captain America, the others are accustomed to pursuing their own agendas rather than obeying orders. Upon receiving affirmative responses to his request, Daedara promptly settled into a cross-legged position and produced all of his explosive clay, commencing the process of chewing and crafting with both his hands and his mouth. During this endeavor, several superheroes, including Wu Chun, safeguarded Daedara, preventing the Chitauri from approaching. Time passed unmeasured until, at last, Daedara triumphantly raised a doll-shaped figure, larger than himself and adorned with wings and limbs, exclaiming, "It is complete." Number 330. I have poured all my chakra and explosive clay into this. The blast radius is sufficient to engulf half of New York City. Who among you will deliver this to the spatial portal? It is too heavy to fly on its own. Without a moment's hesitation, Wu Chun stepped forward, only to find that Tony had done the same. Locking eyes, they simultaneously declared, "Let us carry it together. With such a size, it will be easier for the two of us." The others voiced no objections, as they lacked the ability to fly. Thor, who could, stated, "I shall provide protection, ensuring the Chitauri do not disrupt your transport of the bomb. Dr. Selvig and I will ascend to the rooftop, ready to close the portal at a moment's notice." Hawkeye added, "I can assist the doctor in climbing up, while Natasha, having only recently acquired chakra, should remain here to watch over Loki with the captain. After all, we have yet to decide how to deal with Loki, and we cannot allow him to escape." With the plan established, Wu Chun, clad in blue attire, and Tony, adorned in red and gold, jointly lifted the enormous egg-shaped figure and took off from the ground. Thor soared into the sky, wielding his hammer, summoning thunder to strike down the Chitauri in their path, ensuring they did not impede Wu Chun and Tony. Turning to Dr. Selvig, Hawkeye slightly bent down and said, "Doctor, hop on. I will carry you." Dr. Selvig hesitated. Agent Hawkeye, right? My codename is Hawkeye, but you may call me Barton." Hawkeye Barton appeared quite amiable, easing Selvig's concerns. "Barton, did you mention climbing up?" Will you be using any tools? You might manage better alone without bringing along this old man. Batten shook his head. Doctor, that machine was crafted by you. Naturally, your guidance is essential. What if I mishandle it? Furthermore, you still have atonement to consider. Upon uttering these words, Dr. Selvig found himself unable to refuse any longer. He climbed onto Batten's back, murmuring a wish that the rope would be taut enough, hoping he wouldn't perish at Loki's hands only to meet his demise from a fall. Hearing this, Batten gently shook his head. Doctor, worry not. With that, he ascended the wall amidst Dr. Selvig's exclamations. Agent Batten, where's the rope? Where's your rope? Doctor, I don't need a rope to ascend the wall. Just hold on tight. With those words, Batten stood vertically against the wall and began to run. Chapter 244, A Permanent Solution, 35, Awe. Dr. Selvig unleashed every ounce of his strength, gripping Batten's body with hands and feet, resembling an octopus. If it were a beautiful woman, it might have appeared alluring, but a balding old man? Fortunately, the wall climbing did not last long. Once they reached the rooftop, Batten gently set Dr. Selvig down. Doctor, we have arrived. Upon descending from Batten's back, Dr. Selvig collapsed onto the ground, as if he had been thoroughly overwhelmed by 10 burly men. Meanwhile, Batten held the Mind Scepter, gazing skyward, where Wu-Chun, Tony, and Thor were forging their path through obstacles, racing toward the temporal gateway. As they drew nearer, Batten quickly turned to Dr. Selvig. Doctor, how can we close it? Doctor. Selvig, still lying down, simply replied, just poke it with the Mind Scepter. Batten retorted, had you mentioned it was so simple, I wouldn't have brought you along. Doctor, are you not just inviting your own suffering? Upon hearing this, Dr. Selvig felt an urge to curse. He had no desire to ascend in the first place. If not for Batten's insistence, he would not have come up. Yet, recognizing that the root of all this was his own missteps, Dr. Selvig could only shake his head and sigh. In any case, just be ready to close it at the right moment. Now, please let me rest. With Thor clearing the path of all enemies, Wu-Chun and Tony flew smoothly. Soon, they arrived beneath the temporal gateway. Wu, shall we proceed? Tony suddenly inquired. Tony relinquished control due to the persona Wu-Chun had previously established, illustrating his understanding of extraterrestrial matters. At that moment, Tony instinctively sensed that Wu-Chun possessed a greater wealth of knowledge, enabling him to better assess the situation. Indeed, Wu-Chun was well informed, and Tony had made a prudent choice. After a moment of contemplation, Wu-Chun suggested, let us propel the bomb forward. Without hesitation, Tony joined Wu-Chun to advance the colossal explosive towards the portal. As they passed through the temporal gateway, Tony experienced an inexplicable sensation, one that Wu-Chun also perceived, albeit with considerably heightened acuity. This sensation was the essence of spatial transition, gifted with the spatial awareness from his mastery of the wave-wind-water gate. Wu-Chun was attuned to a broader array of stimuli. However, this was not the opportune moment to revel in the nuances of spatial perception. They soon beheld a few enormous and peculiar spacecraft in the void, likely the mothership of the Chitauri. Contemplating this, Wu-Chun activated 2 small devices on his armor, which affixed themselves to the tail of the egg-shaped effigy. Once secured, the devices began to emit flames, propelling the effigy towards the Chitauri mothership. Throughout this process, the effigy expanded in size until, upon reaching the mothership, it had transformed into a colossal figure, towering several dozen meters with limbs sprouting forth. As its appendages made contact with the mothership, they instinctively latched onto its surface. Witnessing this, Wu-Chun beckoned Tony to return, and together they traversed the portal once more. Upon their return to the skies above New York, Wu-Chun gestured to Didera below, who responded with a radiant smile, exclaiming, "Art is an explosion." At that very moment, as Wu-Chun signaled Didera, Hawkeye Barton received Tony's cue and thrust the Mind Scepter toward the Tesseract. With a crackle, at the instant Didera commanded the colossal effigy, the Tesseract ceased its energy emissions, reverting to a stable state. The temporal portal, having lost its energy supply, began to contract and collapse, ultimately vanishing from the sky. Simultaneously, aboard the Chitauri mothership on the other side of the universe, numerous cannons were aimed at the giant effigy. However, before they could unleash their firepower, the effigy detonated. In an instant, the mothership was reduced to fragments, and the other nearby vessels were unable to escape the same disastrous fate. Chapter 245, The Illusory Battle of New York, concludes in a cacophony, All the Chitauri in downtown New York collapsed, as if their souls had been snatched away. The aerial vehicles that had been assaulting the city suddenly became erratic, akin to headless flies, clearly having lost control. This scene rendered the remaining individuals, police officers and civilian defense teams, frozen in place, momentarily stunned. Then, they recalled the earlier message from the Avengers, who had the ability to seal the rifts in time and space, effectively eliminating the alien threat. The aliens had been vanquished. The superheroes had triumphed. It was uncertain who first uttered the words, but others quickly followed suit, exclaiming in joyous unison, "We have emerged victorious." Oh. In that instant, every soul remaining in New York erupted in exuberant cheers, a traditional display of jubilation in the United States. Following a moment of victory, it felt almost unbearable not to celebrate. This sentiment was not limited to the civilian defense forces and police. Even the Avengers could not suppress their smiles. However, just as the laughter began to resonate, Wu Chun descended to the ground, his demeanor composed. Glancing around, he suddenly interjected, "Hold on, it is still too early for celebration." The Avengers cast puzzled looks in his direction, prompting Wu Chun to clarify. "The Akatsuki still remains. You have not forgotten that their alliance with us is merely temporary, born out of necessity due to the alien invasion. Now that the aliens are all dead." With those words, the Avengers quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. Their vigilance renewed. Turning their gaze, they beheld the two factions, Konoha and the Akatsuki, facing each other on the ground, standing in stark opposition. At that moment, Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Obito leapt from a nearby building, positioning themselves before the Akatsuki. Observing this, Wu Chun swiftly joined the ranks of Konoha, while Senju Hashirama rushed over from the opposite side. The situation had reverted to the state of the previous alien invasion. The Avengers, witnessing this unfolding drama, instinctively moved behind Konoha, thereby tipping the numerical advantage in favor of Konoha over the Akatsuki. It appeared that, should a confrontation arise, Konoha held a significant upper hand. Surveying the brash demeanor of the Akatsuki members, Senju Hashirama contemplated before addressing Madara. "Let us not pursue conflict today. If you seek a battle, I shall gladly engage you tomorrow." Uchiha Madara's lips twitched as he addressed Hashirama. "Do you think I jest with you? The troublesome fool has perished, and we must resume our battle." Unexpectedly, Deidara interjected, "Marasama, I have exhausted my clay and am devoid of combat power." Uchiha Madara frowned and retorted, "Return to the Kamui dimension." With that, Obito unleashed a vortex, drawing Deidara within. Upon witnessing this, Senju Hashirama's eyes gleamed with excitement. "Madara, since you desire a fight, I shall oblige. However, it shall be just the two of us. Others, even if they join, will not sway our duel. Let us venture outside the city." With those words, Senju Hashirama dashed fervently towards the outskirts of New York, while Uchiha Madara wore a begrudging expression. "Hashirama, you fool." With Hashirama's challenge, retreat was not an option for Uchiha Madara. The presence of Hashirama, a worthy opponent, rendered the involvement of others inconsequential. Observing the two powerful figures retreat, Obito turned to Wu Chun and the others, saying, "Let us follow them. As for the battle, we shall pause for today." He then released Deidara once more. "Create a large bird to carry us." Deidara shrugged. "I have no clay left." "Useless," Obito scolded, then hurriedly pursued the direction in which Hashirama and Madara had departed. The others, witnessing this exchange, followed suit. With Obito's command, the members of the Akatsuki had no intention of continuing their conflict with Konoha and the Avengers. Even Pain, of the Akatsuki, shared this sentiment. This scene caught the attention of Jean, who became further convinced of his suspicions. Yet, he remained discreet, wary of any slip of the tongue. Chapter 246. The True Battle of New York commences. 55. As they made their way outside the city, Deidara subtly approached Obito. Whispering in a tone audible to Jean, "Obito, are we truly to follow Madara-sama to the bitter end?" Obito paused momentarily before resuming his pace. "What nonsense are you speaking? Deidara, mind your life." His tone was grave, yet Deidara seemed unfazed. "Oh, come now, with just the two of us, why bother with such warnings?" Noticing Deidara's indifference, Obito cast a furtive glance towards the direction Madara had taken and inquired, "What do you think of Madara's plan?" Upon hearing this question, Jean perked up, eager to listen. Deidara pondered for a moment before replying. It is quite mad, yet also rather dull. Everyone has the capacity to attain happiness within their dreams. However, such happiness is profoundly illusory. In the realm of dreams, I can conjure any clay bomb I desire. It invariably comes to fruition. In such instances, the process itself becomes trivial. Yet for me, the creation of the clay bomb is a source of immense joy. Witnessing the explosion of the bomb is my creed. Yet now, should Lord Obito's plans materialize, all my pleasures, aside from witnessing the detonation, would be stripped away. Such a fate seems utterly tedious. Upon hearing these words, Deidara felt an overwhelming kinship. After a brief silence, Obito remarked, "But in that case, wouldn't war cease to exist? If we wish for the absence of war, is that not a simple task?" Deidara retorted with disdain. "Simply unify the world under a single government, with one language, one currency, and one script. Consequently, many wars would dissipate into oblivion. Furthermore, we could fabricate a common enemy, such as the extraterrestrial beings that have emerged today, propelling humanity's civilization from a terrestrial existence to an interstellar one. The warmongers could engage in battles on other planets, while the pacifists develop logistics on our home planet. If this continues, human civilization would be spared internal conflict for millennia." Upon hearing this, not only Obito, who had posed the question, but also the members of the Akatsuki, and even those from the Avengers and Konoha regarded Deidara with newfound respect. Obito further commented, "Deidara, it seems you are not as foolish as I thought. By the way, from which science fiction novel did you glean this idea?" "You are the foolish one," Deidara retorted angrily. "This is knowledge I've synthesized from the game StarCraft." At this revelation, the others were even more astonished. Tony mused inwardly. It turns out the Akatsuki members are not so different from ordinary people. They even play video games. Realizing he had inadvertently revealed his hand, Deidara fell silent, trudging along the path. Nevertheless, his earlier remarks had plunged the Avengers, especially Tony, into deep contemplation. While others pondered how to genuinely cease warfare, Tony reflected on the feasibility of Deidara's words. Setting aside the notion of advancing humanity into an interstellar civilization, the idea of unifying the world and standardizing language and script could indeed resolve numerous conflicts and disputes. Typically, these elements serve as the kindling for war. Perhaps, a bold idea began to take shape in Tony's mind. Subsequently, a diverse array of expressions adorned the faces of the gathered crowd as they arrived at the periphery of the reconstructed New York City. Here lay the coastline where, at a distant glance, two figures stood atop the undulating waves of the sea, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. After countless years, Uchiha Madara could no longer contain the tempest of emotions within him. He was finally poised to engage in battle once more. Hashirama, too, felt a surge of exhilaration. With a fervent roar, Madara brandished the Uchiha fan, which had been entrusted to him by Obito, and charged towards Hashirama. Unyielding, Hashirama readied his kunai and surged forward in response. Clang! The specially crafted kunai clashed with the Uchiha fan, producing a resounding metallic symphony accompanied by sparks that erupted in the air. Hashirama, seizing the moment, deftly lifted his kunai to parry Madara's powerful strike and directed his kunai towards Madara's neck with unwavering precision. Naturally, Madara would not remain passive. He swiftly retreated to evade the assault while raising the Uchiha fan high to strike down upon Hashirama. With a resounding crash, the surface of the sea was violently disrupted, creating a vast chasm as the water momentarily parted before converging once more. In the face of Madara's formidable onslaught, Hashirama remained undaunted, retaliating with a powerful punch that sent Madara staggering back several paces. This marked a monumental confrontation between the two most formidable warriors of the ninja world. Prior to the emergence of the Sage of Six Paths, as Wu Chun ushered the first ninja, Minato Namikaze, into the Marvel Universe, the landscape of ninjas began to resemble the latter stages of the Naruto world. This latter stage is characterized by each ninja functioning as a veritable artillery of jutsu, where battles between ninjas devolve into grand displays of ninjutsu. Yet, the essence of a ninja transcends mere ninjutsu. It encompasses taijutsu and genjutsu as well. However, due to various circumstances, the powerful figures portrayed by Wu Chen often engaged in clashes of ninjutsu, with only minimal taijutsu exchanges interspersed. Thus, the current scenario is remarkably rare. In this era, skewed by Wu Chen's influence, where ninjas predominantly engage in explosive ninjutsu confrontations, Madara and Hashirama have bestowed upon the world a high-quality exhibition of taijutsu. The cacophony of weapon clashes and the thud of strikes resonated along the shoreline, capturing the undivided attention of all present, including those aboard the S.H.I.L.D. aircraft carrier miles away in the sky. Moreover, some astute journalists, sensing the gravity of the unfolding events, had already set up high-definition cameras to broadcast the spectacle from afar. Consequently, this extraordinary battle following the alien conflict in New York will be witnessed by every individual across the globe, leaving them utterly astounded. With a resounding thud, Uchiha Madara was once again repelled several meters, realizing that Senju Hashirama's martial prowess surpassed his own. Thus, he resolved to no longer attack his adversary's strengths with his weaknesses. With a swift motion, a colossal blue skeletal figure manifested around Uchiha Madara, signaling the emergence of the initial form of Susanoo. Hashirama. Uchiha Madara wielded Susanoo, its enormous skeletal hand clenching into a fist charged toward Senju Hashirama. Throughout this process, the skeletal form of Susanoo became fleshed out and adorned with garments, ultimately donning armor. The complete form of Susanoo was achieved, albeit in a semi-divine state. Witnessing this transformation, Senju Hashirama stood resolute, exclaiming Madara, as he clasped his hands together and continued. Would release, would dragon technique. In an instant, the tumultuous sea roiled violently, the once calm waves surging to a fever pitch. With a mighty crash, a colossal wooden dragon, several meters in diameter, erupted from beneath Senju Hashirama's feet, propelling him towards Susanoo's fist. A tremendous shockwave erupted, sending ordinary onlookers along the coastline reeling in its wake. While the superheroes and formidable figures of the ninja world remained steadfast, unmoving as mountains. Yet, even they exhibited signs of astonishment in their eyes. When the Avengers first glimpsed Susanoo through the images, they perceived it as an insurmountable technique. However, witnessing its might in person, they recognized that Susanoo's power exceeded their wildest imaginations. Even in its incomplete state, every movement of Uchiha Madara resembled the impact of a high-caliber missile strike. One could only wonder at the sheer force of the nearly 100-meter-tall ultimate form of Susanoo they had previously encountered. Meanwhile, the members of Konoha and the Akatsuki displayed little shock at this scene, only a faint glimmer of concern for their respective leaders. Chapter 248, The Extraordinary Battle 2:25. To perform, one must deliver the entire act. Even as mere spectators, the requisite emotions must not be lacking. In this regard, Wu Chen possessed a peculiar dedication. In the films he had previously watched, those who concealed conspiracies were ultimately unmasked due to minute details. With such cautionary tales in mind, Wu Chen was certainly not one to underestimate the situation. Thus, the battle between Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara was genuinely fierce, one where moment's negligence could lead to dire consequences. Such a confrontation could not afford to consider the surroundings, prompting Hashirama to request an engagement outside. At this moment, disregarding the awestruck members of the Avengers, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama commenced a contest of ninjutsu. The towering half-formed Susanoo clashed with the colossal wooden dragon, entangling with reckless abandon. In an instant, the sea erupted with surging waves, and a tempest materialized, rolling towards the shore. Witnessing this spectacle, Jin and Senju Tobarama joined forces to execute a ninjutsu technique, the water release, water barrier technique. With a thunderous roar, a massive and elongated wall of water surged forth, shielding against the hurricane and the torrents. Merely the residual energy from their battle had wrought such devastation. Being at the heart of the conflict would likely result in instant demise. The Avengers felt a chill of apprehension, instinctively retreating behind their Leaf Village allies. The battle at sea raged on, yet it appeared that Senju Hashirama held the upper hand. The wood dragon technique, second only to the wooden golem technique and the true Thousand Arms, was not only immense in size, but also possessed the ability to absorb the chakra of ensnared objects. Hashirama had previously utilized this technique to subdue the Nine Tails. At this moment, the half-formed Susanoo was momentarily suppressed by the wood dragon technique, which explained Madara's disadvantage. Nevertheless, even in a precarious position, Uchiha Madara remained unabashedly arrogant, laughing maniacally. Hashirama, you truly are the only one who can bring me genuine pleasure. Upon uttering these words, the half-formed Susanoo conjured a colossal sword, swiftly severing the wooden dragon that coiled around it. Instantly, the tide of battle shifted. The wooden dragon was cleaved into several segments. And without hesitation, Senju Hashirama leaped back to create distance. With a tumultuous churn of the ocean, another wooden dragon emerged. However, Uchiha Madara remained unfazed. He manipulated the half-formed Susanoo, wielding the gigantic sword to strike down upon the wooden dragon. In truth, Senju Hashirama's wood release was of a caliber far superior to the inferior wood release utilized by Yamato. To illustrate, when employing the wood release defensive ninjutsu, Yamato conjures the wood release, wooden barrier, which can be easily severed by a chakra-enhanced blade. Conversely, the wood release technique of Senju Hashirama, the wood release, great force technique, possesses the formidable capacity to withstand the formidable assault of Uchiha Madara's Susanoo, even when the Nine Tails is enveloped within it. This stark contrast exemplifies the disparity in prowess. The wood dragon technique, while slightly inferior in durability to the great force technique, remains beyond the capabilities of Yamato's wood release. Nevertheless, it too falls victim to the might of the Susanoo's sword, aptly demonstrating the overwhelming power of Madara's weaponry. It is precisely this unparalleled weaponry that emboldens Madara to charge at the wood dragon. With a swift motion, the colossal blade glimmers, and the wood dragon is decapitated. A smile spreads across Madara's face, yet it quickly freezes in astonishment. Surrounding the Susanoo, the ocean roils and torrents of water erupt skyward. Accompanied by this spray, 4 wood dragons surge from beneath the ocean's surface, intertwining to ensnare the Susanoo, rendering it immobile. Under Hashirama's command, the wood dragons begin to siphon chakra from the Susanoo, causing it to flicker momentarily. A smile graces Hashirama's lips as he declares, "Madara, you have grown complacent." Instantly, onlookers along the shore, including all those witnessing the live broadcast, exhale in relief. The catastrophic consequences of Madara's potential victory over Hashirama are now averted. However, the members of the Akatsuki remain apprehensive, for Madara is their leader. Yet is this truly all? Kinemon begins to ponder, surmising that Madara's strength must extend beyond this display. Chapter 249, The World-Shattering Battle 3:35. Kinemon recalls the formidable power Madara exhibited during the capture of the tailed beasts, and his heart steadies. Not only Kinemon, but the other members of the Akatsuki also seem to recollect Madara's strength from that time, collectively finding their composure. This scene does not go unnoticed by the Avengers. Sensing impending doom, they feel reluctant to alert Hashirama from such a distance. Just as the Avengers grapple with their concerns, Madara indeed begins to retaliate. Trapped within the Susanoo, Madara shakes his head lightly and proclaims, "Hashirama, you do not truly believe you can confine me in this manner, do you?" As the words fell, the complete Susanoo rose to its feet, its skeletal form coalescing, followed by the filling of flesh and blood, the attire adorning itself, and the armor being donned. With a resounding flourish, the fully realized Susanoo emerged. Towering at an impressive height of 40 to 50 meters, it was an absolute behemoth. Consequently, the wooden dragon entwined around its form was uprooted, and with a flash of blades, the wooden dragon was severed and fell. Hashirama, unleash your true prowess. Upon uttering these words, the complete Susanoo wielded 4 blades, leaping and spinning towards the position of Senju Hashirama, preparing to strike. The tide of battle shifted once more. However, before the spectators on the shore could utter their astonishment, Senju Hashirama bellowed, "Would release, would golem technique, would release, would dragon technique." With his hands clasped together, the waters beneath him surged, and a colossal figure gradually emerged from the depths. Behold, a massive and robust wooden golem, towering approximately 50 meters, overshadowed the complete Susanoo. Moreover, coiling around each of its powerful arms was a gigantic wooden dragon, as if they were fused together. Indeed, this was the unique combination ninjutsu of Senju Hashirama, the wood release, wood dragon golem technique. Its size and combat capability were on par with the complete Susanoo, capable of catching tailed beast bombs with one hand and countering with them, excelling in both offense and defense, particularly in physical assaults. The wood dragon golem technique also boasted formidable defensive capabilities, rivaling that of the adamantine ceiling chains. In the world of Naruto, Senju Hashirama had once utilized this technique to contend evenly with the formidable Susanoo of Uchiha Madara, who was commanding the Nine Tails. With a swift motion, the colossal sword of the complete Susanoo descended, yet the wooden golem, under Hashirama's command, remained unfazed, effortlessly clasping the blade between its hands, executing a daring, empty-handed interception. Furthermore, the two wooden dragons adorning its form launched their assault upon the other arms of the Susanoo, ensnared by the golem. In an instant, a tempest arose. The clash between the wooden dragons and the blades resonated with the sound of metal striking metal. Due to their entwinement with the golem, the wooden dragons inherited its defensive strength, and thus were not severed by the Susanoo's blades. The battle reached a stalemate. Yet even in this deadlock, the complete Susanoo continued to grapple with the wood dragon golem. It was as if two prehistoric titans clashed upon the sea, with tumultuous waves rising and the spectators on the shore witnessing a calamity of nature. Such a caliber of ninja, when engaged in battle, could indeed be likened to a natural disaster. The denizens of Konoha and the Akatsuki once again intervened to mitigate the aftermath of the conflict. At this juncture, the President of the United States had already begun contemplating the launch of nuclear weapons. Senju Hashirama is undoubtedly a benevolent figure. Yet Uchiha Madara is unequivocally the embodiment of malice. Should Senju Hashirama emerge victorious from this clash, all would be well. However, if Uchiha Madara were to triumph, it would spell doom for New York and perhaps the entire world. If such a dire situation were to manifest, humanity's most potent weapon, the nuclear bomb, would inevitably be unleashed to eradicate Uchiha Madara. After all, an entity of such magnitude possesses the capability to disrupt the very fabric of global order. Hence, even if the nuclear strike might affect innocents, Uchiha Madara must not be allowed to escape. In this moment, the two combatants, alongside the onlookers from the Avengers and the formidable ninjas of the ninja world, including the ordinary citizens of New York, remained oblivious to the resolve of the American government. Who could have anticipated that the president would possess such audacity, willing to sacrifice millions for the demise of Uchiha Madara? Chapter 250, Celestial Disruption, 45, Swish, Swish, Swish. The three blades of Susanoo converged in a synchronized slash, finally severing one of the wooden dragons. Yet, there remained a wooden golem and another wooden dragon. The situation was still unfavorable for Uchiha Madara. Nevertheless, he remained unperturbed. He relinquished one hand to grasp the remaining wooden dragon while using the other to restrain the golem's arms. The hands of Susanoo behind him tightened around the blades, executing the dance of the dual sword technique. With a resounding crash, the colossal light blade descended upon the golem, sending forth a tremendous shockwave that pierced through the golem and shot towards the ocean beyond. Whoosh! The golem's arm was cleanly severed, plummeting into the depths of the sea. However, with the infusion of Senju Hashirama's chakra, the golem's arm regrew instantaneously, resulting in a stalemate once again. Witnessing this, Uchiha Madara dispersed the blades, extricated himself from the golem's vicinity, and retreated several meters. Subsequently, under Senju Hashirama's watchful gaze, all the blades of the complete Susanoo dissipated. Phew! The ocean's surface gradually calmed, and Senju Hashirama let out a sigh of relief. Madara, will you cease hostilities? Upon hearing this, Uchiha Madara let out a sinister laugh. Cease? I have yet to revel in the thrill of battle. Suddenly, a massive surge of chakra erupted from Uchiha Madara's body, signaling the transformation of the complete Susanoo, who originally bore the form of a four-armed being, but suddenly, two skeletal arms emerged anew. Flesh and blood filled in, and the complete body of Susanoo transformed into a six-armed entity. Not only that, but those six arms raised themselves, pairing up to begin forming hand seals. Witnessing this scene, Senju Hashirama, who had been intently observing Uchiha Madara, felt a subtle shift in his expression. He was not alone. The members of the Avengers by the coast shared his astonishment. They understood that ninjas utilized hand seals to perform jutsu. Yet none had anticipated that such a colossal Susanoo could also execute seals. However, they couldn't afford to ponder for too long. Uncertainty flickered in their eyes. a primal instinct warning them of impending doom. Yet they remained oblivious to Madara's intentions. Silently, it seemed as if nothing had transpired. The blue chakra skeleton enveloping Uchiha dissipated gradually, and his hands lowered, his gaze fixed upon Senju Hashirama, asking, Hashirama, how will you respond to this move? Hashirama, sensing an ominous turn of events, recalled the technique, his eyes widening in realization as he gritted his teeth, exclaiming, Madara, you fiend. Before his words faded, Hashirama erupted in chakra. Standing atop the wooden figure, he closed his eyes. When he opened them again, an aesthetically pleasing pattern adorned his face. It was Hashirama's sage mode. The tension and his readiness to confront the challenge did not escape the notice of those around him, including the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. What had transpired? What had Uchiha Madara done? On board the S.H.I.E.L.D. helicarrier, Nick Fury shouted, hurry, investigate. He was convinced that Uchiha Madara was not one to act without purpose. He must have initiated something significant. Suddenly, Fury sensed something amiss. He approached the window of the helicarrier, gazing toward the skies above New York. Immediately, he shouted into his earpiece, look to the sky. Upon hearing this, the Avengers by the New York coast all lifted their gazes skyward, triggering a chain reaction as nearly all onlookers followed suit. The atmosphere grew tense. They beheld a small black dot amidst the dark clouds, which was rapidly enlarging and glowing a deeper crimson. At long last, piercing through countless dark clouds, an enormous crimson object descended from the heavens, ultimately emerging directly above the urban expanse of New York. It was a blazing stone, although referring to it as a stone seems somewhat inadequate, for it was far too immense. So vast, in fact, that it appeared to be slightly larger than a quarter of New York City, resembling a star plummeting from the sky. The Celestial Calamity. Chapter 251. The True Thousand Hands 55. This technique was none other than the power of Uchiha Susanoo, the Celestial Calamity, summoning a meteor to crash down. It unleashed a cataclysmic blow, perhaps in fear that Senju Hashirama might evade the strike. Uchiha Madara meticulously chose the impact point to be the center of the reconstructed New York City. Thus, Senju Hashirama would have no choice but to confront it head-on. Clang! Clang! The onlookers by the coast fumbled with their belongings, dropping them to the ground. Some staggered, their bodies swaying, while others crumpled to the ground, drenched in cold sweat, their eyes wide with terror and disbelief as they gazed skyward. What is this? What on earth is happening? Not only the ordinary citizens, but even Tony, Thor, and Captain America, upon witnessing the colossal meteor descending from the sky, were drenched in cold sweat, their expressions betraying incredulity. How could such a massive meteor appear in the sky? Is this truly a manifestation of Uchiha Madara's power? After a few moments of stunned silence, Captain America snapped back to reality, shouting at the nearby civilians, run, take cover, seek refuge in the shelters. Reacting swiftly, Tony and the others joined in the fray, urging the crowd. The nearby spectators, stirred by the urgency in Captain America's and Tony's voices, finally roused from their stupor, their faces etched with fear as they hastened towards the underground shelters. The god of thunder, Thor, stood transfixed, contemplating a sudden thought. Am I the deity, or is Uchiha Madara the true god? The power to summon meteors for destruction was beyond even his capabilities, though in truth, he had long been outmatched. We cannot remain idle, Wu Chan shouted. Tony, Thor, let us take to the skies and attempt to strike the meteor. At the very least, we must shatter it. No sooner had Wu Chan's words left his lips than a resounding explosion erupted from the sea where Senju Hashirama stood. The sage art would release true thousand hands. Accompanied by the thunderous roar of Senju Hashirama, the very earth began to tremble violently, and the surface of the sea surged with unprecedented ferocity. The depths of the ocean fractured, unleashing colossal waves. Suddenly, the sea split apart. From the gaping chasm emerged thick wooden limbs, transforming into gigantic arms that rose majestically, continuing their ascent. These concentric arms swiftly surpassed the previous height of the wooden figure, reaching an impressive 50 meters, and they continued to rise. After two successive elevations, a colossal wooden head emerged, and ultimately, the entire form was drawn forth from the sea. The towering wooden statue, standing several hundred meters high, loomed between heaven and earth. Each segment of its outstretched arms resembled massive fans, soaring an additional 100 meters. This gargantuan figure stood imperiously along the coastline, akin to a deity. The immense chakra, concentrated within the wooden construct, radiated outward with palpable force. As Senju Hashirama stood atop the head of the true Senju, gazing down upon the city of New York, the Avengers were momentarily paralyzed. Not only they, but also the members of Konoha and the Akatsuki, along with the ordinary civilians in the distance preparing to flee, all stared in stunned disbelief at the suddenly manifested, towering wooden statue. What on earth is that? Jean murmured in shock. Stone? Wood? A wooden statue. Is this the ability of Senju Hashirama? The sheer size left the majority of onlookers in a state of astonishment. Only Uchiha Madara remained relatively composed, for he had witnessed it before. The towering true Senju, nearly 1,000 meters high, pierced the clouds, with its highest arms enveloped in mist. Amidst the dazed gazes of countless spectators, the wooden statue standing there suddenly moved. Under the control of Senju Hashirama, the nearly 1,000-meter-tall true Senju tilted its head slightly, gazing at the meteorite in the sky. The massive hands, resembling fans, all clenched into fists. In that moment, everyone was frozen. Wait, are you kidding? This thing can move. Chapter 252. The Multiple Celestial Obstruction Star. 15. Can it move? Isn't that to be expected? Amidst the astonishment of the crowd, Chen, portraying Senju Hashirama, silently scoffed. However, upon glancing at the approaching meteorite, he steeled his focus, patiently awaiting the moment the meteorite entered the attack range of the true Senju. The leader of Konoha intends to utilize that colossal wooden statue to combat the impending meteor. After the initial shock, discerning individuals in New York, including Nick Fury aboard the helicarrier, grasped the rationale behind Hashirama Senju's actions at this moment. Yet, can he succeed? Maria Hill cast her gaze towards New York, where Wu Chen also resided. A flicker of concern unconsciously crossed Hill's eyes. Mr. Senju had conjured a towering wooden statue nearly a kilometer high. But after all, it was merely wood. What he faced was a meteor descending from the heavens, a natural disaster potent enough to obliterate New York and all surrounding cities. If it was previously stated that battles among chakra wielders resembled calamities, then the clash between Uchiha Madara and Hashirama Senju represented an unequivocal catastrophe. Indeed, just moments ago, when confronting the Chitauri, neither of these two had truly unleashed their full power. Struggling to contain his emotions, Nick Fury reassured, Agent Hill, I believe Hashirama can shatter that meteor. After all, Uchiha Madara's Susanoo couldn't sever the limbs of that immense wooden figure, so this gigantic statue should fare similarly. Having witnessed the might of Uchiha Madara's Susanoo, Fury was astounded when he saw Hashirama successfully block it. Thus, while fear lingered within him, he was not entirely devoid of hope. His words served to comfort Hill, yet they also appeared to be a beacon of hope for himself. Contemplating this, Nick Fury could not help but clench his fists in frustration. How could he, the esteemed director of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the protector of Earth, find himself in a position where all hope rested on another? In that moment, Nick Fury yearned profoundly for power. As time passed, the meteor traversed through layers of clouds, finally entering the attack range of the true Senju. Observing this, Hashirama hesitated no longer and launched his assault. With his right hand raised high, countless fists sprang into motion, surging forth like a tempest, striking towards the enormous meteor above. Top of the Buddha, as innumerable gigantic fists collided with the meteor, it resonated like dozens or even hundreds of colossal bells ringing simultaneously, the sound echoing for miles. The sky over New York erupted in a tremendous explosion and tremor. The earth trembles as the true 1,000 hands stretch forth along the coastline, resembling a spider's web that expands in all directions, reaching to the very limits of vision, traversing nearly a quarter of New York City. The sea, too, is stirred by this upheaval, unleashing a cataclysmic tsunami. The members of the Leaf Village and the Akatsuki unite once more to thwart the raging waters. Yet, this is not the crux of the matter. Under the watchful gaze of all, Senju Hashirama relentlessly strikes, and the true 1,000 hands respond in kind, resulting in the continuous depletion of the meteors in the sky, which explode and shatter, gradually diminishing until only a cloud of meteor dust remains. Senju Hashirama, forever the divine. Wu Chun is the first to react, shouting loudly. The others quickly follow suit, chanting, Senju Hashirama, forever the divine. Uchiha Madara's expression shifts. Indeed, Hashirama. A single meteor is no match for you. But what a second and third. Roaring in fury, Uchiha Madara once again conjures the six-armed Susanoo, swiftly forming seals. This time, two meteors resembling stars plummet from the heavens. One above, one below, seemingly poised to enter the open gates of New York City in succession. Hashirama, upon witnessing this, is engulfed in rage. Yet he dares not strike Madara, for the circumstances of two meteors differ vastly from that of one. Chapter 253, The Climax of the Cataclysm, 25. When there is but a single meteor, it requires Hashirama's utmost effort to avert disaster. This indicates that the true thousand hands can only intercept one meteor at a time. If two meteors are too far apart, Hashirama is powerless to act. Speculation is futile. The meteors descend rapidly. Observing this scene, the inhabitants of New York and those aboard the airborne mothership of S.H.I.E.L.D., who had just begun to feel a sense of relief, are once again gripped by dread. Fear resurges within their hearts. After traversing despair and hope, they now confront a greater despair, teetering on the brink of collapse. One meteor could be thwarted by the leader of the Leaf Village, but what of two? Many cast aside their weapons, collapsing to the ground, resigning themselves to fate. Despair and fear seep through the air, altering the very atmosphere of the city. Witnessing this, Wu Chun, filled with frustration, exclaims, "You are all a bunch of cowards. Uncle Hashirama is risking everything to protect you. And this is how you respond? To exist is to squander air. To cease existing is to waste land. This is undoubtedly a commentary on you lot. If that is the case, one might as well leap into the sea." Wu Chen's words were harsh, and, at last, someone could no longer endure it. "Hey, what do you know? Shut your mouth." Wu Chun showed no leniency. If they wished to live, they should seek shelter at once. If they desired death, then they might as well dive into the ocean. His words struck a chord with the crowd, prompting them to scatter. While such evasion was of little consequence when meteors were plummeting, it was certainly preferable to those who seemed oblivious to Wu Chen's exhortations, remaining slumped on the ground as if they had relinquished all hope of survival. Captain America tugged at Wu Chun, believing his words to be excessive, but Wu Chun stood firm, educating the captain. Humanity is inherently fragile, particularly this group bereft of the will to survive. Other methods might awaken their instinct for survival, yet they are far too slow. Only through harsh words can we rouse them swiftly. For the meteors are about to descend. As his words echoed, Wu Chun and the Avengers instinctively gazed skyward, where two meteors, one above the other, were hurtling toward New York City at an alarming speed, maintaining a slight distance between them. Upon witnessing this, Senju Hashirama unleashed his ultimate technique, the Buddha of the Six Paths. Countless enormous arms surged forth, striking the first meteor and causing it to react in a manner identical to the previous one. However, at that moment, the second meteor arrived. It collided directly with the first meteor, forcing it downward with tremendous force. With a grating sound, Senju Hashirama found himself compelled to halt his assault, redirecting his countless arms to support the two meteors stacked upon one another. If he were attacking, his myriad arms would pose no issue. But maintaining this position was indeed a struggle. Under the immense pressure of inertia, the countless arms of Senju Hashirama began to crack. The gourd-shaped mountain he was propping up swayed precariously, as if he were on the verge of collapse. Sensing the dire situation, Senju Hashirama gritted his teeth, maneuvering his arms to pivot, and aimed toward the boundless ocean, casting the colossal gourd mountain away. The tsunami reemerged, yet this time, under the vigilant protection of the formidable Senju Hashirama. The mere 100-meter wave posed no threat to New York City whatsoever. Moreover, gazing upon the colossal wooden statue, an inexplicable sense of security enveloped both the Avengers and the citizens of New York, as if the mere presence of Hashirama ensured their absolute safety. "Huh, Hashirama, you truly stood your ground," echoed the laughter of the instigator, Uchiha Madara. Hashirama cast a furious glare, only to find all members of the Akatsuki standing together. Madara. Chapter 254, A brief victory, 35. Observing the Akatsuki's demeanor, Hashirama's heart sank with foreboding. As anticipated, Madara proclaimed, "Hashirama, you are indeed my greatest rival. However, let this moment be a fleeting victory for you. When we meet again, you shall be exceedingly surprised." With those words, a spatial vortex conjured by Obito appeared before everyone, drawing the Akatsuki members into its depths. While the Akatsuki had caused chaos in New York, they had also inadvertently aided the city. Yet they managed to escape just before potentially devastating it. Chen, the Leaf Village, and the Avengers stood in stunned silence, only reacting when the surrounding crowd erupted in cheers. "We have triumphed. We have driven away the wicked Akatsuki and the aliens. A true victory." Elation swept over the Avengers. Yet the members of the Leaf Village wore solemn expressions, for Madara's words were a clear indication that their troubles were far from over. Madara, brimming with arrogance, was not one to utter falsehoods. Thus, the battle against the Akatsuki was not concluded. After Chen shared his ominous prediction with the Avengers, their expressions darkened as well, bringing Chen a sense of relief. With a flourish, Hashirama dispelled his sage mode, dispersing the myriad of wooden arms and landing gracefully on the ground. "Uncle Hashirama, Mr. Senju, Lord First Hokage, are you unharmed?" Various titles and inquiries flooded in, easing Hashirama's expression slightly. "I am well. My constitution is robust. The tremors from that meteorite pose no lethal threat to me." With that, he flashed a hearty smile and patted his chest. "Furthermore, we have repelled the Akatsuki and vanquished the invading aliens, so let us rejoice. As for any future complications with the Akatsuki, we shall meet them with resolve. Fear not, for I am here." As soon as the words were uttered, the crowd immediately settled down, their faces adorned with smiles. Indeed, victory has been achieved. "My dear friends, not far from here, there lies a Turkish barbecue establishment." Tony, revealing his flamboyant personality, proposed, "How about I treat everyone to a delightful barbecue feast?" "Barbecue? Is that for real?" Mike exclaimed in sheer delight, while Senju Hashirama smacked his lips in anticipation. "In that case, I shall graciously accept, haha." Senju Tobarama, witnessing this, tugged at his elder brother's sleeve, insisting, "If we are to go, let us not overindulge." Upon hearing this, Tony waved dismissively, "Eat to your heart's content. Indulge as much as you desire. Money is no object." This provoked a raised eyebrow from Senju Tobarama. However, Chen interjected, "Let us pause the barbecue plans for a moment. What shall we do about Loki?" At this, the crowd finally registered the gravity of the situation. Although the near destruction of New York was instigated by the true leader of the Akatsuki organization, Uchiha Obito, Loki had seized the opportunity to open a portal and summon an alien invasion. The Avengers and the Leaf Village were not oblivious to this. Tony furrowed his brow. "Let us postpone the barbecue for now." With that, the group made their way toward Loki, who had just emerged from the torment inflicted by Chen and was contemplating a stealthy escape. However, upon glancing up, he was confronted by a throng of superheroes. He swallowed hard. If memory served him correctly, Midgard had provisions for the humane treatment of captives. "I surrender. Please spare me." Loki quickly capitulated at the sight of Chen's raised arm. At that moment, the SHIELD agents aboard the aerial mothership, along with countless ordinary citizens watching the live broadcast, erupted into cheers. The exhilaration of battling against malevolent forces and ultimately triumphing over them was unparalleled. Though they had not participated directly, nor lent even a modicum of support, merely being spectators of this conflict did not diminish their joy. In summary, all factions concerned with New York breathed a collective sigh of relief at this moment. Chapter 255, Reactions from Various Parties on the Other Side of the Boundless Universe. As the colossal egg-shaped automaton exploded, obliterating the Chitauri mothership, a larger and more imposing ship loomed in the distance. On board, a titan with purple skin observed the unfolding events. He was none other than Thanos, the ultimate harbinger of doom from the Marvel Cinematic Universe. At this moment, a contemplative look filled his eyes. A gaunt figure, resembling a withered tree come to life, approached the purple giant and knelt on one knee. "My lord, the Chitauri have failed. I have seen it, Ebony Maw. So, my lord, what shall be our next course of action?" "Remain still. Odin and the Ancient One are still on that planet." Thanos remained composed. But my lord, there are at least 2 infinity stones on that planet. Thanos shook his head. There are 3. However, those 3 stones will ultimately come into my possession, Ebony Maw. There is no need for haste. Yes, my lord. In New York, after educating Loki one by one, he was temporarily detained by S.H.I.L.D. aboard the helicarrier. Meanwhile, the superheroes and the Avengers were enjoying a feast. Tony's promises were always effective, as he placed great value on his commitments. Then, he was taken aback. Sensationally, the mighty Hashirama devoured 10 portions of barbecue. Madara consumed 20, while Hashirama Senju was most terrifying, having consumed all the remaining barbecue, except for that which had been eaten by Wu Chun and others. As they relished the barbecue, Tony casually chatted with Wu Chun. I never knew anyone could eat so much. Wu Chun shrugged. I actually eat quite a bit too. It's just that the barbecue here is mediocre compared to what I make, so I ate less. Tony's eyes lit up. It's been ages since I've tasted your cooking. I'll find an opportunity to bring Pepper to your place for a visit. No way. I believe I am rather handsome. After their meal, everyone returned to the S.H.I.E.L.D. helicarrier. Of course, prior to this, the members of Konoha had already departed, leaving only Wu Chun and Minato Namikaze to return with the Avengers. Upon their return, they first checked on Loki's situation, and upon discovering he was still securely detained, they breathed a sigh of relief. Their caution was warranted, as Loki was notoriously cunning. Director Fury, I have taken Loki and the Tesseract, Thor announced. After some deliberation, Thor decided to take Loki and the Tesseract, which served as half the catalyst for the battle in New York. The Avengers had no objections, for leaving such a powerful artifact on Earth was decidedly unsafe. Wu Chun, uninterested in the Infinity Stones, chose not to voice Konoha's stance. Thus, with Loki in custody, they placed the Tesseract into a designated device. Thor called upon Heimdall, and, utilizing the Bifrost, transported himself, Loki, and the Tesseract back to Asgard. Thor departed with such decisiveness at Wu Chun's request. Originally, Thor intended to remain on Earth to assist Konoha and the Avengers in completely eradicating the Akatsuki organization. However, Wu Chun gracefully declined Thor's goodwill. After all, this entire situation was merely Wu Chun orchestrating a performance, and he was capable of managing it alone without excessive assistance, which would only result in indebtedness. Speaking of debts of gratitude, Wu Chun had already treated Thor to a meal previously, repaying his favor. Once Thor departed, in accordance with the original narrative trajectory, the Avengers should have temporarily disbanded, entering a period of respite. After all, this monumental battle had drained their spirits significantly. A brief separation would also facilitate recovery and reflection on their gains. Yet, following Thor's exit, Captain America, Hawkeye, and Black Widow commenced training aboard the helicarrier. In this conflict, their contributions had indeed been rather minimal. Although no one held them accountable, this reality had profoundly affected the trio, prompting their decision to engage in rigorous training. Moreover, it would allow them to maintain their readiness to support Konoha at a moment's notice. The words spoken by Uchiha Madara before his departure had not been forgotten by the Avengers. In Chapter 256, the new commission from S.H.I.E.L.D. 55. It was not merely Captain America, Hawkeye, and Black Widow. The other Avengers felt similarly. Dr. Banner sought out Wu Chun post-battle, requesting to be returned to his former slum. He pledged to Wu Chun, should you require assistance, do not hesitate to reach out. Iron Man, Tony Stark, naturally flew back on his own. Yet he also expressed similar sentiments to Wu Chun and Minato Namikaze, stating, if you need help, just give me a call. Even Thor, prior to his departure, told Wu Chun, should you require anything, do not hesitate. Simply find an open space and call for Heimdall, who will relay what he sees and hears to me. I shall come to assist. It must be said that Wu Chun managed his interpersonal relationships quite adeptly. Otherwise, he would not have maintained such amicable connections with all the Avengers. Subsequently, under the watchful eyes of Nick Fury and Agent Hill, Minato Namikaze retrieved a scroll from his pocket, glancing at it before frowning. Wu Chun, I have matters to attend to and must take my leave. Once you have resolved your affairs here, please return promptly. Wu Chun had no time to inquire about what transpired with Minato before watching him transform into a beam of golden light and vanish from sight. What had occurred? Nick Fury was genuinely concerned, as the relationship between Konoha and S.H.I.L.D. was still in its honeymoon phase. Moreover, Konoha was a pivotal ally for S.H.I., which naturally compelled Fury to be attentive. Maria Hill approached as well, her expression reflecting a sincere concern. Fury's reaction was understandable. Wu-chan even thought it was the appropriate response for him to exhibit. Yet, the reason behind Agent Hill's concern eluded him. Pondering further seemed futile, so he shook his head. He acknowledged, "I do not know. Teacher Minato has not briefed me yet and has already departed. Thus, I intend to return to Konoha to assess the situation." Director Fury, "If there are no pressing matters here, I shall take my leave," Wu-chan expressed, eager to depart. With the New York battle concluded, he was now entering his favorite phase of gathering rewards. This stage represented the most significant evidence of his strength enhancement. For Wu-chan, nothing brought greater joy than the prospect of improving his power. If there were anything more delightful, it would be his unmatched prowess in the Marvel Universe. However, Nick Fury had no intention of letting him slip away so easily. Wu-chan, as a consultant for S.H.I.E.L., "I hope you can assist with the task. Of course, there will be compensation," Fury stated. Wu-chan understood and nodded in agreement after some contemplation. It turned out that Fury was also somewhat rattled by Loki's recent escape and wished to leverage Wu-chan's exceptional Nine-Tails Jinchuriki's malicious perception ability to identify spies hidden within S.H.I.E.L.D. Although Loki's earlier escape was facilitated by the Mind Scepter's control over several agents, Fury still felt it prudent to conduct a thorough identification process. Initially, Wu-chan contemplated declining the request, but the offer made by Fury was too enticing to reject. After careful consideration, he created a wood clone to follow Fury's instructions, while his original self used the Flying Thunder God technique to depart from the aerial mothership. Agent Hill observed the wood clone, which bore an uncanny resemblance to Wu-chan, with identical speech and demeanor, and could not help but marvel at the wonders of ninjutsu. The wood clone nodded in acknowledgement, maintaining a cordial demeanor towards the attractive Agent Maria Hill. As an aside, Wu-chan noted that Hill seemed to be in her early 20s and was single. Just then, Fury issued his directive. "Consultant Wu-chan, Agent Hill will guide you in the task of identifying spies. I trust you both will collaborate effectively to root out all infiltrators within S.H.I.E.L.D. Wu-chan undeniably cast a glance at Agent Hill, noticing her agreeable demeanor, and nodded in affirmation. "No problem. However, Director Fury, you must keep a vigilant eye on the Mind Scepter. It appears to be a remarkable artifact indeed." Chapter 257, Nick Fury's Decision. 15. Should he alert S.H.I.E.L.D. to the potential theft of the Mind Scepter? Wu-chan had wrestled with this dilemma for a time. Ultimately, he resolved to subtly caution Nick Fury. Just moments ago, his wooden doppelganger hinted at the formidable power of the Mind Scepter, aiming to elicit a degree of concern from Fury. Yet, Nick Fury, seemingly unfazed, remarked, "This is S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Who could possibly steal the Mind Scepter?" While he spoke with such confidence, Fury nonetheless intended to bolster the security surrounding the Mind Scepter, perhaps by assigning several newly recruited, formidable agents to its protection. However, had Wu-chan been privy to Fury's current thoughts, he might have straightforwardly concluded, "Fury, your scepter is doomed." This judgment arose from the fact that, although S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra had been vanquished in New York City, Hydra still existed in other cities, an outcome of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s endeavors over recent months. Furthermore, as S.H.I.E.L.D. expanded its ranks during the Reconstruction phase, it was inevitable that new Hydra spies would infiltrate the organization. Hydra would not relinquish its efforts to infiltrate its arch-nemesis, S.H.I.E.L.D. Wu-chan felt there was a significant likelihood that Hydra spies might steal the Mind Scepter from within S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, the core of the Mind Scepter is one of the Infinity Stones, the Mind Stone. The power of the Mind Stone is immensely potent. Even a mere touch can alter another's psyche according to the user's will. Additionally, the Mind Stone itself harbors boundless energy. Such a coveted treasure would surely pique Hydra's interest. It would be absurd to think otherwise. Had Hydra not coveted it, the twin superpowered beings from the original storyline would never have come into existence. For the Scarlet Witch, Wanda Maximoff, and Quicksilver, Pietro Maximoff, were indeed birthed by Hydra's manipulation of the Mind Stone. This illustrates the formidable nature of the Mind Stone. Nevertheless, Wu Chen believed that such a powerful entity should remain in trustworthy hands to ensure its security. This was one of the reasons he wished to alert Nick Fury. Wu Chen's hesitation in informing Nick Fury stems from his concerns regarding the Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver, the formidable twin siblings endowed with extraordinary abilities. While Wu Chen secretly desires to possess such capable allies, he is equally troubled by the thought of embroiling these innocent individuals in the tumultuous world of superheroes. After all, a mundane and secure life as an ordinary person offers true happiness, far removed from the grand narratives of heroic exploits. Thus, caught in the crossfire of these conflicting emotions, Wu Chen ultimately arrived at a rather indecisive conclusion. At present, observing Nick Fury's demeanor, Wu Chen remains indifferent. He intends only to offer a subtle suggestion. Should Nick Fury choose to disregard it, so be it. As for the fate of the twin superhumans, he is content to let it unfold naturally. Wu Chen's compassion, however, is fleeting and not freely dispensed. Moreover, he has more pressing matters at hand. Following Nick Fury's briefing on their mission, Wu Chen, alongside Agent Maria Hill, commenced the process of identifying potential spies. Interestingly, the initial focus was not on the agents aboard the helicarrier, but rather on those within the New York City division of S.H.I.E.L.D., with the helicarrier now serving as the headquarters. The former main office has transitioned into the New York division. Its significance, even as a division, is undeniably paramount, warranting the prioritization of espionage detection in this locale. The rationale behind not first screening agents aboard the helicarrier, as explained by Nick Fury, is that disturbances in the sky could precipitate even greater complications. Therefore, for the sake of caution, they opted to conduct the screening once the helicarrier descended for refueling. Wu Chen, of course, had no objections to this directive. He would adhere to the instructions of the financier, motivated by the prospect of profit. Yet, unbeknownst to Nick Fury, this very decision would ultimately allow the Mind Stone to slip from S.H.I.E.L.D.'s grasp. Wu Chen, upon discovering this turn of events, was not particularly astonished, having already foreseen such an outcome. The presence of Hydra spies significantly increased the likelihood of such incidents. At this moment, both Wu Chen and Nick Fury remained oblivious to the impending crisis, one diligently processing documents aboard the helicarrier while reporting to the United Nations, and the other accompanied by a companion, engaged in a rather straightforward mission. Certainly, accompanying this beauty is Wu Chen's wooden clone, while his true self resides within a dwelling in the Shunwei space, conversing with Minato Namikaze. Minato, what are your thoughts on my plan? Wu Chen had just elucidated the reasons behind Minato's earlier behavior before Nick Fury and the subsequent actions to be taken. After listening attentively, Minato began to ponder deeply. A moment later, he nodded. I find it quite commendable. Should such an event occur, I might indeed act in that manner. That's splendid, Wu Chen acknowledged, offering a small green bean, no larger than a fingernail, to Minato with a hint of reluctance. Upon receiving it, Minato inquired curiously, what is this? This is called a Senza bean, a product from the Dragon Ball universe, Wu Chen explained. Consuming one allows you to go 10 days without hunger, can mend severed limbs, and restores physical strength and energy in the shortest possible time, almost instantaneously, bringing your body back to its optimal state. At the crucial moment, simply hold it in your mouth and swallow it, and you will be safe. So this is such a wondrous item. Minato solemnly accepted it. Wu Chen, you likely have other matters to attend to, so I shall not intrude further. Don't be in such a hurry. Wu Chen grasped Minato's arm and proceeded to impart the wind release, Raisin Shuriken, and the Sage Mode techniques of Naruto to him. This was, of course, to enhance Minato's strength. As a comrade, Wu Chen found joy in Minato's growth. With nothing pressing at the moment, it was the perfect opportunity for him to continue his ascent in power. Elated by these two methods of empowerment, Minato exclaimed, Wu Chen, thank you. I'm immensely grateful. As a formidable figure in the ninja world, the prospect of further strengthening was what Minato yearned for. Wu Chen had not only facilitated this, but had also refrained from treating him as a mere tool, which solidified Minato's resolve to better assist Wu Chen in achieving his ambitions. It's nothing, after all, you are one of us. Wu Chen waved it off nonchalantly. Now, be on your way. Minato withdrew, beginning to diligently study the new applications of the wind release, Raisin Shuriken and Sage Mode. He understood that only by becoming stronger could he better aid Wu Chun. This was the prevailing thought in Minato's mind. Wu Chun remained oblivious to the fact that his recent actions had inadvertently deepened Minato's loyalty. If he were aware, he might secretly take pride in thinking, "Indeed, I'm a genius." At this moment, this genius lay in an unglamorous fashion upon his bed, his consciousness submerged within the confines of the system's space, where he perused his personal panel. Host: Wu Chun, current role. None, current progress. None, character ownership. Uchiha Bito, Eternal Mangeki Sharingan, 84. Second Hokage Senju Tobarama, 60. Akatsuki's Deidara, 70. Akatsuki's Pain. Nagato, 65. Ultimate Battlefield Rose, Uchiha, 45. First Hokage Senju Hashirama, 50. Might Guy. The Azure Beast of Konoha, 55. Role Extraction Attempts, 2. Character Ability Selections. Uchiha Bito, 1. Senju Tobarama, 1. Deidara, 1. Nagato, 0. Senju Hashirama, 1. Might Guy. Chapter 259. Sage Hashiramas would release, 35. Upon witnessing the advancement in the role-playing progress of the characters displayed on the panel. Alongside the number of opportunities to select character abilities, Wu Chun was filled with exhilaration. The melancholy that had previously accompanied his extravagant gift of $1 million per magical bean to Minato Namikaze dissipated significantly. Indeed, one magical bean cost 10 million yuan. This was the price inscribed on the wish card. After all, magical beans not only instantaneously alleviate fatigue, but also possess the miraculous ability to regenerate severed limbs and heal various injuries. Such a remarkably functional item is not overly expensive at 10 million. At this moment, the mere notion of magical beans, even 10 of them, was trivial to Wu Chun, as he had his heart set solely on the determination and satisfaction of orchestrating a grand event. Obito's role-playing progress surged from 79% to 84%, marking a 5% increase and granting him an opportunity to select an ability. Tobarama's progress ascended from 55% to 60%, a 5% rise, also bestowing him an ability selection opportunity. Deidara advanced from 63% to 70%, achieving a 7% increase in role-playing progress, earning him an ability selection opportunity. Nagato's progress rose from 55% to 60%, a 5% enhancement, granting him an opportunity to select an ability. Madara's role-playing progress soared from 10% to 45%, a remarkable 35% increase, leaving him just 5% shy of reaching 50. The progress of Senju Hashirama's character portrayal escalated from 15% to 50%, an impressive increase of 35%, granting him one opportunity to draw a character and one chance to select abilities, a veritable windfall. Similarly, Might Guy's portrayal advancement rose from 45% to 55%, reflecting a 10% enhancement, which also bestowed upon him an opportunity for character selection and an ability choice, equally a remarkable gain, within the span of a single day. Such substantial progress had been achieved, prompting Wu Chun to pursue grander ambitions. He had already devised plans for future endeavors, having previously orchestrated an exhibition for Minato Namikaze before Nick Fury and others to set the stage for this. Uchiha Bito had been somewhat lackluster in his efforts, similarly preparing for the next significant undertaking. Now, Wu Chun was poised to prioritize ability selection before drawing a new character. This marked a pivotal moment for his enhancement of strength. Without further contemplation, Wu Chun proceeded to utilize the ability selection opportunities from Uchiha Bito, Senju, Tobarama, and Deidara. He opted for Wood Release, Chakra, and Dust Release Proficiency respectively. The might of Wood Release is widely acknowledged, making Wu Chun's choice both natural and justified. As for Senju Tobarama, he found no desirable abilities, thus opting for Chakra was a reasonable decision. Regarding Deidara's skills, Wu Chun once again selected Dust Release, recognizing the formidable challenge it posed for cultivation. Previously, he had devoted time to utilizing a wish card to acquire a scroll for practicing Dust Release. Yet after an entire afternoon of effort, he had made no progress, leaving him disheartened and temporarily abandoning the pursuit. Now, with the opportunity to enhance his Dust Release talent, Wu Chun was determined not to let it slip by. After all, mastering this potent technique was an opportunity too valuable to forfeit. Once the selections from these three individuals were made, Wu Chun turned his attention to Senju Hashirama and Might Guy. Senju Hashirama's abilities are as follows. Chakra, Sage Mode. Would release, Medical Ninjutsu, Senju Clan Sage Body. Might Guy's abilities are as follows. Chakra, Taijutsu Proficiency, 8 Gates, Opening Gate. Upon seeing these options, Wu Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement, and without hesitation, he chose the Senju Clan Sage Body and the 8 Gates. It is well known that Senju Hashirama's Would Release is unrivaled in this era. Logically, Wu Chen should have chosen Would Release. However, having just selected Obito's Would Release ability, Wu Chen's own Would Release had undergone a significant enhancement. Following this reinforcement, his Would Release was now scarcely inferior to that of the standard Hashirama. In this scenario, should Wu Chen acquire the Sage Body of Hashirama Senju, combined with the Sage Body and Sage Mode of the Uzumaki clan, the potency of his Would Release would have the potential to reach the formidable level of Sage Hashirama's Would Release.